My dear family, who could have anticipated such an exhilarating turn of events? A naval rear admiral was bellowing threats to behead me, and in the next moment, a colossal serpent, larger than 3 warships combined, emerged from the depths of the sea, leaving his visage ashen. The tale begins with my transmigration into the world of pirates, where I found myself besieged from the outset, only to summon the legendary Orochimaru, and it only gets more thrilling from there. Let me paint the scene for you. Just a heartbeat ago, that naval rear admiral was akin to a rabid dog, barking furiously and pointing an accusatory finger at me, vowing to take my head with his own hands. In the blink of an eye, from beneath his feet, the ocean erupted, and a gargantuan serpent surfaced, its very presence capable of shrouding the heavens. Its mere head surpassed the combined size of his 3 warships. The expression on the admiral's face at that momento, how can I convey it? It was as if he had witnessed a ghost live on air, utterly bewildered. Ah, you inquire how all this commenced? It all started when I awoke from slumber. Allow me to recount. Just a moment before, I had been at home, diligently working on my manuscript. Fatigued beyond measure, I had succumbed to a brief nap at my desk. Upon opening my eyes, lo and behold, I found myself aboard a dilapidated wooden vessel, surrounded by nothing but water of vast, unending ocean. I was utterly disoriented, questioning whether I had conjured an illusion through my writing or if some nefarious force had abducted me and cast me adrift in the open sea. As I grappled with my existential crisis, a thunderous voice blared from a loudspeaker, nearly sending me into a frenzy. Pirate ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Pirate? Where? As I turned my head, I was met with a startling sight: 3 enormous warships, their dark cannons trained squarely upon me. Glancing upwards, I recognized the emblem of a seagull and a scale, and my world dimmed momentarily. Was I truly in the realm of One Piece? I looked down to see my shabby vessel flying a skull flag. Alas, my fate was sealed. I, a mere writer, had transmigrated into the life of a pirate, immediately besieged by an admiral from the naval headquarters. This was a script written by the king of hell himself, was it not? I peered across at the admiral, adorned with a spotted dog cap, named Dalmatian, who regarded me with utter disdain, likely viewing me as nothing more than a trivial underling, easily dispatched. At that moment, panic surged within me. My mind raced to calculate how many years I might spend in impelled down. Just as despair threatened to consume me, a sudden ding resonated in my mind. For those who understand, it was the quintessential ability of a transmigrator golden finger, albeit belatedly arriving. Sign and summoning system successfully bound. I was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly brimmed in my eyes. The system revealed that by signing in daily, I could earn points and complete tasks at designated locations for rewards. Most crucially, I could summon a being for free now. Immediately. Why hesitate? The Navy's ships were practically upon me. I fervently implored the system within my mind. Summon. I demand an immediate summoning. Ding. Summoning successful. No sooner had the words left the system than a dense fog enveloped my shabby vessel. From within the mist emerged a figure of enchanting grace, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. My heart raced. Her shaped silhouette exuded an air of undeniable allure. My goodness, was I truly being gifted such a captivating companion at the outset? This was an opportunity not to be missed. As the figure emerged from the mist, the fire within me extinguished with a sudden hiss. The form was slender, the skin pale, and the features were undeniably delicate. But it was unmistakably a male. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have summoned in class character, the scientific genius from the Naruto universe Orochimaru. What a striking contrast. Upon his arrival, Orochimaru inquired with his uniquely sinister voice, "Who has summoned me to this world?" His serpentine gaze locked onto me, scrutinizing from head to toe, sending chills down my spine as he chuckled. You must be my esteemed captain." At that moment, the Marine Rear Admiral Dalmatia also spotted Orochimaru. Perhaps considering the addition of another adversary inconsequential, he bellowed from the bow of the ship. "You 2 little miscreants dare to call yourselves pirates? You have 3 seconds to surrender, or I shall personally dispatch you." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru turned to me with a chilling smile. "Captain, shall I dispose of these noisy fellows?" My heart raced. How was I to gauge the combat strength of a ninja from Naruto against a pirate from One Piece? With a forced bravado, I quietly inquired, Snake Uncle, can you handle this alone? If not, we can always escape. Better to preserve our lives than to risk it all." Orochimaru chuckled confidently. "Fear not, Captain. Just observe." With that, he leapt from the side of the ship, plunging directly into the sea. Dalmatia erupted with laughter upon witnessing this, cackling, "Ha! A cowardly pirate! Fire the cannons! Bombard the water! Don't let him escape!" Dozens of cannons unleashed a barrage upon the waters where Orochimaru had vanished, while Dalmatia mockingly shouted at me, "Kid, your companion has fled. Will you not surrender?" I ignored him despite my uncertainty regarding Orochimaru's intentions. My instincts hinted that the situation was far from straightforward. Indeed, after Dalmatia's prolonged shouting, he noticed an unsettling silence among his men. Turning around, he found that all the Marines were trembling, their fingers quivering as they pointed at the sea. "General, look over there." Annoyed, Dalmatia turned, only to be struck dumb. Beneath our ships, an enormous shadow emerged from the depths, stretching nearly 10,000 meters, darkening the entire expanse of water and racing towards them with an astonishing speed. "What in the world is that?" Dalmatia stammered in fear. "Is this a sea king? Baka, we're in the East Blue. Such a monster cannot exist here." Though he spoke defiantly, his body betrayed him, shaking uncontrollably as he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Fire! Aim at that shadow!" The naval officers were scrambling, hurling shells into the sea as if they were of no consequence, causing the surface to churn violently. Just as they believed they had vanquished the monstrous threat and let out a sigh of relief, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't merely overcast. It was as if darkness had descended. A quaking young sailor pointed tremblingly behind them. "General. What is that?" Dalmatia turned around, instantly petrified. It was the very scene I initially described. An unfathomably colossal purple serpent rose majestically from the ocean behind them, half of its immense body emerging from the water, obscuring the sun. The three ships before it appeared as mere trifles, akin to toy blocks. And atop the serpent's head stood Orochimaru, nonchalantly at ease, as if nothing were amiss. Watching from my own vessel, I was filled with fervor. Good heavens, was this not the manifestation of the Serpent King? What a spectacular entrance indeed. "Orochimaru, you have outdone yourself." Dalmatia, utterly despondent, was nonetheless a vice-admiral, he snapped, leaping into the air with a moonwalk, directing all his might towards the serpent's tail to unleash a finger gun attack. What was the outcome? With a resounding bang, the serpent remained unscathed, while he was struck by the recoil, spewing blood on the spot, only to be swatted into the abyss by the serpent's tail, as if he were a mere fly, leaving his fate uncertain. The remaining sailors had no chance to react with a sweeping motion of the serpent's tail. The three warships were obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere flotsam upon the waves. After dispatching the threat, the serpent glided leisurely to my ship, and Orochimaru gracefully returned, looking at me with a triumphant expression. "How do you find my performance, Captain? Not too shabby, I hope?" I had intended to commend him, but upon witnessing his smug demeanor, the words caught in my throat. "I merely scoffed, is that all? Not too bad, I suppose." Orochimaru, ever the cunning one, retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "It seems Captain's prowess is quite formidable as well. Such modest skills of mine are hardly worthy of your esteemed gaze." My face flushed. Could he not see that my combat prowess barely reached a mere 5? I resolved to strengthen myself post-haste, otherwise the subordinates I summoned would only grow increasingly formidable, and my dignity as captain would be utterly compromised. Later, Orochimaru dispersed the serpent and graciously spared the drifting sailors. In his words, "We were currently too weak. Eliminating a vice-admiral would inevitably attract monsters of admiral caliber, and should they flee, I would be left lamenting." This incident eventually caught the attention of Carp, the grandfather of Luffy. He fortuitously passed by and rescued the surviving sailors, who recounted the astonishing tale. A duo of pirates, one capable of commanding a serpent of nearly 10,000 meters, and an 18-year-old captain. Carp sensed that something was amiss, yet his eagerness to return home to his grandson led him to temporarily set aside the matter. In the ensuing days, I plunged directly into a rigorous training regimen akin to that of a relentless inferno. Orochimaru had procured an array of peculiar potions from an unknown source, one for internal use and another for external application, subjecting me to a grueling ordeal each day that left me feeling as though my very bones had been pulverized and reassembled. Yet, the results were undeniably remarkable. Within a mere week, I sensed an explosive surge of power coursing through my veins, my combat prowess skyrocketing from meager 5 to an astonishing 260. Today, I finally amassed enough points through my diligent sign-ins. System: unlock the Conqueror's Haki for me. Beep: unlock successful. An indescribable force surged throughout my entire being, and I felt as if I could alter the very fabric of reality with a mere thought. Standing upon the deck, gazing out at the tranquil sea, I allowed a smirk to grace my lips. Conqueror's Haki, activate. Buzz. An invisible wave of energy emanated from me, instantly radiating outward. The surrounding air shimmered with ripples. In that exhilarating moment, I glanced down and was astonished to behold a vast expanse of the sea, within a 1,000-meter radius, teeming with fish, all of them stunned and floating belly up, a testament to my newfound might. Amused, I found this skill quite remarkable. Henceforth, I would no longer need to fish for my meals. With the activation of my Conqueror's Haki, food would be delivered to my doorstep. Indeed, I consider myself a little genius. Just as I reveled in my triumph, a sudden chill crept down my spine. Upon turning around, I was taken aback to see Orochimaru, his face darkened, having appeared behind me without my notice. I initially thought my overwhelming aura had disrupted his experiments, so I hastily pointed to the fish on the surface of the sea, eager to boast. "Uncle Snake, look! My new skill. Impressive, isn't it?" Orochimaru regarded my foolish expression, biting his lower lip, and spoke slowly. "Is this the power you possess to kill my snakes?" "What? Kill your snakes?" I was utterly baffled. "Uncle Snake, are you jesting? Everyone knows that the white snake is your prized possession. How could I possibly?" Orochimaru sighed and gestured behind me. "Captain, perhaps you should take a look for yourself." Confused, I turned to see that, in addition to the fish, countless white serpentine creatures were floating on the surface, all belly up. It dawned on me that Orochimaru frequently released a swarm of small white snakes into the sea for reconnaissance. I had landed myself in a grave predicament. Rubbing the back of my head, I awkwardly addressed Orochimaru. This wasn't intentional. Orochimaru's eyes glinted mischievously as he suddenly laughed, sending shivers down my spine. "Captain, did you not just assert that whoever harmed my pet would be spared from my wrath?" As the captain, one must honor one's word, you see. I found myself at a loss for words. What was I to do? Was I to inadvertently bring about my own demise? I awaited a response, feeling increasingly anxious. To my surprise, Orochimaru seemed unfazed, as if he were merely teasing a pet, and then casually strolled back to his cabin to tinker with his various bottles and jars. Just as I exhaled in relief, thinking the matter had settled, he floated back with a sinister remark. "By the way, those snakes were my newly cultivated deep-sea varieties, specifically designed to help you gather medicinal ingredients to enhance your physique. As of now, your muscle-bound transformation plan is likely to be indefinitely postponed." Upon hearing this, I was utterly petrified. Who among my peers could fathom the disastrous implications? Had I unwittingly severed my own lifeline? It was well known that Uncle Snake's potions were incredibly potent, transforming me from a mere novice into a formidable contender capable of wrestling with a vice admiral in just 10 days, all without side effects. And now, all of that was gone. I felt my composure shatter. Silently, I picked up a nearby dumbbell, channeling my frustration into strength, and began to lift weights with fervor. For 3 days, I toiled away in this state of melancholy, and I must tell you, my arms were nearly as strong as a mythical beastess. Finally, lo and behold, I spotted land. After drifting at sea for nearly 20 days, I was beginning to think I might sprout gills. A notification chimed, and my cybernetic father reappeared. Discovered Cocoa Village. Check-in rewards a random ability. Cocoa Village? My eyes sparkled. Was that not Nami's hometown? Given that I needed a guide, this was a fortuitous opportunity. I resolved to bring the future treasure cat aboard. However, as soon as my foot touched the shore, another notification sounded. Ding. Check-in successful. You have acquired top-tier navigation skills. I stood there dumbfounded. My good fellow, has your CPU overheated? I came here specifically to seek out the living map, Nami. Bestowing upon me superior navigation skills is akin to handing a Michelin cookbook to a cafeteria lady. It's utterly useless. As I grumbled, I strolled into the village, only to sense something amiss. Was this village too harmonious? Every household was adorned in festive decorations, as if celebrating the new year in advance. Logically, given the oppression from Arlong and his gang of fishmen, the villagers should be downcast. My heart sank as I urged Orochimaru to join me towards a group of villagers, who were engaged in cheerful conversation. I overheard them say, "Thanks to the Straw Hat Kid, Indeed, had it not been for them, we would not be where we are today. In that moment, I realized my unfortunate timing. Luffy had already defeated Arlong, and Nami had promptly joined the main crew. I immediately confronted the system. Did you know Nami was gone all along and deliberately assigned me navigation skills to mock me? The system coldly replied, rewards are distributed randomly. Very well, you are quite the trickster. Since Luffy had already set sail, it was now the year 1520 of the sea calendar, and the summit war was just around the corner. I informed Orochimaru that we ought to rest here briefly before heading directly to the Grand Line, with the goal of reaching Skypiea and obtaining Enel's Rumble Rumble fruit. Perhaps I could even partake in the summit war and possibly rescue Ace, rectifying the regrets of my past. Without further ado, we decided to eat. Growing tired of dried fish, I felt my palate yearning for diversity. We found a tavern, and I slammed a bag brimming with berries on the table, causing the entire establishment to fall silent for 3 seconds. I called out to the owner, "Hey, bring me every type of meat you have, besides fish. Use the remaining funds to replenish our ship supplies." The owner, wide-eyed, nodded vigorously, and soon enough, a table overflowing with meat was laid before us. Orochimaru and I devoured the feast with unrestrained zeal. Just then, an incongruously unwelcome voice interrupted. "Hey there, boss. Where's the rush?" I looked up to see a figure resembling a rat that had gained sentience, clad in a navy uniform and sporting 6 whiskers. Was that not Captain Mouse? Why was he still here? Shouldn't he have been chased off by Luffy? I felt a wave of misfortune wash over me, and chose to ignore him as I continued my meal. Captain Mouse's eyes, fixated on the bag of money in the owner's hand, gleamed with greed. Approaching the owner, he wrapped an arm around him, grinning insidiously. "Ah, I see you prepared for my tax collection today. Such thoughtfulness." The owner, trembling, stammered, pointing at us. "Captain, this money belongs to these 2 guests." Only then did Captain Mouse shift his gaze toward us, scrutinizing us as we feasted, his expression one of disdain. He swaggered over, condescendingly asking, "Newcomers, do you understand the rules here? This area is rife with pirates. You must pay a protection fee for us Navy to shield you." I, too lethargic to swallow my food, managed to utter a single word through clenched teeth. "Scram." Captain Mouse's face turned a ghastly shade of green, his voice sharp enough to shatter glass. "You dare tell me to scram?" Drawing a gun, he aimed it at me. "Hand over the money, or you'll be leaving here horizontally." I glanced at him sideways, coolly retorting, "You have 3 seconds to vanish." He began to cackle maniacally. "You're seeking death." With that, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, yet I remained unscathed. Orochimaru didn't even bat an eyelash. With a flick of his wrist, the bullet was deflected with a resounding clang, flying harmlessly away. Captain Mouse stumbled back in fright, his face drained of color. Humiliated, he shouted furiously, "Bring me those 2 audaciously defiant scoundrels." No sooner had he spoken than a horde of Navy soldiers stormed in, surrounding us completely. Captain Mouse regained his confidence. "Kid, do you understand the consequences now? Kneel and apologize, and I may spare your life." I intercepted Orochimaru, who was preparing to cast a spell, and chuckled. "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Then I inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful wave of invisible energy, causing a tempest to erupt around me. The air in the tavern grew dense, and time seemed to slow. The soldiers' beads of sweat erupted as if they were being crushed by a mountain, leaving them paralyzed. Seconds ticked by, and one by one they fell, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes back in serene slumber. In the end, only Captain Mouse remained, trembling and wide-eyed, his gaze fixated on me, his voice trembling. What is this power?" He shrieked in terror and turned to flee. I narrowed my eyes, and my conqueror's haki coalesced into an invisible shockwave, propelling forward with force. With a thud, the recently arrived Colonel Mouse collapsed at the entrance, rendered unconscious. Task accomplished, I approached the astonished tavern owner and inquired, "Do you have any guest rooms?" The owner quickly regained his composure, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes, yes. Feel free to stay upstairs." Thus, we settled in for the next few days. Upon regaining consciousness, Colonel Mouse dared not utter a sound, yet he discreetly contacted the naval headquarters for assistance. Coincidentally, this call reached Rear Admiral Carp, who was sulking in Windmill Village after learning that his grandson, Luffy, had become a pirate. Upon hearing of two unbounty-ed yet extraordinarily powerful new pirates in Cocoa West Village, one merely 18 years of age, Carp sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Isn't that me?" Without hesitation, he donned his justice cloak and set sail with a fleet of elite soldiers towards our location. Meanwhile, I remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Over the course of 3 days, I engaged in intensive training with Uncle Shi, significantly enhancing my martial arts and hockey. One day, Uncle Shi mysteriously produced a peculiar purple fruit and waved it before me. My pupils dilated in shock. "What the hell? A devil fruit? Where did you get that?" Uncle Shi nonchalantly replied, "Oh, just picked it up. This fruit had a minor flaw, but I managed to rectify its aversion to water." Who would understand such a casual remark? This was akin to a protagonist in a scientific fantasy novel effortlessly overcoming a fatal weakness that had plagued devil fruits for centuries. As though merely stepping out to buy cabbage. He raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to eat it? If not, I'll feed it to the snake." Without a second thought, I snatched it away and bit into it. The flavor was indescribable, as if a dozen different creatures' excrement had been blended together and fermented in a sewer for a month. I nearly perished on the spot, but for the sake of power, I pinched my nose and swallowed it. The moment the fruit settled in my stomach, an overwhelming force erupted within me. My arms were instantly adorned with crimson scales, and I felt as though I might explode. This power was so ferocious that I feared losing control and obliterating the entire village, prompting me to sprint frantically deeper into the island. Uncle Shi struggled to keep pace. The energy within me grew increasingly heated and chaotic, incinerating everything in my path. I felt as though my body was about to be torn apart. I could not contain it any longer. I seated myself cross-legged in the heart of the forest, relinquishing resistance. A terrifying aura surged into the sky. Every creature on the island collapsed, trembling with fear. Uncle Shi, who was rushing to my side, was thrown back by the shockwave, landing face-first in the mud. He stood up, eyes wide with terror, as this power instilled a primal fear deep within him. Meanwhile, I felt as if my very organs were igniting. Looking down, I saw that my hand had transformed into a dragon's claw. But where were my legs? They had vanished, replaced by a massive, scaled dragon's tail. I floated in midair, my upper body human and my lower body a dragon, surrounded by searing flames. My form stretching thousands of meters long, coiling above the entire forest. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host has acquired the dragon fruit. Mythical Zoan, Zhu Long form." Indeed, it was a mythical Zoan, the legendary Zhu Long. I felt capable of obliterating an admiral with a single punch. The system chimed again. "Would you like to consume 1,000 points to awaken your innate weapon?" I glanced at my points, exactly 1,000. What the hell, let's gamble. All in. System, awaken it for me. My aura surged once more, causing the ground beneath me to crack. Uncle Shi looked on in astonishment, hastily forming hand signs to reinforce the island with earth style, fearing it might sink. Ding! Awakening successful. A red orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, slowly floated out from my body. I was momentarily perplexed. Is this my innate weapon? Is this for me to hold? It seemed more suited for elderly healthcare. As I reached out, the orb flew into my palm. Just as I was about to complain, suddenly, the orb emitted a buzzing sound, bursting forth with red light, engulfing me entirely. When I regained my senses, the entire sky had transformed. Just moments ago, it had been clear and sunny, yet now dark clouds surged forth from all directions, obscuring the sun completely. The island was plunged into darkness as if the power had been cut. Lightning crackled overhead, and thunder roared in my ears, creating an apocalyptic scene. Beneath me, the giant Shiwan was in for a worse fate. Being the closest to me, he felt the temperature spike dramatically, akin to dancing atop a volcano. Undeterred, he immediately dug a pit for himself, filling it with water to cool down. At that moment, 30 nautical miles away, a naval ship was slicing through the waves. At the bow stood an old man, picking his nose while munching on a donut, none other than Carp. His subordinates were utterly dumbfounded, reporting Rear Admiral Carp. There's an anomaly above Cocoa West Island. Carp didn't even lift his eyelids. I saw it. Obviously, with such a commotion, even a blind person could hear it. His aide, Bogart, wore a grave expression. This power can affect the weather. It's not a natural phenomenon. A junior naval officer's pupils dilated in shock. My God, who is powerful enough to control the weather? Bogart pondered. It's a devil fruit user, perhaps developed to the extreme, capable of altering terrain and weather. Just a casual display. In his mind, he likely envisioned the legendary clash between Akiji and Akainu, transforming an island into a realm of ice and fire. Just then, the lookout shouted as if he had seen a ghost, a dragon. Rear Admiral Carp. There's a dragon in the clouds. Carp snatched the telescope, gazing skyward, and indeed, amidst the dark clouds, a massive creature with red scales writhed, its tail obscured. Carp nearly dropped the telescope into the sea. Is that a dragon? The ship erupted into chaos. A dragon? A legendary creature? Our enemy is a dragon? The sailors trembled in fear. Bogart was equally bewildered, leaning in to whisper, could it be that guy? Why is he in East Blue? Initially, Carp thought it might be Kaido, the beast, visiting the East Blue incognito, and his heart sank. If it were truly Kaido, the ship's crew would likely meet their end. Even if he could hold his own against Kaido, the latter's subordinates were formidable. While he had only Bogart to rely on, one man could not fight six. However, after scrutinizing the sight through the telescope for a moment longer, Carp finally breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's not Kaido. Bogart queried, huh? Kaido's dragon was blue and far larger, capable of overshadowing the sun. This red one was merely an imitation. Carp concluded that, although it was not Kaido, this commotion indicated a significant threat, and he promptly ordered, full speed ahead. Meanwhile, I was floating mid-air, feeling invincible. The buff from the orb was absurd, not only doubling my strength, but also allowing me to sense every movement within 1,000 meters, even with my eyes closed. Then, I witnessed a scene that shattered my resolve. Looking down, I was nearly sent into a frenzy. In the puddle below was Shiwan. He was bathing, humming a little tune. He held a small white snake, using it as a scrubbing cloth against his back. While scrubbing, he muttered, "The captain's heat is insufficient. The water temperature isn't right. I can't even get any dirt off." At that moment, I nearly lost it. Was this really the cunning, handsome, and slightly deranged Uncle Shi I once knew? This image has crumbled more thoroughly than the A-shares of 2025. I quickly averted my gaze, fearing that if I continued to look, my worldview would be irrevocably altered. I resolved to concentrate on the bead before me. After all, does not literature suggest that such treasures require a mental connection? The dilemma, however, was that I had no ability to wield mental power. Was I to close my eyes and meditate? Very well, I shall give it a try. As I shut my eyes, my mind was inundated with the bizarre image of Uncle Snake bathing a small white snake, waving at me, as if to say, "Come join me, little brother." In a jolt, I opened my eyes, terrified to even blink. To hell with mental power. It was all a deception. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me. Dominance. If I could control my aura with my will, could I also use my will to connect with this bead? With that thought, I immediately focused all my intent towards the bead. The moment I made contact, a resounding hum echoed. The bead began to vibrate violently, pulsating with a vivid red light that rendered the world awash in crimson. The clouds surrounding me transformed into a fiery hue, and lightning struck down relentlessly, each bolt thicker than a barrel. I could sense that the bead's secret was on the brink of revelation. My excitement was palpable, but then an unforeseen change occurred. A torrent of flames surged through my consciousness, invading my mind with an intensity that felt as though my very soul were being pulverized. It was so excruciating that I could not even scream. In an instant, the bead transformed into a streak of red light and penetrated my body, vanishing without a trace. My hybrid form of human and dragon was instantly reverted to that of an ordinary person. Subsequently, I plummeted from the sky like a brick. The dark clouds above began to dissipate slowly, and the sun reemerged as if nothing had transpired. Below, as he soaked in the bath, The Shiwan suddenly shivered. Why is the water suddenly cold? He wondered. Upon looking up, he spotted a small black hurtling down from the sky, and upon closer inspection, realized it was none other than me. "Oh dear, this is troublesome," he muttered, yet his body was quick to respond, leaping from the water toward my landing spot. At that moment, my consciousness was still somewhat intact. I felt the wind whipping against my face painfully, but my body was immobile. The aftermath of my soul's torment too severe. Despair washed over me. Was I destined to perish just after acquiring such a divine artifact? Surely, I would either die or suffer grievous injuries upon impact. In utter desolation, I closed my eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated agony never arrived. Instead, I found myself enveloped in a somewhat firm, yet warm embrace. I pondered, had I already been reduced to rubble? Had I ascended to heaven? Slowly, I opened my eyes to find a radiantly pale face mere inches from mine. It was the Shiwan. "Lei, are you all right?" he inquired with concern, using his chakra to scan my body, only to release a sigh of relief upon discovering I was largely unharmed. It then dawned on me, I had not died. I was caught by the Shiwan. Then I realized something else. I was being held in a princess carry. With a start, I sprang from his arms, my face flushing instantly. No, why was I blushing like a teapot? This was a serious problem. The Shiwan appeared unconcerned, relieved to see me lively, and asked, "How do you feel?" Instinctively recalling the sensation from earlier, I blurted, "It's fine, just a bit hard and uncomfortable." The Shiwan's expression darkened as he promptly delivered a light smack to my head. Gritting his teeth, I meant, "How does your body feel after consuming the fruit?" I awkwardly scratched my head. "Strong. Very strong. Incredibly strong." Seeing his frown deepen, I quickly added a serious explanation. "I was joking. I feel as if I could defeat a weakling with a single punch. And it seems I can control fire now." The Shiwan sighed. "All right, let's head back." We had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly halted, frozen in place. Curious, I asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Snake?" He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, and his expression instantly turned grave. "Someone has arrived on the island. There's a group of Navy personnel. Among them is an individual of remarkable strength, so formidable that I cannot perceive their full extent." Upon hearing Navy, I thought, what kind of experts could the East Sea Navy possess? Yet, seeing the Shiwan's serious demeanor, I realized the situation was serious. Suddenly, a vision flashed through my mind. Could it be him? Meanwhile, at the port of Coco West Island, a colossal naval ship shaped like a dog's head docked. Colonel Mouse hurriedly approached, only to be stunned as an unkempt old man with a dog-head hat descended, yawning. "Vice Admiral Carp?" This was a sure thing. Colonel Mouse trembled with excitement, his mind already concocting a fantasy of us being captured while he claimed our treasure for himself. Carp approached him, scrutinizing the grinning figure, and asked, "Did you send a distress signal?" Yes, that was me." Colonel Mouse immediately switched to his dramatic mode, weeping and lamenting while portraying us as heinous villains who oppressed villagers and disregarded the Navy. Carp frowned, allowing the words to flow in one ear and out the other. He was no fool. Colonel Mouse was clearly not trustworthy. Just as they prepared to enter the village, Bogart, standing beside Carp, suddenly drew his sword, releasing a blade of energy that instantly severed a small white snake hidden within the grass. "Nothing to worry about. I sense something spying on us," Bogart remarked, picking up the snake's remains. Carp felt an inkling of unease, but dismissed it, leading his crew into the village. On the other side, the Shiwan sensed the moment the small white snake was cut down in the forest. He turned to me urgently. "We must flee at once. This trouble is immense." I caught up, asking, "What is going on? Are they very strong?" "There is a swordsman of great strength. But the most terrifying is that old man with the dog-head hat. He feels unfathomable, like the vast ocean." The mention of the dog-head hat made my heart race, and I quickly pressed, "What other characteristics does he have?" The Shiwan pondered. "It seems he has a fondness for donuts." "Donuts?" My expression darkened instantly. It was over. This was a disaster. It had to be him. The Navy hero, Carp. The Shiwan gasped, though he had just arrived in this world. He understood what the Navy's peak combat power represented. He glanced at me, stating in a hushed tone, "Lei, perhaps we should make a strategic retreat." I contemplated this and realized it was indeed a feasible plan. Confronting a powerhouse like Carp head-on would be tantamount to offering ourselves as sacrifices. Instead, we should opt for a strategic withdrawal, quietly developing our strength until we could astonish everyone. Agreed. Let's make our escape, I declared resolutely. However, a complication arose. The Shiwan noted, our ship is docked at the port, and it is certainly under Navy control. Iraplia, Noburias. Their main forces are likely in the village, searching for us. The ones guarding the ship are merely lackeys. We can sneak in, finish quickly, seize the ship, and flee. That's the plan. We hasten our pace, racing against time. If Carp discovered our absence from the tavern and returned to ambush us at the port, we will be trapped like fish in a barrel. At that moment, Carp and his crew had reached the outskirts of the village. Observing the streets, he noted that the villagers, upon seeing them, reacted as if they had encountered a ghost. Vendors packed up and doors slammed shut, leaving the street deserted. Carp furrowed his brow and turned to Colonel Mouse. What is going on here? Colonel Mouse, sweating profusely, stammered, They Rege is making way for you. Carp scoffed and chose to ignore him. The more he walked, the more he sensed something was amiss. The villagers looked at them with fear, as if they were not Navy officers entering the village, but invaders. Before long, they arrived at the small tavern where we had previously stayed. Colonel Lao Shu entered the establishment, quickly attempting to ingratiate himself with the proprietor, who turned pale with fear, suspecting that Lao Shu had come to demand protection fees once again. Vice Admiral Carp wasted no time and bluntly stated, I am Vice Admiral Carp from the Naval Headquarters. I have heard that 2 pirates stayed here a few days ago. Upon hearing this, the proprietor recognized the description and realized he was referring to the 2 of them. Yet he shook his head earnestly, saying, Pirates? No, not at all. Those 2 guests didn't seem like bad people. In fact, they mentioned they were here for vacation. After hearing this, Carp discreetly glanced at the colonel, who was frantically signaling him, and he understood the situation. He decided to settle down and wait for the opportunity. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. A soldier rushed in, reporting that the village constable was drunk and insisted on reporting a significant matter. Carp waved his hand. Let him in. No sooner had he finished speaking than a scarred man, with a windmill hat wobbling atop his head, stumbled in. Upon seeing Carp, he fell to his knees and wept loudly. General Carp, it's truly you. You finally arrived. This man was the village constable, Jianju. Today, upon spotting Carp's warship, he felt as if he had seen a savior. He pointed at Colonel Lao Shu, sobbing uncontrollably, and revealed all the details about how this fellow colluded with pirates to exploit the villagers. Hearing this, Colonel Lao Shu felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly tried to cover Jinju's mouth, arguing, Don't listen to his nonsense. He's drunk. Carp's expression darkened immediately, as if the very temperature of the tavern had plummeted to freezing. He cast a glacial glance at Colonel Lao Shu, his voice devoid of any emotion. I never expected a scoundrel like you to exist within our Navy. Carp scoffed coldly and slowly rose to his feet, practically discarding the very notion of justice into the sea to feed the fish. Enraged, Carp commanded, Arrest him. The next moment, Colonel Lao Shu found himself bound and brought before Carp. The tavern owner, witnessing this spectacle, was left in a state of bemusement, likely pondering the difficulty of being a Navy officer in these times. Meanwhile, at the port, Lei Yu and Uncle Shi stealthily emerged. Carp hasn't left many men behind, Lei Yu exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. Uncle Shi also felt confident about their chances. Let us go. With determination, Uncle Shi decided to go all in. Lei Yu darted forward like an arrow, swiftly incapacitating one of the soldiers. Uncle Shi followed suit, yet they were soon discovered. A dozen naval officers rushed in, brandishing their weapons. Who are you? How dare you attack the Navy? Upon witnessing this, Lei Yu immediately surrendered. The naval officers were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, yet they cautiously surrounded him, preparing to apprehend him. Just then, Lei Yu's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his conqueror's haki. With a resounding crash, the surrounding naval officers fell like wheat before the scythe. A naval officer 1,000 meters away gaped in shock. What the? Conqueror's haki? I must report this to Admiral Carp. After dealing with the naval officers, Lei Yu and Uncle Shi bound them securely with rope. Lei Yu remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Uncle Shi, could you be a bit more discreet? All right, let us go. Lei Yu stretched and headed toward the ship. Wait, don't you think something feels off? Uncle Shi sensed something amiss. Too easy? Oh, never mind. Let us board the ship. At that moment, a piercing sound cut through the air. Uncle Shi, quick on the draw, launched a sword from his mouth. But it was still a moment too late. Lei, watch out behind you. As Lei Yu turned, he saw a blade of energy racing toward him. However, he remained unfazed, flashing a devilish smile. Ah, come at me. He crossed his arms, instantly enveloped in armament hockey. The blade of energy struck his arm, leaving only a faint scratch. Is this armament hockey? Quite interesting, Uncle Shi mused, thinking he should learn this for his little snake. I never expected to find someone like you in the East Sea. A voice called out. Who are you? Show yourself. Lei Yu scanned his surroundings, but saw no one. What surprises me even more is that you possess Conqueror's hockey. Truly a born king. Lei Yu's expression grew serious. It appeared his opponent was formidable. Uncle Shi, you go ahead and prepare the ship. Trouble may be brewing. What is happening? Uncle Shi asked, concerned. If he is a Navy officer, Carp might be on his way. Uncle Shi understood immediately and dashed toward the pirate ship. Who are you? If you don't reveal yourself, I won't hold back. Just as he finished speaking, a blade of energy surged toward Uncle Shi. Lei Yu arrived in an instant, using his armament hockey to block the attack. Ah, it seems I've found you. Lei Yu closed his eyes, activating his observation hockey. He has 3 types of hockey. Ha ha ha. The EC truly harbors hidden talents. It's a shame you don't venture to the Grand Line or the New World. A shame? Why? Because today I will capture you and send you to Impel Down. Ha ha ha. You cannot hold me. My name will echo across the seas in the future. So, your name is Lei Yu. At that moment, a man wearing a top hat and a suit stepped forth. It was Carp's aide, Bogart. Lei Yu's eyes turned icy. I never expected Carp would leave you behind. It's truly you. Fortunately, Admiral Carp is astute. Otherwise, you would have escaped today. Bogart, sword in hand, radiated coldness. You won't be able to hold me. Lei Yu knew he couldn't linger. He needed to end this swiftly. He enveloped his arms in armament hockey, locking his gaze on a Bogart. A glint of light flashed in Bogart's eyes as the aura of a swordsman erupted. He is truly exceptional, Lei Yu thought, realizing this swordsman was undoubtedly among the world's elite. Is this the caliber of swordsmanship in this world? Incredible. Uncle Shi marveled from the ship. Lei Yu slowly lowered his arms. You are strong. I underestimated you before, and I apologize. What do you mean? You're surrendering just like that? Bogart sighed, slightly disappointed. No. Lei Yu's eyes ignited with unprecedented fervor. Because you are strong, I will treat this battle with utmost seriousness. With that, Lei Yu's body trembled. A frenzied aura swept through the area, his arms turning crimson, covered in red scales. A devil fruit user? Bogart's expression turned grave. This power far exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, Bogart drew his sword. A flash of white light surged forth as a powerful blade sliced toward Lei Yu. Lei Yu remained calm, raising his arm covered in red scales, effortlessly shattering the blade. Is this the dragon claw? A mythical Zoan fruit? Are you with Kaido? You brat. Are you part of the beast pirates? Lei Yu shook his head. I prefer not to be beholden to others. There is nothing worth joining in the beast pirates. Kaido, isn't that enough? Almost. Lei Yu replied, lightly. Ha ha ha, arrogant little brat. Let me see if you possess the strength to match your arrogance. Bogart charged forward with his sword. In an instant, he appeared before Lei Yu. Brat, plapava to die. Yet Lei Yu simply closed his eyes, activating his observation hockey. Just as the blade was about to strike, Lei Yu sidestepped the attack. Oh no, that observation hockey. Subsequently, Lei Yu clenched his right fist and unleashed a tremendous force. Boom! Bogart was sent flying 100 meters away. Not bad, brat. Bogart groaned, clutching his stomach as he struggled to rise. Let me show you my true power. With that, the murderous aura emanating from him began to rise, like an abyss. I haven't fought seriously in decades. Everyone has forgotten the name of Ghost Sword Bogart. The murderous intent surged exponentially, and a red-black light pierced the heavens. Leyu felt the air around him grow icy and oppressive. At that moment, Karp, who was en route, also noticed the light, his eyes gleaming. Has Bogart encountered a worthy opponent? Meanwhile, at the port, Bogart's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. "You little brat." He leaped high, his renowned sword enveloped in dark gray sword energy. Leyu also sensed an overwhelming pressure, excitement illuminating his face. "Come on, Bogart," he roared, his arms entwined with violet flames. "Dance to your heart's content." Ji Hua Long Quan. With a powerful punch, Leyu surged forward. Instantly, a blinding light flashed. The entire Coco West Island trembled violently. The port was reduced to ruins, the dust obscuring vision. Amidst the haze, a figure staggered out. "Who won?" the Navy anxiously inquired. "It is Lord Bogart." An ecstatic Navy officer cheered. There lay Bogart, bloodied and battered, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. An eerie silence enveloped the Navy. As the smoke dissipated, Leyu stood firm, unscathed. Impossible. No one could emerge unhurt from such a powerful attack. The Navy gaped in disbelief. He is not human. Upon seeing Bogart fall, Leyu exhaled in relief, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. He had endured that last blow, his internal energy surging. Scanning the Navy, he noted their trembling forms. "What do you want?" they stammered. "General Karp is coming." "Huh?" Leyu scoffed, gazing toward the sea. A modest ship appeared on the horizon, adorned with an unremarkable pirate flag. "Hey, Uncle Shi, I'm over here." Leyu raised his arms high. Uncle Shi navigated the ship to shore, grinning at Leyu. "How was the fight?" Leyu, picking his nose, boasted it was all right. "I haven't even unleashed my full power yet." "Enough chatter. Get on the ship. Karp is on his way." "All right." Leyu leaped onto the deck, stretching lazily. "Let us go, Uncle Shi." However, just as the ship began to move, both felt a chill run down their spines. A massive boulder hurtled toward them. Leyu's expression changed drastically as a realization struck him. "Not good." "Ha ha ha, little brat. The old man hasn't even arrived yet. Why the rush?" Leyu's expression grew more serious, and Uncle Shi also sensed something amiss. "Is it him?" Leyu nodded silently. Bogart was a decoy after all. I tell you, the tension back then was palpable. That old man Karp was furious, his beard almost bristling as he pointed at my brother Leyu, shouting, "What kind of joke is this? Kid, you attacked my soldiers and wrecked my ship, and now you want to leave without a word? Where do you think the Navy's pride lies?" My brother, ever clever, quickly waved his hands, feigning innocence. "General Karp, it's a huge misunderstanding. I never intended to become a pirate. I just took a wrong turn on a favorable wind. Besides, the guy named Dalmesia insisted on capturing me. I couldn't just stand there and let him hit me, could I? And guess what happened?" Upon hearing this, Karp burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, as though he had just heard the funniest joke of the year. Once he calmed down, wiping away tears of mirth, he leaned in with a mischievous grin and said, "You don't want to be a pirate? What about Roger's treasure and the throne of the Pirate King? Aren't you tempted?" What a soul-searching question. My brother hesitated momentarily before delivering a line that left Karp speechless. "The Pirate King? Isn't that already reserved for your grandson?" "I can't compete with him, Nanny." Karp's eyes widened. "My grandson? You know Luffy?" My brother, enigmatic as ever, replied, "He doesn't know me, but I know him well. By now, that kid is probably nearing the Grand Line." At these words, Karp lost it, roaring, "That little brat is moving so fast. I have to catch him and give him a good thrashing." After scolding his grandson, Karp swiftly changed his tone, eyeing my brother with a sly grin. "Kid, say that again. You really aren't a pirate?" My brother casually cleaned his ears, replying, "Of course not. I haven't figured out my life plan yet. But starting a pirate crew could be fun." This statement sent Karp into a frenzy. His eyes sparkled with calculations. Moments later, he slapped his thigh and declared, "Kid, stop messing around. Join the Navy. Come under my wing, and I'll protect you. Family, who understands?" The naval hero Karp extended an olive branch. He had witnessed my brother's battle with Bogart and was smitten with talent. Just imagine, an 18-year-old with explosive combat power. If he were trained well, he could become a great admiral of the Navy. Plus, he could easily eliminate a future sea emperor. What a lucrative deal. My brother was momentarily dazed, glancing at Uncle Shi for input. Uncle Shi, aloof, turned away, indicating it was his decision. Sensing an opportunity, Carp added, "Kid, as long as you nod, I'll apply for a lieutenant rank for you." Lieutenant. Goodness, one step away from captain. Carp was making quite the promise. My brother's gaze began to wander, evidently intrigued. This cunning old fox Carp seized the moment. "Moreover, I will bury the incident of you sinking those 3 battleships of Dalmatia with a little more effort. I can assure you that position." Upon hearing this, my brother's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he blurted, "Admiral?" I nearly burst out laughing at that moment. Carp's face darkened, his fists clenching ominously, as if to say, "Does this kid even know how to talk?" "I meant Admiral, not Marshal." Oh, Admiral." My brother elongated the words, his mind racing with possibilities. Being a Navy officer didn't seem so bad. Someday he could rise to Marshal, leading a fleet against the Celestial Dragons. What a thrilling thought. And besides, there were beauties like Tao too in the Navy. Yes, for justice, certainly not for the beauties. Just as my brother seemed ready to agree, the most dramatic turn of events occurred. His troublesome system chimed in. Campaign selection, task activated. Goodness, 3 options left my brother in silence. Option 1, join the Navy. Reward? Top-tier cooking skills. Who understands this system? So, if he joined the Navy, he'd become a top chef for Kizaru, aiming for a laid-back, health-conscious meal. Option 2, join the Revolutionary Army. Reward, 500 points. Quite standard. Option 3, declare the establishment of a pirate crew. Reward, 2 Marine 6 styles of choice and an additional 500 points. Was there even a choice? The rewards practically forced my brother to become a pirate. Furthermore, the task required an immediate declaration, essentially slapping Carp in the face right in front of him. My brother had no desire to experience the wrath of that iron fist of love. Yet, the Marine 6 styles were incredibly tempting, especially the Moonwalk and Shurgan, which would be a monumental enhancement for him. Torn between the illustrious path of becoming a Marine Admiral and the extraordinary boost from the system, my brother found himself in a fierce internal struggle. Uncle Shi, perceiving his conflict, quietly leaned in and whispered, "Lay, being with the Navy means sheltering under a great tree." Upon hearing this, my brother's eyes shifted. Yes, indeed, strength was everything. As long as I am powerful, what does allegiance matter? Carp, leisurely enjoying a donut on the shore, noticed my brother's epiphany and waved. "Have you made your choice? Come aboard my ship." His expression radiated confidence, as if my brother were already his possession. Then, with a leap, my brother landed solidly on the ship's bow, his gaze resolute as he looked at Carp. Taking a deep breath, he announced loudly, "I declare." Everyone held their breath. Uncle Shi even sighed in relief, thinking that he would no longer be chased by the Navy daily. "I declare the establishment of the Ji Long Pirate Crew. Our full name is the Ji Long Zhong Shun Pirate Crew." Ding! The system reward was instant. My brother instantly learned Moonwalk and Shurgan, reveling in newfound power. In the next moment, he suddenly realized, and the expression on his face was more grotesque than if he had consumed something foul. At that instant, I felt as though my brother's intelligence had been subjected to a quantum-level insult. This Navy 6 style, isn't it simply a skill of the Navy? If I were to join the Navy, wouldn't I be able to learn the entire set? This system is adept at manipulation, using just 2 skills to completely bamboozle my brother. Alas, it has come to this. We can only press on with resolve. Yet what lies ahead is the wrath of that old man Carp. The surrounding Navy soldiers collectively gulped. A chilling silence descended upon the scene. Uncle Snake shook his head helplessly, his gaze seemingly conveying, "You didn't absorb a word of that, did you?" On the shore, Carp was petrified, and with a thud, the donut in his hand fell to the ground. He stared with wide eyes, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist. Likely pondering, how dare this kid refuse Lord Carp? An officer? A general? Is he out his mind? To slap his face in public, is he courting death? The Navy soldiers were in an uproar. Carp's countenance darkened at an observable rate, the air around him nearly freezing. "Kid, have you made up your mind?" My brother nodded resolutely. Just then, the ship beneath us creaked ominously. The bow transformed into a fearsome dragon's head, the hull adorned with intricate dragon patterns. And the pirate flag morphed into a crimson dragon entwined with a skull. An astonishing sight. Carp was left dumbfounded, murmuring, A ship spirit? This vessel actually possesses a ship spirit? My brother stood atop the dragon's head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mr. Carp, I apologize, but I believe being a pirate offers greater freedom. Freedom? Carp sneered. Since it is your own choice, then this old man shall not allow you to depart so easily today. With that, he stepped forward. My brother met his challenge, stepping forward in kind. Boom! The two formidable auras collided violently, causing the sea to boil and the sky to tear apart. Carp fixed his gaze on my brother and declared, Kid, seeing as you haven't committed any wrongs, if you can withstand a punch from me, I will grant you a 5-minute head start. I thought to myself, this old man is rather cheeky. How far can one run in 5 minutes? No sooner had he spoken than Carp's fist was enveloped in a pitch-black hockey. The pressure was suffocating. His muscles bulged and the ground beneath him cracked. My brother, undeterred, unleashed his conqueror's hockey with abandon. Boom! A dark red aura erupted from him, sending red-black lightning raging. Carp was astonished. He had not anticipated the strength of my brother's conqueror's hockey. The two forces clashed in the air, and with a thunderous roar, the sky was indeed rent asunder. Kid, be careful, Carp bellowed, vanishing from sight, only to reappear above my brother's head, employing the moonwalk. It's coming. My brother's eyes narrowed, his right arm transforming into a fearsome dragon claw. He understood that only the strength of a dragon could withstand this punch. Arrogant little brat, brace yourself. Carp's massive fist was already thrusting toward his face. My brother advanced rather than retreating, extending his dragon-formed index finger, shouting, Dragon Claw Gun, Iron Fist, bang! A resounding explosion reverberated, the light brighter than the sun. A terrifying shockwave swept across the surroundings like a tsunami. My brother and Carp were both sent flying. My brother landed on the deck, only to discover that the shockwave was propelling our ship swiftly backward. An opportunity. He decisively shouted to Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake, quickly, use wind release. Let us make our escape. Uncle Snake understood instantly, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A super hurricane erupted from his mouth, and our ship took off like it was equipped with a nuclear-powered engine, disappearing from the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye. On the shore, Carp and the group of Navy officers stood dumbstruck, staring at the empty sea, utterly bewildered. What has happened? Where did they go? General Carp, should we pursue? Board the ship. Wait 5 minutes before chasing. I keep my word. Carp leaped onto the warship, unnoticed by anyone. His concealed right hand trembled uncontrollably beneath his coat. 5 minutes later, Carp commanded, full speed ahead. Pursue. But the ship remained stationary. A soldier came scrambling, breathless. Report, General. The ship's power system has been completely destroyed. What? Carp erupted in fury. What happened? The soldier, trembling, produced a dead little white snake. We found many of these in the power compartment. A snake man? That guy. Carp's mind instantly conjured the image of Uncle Snake. That damned fellow is truly insidious. Can it be repaired? It can, but it may take 3 days. Carp was so furious he nearly spat blood. This time he was truly done for. He had someone fetch a photographer, obtaining pictures of my brother and Uncle Snake. My brother's photo was taken at the bow when he announced the formation of the pirate crew, exuding charisma. But when he saw Uncle Snake's photo, he was so frightened he nearly tossed the camera away. In the picture, Uncle Snake struck an exceedingly bizarre pose, his neck elongated, tongue protruding several centimeters. Looking like a hanged ghost. Carp cursed and ordered the photos sent back to headquarters, then pulled out a den mushy, directly calling Admiral Sengoku. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku was overwhelmed with paperwork when the phone rang. Hello, Carp, you scoundrel. Running off to the East Blue for a vacation and still bothering me? But Carp on the other end was unusually serious. Sengoku, help me issue 2 bounty notices. Sengoku sensed something was amiss. What is going on? Did you encounter a tough opponent in the East Blue? 2 very powerful pirates, a pirate crew that just formed today, right in front of me. Sengoku was astonished. To escape from Carp's grasp, their strength must be extraordinary. How strong? One at least of Vice Admiral rank. The other, I estimate, possesses Admiral-level combat power. He easily defeated Bogart. What? Admiral-level combat power. Sengoku shot up from his chair. Carp then dropped another bombshell. Moreover, he is only 18 years old. Sengoku was utterly speechless, gasping in shock, taking a moment to recover. Send the photos over, and I'll issue the bounty immediately. What do you think the bounty should be? Carp did not hesitate in the slightest, articulating each word deliberately. 1 billion berries. 1 billion. Sengoku's jaw nearly dropped. Isn't that too high for a newcomer? Once this bounty notice is issued, the entire world will be in uproar. It's like debuting at the pinnacle. Then Carp's voice came softly over the line. Not too high. Considering his age and potential, I think it's a bit low. I swear, when that old man on the other end said this, I felt my blood pressure spike, exhaustion washing over me. I sighed and shouted into the den mushy. Fine, 1 billion it is. Carp, you old coot, always passing the buck to me. Well then, I'm hanging up. I'm off to catch him. Wait, I called after him. What about the other one? The snake man who took down Dalmatia in one move? What's the bounty for him? Carp, as if unbothered, casually replied, Oh, that one? You can decide for yourself. P.S. Rather formidable. With that, he hung up with a click. Good heavens, thank you very much. I slumped back into my chair, feeling my temples throb. What on earth is happening? Moments later, there was a knock at the door, and a duty soldier entered, placing 2 photos on my desk. I waved him off, eager to see who had stirred up such turmoil in the Navy headquarters. The first photo featured the main character, Lei Yu. Oh my, the young man looked spirited, 18 years old, resembling a pop idol. So handsome. Just this face, and you say he has admiral-level strength? I certainly don't believe it. Then I glanced at the second photo and shot up from my chair. My goodness, what on earth is that in the picture? The skin was pallid, the eyes slitted like a serpent, and that tongue, elongated, seemed capable of performing a flamboyant display of dexterity. In that moment, all my fatigue evaporated, leaving me utterly alert. Was this truly a human being? Somewhere far in the EC, a snake person was likely sneezing, pondering if they had caught a cold. Just as I was recovering from my shock, the door chimed again, and Qingji, that lazy fellow, sauntered in, dragging a chair to sit opposite me, appearing as though he had just awakened. There has been an incident on Carp's end, I whispered. Upon hearing Carp's name, Qingji instantly shook off his drowsiness. Sitting upright with a piercing gaze. What happened? I leaned closer to his ear and murmured the details. Goodness, after hearing it, Qingji's eyes sparkled with intensity. And he stood up, muttering, I understand about the billion. As soon as he departed, Wang Bulanyu entered, his face serious as he queried, Commander, are we truly setting a bounty of 1 billion on a newcomer? I, disinclined to engage in conversation, nodded and handed him the documents. After reviewing them, Bulanyu gasped sharply, exclaiming, I need to convene a meeting immediately. Thus commenced an emergency assembly at the Navy headquarters, where every admiral and above gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Bulanyu stood on the platform like an auctioneer, first slapping up Luffy's bounty notice. Straw Hat Kid, 30 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment, realizing the unprecedented nature of it all. I chuckled inwardly, for the grand revelation was yet to come. Clearing his throat, Bulanyu slapped up the second notice. The crowd gasped as they beheld the figure. 430 million. The room erupted in chaos. Who is this? They look so peculiar. A newcomer? Surely this is a jest. Bulanyu calmly elucidated, from the gods' pirates, a snake person. With one blow, he incapacitated Vice-Admiral Dalmatia and 3 warships. An unconvinced admiral retorted, Dalmatia isn't even top tier. Does he truly deserve 430 million? And calling themselves the gods' pirates, that is quite presumptuous. Bulanyu's eyes gleamed as he dropped a bombshell. He only needed 1 strike. Moreover, it is rumored he can control a serpent nearly 10,000 meters long. What? 10,000 meters? There were no further objections. The astonishing feat left everyone dumbstruck. Finally, the main event arrived. Bulanyu, trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's, gingerly affixed the last bounty notice to the board. The audience was initially captivated by the handsome visage of Lei Yu. The stunning Peach Rabbit's eyes sparkled, as she likely pondered why such a charming youth wasn't joining the Navy. But as she glanced down at the sum, counting the zeros, 10, 100, 1,000, she let out a sharp gasp, her entire being trembling. The meeting room fell silent, as if the very air had been sucked out. Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshan, a typically gentle soul, slammed the table, nearly crushing his cigar. What the hell? Bulanyu, are you jesting? 1 billion berries. Is the higher command insane? Bulanyu, observing the enraged assembly, leisurely remarked, this bounty was established by Mr. Karp. At that moment, the room fell eerily silent as if a spell had been cast. Hua Xiaoshan instantly returned to his seat, not daring to utter a word. The mere mention of Karp's name was a formidable talisman. Bulanyu continued to read. Captain of the Gods Pirates, Lei Yu. Achievements, defeated Bogart, severely injuring him, withstood Karp's full power punch unscathed, and departed without a scratch. Initial bounty, 1 billion berries. Now, the seasoned veterans had nothing to say. They understood Bogart's strength. To take Karp's punch and escape was beyond the realm of human capability. As the meeting concluded, a throng of naval officers floated out as if in a daze, their minds still grappling with the revelations. Shortly after, Akainu, in a fit of rage, nearly kicked the door down as he stormed in, shouting, Why did you send Qingji and not me? I was overwhelmed, concocting a flimsy excuse to placate him. He began to argue about the billion berries bounty, accusing me of recklessness. I was exasperated and shot back. Karp said he possesses Vice Admiral level strength, but he is a newcomer. He possesses Vice Admiral level strength. This will affect the New World's dynamics. He possesses Vice Admiral level strength. I transformed into a relentless echo, leaving him speechless. Akainu, realizing he could not best me in argument, huffed and stormed out. Meanwhile, Kizaru, that seasoned trickster, lounged with his legs crossed, scrutinizing the bounty notices. Upon seeing Luffy, he mused, interesting. When he glimpsed the snake person, he exclaimed, Oh, what a formidable newcomer. But upon reaching Lei Yu's visage, his typically nonchalant expression froze, his pupils quaking. 1 billion berries. Oh dear, what a terrifying newcomer, he muttered, his hand trembling around his teacup, quietly hoping never to encounter this individual, feeling a headache coming on. 2 days later, these bounty notices spread like wildfire across the seas. In the New World, Mihawk, the world's most aloof male deity, sat in his coffin-like vessel, rowing a few strokes before setting out to find Shanks. At that moment, Shanks was reveling with his crew, and upon seeing Mihawk arrive, he half-sobered, fearing a confrontation. Yet, Mihawk merely produced Luffy's bounty notice, offering it as a delightful surprise. Shanks erupted in joyous laughter, dragging Mihawk into a round of drinks. Exuberant as a child weighing 300 pounds. After several rounds, Mihawk presented another bounty notice. Shanks took it, casually exclaiming, What? Just 1 billion for a little brat? Before he could finish, Mihawk solemnly interjected, He is still in the East Sea, and this is his initial bounty. With a crash, Shanks dropped his drink, shattering the glass on the floor. The once lively party fell into a profound silence. You're joking, Mihawk? Shanks's voice trembled. Mihawk, expressionless, delivered the final blow. He defeated Bogart, withstood Karp's full-force punch, and then fled. Boom! Shanks's conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably, shattering every bottle and glass in the vicinity. He fixated on that youthful face, murmuring, he withstood Karp's full-force punch? Meanwhile, on the Whitebeard pirate's side, Ace was elated upon seeing Luffy's bounty notice. Whitebeard tossed him 2 more, and upon seeing them, Ace's hands began to tremble. 1 billion for a newcomer. When did such a creature emerge from the East Sea? Kaido of the 100 Beasts, upon viewing the bounty notice, was incensed not by the sum, but by Lei Yu's dragon-shaped ship, roaring, arrogant little brat. When he arrives in the New World, I'll make him understand who the true dragon is. In no time, the entire world buzzed with discussions about this man named Lei Yu. And what of our tempestuous protagonist, Lei Yu? He was lost. I tell you, Uncle Snake's face was as dark as a pot's bottom, gritting his teeth and glaring at Lei Yu. Didn't TU claim to know navigation? Lei Yu, still defiant, shrugged his shoulders and shamelessly replied, Of course I do. What a farce. The system had provided him with a world map from our reality, marked with the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. Folks, isn't this operation utterly outrageous? It was an audacious blend of cyber crossover and heartfelt warmth. The two drifted at sea for 3 days, their food and water nearly depleted, relying on fish for sustenance. Just hearing the word fish made Lei want to vomit. Uncle Snake, infuriated, spat out a plump white snake, wiggling it in front of him. Then we'll eat this today. I tell you, Lei turned pale, clutching the ship's railing and retching violently. The imagery was so vivid, it felt as though a fragrant live broadcast was about to unfold. Uncle Snake, could we not be so grotesque? Lei lamented. What? Silent means you consent? Uncle Snake retorted, brandishing a dagger. In that moment of despair, Lei spotted a small black dot in the distance, resembling an island, and he hurriedly pointed, shouting, Uncle Snake, look, an island. Uncle Snake cleaned the snake and stuffed it back in his mouth. Lei, witnessing this, was left in utter shock, leading to another bout of intense retching. Consequently, the two of them steered their vessel towards the island, navigating for nearly 2 hours, only to realize that the object appeared to be receding further into the distance. Could it be that they had taken a wrong turn? The thought left Lei feeling quite perturbed. Uncle Shi's mind began to whirl. Could it be that this island was mobile? This single utterance roused Lei from his stupor. His eyes gleamed with realization. It moves? Could it be a floating island? The mere thought of the golden paradise upon the aerial isle made Lei's mouth water, and he rubbed his hands together in excitement. We are destined for fortune. Uncle Shi, let us pursue it. But how? The more we chase, the farther it seems to drift away. Lei leaned closer to Uncle Shi, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Uncle Shi, do you recall the wind evasion technique we employed during our escape? Uncle Shi's eyes lit up as he dashed to the stern of the boat. Clasping his hands together, wind evasion, major breakthrough. A tempestuous gust erupted from his mouth, and the boat shot forward, accelerating several-fold. Observing the spectacle, Lei thought to himself, astonishing. Is it truly a matter of clapping hands and announcing it? Yet the speed still seemed inadequate. Lei concocted a sly plan, patting Uncle Shi on the shoulder. Uncle Shi turned around, nearly blown away by the gale. Once the wind subsided, Lei grinned mischievously. Uncle Shi, would you like to go even faster? What should we do then? This may require a bit of sacrifice on your part, Lei said earnestly, gesturing. All you need to do is extend your neck. Submerge your head beneath the water, and with the aid of the water's resistance and thrust, we shall attain greater speed. Is that truly advisable? Not advisable? My goodness. Let me tell you, Uncle Shi, your vision remains too narrow. I could see the conflict on his face, so I leaned closer and whispered 2 words. Technology. I informed him that on that island, there exists a spacecraft capable of transcending this world. This struck a chord deep within Uncle Shi. For the sake of science, what could he not accomplish? His eyes sparkled like 2 incandescent bulbs. I further ignited his enthusiasm, stating that the spacecraft was so impressive it could explore the mysteries beyond the world. No sooner had I finished speaking than I heard a splash, without a moment's hesitation. This scientific fanatic leaped into the sea. For those who understand, he executed a perfect inverted dive, clinging tightly to the rear of the boat, his limbs grasping the hull as his head submerged in the water, beginning to form seals with his mouth. Wind evasion, major breakthrough. I assure you, I shall never forget that scene for the rest of my life. Our boat surged forward as if equipped with a rocket booster. Standing at the boat's stern, one thought consumed me. Uncle Shi's engine is unparalleled. The best part was it did not consume fuel, which made it 1,000 times superior to any wind cannon. Thus, we sped across the ocean like a speedboat. I occasionally leaned over to inquire, Uncle Shi, can you still endure? Uncle Shi, his mouth full of water, could not respond, yet quietly extended a hand from the water to give me a thumbs up. I felt deeply moved and nodded. Well done, Uncle Shi, hold on tight. We shall arrive shortly. And guess what happened next? He extended his other hand, signaling okay. Quite the will to survive. At that moment, I felt a twinge of anxiety. Thankfully, he could not see ahead, for the island was merely a small dot on the horizon. Had I been honest with him, he surely would have leaped up and pressed me to the deck in frustration. After what felt like over an hour, That tiny finally transformed into a grand mountain suspended in the sky. Yet, the more I gazed at it, the more something felt amiss. This floating island seemed rather underwhelming, only a few thousand meters high, unlike the towering 10,000-meter-high Gaia Island I remembered. As we approached the island, I shouted towards the stern, "Uncle Shi, we have truly arrived this time." With a splash, Uncle Shi's neck extended like rubber, bursting forth from the water and fixating his large head upon me. "This is the 11th time you've claimed we are nearly there." Feeling embarrassed, I scratched my head and pointed towards the sky. Look, this time it's genuine." Uncle Shi craned his neck to take a look, and indeed it was so. I pondered the anomaly of Uncle Shi's physique, which seemed more bizarre than Luffy's rubber fruit, a true enigma. Orochimaru executed a backflip onto the deck, his eyes filled with fervor, murmuring, "Art prophecy." Observing his obsession, I could not bear to inform him, "My friend, I fear we may have arrived at the wrong location." "How do we ascend this height?" Uncle Shi inquired. I flashed him a charming smile and seized his arm. "We shall ascend. Uncle Shi, prepare yourself. I shall take you flying. 6 styles of the Navy moonwalk." I placed my left foot atop my right, pulling Uncle Shi upwards into the sky. However, mid-flight, when we were still 1,000 meters from the island, I suddenly found myself halted, as though I had collided with a wall, unable to proceed. A notification rang in my mind. "Moonwalk has reached its limit. Please pay 200 points to upgrade." I was taken aback. How outrageous. With no other choice, I begrudgingly upgraded. And guess what? After spending 200 points, Moonwalk ascended to Space Moonwalk, allowing me to soar to heights of over 10,000 meters, with a hover time extended to 5 minutes. What a splendid upgrade. I continued to ascend, my speed more than doubled. A minute later, we landed securely upon the island. Suddenly, it struck me. Am I not capable of transforming into Zhu Long? I could have flown all along. Why did I spend those 200 points? For those who understand, I felt the sting of the intelligence tax, my heart aching. Alas, it is what it is. Just as we steadied ourselves, a colossal roar erupted from the forest, and a blue saber-toothed tiger, towering several times my height, emerged, its fangs glinting ominously. Before I could react, Uncle Shi inexplicably produced a large iron pot, having already prepared a fire pit, brandishing a knife and fork as he began to warm up. The large cat seemed bewildered, likely thinking what was wrong with this human. With a fierce roar, it lunged towards me. At that moment, I was at a loss. "Good sir, do you not see that he is the one preparing the pot? Why do you attack me?" With no other recourse, I leaped forward, delivering a heavy punch from above. With a resounding crash, the once mighty saber-toothed tiger was no more. Moments later, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the pot. I assure you, the meat from this other world was unlike any other. With a single bite, the juices burst forth, tender and succulent. No wonder Luffy was so fond of meat. Uncle Shi and I devoured it ravenously. As we feasted, I noticed a delectable morsel in the pot, pondering it must be a great tonic, something to replenish Uncle Shi's vitality. Just as I was about to serve that piece of meat to Uncle Shi, suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and the air was filled with the roars of beasts. Following the sounds, I was taken aback. A cloud of yellow sand billowed towards us, trailing an uncountable number of colossal ferocious beasts, as if they had been starved for 800 years, charging towards us. Well then, even a meal is fraught with peril. I set down the piece of meat, rising to my feet, my gaze sharpening, unleashing the conqueror's haki in an instant. The once fierce horde of beasts fell like a line of dominoes, collapsing one after another. The world fell silent in an instant. I dragged back the largest porcupine, shouting to Uncle Shi, "Extra serving." After satisfying our hunger, we reclined on the grass, contentedly picking our teeth. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was amiss. This island was certainly not a Nairu-S. But never mind, let us fill our stomachs first. Unbeknownst to us, deep within the forest, atop a colossal tree, a gigantic telephone insect was broadcasting our outdoor barbecue live. Meanwhile, not far from this island, a flamboyant pirate ship soared through the air. The prow bore a golden lion, and the entire vessel floated in the sky. A man adorned in a golden kimono, lacking legs, and standing atop two renowned swords, emerged. Had I seen him, I would have undoubtedly fled on the spot. This was none other than the legendary pirate known as Golden Lion Shiki, who stood alongside Roger and Whitebeard in infamy. Yet, this fellow's demeanor shifted dramatically. As he fondly reminisced about Roger, a series of comical footsteps sounded behind him. Golden Lion Shiki immediately lost his composure, turning to roar, "Indigo, could you not resolve your footsteps?" A peculiar doctor with blue hair approached, gesturing for an extended period. Jean Shitsi appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What on earth do you wish to say?" Ultimately, the doctor spoke, "Shurji, we have discovered some intriguing individuals on Floating Island." Jean Shitsi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, "Nanny. You can actually speak." He continued, "These individuals are simply extraordinary. And there is even a fashionable gorilla nearby, applauding and laughing. This is nothing like the pirate crews of the old era. It's more akin to a comedic boy band. This display has left me utterly confounded." Before long, Jean Shitsi observed us feasting heartily on the island through a video phone bug. Upon witnessing me incapacitate an entire beast horde with a mere glance, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is this the might of Conqueror's Hockey?" He ordered the image to be magnified, fixating intensely on my face, and abruptly paused. This lad seemed somewhat familiar. The nearby Indigo leaned in for a closer look, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "Isn't this the newcomer who has recently stirred up chaos in the New World?" He fumbled through a stack of bounty notices, finally producing one. "Look, is this not him? The one with an initial bounty of 1 billion berries. Leiyu." Jean Shitsi took the bounty notice, utterly astonished. "A billion for a first bounty? What kind of joke is this?" Indigo added fuel to the fire. It is said that he withstood a full-force punch from Carp and escaped unscathed. At this revelation, Jean Shitsi fell into silence, reflecting on his own past when Carp had imprisoned him. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, "Set sail at full speed. I must meet this intriguing lad in person." Meanwhile, Snake Uncle and I just finished our meal, preparing to scavenge some supplies for our escape. Suddenly, Snake Uncle inquired, "What about the Arc Maxim?" I froze, realizing I had completely forgotten about it. How was I to explain this? Just as I was about to confess, a massive shadow enveloped us. Snake Uncle looked up and exclaimed, "Arc Maxim!" I glanced upward, my heart sinking. This was no Arc. It was, in fact, Jean Shitsi's pirate ship. In an instant, I comprehended the situation. This was not merely an empty island, but Jean Shitsi's floating island. I grabbed Snake Uncle, intending to flee, but it was already too late. A figure descended from the sky, Jean Shitsi himself, landing right before me. He scrutinized me from head to toe, grinning as he remarked, "Young one, coming to my territory to feast without a word? That doesn't seem quite right." My heart raced with anxiety, yet I feigned calmness. "Shurji, let us get to the point. If you wish to fight, then let us not dawdle." However, Snake Uncle, as I must tell you, lacked any sense of discretion. He ignored Jean Shitsi entirely and wandered beneath the ship, gazing at it in fascination. Then turning to Jean Shitsi, "Hey, this ship is yours, right? How does it fly?" Jean Shitsi was taken aback, glancing around. Who is speaking?" I pointed to Snake Uncle behind him. Snake Uncle repeated his question, and to my surprise, Jean Shitsi, not the least bit angered, generously explained it was the ability of the Piao Piao fruit. Upon learning it was not some advanced technology, Snake Uncle scoffed, losing interest. He then crouched at Jean Shitsi's feet, beginning to examine the two swords he wielded. Jean Shitsi likely thought Snake Uncle recognized his famous blades and felt a bit smug. Unexpectedly, Snake Uncle spoke, "Doesn't that hurt your legs?" An awkward silence fell over the scene. Jean Shitsi appeared utterly dumbfounded. Delivering a light knock to Snake Uncle's head and dragging him aside, coaxing him into silence. I gestured to my own head and then at Snake Uncle, indicating our predicament. Remarkably, Jean Shitsi seemed to understand, returning me a knowing glance. Just as I began to feel relieved, sensing no hostility from him, his eyes flashed with cold determination, and in an instant a swift leg strike, glinting with the edge of a blade, soared toward me. It was too quick. I barely had time to evade. In the blink of an eye, my arm transformed, dragon scales enveloping me, and with a clang I blocked the strike. Using the momentum, I leapt back, creating distance while staring intently at him. Shurji, what is your intent? Jin Shitsi erupted into laughter. Kekiki, splendid reflexes, lad. I merely wish to assess whether you are worthy of your bounty. Join me, and together we shall reign over this world. I scoffed derisively. Reign over the world? Jin Shitsi, you are still unworthy. Floating in the air, he spread his arms wide, arrogantly declaring, I shall show this era what true piracy entails. I gazed at him with a knowing smile. Are you referring to the plan to obliterate the East Sea? Jin Shitsi stumbled midair, nearly losing his balance. His face a mask of shock, Nanny. How do you know? I replied with a mysterious smile. In this world, there is nothing I do not know. His expression darkened as he extended another invitation to join him. I resolutely declined. Perplexed, he questioned my refusal. I fixed my gaze upon him, enunciating each word with clarity, because soon, the one to rule these seas will be me. And I am speaking of the entire ocean. An insolent child. Jin Shitsi was utterly enraged. If that is the case, you shall remain here forever. No sooner had he spoken than he gestured with both hands, causing the earth to tremble violently. 10 colossal lions, formed of rock and towering thousands of meters high, rose from the ground, encircling me. I dashed toward one of the stone lions, my right arm transforming, and with a dragon fist, I struck down, shattering it into a pile of rubble. Landing on the ground, I taunted the airborne Jin Shitsi. Such meager tactics will not bind me. Kekiki, is that so? Jin Shitsi waved his hand, and to my astonishment, the very stone lion I had just obliterated reformed. I was taken aback. This creature could resurrect. In the blink of an eye, the 10 stone lions surrounded me, rendering escape impossible. Just as I thought I would be buried alive, the ground quaked violently once more, and all 10 lions collapsed. As the dust settled, a massive white serpent, nearly 10,000 meters long, coiled before me, blocking the revived stone lions. Jin Shitsi gazed at this colossal creature, visibly moved, standing atop the serpent's head. Snake Uncle calmly instructed, leave these stone creatures to me. You focus on dealing with that fellow. My heart warmed. In this critical moment, Snake Uncle was indeed reliable. Jin Shitsi, observing us, wore a grim expression. Are you not planning to team up? I flashed him a grin, employing the moonwalk technique to appear before him in an instant, my arms morphing into dragon claws. For you, I alone am sufficient. One audacious lad. I am increasingly fond of you. Jin Shitsi laughed heartily as he kicked out one of his famed swords, unleashing a terrifying slash that tore the ground apart, creating a chasm 1,000 zhang deep. I extended my dragon claws, successfully intercepting the blow, squeezing tightly until the slash dissipated in my grasp. Jin Shitsi's expression sharpened, and in the next moment, he transformed into a blur, his speed breaking the sound barrier as he charged at me with a terrifying force that threatened to tear through space. I was unfazed, my body trembled, unleashing the violent aura of Zhulong as I met his dual swords with my fists. The collision of blades and fists erupted in a storm of lightning, leveling everything within 100 meters. Snake Uncle, engaged in battle with the stone lions, couldn't he help but mutter as he observed our clash. This is truly a terrifying battle. Terrifying? Let me tell you, this is merely the beginning. Jin Shitsi and I have been engaged in a fierce struggle for nearly 10 minutes, both of us panting heavily, exhausted. The individuals aboard his ship, including that Indigo and the fashionable gorilla, watched from a distance, nearly trembling with fear, wanting to assist but refraining, knowing that in such a battle, they would be mere fodder. And would you believe it? Suddenly, Jin Shitsi erupted into wild laughter, proclaiming, "Young one, the warm-up is over. Hereafter, allow me to showcase my true prowess." At that moment, I could not help but chuckle. Who among us has not faced such circumstances? I swiftly ignited my draconic fists with a resplendent crimson flame, sneering. What a coincidence! I too have just begun to limber up. This revelation rendered the golden lion utterly speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief, likely astonished that my fruit was of the mythical beast variety. His expression was a spectacle to behold, a mix of shock and fury, muttering, "Why? Why would such a talent not join my ranks?" I retorted succinctly, "Would you then ally yourself with Roger's crew?" At this statement, he momentarily froze, only to erupt into a frenzied laughter, claiming he was growing increasingly fond of me, to the point of hesitating to kill me. I merely rolled my eyes, uninterested in further discourse, and lunged forward in a single stride. The golden lion was not to be underestimated. He unleashed two blades, Sakura and Kumu, sending forth waves of golden sword energy. However, let me assure you, the flames encircling my fists were no mere ornament. With two powerful strikes, I obliterated his sword energy to smithereens. Realizing this was futile, he quickly enveloped his twin blades with haki and engaged me once more in combat. Yet, his stance was undeniably awkward. Utilizing his feet to wield swords lacked the finesse of hand-to-hand combat. This singular flaw was my opportunity. With a resounding thud, I delivered a heavy punch that sent him plummeting from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact. Would I grant him a moment of respite? Absolutely not. With a swift motion, I chased him into the pit, my right hand reaching into the void. In an instant, a colossal dragon head of violet flames materialized, gaping wide as it lunged toward the golden lion. This inferno was not to be trifled with. He howled in agony within, hastily activating his haki to endure the onslaught. Yet at that moment, dear comrades, he suddenly succumbed to despair. He realized his haki had waned significantly, leaving him questioning his very existence. Have I truly grown old? Is this era no longer mine? My dear fellow, while you wallow in melancholy, I remained undeterred. Observing him stand idle, I assumed he was merely enduring. Without hesitation, I unleashed a blazing dragon fist. Startled by my momentum, he could no longer evade and was forced to absorb the blow with his arms. The impact was devastating. He was sent soaring dozens of meters away, his right arm shattered upon collision. I watched as he staggered to his feet, his right arm hanging limply, void of his former commanding presence. I coolly uttered, "Golden Lion, you have aged." This seemed to ignite a fire within him. He initially offered a resigned smile, acknowledging his decline, but in the next instant, his gaze transformed into one of ferocity, roaring, "However, I'm a pirate of the old era. Allow me to demonstrate the cruelty of bygone days." No sooner had he spoken than he fiercely grasped the ground with his remaining left hand. Countless stone lions erupted from the earth, charging at me with reckless abandon. Observing the futility of the situation, Snake Uncle retreated to the sidelines, opting for mere observation. Yet, these creatures were no match for me. A single punch unleashed a gust that shattered a vast expanse. However, their onslaught seemed endless, and I grew weary of the nuisance. Raising my right hand above my head, I conjured a sea of flames, then swept my hand downward, unleashing a rain of fiery embers. The scene resembled a meteor shower, with innumerable fireballs cascading from the heavens. The golden lion, scorched and scrambling in desperation, could scarcely focus on summoning his stone lions. The very earth trembled beneath us, thick smoke enveloping our surroundings. His subordinates, witnessing the chaos from a distance, were paralyzed with shock, eager to rush in and rescue him. Yet the searing heat rendered their approach impossible. At that moment, from within the smoke, a barrage of golden sword energy erupted. I assure you, this was no trivial matter. It cleaved the ground into deep ravines, even tearing the clouds and sky asunder. Snake Uncle stood outside, dumbfounded, likely contemplating, is this the might of the old era? Alas, despite his strength, I possessed the power of observation haki. Within the inferno, I was akin to a being with omniscience. His sword energy could not graze a single hair on my body. The expression on the golden lion's face grew increasingly grim. He realized his endurance was waning. The ensuing battle was essentially a one-sided massacre. His sword energy could not penetrate my draconic scale defense, while my fists and flames repeatedly ravaged him. Before long, he was reduced to a bloodied figure, his spirit dwindling. Observing his plight, my battle fervor surged. I laughed heartily and darted toward him, delivering yet another punishing blow. He gritted his teeth to endure, yet his body began to tremble. "Golden Lion, it is time to fall." I sneered, unleashing my full might. Aware that this was his final strike, he managed a weak smile, expending his last ounce of strength to unleash a barrage of densely packed blue sword energy akin to a Gatling gun. Yet all was in vain before my dragon fist. These sword energies crumbled like parchment. With a thunderous crash, I sent him hurtling once more, crashing heavily to the ground, this time never to rise again. I approached him slowly, retracting my aura, and calmly stated, "You have lost, Shiki." He lay there, gazing skyward, his laughter tinged with bitterness. Throughout his life, he had succumbed thrice to those from the East Blue, Roger, Carp, and now me. Just then, his subordinates arrived by ship, crying out to save him. But what transpired next? The Golden Lion, with his dwindling strength, forcefully pushed their vessel away, urging them to flee and seek a place to live. To be honest, in that moment, I felt a twinge of admiration for him. Watching his subordinates retreat, he finally closed his eyes and uttered, "Do what you must, boy. Kill me, and your name shall echo throughout the world." I stood silently, contemplating for a moment. Growing impatient, he opened his eyes and bellowed, "I do not require your pity. Take my corpse and pen your own legend." I chuckled, stepping closer and inquired, "Do you know why Roger chose to die as he did?" Then, turning the conversation, I asked him, enunciating each word, "After 20 years of planning, was it truly only to annihilate the East Blue?" Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion was rendered speechless. I did not grant him time to ponder. I continued, "I have no interest in becoming the Pirate King. How about serving the Marines? Are you keen on being a dog for the Celestial Dragons?" He was utterly dumbfounded, gazing at me as if I were a creature from another realm. Seizing the moment, I enumerated the names of the Gorosei, Emu, and the legendary weapon Uranus. At this, the Golden Lion sprang from the ground in shock, staring at me in disbelief. Who are you?" I met his gaze, calmly stating, "I am not affiliated with the government. Soon, you shall witness me level Mary Geos to the ground." Then, I extended my hand toward him, declaring, "I need you, Shiki." He stared at my outstretched hand for what felt like an eternity before finally shaking his head, saying he was weary, that this era did not belong to him, and that dying by my hand would be the best conclusion. I looked at this despondent elder, boldly proclaiming, "Your ship may no longer sail, but mine can bear you. Join me, Shiki. Your journey should not end here. You must witness the world I will create." His heart was stirred by my words, yet he stubbornly retorted, "No one has been born who could make me their subordinate." I shook my head, bending down to whisper my grand plan into his ear. In an instant, the despair in his eyes flickered with renewed hope, culminating in an unprecedented fervor. He sprang to his feet, staring at me with wild laughter. "Who would have thought, Leyu? If that is the case, I shall accompany you on this mad journey." With my objective achieved, we agreed to meet again in the future. He nodded and soared into the sky to recuperate. I watched his retreating figure, filled with pride, for he was the first piece in my grand scheme. As I was reveling in my moment of triumph, the island beneath my feet suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, losing its support and plummeting straight down. Goodness! I hastily employed my moonwalk technique to ascend into the sky, watching as the massive island crashed into the sea, stirring up colossal waves. What a rascal that Jinshitsi is, relying on the element of surprise, and before departing, he had the audacity to pull such a stunt on me. I shook my head in resignation, preparing to return to my ship. However, when I looked up, all I could see was the vast expanse of ocean, indistinguishable in every direction. Where was my ship? After flying for a few minutes, I realized I seemed to be lost. Oh no, I couldn't possibly be as directionally challenged as Sauron. Could I? Just as my moonwalk was about to falter, I felt my limbs growing numb. At that moment, distant shouts reached my ears. Turning around, I saw Uncle Shi piloting my ship, frantically waving at me from the bow. "Leyu, over here, get on board." Upon hearing those words, I felt a surge of relief. My savior had arrived. I summoned the last remnants of my moonwalk energy and dove onto the deck, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Gasping for breath, I looked at Uncle Shi, bewildered. "Wait, Uncle Shi, what did you come down? At this altitude, you can't possibly fly. Are you a parachuting champion?" I pondered, wondering how he could showcase such skills without risking his life. Uncle She spread his arms, wearing an utterly innocent expression, and replied, I saw you finish your fight, so I just slid down. Slide down? My mind was filled with question marks. Slide what? A slide? Where would one find a slide of that length? Uncle She glanced at my naive expression with disdain. I have the wand She. Its length is more than sufficient to serve as a slide. I stumbled, nearly collapsing onto the deck. Who could understand? Using the legendary spiritual beast wand She as a makeshift slide, emphasizing the element of surprise. I gave him a thumbs up, internally pleading, show off, please stop showing off. Just then, a chime echoed in my mind, and a dazzling SSS-level mission popped up. Overthrow the world government. I was astonished. I had just been boasting with Gene Sheetsy, and now the system took it seriously? Upon glancing at the mission rewards, I found 3 large question marks. Was this system also engaged in KPI management, laying out a plan before anything else? Subsequently, another prompt sounded. The next sign-in location is Rogtown, at the execution platform of Roger. Sign-in reward. 1 summoning opportunity. Summoning opportunity. That was something I was familiar with. That was music to my ears. I immediately felt invigorated, sensing that our ship would soon have another powerful ally. I turned to Uncle She and shouted, Uncle She, set sail. Destination, Rogtown. However, the ship remained still for an eternity. When I turned around, I found Uncle She gazing at me with a look of bewilderment. Do I look like someone who knows the way? I felt as if I had turned to stone on the spot. Right, I was also directionally challenged. While we exchanged blank stares, a piece of paper lazily floated down from the sky, landing perfectly in my hands. Upon opening it, I discovered a sea chart of the EC, with a line of text below that was insufferably arrogant. Kekakek, didn't expect you to be clueless about navigation. You're quite the directionally challenged one. Great. It was that pompous Gene Sheetsy. I looked up at the empty sky and smiled, shouting, thanks a lot. Then I stood at the bow, pointing at the boundless ocean, and proclaimed with vigor, Uncle She, set sail. I must tell you, not long after we departed, the dog-headed warship of Carp seemed to have caught our scent and pursued us. He stood at the bow, surveying the waters with a furrowed brow capable of squashing a fly. He sensed 2 powerful presences. One was mine, while the other felt remarkably familiar. Even more absurdly, one of his subordinates pointed ahead. General, why are there several small islands here? Upon hearing this, Carp immediately sensed something was amiss and quickly dispatched men to dive down for investigation. Before long, those sailors resurfaced as if they had seen a ghost, reporting, General, these islands seem to have just fallen from the sky. Fallen from the sky? Carp's mind bust, and he instantly recalled the man he had personally sent to impel down over 20 years ago, Gene Sheetsy. Then, his subordinates presented photos taken underwater, clearly displaying the emblem of the Gene Sheetsy pirate crew. Everything clicked into place. Carp stood at the bow, his expression grave. He comprehended fully that it was I who had kicked his old rival Gene Sheetsy from such a height. He must have been cursing internally, muttering, is a bounty of 1 billion berries still too low? Without further ado, he pulled out his transponder snail and ordered full speed ahead. Destination, Rogtown. 2 days later, we finally arrived at Rogtown. The crowd was immense, bustling with activity. I quickly instructed Uncle She to stow away our pirate flag. We were here to make a fortune quietly, emphasizing low profile. As we walked, I suddenly spotted a notable scene. A cool-looking naval officer, puffing on 2 cigars with ice cream smeared on his pant legs, was standing before a little girl on the verge of tears. I recognized him instantly. Was that not Smoker? I expected him to explode in anger, but guess what? He crouched down, gently patting the little girl's head, saying, I'm sorry. My pants accidentally consumed your ice cream. He even pulled out money to give her, encouraging her to buy a bigger one. Remarkable. This man was commendable. Just then, Smoker seemed to sense my gaze, turning around and locking eyes with me. I flashed him a broad smile, radiating an aura of kindness. Smoker was momentarily stunned, likely wondering who this handsome fellow was, as he appeared somewhat familiar. While he was lost in thought, one of his subordinates rushed over, exclaiming, Colonel, Vice-Admiral Carp is about to arrive. Moreover, we've heard that the new pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries is in the East Sea. I tell you, Upon hearing this, Smoker's mind went blank, and he instantly connected me with that 1 billion berry bounty. His expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried back, but by then, Uncle Shi and I had long vanished. We found a bustling tavern and ordered 2 large platters of roasted meat, feasting with greasy delight. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed beside me. "May I sit here?" As I prepared to decline, I looked up to see a middle-aged man with a peculiar tattoo on his face. My heart skipped a beat. What a surprise to encounter him here. I smiled and said, "Please have a seat." Uncle Shi immediately became alert, setting down his roasted meat and glaring intently at the man. He sensed that, despite the man's ordinary appearance, the pressure he exuded was akin to facing carp, profoundly unfathomable. The man casually sat down, without hesitation, and began devouring our roasted meat. We engaged in casual conversation. When he finished eating and was about to leave, I spoke up. "Wait a moment, sir." I leaned closer, lowering my voice with a smirk. What would others think if they knew the renowned leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was here in Rogtown's tavern, mooching off a meal? I expected him to be startled, but instead, his pupils merely contracted momentarily, and he calmly returned to his seat, leisurely producing a piece of paper from his pocket, slapping it onto the table with a smile. Then what if others knew that the newly famed pirate Lei Yu, known across the seas, is so petty about a meal? I glanced down, and to my shock, it was my bounty notice. The picture looked remarkably handsome. As I continued reading, I saw a 0, followed by 2 more zeros, 10 billion. Was the Navy really that wealthy? Goodness, I was left dumbfounded. I had attempted to show off, but ended up being countered. My mind went blank, and I stammered. "H, how do you know about me?" Dragon looked at my bewildered expression and chuckled. "Your bounty notice has likely not yet reached the hands of the common folk in the East Sea, but it will soon." He paused, then looked at me with utmost seriousness. "Lei Yu, would you be interested in joining our Revolutionary Army? I can offer you the position of second in command." I gasped in astonishment. That was quite the enticing proposition. However, I shook my head and said, "Forget it. I have no desire to compete with Sabo for a position." The moment I mentioned Sabo's name, the expression in Long's eyes shifted dramatically. This was indeed a top-secret matter. He fixed his gaze upon me without further inquiry and merely stated, "The doors of the Revolutionary Army are always open for you." Just then, an uproar erupted outside as everyone frantically rushed in one direction. Observing the commotion, I couldn't help but smile. The plot was unfolding. I rose, looked at Long meaningfully, and said, "Let us go. It seems your little one has stirred up some trouble." Long froze in his chair, likely pondering how I knew of his connection with Luffy. I paid him no mind, swiftly taking Uncle Shi and darting out of the tavern, heading straight for the execution platform. Upon reaching the square, I blended into the crowd and spotted Luffy standing at the very spot where Roger was executed, hands on his hips, looking as if he were training his waist muscles. In the next moment, the subordinates of the clown buggy descended from above, locking Luffy onto the execution platform with a snap. Buggy brandished a large sword, arrogantly resting it against Luffy's neck. At that moment, the sky darkened with ominous clouds and thunder rumbled. Yet in the final moment, Luffy shouted with a smile the words that echoed through the heavens. "I am going to become the Pirate King." Silence enveloped the crowd. I noticed Long had rushed to my side, his fingers twitching slightly, clearly preparing to rescue his son. I immediately restrained him and said, "I will save your boy, but you owe me a favor." No sooner had I spoken than I vanished from the spot. After all, why not take advantage of the favor from the destined child? And perhaps even snag his father. 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as Buggy's sword was about to sever Luffy's head, a sharp clang sounded, and I appeared on the execution platform, my arm bracing against the blow. Buggy was left dumbfounded, and once he regained his senses, he shouted at me, "Who are you?" I had no desire to engage in idle chatter, extending my index finger toward him and calmly uttering 2 words, "Gunpoint." Bang! A beam of light pierced through his body, and Buggy, without a moment to react, toppled from the platform, his fate unknown. His subordinates fled in terror, carrying him away. A notification chimed in my mind. Sign-in complete, awarded 1 summoning opportunity. Perfect. I freed Luffy from his wooden shackles, and he leaped up, displaying a signature silly grin. "Though I don't know who you are, Thank you. He had just reunited with Zoro and Sanji when a multitude of Marines surged into the square, cordoning off the area tightly. Smoker had been waiting at the only exit. Luffy urged Zoro and Sanji to escape while he charged at Smoker alone. Smoker's arm transformed into smoke, launching a white punch toward Luffy. Unfazed, Luffy met the attack with his own punch. However, Luffy's fist merely passed through Smoker's smoke, proving ineffective. Conversely, Smoker's punch landed solidly on Luffy, causing him to stagger. After numerous attempts, Luffy found that he could not inflict any damage upon Smoker. He was utterly bewildered, tilting his head and innocently asking Smoker, "Why can you hit me? But I can't hit you?" Let me tell you, that old chain Smoker just laughed, his cigar dangling from his mouth, reveling in the moment. He puffed smoke toward Luffy's foolish face and said, "Kid, do you understand common sense? I'm a Logia user. My body is smoke. You think you can hit me?" Just as I thought Luffy was done for, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Smoker turned his head, his pupils narrowing to the size of pinheads, exclaiming, "Leyu." I was curious. "Oh, you recognize me?" "Of course." Smoker, with a serious expression, sat atop Luffy. Noting that the first rookie bounty of 10 billion belonged to a monster whose face was nearly worn out in the Navy's manual. Luffy, ever the optimist, upon hearing about my 10 billion bounty, lit up with admiration, his eyes sparkling as if to say, "Does anyone else comprehend this? This thought process is simply astonishing." I disregarded him, turning my attention back to Smoker, my tone icy as I said, "You have a choice. Get up on your own, or I will send you flying." This fellow remained obstinate, defiantly declaring, "I am a Marine colonel. I will never allow a pirate to escape." "Fine, you had your chance, but you squandered it." I shrugged, clenched my fist, and aimed a punch at his face. Smoker, still sneering, said, "Ha, here comes another fool. I've already told you, Logia users cannot be, yet." The next moment, my fist surged with energy, transforming into a pitch-black mass. Smoker's eyes nearly bulged out, his mouth agape as he stuttered, "Is that armament hockey?" Too late. With a resounding crash, he was sent crashing into the wall like a broken sack, unable to extricate himself. Luffy climbed to his feet, confusion etched on his face as he asked, "How could you hit him?" I raised my black arm, shaking it slightly, and smiled. "This is called hockey. Specifically designed to counter abilities like yours." You wouldn't believe it, but Luffy, the lively character he is, didn't he grasp my explanation of hockey. Instead, he fixated on my black arm, reaching out to touch it with eyes full of wonder. "Wow, so cool. Can you teach me?" I replied that I couldn't teach it to anyone, but he suddenly squatted in the corner, drawing circles. His stubbornness was truly exasperating. I had to add, "But don't worry, you will definitely learn it, and even surpass me." Upon hearing this, he sprang back in front of me, fully revitalized. "Really?" "Oh yeah." I urged him to leave quickly before the Marine forces arrived. To my surprise, he bowed deeply and turned to run, only to stop after a few steps to shout, "By the way, what is your name?" I chuckled in response. "Leyu." Lei as in thunder, you as in feather. Leyu. "We shall meet again on the Grand Line." Luffy's iconic laughter echoed down the street as he sprinted away. Just as Luffy departed, a chime rang in my mind. "Congratulations. Host, you have gained the favor of the destined child Luffy. Reward. Charisma increased by 100%. I felt like a bewildered elder on the subway, utterly confused. What was this? Charisma? What use was such a reward from this faulty system? As I looked up, I spotted Uncle Shi on a distant rooftop, propping his chin and staring at me intently, two suspicious blushes appearing on his cheeks. Goodness, I felt a chill run down my spine. Surely, was he indulging in something inappropriate? Was he? This charisma boost felt rather distorted, my friend. Just as I pondered this, a gust of wind swept through, as if a typhoon were striking Rogtown. Soon after, Long appeared beside me like a specter, requesting that I look after his foolish son on the Grand Line. He lowered his voice to warn me, "Be cautious. It isn't just that old man coming." With that, he vanished like a gust of wind. While I was still contemplating the implications of his words, Smoker, who I had embedded in the wall, trembled as he emerged, pointing at me and shouting, "Damn pirate. You shall not leave Rogtown." I was truly amazed. Was this fellow some sort of cockroach? My patience wore thin, and the feeling of unease within me intensified. I flashed above him, delivering a punch enhanced by haki that created a massive crater in the ground. Struggling, he stood up once more, pointing to the word justice behind him, proclaiming that he could not back down. I was both infuriated and amused at that moment. Fine, if you wish for death. I shall oblige. My right arm was instantly adorned with dragon scales and an overwhelming aura, transforming into a purple-black dragon fist, exuding a murderous intent that surged to its peak as I hurled it towards him. Just as it seemed my fist would obliterate him, Smoker despaired and closed his eyes. At that critical juncture, a thunderous sound erupted as a calloused fist forcefully intercepted my attack. An elderly man wearing a dog-headed hat stood before Smoker, his voice resonating like a bell. "Youngster, I've finally caught you." It was Carp, the legendary hero of the Navy. This old fellow had truly come after me. I instructed Uncle Snake to head for the ship while I occupied this old man. However, as Uncle Snake took only a few steps, he abruptly halted as if he had collided with a wall. The air around us plummeted in temperature, causing me to shiver. A languid voice, as if from someone just roused from slumber, drifted over. "Oh, so the infamous pirate with a bounty of 1 billion is merely a young brat." My heart sank. This was disastrous. A tall figure clad in a white suit and wearing an eye patch emerged leisurely from an alleyway. It was Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Now we were truly trapped, besieged by both Carp and Akiji, 2 formidable forces. Akiji yawned, gestured toward Uncle Snake, then to me, and said to Carp, "Master, let me handle these 2. No sooner had he spoken than he began to stride towards Uncle Snake, the ground beneath him instantly crystallizing into a layer of ice. Without hesitation, Uncle Snake unleashed a torrent of serpents from his sleeves, creating a scene that would terrify anyone with a phobia of dense crowds. Yet Akiji did not even flinch. With a mere wave of his hand, all the serpents transformed into ice sculptures midair, shattering upon hitting the ground. Following this, Akiji thrust an ice spear, skewering Uncle Snake like a candied hawthorn. I thought to myself, this was bad, but to my astonishment, that corpse instantly morphed into a puddle of mud. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted beneath Akiji's feet, and more serpents emerged, catching him off guard as one took a bite out of his arm. Family. When it comes to disregarding martial ethics, Uncle Snake truly takes the cake. Akiji was enraged, cursing the filthy little man, and charged forward for a bear hug, intending to freeze Uncle Snake solid. Watching Uncle Snake transform into a shimmering ice sculpture, my heart raced. What followed made me almost lose my dinner. The mouth of that ice sculpture opened to an unfathomable angle, and out crawled a living Uncle Snake, still dripping with mucus. Akiji's face turned pale, likely having never witnessed such an abstract method of resurrection, and in his fury, he bellowed. Ice bird, a colossal ice bird, measuring over 10 meters, materialized, bearing a chilling presence as it lunged towards Uncle Snake. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle, Akiji unleashing his ice bird while I utilized wind techniques, wreaking havoc as we tore through the city towards the port, causing buildings to collapse in our wake. However, I could clearly see Uncle Snake's complexion growing increasingly pale. Naturally, Akiji's fruit ability was akin to a cheat, his energy limitless. Meanwhile, Uncle Snake's chakra was depleting rapidly. At this rate, he would inevitably be ground to dust. Uncle Snake understood this well, gazing at Akiji, who resembled a perpetual motion machine. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "Is it time to resort to that technique?" I assure you, he had barely finished his thought when Akiji, devoid of any sense of martial ethics, conjured yet another ice bird. This one was significantly larger, and the cold it emanated made me feel as though my state-of-the-art down jacket from 2025 was barely holding up. Uncle Snake was visibly rattled, exclaiming, "Are you a broken record? Is this never-ending?" Akiji, with an air of nonchalance, coldly retorted, "For someone like you, 1 move is sufficient." I thought to myself, did this fellow misunderstand the concept of a single move? He had unleashed that same move over a dozen times. In gaming terms, that would be a skill cooldown, not a single move. As the gigantic ice bird barreled toward us like an intercontinental missile, Uncle Snake realized this was a decisive moment. He slammed his hands to the ground and shouted, "Triple Rashomon!" But alas, it was an embarrassing moment for all. A massive iron gate with a ghastly face emerged from the ground, but only one. Uncle Snake's face turned ashen. I understood immediately that his energy was utterly depleted. With insufficient chakra, the triple had been reduced to a single gate, the top-tier technique downgraded to a beggar-esque version. The ice bird, indifferent to his plight, crashed into it. The Rashomon crumpled like paper, quaking twice before shattering into mere fragments. Now, we were truly out of options. As the ice bird prepared to pierce Uncle Snake, his complexion turned even whiter than the ice itself. My heart sank, fearing disaster. Just at that perilous moment, a figure swiftly appeared before Uncle Snake, without hesitation, gathering strength for a punch. Boom! That formidable ice bird was instantly reduced to a flurry of ice shards. It was Thunderwing. My goodness, what timely assistance! Uncle Snake could barely stand, gasping for breath as he called out, "Thunderwing." Thunderwing turned with a smile, exuding confidence. "All right, Uncle Snake, step back. I will handle this." However, Uncle Snake, as you might expect, was stubborn and insisted, "I'm fine, I can still fight." He was about to bite his finger, clearly preparing to unleash the S-rank forbidden technique, the eight-headed serpent. Thunderwing firmly restrained him, delivering a precise critique. "Do you really think you can? With your current chakra, you could transform for mere seconds. Is a minute enough?" Those words left Uncle Snake speechless. Indeed, in his current state, transforming into the eight-headed serpent would be no more than a fleeting experience, a minute of glory followed by utter exhaustion. If he couldn't defeat Aokiji within that minute, it would all be in vain. Thunderwing patted his shoulder. "Listen, retreat to the ship. I will find an opportunity to slip away." Uncle Snake sighed, recognizing himself as a burden, and nodded, cautioning Thunderwing to be careful as he hurried to the ship. Aokiji paid no mind to the fleeing Uncle Snake. In his eyes, none of US would escape today. Just then Carp, who had been idly watching, strolled over, seemingly preparing to team up with Aokiji against us. Yet Aokiji, rather prideful, turned to his master and said, "Master, let me take care of this one too. You rest." Carp paused, then burst into hearty laughter, stepping aside to retrieve a bag of donuts, munching away as if unfazed. What a bold heart he possessed. Aokiji turned his gaze to Thunderwing. "It's your turn." I assure you, Thunderwing's eyes ignited with fervor. This was his first real battle against an admiral of the Navy. His entire demeanor shifted, akin to a colossal beast awakened from slumber. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing inches from Aokiji's face. Aokiji's pupils dilated, likely cursing inwardly. Damn, another close-quarters maniac. He hastily conjured a 1-meter-thick ice wall before him. What happened next? That ice wall crumbled like a block of tofu, shattering with a crack. In Aokiji's horrified gaze, Thunderwing's fist, enveloped in dragon scales and armed with haki, struck his icy visage with resounding force. Boom! That punch was indeed devastating. Aokiji's elemental transformation proved futile, his face contorted like putty, teeth flying from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, carving a trench dozens of meters long in the ground. Aokiji, coughing blood, rose to his feet, his teeth miraculously regrowing, likely employing some life restoration technique. As he touched his now throbbing face, his expression darkened ominously. Without a word, he unleashed a cold shockwave towards Thunderwing, freezing everything in its path with a technique known as the time capsule of ice. As Leiyu cast his gaze, a smile graced his lips, his hands enveloped in crimson dragon scales, and with a tremendous force, he struck the ground. The dragon fist shattered the earth. A resounding boom echoed as the ground instantaneously fractured into countless pieces, shattering the icy shockwave with it. Aokiji swiftly leaped aside, retaliating with a palm strike against the ground, unleashing an even more terrifying chill that spread across the port, causing it to crack and freeze. The speed was astonishing. Leiyu had barely registered what was happening when half of his body was ensnared in ice. Just as Aokiji revealed a hint of triumph, in the next moment, violet flames erupted from Leiyu's form, instantly melting the ice into a puddle of water. Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Nanny? Fire? Are you of the Phantom Beast type? Naturally, such absurdity could only be attributed to a Phantom Beast. Akiji felt a headache coming on. His strongest asset was control. Yet he found himself unable to contain Lei Yu's violet flames. With violet flames swirling around him, Lei Yu laughed heartily. Akiji, it seems you are still lacking. At that moment, Carp, who had been watching the spectacle, adopted a serious expression, and just as he prepared to rise, a powerful voice thundered. A dignified admiral. Unable to deal with a mere pirate. How will you save face for the Navy? Kazan. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lei Yu felt a scorching wave of heat approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld a massive lava arm, emanating heat so intense it could ignite the air. Hurtling toward him, a great fire. No way, Akainu has arrived. For the first time, shock washed over Lei Yu's face. Oh my, this is bad. Have we poked the Navy's nest in the East Blue? 2 admirals and Carp. What a divine lineup. On the ship, Uncle Snake gazed at the magma fist, equally astounded. He could sense that this newcomer was even more formidable than Akiji. As the magma fist was about to strike Lei Yu's face, he disregarded everything else, wrapping his arm in violet flames and bracing himself to retaliate. Boom! A tremendous sound enveloped the entire port in black smoke. Lei Yu was forced back several steps, a searing pain radiating from his hand. His expression darkened. Akainu's attack power far surpassed Akiji's. As the smoke cleared, a man dressed in a flamboyant red suit, a cigar clamped between his teeth, landed before Akiji. It was none other than Akainu. Casting a glance at the retreating Lei Yu, he mockingly addressed Akiji. You couldn't handle such a weakling? Do you still have the audacity to call yourself an admiral? Akiji snorted coldly, ignoring him. Carp, overhearing, felt displeased. Mocking my disciple in front of me. Do you think I won't react? Lei Yu regarded Akainu with a cold smirk. It seems I have been underestimated. Admiral Sakazuki. Akainu turned, his arms transforming into scalding magma, exuding arrogance. A mere pirate worth 1 billion is not even worthy of my attention. With that, he lunged forward. Lei Yu's temper flared. In his previous life, he had yearned to thrash this red dog, and today he finally had the chance. Akainu's magma right arm morphed into the shape of a dog's head, howling as it lunged at Lei Yu, a technique known as Dogbite Red Lotus. Lei Yu's gaze sharpened. Facing this hellish canine, he neither dodged nor flinched, delivering a simple punch. Bang! The magma dog's head was obliterated on the spot, transforming into a rain of molten rock. Akainu's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated his attack to be so easily countered. Clenching his fist, Lei Yu propelled himself forward like a shadow, and Akainu, startled, realized his Kinbunchika haki could not keep pace with Lei Yu's speed. By the time he reacted, Lei Yu was already before him, wearing a sinister smile. Akiji, watching from a distance, covered his forehead in frustration, likely cursing. Does this fool not do his homework before coming here? Lei Yu was equally bewildered. Was this admiral truly so thick-headed? Just as Lei Yu's fist, enveloped in dark Busashoka haki, was about to strike, Akainu finally discerned the situation and gasped. What? You can use Busashoka haki as well. Too late. He realized it was already too late to evade. In that critical moment, with a clang, an ice wall suddenly rose before him, conjured by Akiji. The ice wall shattered, but Lei Yu's punch was momentarily impeded. Immediately afterward, a hand encased in frost reached from the side, grasping Lei Yu's fist, finally halting that terrifying blow. Akainu turned to see Akiji had saved him, his expression turning awkward. Thank you, Kazan. Lei Yu felt his fist gripped tightly, a chill coursing through his arm as it began to freeze, rapidly losing sensation. He quickly shook off Akiji's grip, retreating a few steps to thaw his arm with his violet flames. He looked at the 2 admirals across from him and scoffed. What is this? The esteemed Navy admirals are resorting to 2-on-1 tactics? How righteous! Akainu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he was about to charge again when Akiji pulled him back. Calm down. This guy's not simple. Our immediate priority is to take him down. Akiji whispered a few words into Akainu's ear, suggesting a strategy of control and output. Akainu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They were truly going to join forces now. Akiji plunged his hands into the ground, an overwhelming chill surging forth as he uttered 4 words: Ice Age. In an instant, the entire port, along with the surrounding sea, became enshrouded in thick ice. The temperature plummeted to below 0. Lei Yu suddenly felt his lower body lose all sensation. Glancing down, he saw that everything below his waist was frozen solid. He and T even realized when he had been ensnared. Akiji coldly proclaimed, "In this frozen world, I am everything." As he spoke, he conjured an ice bird that soared toward Lei Yu. Lei Yu hastily summoned his violet flames to melt the ice, but within this ice age, Akiji's power escalated to an entirely different level. Ice that usually melted in a second now took nearly 10 seconds to dissolve. Just as he regained his mobility, he shattered the ice bird that flew toward him, and through the flurry of shattered ice, he suddenly noticed that Akainu had vanished. This was bad. A wave of lethal heat radiated from behind him, and when Lei Yu turned, he found Akainu had inexplicably teleported behind him. He attempted to retreat, only to discover his feet were frozen once more, unable to move. Akiji's control and Akainu's lethal strike. Their synergy was seamless. Akainu's magma fist slammed into Lei Yu's back with tremendous force. Boom! A sizzling sound erupted, akin to roasted meat. With his blow successful, Akainu's eyes glinted with cruelty as he bellowed, "Kneel before me, Hellhound!" His arm's magma surged violently, temperature soaring as he unleashed another punch that pierced through Lei Yu's abdomen. I watched in horror as a molten red arm penetrated Lei Yu's body. Lei Yu looked down at the gaping hole in his abdomen, his insides ablaze with agony radiating throughout his being. He managed a self-deprecating smile, thinking he had finally experienced something akin to Ace's fate. With a thud, he knelt on the icy surface, blood seeping from his fingers and dripping onto the crystalline ice, an agonizingly vivid contrast. Ultimately, he had underestimated the Navy's top-tier combat prowess, succumbing to his own arrogance. Uncle Snake, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes redden as he recklessly leaped from the ship, desperate to assist. However, Akiji merely gestured toward him, and hundreds of meters away, the snake was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. Lei Yu gazed at the frozen Uncle Snake, then at his own wound. Letting out a deep sigh, he knew he had one final card to play, full dragon transformation. Yet, that form could only be maintained for a minute. And with Carp lurking nearby, he would be at their mercy once the minute was up. Just as despair enveloped him, the system's voice echoed in his mind, announcing the ability to utilize points to enhance his fruit, extending his transformation duration. That's right. Points. Lei Yu quickly accessed the system, relieved to find he had accumulated 1,000 points. Without a second thought, he declared, "System, I'm all in. 1,000 points, all devoted to the development of fruits." Ding! The development is underway. "Come on, System Father," he fervently prayed within. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. Ding! The body of Zhu Long. Time extended to 3 minutes. What is this? 3 minutes? Lei Yu was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed, exclaiming, "I have stripped down for this? What could be accomplished in 3 minutes?" Chi Inu observed him trembling on the ground and, mistaking his fear for cowardice, laughed heartily. You shall spend the rest of your life in impel down." He ordered someone to fetch sea-stone handcuffs. Lei Yu cast a cold glance at him, declaring, "Even if you imprison me, I will escape like Jin Shitsi Shurji." This remark struck a nerve with Chi Inu, who, in a fit of rage, sent the severely injured Lei Yu flying several meters with a single punch. Approaching him, he seized Lei Yu by the throat, lifting him off the ground, and menacingly warned, "I advise you not to challenge the might of the Navy." With that, he forcefully slammed him back to the ground. Lei Yu lay on the icy surface, gazing at his disheveled reflection in the ice, and suddenly smiled. He recalled that during the execution platform, the system had rewarded him with a summoning opportunity. This was his last hope for a comeback. Trembling, he surprisingly managed to stand once more. Chi Inu, noticing this, became utterly enraged. "It seems you truly wish to die." His arms erupted with molten magma as he advanced step by step. Leiyu looked at him, a slight smile curling his lips, and internally shouted, "System, grant me this summoning opportunity." Ding. Random summoning in progress. At the moment Chi Inu's magma fist was about to descend, a massive swarm of crows suddenly appeared from nowhere, enveloping Leiyu in a dark cloud. Ding. Successfully summoned Uchiha Itachi. In the next instant, the crows dispersed, revealing a man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, standing silently before Leiyu, with long black hair and deep patterns beneath his eyes. Adorned with a red ring, his gaze was calm, yet profound. I was beside myself with joy. It was Itachi. Uchiha Itachi had finally made an appearance. The system had redeemed itself this time. Upon his arrival, Itachi immediately grasped the situation. He turned to the severely injured Leiyu and nodded, as if to say, "Leave the rest to me." In that moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Carp, Akiji, and Chi Inu, three of the Navy's mightiest powers, all sensed an overwhelming pressure that was both intangible and immense. Carp's expression was unprecedentedly grave as he fixed his gaze on this suddenly appeared man. Resolute that they could not leave this place today, Chi Inu looked at Itachi with a cold smirk, saying, "Do you have accomplices? Perfect. Today, I shall capture you all." Akiji approached him, whispering a warning. "Be cautious, Sakazuki. This guy is formidable." Sakazuki, with his notorious temper, dismissed the warning, retorting, "This red dog is a firecracker. One spark and it ignites." Observing Itachi standing still, slowly closing his eyes, he exploded with rage. "Do you dare to look down on me? D. Infernal dog." His arm transformed into a colossal magma fist, akin to a small truck, surging with heat meant to incinerate. What happened next? Itachi, upon opening his eyes, unleashed a wave of power. In an instant, his eyes turned blood red, with three kama-like tomo swirling within. As Sakazuki and Akiji charged forward, they halted abruptly, stunned by the sight. The expression emanating from those eyes conveyed but two words: despair. It was filled with pain, cruelty, and malevolence, as if it encapsulated all the negative energy in the world. Red Dog was momentarily taken aback, then roared even louder. "With such devilish eyes, you are no good either." Back to impel down for reformation, he lunged forward again, oblivious to the gentle warmth concealed within those eyes. But that was not all. Itachi's gaze sharpened, and the three tomo began to spin wildly, merging into a more complex and eerie triangular shuriken pattern. The entire eye appeared as if it were bleeding red. "Give me strength." Red Dog leaped onto Itachi's head, his magma fist poised to strike. At that moment, Itachi softly uttered two words: Amaterasu. He fixated on the colossal magma fist, and the next second, a single tear of blood streamed from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, an inky black flame erupted from thin air. The flames engulfed the magma fist, and I thought to myself, can it burn hotter than magma? I was mistaken. That black fire ignited upon contact. Sakazuki's magma fist was quickly riddled with gaping holes. What is this? Red Dog was bewildered. This black fire could ignite his elemental body, and it could not be extinguished. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he hastily discarded the burning magma, reverting to his human form. But it was futile. Wherever Itachi's gaze fell, the black flames would blaze. The scene transformed into Itachi relentlessly pursuing Red Dog, setting him ablaze. Red Dog, in a desperate state, discarded any part of himself that caught fire, much like a gecko shedding its tail. I tell you, in this brief moment, he was nearly reduced to a mere stick, his stamina plummeting. "Fall down." Itachi roared again, blood tears streaming down his face as the sky darkened with an explosion of black flames, raining down upon Red Dog. Terrified, Red Dog's lower body transformed into a magma thruster, desperately attempting to flee. But it was too late. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the black flames, Akiji finally intervened, unleashing a massive ice net that froze the flames in place. "What are you waiting for? Run." Akiji strained with all his might, trembling as cracks formed on the ice, threatening to shatter. Realizing the urgency, Red Dog scrambled out of the encirclement. Just as he escaped, the ice shattered, and the black flames fell to the ground, igniting the very soil beneath. Good heavens, this firepower is extraordinary. The two once again joined forces. Yet the black flames deterred them from approaching, leaving the situation in a stalemate. Although it appeared that Itachi held the upper hand, I knew he was nearing his limit. Indeed, not long after, Itachi suddenly coughed violently, spitting out blood as the dark flames gradually dissipated. Was he finally at his end? Red Dog and Akiji's eyes lit up. But at that moment, the most formidable presence on the battlefield finally made his move. Carp. He cast aside his coat of justice, revealing a physique reminiscent of a bodybuilding champion, and slowly approached, addressing the two admirals. This has taken too long. Leave the rest to me. Though the admirals were reluctant, they dared not utter a word before the Navy hero and obediently stepped aside. Carp advanced toward us, observing as if we were mere chicks. The farce has come to an end, boys. Come along with me to impel down. My brother Lei, being a man of integrity, recognized the gravity of the situation and began arranging his final affairs. He struggled his feet and said to Itachi, take Orochimaru and flee to the new world. I've done enough here. With those words, he began to walk toward Carp, turning halfway to flash a radiant smile at Itachi. This world has many delightful desserts. Remember to indulge on my behalf. Let the past be the past. Family, who understands? Hearing this from behind nearly brought me to tears. The icy glimmer in Itachi's eyes suddenly blurred. It turned out there was someone who understood him. Witnessing Leiyu prepare to sacrifice himself, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan began to whirl once more. Susanoo, with a low growl, an overwhelming aura erupted from Itachi. The sound of bones grinding together sent shivers down one's spine. A scarlet light erupted from his body, and immense bones materialized out of thin air, instantly forming a gigantic skeleton towering dozens of meters high around him. Itachi leaped into the chest cavity of the skeleton, positioning himself in front of Leiyu, and solemnly declared, I am not one to abandon my comrades. What a sight! The scene had transformed into a colossal spectacle. Beside them, the recovering Akainu and Akiji gaped in disbelief, realizing that this individual had been holding back all along. Carp surveyed the massive scarlet skeleton and chuckled, interesting a paramecia fruit. Perhaps? Without further contemplation, he assumed a stance, muscles tensed. Today, he would ensure that they remained here. Without hesitation, Itachi unleashed a punch with Susanoo, the fist dwarfing Carp's entire frame by tenfold. Yet, Carp stood his ground, meeting the blow with his own fist. A thunderous impact reverberated, creating a massive crater in the ground. Carp, a mere flesh and blood human, had withstood the force of that colossal strike. Itachi's gaze sharpened as the Amaterasu flames ignited on Susanoo's fist, creeping toward Carp's arm. I thought, surely he must sever his arm to survive now. But Carp laughed heartily. What intriguing flame! And then, astonishingly, his arm darkened, and with the activation of his haki, that unquenchable black fire was extinguished with a mere puff. I was left dumbfounded. Could it be employed as a fire extinguisher? This was a collision of physical prowess with a version controller. Akiji and Akainu, equally stunned, could only murmur in disbelief. Has the teacher's haki reached such heights? Itachi, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood this old man was not on the same level as the previous two. He promptly withdrew Amaterasu to conserve energy. Carp laughed heartily, his haki-infused fist barreling toward Itachi within Susanoo's ribcage. The impact reverberated. Susanoo's arm held firm, yet Carp's pressure intensified. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. Carp bellowed, the ground beneath him shattering instantly, his overwhelming haki collapsing nearby structures. He raised his fist once more. This strike could obliterate an island. The entire sea roared in response. Akiji's previously frozen surface shattered instantly, releasing Orochimaru, trapped within the ice, who leaped onto the ship, stunned by the cataclysmic punch. This old man is so powerful. Before Itachi's disbelieving gaze, the arms of his skeletal construct began to shatter inch by inch. Leiyu, in a panic, shouted, Itachi, as your captain, I command you to take Orochimaru and flee. As he prepared to charge forward, Itachi merely cast a sidelong glance and swiftly knocked him unconscious with a chop to the neck. Trying to escape? No one leaves. Carp's fist surged forward once again. This time, Itachi's Susanoo evolved, enveloped in a layer of crimson chakra, becoming more solid. Boom! This time it held firm. Oh, it's become sturdier? Carp grinned, his haki swelling once more. The same punch, yet its power multiplied several times over. Not good. Itachi's pupils constricted. He sought to enhance his construct further, but it was too late. Boom! Susanoo could only withstand for 3 seconds before it shattered, exploding into a myriad of red light particles. Itachi coughed up a mouthful of blood and plummeted from the air. Everything had come to an end. Carp approached the two utterly devoid of resistance, coldly stating, "It's over, brats. Come with me to impel down." Lei Yu, witnessing Itachi's spitting blood, managed a grim smile, a flicker of madness in his eyes. Lei Yu will only die in battle. Just as he was about to fight desperately, suddenly, a fierce gale arose. A violent wind swept in, enveloping the entire port in swirling dust. Carp found himself in a haze, unable to see anything. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and Itachi felt their bodies become weightless, whisked away by the wind. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on their own ship. Orochimaru, spotting the opportunity, dove into the sea without hesitation, employing wind release to act as a human propeller, propelling the ship away in an instant, vanishing beneath the horizon. As the dust settled, Carp gazed at the deserted dock, his body trembling ever so slightly. His anger was not from their escape, but from the familiar presence he sensed within that gust of wind. "Since you dare to save them, why don't you dare show yourself?" Carp roared at the sky, his eyes misting with emotion. "Come out. Speak to me. Yet." The only response was the sound of crashing waves. Carp, lost in despair, sighed heavily. Beside him, Akainu's face darkened with fury as he demanded to know Carp's next move. Carp replied, "Let us pursue them." 10 minutes later, a breathless subordinate rushed in with alarming news. "Admiral Akainu, the ship is broken. It won't move." Carp slapped his forehead, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Is it the electrical equipment? Do we find a bunch of small white snakes?" The soldier sheepishly scratched his head. "Not quite. It's the engine that's gone." No sooner had he finished speaking than another soldier's voice echoed from afar. "Captain Carp, our ship's engine is also missing." Shortly thereafter, Akiji's subordinate appeared, carrying a corroded hunk of iron, accompanied by a large white snake with a swollen belly, 3 meters in diameter. Carp's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Gritting his teeth, he pointed skyward in exasperation. "I truly am at my wit's end with you. Orochimaru, you filthy snake." Akainu, whose lower half had turned to magma in rage, attempted to leap into the sea to pursue them, but Carp restrained him. "Enough. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to defeat them." Ultimately, Carp had no choice but to contact headquarters for a ship to retrieve them. Sighing deeply as he gazed in the direction Lei Yu had vanished, letting them escape this time would make capturing them in the future exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, aboard the now distant ship, Orochimaru inexplicably sneezed before approaching with 2 bowls of dark medicinal soup. "Here, drink this special potion from Orochimaru. It will invigorate you." Lei Yu eyed him skeptically. "You haven't added anything strange, have you?" Orochimaru chuckled. No, just ordinary herbs." Internally, should I tell you this is concocted from my own regurgitated medicinal snake? Once you consume my potion, you belong to me." The two drank the concoction, feeling their injuries stabilize significantly. Orochimaru even employed healing techniques to mend the large wound on Lei Yu's abdomen. "We were quite fortunate this time, being saved without clear reason," Orochimaru remarked, scratching his head. Lei Yu smiled faintly, remaining silent. He understood that this was no mere stroke of luck. At that moment, a small piece of paper fluttered down from the heavens. Lei Yu reached out to catch it, opening it to reveal 4 flamboyant characters, a favor, which brought an immense sense of comfort to my heart. I tell you, Long, despite claiming otherwise, is more honest than anyone else. One might have thought he truly slipped away, yet he had been quietly observing and protecting us all along. Very well, I shall consider this act of gallantry as settling the previous grievances. Just as I tucked the note away, I sensed an unusual atmosphere. Turning around, I found Itachi gazing intently at me and Orochimaru, his expression akin to one who beheld a rare species. I could only guess he was pondering, how does this brooding snake man get along so well with my captain? I could tell that at that moment Itachi was thinking, let bygones be bygones. I once lived for my village, but now that I am here, I must indulge myself to explore the new world and savor the delights. This journey is worth it. Just as he reveled in this thought, a smile barely formed on his lips before he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. That scene, dear friends, was beyond comprehension. My heart nearly skipped a beat. My mind exploded with realization. I looked at him, hand over his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers, and noticed the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak he wore, and it hit me all at once. It was over. I shouted at Uncle Shi, who was still dazed beside me. Uncle Shi, stop daydreaming. Hurry, go check on E. Uncle Shi merely scoffed, as he had always been at odds with Ishan. He was probably thinking, humph, it's just the overuse of Sharingan. What is all the fuss about? Yet, seeing my urgency, he reluctantly approached and placed his hand on Ishan's back. The moment he did, I swear, Uncle Shi's face turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. His serpent-like eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. How is this possible? What on earth is in your body? A terminal illness? My heart sank. Uncle Shi declared that Ishan's organs had nearly all failed, resembling an 80-year-old man, with that flicker of life akin to a tiny flame in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Ishan himself remained remarkably calm, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and casually remarking, it's merely the cost of using these eyes. My temper flared, and disregarding everything else, I rushed in front of him, bent down, and stared intently into his eyes, articulating each word with conviction. You will not. I swear, my gaze was resolutely unwavering. Ishan, who had been prepared to give up treatment, was momentarily taken aback by my stare. Eventually, he gently nodded and closed his eyes. After ensuring his comfort, I made my way to the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant colossal mountain that resembled a vast expanse of crimson earth. I knew in my heart that beyond this mountain lay the Grand Line, and on that ocean, there must be someone capable of curing Ishan's ailment. My mind was set on one thought, Grand Line, here I come. Just a few days after we entered the Grand Line, chaos erupted at the Navy headquarters. What? You escaped capture. Sengoku, furious, slammed his hand on the table, nearly splintering it. It was bad enough that the individual had fled, but 3 of you allowed someone to steal a naval ship's engine. What are you all doing? Akiji and Akainu exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their gazes toward Carp. Carp, the old veteran, seemingly unfazed, casually pulled out a chair, sat down, and began munching on the senbei on Sengoku's desk. Clearly unconcerned, Sengoku, grinding his teeth in frustration, could do nothing but rub his temples, suppressing his anger as he ordered. Listen, keep a close watch on Yu and his crew now that they are in the Grand Line. If you spot them, do not act recklessly. Report first. Once Akiji and the others left, only Sengoku and Carp remained in the office. Sengoku scrutinized the intelligence reports, growing increasingly alarmed, before finally asking Carp with a serious expression, what do you think of their strength? Carp, mouthful of snacks, mumbled indistinctly, very strong. No kidding. Sengoku bellowed. You better take this seriously. Only then did Carp wipe his mouth and stroke his chin, saying, that Yu is undoubtedly at the level of a vice admiral. In a one-on-one fight, he could even overpower a full admiral. Sengoku nodded, confirming his own thoughts. He then inquired, what about the other one in the red cloud black robe? The one with the red eyes. Does he possess admiral-level strength as well? No. Carp shook his head. That individual is not at the admiral level. Sengoku was taken aback. Not an admiral? Could he be at the emperor level? Not quite at the emperor level either. Then why are you playing guessing games with me? Carp leisurely took a sip of water, saying, remember that skeletal creature of his? If it were to reach its maximum potential, to be honest, I wouldn't even be 100% sure I could shatter it with a single punch. His strength is already on the verge of the emperor level. Sengoku inhaled sharply. 1 pirate crew, 1 vice-admiral level, and 1 nearly emperor level. This was untenable. Then Karp shifted the conversation. However, you need not worry too much about him. That guy won't live long. He has a terminal illness, and his vitality is pitifully weak. I can guarantee he won't last more than half a month. Goodness, Karp's words clarified everything. Sengoku immediately breathed a sigh of relief. All right, a near emperor who won't last long significantly reduces the threat. Then it's settled. Sengoku picked up his pen. Leiyu bounty of 1. 8 billion. That red-eyed one. Since he is nearing death, set it at 1. 5 billion. Karp nodded in agreement. Sengoku continued. And what about that snake man who stole the engine? How about 600 million? No way. Karp slammed the table, startling Sengoku. How much then? 625 million. Karp gritted his teeth as he said, that old fox must have an extra 250 added. Fine, as you say. After finalizing the bounties, Sengoku fixed a steely gaze on Karp and finally asked the question he had been holding back. Now tell me, how did they manage to escape? I refuse to believe you couldn't stop them. Karp's hand, holding the cup, clearly trembled. After a long pause, he finally forced out a single word. Dragon. The office fell into a profound silence. Just as Karp was about to leave, Sengoku called out to him. By the way, your kid, Luffy, defeated Crocodile in Alabasta. His bounty is now 100 million. Karp halted, then without looking back, declared, Give me a warship. I'm going to catch him right now. A day later, newspapers worldwide went wild. Meanwhile, we were floating through the Grand Line when a paper bird flew above us. I leapt up and snagged it midair. Uncle Shi, it's time for a feast. Iron pot stew with giant birds. I snatched the paper, and upon glancing at it, I was astonished. The headline blared. The Navy's 3 elite powers failed to subdue the divine pirates, who escaped unscathed. It was sensational. The bounties read, me, Leiyu 1, 8 billion. Yishan, Birinji, 5 billion. The Bizarre Snake Man, 625 million. Goodness, I had directly increased by 800 million. This was remarkable. Yet, why was Shun only valued at 5 billion? Those Navy folks must have realized he was in poor health. Uncle Shi leaned over for a look and burst into laughter. Oh, Bizarre Snake Man? Is that referring to me? 625 million. Ha ha ha. Just a second ago, he was reveling in delight, but I suddenly remarked, Shun just boarded the ship, and his bounty is already 5 billion. Are you feeling superior? Uncle Shi's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression slumping as he realized Ishan's bounty was nearly 3 times greater than his. He instantly became despondent, sulking in a corner and doodling. Thinking of Ishan, my mood darkened again. It had been nearly a week, and his condition was worsening. He struggled even to stand. I sighed and continued perusing the newspaper, when suddenly a piece of news caught my eye. Straw Hat Luffy defeats Sand Crocodile. Bounty 100 million. Promoted to Supernova. Supernova. Yes, that's it. I remembered that the one who could cure Ishun was also one of the supernovas. At this point in time, they were surely at Sabaody Archipelago. The target was set. My heart finally felt a glimmer of hope. All I needed was to secure a record pointer to Sabaody Archipelago. As I was contemplating this, Uncle Shi suddenly shouted, pointing into the distance, Lei, look, is someone walking on the sea? Following his gaze, I was astonished. Was that not Ace? He was riding a small surfboard, using the Mera no Mi as a propulsion device, heading straight towards us. Hey, is there anyone on the ship? Ace called from below. I leaned out. What is up, Ace? I just wanted to ask. Do you know me? Ace was utterly bewildered. I chuckled. Captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division. Who doesn't he know you? I even know your brother Luffy. What? You know Luffy? Ace was even more astonished. And I invited him aboard to chat. Once he stepped on, he spotted the newspaper I'd tossed aside and immediately recognized me. Who? You were that Leiyu within 8 billion bounty. We exchanged a few casual words and learned he was also searching for someone, during which he pulled out a photograph. I glanced at it and realized it was that scoundrel Blackbeard Teach. Teach, I blurted out. Upon hearing I knew him, Ace became overly excited, grabbing me and inquiring where he was. I thought to myself, opportunity knocks. I directly proposed a deal. I'll tell you where he is if you bring me a record pointer to Sabaody Archipelago. Aye, Sue, without uttering a word. extracted a log pointer along with a map from his bag, and tossed them to me. "Thanks," I remarked. He was likely on Banaloo Island, I informed him. Upon receiving the information, Hu turned to leave, but paused momentarily to caution me. "Do not cause trouble in Zangbodi, especially with the celestial dragons." I shouted back, "Be wary of that fellow. Teach. He is no simple adversary," as I watched his figure recede into the distance. I scarcely had time to reflect before a heart-wrenching cough echoed from the ship's cabin. Gripping the log pointer tightly, my expression darkened, as if shadows had enveloped me. There could be no further delay. We had to proceed to the Zangbodi Islands immediately. In just 2 days, Uncle Shi piloted the ship at rocket speed, and we arrived at the Zangbodi Islands. The scenery was indeed stunning, with towering trees and bubbles floating in the air, resembling a fairy tale. However, I lacked the heart to admire the view. The naval headquarters loomed nearby, and Yao's condition was deteriorating, making him stagger. We docked at the secluded Peninsula 41, where I assisted Yao off the ship and turned to Uncle Shi, saying, "Uncle Shi, stay and guard the ship." To my surprise, Uncle Shi instantly transformed into a dramatic figure, eyes brimming with tears, quavering, "Do you not love me anymore?" A shiver ran down my spine as I swiftly approached him and delivered a sharp slap across his face. The sound was resounding. "What nonsense! Keep an eye on the ship. It's perilous here." With that, I took Yao by the arm and strode into the island, leaving Uncle Shi in a state of disarray, covering his face and muttering in discontent. Amen. We donned hats and masks, navigating through the island. Together, Yao, I represented a 3 billion berries mobile treasury, necessitating discretion. Yet the island was vast, and locating Luo would not be an immediate task. Thus, we opted for a small tavern to grab a bite while gathering information. Little did we know, while we were ordering, our dragon-shaped ship had already been spotted by the naval sentinels, and a net was stealthily cast over us. Meanwhile, at naval headquarters, I tell you, Sengoku's telephone bug was nearly overwhelmed. Upon answering a call, the old man's brows furrowed tightly as if tangled in a knot. The next moment, he leapt from his chair, bellowing, "What? At the Zangbodi Islands? Good. Keep a close watch on them. Do not let them escape." After hanging up, his fist cracked ominously as he muttered to himself, "Do they dare show their faces? This time, I'll ensure their ashes scatter." With that, he dashed away like a whirlwind, perhaps to summon allies. Meanwhile, Yao and I remained oblivious. I had ordered 2 servings of grilled meat and 2 beers, but upon glancing at Yao's austere demeanor, I promptly revised my order. "Boss, 3 servings of grilled meat and 3 beers. The look Yao gave me seemed to scream, "Are you out of your mind?" As the food arrived, I dove into a voracious eating spree while eavesdropping on nearby conversations. They were exceedingly cautious, discussing how the celestial dragons disregard human life, only to be hushed by others, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. My anger simmered. These scoundrels were indeed a cancer to the world. Just as I was lost in thought, the topic veered to the Whitebeard pirates' internal conflict, with talks of Isu pursuing Blackbeard Teach. My heart sank. It appeared my prior warning had set this chain of events in motion. I could only ponder the potential ramifications of this butterfly effect. Just as I was preparing to leave, a piece of news caught my attention. A slave auction house was featuring a grand spectacle today, a living, breathing mermaid. At that moment, clarity struck me. This was the perfect opportunity to locate Luo. The supernovas would undoubtedly flock to such a spectacle. I swiftly settled the bill and dragged Yao outside. On the street, I casually approached a girl to ask for directions. To my surprise, she glanced at me and instantly froze, her face reddening like a ripe fruit, stammering as she pointed in a direction, unable to meet my gaze again. Amused, I hadn't even activated a beauty filter. The charm bestowed upon me by this system was astonishing, rendering me a veritable paragon of allure. I thanked her and moved on, oblivious to how long she remained dazed behind me. Originally intent on heading straight to my goal, fate had other plans. I turned a corner only to collide with none other than a patrol of celestial dragons. The scene was surreal. The entire street fell silent as people dropped to their knees like dominoes, not daring to breathe. In the distance, 2 colossal infants clad in astronaut suits strolled leisurely. flanked by an entourage of bodyguards. My anger flared, kneeling before these worthless beings? In my dreams. Yet, recalling Yao's illness, I suppressed my rage. Better to avoid trouble for the sake of his health. Just as I intended to stealthily lead Yao away, an elderly man nearby kindly grabbed my arm, whispering, "Young man, kneel quickly, unless you wish to forfeit your life." Before I could respond, chaos erupted. A door nearby was flung open, and an enraged man stormed out, berating, "You wasteful woman, go be with whoever you please." In an unfortunate twist, he inadvertently collided with a male celestial dragon. In that instant, the world seemed to pause. The man turned to see everyone kneeling, then glanced at the individual he had struck, his face drained of color, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Before he could comprehend the gravity of the situation, a dart gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. The celestial dragon regarded him with the disdain one might reserve for an ant, brushing off his attire as if it were sullied. The man, in utter despair, collapsed to his knees, banging his head against the ground, blood spilling forth as he lamented, "I am doomed, great one, I am doomed." His wife, hidden within, trembled uncontrollably, too fearful to even weep. My fists clenched in fury. Should the celestial dragon dare to pull the trigger, I would expose myself in an instant to ensure his demise. Yet, I restrained myself. For Yao's sake, I had to endure. I reminded myself that I was not a savior. It was best to refrain from meddling. The celestial dragon, devoid of any compassion, raised his weapon. A gunshot shattered the stillness of the street. Those kneeling around us flinched, some even beginning to sob softly. However, I stood in disbelief. To my eyes, the celestial dragon had fired into the air. Yet, the reactions from those around me suggested they had witnessed the man's execution. Following a series of shots fired into the sky, the celestial dragons continued their procession, unfazed. Once they had passed, the man, bewildered, scrambled to his feet, glancing at himself and then at the horrified expressions of those around him, as if he began to grasp the reality of the situation before he fled in a panic. I turned back to see Yao's eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson, revealing his Sharingan. Astonishingly, he had used an illusion to save that man. Yao looked at me and calmly remarked, "Perhaps it's a good deed before my life concludes." I fixed my gaze on him. "I told you, you will not perish." With that, I grasped his hand and made a beeline for the slave auction house. Upon arrival, the guards attempted to block our entry, but with a mere glance from Yao, they appeared as if blinded, granting us passage. Inside the auction house, the space was vast, reminiscent of an opera house, dimly lit, save for the illuminated stage. A quick glance confirmed my targets. Kid and my goal, Trafalgar Luo, were present. They sat together with their respective crews, their expressions a portrait of impatience. Just as we settled in, the two celestial dragons entered, heading straight for the most opulent VIP section. It appears that they are indeed after that mermaid. At this moment, I must tell you that unbeknownst to anyone, 3 warships have quietly set sail from the Navy headquarters. On the leading vessel stands the magma-emitting Akainu, wearing an expression as if someone owes him 8 million. On the ship to the left, Akiji is sprawled in a chair, sound asleep. Meanwhile, on the bow of the ship to the right, Kizuru is lazily picking his nose while muttering in an infuriating tone, "Oh, how frightening. Are we to face that little brat again?" The 3 admirals. Sengoku is clearly making a significant investment this time, aiming to crush me in the cradle before I can even develop. Unfortunately, those of us in the auction house are entirely oblivious to this. The auction has commenced, and a flamboyantly dressed host, resembling a circus clown, leaps onto the stage, launching into a lengthy introduction. The first item up for bid is a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, clad in a garish hot pink bodysuit that is quite a sight to behold. This fellow, however, is far from compliant in his cage, shouting, "Do you dare auction me?" My captain is the formidable Mr. Chindushio, a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. The host responds with palpable disdain, "Oh, and what of that?" The man earnestly replies, "I am his first mate. You must raise the bid." The audience erupts in laughter, and the host asks, "How much do you wish to add?" To which he solemnly raises 3 fingers and declares, 300. I nearly spat out my drink. Where on earth did this character come from? He is truly a talent, reminiscent of a post-00s pirate king commandeering the auction scene. In the end, he was purchased by a merchant for 1,300,000, with that merchant being the sole bidder. Following a haphazard array of items, about half an hour later, the main event arrives. A large fish tank draped in red fabric is wheeled onto the stage. The host dramatically pulls away the cloth, revealing a trembling mermaid girl. Adorned with a collar that would explode, her eyes filled with terror. The men in the audience are mesmerized, and the host lewdly introduces, the taste of this mermaid. Those who have experienced it understand it is truly unforgettable, eliciting a round of laughter. I felt nauseous. These human traffickers, every last one of them, deserves to be condemned to hell. The starting bid is 80 million berries. The host strikes the gavel, and chaos ensues. 100 million. 120 million. The price skyrockets as if propelled by a rocket, swiftly reaching 350 million. Just as everyone assumed a deal was imminent, a languid voice interjects. I bid 500 million berries. It is that celestial dragon. The moment he speaks, silence falls over the room. Who dares to contest a celestial dragon? That would be akin to a venerable elder committing suicide, seeking a hastened demise. The host, quick-witted, promptly seals the deal, fearing the celestial dragon might reconsider. As soon as the auction concludes, Luo stands up, preparing to leave. I immediately exchanged a glance with Itachi and followed suit. Upon exiting the door, I spotted Luo standing a short distance ahead, coldly observing us. "What do you want?" he inquired directly. "Since I entered, I have noticed you watching me. Speak. What is your purpose?" Goodness, this is truly the insight of a supernova. I decided to drop the pretense, stepping forward, lifting my hat slightly, and smiling. "No need to be tense. I wish to ask for your assistance in saving a friend." The moment Luo recognized my face, his pupils widened in shock. "Lei Yu? How dare you come here? Are you not aware that the Navy has gone mad, trying to capture you? They are offering 10 million berries for your information." This was news to me. It seems the Navy was indeed incensed by me last time. Luo led us to a secluded corner and impatiently stated, "Speak. What do you need from me?" Without wasting time, I pointed to Itachi. "Save him." Luo scrutinized Itachi, chuckling lightly. "Indeed it is him." I sensed something peculiar about his aura from the beginning. He approached Itachi to begin an examination. I had assumed that with his surgical fruit ability, there would be no significant issues. However, the moment his hand made contact with Itachi's body, Luo froze in shock. How is it possible he is still alive? His expression turned grave, and he gasped. My heart sank as I hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Luo's hands trembled as he looked at Itachi, as if he were a monster. The vitality within him has nearly vanished. "How can you still move?" He gazed at me, his expression exceedingly grim. In his condition, his life force is nearly extinguished. It is a miracle he is still alive. Can he be treated? I stared intently at him, my heart plummeting to despair. Luo remained silent for a long moment before shaking his head heavily. "I am powerless." I felt as if the sky were collapsing. Yet Itachi remained calm, patted my shoulder. "Let it be, Lei Yu. Is there truly no hope?" "Luo." I refused to give up, nearly shouting. Luo observed our despondent state, and suddenly his eyes glimmered with a spark of inspiration. He inhaled sharply and spoke deliberately. "There is, but it depends on your resolve." "What method?" "Speak quickly." I clung to this last thread of hope. Luo's expression grew extraordinarily serious, even tinged with madness. He fixed his gaze on me and uttered a few words. "The heart of a celestial dragon. The heart of a celestial dragon." I tell you, the expression on Luo's face at that moment was indescribable. It was as if he were inscribing the words "this could save your brother" across his features. He explained that although celestial dragons are notoriously weak, they possess a unique power that could revive Itachi. Goodness, I hesitated. Celestial dragons. They are the ancestors of the world government. Would the Navy not pursue me relentlessly for daring to touch them? But then I thought, saving my brother is paramount. I asked Luo, "They are still within the slave trading house, correct?" As I spoke, I prepared to rush inside. Luo looked utterly dumbfounded, likely thinking that I was truly fearless. Just as we reached the entrance, two celestial dragons emerged, followed by a throng of subordinates carrying a cage containing the mermaid, exuding an air of arrogance. If we were to engage directly, the commotion would be too great. I had a sudden idea and decided to tail them, waiting for the right moment to strike. Luo and Itachi understood my intent and silently followed. Little did we know, as we focused on the celestial dragons, the Navy was also making its move. The three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, had already arrived near the Sabaody archipelago. Akainu, with his grim demeanor, inquired of his subordinates. The ship of the gods' pirates is docked at Island 41, correct? The Snake Man is guarding it? Goodness, they are indeed coming for me. Upon learning that the Snake Man was present, Akainu grinned, likely thinking this would be an easy capture. Upon reaching Island 4050, Akainu suddenly called for a stop, declaring, "Let us dock at Island 45. He then leaped off the warship, leaving Akiji and Kizuru perplexed, questioning his motives. With a sly grin, Akainu explained, "We are too conspicuous. Directly going to Island 41 would only alert them. It would be wiser to neutralize the Snake Man first." Akiji probably thought to himself, when did this fool learn to use his brain? Thus, the three admirals, accompanied by around 20 elite Navy personnel, stealthily approached Island 41. Meanwhile, the Snake Man, Orochimaru, was reclining in a chair, indulging in daydreams. In his dreams, he and I were in a paradisiacal realm, devoid of the Navy, pirates, or Itachi, just the two of us in blissful harmony. Suddenly, a small snake crawled onto him, licking his face, startling him awake. It was the white snake he had dispatched as a sentry. This snake had returned without orders, indicating that something had gone awry. Orochimaru quickly consumed the white snake, extracting its memories, and realized that Akainu and the others were approaching. Furthermore, all three admirals were present. Orochimaru's heart sank, while he feared no one in a one-on-one scenario. Facing all three admirals simultaneously would be a death sentence. There was no choice but to flee, but where could he escape? Gritting his teeth, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Not long after, dozens of Navy officers surrounded the pirate ship. The three admirals leisurely emerged from the woods. Akainu shouted towards the ship, "Snake Man, you are surrounded. Come out and meet your doom." There was no response whatsoever. Akainu called out again, "Do not expect Raikou to save you. Even if he comes, it would only lead to his demise." Still, there was silence. Akainu, feeling a bit embarrassed, was about to lose his temper when Akiji suddenly interjected, "Stop shouting. There is no one above." Akainu looked confused and asked, "How do you know?" Akiji gave him a disdainful glance and replied, "Don't you know how to use Kenbunchika haki?" It was only then that Akainu realized and quickly scanned with his haki, discovering that indeed, no one was there. Where did they go? They were just here. As Akainu puzzled over this, Akiji had already leaped onto the ship to search, followed closely by Kizuru. However, they found not a single trace of anyone. Akainu's expression darkened. He clenched his fists and muttered, "Have they escaped again?" Akiji hastily reassured him, "Do not panic. They must have left not long ago. Let us search the vicinity." Thus, the three admirals, accompanied by elite Navy forces, began a thorough search of the 41st Peninsula. In truth, Orochimaru had not fled far. He was concealed in the branches of a nearby tree. Utilizing his ninjutsu, he had sealed his presence, which is why the admirals had failed to detect him. Watching the Navy floundering about like headless chickens, Orochimaru could not help but chuckle to himself, thinking, "Let these fools search for a while." However, his moment of triumph was short-lived as Kizuru suddenly transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Orochimaru felt a sense of foreboding, realizing that before Kizuru disappeared, he seemed to have glanced in the direction of Orochimaru's hiding spot. No way. My presence is so well concealed. How could he possibly find me? Orochimaru still clung to hope, but in the next moment, a blinding light appeared behind him. "This is bad. I've been exposed." Orochimaru spun around, and Kizaru was already standing right behind him, grinning as he asked, "Oh, how did you manage to hide so well?" As he spoke, Kizu nonchalantly picked his nose, his demeanor utterly inappropriate. Kizuru then extended his right leg, and a flash of light surged forth, causing Orochimaru to feel an imminent threat of death. This is terrible. Without a word, Kizuru was ready to strike. Yet Kizuru's speed was too swift. Orochimaru had no choice but to act first, drawing a dagger and slashing at Kizuru's neck. However, before the dagger could even make contact, a beam of light penetrated his body, sending Orochimaru flying like a kite with a severed string. Crashing heavily to the ground while clutching his abdomen, blood pouring from his wounds. He attempted to use Edo Tensei to summon past Hokages, only to realize he was not in his own world and could not do so. Half kneeling on the ground, Orochimaru watched as Akainu and Akiji approached, calculating how to escape. Kizuru brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and mockingly remarked, "Oh dear, I almost got killed. How frightening." This statement lacked lethal force, yet was deeply insulting. Kizuru did not give Orochimaru a moment to breathe. He transformed into a streak of light once more and lunged at Orochimaru. His mastery of the Pika Pika no Mi had reached its zenith, with speed surpassing the sound barrier. A commendation should be awarded to Kizuru. He truly was the fastest man in the world. In the blink of an eye, Kizuru appeared behind Orochimaru again, delivering a kick aimed at his heart. What a terrifying adversary. He cannot rest until I resolve this quickly. Yet, the kick that shattered Orochimaru's heart did not fell him. Instead, he transformed into a puddle of mud. Kizaru furrowed his brow, wondering if this was death. Akainu and Akiji rushed over and quickly understood. He had not perished. This was merely a special ability of his, akin to the cicada shedding its shell. Kizaru looked bewildered. So he is dead, but not completely dead, is that right? Akiji, exasperated, chose to abandon any further dialogue with Kizuru. At that moment, none of them noticed a thumb-sized hole beneath the mud, leading to the riverbank. It turned out that at the instant Kizuru attacked, Orochimaru's true form had morphed into a small snake, using Doton to tunnel underground to escape. He concealed himself by the riverbank, sealing his presence while secretly observing the three admirals on the shore. He knew that Kizuru's strength was at least equal to Akainu's, particularly in terms of speed, even surpassing the flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru did not dare to act carelessly, remaining completely still by the riverbank. After nearly an hour, night fell, and the three admirals still did not detect him. Akainu had become utterly irate, bellowing, "I have no time to waste with a slippery eel. If he won't come out, I shall force him out." With that, he transformed his hands into magma and shouted, "Great fire!" A massive molten fist shot forth from his hand, instantly reducing a nearby grove of trees to ashes. Akiji hurriedly intervened. "Do you wish to destroy this island?" Akainu glared at him. "Then what do you propose? Shall we wait here like fools?" Akiji took a deep breath and, in an emotionally intelligent manner, suggested, "Your offensive power is too excessive. Allow me to handle this." In less tactful terms, could you refrain from causing destruction? Do you understand the importance of environmental conservation? With that, he covered his hands in frost and slammed them down on the ground. The Ice Age, in an instant, 1,000-meter radius transformed into a winter wonderland. Akainu was taken aback, pondering the implications of Akiji's sudden display of power. Akiji explained, "He must have used some method to seal his presence. As long as he remains within my frozen realm, he will be unable to resist the cold and will eventually freeze to death. Once he uses his abilities, we will detect him immediately." Both Akainu and Kizuru found this reasoning sound and returned to their positions, beginning the long wait. Meanwhile, beneath the frozen river surface, Orochimaru trembled from the cold, yet dared not move. The slightest breach of his concealed presence would reveal him. Fortunately, a narrow crack above his head allowed him to breathe, albeit barely. Had Akiji and the others been able to see beneath the ice, they would have spotted a pale snake pressed against the icy surface. As for me, I had followed the group, led by St. Charlos, to a hotel. Initially, I intended to take action directly, but the street was too crowded, forcing me to bide my time. Upon entering the room, St. Charlos, I stealthily positioned myself outside the window, eager to eavesdrop on their activities. What I heard startled me. St. Charlos was inside, proclaiming something ominous about tonight. My heart raced. Was he planning to strike against the mermaid? However, the more I listened, the more I sensed something was amiss, until I heard indescribable sounds emanating from the Charlia Palace. I felt my face flush with embarrassment, thinking, is this a live broadcast of childbirth? Hastily, I descended from the window and returned to the tavern. What would I do if they continued this way all night? Suddenly, I recalled that St. Charlos had consumed a considerable amount of beverages during dinner. Surely, he would need to relieve himself eventually. With this thought, I felt nauseated, quickly pushing the bizarre images from my mind before retreating to the tavern's backyard, preparing to wait for the opportune moment. I waited for what felt like ages, nearly dozing off when I suddenly heard footsteps. Peering closely, I recognized it was none other than St. Charlos. I quickly followed him, in a jovial mood. St. Charlos whistled as he entered the restroom. Upon seeing me enter, he assumed I was part of his kind and greeted me with a smile. Hey buddy, have you eaten? Without uttering a word, I lunged at him, extending my hand. St. Charlos was completely caught off guard. He thought I was about to draw a gun and instinctively tried to shield himself with his face, not realizing I intended to save a life by extracting his heart. As he raised his guard, I plunged my fingers into his nostrils and twisted them around. St. Charlos immediately began to weep and wail, losing his grip on the gun. With determination, I shoved my thumb into his mouth, muffling his cries, while my left hand enveloped his neck, reaching for his chest. Only then did St. Charlos realize that I was not a celestial dragon. He desperately sought to call for help, but I had already seized his throat, forcing only muffled sounds to escape. My fingers found his heart, feeling its rhythmic pulsations, and I was elated. I had seized it. I feared that there might be companions lurking behind me, and without hesitation, I yanked out the heart. Instantly, the chest of Caluosing erupted like a fountain, spewing forth crimson blood intermingled with a strange golden hue. He collapsed lifeless. I hastily fled the scene of the crime, only to discover a force gripping my hand. Turning back, I realized that Caluosing's cardiovascular system was still connected to his heart. With my right hand, which bore traces of his mucus, I clutched and pulled forcefully. With a sound of poochie, the blood vessels severed and blood gushed forth. It was then that Caluosing truly met his demise. I dared not let the blood stain my clothes and leapt out of the restroom window, leaving behind Caluosing's hollow corpse lying within. Just as I exited the tavern, a voice echoed from the restroom. There is nothing you can imagine that I, Lao Ba, cannot accomplish, followed by a piercing scream that shattered the tranquility of the night. By dawn, the streets buzzed with speculation regarding Caluosing's cause of death. Some claimed it was at the hands of Lao Ba. Others suggested his kidneys had been extracted, while yet more whispered that his abdomen had been gutted, his head stuffed inside. The rumors grew increasingly absurd, and I had long since returned to the place where Luo was treating you. I placed Caluosing's heart on Luo's table and inquired, "Is this it? Can it heal you?" Luo's eyes sparkled greedily at the sight of the heart, but upon recalling my ability to kill Caluosing, he suppressed his avarice and gazed enviously at you, who lay on the bed. Yes, yes, with his heart, it can definitely be healed," he exclaimed. Upon closer inspection of the heart, he asked in astonishment, "How did you manage to seal the blood vessels so perfectly?" Heart blood is indeed a precious substance. He then scrutinized the viscous, transparent liquid and inquired, "What is this sealing material?" "It has been preserved remarkably well. It warrants further study." I couldn't reveal to him that it was Caluosing's mucus, so I replied, "It's a secret formula. You need not concern yourself with that. Just tell me if it can be used." Luo cautiously lifted the heart, marveling at its significance as that of the exalted Caluosing. "Have you examined it thoroughly? Can it truly be effective?" "Don't tell me I wasted an entire night," I said impatiently. Luo broke into a cold sweat and quickly assured me it would work. "There are two options. One is to grind the heart into powder and brew a medicinal soup to administer, ensuring his survival. The other is to transplant the entire heart, as the heart blood will greatly enhance Yu's vitality." "However, what is it?" I pressed. "I am concerned that the bloodline of the celestial dragons is too potent, and Yu is currently in a weakened state," Luo replied, casting a glance at me. "So if transplanted, there is a possibility that you may be assimilated by the celestial dragon's essence." I suddenly recalled the system's presence. "System, what are the odds of you surviving?" "Probability calculation underway. Based on Yu's current constitution, the assimilation rate exceeds 80%. "Ah, I found myself in a fierce internal struggle when you suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, I can manage. Luo turned sharply to you, feeling a pang of anxiety. How can this person possess such resilience? Then let's proceed. If it's you, what is there to fear in eliminating you? I proclaimed, my eyes ablaze with determination. I cannot guarantee he won't be assimilated, but I can assure you he won't die during the procedure. All right, enough. I refuse to believe Yu's life is so fragile. Luo conceded, preparing for the operation. He extended his right hand and solemnly declared, "Room." A transparent field of energy emanated from his palm, enveloping both him and Yu within it. This is my ability. The surgical fruit, Luo explained. He bent his index and middle fingers and softly called out, "Slaughterhouse." A jelly-like cube manifested in his right hand, containing Yu's heart, which had turned a dark red. Luo gently cradled Yu's heart with his left hand while continuing to manipulate it with his right. Watching Luo's meticulous actions caused my own heart to ache. The heart of a celestial dragon. Luo glanced at me, and I quickly handed over the heart of the celestial dragon. Luo meticulously trimmed away the sealing material, preserving it, and then utilized the slaughterhouse to transplant the formidable heart into Yu. Whether he survives now depends on him. My ability can assist him no further, Luo remarked, shaking his head. As he spoke, Yu's complexion visibly flushed with color, a faint golden light radiating from his chest and spreading to his extremities. This heart was gradually transforming his body. I held my breath, my fists clenched tightly, silently praying. Yu's form became enveloped in golden light, and his previously emaciated body began to fill out. Suddenly, Yu's expression contorted in a grimace as if battling some immense energy. Time passed slowly, and Yu's face grew increasingly strained. Just when it appeared he might surrender, a flash of red light erupted from his eyes with a sound of tong. Luo stood in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at Yu, exclaiming, "How can this Yu possess such tenacity for life? I never anticipated such power to emerge from a desperate situation." Moments later, Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant radiance illuminating the entire room, then turned to me, solemnly stating, "Thank you, Lei Yu." I was so overwhelmed with emotion that I could scarcely find words. "It's nothing, really. It's not a big deal, so why thank me?" I exclaimed, and then embraced him tightly. A single tear of blood streamed from Yu's eye, silently acknowledging all that I had done for him. Feeling the powerful vitality coursing through him, he exclaimed, "With this strength, my eyes might just reach that level." My own eyes sparkled with brilliance. If Yu's Sharingan could advance further, it would become the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Luo shook his head, cautioning, "Do not celebrate too soon. It is best to observe for a few days before drawing conclusions." I remarked, from my perspective, Uncle Snake has nearly frozen into a purple popsicle beneath the ice. The entire night has passed. He watched helplessly as the three formidable contenders, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru, stood on the shore. Good heavens! It was as if they might pull out a deck of cards and begin playing poker. Uncle Snake's heart was heavy as he lamented. "Why haven't these fellows left? I can barely endure this." He dared not use chakra, fearful that even the slightest warmth might be detected by them. Meanwhile, the three admirals were on the brink of madness. Akainu, with his fiery temper, clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air, having exhausted all patience after an entire night. Akiji urged him to wait, insisting, "I refuse to believe he won't emerge." Kizuru, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, casually remarked, "Could it be that the snake has already slipped away?" Akiji rolled his eyes in response, "Impossible. That's absurd. My ice age spans several kilometers. How could he possibly escape? Unless he is Kizuru and can turn into light." Just then, a cracking sound pierced the air. Family, who understands? Just that slight sound of ice cracking. Kizaru's ears are sharper than a dog's. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of light and appeared directly above Uncle Snake's hiding spot. Peering down, he found only a small crack, devoid of any presence. Stroking his little mustache, Kizaru muttered, "Was that an illusion?" and promptly vanished back to his original position. Akainu and Akiji, observing Kizaru's movements, stood up, inquiring, "What happened? Did you find him?" Kizuru, lazily waving his hand, replied, "Nothing, I misheard." The three resumed their seats. Meanwhile, beneath the water, Orochimaru was nearly terrified out of his wits. The cracking sound had been his own doing, a small opening he created to breathe. That minuscule noise had nearly spelled his doom. Yet, seeing the three return to their seats, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was this a direct challenge to him? A strategic game of enforcement? In the midst of this standoff, a young naval officer came rolling and scrambling towards them, drenched in sweat as if freshly pulled from the water. Upon seeing him, Akainu sprang to his feet, his brows knitted in concern. "What happened? Have you discovered the snake's trail?" Akiji felt a surge of anxiety, wondering if he had truly evaded capture from his icy grip. The small soldier gasped for breath. His face turned pale as he exclaimed, "No, my lord. Something grave has befallen the Tenryu people." Upon hearing this, the three admirals nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. The Tenryu people? What could possibly happen to that group of world-renowned infants? Who would dare to provoke them? After a moment of shock, Akainu let out a cold laugh. What grave matter could it be? Is there truly someone daring enough to strike a Tenryu? In his mind, this was nothing short of absurdity. "And no, my lord, they were not attacked." The soldier hurriedly clarified. Akainu scoffed, wearing an expression of knowing. Then what could possibly be the matter? Did another Tenryu lose a pet cat? However, the next words from the soldier plunged the room into an immediate silence. With all his strength, he shouted, "This time, one of the Tenryu was assassinated." Instantly, the room fell into utter stillness. The three admirals exchanged bewildered glances, completely dumbfounded. Uncle Snake, who was eavesdropping below, felt his pupils tremble, his heart racing. Could it be that Lei Yu and his crew had taken action? After a long pause, Akiji was the first to regain his composure. Fixing his gaze on the soldier, "Are you serious?" The soldier nodded frantically, "Yes. I heard it was someone named Lao Ba who assassinated a Tenryu in a restroom." Lao Ba? Kizaru tilted his head, racking his brain to recall which supernova bore that name. After pondering for a while, he realized he couldn't recall anyone by that name. Akiji sighed, rubbing his temples. "Let's head over and check it out. We can deal with this later. If a Tenryu has died, the world as we know it could collapse." Akainu was not pleased at all. "I stood guard all night, only to let this slip away?" Kizaru, seeing the frustration etched on Akainu's face, lazily waved his hand. "Oh, you go deal with the Tenryu issue. I'll take care of this snake." Akainu contemplated for a moment, realizing he had no other choice but to follow Akiji and rush after the soldier to handle this mess. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku could nearly tear the roof off with his furious roar. "What? A Tenryu has been assassinated. What are the three of you doing?" Sengoku berated the reporting officer. His first thought was that this incident was undoubtedly connected to Lei Yu's gang. That Lao Ba sounded utterly unreliable. Did they not understand what it meant to kill a Tenryu? Sengoku paced anxiously in his office, fully aware of the nature of the world government. If this matter were mishandled, his role as Fleet Admiral would come to an abrupt end. Losing the position of Fleet Admiral was trivial. If the world government deemed the Marines incapable and intervened personally, the seas would truly be doomed. At that moment, the officer cautiously spoke again. "Admiral, there's another small matter." Sengoku's heart skipped a beat as he fixed his gaze on him. The officer gritted his teeth and continued. "Blackbeard Teach has captured the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas Ace. He intends to use Ace to exchange for a warlord title." Sengoku froze upon hearing this. Ace had been captured? Then a flash of insight struck him. He remembered the shocking secret that Garp had once shared with him. Ace was the child of that man. Sengoku's eyes glimmered with cunning as he immediately ordered, "Agree to Teach's terms. First, lock Ace up and impel down. Also, inform Akainu and the others to stall Lei Yu's crew. They must not be allowed to escape. The assassination of the Tenryu must be suppressed and kept from public knowledge." After issuing a series of commands, Sengoku slumped into his chair, his eyes closed tightly. In that brief moment, several strands of white hair had quietly sprouted on his head. With a deep sigh, he retrieved a snail phone and dialed out. The scene shifted to Water 7. Nami and Zoro were agape in astonishment, watching an old man share laughter with Luffy. They had just learned that this old man was none other than Luffy's grandfather, the legendary marine hero, Garp. Even more astonishingly, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was his son. What a revelation! This was the highest echelon of privilege in this vast sea. Meanwhile, Luffy remained blissfully unconcerned, utterly unfazed by the news. As Garp munched on meat, he inquired, "By the way, I heard that Lei Yu saved your life?" Luffy, scratching the back of his head and grinning, replied, "Ah, big brother Lei Yu? Yes, if it weren't for him, I would have been cut down by Buggy in Logtown." Upon hearing Luffy refer to him as Big Brother, Garp's brow furrowed immediately, and he sternly cautioned, "You'd best keep your distance from that fellow." "Oh, why? I think he's quite a good guy." Luffy shrugged nonchalantly. Garp was infuriated, delivering a swift punch. "Are you listening? Lei Yu is not someone to be trifled with. Associating with him brings no benefits. Luffy, displaced, potev, no. Big brother Lei Yu is a good person." Garp was furious, "Nanny, do you believe I will take you back right now?" He grasped Luffy's collar, preparing to take action when a soldier rushed in with a snail phone. "Admiral Garp. Urgent call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Garp had no choice but to retract his fist and take the phone. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy dashed out to play with Kobe. Moments later, Garp's horrified shout echoed from within. "What? You say a Tenryu has been killed? How is that possible?" On the other end, Sengoku informed him that he suspected it was Lei Yu's doing. Then, after a brief silence, he dropped the real bombshell. "Ace has been captured." Garp froze upon hearing this, his entire demeanor collapsing into despair, his face darkening as if drenched in shadows. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice trembling. "You know, he's my grandson." Sengoku coldly replied, "But he is not your biological grandson. You must know who his father is. This is the only way. Is there truly no other option?" Garp continued to struggle against the inevitable. "This is the only way." The voice on the other end shattered all of Garp's remaining hopes. He simply asked, "Where is he now?" "Preparing for transport to impel down." "I understand. I will return immediately." Garp hung up the phone and walked out expressionlessly. In that moment, the once upright posture that he always maintained seemed to sag. He interrupted the sparring session between Luffy and Kobe, wordlessly leading everyone onto the warship to depart. Luffy stared blankly at his grandfather's retreating figure, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him that something dire was about to transpire. The scene shifted again to Sabaody Archipelago. With Akainu and Akiji gone, only Kizaru remained. As Akiji left, the ice age dissipated and the ice began to melt. Kizaru leisurely approached the water's edge, gazing into the depths, and lazily stated, "Stop hiding. Come out. I'll give you a chance for a one-on-one." Uncle Snake, startled, thought, "Is this guy trying to trick me?" Yes, he must be. I cannot go out. As a devil fruit user, I fear the sea. I will simply wait him out. With that, he burrowed his head into the mud at the bottom, silently chanting, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Kizaru waited for a long time with no response. "Oh, it seems you lack the sense of humor." With that, he extended a finger, and the tip glowed with blinding light, resembling a high-powered flashlight. Uncle Snake, feeling the illumination above, pulled his head from the mud, bewildered. Where did this person get a searchlight? How'd he see me hiding so deep? Just as he pondered this, the beam of light shot forth like a bullet. Uncle Snake cursed internally, realizing he had truly been exposed, and desperately began swimming away. However, the light seemed to have eyes, relentlessly pursuing him. With no other choice, Uncle Snake spun in the water, drawing his short blade, channeling chakra, and sliced the light in half. Yet upon turning back, he was met with a sky full of small light orbs, raining down upon him like a Gatling gun. What? More? Are they trying to turn me into a sieve? Uncle Snake pressed his palms together, opening his mouth to unleash a technique. But he forgot he was still in the water, and as he opened his mouth, he gulped down a mouthful of salty, brackish seawater. His technique failed to materialize, and he nearly choked. Uncle Shi, realizing in a moment of clarity that he could not utilize Fengduan, lamented that most of his ninjutsu required vocalization. As he faced the imminent threat of being turned into a honeycomb, he swam desperately towards the surface, for the shore was his domain. With a resounding splash, Orochimaru emerged from the water like a mermaid. Even taking a moment mid-air to nonchalantly toss aside his damp hair, casting a sidelong glance at Huang Yuan. That fleeting glance, I must say, bore an almost flirtatious, petulant charm reminiscent of a young girl. Huang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to suppress a retch. Is this the signature gag reflex of a serpent in action? Truly terrifying. Despite his discomfort, Huang Yuan's fingers deftly beckoned, causing bright orbs of light to burst forth from the water, continuing their assault on Uncle Shi. Once ashore, Uncle Shi felt emboldened. With a sly smile, he clapped his hands together and bellowed, "Feng Duan da Tupo." A tempest erupted from his mouth, mingled with the seawater he had just swallowed, scattering the light orbs into oblivion. After neutralizing the attack, Uncle Shi wiped the seawater, no, the saliva, from the corner of his mouth and coldly regarded Huang Yuan. "Is this the extent of your prowess?" The famed monkey-faced general among the three admirals? He had forgotten Huang Yuan's name entirely and resorted to a nickname based solely on his appearance. The term monkey face struck Huang Yuan like a dagger to the heart. The usually indifferent Huang Yuan's eyes glinted with a hint of anger. "Humph. You are not without merit either. But may I inquire, are you male or female? Are you human or serpent?" Uncle Shi, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Come closer, and I shall reveal to you the answer you seek." "What?" Huang Yuan was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of this individual, who seemed to have no boundaries. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Huang Yuan was the first to speak. "Let's not dwell on trivialities. Was it you who killed the celestial dragons?" At this moment, Uncle Shi, having learned from his little snakes, was aware that Lei Yu had slain the celestial dragons and even cured Itachi's ailment. Oblivious to the assassination aspect, he proudly proclaimed, "Indeed, it was my elder brother Lei Yu who eliminated the celestial dragons." "What of it?" His tone was reminiscent of a boastful child. Huang Yuan was momentarily thrown off balance, unable to discern the truth from fiction. "Well, it seems today you may not leave this place." As soon as the words left his lips, Huang Yuan vanished in an instant. In the next heartbeat, he reappeared before Uncle Shi, delivering a blindingly fast kick that pierced through his body once more. Yet Uncle Shi remained unconcerned. Under Huang Yuan's astonished gaze, the gaping wound swiftly healed. "What remarkable vitality!" Huang Yuan exclaimed, conjuring a luminous sword in his hand. "However, if I were to sever your head, I wonder if you could still recover?" With that, he swung the blade towards Uncle Shi's neck. With a sickening sound, the head was severed. Huang Yuan tilted his head, pondering aloud. Is he dead? Yet before him, Uncle Shi transformed into a puddle of mud. That repulsive ability again. Suddenly, Huang Yuan sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. He turned to find Uncle Shi's true form had circled behind him, brandishing a Kusanagi blade aimed directly at him. However, the sword merely passed through Huang Yuan's body as if he were air. Elementalization. Uncle Shi felt a headache coming on. Is that so? With a steely gaze, he enveloped his short sword in a layer of azure chakra and slashed at Huang Yuan's neck once more. Oh no! Huang Yuan realized the force behind the strike could indeed harm him, and he immediately evaded, though he felt a sharp sting across his face. He touched the area only to find fresh crimson. His cheek had been sliced. The sneak attack had not inflicted substantial damage. Yet Uncle Shi recognized that an admiral was still an admiral. "You are indeed cunning and formidable," Huang Yuan remarked, wiping away the blood with nonchalance. "It appears I must take this seriously." With that, he transformed into a beam of light and charged forward once again, with a resounding crash. Uncle Shi had no time to react, as he was sent flying by a blinding kick. Trees were uprooted in his wake, creating human-shaped craters. Uncle Shi staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It dawned on him that this adversary had not even exerted his full strength previously. Before he could catch his breath, a golden light flashed above him, and Huang Yuan's figure reappeared. "Ah, you are still alive? Then let this strike send you on your way." With a kick radiating blinding brilliance, he descended. Uncle Shi, gritting through the pain, burrowed underground using Dunton. However, as soon as he entered the earth, he heard the ground shatter, and a golden light blasted him out, earth and all. What followed was a one-sided onslaught. Huang Yuan's speed was unparalleled. Uncle Shi's ninjutsu could not touch him. leaving him to endure the blows passively as his chakra was rapidly depleted. At this rate, he would surely be worn down and perish. After being driven into the earth once more, Uncle Shi assessed his dwindling chakra and steeled his resolve. He could not afford to waste any more time. He had to strike back. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that ultimate technique. As he beheld the golden flash re-emerging, a glint of cold resolve flickered in Uncle Shi's eyes. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within him. He began to sprout patches of white scales. With a thunderous roar, a colossal being erupted from the earth. 8 massive serpentine heads, mouths agape, roared toward the heavens. This towering beast, hundreds of meters tall, occupied nearly half the island. The island's inhabitants were left aghast, staring in terror at this monstrous entity that blotted out the sun. Could it be that he transformed into this? Huang Yuan murmured, gazing at the Yata no Orochi. This fellow is truly beyond human. At that moment, the central head of the Yata no Orochi opened its maw, revealing Uncle Shi's upper body, who coldly regarded the diminutive Huang Yuan. Now, prepare to witness the power that belongs to me. Jata no doku erigriegave. In an instant, all 8 heads unleashed a deluge of purple-black venom, raining down upon Huang Yuan like a torrential storm. Huang Yuan's expression grew serious. Has he grown stronger? This truly complicates matters. He allowed his body to elementalize, letting the venom pass through him. The toxic liquid struck the ground, hissing and emitting white smoke, corroding both earth and trees into a puddle of muck. Huang Yuan glanced back, his lips forming the words, "What terrifying venom!" Yet his expression remained infuriatingly indifferent. This scene ignited Uncle Shi's fury. Who understands the plight of family? I have laid my trump card bare, unleashing the Yata no Orochi. Yet you remain so nonchalant. Can I not receive a modicum of respect? Let me tell you, Uncle Shi was enraged. The massive form of the Yata no Orochi thundered forward, resembling 8 dump trucks racing side by side. The ground ignited by the sparks of his scales. The 8 heads, mouths agape, lunged from all directions, but what was the result? To his utter dismay, Huang Yuan had vanished in an instant. Did it infuriate you? In comparison to his size, I was as clumsy as a 200-pound man attempting to skip rope. However, I had my trump card. I had anticipated his every move. A colossal tail had silently risen above him, akin to a satellite cannon. By the time he reacted, it was far too late. With a resounding crash, it came crashing down. Did he think he could transform into light to evade it? What a foolish dream. This was an S-class forbidden technique, designed to counteract all flashy moves, ignoring whatever elementalization you possess. The blow struck true, sending him crashing from the sky into the ground, creating a massive crater that he could not escape. Did you think that was the end? This fiend staggered to his feet, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With a cold snort, he declared he would take it seriously now. Where was this resolve before? He leaped onto one of my serpent heads, conjuring a colossal 40-meter-long light sword. Goodness, it was a gigantic version of the Tenku no Tachi. With a swift motion, he severed one of my heads. He likely sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "Is that all?" But in the next second, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I observed the gruesome sight of my severed neck, flesh writhing for a moment before, with a sudden pop, a perfectly identical head sprouted forth anew. Surprised? Astonished? Unfazed by this phenomenon, he attempted to strike again, only to witness yet another head materialize moments later. Each strike left him baffled, as if pondering the existence of an immortal creature akin to a youthful phoenix. No matter how many times he attempted to cleave me, I seemed inexhaustible. At that moment, I leisurely manifested atop the serpent's head, gazing down at his expression reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation, and I taunted him directly. "My friend, I concede. I may not be able to defeat you. However, you shall never be able to kill me. Do you understand?" This proclamation ignited his fury. With arms crossed before him, he radiated brilliance akin to a miniature sun, a harbinger of his impending assault. The Hachi Shaku Kagoyu, I assure you, the luminous projectiles cascaded down like a torrential meteor shower, bombarding me relentlessly. The very island trembled beneath the onslaught. the surrounding foliage reduced to mere splinters. When the smoke cleared, my form as the Yamada no Orochi was riddled with countless punctures, blood flowing like a waterfall. Truth be told, for an instant, I genuinely believed my demise was imminent. Yet, who am I but the illustrious serpent? I summoned my chakra in defiance, and as my body bore countless wounds, they began to writhe and pulsate. In a matter of moments, the bleeding ceased, the wounds healed, and I emerged unscathed as the formidable Yamada no Orochi once more. Above, the yellow monkey, witnessing the spectacle, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this?" With a sardonic smile, I retorted, "If you can kill me today, then the Leiyu is your son." Thus, we found ourselves locked in a stalemate, neither able to harm the other, exchanging glances as if engaged in a battle of wills, merely a form of passive resistance. Meanwhile, on another front, Churchan, Chi Quan, and Qing-Chi arrived at the scene of the incident. The sight was nothing short of harrowing. The celestial dragon lay lifeless in the restroom, his sister Xia Liago, paralyzed with fear on the floor, while several decapitated slaves lay scattered about as grim accompaniments. Churchan's face darkened with rage as he surveyed the scene, his fists clenched tightly. Yet bound by the constraints of authority, he could only seethe in silence. The two admirals commenced their investigation, quickly deducing that a masterful killer had struck, and notably, the victim's heart was missing, extracted by another's hand. Qingdru pondered aloud. What sort of deranged murderer possesses such a macabre obsession? As he mused, Churchang sensed an unsettling familiarity in the air, yet could not recall its source. Just as they wrestled with their thoughts, a thunderous crack of lightning resonated above. The author's guiding hand seemed evident. In unison, they exclaimed, Leiyu. At that moment, the Navy brought forth a suspect, an individual known as Laoba. Upon seeing him, Kitchen noted the suspicious yellow substance at the corner of his mouth and the indescribable odor emanating from his being, prompting him to recoil in disgust, exclaiming, "Not him! Take him away, quickly!" No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out. The sister of the celestial dragon, Chung, expressionless, had executed Laoba without hesitation. Churchang erupted in fury, nearly spewing magma from his eyes as he glared at her, demanding, "Did I not say he was not the killer?" To which she indifferently replied, "Oh, is that so? If I killed the wrong person, so be it. It was merely a worthless life." At that moment, Churchang's fury ignited. Yet had it not been for Chura's firm grip and reminder that they were admirals of the Navy, he would have undoubtedly unleashed his wrath upon her. This remark extinguished his rage and left him feeling despondent. He realized that the so-called justice he upheld was but a farce in the face of these celestial dragons. From that moment forth, Churchang descended into darkness, placing the blame for all that transpired upon him and every pirate, vowing to obliterate all pirates, even if it meant allying with the detestable celestial dragons. Just then, the father of the deceased, Lao Tianlongren Luozuo de Sheng, Lao Tianlongren Luo de Sheng, arrived. Initially composed, his countenance turned pale upon learning that his son's heart had been extracted. His expression mirrored that of a man who had encountered a ghost, trembling in fear. He hurriedly took his daughter by the hand, commanding his subordinates to dispose of the body, fleeing as if pursued by unspeakable horrors. In an instant, only Churchan and Qingdru remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, our main forces had mobilized. Itachi, sensing my summoning of the Yamada no Orochi, recognized I had encountered formidable opposition and, without hesitation, urged Liu to accompany him for support. Before departing, Liu cryptically instructed Law to seek out a young man named Lu Fei, claiming he could aid in vengeance. Luo was taken aback, pondering how Liu could possibly know of his desire for retribution. As Liu and Itachi raced through the woods, they unexpectedly collided with an elderly man. It was none other than the legendary Rayleigh. He halted them, directly inquiring, "You killed the celestial dragon, didn't you, Leiyu?" On guard, prepared for confrontation, but Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Do not be alarmed. He deserved it. I am merely here to confirm one thing. Does your name bear the fabled D?" Layer. Perplexed replied, no, I am simply Layer. Lay for thunder, year for feather. No prefix. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh sighed with disappointment, offering no further elaboration, merely warning them that all three admirals had arrived, advising them to exercise caution. Just as he and his companions departed, Trichin and Qingzhi followed the trail to their lodging. The innkeeper pointed them in the direction of the 41st island, the very location where I had been battling Huang Yuan. Exchanging glances, they rallied their forces and stormed forth in pursuit. Returning to my confrontation with Hung, our battle had reached a point of nearly emotional camaraderie, akin to two expert practitioners of guasha. He was panting heavily, and I was becoming increasingly frustrated, as he slipped away like an eel, proving nearly impossible to catch. At that moment, I noticed two figures emerging from the ravaged woods behind it. I chuckled and remarked, "You finally returned." Owen, startled, turned abruptly to behold Vu and Itachi stepping forth from the thicket. In an instant, his countenance fell, akin to a worker discovering their computer had crashed just as they were clocking in for the day. Stammering, he pointed at us, and that black-haired, red-eyed one. I chuckled and interjected, "My good fellow, no need for that this esteemed individual is known as Uchiha Itachi. Of course, you may also refer to him as the divine Itachi." Before my words could settle, the Breshan, Orochimaru, stepped forward, chin raised defiantly, exclaiming, "Amdafa, known as the Serpent God. Understand?" I thought to myself, how could this unfold? The carefully constructed atmosphere of formidable prowess had been utterly dismantled by his proclamation. Huang Yuan's face turned a shade of deep crimson, his fists cracking audibly. Dashuan, emboldened, taunted, "What were you looking at? If you're not satisfied, come and face me. If you kill me, I shall be your father." In a fit of desperation, I swiftly covered his mouth, realizing that if he continued, our crew would inevitably be rebranded as a comedic troupe. I hastily dragged him toward the ship, as the arrival of Trichin and Qingzhi could occur at any moment. Upon observing our intent to flee, Huang Yuan swiftly manifested before us, his demeanor unmistakably declaring that none would be permitted to depart today. I regarded him with a serene composure and asserted, "You cannot impede my passage." He smirked, "Oh, but I'm an admiral of the Navy." A sudden memory struck me, prompting a grin as I raised my hand to the sky, remarking, "It is getting late." Huang Yuan paused, glancing up at the sun. Indeed, it has reached noon. To my astonishment, he actually retreated 2 steps. My heart surged with elation. Could it be true that the folklore of laborers never working overtime was indeed a reality? Just as I began to revel in this thought, Huang Yuan erupted in a blinding golden light, exclaiming, "I cannot let you escape today." It dawned on me that he was likely fearful of losing his performance bonus this month, fearing a complete salary deduction for the sake of wages. Even a lunch break was forsaken. He transformed into a beam of light and charged toward us. Just as I lifted my fist, Itachi intervened, his gaze conveying one word, "Steady." He instructed me to board the ship first, and without waiting for my response, he advanced toward Huang Yuan. Reluctantly, I led the still chattering Orochimaru back to the vessel. As Huang Yuan beheld Itachi's approach, his grin widened. "Would you care to experience the sensation of being struck by light?" Before he could finish his words, he vanished in an instant, reappearing directly behind Itachi, unleashing a lightning-fast kick honed through years of leisure. My heart raced with trepidation. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. Itachi, without even turning his head, effortlessly grasped Huang Yuan's ankle with a swift motion, maintaining his composure. Huang Yuan was left utterly dumbfounded, his eyes bulging in disbelief. You actually caught the light? And you did so without even looking." This maneuver was truly unprecedented. Before Huang Yuan could recover from his astonishment, Itachi slowly turned his gaze, his crimson eyes fixated upon him. In a remarkable display of courage, Huang Yuan dared to meet his gaze. In the next moment, 3 black tomo within Itachi's eyes began to whirl furiously. "Tsukuyami." Upon uttering those 2 syllables, Huang Yuan became as rigid as a robot deprived of power, suspended motionless in midair, though I could not perceive the horrors occurring within the realm of Tsukuyami. The pallor and cold sweat that overtook Huang Yuan's visage revealed that he had undoubtedly been subjected to an unimaginable terror. One could surmise that within the confines of his mind, he was being mercilessly whipped by Itachi for an eternity. In what felt like merely a second. Indeed, it was merely a second. Huang Yuan suddenly shuddered, his eyes regaining clarity, likely having utilized Kin Bunchika Haki to break free. However, by the time he regained his senses, our ship had already sailed a considerable distance. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if he had just completed a grueling 3,000-meter physical test, clearly shaken. Before long, Akainu and Akiji, two formidable figures, arrived on the scene. Upon discovering our escape, Akainu's temper flared, and he seized Huang Yuan by the collar, his spittle nearly landing on Huang Yuan's face as he demanded, "What transpired here?" Huang Yuan, already filled with pent-up frustration, retorted angrily, "Why don't you confront Uchiha Itachi yourself? Go ahead and face him." With that, he stormed away without a backward glance. Akainu's face darkened with rage, yet he found himself powerless against Huang Yuan's outburst. The three admirals stood helplessly as we made our escape, just as they prepared to return to headquarters. An inexplicable sensation swept over them, prompting all three to abruptly gaze in the same direction. In an instant, a colossal, indescribable purple sword energy erupted from the ocean, carrying an aura of devastation that cleaved a gaping chasm into the sea. I was on the ship, my body bristling with goosebumps. The sheer force felt as though it could freeze time itself, as the sword energy threatened to cleave us and our vessel in two. I braced myself to unleash the Zhulong form, but Itachi was already in motion. Without uttering a word, he activated Susanoo. A magnificent crimson skeleton giant rose from the ground, enveloping our entire ship in its protective embrace. Even more astonishing, Susanoo's left hand held aloft an ancient mirror, Yada no Kagami. With a resounding crash, the cataclysmic purple sword energy struck the Yada no Kagami. The entire sea erupted in turmoil, producing colossal waves akin to a tsunami. I assure you, the spectacle resembled the apocalypse. Yet ultimately, that terrifying sword energy was gradually diminished before the mirror, dissipating into a myriad of purple sparks. As Itachi retracted Susanoo, a sheen of cold sweat adorned his brow, clearly indicating that withstanding such an assault was no trivial matter. I gazed toward the origin of the sword energy, my mind racing with speculation over the identity of the divine combatants. Could it be the likes of Yin? No, this sword energy was not so sinister. Might it be the ancient beings from the Holy Land, Mary Geos? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office was palpably tense. The three admirals, Vice-Admiral Tsuru, and even the venerable Garp had assembled. Sengoku slammed his palm upon the table, addressing the assassination of the celestial dragon, his gaze incessantly darting toward the three admirals, conveying a clear message. "What are you three doing?" Garp, nonchalantly munching on donuts, muttered with a mouthful, "Celestial dragons. Merely a bunch of trash." Sengoku's forehead creased with irritation, and he revealed another significant piece of information. "Furthermore, Garp, that Uchiha Itachi you mentioned is far from near death. He is in excellent health." Garp paused for a moment, then continued chewing. "Oh, perhaps he suddenly recovered. My apologies." Observing Garp's indifferent demeanor, Sengoku likely regretted involving him. At that moment, Akiji interjected, noting that the death of the celestial dragon was peculiar, as the heart was missing. Upon hearing this, Garp halted his chewing and inquired, "Is there a supernova named Trafalgar Law on the island?" Akiji nodded. Garp remained silent, but Sengoku could discern that this old man surely possessed some insider knowledge. Setting aside matters concerning Lei Yu, Sengoku inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. "Let us now discuss Ace. He has been imprisoned and impelled down." He paused, then dropped the most shocking revelation of the day. Poor Gasti, Ace is not his true name. His real name is Gold Ace. The moment the name Joel was uttered, the air in the entire office became suffocating. Akainu, Huang Yuan, Akiji, and even Vice-Admiral Tsuru stared at Garp, their eyes nearly bulging. "God? Could he be the son of Roger?" Akiji's voice quivered with disbelief. Garp's countenance darkened, and he solemnly nodded. He is not my biological grandson. With that, he set down the donut, fell silent, and rose to depart. His silhouette evoked a sense of profound sorrow. Sengoku watched Garp leave, sighing deeply before announcing to the remaining individuals, "The execution date for Ace is set for 1 week from now. I intend to publicly disclose his lineage to the world. By executing him, we shall solidify the Navy's authority." Upon hearing this, everyone understood the implication. This was not a mere consolidation of power. It was clear that Ace's life would be sacrificed to quell the fury of the world government following the death of the Celestial Dragon. Ace had become a pawn in this grand scheme. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days later, I received a new mission from the system, with the destination being 9 Snake Island. What a delightful surprise, a land of daughters. However, I must assert that I am a person who prioritizes ambition above all else. Wielding my blade with a singular focus, as our ship traversed the calm waters of the doldrums without obstruction, the Sea Kings were as docile as kittens before my Haushikahaki. Soon, an island loomed on the horizon. To avoid complications, I instructed Itachi and Orochimaru to remain on the ship while I stealthily approached the island under the cover of night. After wandering for half a day, I finally heard the system notification sound by a small stream, signaling the commencement of the sign-in timer. I exhaled in relief, settled beneath a large tree, and prepared to endure the night. However, it wasn't long before my stomach began to rumble. With no other option, I ventured nearby in search of some wild game. In the pitch blackness, visibility was non-existent. Just as I was about to give up and resort to foraging for poisonous mushrooms, I suddenly spotted movement in the grass not far away. Judging by its size, it must be a wild boar. My mouth watered at the thought as I stealthily approached, poised to pounce like a hungry tiger. To my surprise, the shadow abruptly stood up. I was momentarily dumbfounded. With that height and curve, it was not a boar, but a person, a woman, no less. Before I could flee, she turned sharply to face me. Under the moonlight, our eyes met. The next moment, a piercing scream that could shatter the night echoed through the air. I must tell you, the source of that scream was none other than a young lady named Magellite from Jiyoshidao, who could comprehend the shock of patrolling the wilderness at such an hour, only to discover a stranger squatting nearby. Anyone would be bewildered. Yet, this young lady possessed remarkable courage. After her initial shock, she quickly regained her composure and began to scrutinize my companion, Leiyu. After a prolonged gaze, she pointed at Leiyu's chest and innocently inquired, "Hey, why is it so flat there?" I must say, the atmosphere became tense. My friend, known for his bluntness, blurted out without a second thought, "Because I'm a man and you're a woman." The moment those words escaped his lips, his face turned pale. Oh no! It dawned on him that this was Jiyoshidao, a forbidden place for men. As expected, the young lady's expression changed instantly, and she opened her mouth to shout for help. If she attracted the entire island's populace, we would be doomed. Without hesitation, Leiyu narrowed his eyes, denying her a chance to speak. With a resounding thud, a wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth, knocking Magellite unconscious, her body collapsing backward. In a flash, Leiyu darted over to catch her, fearing that any fall might cause noise. His intentions were purely to avoid detection. Like a thief, he whisked her back to the shelter of the tree where he had been hiding. To be cautious, he gently laid Magellite on the ground and swiftly climbed back up the tree, hoping to survive the night unscathed. Little did he know, at that very moment, in the heart of Jiyoshidao palace, the Empress Hankook suddenly lifted her head. She had been lazily reclining on a serpent and reading a newspaper, which prominently featured the names of Ace and Leiyu, leaving her astonished. Suddenly, she sensed a presence. Conqueror's haki? Her gaze swept through the forest like a radar. Yet after searching for a long while, she found nothing. The aura had vanished. The Empress pondered if her recent stress had caused hallucinations, stretched lazily, and returned to rest. But guess what? My brother Leiyu had not been idle that night. He thought he was in the clear after hiding Magellite, but before long, another patrol team discovered her absence and began searching. One of them stumbled upon the tree where Leiyu was concealed. Realizing the situation, Leiyu decided to take action for the sake of world peace. With another surge of Conqueror's haki, he incapacitated this soldier and placed them beside Magellite. Just as he thought he could find some peace, yet another soldier appeared, forcing Lei Yu to repeat his previous action. What a scenario! Throughout the night, he continuously put one soldier down after another. By dawn, 7 valiant warriors lay neatly beneath the tree, snoring peacefully. At last, my brother could catch a moment of sleep, blissfully unaware of the exposure he had incurred. As daylight broke, Empress Hankook marched forward with her army. The night before, she had sensed something amiss. Upon hearing that the patrol team had vanished, she immediately recalled the Conqueror's haki. Upon arriving at the tree, she observed 7 of her subordinates sprawled on the ground, merely unconscious, and exhaled a sigh of relief. She gestured for them to be carried away, while the remaining soldiers encircled the massive tree. Hankook crossed her arms and coldly glared at the figure still drooling on the branch, commanding in a voice that, while not loud, was piercingly powerful. "How dare you cause a ruckus in my territory? Descend and kneel at once." With a sharp crack, Lei Yu's drool bubble burst against his nose. Groggily, he opened his eyes, rubbed them, and looked down in astonishment. What was this scene? A sea of women surrounded him. His heart raced. Having been single for over 20 years, he slipped and fell from the tree in a comical manner. Mortified, Lei Yu brushed off the dirt from his backside as he stood up. This moment allowed everyone to clearly see his features. Wow, he is so handsome. Indeed, but why is it so flat there? Look at the bulge in his pants. Is he hiding something? A gaggle of female warriors surrounded him, chattering like they had encountered some rare creature, causing Lei Yu's face to redden. Just then, an astute old lady, her eyes sharp as X-rays, pointed at Lei Yu and exclaimed, "This is a man. Quickly, apprehend him." No sooner had she spoken than the Empress's 2 sisters, Singdajwania and Malajilid, rushed forward with a throng of warriors. However, they failed to notice that their sister, Empress Hankook, was utterly entranced upon recognizing Lei Yu. While his handsomeness was one aspect, the crucial factor was that she recognized him as the ruthless individual who had slain the celestial dragons. She had intended to call for a halt, but it was too late. The warriors charged forth, weapons drawn. Lei Yu, seeing the impending threat, shook his head in resignation, too weary to waste words. With a steely gaze, he released an invisible wave of Conqueror's haki that radiated from him in a 360-degree arc. One by one, those charging warriors collapsed as if they were dumplings being dropped into boiling water, their eyes rolling back as they fell. In an instant, a wide area lay strewn with fallen soldiers, leaving only a few powerful ones still standing, albeit trembling. The Empress's 2 sisters exchanged astonished glances, whispering, "Could it be that he possesses Conqueror's haki like our sister?" They quickly glanced at Hankook, signaling that they were unable to handle the situation. Hankook, swaying her alluring figure, stepped closer to Lei Yu, gazing up at the man who towered over her, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. Was he the one who had slain the detestable celestial dragon? Lei Yu regarded the Empress, noting her unusual demeanor, and frowned slightly. With an air of cool confidence, he declared, "You are Hankook, correct? I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. I shall depart shortly." He glanced at the sign-in task, realizing he had half an hour remaining, which brought him joy. In a neutral tone, he added, "If you have no business here, please return and do not disturb me. I will leave your territory in half an hour." Friends, the absurdity escalated. That cold statement struck the Empress's heart. In an instant, her mind conjured up a melodramatic scene. Is he concerned for me? Encouraging me to return and rest. As she pondered this, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lei Yu's eyes. My brother Lei Yu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Could it be that she was infatuated with him? He had done nothing at all. At this moment, the Empress's 2 younger sisters approached, casting cold glances at Lei Yu. "Sister, why aren't you taking action? Hurry and capture this wretched man." However, Hankook slowly shook her head after hearing their words, uttering a statement that left everyone present in a state of shock. "He is not our enemy. He is my benefactor." Both younger sisters were taken aback, and even my brother Lei Yu wore a bewildered expression. Here I was, merely checking in and inadvertently taking down so many of you. It was a miracle we weren't enemies. Yet now I was being hailed as a benefactor. Han Cook noticed the confusion etched on everyone's faces. Lowering her head, her eyes sparkled with light as she spoke softly. Because he has slain a celestial dragon. What? Sandersonia and Marigold froze in place. The nightmares of their childhood enslavement flooding back to their minds. The elderly woman, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with shock. She dropped her cane with a loud thud and knelt before Lei Yu, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Thank you. You have killed the celestial dragon. Lady Snake, please grant this esteemed gentleman the status of a national guest." The two younger sisters quickly regained their composure, deeply bowing to Lei Yu. "Thank you." They then turned to Han Cook. "Sister, please make him a guest of our nation. Let him stay." Han Cook's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, as she had been contemplating the same thing. My brother Lei Yu, witnessing this unfolding situation, felt his soul nearly escape in fright and hastily waved his hands. No, that is unnecessary. That man deserves his fate." "What a joke. Why would I stay as a guest? My goal is to conquer the world, not to conquer the land of daughters." Seeing that refusal was futile, Han Cook shifted into a charming mode, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. "You truly do not wish to stay?" Good heavens, her demeanor was heartbreakingly enchanting. Lei Yu nearly acquiesced, quickly biting his tongue to regain clarity, then earnestly blurted, "I have far more important matters awaiting me. The world is still in need of salvation." Unbeknownst to him, those boastful words sent ripples of excitement through Han Cook's heart. Could it be that he intended to overthrow the world government and slay all the celestial dragons? The Empress clasped her chest with one hand, her other hand brushing her forehead as she leaned back, her face flushed. "This is the man of my heart." To her astonishment, she nodded obediently. "Then I shall not hinder you. However, you must remember me. I will seek you out in the future." My brother Lei Yu felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this woman had truly taken a liking to him. He could only brace himself. I will. So could you please return first?" He glanced at the nearly completed check-in task, eager to finish and depart, hoping to never return. Han Cook nodded obediently and turned to leave. As Lei Yu observed her retreating figure, a thought suddenly struck him. He pulled out a small vial containing a white viscous liquid from his pocket, a precautionary gift from Snake Uncle before his arrival. He called out to Han Cook's back, "Han Cook, catch!" As he spoke, he tossed the vial her way. Han Cook skillfully caught it, feeling the warmth lingering on the bottle. The rosy hue on her cheeks resurfacing as she delightedly mused, "Is this a gift from Lei-san? The medicine inside, when applied to that mark on your back, will make it vanish," Lei Yu declared, and before she could respond, he vanished from sight in a flash. Han Cook stood there dazed, watching the direction where Lei Yu had disappeared, a single tear slipping down her cheek. Back at the palace, Han Cook hurried to her chamber, shedding her upper garments to reveal her smooth back. There, marred by an ugly brand of the celestial dragon, lay the source of her lifelong shame and nightmares. Gazing at the potion Lei Yu had given her, her heart raced as she murmured, "It must be effective, right, Lei Yu-san? He wouldn't deceive me, would he?" Gently twisting open the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. She poured a small amount into her palm and carefully applied it to the brand on her back. The instant the liquid touched her skin, a chilling sensation coursed through her body, followed by a sharp sting. The pain felt as if it were eroding her flesh, a torment reminiscent of the moment she had received that mark. Han Cook clenched the blanket tightly, gritting her teeth, drenched in fragrant sweat, yet she uttered not a sound. Time passed, and gradually, the intense pain subsided, replaced by a warm and comforting sensation. She quickly rose and approached the mirror, anxiously closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see her smooth back in the reflection. The hideous mark had truly vanished without a trace. Han Cook was ecstatic and immediately sought out her two younger sisters, helping them remove their brands as well. The three sisters finally liberated themselves from the shadows of their childhood, embracing each other joyfully. Meanwhile, as Lei Yu and his companions set sail to escape, a sudden incident unfolded on Jiyoshi Island. The Empress lay in bed, her face flushed, breathing rapidly, drenched in sweat, as if she were suffering from a high fever. All the island's doctors came to examine her, yet they were at a loss, unable to identify any illness. Sandersonia and Marigold were frantic, yet helpless. Just then, the door swung open, and old Lady Nyo entered. Approaching the bed, she observed Han Cook's pained and somewhat dazed expression, as if she had suddenly grasped something important. Seeing old Lady Nyo at her side, Han Cook clutched her chest, crying out in distress, "Old Lady Nyo, my heart aches so much. I am so sad. I won't die, will I?" Old Lady Nyo's expression grew serious as she slowly uttered, "Love sickness." Before she could even finish calling out Lei Yu's name, Han Cook gasped at the mere mention of love. Old Lady Nyo's heart raced, horrified. "Lady Snake, she has fallen victim to love sickness." Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged puzzled glances. "This illness is quite troublesome." Old Lady Nyo sighed and continued, "Both the previous and the one before that succumbed to this affliction. Although they found their true love, the constraints of their nation led them to endless longing, ultimately deteriorating their health until they lost their lives. The Empress's current condition is indeed love sickness." "What?" Sandersonia exclaimed, shocked that love sickness could be so severe as to threaten her sister's life. "Sister, how could she contract such a sickness?" Marigold inquired, perplexed. Old Lady Nyo pondered for a moment before responding. "It must be that fellow named Lei Yu. Lady Snake may have developed feelings for him." What should we do now?" Marigold gazed at the frail Han Cook, tears welling in her eyes. Unless Lei Yu can stay by Lady Snake's side. This illness cannot be treated." Upon hearing this, Sandersonia and Marigold turned to leave, intent on retrieving Lei Yu. Old Lady Nyo swiftly blocked their path, stating, "It is too late. It seems they have already departed." The two sisters stood frozen, unsure what to do next. "Do not disturb him. I am fine," Han Cook insisted weakly, trying to rise. Old Lady Nyo rushed to support her, concerned, "But Lady Snake, your health." "I am fine," Han Cook replied, gently coughing a couple of times. Seeing her resolve, the others reluctantly ceased their search for Lei Yu. Just then, a warrior from the nation burst into the room. Kneeling on one knee in a flurry, "Lady Snake, a naval officer has arrived here, requesting an audience with you." "Huh? Why would the Navy come here?" Old Lady Nyo frowned. "I do not know. He only mentioned he has urgent matters to discuss with Lady Snake. He is currently waiting by the shore." At this moment, Boya Hancock struggled to rise from her bed and softly declared, "Let us see what the Navy intends to do." Sister Kiki, concerned for the Empress's health, gazed anxiously at her, fearing an unfortunate incident. Yet, Boya Hancock ignored her, striding directly toward the door. Seeing this, Granny Nyo could only shake her head in resignation, acknowledging her headstrong Empress. With no other option, she commanded a few warriors to bring a palanquin for Boya Hancock to sit upon. Understanding the good intentions behind Granny Nyo's actions, Boya Hancock did not resist. Afterward, Boya Hancock and Granny Nyo settled into the palanquin, with the two sisters standing guard outside. Thus, they made their way to the seaside, where they soon encountered the long-awaited General Wushu. Upon seeing the warriors of Jiosha Dao carrying a palanquin, General Wushu let out a cold snort, secretly deriding them, thinking just a shichibukai. If it weren't for the government and the Navy, she would be no different from other pirates, taking so long to appear. He felt somewhat displeased by such an exaggerated entrance, and inquired, "What business do you have with me?" Boya Hancock's voice, both commanding and alluring, echoed from the palanquin. Even though he harbored grievances against the shichibukai, General Wushu dared not delay his mission and promptly stated, "We hope you will participate in the impending battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates as a shichibukai." After a brief pause, a chilling yet melodious voice from the palanquin responded, "Oh, what if I refuse?" "Refuse?" General Wushu furrowed his brow. However, knowing he had leverage, he continued, "If you refuse, we shall have no choice but to revoke your title as shichibukai." Boya Hancock's boisterous laughter erupted from the palanquin. "I have no intention of joining your so-called battle, yet the title of shichibukai remains mine. Even the supplies aboard your ship belong to me." As she spoke, she drew back the curtain and stepped out of the palanquin. In that instant, All the Navy soldiers were rendered speechless by the Empress's stunning figure and devilishly alluring visage, some even drooling in astonishment. Upon witnessing the Empress emerge, General Wushu bellowed, "Do you think I would accept your demands?" Yet as his words fell, his subordinates approached with supplies, prepared to offer them to the Empress. Watching his men make fools of themselves, General Wushu's expression darkened, and he angrily declared, "You will go, whether you like it or not. You have no say in this matter." Unbeknownst to him, his words provoked Boya Hancock. With a cold smile, she flicked her hair, exuding an aura of regal authority as she proclaimed, "Do you know why I am forgiven by the world for whatever I do?" The surrounding Navy soldiers shook their heads in confusion. "Indeed, it is because I'm simply too beautiful," she declared, striking an enticing pose that ignited a fervor within the hearts of the soldiers, transforming them into love-struck fools. At that moment, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Boya Hancock's eyes as she softly uttered, "Not a chance." With a single languid wave, she unleashed a sweet, debilitating breeze that petrified all the Navy soldiers. Only General Wushu, stabbing his palm with a dagger to stave off his lustful thoughts, managed to avoid the fate of being turned to stone. With a grim expression, he stated, "I will await your response." However, Boya Hancock disregarded him completely, turning back to the palanquin and commanding her companions to return home. Watching her retreating figure, General Wushu clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, inside the palanquin with Boya Hancock, Granny Nyo wore a worried expression. She had repeatedly urged the Empress to acquiesce to the Navy's demands, hoping that after compliance, they could devise a plan. After all, without the title of Shichibukai, Jiu Shidao would face dire threats. Yet, Boya Hancock, ever the willful Empress, remained obstinate. Just as Granny Nyo felt despair, a flicker of inspiration struck her. After much deliberation, she resolved to speak, addressing the distracted Empress, "Lady Snake, perhaps. Leiyu." Before she could finish, Boya Hancock's eyes shone with predatory intensity as she fixed her gaze on Granny Nyo, demanding, "Leiyu? What of him?" Taking a deep breath, Granny Nyo continued, "He might also be present in this war." About 10 minutes later, while tending to his wounded hand, General Wushu suddenly looked up to find Boya Hancock standing before him, regal and imposing, declaring, "I agree." As she spoke, she lifted the petrification curse from the Navy soldiers. General Wushu, taken aback, wondered what had transpired in such a short time to cause such a dramatic reversal in Boya Hancock's decision. Nonetheless, he sighed in relief. It was a welcome outcome, as he had much to report. "When do we depart?" Boya Hancock asked coldly. "Are you in such a hurry?" General Wushu queried, puzzled by the Empress's urgency. However, seizing the moment, he replied, "We should leave immediately. The battle begins tomorrow." Boya Hancock nodded gently, issuing instructions to Granny Nyo before proceeding alone onto General Wushu's warship. Following her, he commanded the soldiers to set sail for the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Boya Hancock entered an opulently furnished cabin, placing her hands on her chest, her cheeks flushed and her eyes dreamy as she murmured, "I have arrived, Leiyu-san." At this moment, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the seat of supreme power, a tall, slender shadow sat upon the lofty, empty throne, resembling an exaggerated version of a road boss. At the foot of the imposing figure, 5 elders knelt, prostrating themselves before the shadow. Any onlooker would be rendered speechless, for the 5 kneeling figures represented the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders. At this juncture, the 5 men dared not move, their backs drenched in sweat. For the presence before them was none other than Lord M, who was furious. After the incidents involving Rox and Doflamingo, none had dared to kill a celestial dragon. Of course, Doflamingo's actions were a result of familial conflict, not comparable. Yet, now, decades after Rox had slain a celestial dragon, the very embodiment of the world's highest bloodline had been murdered once more. Perhaps he knows the taboo. I shall not allow another to learn the forbidden truth. A voice, indeterminate in gender, resounded from the empty throne. It had come to knowledge of the celestial dragon's demise, and that their heart had been extracted. Upon hearing the presence of this figure, the 5 elders dared not utter a sound, hastily nodding in agreement. Very well, let it be so. You may withdraw. The authoritative shadow commanded. After the figure vanished into the void, the 5 elders did not immediately rise. Instead, they lingered for a moment before respectfully departing from the dimly lit palace. The wrath emanating from the throne of the void left them trembling with fear. Although, on the surface, the 5 of them wielded supreme power as the masters of this world, they were, in truth, mere servants of him. The true rulers of this world were the gods. Once outside the dark palace, the 5 exhaled in unison, the overwhelming pressure nearly unbearable. We must ensure that Steelbone Kong is also dispatched for Ace's execution. We cannot afford any mishaps, the staff-bearing elder said solemnly, prompting thoughtful nods from the others. After all, Ace's execution was intended to mitigate the repercussions of the celestial dragon's demise, while simultaneously serving as a warning to others, effectively killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There could be no room for error. Steelbone Kong is aging. Perhaps I should go as well, suggested a bald man in a white robe wielding the original sword. Qiuqian. He had previously unleashed a purple blade of energy on Sabaody Archipelago. The elder with the staff pondered momentarily before shaking his head. There is no need for your intervention. If the Navy fails in this task, well, as he spoke, a glimmer of cold light appeared in his eyes. The others understood his implication, and the sword-wielding elder said no more, stepping back to his position. That very day, Steelbone Kong arrived at the Navy headquarters, stirring a wave of excitement throughout the ranks. When the soldiers learned that the former fleet admiral and the current president of the world government had come to the Navy headquarters, their spirits soared. Unafraid of the impending battle, in the fleet admiral's office, Sengoku looked at the burly elder with an M-shaped beard and a modern mohawk hairstyle. His expression brightening as he quickly rose to offer his seat, saying respectfully, "I never imagined the government would send for you, esteemed elder. Steelbone Kong is a warrior of an era before both myself and Garp." Steelbone Kong did not take Sengoku's seat. Although Sengoku showed respect, he remained the fleet admiral. We must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. We need to guard against the Whitebeard pirates, as well as any unknown figures, Steelbone Kong stated gravely. Sengoku nodded solemnly, and together they discussed the preparations and protocols for the execution scheduled for the following day. As Garp passed by Sengoku's office and spotted Steelbone Kong, he paused in surprise. The world government evidently placed immense importance on this execution. It seems Ace's fate is already sealed. Garp sighed helplessly before departing, opting not to sit with them. Sengoku and Steelbone Kong noticed Garp's presence, but did not call out to him. "This is quite the burden for Garp," Steelbone Kong remarked, taking a deep breath. To which Sengoku responded with a heavy sigh, remaining silent. The two then resumed their preparations for the execution. That night was particularly dark and quiet. The entire world felt still, devoid of any movement or sound. Yet, all understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Time passed swiftly, and the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the vast ocean. In a darkened stairwell, Ace's hands were shackled behind him with hockey-infused sea stone cuffs, flanked by 2 elite Navy soldiers as they escorted him to the execution platform. Covered in scars, Ace remained silent, his head bowed and eyes devoid of light. As he walked toward his impending demise, memories of his youth with Luffy flooded his mind. They had once vowed to become the freest individuals upon these seas. But now, only 3 hours remained until his execution. Soon, they reached the end of the dim staircase, where the 2 elite soldiers opened a wooden door. Emerging from the door, Ace gazed down at the multitude of powerful beings gathered to ensure his execution, worry flickering in his once bright eyes. Meanwhile, on the island housing the Navy headquarters, nobles and commoners alike had evacuated without exception. The once bustling streets were now eerily silent. The only port capable of reaching the Navy headquarters was Crescent Bay, a crescent-shaped harbor fortified by high walls, making it easy to defend yet hard to attack. Standing on the highest and most prominent platform, Sengoku surveyed the countless Navy soldiers below, his expression grave. There were at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers, with heavy artillery positioned around, underscoring the significance he placed on the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Steelbone Kong remained in the shadows, poised to strike unexpectedly at the approaching enemy. Along the port's edge, 8 towering giant vice-admirals formed a line, suppressing the port. In their presence, the Navy soldiers appeared as insignificant as ants. On the elevated platform, behind them, stood the 7 warlords of the sea. From left to right, there were Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and Boa Hancock. Doflamingo took center stage, exuding arrogance, while Hancock, on the far right, appeared flushed and distracted, gazing out at the sea, anticipating the arrival of the one she held dear. Atop the highest platform were 3 opulent seats occupied by the Navy's 3 admirals. Akainu, with a cold glint in his eyes, sat in the middle, flanked on his left by the nonchalant Kizaru, and on his right by the solemn Akiji. These 3 represented the Navy's pinnacle of authority, their mere presence instilling a profound sense of pressure among the assembled soldiers. The highest vantage point was occupied by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the hero Garp. Ace found himself placed on the execution platform, surrounded by layers of Navy personnel. As he surveyed the formidable Navy assembled, his sense of dread deepened, not for his own impending death, but for Luffy and his father, Whitebeard. In that moment, Ace longed for a quiet demise, yearning to sever the ties of his cursed lineage, hoping to spare others, especially Luffy and Whitebeard, from the consequences of his fate. At that moment, an officer wearing glasses beside Sengoku spoke up. "We have received no news of Whitebeard's crew. The ships we dispatched to monitor them have all been destroyed. Moreover, it appears that the crew of the God's pirates has not made their presence felt nearby." Upon hearing this, Zhangguo's expression darkened significantly, and he coldly remarked, "I understand." Subsequently, the civilian officer discreetly withdrew, leaving Zhangguo to gaze ahead as he softly inquired, "What do you think?" He was addressing Carp, who at that moment was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions and offered no reply. Instead, he fixated on Ace, who knelt upon the execution platform, his gaze wavering. He could only sit quietly, taking deep breaths to calm his tumultuous heart. As a naval officer, he bore the mantle of justice. Yet ironically, for the sake of that very justice, he could not step forward to save his grandson. Carp shut his eyes tightly, clenching his teeth. Observing this, Zhangguo sighed and shook his head resolutely, declaring, "Ace must die today." With that, he grasped a Din Mushi, his expression grave, and stepped forward towards the execution platform. Carp, aware of Zhangguo's intent, clenched his fists tightly. Before long, Zhangguo stood upon the platform, prepared to publicly unveil Ace's true identity. Approaching Ace, he coldly stated, "Port Gasti, Ace, reveal your father's name." Ace glanced at Zhangguo, then resolutely replied, "My father is Whitebeard." Zhangguo countered, "Incorrect. There is no one else but Whitebeard." Ace fervently retorted, closing his eyes tightly against Zhangguo's assertions. The question posed by Zhangguo bewildered all present, as well as those watching the live broadcast. Was it not common knowledge that Ace's father was Whitebeard? Why pose such an ostensibly meaningless question? Zhangguo continued, undeterred, 20 years ago, we received intelligence that a descendant of Roger may exist on a certain small island. However, after investigating all potential suspects, we found nothing." He paused momentarily, observing Ace's trembling form, and continued, "Your birth was purchased with your mother's life. Your mother, Port Gasti Rouge, was a remarkable woman who deceived the eyes of all. Her fierce maternal instinct compelled her to endure 20 months of pregnancy. She perished from exhaustion the moment she brought you into this world, 1 year and 3 months after your father's death. A child born of the most malevolent bloodline in the world, that child is you." After delivering this revelation, Zhangguo inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he proclaimed, "Your father is none other than the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger." Upon hearing this, Ace's pupils dilated, his complexion drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. The greatest secret of his life, a secret he regarded with shame, was thus laid bare before the world. He was the son of the Pirate King, the embodiment of a wicked lineage, everything he had sought to escape from and conceal. In that instant, the air around him seemed to thicken, making it difficult to breathe. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the weight of the Pirate King's bloodline stunned everyone present. All present, be they naval soldiers or generals, and even the 7 warlords of the sea or the viewers before their screens, were struck with astonishment. The shock was palpable. Many silently questioned, how is this possible? Following a brief silence filled with disbelief, a tremendous uproar ensued, cries and shouts rising like waves upon the sea. This news spread across the world via Den Mushi, leaving even the most powerful figures in stunned disbelief. The offspring of the Pirate King was regarded as a symbol of cruelty and malevolence by the world, yet few knew how gentle Ace truly was. Zhang Guo's declaration propelled events forward with the swiftness of an arrow. At this moment, Carp, who typically exuded an air of indifference, revealed a profound sadness. The weight of his connection to Roger's family evident. Despite being at the pinnacle of his strength, he found himself paralyzed by the justice he represented. With eyes closed, Carp's heart was likely already submerged in the ocean of guilt. 20 years prior, Roger, suffering from a terminal illness and having surrendered, entrusted his child to Carp. Yet Carp, with a sharp tongue and a tender heart, had flatly refused. Roger persisted, pleading, but the child within her is innocent. Carp, after fighting for over a decade, I have come to trust you as a brother. Please protect him. Yet Carp turned him down once more. However, following Roger's demise, Carp ventured to a small island alone, retrieved the infant Ace, who had just lost his mother, and brought him back to Fuchsia Village, leaving him in the care of Lady Dayton alongside Luffy. Observing Ace trembling on the execution platform, Carp appeared to age several years in that moment, as if he had crossed into the twilight of his life. Meanwhile, Zhang Guo continued, upon discovering your true identity, we recognize that Whitebeard had already begun to protect you. He intended to raise you as the next Pirate King. At these words, Ace's anger ignited. He struggled against his bonds and shouted furiously, "That's not true. I joined the crew to help my father become the Pirate King." Zhang Guo turned to Ace, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the light, his expression inscrutable as he calmly stated, "The truth is that without Whitebeard's protection, you would have long since perished in these waters. Now, the government can no longer remain passive, for the blood coursing through your veins is royal blood. If left unchecked, you will inevitably stand at the pinnacle of the pirate era. Today, you must be executed here, even if it escalates into an all-out war with Whitebeard." Zhang Guo's rhetoric grew increasingly impassioned and fervent, unraveling the situation entirely. At that moment, the gates of justice swung open as Luffy and his companions, including Jinbei, successfully entered the main battlefield. Simultaneously, a fleet of 43 pirate ships emerged before the Navy headquarters, advancing with formidable might. The captains of these ships were all exceptional leaders, renowned throughout the New World, yet they were all pirates under Whitebeard's command. This demonstrated the immense reputation Whitebeard held across the seas. Gazing upon the imposing fleet, a flicker of concern crossed Zhang Guo's eyes, for he did not see Whitebeard or his 14 commanders among them. Is it about to begin? Kekiki. Doflamingo cackled maniacally at the magnificent scene, while viewers around the world speculated as they beheld the 43 ships projected on the large screen. Is Whitebeard coming? Ace is going to be saved. The crowd buzzed with excitement, some filled with hope for Ace's salvation, while those who supported the Navy wore expressions of deep concern, fervently wishing for the Navy to sever the ties of the Pirate King's wicked lineage upon the execution platform. In the midst of the turbulent sea, Zhang Guo anxiously noted the absence of Whitebeard and the other captains, a growing concern etched upon his features. The peculiar atmosphere rendered the Marines hesitant to act, fearful of falling into an unforeseen trap. Suddenly, an unusual disturbance rippled through the waters of Crescent Bay. Countless circular waves began to spread, and beneath the surface, a colossal shadow emerged. With a resounding crash, the Moby Dick burst forth from the depths, astonishing all present. Zhang Guo, observing the iridescent membrane enveloping the ship, quickly realized that they had coated their vessel in a protective layer, springing a surprise attack from the ocean's depths. Following the Moby Dick, 3 additional ships from the Whitebeard pirates ascended, revealing 14 formidable captains alongside Whitebeard himself, standing resolute. The legendary man strode forward with the poise of a king. unperturbed by the throngs of Marines before him. Clutching his weapon, he calmly uttered, "Wait for me a moment, Ace." To him, the assembled Marines appeared as mere ants, igniting no flicker of interest. Observers gazed at this towering figure, whose presence radiated like a mountain, exuding an aura akin to that of a world sovereign. Many were shaken by his formidable charisma. On the execution platform, Ace widened his eyes in disbelief, trembling as he beheld this steadfast figure. His voice breaking as he cried out, "Old man." Whitebeard, the mightiest among them, offered a cold smirk before adopting a regal stance. His fists clenched as he unleashed a powerful strike to either side. In an instant, the air surrounding the strongest man in the world began to shatter, as Whitebeard employed his devil fruit abilities to rend the atmosphere apart, causing the very water around him to explode. The might of this unparalleled man stirred the seas into a frenzy. In his eyes, the world was nothing but a fragile toy. This was the epitome of strength, the possessor of the Gura no Mi, Edward Newgate. Ace and Whitebeard shared a moment of intense eye contact, with Ace filled with regret and anguish, lamenting, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have defied the warnings and come out. Why couldn't I just let myself perish? I deserve this." In that moment, Ace recalled the words of Thunder Feather, urging him to beware of Blackbeard Teach. Yet at that time, he had dismissed the warning, and now it was too late. "No," Whitebeard interjected, firmly stating, "It was I who called you, my son." Hearing the unwavering conviction in Whitebeard's voice, Ace felt the weight of responsibility shift onto him. For Ace was indeed his son. What father does not love his child? Marco fixed his gaze on Ace, asserting, "I heard it clearly. It was old man who sent you." In unison, the captains beside Whitebeard echoed, "Indeed, we can all bear witness. It was old man's command that led you to suffer, Ace." The onlookers' gazes towards Ace were devoid of condemnation, replaced instead by warmth. Marco stepped forward, exuding determination as he declared, "In these waters, our name is known far and wide. To offend our comrades is to invite ruin. Those who have harmed you will ultimately meet their demise. The Marine headquarters should be prepared." Marco's resolute and composed words reverberated through the sea, igniting cheers and roars of approval from the countless pirates behind him. No one shall dare provoke the Whitebeard pirates. Ace stood motionless, memories flooding back. In his early days, after establishing his own crew and gaining a semblance of fame, he had sought to challenge the world's strongest man in a bid to carve his own legacy. The outcome was predictable. He was defeated, utterly crushed. In his defeat, Ace had struggled to forgive his father, striving desperately to surpass him. Yet, when he believed himself strong enough, he was so thoroughly vanquished. The man before him, who vied against his father, possessed a terrifying strength that brought clarity to Ace's reality. As he wrestled with his emotions, Whitebeard spoke, "Kid, it would be a pity for you to perish like this. If you wish to roam these seas freely, do so under the banner of Whitebeard." Extending his hand to the fallen Ace, he offered, "Be my son." This moment marked the beginning of Ace's transformation. Despite his initial resistance, believing he was destined to become the Pirate King and refusing to be anyone's son, he found himself repeatedly launching surprise attacks on Whitebeard, whether he was asleep, lost in thought, or at any given opportunity. Yet, without fail, each attempt was effortlessly thwarted by Whitebeard, leading to 100 failures. Eventually, Ace began to feel the acceptance and affection of Whitebeard's crew, prompting him to inquire of Marco, "Why do you all call him old man?" Marco paused for a moment, then turned to Ace with a smile, "Because he calls us his sons. In this world, we are not exactly favored, so hearing that truly brings joy, even if it is just a title." In that warm, spring-like smile from Marco, Ace recognized the warmth of a home that had been given to them, the homeless children. His heart opened, and tears welled in his eyes. Thus, the once proud Ace in that moment embraced Whitebeard's symbol, regarding him as his true father. On a fateful night thereafter, Ace stealthily approached Whitebeard's quarters, revealing his greatest secret, his identity as the son of the Pirate King. To Ace's astonishment, Whitebeard responded not with shock or outrage, but with hearty laughter, remarking, "I thought it was something monumental. Turns out it's just a trivial matter." After a brief pause, he added, gazing at Ace, regardless of who birthed you. All are children of the sea. In this manner, Whitebeard became the man who forever altered Ace's life. Undeniably his father. This bond fueled Ace's fury upon learning of the death of the 4th Division captain at the hands of Blackbeard Teach, propelling him onto a relentless path to confront Blackbeard, disregarding the protests of his comrades and father. He sought to protect his father's honor from any dishonor. Thus commenced this war. As thoughts gradually receded, Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, cast a complex gaze towards the family members who had come to rescue him. Before bowing his head, gritting his teeth in silence, he still blamed himself for the carelessness that had instigated this conflict. In Crescent Bay, Whitebeard's hands trembled. A colossal tsunami, towering hundreds of meters high, surged forth as countless Marines gazed upon this apocalyptic spectacle, their hearts trembling with the realization. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? How can we possibly overcome such a terrifying man? In an instant, the spirits of the Navy soldiers were shaken, filled with dread at the might of Baihuzi. Meanwhile, witnessing the apocalyptic scene, Zhangguo widened his eyes and shouted, "Baihuzi! He is a man capable of destroying the world." This declaration escalated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, and the war commenced. Regardless of a victor, the epic would inevitably be transformed following this unparalleled conflict. Just as the towering tsunami threatened to engulf everything, one could see Qing Ji, seated upon his throne, emanating an aura of icy chill. He leapt into the air, conjuring straight ice swords with both hands and thrusting them into the tsunami. In the next moment, the colossal waves on both sides were completely frozen, and all the Navy soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Their admiral was not to be underestimated. But that was not the end. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Qing Ji coldly regarded Baihuzi, who stood upon the Moby Dike. With a sweep of his arms, multiple ice spears, radiating coldness, swiftly pierced towards Baihuzi. Frosted twin spears. Yet such an assault was of little concern to Baihuzi, who merely waved his arm gently. The counterattack shattered the air, instantly obliterating Qing Ji's ice spears, and that formidable force surged towards Qing Ji in the air. Observing this, Qing Ji, at the brink of being struck, instantaneously transformed into an elemental form, evading harm and plunging into the ocean. In that moment, as he was about to submerge, he forcefully struck the surface of the sea with his palm. Ice Age. Instantly, a thick layer of ice enveloped the entire ocean, the temperature plummeting, transforming the bay into his own Ice Age. Accompanied by Qing Ji's visually stunning attack, the morale of the Navy surged. However, Qing Ji's intention to freeze the sea was to block the pirates' escape route. Yet, the pirates had long since cast aside their fears of life and death. This frozen sea conveniently created a passage for them to storm the Navy headquarters. At this moment, the war had truly begun. Fire! Fire! A commander named Mozidi Yunlong bellowed, as hundreds of heavy cannons surrounding them aimed at the pirates running across the ice, firing shells as if they were free. The thunderous roars were deafening. Yet how could mere cannonballs hope to deter these formidable pirates from the New World? Leading the charge were the remarkable pirates under 14 captains. In response, the Navy dispatched a team of ViceAdmiral's, overshadowed by the fearsome Ling Tu Mo Ling, to confront this band of pirates. Just as the two forces clashed, the true heavyweights began to make their entrance. One could see the stoic Mihawk, a member of the Shichibukai, fixating his sharp, discerning gaze on the imposing figure standing upon the Moby Dike, stepping forward with purpose. He aimed to ascertain the true distance between himself and the world's strongest man. Slowly, he drew from his back the supreme blade, the black sword Yoru, symbolizing the world's mightiest swordsman. With a flick of his wrist, a devastating slash, capable of tearing through all, honed in on Baihuzi, roaring towards him with cataclysmic intent. But Baihuzi, upon witnessing this formidable emerald strike approaching him, remained unfazed and steadfast. For his son, the 3rd Division captain, known as Diamond Jozu, stood protectively before him. As the strike neared, Jozu instantaneously transformed his entire being into dazzling diamonds, raising a shield forged of the same material before him. With a resounding crash, the Emerald Sword energy was successfully deflected by Jozu and sent soaring skyward. At that moment, both Zhang Guo on stage and Steel Bone Kong behind the scenes wore increasingly grave expressions. The concern stemmed not only from the strength of Bai Huzi's crew, which was within their expectations, but also from the absence of Lei Yu and his crew, a matter of great apprehension. The unknown adversary often posed the greatest threat. Reports indicated that Lei Yu had connections with Luffy and even a slight association with Ace. Even the slightest link warranted caution. They could not afford to entertain any delusions of Lei Yu's non-interference in this war. 40 nautical miles from the Navy headquarters, a colossal dragon-shaped vessel sped forward at an astonishing pace. On board, Lei Yu stood at the bow, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed ahead, while Itachi remained quietly at his side, the helmsman now not being Orochimaru but Yasuo. At the ship's stern, Orochimaru was engaged in his usual endeavors. According to Lei Yu's estimations, they should have arrived at Marineford early in the morning, but unexpectedly, Orochimaru had misread the log pose. As a result, it was now midday, and they had yet to reach the battlefield. To avoid missing the opportunity and to save certain individuals, thus compensating for past regrets, Lei Yu had no choice but to urge Orochimaru to increase the ship's speed. With eyes shimmering with brilliance, Lei Yu murmured, "The gods must let this world know." Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, everything seemed to unfold as scripted in the original narrative. Various characters from the Navy surged forth, launching assaults on Bai Huzi. Yet, each attack was effortlessly thwarted by the captains under Bai Huzi's command. Even Akainu, seated upon his throne, could no longer contain himself and plunged into the fray. However, his fierce assault merely destroyed one of Bai Huzi's 3 subordinate ships, while the massive magma boulder aimed at Bai Huzi's flagship was halted by Bai Huzi with his weapon, the Tsongyun slash. Mockingly, he addressed Akainu, "You're only worthy of lighting the candles for a birthday cake, Magma Boy." Akainu retorted defiantly, "Do you not desire a grand funeral, Bai Huzi?" It seemed as though a duel was imminent, yet, in reality, the battle had reached a stalemate. Then emerged Ors, the colossal descendant of the demon Ors, a giant of immense stature. The pirates, seeing hope, cheered for Ors to charge, breaking through the Navy's defenses. Ors did not disappoint, successfully creating a breach and charging recklessly towards the execution platform where Ace awaited. Despite the onslaught of cannon fire and attacks directed at him, he did not waver, extending his gigantic arms toward Ace. Yet, in the end, Ors fell just short. The distance of less than a meter felt insurmountable. Ultimately, after being severed by Doflamingo's string fruit, Ors collapsed before Ace. Ace gazed at the fallen Ors with wide eyes, speechless. A surge of guilt and self-reproach flooded his heart, and he was unaware of when Carp had arrived by his side. Sitting cross-legged beside Ace, Carp sighed and spoke softly. If they were pirates, there would be no sympathy, but family is different. In truth, Carp had always hoped for Ace and Luffy to join the Navy, not out of sense of justice, but so he could protect them openly. The justice Carp bore on his shoulders was far from pure. However, that was the hope of all the people in the world. At this moment, Ace slightly turned his head and was taken aback by the sight of Kapu, whose face was streaked with tears. This was the first time he had witnessed the old man's tears. A certain string within Ace's heart seemed to resonate. Kapu, trembling, cried out in anguish, "What am I to do? Ace, you scoundrel, why haven't you done as I instructed?" At that moment, Ace looked at the tear-stained elder before him, wanting to say something, yet found himself speechless. He was at a loss for words in the face of the old man's sorrow. Just then, Zhang Guo's gaze flickered with cold determination as he picked up the megaphone and resolutely declared, "The execution will commence in 3 minutes." Instantly, the battlefield was enveloped in shock. Every person present clearly heard Zhang Guo's proclamation. "What? It's been moved up. Curse Zhang Guo. Is he afraid of us? An early execution? This indicates that the pirates may launch a full-scale assault. Hold your ground, brothers." In an instant, the battle escalated into a heated frenzy due to Zhang Guo's words. Countless pirates began to adopt a life-for-a-life approach, racing against the Grim Reaper for time. Even though this Grim Reaper had set its sights on Ace, among the Shichibukai, The tyrant Xiong acted like a relentless killing machine, mercilessly slaughtering surrounding pirates. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Now this is war. How exhilarating." Meanwhile, the Empress Hankook, suffering from lovesickness, clutched her chest in pain and lamented, "Why hasn't he come? Did Granny deceive me?" The battle raged on, each side fiercely vying for their own time. On the Mobidyke, Whitebeard tightened his grip on the Tsongyun cutlass, furiously declaring, "Damn you, Zhanghua." With that, he leaped forward, striding with an air of invincibility toward Zhanghua, who was standing behind Ace. He was enraged. Zhanghua, standing on the execution platform, observed the advancing Whitebeard with an impassive expression, coldly counting down the seconds on the timer. 59, 58, 57. The executioners, their gleaming guillotines raised high above Ace's head, awaited the signal to strike without hesitation. At that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A voice, jarringly discordant with the current atmosphere, echoed through the air. "What the hell, Orochimaru? I told you to slow down, not speed up." There's no way forward. Everyone instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in astonishment. Hankook, upon hearing that voice, felt her lovesickness vanish in an instant, her gaze filled with anticipation. A stunningly magnificent dragon-shaped ship soared from the summit of the frozen tsunami. Shooting into the sky, everyone instinctively closed their eyes, believing that such a height would certainly lead to death. But after a moment of silence, they opened their eyes to an astonishing sight. Zhanghua was frozen in shock, Kapu was stunned, the three admirals were dumbfounded, and even Whitebeard was taken aback. Everyone present was utterly astonished. The ship was soaring through the air. Indeed, it was flying, much like an aircraft. At the stern of the ship, what appeared to be a humanoid engine provided the vessel with its flying power, leaving behind trails of white exhaust in its wake. This extravagant dragon-shaped pirate ship was hurtling directly toward the execution platform. Lei Yu, arms crossed, stood prominently at the ship's prow, calculating their distance to the execution platform, which was approximately 700 or 800 meters away. Their speed was around 80 kilometers h, and they were approximately 798 meters above the ground. By employing the Pythagorean theorem, quadratic functions, gravitational forces, and thrust calculations, he concluded that they would reach the execution platform in no time. Simultaneously, Kapu Zhanghua and the three admirals recognized the figure standing at the bow of the ship and shouted in unison, "Lei Yu? Was that not the individual who had killed a celestial dragon not long ago? I heard he even caught a punch from the hero Kapu and defeated Bogota. I also heard that they managed to escape from the encirclement of Kapu, Akiji, and Akainu. There are rumors that one among them is not even human. Who would have thought they would dare to come here? Are they seeking death?" In an instant, audiences across the world focused their attention on Lei Yu, buzzing with excitement. Whitebeard gazed up at Lei Yu, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. So this is the newcomer who dares to kill celestial dragons? Just a few months into his career, and he has already garnered such a hefty bounty. Truly remarkable. Hankook exclaimed, "Ah, Lei Yu-san has finally arrived. I have waited so long." Doflamingo, with a slight smirk, remarked, "The one who killed the celestial dragons?" Ha ha! His laughter grew increasingly frenzied, leaving no one to discern its true meaning. Though Zhanghua had never seen Lei Yu, he was well aware that he was at the heart of recent major events. Therefore, Zhanghua memorized Lei Yu and every member of the Shinding Pirates, fully aware of the threats they posed. "Everyone, attack that pirate ship," Zhanghua commanded darkly, his expression grim as he raised the megaphone. In an instant, all heavy artillery was aimed at Lei Yu and his crew in the sky. Mozidalai Yunlong bellowed, "Second Commander, bring up the heavy artillery from Wano." Soon after, the second commander of the cannon squad wheeled in an exaggeratedly massive cannon with an 80 centimeters caliber, capable of accommodating 4 or 5 people. Once everything was ready, with a command from Mozidalai Yunlong, they fired. Blast them to pieces. Countless black cannonballs hurtled towards Lei Yu and his crew. However, these cannonballs were merely an appetizer. Upon learning that the figure above was Lei Yu, the three admirals spared no thought for the pirates before them, their eyes flashing with cold intent. They simultaneously gathered their strength, unleashing red, white, blue, and yellow attacks, each a different attribute. alongside the cannonballs, all aimed at Lei Yu and his crew in the sky. This drew the attention of both the Navy and the pirates alike. Even Whitebeard gazed curiously at the flying pirate ship, wondering if they could withstand this overwhelming barrage of cannon fire and attacks. This question echoed in everyone's mind, and all the pirates hoped that this unknown crew would endure the terrifying onslaught. They instinctively began to regard Lei Yu as one of their own, believing he might be another son cherished by Whitebeard, the ace up their sleeve in this duel. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the terrifying barrage was about to descend upon the dragon's ship. Yet, Lei Yu, standing at the bow, made no move, as if oblivious to the danger. Was it over? Had they failed? Seeing Lei Yu standing still, a flicker of hope in the hearts of the onlookers was extinguished once more. Even Whitebeard shook his head in disbelief, tightening his grip on the Tsongyun cutlass as he continued to stride forward. It appears to be merely a reckless young fool, as the naval officers burst into laughter, bemused by the absurdity of this pirate crew. However, in the next moment, their laughter abruptly froze, transforming into sheer horror. They witnessed a transparent, flowing barrier materializing around the dragon's ship, seemingly crafted from the very essence of wind. As the haphazard attacks made contact with this wind barrier, they vanished instantaneously, devoid of any explosive sound or fiery light, as if devoured by the barrier itself. Even a magma fist of Akainu, the ice spear of Akiji, and Kizaru's yellow light were no exceptions. Upon touching the wind barrier, they too disappeared mysteriously, leaving all on the battlefield in a state of shock, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Whitebeard halted in his tracks, casting a knowing smile at the wind barrier above, intrigued by this peculiar group. As one of the warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk stood frozen, muttering, "Is that the essence of swordsmanship? Who is this unknown master swordsman?" Yasuo approached the edge of the ship, glancing at the now-defunct attacks with a disdainful chuckle. He sheathed his long sword with a resounding clang, causing the wind barrier surrounding the pirate vessel to dissipate into the void. Then, his voice, deep and resonant, reached the ears of the onlookers. "The long road stretches ahead, with only the sword as my companion." He was, indeed, a true swordsman. At that moment, the close-up on the screen focused on Yasuo, revealing his chivalrous visage, imbued with elegance and stories untold. Mihawk on the battlefield fixed his gaze upon Yasuo, gripping his black sword tightly, a fierce battle intent emanating from him. Even the blade of his black sword quivered slightly, as if yearning for a duel. Since he had ascended to the title of the world's greatest swordsman, the only one capable of sparring with him had been Shanks. Yet, ever since Shanks lost his sword-wielding left hand in the East Blue, it seemed no one could reignite his interest in swordsmanship. Until today, this individual appeared to be a born swordsman, and he felt the swift gust of sword intent emanating from Yasuo, a powerful force that resonated even with his black blade. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Sengoku and Garp were left dumbfounded. "Who on earth is this person?" Sengoku inquired through gritted teeth, glancing at Garp, who shook his head, perplexed. Is this perhaps a new crew member he unearthed from who knows where? His gaze turned complex as he observed the approaching group led by Lei Yu, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Could he be the variable? As Lei Yu and his companions drew closer to the execution platform, Ace, kneeling on the ground, caught sight of Lei Yu, feeling a pang of confusion. Why would someone he had only met once come to save him? Little did he know that Lei Yu's purpose for being there was not solely to rescue Ace, but rather an incidental affair. However, just 100 meters from the execution platform, Lei Yu's expression suddenly changed. His meticulously calculated plan seemed to falter. As they neared the final 100 meters, the dragon ship began to descend in a parabolic arc. Yet, at that moment, Orochimaru, in his oblivious manner, continued to use wind release, hastening the ship's descent. Sengoku observed the rapidly descending Lei Yu and his crew, internally relieved. Were they merely a band of clowns? Before he could fully relax, Lei Yu's strikingly handsome, yet infuriating face appeared just 50 meters away. Garp stared in disbelief, wondering if this young fool was attempting to reverse the situation. Not just Garp, but Sengoku and even Whitebeard and other formidable figures were taken aback by the antics of Lei Yu's group, feeling as if they were on a roller coaster. Utilizing Moonwalk, Lei Yu soared into the air towards the execution platform, smiling as he called out, "You cannot perish here, Ace." Sengoku, witnessing Lei Yu's approach, glanced at the timer in his hand, 0:50. As it neared 0, he ceased hesitating and shouted, "Time's up. Execute Ace immediately." No sooner had he spoken than the executioners raised their guillotines high, preparing to strike. Garp, panting heavily, seemed to be restraining himself, while Whitebeard wished to intervene. But it was already too late. Ace slowly closed his eyes, even as Lei Yu was still 50 meters away. Though it was a short distance, it was insufficient. The decapitation would take less than a second. In that fleeting moment, Ace felt the cold blades chill enveloping him. "Sabo, I'm coming. Wait for me." With thoughts of death, Ace managed a faint smile, and at that instant, the world seemed to come to a standstill. Those on the battlefield and all the viewers held their breath, watching as the executioners prepared to sever the last remaining bloodline of the king. Slash. 2 streams of crimson blood stained the execution platform, and under the astonished gazes of all, the executioners fell from the platform, lifeless. Who is it? Who intervened in this execution? This question echoed in the minds of everyone present. 100 meters away, Yasuo stood expressionless, having unsheathed his long sword without anyone noticing. The residual power of the wind from the executioners spoke volumes. The pirates, after a moment of shock, erupted into fervent cheers. "Ace! Ace is alive! Have we succeeded?" But the battle was not over yet. "Quick! Save Ace!" Whitebeard, gripping his sword, exhaled in relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Even the captains felt as if a massive weight had been lifted from their hearts. But now was not the time for celebration. Ace was still not rescued. Thus, the heroes of a new world launched their final assault. As the Navy witnessed the execution being thwarted, their morale plummeted, and the pirates, led by 14 captains, began to push them back relentlessly. The tides of battle swiftly shifted. At this moment, Sengoku's expression darkened to an extreme, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lei Yu, who approached through the air. Grinding his teeth, he spat, "You damn pirate." Lei Yu smiled lightly, shamelessly retorting, "Oh, am I not a pirate who should live?" With that, he kicked off in the air with force. With a thunderous sound, Lei Yu accelerated, vanishing from sight, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared atop the execution platform. Casting a glance at Garp, who seemed frozen, he reached out to take Ace. Just then, Lei Yu sensed a wave of dangerous energy surrounding him. He looked up to see Sengoku bursting forth with a fierce golden light. Zhangguo wore a stern expression, his figure expanding with the erupting golden light, his entire being appearing as if gilded in gold, shimmering brilliantly. Marshal Zhangguo was about to unleash his powers, a sight that had never been witnessed before. Was this the legendary golden form? At that moment, all present seemed to momentarily forget the battle, their attention drawn towards the execution platform. Whitebeard gazed at Zhangguo, who was gradually transforming into the likeness of a colossal Buddha, murmuring, "Although Zhangguo has aged, he remains formidable. Can you withstand this, young one?" Before long, Zhangguo on the execution platform had metamorphosed into a towering Buddha, several meters high, radiating dazzling golden light. He fixed his gaze upon the diminutive Lei Yu, bellowing, "Do not even think about escaping from me." Ace, witnessing the transformation, shouted in horror, "Zhangguo the Buddha!" Subsequently, the Buddha-like Zhangguo raised his enormous golden fist, delivering a heavy strike towards both Lei Yu and Ace. Ace, seeing this, urgently called out to Lei Yu, "Run! Lei Yu, don't worry about me." But Lei Yu merely smiled gently. "I told you, you cannot perish here." With that, he turned his gaze towards the golden Buddha form of Zhangguo, his eyes brimming with combat spirit. Instantly, Lei Yu's body trembled slightly, and the ferocious aura of Zhu Long began to emanate. Countless crimson scales began to materialize upon Lei Yu's right arm. Once his arm was fully transformed, Zhangguo's golden fist loomed above him. "Hey, this is perfect." A glint of determination flashed in Lei Yu's eyes. Gathering strength from the ground, he slightly twisted his waist, utilizing the power from his core to strike towards Zhangguo's golden fist. A silent force erupted from the point of collision between the two. Many weak pirates and Marines on the battlefield were sent flying several meters away by this invisible force. On the execution platform, Zhang Guo, momentarily stunned that Lei Yu had effortlessly countered his attack, sneered, "Did you think this was the end, boy?" After uttering this, the golden light surrounding Zhang Guo flickered once more. A more potent pressure surged towards Lei Yu, and sensing the weight of Zhang Guo's colossal golden fist, the force intensified several times over. Lei Yu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Bring it on!" As he spoke, strands of purple, otherworldly flames appeared on his arm, radiating an exceptionally intense heat, wrapping around his arm like ribbons. With a roar, Lei Yu unleashed the Zhu Huolong Quan. The terrifying power within his arm exploded forth. And amidst Zhang Guo's astonished gaze, Lei Yu firmly caught the incoming punch. A series of faint cracking sounds reached the ears of the onlookers, followed by a tremendous crash as the robust execution platform could not withstand the pressure generated by their clash, collapsing into ruins and raising a cloud of dust. As the platform crumbled, Zhang Guo leaped backward, landing securely on the ground, while Karp, lost in a daze, failed to evade in time. Amidst the swirling dust, Zhang Guo seemed to recall something, entering the thick cloud to investigate the vicinity of the collapsed platform, only to discover that Ace and Lei Yu were nowhere to be seen, while Karp emerged from the debris, brushing off the dust from his body. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Guo clenched his fists, his expression dark and foreboding. Ace had been rescued. Had he already lost this battle? At that moment, Lei Yu brought Ace to Whitebeard's side, tossing Ace to him, saying, "You should be able to unlock these sea stone handcuffs, right?" Whitebeard smirked contemptuously, replying, "Boy, do not be so arrogant. Are you looking down on me?" He then gestured toward the handcuffs behind Ace, and with a swift motion, they shattered with a resounding crack. Ace, now free, rubbed his wrist and turned to Lei Yu, saying, "Thank you this time." He then faced Whitebeard, his gaze complex, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault." Observing Ace's profound remorse, Whitebeard extended his arm and embraced Ace, softly uttering, "Family, there is nothing to apologize for." In that moment, Ace, held in his father's embrace, was taken aback. "But my lineage should not exist in this world. My existence will only invite scorn." At this juncture, Lei Yu approached Ace and Whitebeard, addressing Ace, "Scorn? Look around you." Upon hearing this, Ace stepped away from his father's embrace and surveyed his surroundings. He saw the 14 commanders, 43 heroes, and numerous pirates gazing at him with joy and warmth in their eyes. Witnessing this heartwarming scene reminiscent of family, Ace collapsed to the ground, burying his face in his hands and weeping. He had thought he would forever face the world's disdain. Yet now tears of joy streamed down his face, realizing he had so many who cared for him. Simultaneously, he also grasped the preciousness of life. Observing Ace on the ground, a mysterious smile crossed Lei Yu's lips as he leaned in and whispered to Ace, "Also, Sabo is not dead." Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Ace trembled, staring at him in disbelief. "I do not know where he is either, so for the sake of reuniting with him, you must live well." With that, Lei Yu disregarded Ace and approached Whitebeard, leaving Ace in a state of stunned silence. Standing before the towering figure of Whitebeard, Lei Yu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Truly, he was the strongest man upon these seas. "Hey, boy, do you have something to discuss with me? Care to become my son?" Whitebeard looked down at Lei Yu, finding this intriguing young man amusing. Though he considered taking this capable and clever individual as his son, he sensed the ambition lurking deep within Lei Yu's eyes upon their first meeting. "Please do not jest with me." Lei Yu waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "Now that Ace is safe, it is time for your retreat. I assent it?" What do you mean by that?" Whitebeard gazed at Lei Yu in confusion, though he indeed harbored thoughts of retreat. After all, their objective had been achieved, and there was no need to continue fighting the Marines. Yet, Lei Yu's words implied that he did not intend to retreat with them. Lei Yu surveyed his surroundings before calmly stating, "Do you not think this is a stage worth aspiring to?" Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's pupils constricted. He seemed to grasp what this young man intended. Yet, he remained skeptical, asking once more, "What exactly do you mean?" Lei Yu closed his eyes, slightly stretching his muscles. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi and others arrived behind Lei Yu, awaiting his command. After completing his warm-up, Lei Yu exhaled a breath of air, and when he opened his eyes, they sparkled with madness. Do you not find it exhilarating to topple the Marine headquarters? Hearing Lei Yu's intention, Whitebeard was taken aback, despite his preparation for such a notion. Boy, do not think that a bit of strength grants you the right to court death. This Marine force will not spare you. Your prowess, if maintained over the years, may very well lead to a change in the title of the strongest. Though the words of Baihuzi may sting, they serve as a cautionary note to Lei Yu. He, too, would not wish to witness such a promising pirate fall victim to arrogance in this very place. Upon hearing Baihuzi's admonition, Lei Yu merely smiled without uttering a word. What others deemed a reckless ambition, Lei Yu perceived as a shortcut to success. If he could carve out a formidable reputation on this battlefield, the endeavors that lay ahead would surely become significantly easier. Enough of your concerns. If you intend to leave, do so at your earliest convenience. With that said, he turned to pursue his seemingly mad objectives, only to be interrupted by an unexpected occurrence. A tremendous sound echoed through the sky, prompting both Lei Yu and Baihuzi to look up, witnessing a ship, a capsized one, along with countless figures plummeting from the heavens like dumplings. Indeed, Lu Fei had arrived. Recognizing the familiar entrance, Lei Yu immediately understood that Lu Fei and his crew had made their way to this location. He then turned to Baihuzi, who was still lost in thought from his previous words, and urged, "Please ensure that Lu Fei accompanies you as he has come to rescue AC." Lu Fei, the brother of AC? Lei Yu nodded, and after arranging a series of matters, he turned to leave once more. Who do you think you are? Merely a child, daring to instruct me. Baihuzi, observing Lei Yu's retreating silhouette, suddenly realized and muttered with mild irritation. Yet, Lei Yu did not look back. He simply waved his hand and continued forward with his companions. Witnessing Lei Yu's resolute stride and reflecting on his audacious plan, Baihuzi momentarily fell into reverie, perceiving an echo of another figure. Not Roji, but another formidable madman. In that instant, Baihuzi felt a flicker of belief that they might indeed accomplish this feat. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurdity of the thought with a self-deprecating smile. How could that be possible? Nevertheless, gazing at Lei Yu's group, a spark ignited within him, as if life, after claiming the title of emperor, had grown considerably tranquil. With his lifespan seemingly dwindling, he pondered, should he not? AC. At that moment, a youthful cry disrupted Baihuzi's musings. He glanced at Lu Fei, who was sprinting towards them, and then at AC nearby. Sigh. Baihuzi deeply exhaled, retracting his dangerous thoughts, realizing he must first ensure the safety of his sons. As Lu Fei's crew descended from above, one might expect them to crash to the ground. However, thanks to the effects of the clown Baiji's luck fruit, they landed directly in a puddle. Once Lu Fei was pulled from the water, he quickly scanned the surroundings for AC. He had already noted that the execution platform, which should have been standing tall, now lay in ruins. Spotting AC nearby, he dashed over, calling out. Sengoku certainly recognized Lu Fei among the descending group. Coldly regarding Kapu beside him, he scoffed, Another of your grandsons has arrived. Kapu grimaced, scratching his head in exasperation. How did this brat manage to come here? Meanwhile, Lu Fei reached AC's side, relieved to see him unharmed. You're all right, AC? AC nodded lightly, responding, I owe my life to Lei Yu. Huh? Lei Yu, you say? Where is he? As he spoke, AC began searching for Lei Yu. Noticing that Lu Fei was alone, he curiously inquired, Where are your companions? Lu Fei sighed, they were all sent flying by someone in Water 7. I have no idea where they are now. AC nodded thoughtfully in response. Had Lei Yu been present, he would have understood why they had not encountered Qingji Xiong at Shambodi Islands. It turned out that his actions had influenced the progression of events, leading Lu Fei to miss that encounter, thus forcing Qingji Xiong to seek out Lu Fei and his companions instead. At that moment, Baihuzi approached, recognizing the straw hat adorning Lu Fei's head. His eyes sparkled with determination. All right, let us depart. With that, he plunged his weapon into the ground, declaring loudly, AC has been rescued. All units retreat. Instantly, a cheer erupted among the pirates as they fought while withdrawing. From a distance, Sengoku's expression darkened at the sight. Just then, Sangakong emerged from behind him, taking the loudspeaker from Sengoku's hand, commanding, "All Navy forces, engage the Whitebeard pirates with full might." He then turned to Sengoku, asserting, "We cannot afford to lose this battle." The Navy, invigorated by the presence of Sangakong, the former marshal and current president, surged forward like a wave, intent on intercepting the retreating Whitebeard pirates. Baihuzi, observing the throngs of Navy soldiers advancing, felt a flicker of concern. Ensuring his crew's safe withdrawal would not be an easy task. However, at that moment, the charging Navy soldiers suddenly encountered a horizontal whirlwind that obscured their vision, followed by an eerie wind swirling around them. Before they could react, the wind intensified, transforming into a hurricane. A graceful figure glided among the crowd, and wherever this figure passed, numerous Navy soldiers were swept high into the air. As the soldiers were lifted, they could only hear the words "ha-sa" echoing in their ears. The main force of the Navy was thus scattered by this singular, ethereal presence. Soldiers who fell back to the ground were covered in countless fine sword wounds, blood oozing from their injuries, rendering them helpless and writhing in agony. Lei Yu and his companions observed from the rear, watching as Yasuo navigated through the chaos, sensing a flicker of joy emanating from within him. The Navy generals quickly recognized that something was amiss. This individual only targeted ordinary Navy soldiers, effortlessly dispatching them. By the time they attempted to intercept Yasuo, he had already disappeared back to Lei Yu's side. Remarkably, within a brief span, the Navy's main force had been diminished by approximately 30%. The remaining soldiers, still haunted by the shadow cast by Yasuo's onslaught, hesitated to pursue further. Witnessing this, Baihuzi hastened the retreat. Just then, Akainu, Akiji Kizuru, and other commanders surged to the forefront. Akainu, gazing at the whirlwind obscuring their view, sneered, "Merely a trifling technique." With that, he launched his magma-infused arm straight at the hurricane. Boom! The whirlwind began to dissipate under Akainu's assault, and visibility was restored, revealing not the retreating Whitebeard pirates, but rather Lei Yu and his three companions standing defiantly before the thousands of Navy soldiers. As Chi Inu gazed upon the familiar visage before him, his clenched fists trembled uncontrollably, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "What? Are you here to assist the Whitebeard crew? You have no significant ties to him, do you?" Qing Ji stepped forward, casting a perplexed glance at Lei Yu. However, noticing that Lei Yu offered no response, he shook his head and remarked, "In that case, capturing you for execution seems like a reasonable solution." At that moment, Chi Inu could no longer restrain himself. Taking a menacing step forward, he declared, "Since you have come to seek death, allow me to fulfill that wish." Yet, Lei Yu merely twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Itachi, Orochimaru, and Yasuo formed a line alongside Lei Yu, their cold gazes fixed upon the array of Navy soldiers before them. Suddenly, Lei Yu's eyes ignited with excitement, and with a manic glint, he smirked. "We are the members of the God Navy headquarters. Please enlighten us." No sooner had the words left his lips than a thunderous roar erupted as Lei Yu relinquished control over the immense power within him, allowing the chaotic energy to erupt unchecked. Simultaneously, the power of the gale surged within Yasuo, and Itachi's terrifying chakra manifested, while Orochimaru's sinister countenance added to the atmosphere. In an instant, a formidable pressure descended upon the Navy, causing the soldiers to struggle for breath, their faces pale with fear as they beheld the four formidable figures blocking their path. Are they challenging the entire Navy? The three admirals exchanged grave glances, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, the scene on the battlefield at the Navy headquarters was broadcasted worldwide, leaving all viewers stunned upon hearing Lei Yu's words. Is he truly provoking the might of the Navy headquarters? This man is seeking death. Everyone believed that no one could withstand the full force of the Navy. Lei Yu's actions were seen as nothing less than a suicidal endeavor. No one believed that he and his companions could emerge alive from the Navy headquarters. It was deemed a battle without suspense. Watching Lei Yu's audacity, Sengoku's gaze turned icy, and he seized the loudspeaker, bellowing, "Capture the god pirates with all your might. They must not be allowed to remain here. The dignity of the Navy cannot be shattered." Having rescued Ace and slapped the Navy's face, they now audaciously challenged the Navy further. It was time for them to witness the power of the Navy headquarters. At Sengoku's command, the various vice admirals stepped forward, while the Navy soldiers remained motionless, recognizing that this battle was beyond their capacity to influence. To charge recklessly would result in meaningless casualties. Just as the commanders prepared to advance, Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords, dragged his black sword, stepping to the forefront, his gaze fixed intently on Yasuo. "I am Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, and this blade is my companion, one of the 12 supreme blades, the mightiest black sword in the world. Yuru, state your name, swordsman." Feeling the fervent battle intent radiating from Mihawk, Yasuo sensed his own sword quiver. How he longed to duel such a master swordsman. Glancing at his unsheathed blade, he slowly drew it, pointing it at Mihawk. "I am Yasuo, the Gale Sword Master. Amele barst adi assassin." Indeed, Yasuo spoke truthfully in the land of Valoran. He had roamed between nations as an assassin swordsman. However, he had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of drawing his blade against. Yet upon arriving in this world, this swordsman before him captured his attention. He was a worthy adversary. With that, Yasuo advanced, gripping his unsheathed blade, while Mihawk similarly unsheathed his black sword. Both approaching each other. Neither the Navy nor Leiyu's group intended to interfere, for in this world, the clash between swordsmen was the highest form of honor, not to be disrupted by outsiders. As Yasuo and Mihawk approached, covering nearly 100 meters, they halted, scrutinizing one another. In an instant, an astonishing sword intent erupted from both, soaring skyward. Even the Navy soldiers 100 meters away felt the sharpness of the air, stinging their skin. The typically stoic Mihawk was taken aback by Yasuo's overwhelming sword intent. How had he not recognized such a formidable presence before? Yet the more he realized this, the more his excitement surged. The thrill of battle was palpable. Was a challenger for the title of the world's greatest swordsman finally emerging? Yasuo gripped the hilt of his sword, slowly positioning the blade before his eyes, fixing his piercing gaze upon his opponent. A gentle breeze swept through, and in a flash, Yasuo vanished from sight, reappearing just 10 meters before Mihawk, gripping his unsheathed blade tightly as he charged forward with a powerful strike. In response, Mihawk firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, unleashing his most potent black blade against Yasuo. In an instant, waves surged. A spectral crescent-shaped sword energy sliced through the air, carrying the force to shatter mountains and seas, aimed directly at Yasuo. Ha ha, how delightful. This is what it means to be a swordsman. Mihawk's prowess was acknowledged by Yasuo, who found in him the very opponent he had yearned for. Without hesitation, Yasuo reversed the grip on his unsheathed blade, unleashing a more potent azure sword energy, intensified by the power of the gale, clashing with Mihawk's towering sword energy. The frozen sea trembled violently as the collision generated shockwaves, scattering around them. Some Navy soldiers lost their footing, hurled away by the force. Even Whitebeard, retreating for miles away, felt the tremor, his gaze flickering towards the direction of the Navy headquarters as he murmured, "Has it begun?" This clash was merely the prelude. The mere exchanges between them generated such monumental force, indicating their extraordinary strength. Following their first confrontation, a fierce gale enveloped Mihawk, while Yasuo's figure vanished once more, showcasing his assassin's agility. Not sensing Yasuo's presence, Mihawk remained unfazed. He slowly closed his eyes, an invisible aura radiating from him. With a slight smirk, he remarked, "Oh, behind me, are you?" As the surrounding tempest dispersed, the figure of Yasu materialized behind Ingyen. However, his unsheathed blade aimed at Ingyen's back was deftly intercepted by the dark blade in Ingyen's grasp. Realizing his ambush had failed, Yasu hastily retreated, his excitement evident as he gazed at Ingyen. Ingyen, having successfully parried the attack, slowly turned around and remarked with a smile, "A man once told me that a scar on the back is a swordsman's shame. Are you asking me to bear such disgrace?" Taken aback by the words, Yasu paused briefly before responding with a chuckle. Oh, my apologies. Do you adhere to such a rule? Nevertheless, your prowess is indeed formidable. Ha ha. Yasu laughed boisterously, elated to encounter such an adversary in this world. While there may be many strong contenders, none were swordsmen like him. As thoughts raced, Yasu's excitement intensified, and the power of the gale surged within him. With a swift motion, he charged at Yin once more, showcasing exquisite swordsmanship, formidable gale force, and graceful, agile footwork. Each clash left Yin increasingly astounded, for he sensed that Yasu's swordplay epitomized the ideals of speed, precision, and lethality, particularly speed. Even with his mastery of Kinbunchika haki, allowing him to perceive the traces of Yasu's strikes in advance, the onslaught was too swift, overwhelming even a master who had immersed himself in the art of the sword for decades. Such terror. Consequently, Yin accelerated his blade's movements, his actions becoming increasingly fluid. He resolved to unleash the culmination of decades of experience to contend with Yasu. The clash of their blades produced a cacophony of sparks, and fortunately, Yasu's unsheathed blade was a fine weapon in its own right. Otherwise, it would have struggled against the razor-sharp black blade, known as Yuru, unfazed by Yin's relentless attacks. Yasu met him blow for blow, their formidable sword energies colliding with abandon upon the frozen sea. The cataclysmic force of their dueling fractured the ice beneath them, sending torrents of seawater surging forth, while numerous sword energies unleashed in their exchange flew towards the naval soldiers. Had it not been for the likes of Akiji and Kizuru, who managed to intercept them, those sword energies alone could have easily decimated a tenth of the Navy's ranks. Is this truly the might of the world's greatest swordsman? How powerful! That fellow from the divine realm appears no slouch either, managing to trade blows with Yin. This is no trifling matter. The onlookers murmured about the two combatants engaged in their fierce contest. With each strike, the power of their sword energies escalated, and the ice beneath their feet had shattered like a mirror, with seawater continuously pouring from the fissures. As time progressed, Yin found himself increasingly astonished. He suddenly felt that this individual before him had seemingly surpassed him in swordsmanship. In this world, it was astonishing that one's sword skills could reach such heights. Even the pre-injury Shanks had not attained this level. Following the final clash that produced a shower of sparks, both warriors retreated a few steps, realizing that relying solely on their swordsmanship would not secure victory over the other. Though Yasu's swordplay exceeded Yin's by a notch, it was merely swordsmanship. In such an intense battle, swordsmanship alone could not determine the outcome. Yasu, standing firm, met Yin's piercing gaze, which was filled with a sharp yet unwavering resolve. It brings me great joy to encounter a swordsman of your caliber. You have allowed me to witness the true significance of the tidal world's greatest swordsman. Yasu, puzzled, regarded Yin, uncertain of his intentions. Yin tightened his grip on the black blade, pressed his lips together, and continued, I have occupied this position for far too long, to the point that I have nearly forgotten who the last challenger was. To others, this position might seem the epitome of glory, but to him, it brought only an endless void, as no one could unseat him from this throne, rendering it devoid of meaning. In the distance, Lei Yu listened to Yin's monologue, sensing a hint of arrogance, but lacking evidence to substantiate his claim. Yin continued, Today, having witnessed your presence, I shall summon every ounce of my strength, 200%, to defend my throne. Gome, show me your true power, Yasu. Upon uttering those words, an overwhelming battle spirit radiated from Yin, soaring to the heavens. He was not fighting for the Navy or the Seven Warlords. He was battling for himself, for the very essence of being a swordsman. Yasu laughed, not in mockery, but in honor of encountering such a swordsman. Subsequently, the gale force surrounding him intensified, and the unsheathed blade emanated deep azure energy. Yin, his hands firmly grasping the hilt of his blade, brought it downwards, not immediately striking, but concentrating all his might into this one blow. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze in anticipation, even the carefree breeze halting its playful dance. Gulp! All the naval soldiers watched the two warriors gathering power, swallowing nervously. They understood that even a casual strike from Yin could cleave a mountain in two, and this strike would encompass all his strength. No one dared to fathom the magnitude of such power. At that moment, even the sea trembled, and the sea kings dwelling deep beneath the waves retreated into their caves, trembling in fear, prepared to witness the might of the world's greatest swordsman. Yasu declared. As he spoke, Yin's aura reached its zenith, and he raised his hand to unleash his most formidable strike. In an instant, a spectral green slash surged towards Yasu, carrying the weight of a cataclysm. This strike cleaved through the ice and the ocean beneath it, even splitting the clouds above in two. After executing this blow, Yin gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Yasu. He yearned to discover whether this strike, potent enough to cleave any island, could be withstood by the man before him, whether it could challenge his status as the premier swordsman. Yasu, confronted with this annihilating slash, was filled with exhilaration. Was this not the adversary he had longed for? As he beheld the impending threat of death embodied in this strike, Yasu smiled nonchalantly and proclaimed, "Death is like the wind. It shall always accompany me." Accompanying his words, an immense gale of sword intent erupted from Yasu, even causing Yin to shudder. In that moment, all the winds converged around Yasu, as if he were the very child of the wind, commanding the tempests of the world. With his words resonating, Yasu sheathed his unsheathed blade, gripping the hilt with determination. Lowering his body almost to the ground, his eyes fixed intently on the spectral green sword energy hurtling towards him. Leiyu, witnessing this familiar posture, recognized it as the standard stance of the draw sword technique. As Yin's ultimate strike approached, now merely 10 meters away, Yasu chose not to evade this attack with his extraordinary speed. To receive it head-on was a mark of respect for a swordsman. Illuminating his gaze with determination, Yasu shouted, "Ha! Sa! Ki!" He then swiftly drew his unsheathed blade, making a powerful sweep forward. A deep blue slash surged forth, surrounded by the swirling gales that encircled Yasu. In an instant, Yasuo unleashed a formidable sword chi, which transformed into an enormous tornado, surging toward Yin with a devastating strike. Surrounding this vortex was the essence of Yasuo's wind sword intent. Witnessing such a visually impactful assault, a sense of helplessness welled up within Yin. He felt the weight of impending defeat. With a thunderous clash, the two powerful strikes finally collided. However, Yin's sword chi, towering at several dozen meters, appeared feeble against the 100-meter tornado. It managed to withstand the onslaught for merely 5 seconds before being torn asunder by the ferocious winds, dissipating into the ether. Yet, the tornado, infused with sword chi and the swiftness of wind, did not relent. It continued its relentless advance toward Yin. Realizing the imminent danger, Yin's expression shifted drastically. He swung his black blade, striving to expend his very life force to unleash a more potent strike, but it was too late. The terrifying tornado loomed before him. In the next heartbeat, Yin felt his feet leave the ground as he was swept into the air. "Have I lost?" He floated, liberated from the pull of gravity, and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, Yasuo's deep voice resonated in his ears. This is only the beginning. Unbeknownst to him, Yasuo had soared into the air, appearing beside him, his long blade emanating a chilling gleam. With a calm utterance of wind's end, Yasuo's figure began to dance gracefully around Yin, wielding his blade with remarkable speed. In a flurry of strikes, deep gashes manifested on Yin's body, blood gushing forth incessantly. "Is this a continuous combo?" he murmured, feeling the pain course through him. "I have been utterly defeated." After what felt like an eternity of 5 seconds, the relentless barrage ceased. With a thud, Yin plummeted from the sky, his form drenched in his own blood, adorned with countless gruesome wounds, presenting a terrifying sight. Yasuo descended beside him, stating, "It appears I have won. However, your strength is indeed formidable." Yin, now immobile, could only twitch the corners of his mouth in response. Although Yasuo acknowledged his prowess, he was still a defeated man. A flicker of reminiscence crossed his mind. It had been decades since he had faced such a loss in the realm of swordsmanship. Not far off, Akainu observed the fallen Yin and turned his gaze toward Yasuo, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a slight smirk, he transformed his lower body into magma and propelled himself toward Yasuo with explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yasuo's rear, raising his molten right arm with a malicious intent, believing Yasuo would not have time to react. As he neared, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Akainu. "I've got him." Suddenly, a flash of blue light cut through the air. To Akainu's horror, his magma arm was severed, landing with a sizzling thud upon the frozen sea. Another blue flash followed, aimed at his neck, prompting Akainu to immediately elementalize his entire being, retreating just in time to avoid the lethal strike. Gazing at Yasuo, who had now turned to face him, Akainu felt a chill of dread. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the specter of death looming over him. Had he not been able to elementalize, his right hand or even his head might have been severed. Moreover, Yasuo's sword appeared to possess an energy that could seemingly bypass his elemental form. Meanwhile, Yin lay on the ground, awestruck by the unsheathed blade in Yasuo's grasp, which radiated a unique energy, exponentially more potent than before. Is this what Yasuo meant when he said, "This is just the beginning"? With a mocking gaze, Yasuo turned to Akainu, while Leiyu, Itachi, and Orochimaru approached his side, standing united against Akainu. Leiyu, with a playful smirk, taunted, "Did you almost get countered in your sneak attack, Akainu?" Fuming, Akainu clenched his fists, glaring at Leiyu with gritted teeth. "What did you call me?" "Oh, I called you Akainu. What's wrong with that?" Leiyu continued to provoke. "You don't like that name, Akainu?" Akainu nearly lost his composure, trembling with rage. Yet he recalled the peculiar and powerful abilities of Leiyu's group and opted for caution. It wasn't cowardice, it was simply a prudent choice. Soon, Kizaru and Akiji joined Akainu's side, their expressions grave as they regarded Leiyu's faction. The duel between Yasuo and Yin had concluded, marking the commencement of a highly anticipated declaration of war. Was a true battle about to begin? Across the globe, spectators fixated on the large screens, engrossed as if watching a cinematic spectacle, unwilling to miss a single thrilling moment. Stunned by the riveting duel between Yin and Yasuo, they prepared for yet another confrontation. As if waves of excitement surged forth. Do you think the gods can truly vanquish the Navy? Some audience members, witnessing Yasuo's astonishing prowess, began to waver in their beliefs. Defeat the Navy? Are you joking? If they could, wouldn't they be the strongest pirate crew on these seas? Indeed, even the four emperors wouldn't claim they could single-handedly take on the entire Navy. There's no rush. The Navy's top 3 admirals haven't even made their move yet. However, that swordsman named Yasuo is undeniably powerful. It seems Yin might have to concede. As discussions erupted among the crowd, awestruck by Yasuo's victory over Yin, doubts lingered about whether Leiyu and his companions could succeed in their challenge. The scene shifted abruptly. At that moment, Whitebeard led his pirate crew to a secure retreat, while Luffy encountered the Dark King Rayleigh along the way. After exchanging a few words, Rayleigh nodded to Whitebeard and departed with Luffy, heading for an unknown destination. Ivankov and Buggy's group also slipped away unnoticed, and Whitebeard paid them no mind. Thus, only Whitebeard and his crew remained. It appeared he was in a heated discussion with his sons. Unbeknownst to them, a pirate ship lay concealed behind a massive rock in the distance. A rugged, burly middle-aged man adorned with 2 necklaces, bracelets on his wrists, and rings on each finger, reminiscent of a nouveau riche, stood aboard this vessel. This man was Marshal D. Teach, who had traded Ace for the position of Shichibukai. At that moment, he was intently observing the Whitebeard crew through a telescope. Initially, he intended to wait until both Whitebeard and the Navy were mutually exhausted, then emerge to deliver the final blow to Whitebeard, subsequently seizing the opportunity to acquire Whitebeard's formidable Gura no Mi. It is essential to understand that the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit had long been coveted by many. However, he never anticipated that the appearance of Leiyu would disrupt all his meticulously laid plans. He was equally surprised that this recently renowned individual could indeed rescue Ace from the clutches of the Navy and Sengoku. Consequently, Blackbeard harbored a deep resentment towards Lei Yu. Despite the disruption of his plans, Blackbeard did not lose hope and continued to covet the Gura no Mi. Thus, he trailed the Whitebeard fleet from a distance, hoping for an opportune moment to claim Whitebeard's fruit. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed there was no chance for him. Not only was Whitebeard in excellent condition, but his 14 captains would also pose a significant threat. After all, capturing Ace had not been an easy feat for him. Eventually, Blackbeard decided to abandon his pursuit, resigned to the fact that he would not attain Whitebeard's enticing power. As he prepared to stow away his telescope and leave in search of other opportunities, he suddenly noticed that Whitebeard had departed from the main fleet, embarking alone on a small boat, diverging from the 14 captains of the Moby Dick, and hastily returning along the route he had come. What would he possibly be up to? Blackbeard pondered, his mind filled with confusion. Without hesitation, he commanded his crew to follow Whitebeard discreetly. After trailing for a while, he sensed something amiss. The direction Whitebeard was heading was none other than the Navy headquarters. Having already rescued Ace and escaped, why would he return? Observing Whitebeard's actions, Blackbeard grew increasingly perplexed. Should he take action now? This thought flickered in his mind, but after some reflection, he forcibly quelled it. Even though Whitebeard was alone and knocking him into the sea seemed a certain victory, Blackbeard still hesitated. Confronting the strongest man on the seas required utmost caution. After all, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Lacking absolute confidence, he dared not strike. As he watched Whitebeard grow distant, Blackbeard resolved to follow him for the time being, hoping to discern his intentions. Perhaps an unexpected opportunity would arise. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji led the charge, still locked in a standoff with Lei Yu's group, hesitant to make a move. It could be said that they had been thoroughly intimidated by Lei Yu's crew, although the Navy appeared to hold the upper hand at first glance. The three had learned from their previous encounters with Lei Yu that he was far from the simple opponent they had initially assumed. Standing alongside Sengoku and Garp, Admiral Sengoku could no longer tolerate the tense stalemate and remarked, "How have the young ones become so timid? How can they ascend to the rank of Admiral under such circumstances?" However, before he could finish, Garp interrupted, insisting, "This one T do. Let me ignite this battle." Ignoring Sengoku's protests, he strode directly toward the front lines. Sengoku observed Garp's retreating figure and then glanced back at Garp, who had resumed munching on donuts, shaking his head in resignation as he followed after him. Garp cast a sidelong glance at the departing duo, continuing his indulgence in the sweet treats. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lei Yu, feeling that there was something amiss about Lei Yu's challenge to the Navy headquarters. In his memory, Lei Yu was not the type to act so recklessly as to provoke the Navy headquarters. Did he harbor some hidden agenda? Was this challenge a facade to conceal something? Little did Garp know that Lei Yu's challenge to the Navy headquarters stemmed from a whimsical impulse, believing that as a traveler, he ought to make a mark of some sort. After all, it would be a disservice to his identity otherwise. After assessing the current strength of his companions, he concluded that they could hold their own, and with a sudden burst of inspiration, he resolved to overthrow the Navy headquarters while rescuing Ace in the process. Orochimaru and Itachi, along with the others, did not deter Lei Yu. If the captain wished to act, so be it. At that moment, the Navy soldiers parted to form a path as Steelbone Kong approached, leading directly to the front lines of the battlefield. Akainu and the others sensed the shift behind them, and to their surprise, Steelbone Kong had already reached their side. "Admiral, what are you doing?" Akiji questioned, puzzled by Steelbone Kong's intentions. With an impassive expression, Steelbone Kong coldly declared, "If you lack the courage to engage, then allow me to confront this young man." Without further ado, he charged forward toward Lei Yu's group, unhesitant. Upon witnessing this, Itachi stepped forward, while Yasuo swung his unsheathed blade, unleashing a wave of sword energy toward Steelbone Kong. Yet, Steelbone Kong appeared to disregard this attack, continuing his advance toward Lei Yu. In the blink of an eye, Yasuo's sword energy struck him, creating a resonating sound as Steelbone Kong enveloped himself in a black hue of haki, remarkably withstanding Yasuo's strike, leaving only a faint white scratch without even breaking through his armor. Lei Yu fixed his gaze on the seemingly flowing haki enveloping Steelbone Kong and murmured, "Is this Ryu Sakurazaka?" Just then, as Itachi surged forward, Lei Yu swiftly intercepted him, stating, "Allow me to handle him. He is no ordinary opponent." After all, Steelbone Kong was a formidable figure who predated even Garp, having attained the position of Commander-in-Chief of the world government. How could one rise to such ranks without considerable capability? With this in mind, Lei Yu summoned his strength, his arms transforming into dragon-like appendages, enveloped in haki. Facing such a powerful adversary necessitated caution. Once prepared, he charged toward Steelbone Kong, prompting Steelbone Kong to chuckle. I have no intention of bullying an old man with a crowd. I can handle you alone." With a booming laugh, Lei Yu tightened his fist, covered in crimson scales, and aimed to strike at Steelbone Kong's face. In response, Steelbone Kong did not shy away, but rather clenched his fist, channeling his haki into his arm, and met Lei Yu's punch head-on. A purplish-red, translucent aura encircled Steelbone Kong's fist before erupting in an explosion, sending clouds of dust swirling around them. Soon, a figure was propelled from the haze, collapsing to the ground. It was astonishingly Lei Yu. At that very moment, before Lei Yu's fist could even make contact with Gangu Kong's, he was sent flying by the formidable flow cherry haki emanating from the latter. As Lei Yu crashed to the ground, he slowly rose to his feet, clutching his abdomen, his complexion slightly pale. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the impact that had reverberated through his very organs. Were it not for his extraordinarily resilient physique, that single blow could have shattered his heart. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lei Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. It seemed he had underestimated the Navy's might, especially that old coot Carp, who undoubtedly possessed the advanced flow cherry haki. If Gangu Kong's flow cherry haki was so powerful, one could only imagine Carp's prowess. It appeared that during their previous encounter, Carp had not even unleashed his full strength. Contemplating this, Lei Yu's heart sank. He realized he had acted recklessly this time. Fortunately, Carp showed no intention of intervening just yet. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lei Yu's eyes as he inquired of the system. "How many points are required to enhance my haki?" Ding! Upgrading to Flow Cherry requires 300 points, and reaching maximum level requires 1,000 points. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't too steep. He had accumulated a substantial 1,300 points over the past few days. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Use 1,000 points to max it out. One must exercise caution when confronting a formidable opponent like Gangu Kong." Ding! 1,000 points deducted. Upgrade successful. Instantly, Lei Yu felt a remarkable transformation in the haki enveloping his arms. It surged through him like a flowing river, its aura now exponentially stronger than before. Is this what Flow Cherry truly is? Lei Yu marveled at the newfound strength coursing through his limbs, exhilarated. Not far away, Gangu Kong also sensed Lei Yu's transformation. His brows furrowed slightly as he murmured, "Is that Flow Cherry? This fellow has managed to attain such a level in his haki." Moreover, he appeared to be under 20 years of age. What kind of prodigy could achieve such mastery at such a young age? At that moment, Gangu Kong felt a pang of regret. If only Lei Yu were a part of the Navy. However, the most astonished of all was Carp. The instant Lei Yu upgraded his haki, Carp felt the aura of Flow Cherry, which seemed far beyond that of a novice, as if it had been honed over decades. Most significantly, it seemed that this young man had not exhibited such haki just half a month ago. If he had possessed it, Lei Yu would have utilized it during the crisis in Lowtown, rather than concealing his abilities until now. Carp could only regard this under-20 youth as a monster, a genius hardly sufficing to describe his talent. Was he on the verge of ushering in a new era? Carp found himself astounded by his own thoughts. Observing the flow cherry enveloping Lei Yu's arms and feeling the overwhelming haki, Gangu Kong began to understand why those 5 old-timers had summoned him. This Lei Yu was indeed no ordinary individual. At this moment, Gangu Kong felt a surge of excitement. It had been ages since he had engaged in a thrilling battle. He had grown weary of fighting the weak, for on these seas, there were few who could match him in a true contest of strength. Only the four emperors remained, and, as the commander-in-chief, he had to consider the greater good and could not simply indulge his desire for combat by challenging them. Even the three admirals and Carp were formidable, and he could only spar with them rather than engage in a full-blown battle. Yet today, upon witnessing Lei Yu, the blood that had long lain dormant within him ignited once more. Although he had just been repelled by a single punch, Lei Yu's demonstration of flow cherry and the mysterious power hidden within him, which even Gang Kong found oppressive, stirred his long-suppressed passion for combat. This young lad seemed to possess the strength befitting a king. "Come, Lei Yu, let's engage in a thrilling battle." As he spoke, his aura intensified, coalescing like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Even the three admirals were taken aback by Gang Kong's formidable presence. They never expected this old veteran to possess such terrifying strength. Lei Yu, witnessing the exhilaration radiating from Gang Kong, felt an equal thrill. His eyes blazed with fervent battle intent as he proclaimed, "Gang Kong, allow yourself to be the stepping stone on my path to kingship." Indeed, Lei Yu resolved to use this battle as the cornerstone of his ascension to the throne. His declaration once again stunned everyone present. What? Did he dare to aspire to become the fifth emperor of these seas? How could that be possible? How long had he been at sea? It was merely a dream. He should first focus on surviving the Navy headquarters. Everyone regarded Lei Yu's words as a jest. The current four emperors had all traversed the seas for years, amassing immense strength and commanding legions of islands to earn their titles. Only those recognized by all could ascend to such a status. Yet, it was evident that Lei Yu and his crew lacked the qualifications to be considered emperors at this time. At that moment, Lei Yu charged forward to clash with Gang Kong. Instantly, the ferocity of Lei Yu's aura surged, while Gang Kong's battle spirit soared in tandem. They exchanged punches, abandoning any semblance of technique, relying solely on their raw physical strength and haki to engage in a fierce contest. If their previous encounters had resembled battles between swordsmen, this was now a confrontation between true warriors. "Ha ha, kid, you're truly impressive. Were it not for your status as a pirate, I would hesitate to see you perish here." Gang Kong bellowed with laughter, his battle spirit intensifying, each punch growing in ferocity and resolve. This was the combat he had longed for. Despite having just been knocked back, Lei Yu, having fully grasped Flow Cherry, did not falter, engaging Gang Kong in a fierce back and forth. Their figures vanished from sight, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged countless blows. The speed of their confrontation was such that only fleeting shadows remained visible to the onlookers. Only the three admirals, utilizing their advanced Kenbunchika haki, could discern the earth-shattering clash of the two. The magnitude of their combined strength shattered the ice beneath them, creating numerous craters on the surface. The soldiers observing, apart from the three admirals, retreated 100 meters, realizing that this level of combat was beyond their reach. The oppressive aura generated by the two's Flow Cherry haki rendered it difficult for them to breathe, let alone participate. Even several capable vice-admirals found themselves overwhelmed by the staggering intensity of the battle, feeling an unavoidable sense of futility as they recognized how far they still had to go. At the front lines of the battlefield, only Akainu and the three admirals remained to witness the spectacle. Kapu's expression grew increasingly grave as he realized that this was not the full extent of Lei Yu's prowess. The aura of the Crimson Dragon that had appeared above Kokoa Shidao that day bore an uncanny resemblance to the energy emanating from Lei Yu. However, since that day, Lei Yu had never tapped into that formidable power. That very force had left him utterly astounded. Boom! 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 While Kapuz pondered, Lei Yu and Gangu had already exchanged countless blows. The ice that had frozen the entire Crescent Bay had been shattered by their fierce confrontation, resulting in utter chaos. Yet, regardless of whether it was Lei Yu or Gangu, their fighting styles were nearly on par, neither one overshadowing the other. Furthermore, Gangu possessed an extraordinary physique, matching Lei Yu's resilience, leading to a seemingly grandiose battle where neither sustained any significant injuries. "Kid, I have no desire to prolong this any further," Gangu declared, stepping back slightly to steady himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Now, I shall unleash my full strength, and I advise you to do the same, young one." Observing the mounting intensity of Gangu's aura, Lei Yu regained his composure, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Full strength? Could he possibly be a devil fruit user? The mere thought ignited a fervor within Lei Yu rather than instilling fear. Defeating such a formidable opponent would be all the more significant. As Gangu's aura surged once again, Lei Yu felt a fleeting twinge of fear, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. What a formidable adversary this was. Yet, this very fear ignited a fire within Lei Yu, awakening a warrior's fervor he had not realized had been dormant. His cells craved this very battle. Before him, Gangu's aura ascended to its zenith, his murderous intent materializing into something tangible. With a rip, his clothing tore apart, revealing muscles as hard as steel beneath. Witnessing this, Akainu and others could not help but swallow hard. This senior was indeed a monstrous powerhouse. Boom! At that moment, Gangu's body began to expand limitlessly. Countless Navy personnel and onlookers were momentarily stunned. Could Gangu also be a devil fruit user? It was known that for decades, no one had witnessed Gangu utilize his devil fruit abilities, as no one had ever pushed him to his limits, save for one individual from a bygone era, currently imprisoned in the deepest recesses of Impel Down. Confronted with the terrifying Gangu, Lei Yu's excitement shifted to gravity as he sensed a looming threat of death. Suddenly, Itachi appeared beside Lei Yu, speaking in a low tone. "Perhaps you should leave him to me." "No, you need only watch Akainu," Lei Yu firmly rejected, eagerly anticipating this battle. After all, was it not finally time to unleash the power within him? Seeing the unwavering determination in Lei Yu's gaze, Itachi spoke no further and retreated. Akainu, observing Itachi's movement, relaxed his clenched fists, having initially thought that Lei Yu intended to team up with Itachi. He then focused back on the central battlefield, where he had to admit that Lei Yu's strength had surpassed his own. He was astounded by the rapid growth of Lei Yu's abilities. Merely facing him now, Akainu feared that Lei Yu's formidable haki alone would suffice to defeat him. At that moment, the eyes of the entire world were fixated on Gangu, as the very earth and sea trembled beneath his might. Gangu's form continued to grow, 10 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. When he completed his transformation, his fearsome stature reached over 300 meters, his body cloaked in dark fur, resembling a colossal ape exuding primal ferocity. This overwhelming pressure forced countless Navy soldiers to retreat 100 meters, seeking relief from the oppressive atmosphere. "Who?" Two jets of white vapor erupted from Gangu's nostrils, his voice booming. "This is my fruit, an ancient zoantype, the great strength gorilla fruit, transformed into this form. My power and regenerative abilities have multiplied exponentially. Therefore, I urge you, young one, to unleash the formidable power within you. Otherwise, today I shall surely slay you to cleanse the Navy's humiliation." With that, disregarding Lei Yu's response, he raised his fist, massive as a meteor, aiming to crush Lei Yu from above. Empowered by his haki, this strike was intended to kill. Though he admired Lei Yu's extraordinary talent, he was ultimately a pirate, while Gangu was a Navy officer. The battle had dragged on long enough. Any further delay would vex the world government. As Lei Yu gazed up at the meteor-like fist, he felt an acute sense of impending doom. He bit his lip, a resolute glint sparking in his eyes, and ceased his hesitation. Boom! Countless strands of purple flames erupted from Lei Yu, swirling around him like ribbons, enveloping him in a crimson fireball. Kapu's expression turned grave as he observed the immense energy contained within this fireball. Worry etched across his features. Was it finally coming? As time progressed, the fireball expanded, soon growing into a giant sphere several dozen meters wide. Just as Gangu's colossal fist was about to collide with it, a hand, fully transformed into a dragon's claw, emerged from the flames to meet the enormous punch. Boom! While the two fists did not directly collide, a red-black energy sphere flickered between them, surrounded by crackling, lightning-like energy, a clash of top-tier haki. In an instant, the sky darkened as these two forces collided, threatening to tear the heavens apart. The sea roared, waves rising hundreds of meters high as countless sea kings fled the area, desperate to escape. A fierce heat wave swept outward, forcing the three admirals to shift into elemental forms to evade the backlash, while Sengoku raised his hands, radiating golden light to shield himself against the terrifying shockwave. Unfortunately, the Navy soldiers positioned hundreds of meters away were not so fortunate. Those with slightly better constitutions spat blood from the force, while others fainted, frothing at the mouth. Capuz staggered slightly, but remained fixated on the outstretched arm of Leiyu. Something was amiss. He had not fully unleashed the power within him. He was still concealing his true strength. As the flames dissipated, Leiyu's figure emerged into view. His upper garments had torn apart, replaced by glimmering crimson dragon scales. His long hair had transformed into an eerie purple, and two prominent dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. Leiyu now stood an impressive 7 to 8 meters tall, resembling a small giant. Yet, in the face of Gangu's meteor-like fist, he appeared diminutive as an ant. However, this seemingly insignificant body managed to withstand the punch of the mighty Gangu, eliciting shock and awe from countless witnesses. "Oh, is this the power within you?" The deep, resonant voice of Gangu echoed, showing no surprise that Leiyu could withstand his punch. Although Leiyu appeared diminutive before him, Gangu did not underestimate him in the slightest. The immense power coursing through him and the aura comparable to his own were not deceptive. This power is quite decent, isn't it, Gangu?" Leiyu chuckled lightly, revealing that this form was something he had developed after entering the Grand Line. This transformation not only boasted a power amplification on par with the Zhulong form, but also sustained its potency for an extended duration. As long as he was not exhausted, he could maintain it indefinitely. He referred to it as the Xiaolongren form. After all, the Zhulong form could only be sustained for 3 minutes, and he could only utilize the Qianlong Zhu. Currently, his control over the Dragon Pearl was a mere 10, offering little utility. Therefore, the Xiaolongren form was arguably his most formidable state at present. Gazing at the towering Gangu, Leiyu tossed his hair back and boldly declared, "Come on, Gangu, delight me with your strength. Otherwise, today shall be a day of disgrace for your navy." Upon finishing his words, Leiyu's figure vanished beneath Gangu's colossal fist, only to reappear before Gangu's chest in an instant, delivering a powerful blow. Gangu, sensing the terrifying strength contained within that seemingly insignificant punch, attempted to retract his hand to shield his chest, but it was ultimately too slow. While transformed into a diamond body, possessing immense power, unparalleled defense, and remarkable recovery, he had sacrificed his usual agility. With a resounding crash, Gangu's towering figure was sent flying like a cannonball, hurtling towards the direction of his headquarters. All the Navy personnel closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending calamity. The rumbling continued as Gangu's body collided with the headquarters building, demolishing structure after structure and stirring up clouds of dust. In an instant, a significant portion of the headquarters was reduced to ruins. Even Gangu himself was disoriented from the impact, his head spinning. Upon seeing a substantial part of his base destroyed, Akainu initially froze before his pent-up rage erupted. The humiliation of having his home ravaged by the enemy was unbearable. Moments later, black smoke billowed from Akainu's arms, transforming into scalding magma as he charged furiously towards Leiyu in midair. Yet before he could reach Leiyu, a crimson skeletal fist appeared above him, slamming him back to the ground. The suddenness of the attack left Akainu unable to react in time to utilize his elemental form. However, even if he had, it would have been futile. The unique energy of Susanoo seemed to disregard elemental transformation, much like hockey. "I shall not allow you to disrupt the captain's battle." Itachi's deep voice resonated. As Akainu struggled to rise, he glared at the figure draped in a black cloak before him, a glint of malice in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Then I shall kill you first, and then that bastard Leiyu." With that, he charged at Itachi, unleashing a frenzied assault. Unfortunately for Akainu, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan was far from ordinary, allowing for predictions that rivaled the highest level of Kinbunchika haki, resulting in Akainu failing to land a single blow. After several futile attempts, he found himself ensnared in Itachi's Genjutsu, striking only air. Realizing Itachi's capabilities as mentioned by Kizaru, Akainu utilized Kinbunshiku to break free from the illusion and launched another reckless attack, only to once again strike Itachi's clone. Driven mad, Akainu resembled a rabid dog. Kazan and Kizaru noticed Akainu's predicament and rushed to assist him, but as they moved, two figures appeared before them, blocking their path. Kizaru, seeing Orochimaru standing in front of him, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, akin to having consumed something foul, and he wanted to curse the man's ancestry. Battling this creature was nothing short of torment. Meanwhile, Kazan faced Yasuo, his heart heavy with trepidation. Could one who had defeated Mihawk be easily overcome? Was a grand melee about to commence? Seeing the three admirals impeded by Leiyu's comrades, Sengoku gritted his teeth and transformed into a golden Buddha, charging towards Leiyu in midair. He could not allow someone who had caused such disgrace to the Navy to leave alive. As Leiyu observed the ferocious Sengoku advancing, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. In a swift motion, he unleashed a kick imbued with Lu Ing Haki. Sengoku extended his arm, attempting to grasp Leiyu, but his assumptions were naive. The half-human, half-dragon Leiyu, combined with the Lu Ing Haki, was beyond his capacity to restrain. Upon their collision, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the extent of Leiyu's newfound strength. A red-black light burst forth from Leiyu's toes, followed by a sickening crack as Sengoku's golden arm twisted at an impossible angle. With a thundering impact, Sengoku was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater, and he reverted back to his original form. Blood gushed from his mouth like a torrent, as Leiyu's terrifying haki nearly shattered his internal organs, leaving him weak and disoriented. Gazing at his twisted and broken right arm, shock filled his face as he comprehended that Leiyu had surpassed any threat he could face. If only he were 20 years younger, perhaps he could have exchanged a few blows with him. Had he truly grown old? Thus, Sengoku lay on his back in the crater, contemplating the freely drifting clouds above, seemingly lost in thought. Kazan and Kizaru, witnessing Sengoku's defeat, sought to aid their admiral but found themselves powerless, entangled with Yasuo and Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Akainu, consumed by rage, engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Itachi, entirely oblivious to Sengoku's plight. Itachi, facing the enraged Akainu, appeared remarkably at ease, employing only the third form of Susanu's chakra cloaked to effortlessly contend with Akainu, who struggled in vain to breach Itachi's defenses. Even when Akainu melted a portion of the Susanu with his magma, it promptly restored itself, leaving Akainu bruised and battered while Itachi remained unscathed. The battle between Kazan and Yasuo was equally intense. In the face of Yasuo's enigmatic wind barrier, all of Kazan's ranged attacks proved ineffective. Even his powerful freezing moment technique failed to contain Yasuo, as the icy grasp would shatter under the force of Yasuo's sword intent, creating a headache for Kazan against such an agile and formidable opponent. After all, one's own fruit abilities have yet to be developed to their utmost potential. The scene around Huang Yuan and Shi Wan is exceedingly peculiar. Yellow orbs of light continuously emanate from Huang Yuan's hands, yet not a single one finds its mark on Shi Wan. The Shi Wan, not one to hold back, transforms into the Yamada no Orochi, incessantly spewing venom in all directions. In an instant, toxic mist and dust ravage the area around them, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the exact nature of the conflict occurring within. It is apparent that the battle is extraordinarily fierce, leaving the naval soldiers utterly dumbfounded, speechless in their astonishment. They could hardly fathom that Leiyu, as their captain, possesses such formidable strength, and yet his subordinates seem even more powerful. Each of them appears to possess the combat prowess of a vice-admiral, effectively thwarting the offensive capabilities of their three admirals. At this moment, a naval officer responsible for broadcasting to the world hastily severed the live feed. Initially, it was presumed that the appearance of the three admirals would salvage the Navy's reputation and display their might before the world. However, it has become evident that a mere pirate crew, the God's pirates, can hold off all of the Navy's top-tier combatants. Continuing the broadcast would surely lead to a loss of face for the Navy. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered in Shambody and viewers around the globe were thrown into chaos when a large screen abruptly went black. Just as they were reaching a climactic point, it was snatched away from them, akin to the author of a certain tale who leaves readers hanging. Gazing at the pitch-black screen, many were struck by a shocking thought. Could the Navy truly be on the verge of defeat? It seemed that each of the gods was exceptionally powerful. Could it be that a new emperor was emerging? This notion faltered as observers noted that the three admirals had yet to exert their full strength. The speaker's confidence waned with each passing moment, as it became glaringly obvious that Akainu was being overwhelmed by Itachi, while Yasuo and Akiji appeared evenly matched. The visibility between Huang Yuan and Yamada no Orochi was obscured by the dense mist and dust, leaving the spectators uncertain, yet sensing the intensity of the clash. One of the supernovae, Trafalgar Law, rose and departed from the scene, leaving his bewildered crew behind. "Captain, where are you going?" they inquired. Law merely smiled, astonished by Lei Yu's overwhelming strength. He mused that the outcome was no longer paramount. The might of the gods had been witnessed. This sea was poised to erupt. With that, he vanished into the depths of the jungle, heading toward an unknown destination. As the audience speculated about the unfolding events, Whitebeard caught sight of the naval headquarters, now reduced to ruins. Upon witnessing this devastation, Whitebeard could not suppress his surprise, especially upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lei Yu. His pupils constricted in realization. Has this young man truly ascended to such heights? How terrifying! Yet, it seemed that Garp had yet to make his move. Meanwhile, Teach, who had been trailing Whitebeard, gazed greedily toward the direction of the naval headquarters, feeling the cataclysmic energy radiating from Lei Yu. If he could harness Lei Yu's abilities, it might prove to be a wise choice. Contemplating this, Teach produced a small notebook filled with densely packed names, all of which belonged to users of Devil Fruit powers. He inscribed Lei Yu next to Edward Newgate's name, alongside two others, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts. Above these four names, there was yet another, Trafalgar Law. After adding Lei Yu's name, Teach cast a reluctant glance at the distant naval headquarters and Whitebeard, sighed deeply, and then departed with his crew. Based on the messages from the naval headquarters, he understood that today, opportunities were scarce. If he forced his way in, he might end up trapped there, leaving him to seek future chances. Back at the naval headquarters, after Lei Yu had nearly incapacitated Sengoku with a single punch, he paid him no further heed. Observing Itachi and the others, he noted that they seemed to be handling things adequately without his assistance, and thus he swiftly made his way toward the Steel Bone, who was slowly rising amidst the ruins of the headquarters. Anger flickered in Steel Bone's eyes as he surveyed the remnants of what was once a stronghold, realizing that Lei Yu had intentionally sent him crashing into this devastation. Along with his fury, he felt a sense of dread. Lei Yu's power and haki had evidently surpassed his own by a significant margin. The previous blow had nearly shattered his internal organs. Were it not for his transformation into the diamond form, with its formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities, he would likely have perished. As Lei Yu approached, the terrifying aura he exuded felt almost divine. Though Steel Bone's injuries had only healed to about 70%, he did not falter. Recognizing Lei Yu's surging momentum, Steel Bone understood that this would be his final stand. He pushed himself to the brink, channeling every ounce of his life force to elevate his haki to its zenith, causing the surrounding space to fracture with red-black fissures. As Lei Yu hovered above Steel Bone, he smiled at the sight of his charging opponent. "Is this to be our final confrontation? I welcome it." With that, he soared into the sky, embracing his Dragon Man form, capable of flight. Steel Bone observed Lei Yu ascending to heights beyond 6,000 meters, confusion etched across his face. Just as Lei Yu reached a great altitude, he suddenly halted, executing a backflip and accelerating downwards. What is he planning? Is he attempting to crash down upon me? Steel Bone's bewilderment deepened, yet his own aura surged to its limit, instilling confidence to face Lei Yu's impending attack. As Lei Yu descended, he extended his right fist, enveloped in haki and entwined with strands of violet flames. Resembling a meteor plummeting from the heavens, exuding an aura of terror, Steel Bone, witnessing the spectacle, widened his eyes in shock. His massive frame began to tremble uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of Lei Yu's impending strike. Before the attack even landed, an invisible pressure enveloped the entirety of Marineford, causing countless structures to collapse under its weight. What in the world is this? In that moment, every naval soldier, including the Vice-Admiral's, was forced to kneel, their bodies buckling beneath the immense pressure. Even breathing became an arduous task. This is bad. Am I to perish here? I do not wish to die. What does this lay you? Under the looming threat of death, many naval soldiers began to crack under pressure, succumbing to despair in the face of absolute might. Garp surveyed the scene, glancing between Steel Bone and the multitude of naval soldiers, his heart torn in turmoil. If one were to assist Gangu, it is beyond doubt that this group of soldiers would face a fatality rate of 50% or even more. Yet, Gangu seems to have exerted all his strength, unable to withstand this cataclysmic blow. Noticing Karp's predicament while enduring this immense pressure, Gangu spoke directly. Karp, in my capacity as president, I command you to immediately retreat and safeguard the soldiers, distancing yourselves from this place. Upon hearing this, Karp gritted his teeth, no longer hesitating. He moved to the center of the soldiers, and with a resounding thud, enveloped them in his aura. Instantly, the soldiers felt the oppressive weight lift, allowing them to move normally once more. Thus, under Karp's leadership, they began to retreat gradually toward the shore, away from the headquarters. Meanwhile, Akiji and Kizuru, who were engaged in battle, ceased their actions, fixated on the overwhelming pressure emanating from Gangu, which even instilled a sense of mortality in them. Orochimaru and Yasuo, witnessing this, chose not to strike further, believing their captain had already secured victory. In that moment, Akainu fell silent, subdued only by Itachi sitting atop him, his face swollen beyond recognition. All eyes were fixed on Lei Yu and Gangu, for this confrontation would determine the battle's outcome. At that moment, Lei Yu was perilously close to the ground, less than 1,000 meters above it. Gangu, feeling despair, realized he could not withstand this impending strike. Once more, he drew upon his life force, his once dark fur turning increasingly white. Yet, Gangu's aura surged to unprecedented heights, causing the earth beneath him to crack under the weight of his power. Gazing at the approaching Lei Yu, he roared to the heavens, "Die! Lei Yu, Diamond Quake Fist!" With that, he brought his arms together and launched a ferocious assault toward Lei Yu above. In response, Lei Yu exclaimed with fervor, "This shall be my ultimate strike, Gangu, Dragon's Wrath Meteor." Following this declaration, Lei Yu's speed escalated dramatically, surpassing even the speed of light. In an instant, their fists collided with a thunderous impact, though the sound was muted, as the surrounding air was consumed by their overwhelming might, warping the very fabric of space. The remnants of the Marine headquarters disintegrated in that singular moment, transforming into a sea of debris, collapsing upon Marineford, with even the distant town succumbing to oblivion. At this juncture, Gangu's arms trembled violently, blood streaming from his mouth, nostrils, ears, and even his eyes, staining his white fur crimson, resembling a blood-soaked gorilla. Lei Yu's diminutive fist struck against his own, as Gangu's legs sank deep into the earth. With great effort, he lifted his head to gaze at Lei Yu, stammering, "Did I manage to block it?" But no, that was not the case. Suddenly, Gangu's expression transformed. Losing his composure, he witnessed Lei Yu's lips curl into a slight smirk, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes, his aura erupting once more. Flames of violet ignited around him. Boom! Under this renewed strength, Gangu's arms were forcefully repelled. It was not over. Lei Yu surged forward, aiming for Gangu's chest. Gangu's pupils constricted as he attempted to activate his haki, but it was too late. With a piercing sound, Lei Yu transformed into a streak of red light, penetrating Gangu's entire being, leaving a bloodied figure in his wake. As the embodiment of Diamond, Gangu paused momentarily, placing a hand upon the gaping wound in his chest, realizing he could no longer feel his heartbeat. Lei Yu's prior strike had obliterated his heart. Even with his monstrous regenerative abilities, he could not restore what had been shattered. At this moment, Lei Yu turned, expressionless, and declared, "I told you. You shall merely serve as a stepping stone for my ascent to the throne." Hearing Lei Yu's words, Gangu managed a faint smile, weakly responding, "Indeed, I have lost." With his words, blood gushed from his mouth like rain. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Gangu's towering figure diminished at a visible rate, soon reverting to his normal form. With a thud, he collapsed face up, revealing the grotesque cavity in his chest, his heart long destroyed. Only a vestige of life force remained, sustaining his existence. Gangu squinted, breathing weakly, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, finally able to rest. What a gratifying battle it was. Would this terrifying young man, Lei Yu, usher in a new era? Would the world nobles, as Gangu pondered, he reflected upon his era, Roger's era, and the present time. Unbeknownst to him, he had closed his eyes, ceased breathing, leaving this beautiful world with a smile, resembling a slumbering elder. At that moment, the Marine headquarters and all of Marine Ford lay in ruins, no structure unscathed. The utter destruction of the Marine headquarters was a profound irony. A civilian official who had cut the live broadcast rejoiced inwardly, relieved that this humiliating spectacle would not reach the public eye. However, he remained oblivious to the figure lurking nearby, capturing every moment with a camera having been strategically placed by Morgans, ready to craft a sensational news story from the material. Even the photographer did not anticipate such an outcome for the Marines. Yet, witnessing the conclusion, he felt an exhilarating thrill. This was a world-shattering scoop. Upon witnessing Gangu's chest pierced, all Marines were left in shock. Today they had lost, and lost utterly. The top-tier combat prowess of the three admirals was thoroughly subdued. Even a certain admiral with magma abilities was held in check. Sengoku, the fleet admiral, was nearly incapacitated by a single kick from Lei Yu, while the former fleet admiral, Gangu, had sacrificed himself for the Marine's honor. Without a doubt, this battle marked a victory for Lei Yu and his allies. As Lei Yu emerged from the ruins, carrying Gangu's lifeless body, all Marines turned their gazes toward him. At that moment, Lei Yu had reverted to his human form, his skin marred with cracks, blood oozing profusely, resembling a figure drenched in crimson. His aura was exceedingly frail, clearly indicating that the backlash from his earlier attack had taken a significant toll. Only Lei Yu knew that his final eruption had severely injured him internally. Without his extraordinary resilience, he might have already collapsed. The Marines, witnessing the weakened Lei Yu, dared not utter a word, stunned by the recent events. Observing his regal stride and imperial presence, they understood that a new sovereign was about to emerge. Lei Yu continued forward, passing by Sengoku, while carrying Gangu's corpse, and Sengoku felt the intensity of Lei Yu, akin to a taut bowstring ready to unleash its arrow. Thus, he wished to reach out and stop him, yet found himself paralyzed under the formidable aura of Lei Yu. It is noteworthy that even the four emperors had never instilled such a sense of dread within him. Lei Yu approached the group of Navy soldiers who had retreated to the shores of Yuya Bay. The soldiers and their commanders, upon witnessing Lei Yu's regal presence, could not help but shudder. Even the notoriously reckless Don Quixote, Doflamingo, had quieted down, while the Empress Hancock regarded Lei Yu not with fear, but with concern, yearning to rush forward and embrace him. Observing this, Karp swiftly stepped in front of Lei Yu, fearing that Lei Yu might turn against his soldiers and commanders. Noticing Karp's intervention, Lei Yu slightly curled his lips, placing the corpse of Steelbone Kong at Karp's feet. Exhaling a sigh, he remarked that he was a strong man and a commander worthy of respect. Understanding Lei Yu's intent, Karp recognized that he intended to return Steelbone Kong's body to the Navy, as fallen leaves should return to their roots. Furthermore, in Lei Yu's eyes, no powerful warrior's remains should be trampled upon by others. Subsequently, Karp instructed several relatively composed vice-admirals to create a makeshift stretcher to carry Steelbone Kong away. He then removed his coat emblazoned with the word justice and draped it over the body, preparing for a proper burial in a few days. After arranging everything, Karp turned to Lei Yu, clenched his fists, and coldly declared that he should not think he could escape. Today he would not let him go. With that, he unleashed his suppressed aura, charging towards Lei Yu. As Lei Yu attempted to summon his inner strength to counter this onslaught, he realized that the chaotic energy within him would not permit him to wield such power any longer. With a resounding crash, Lei Yu was propelled backward by the force of Karp's aura, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing anew from the cracks in his skin, pooling beneath him. How vexing! Is this truly the limit? As he watched Karp stride away, Lei Yu's expression darkened. He had thought that after saving Ace, Karp might turn a blind eye, but he did not anticipate this old man would act so ruthlessly. This realization cemented Lei Yu's understanding that pirates would always be treated as such, with the Navy never showing leniency towards them. Karp, drawing closer, spoke in a low voice, indicating that it seemed Lei Yu too had reached his limit. He warned that he would not adhere to any notions of martial virtue, for he was a Navy man while Lei Yu was a pirate. He suggested that Lei Yu could spend his life peacefully and impelled down. As he reached out to seize Lei Yu, three figures suddenly emerged to block his path. The one in the center, Itachi, looked gravely at Karp and stated that if he wished to capture their captain, he must first get past them. "Old man, dare you lay a hand on Lei Yu? Do you believe I won't bite you?" Uncle Snake chimed in, extending his tongue and contorting his face into an exaggeratedly arrogant expression. Yasuo remained silent, yet his drawn sword spoke volumes of his stance. At that moment, the three admirals and Sengoku arrived, joining Karp against Lei Yu and his companions. However, the condition of the four was far from ideal, with the exception of Kazuru, who merely bore a light coating of dust. The most unfortunate was Akainu, whose face was so swollen from the assault that it resembled a hornet's nest. It was evident how fierce Itachi's assault had been. Karp coldly regarded the three standing before Lei Yu, his aura steadily rising, his arms darkening ominously. The pressure radiating from him was undoubtedly a top-tier haki, even surpassing that of Steelbone Kong. Karp scoffed at Lei Yu's group, asserting that if that were the case, he would knock them down one by one and send them all to impel down. No one doubted Karp's words, even though Lei Yu's companions were exceptionally powerful. They believed in Karp, the naval hero who had pursued Roger throughout his life, possessing such formidable strength. Now, this naval hero was set to rise once more, determined to restore the Navy's honor. Observing Karp's serious demeanor, Orochimaru became unusually solemn. He recognized that Karp was the only individual he had encountered in this world who had eluded his understanding entirely. Karp began to advance step by step towards Lei Yu and his companions. The expressions of everyone grew grave, with Hancock positioned within the Navy ranks, unable to contain herself as she lunged forward to assist Lei Yu. But at that moment, a booming voice resonated from behind Karp. "In this era, old man, why are you still targeting a group of youngsters? If it comes to blows, allow me, who belongs to the same era, to accompany you. I haven't had a good workout in ages." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Karp's countenance darkened instantaneously. All the Navy personnel, including the three admirals and Sengoku, turned to see the source of the voice, their expressions shifting drastically. "What? It's him. Why has he returned at this time?" Hancock halted in her tracks upon seeing this person. If he was there to aid Lei Yu, then surely Lei Yu would be safe today. There, Whitebeard approached in a small boat, wielding his weapon, the Yoru no Kiri, as he gracefully entered Yuya Bay. Once the boat docked, Whitebeard leaped onto the shore, positioning himself before Karp and shielding Lei Yu's group. Lei Yu gazed at Whitebeard's back, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this man would return. "Why are you back? What about Ace and the others?" Lei Yu questioned, perplexed. Whitebeard turned slightly, glancing at the battered Lei Yu, and replied, "Do not think I am here to save you, young one. As a relic of the old era, I merely wish to exert my last remnants of strength in these final days. As for Ace, they are safe." After a deep look at Lei Yu, he added, "To think you have come this far, truly astonishing." Even from the sea, Whitebeard had witnessed Lei Yu's lethal strike against Steelbone Kong, a display of such overwhelming power that it made him feel the specter of death. Observing Lei Yu's youth, Whitebeard suddenly felt the weight of his own age. Had this era truly become the domain of the young? "Are you truly intending to intervene, Whitebeard?" Karp asked, his expression darkening. If this man were to involve himself, capturing Lei Yu today would be far from simple. Let these youngsters witness the power of the old era. Karp, it has been years since I felt this invigorated. With that, Whitebeard thrust his weapon into the ground with a resounding thud. Instantly, the aura of his conqueror's haki surged forth unabashedly, overwhelming the area. In an instant, almost all the Navy soldiers standing behind Karp collapsed to the ground, including several vice-admirals, unable to withstand the might emanating from the king. Karp's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a similarly powerful aura, clashing with Whitebeard's haki. As Leiyu felt the peculiar energy radiating from Karp, he furrowed his brow. The aura that enveloped the surroundings was not the essence of the three types of haki. Rather, it was a powerful and vibrant energy that had never encountered before. This overwhelming vitality even subtly overshadowed the conqueror's haki of Bavudra. Observing this, Bavudra was not taken aback, but calmly remarked, "Indeed, you have touched that level, Karp." Karp smiled faintly and replied, "Unlike you, I do not possess a devil fruit ability. I can only rely on physical training to catch up with you." As soon as he spoke, a ferocious power surged from within him, akin to a wild beast awakening, gradually radiating outward. Upon witnessing this, Lei's pupils constricted. This power was astonishingly comparable to the punch that had just felled the steel bone. Was this truly Karp's genuine strength? Excitement surged through Bavudra as he recognized that Karp was finally taking things seriously. This would be a clash of titans from the old era. While both men were escalating their auras, probing each other, a similarly potent presence suddenly emerged from behind, interrupting their initial confrontation. Could it be him? Bai Huzi squinted ahead, and Karp turned slightly to glance back. A pirate ship had appeared from an unknown point within the Crescent Bay, the vessel being none other than the Suhao. Standing aboard this ship was none other than Shrivashenka, one of the four emperors. Without hesitation, Shankar leaped from the ship and faced Bavudra and Karp. As a junior, he exhibited no signs of fear, calmly stating, "Gentlemen, grant me a favor. Let this farce conclude here. Should you wish to continue, the red-haired pirates will accompany you to the end." Hearing Shankar Su's somewhat audacious words, Karp and Zhangguo remained silent. However, Cheng, standing behind, became restless, pointing directly at Shankar Su and vehemently rebuking, "Who do you think you are? This matter does not concern you." Abruptly, Cheng fell silent, sensing an ominous energy locking onto him. There stood Bombikung, cigarette in mouth, with his pistol drawn, aimed squarely at Cheng, as if he would not hesitate to pull the trigger should Chen utter another word. Bai Huzi, wielding his weapon, glanced at Shankar Su and bluntly stated, "Grant you a favor? Huh, why should I extend you any courtesy? Do not presume that mere strength allows you to speak to me in such a manner, young one." Leiyu, hearing Bai Huzi's words, was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether Shankar Su's reputation was merely an illusion. Did Bai Huzi truly have no respect for him? Unperturbed by Bai Huzi's attitude, Shankar Su maintained a composed demeanor and said, "If that is the case, then allow me to engage you." He unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Bavudra, while his crew also readied their weapons. The Navy watched, exhaling in relief. Was this a pirate infighting? A direct clash between two emperors? Zhangguo and Karp had no intention of intervening. It seemed as though Shankar Su and Bavudra were destined to clash. Karp understood that should he dare to strike Bavudra now, Shankar Su would undoubtedly turn against the Navy. Pirates would always remain pirates and could never fully align with the Navy. Karp was also perplexed as to why Shankar Su sought to halt this conflict. After all, given the current situation, it was evident that Bavudra side held a slight advantage. At that moment, Karp and Zhangguo began contemplating retreat. The Navy could not afford any losses. Meanwhile, Leiyu found himself at a loss for words, with Shankar Su stepping in to mediate. It was surprising that Bavudra was unwilling to relent and still wanted to engage in combat. However, recalling Bai Huzi's temperament, Leiyu could only shake his head in resignation and approached Bavudra, standing beside him to confront Shankar Su and the others. After all, it could be argued that Bai Huzi had just prevented Karp and others from advancing. Seeing Leiyu's actions, Da Shouwan and others gathered beside Bai Huzi, weapons drawn. Shankar Su, noticing their movements, chuckled wryly and sheathed his sword, stating, "I did not come here to fight. If a battle is what you seek, I'm always available for that in the future. Honestly, grant me a favor, Bai Huzi." At this moment, Shankar Su shed his usual levity, adopting a serious expression as he awaited Baihu's response. Baihuzi, crossing his arms, pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No far, realizing that Baihu was truly unwilling to grant him any favor, sighed helplessly and approached him. Gazing up at the towering figure and inhaling deeply, I have something to discuss with you. Understanding Sanka's intent, drove his weapon into the ground and sat cross-legged, aligning himself with Shangkusu and Lei Yu. Shangkusu leaned in closer, whispering into Baihuzi's ear, Tianlong wo cao di sha. After his words, Shangkusu stepped back slightly, watching Baihu, who lowered his head, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. After a prolonged silence, Baihu rose, stretching his limbs and retrieving his weapon from the ground. The Navy tensed, fixated on this immensely powerful man. Even Karp unconsciously clenched his fists. Very well, today I shall grant you a favor, Baihuji declared, preparing to depart. The reaction from Baihuji astonished everyone, including Liu, who was curious about the secret that Shangkusu had shared with him. Given the current circumstances, it was apparent that Liu's presence had altered the trajectory of the original narrative. However, this was evidently not the appropriate moment for inquiries. With Baihuzi finally acquiescing, Shangkusu exhaled in relief and turned to Karp and Zhangguo, saying, "Might you grant me a favor as well? Let's conclude matters here for today." Upon hearing Shangkusu's words, Zhangguo and Karp exchanged glances, comprehending each other's unspoken thoughts. Zhangguo nodded gently at Shangkusu, but refrained from speaking, for as the admiral, he could not openly voice such sentiments in front of so many. Baihuji, having noted the exchange, said nothing further and began walking towards the Crescent Bay. Halfway there, he suddenly turned, looking at Liu, and inquired, "Your ship has been destroyed, correct?" Liu, taken aback, looked at Baihuzi in confusion. His ship had indeed been destroyed. But what was Baihuzi implying? With a cold snort, Baihuji replied, "Why are you still dawdling? Do you truly wish to enter Impel down?" Liu instantly grasped his meaning, his heart leaping with joy as he hurriedly followed Baihuji, accompanied Liu and others onto his ship. As Chi Inu gazed at Liu's departing figure, his expression grew increasingly somber, his fists clenched tightly, lost in thought. Shanks, too, fixed his gaze on Liu's silhouette, a glimmer of light flickering in his profound eyes. He then departed with his crew from what had become the ruins of the Marine headquarters. Before long, the battlefield was left with only the Marines and a few warlords of the sea. Upon witnessing the conclusion of this momentous clash, Hawkeye, citing his injuries, glided away on his small boat, followed by Don Quixote da Flamingo and Gecko Moria, who also took their leave. Even Boa Hancock found a reason to procure a small vessel and set sail in the direction Liu had taken. Karp watched these scenes unfold, letting out a deep sigh, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although Ace had been rescued, the Marines had suffered a catastrophic defeat. The former fleet admiral, Sengoku, and the previous admiral, Steelbone Kong, had both perished heroically. Their stronghold had been utterly obliterated by the enemy. This would go down in history as the most humiliating moment for the Marines, a scene forever etched in the annals of time. The prior sensationalism surrounding Ace's execution had now backfired, the consequences of which could no longer be suppressed. "Let us depart," Sengoku sighed, to which Karp nodded in agreement. Together, they gathered the remaining Marines to clean up the aftermath. Not far away, Morgans, the president of the news agency, clutched his camera tightly, his eyes shining with excitement, his entire being trembling as he muttered to himself, as if driven mad. This was monumental news that would shock the world. Could it be that the fifth Emperor of the Seas was about to emerge? Soon, this figure vanished into the distance, returning to report to the president. This battle had been a victory for Liu and his crew, and it was believed that soon the name of the gods would resonate throughout the seas. Karp, Whitebeard, Shanks, and others could all sense that this era would be transformed by Liu. Was a new era about to commence? After boarding Whitebeard's ship, Liu and his companions navigated forward from Crescent Bay, soon spotting the massive Moby Dick racing toward them. "Old man," Ace's joyous voice rang out as he leaped from the bow of the ship to greet them, his face alight with happiness. "Are you all right?" However, Whitebeard did not share in the joy, gruffly responding, "Did I not tell you to return?" Why are you back? Ace, noticing his father's displeasure, scratched his head awkwardly with a sheepish grin. At that moment, Marco, flapping his blue flame wings, approached them with a smile, saying, "Come now, old man. Don't blame Ace. We were just worried about you." At this, Whitebeard's expression softened slightly. He was not truly angry. He was merely excessively concerned for his sons, willing to shield them from all dangers. Seeing that Whitebeard had not continued his reproach, Marco turned to Leyu, gazing at him with his deadpan eyes, and remarked, "It seems the fifth Emperor of the Seas is about to make their appearance." Leyu merely smiled in response, engaging in light banter, when suddenly Whitebeard interjected, "Young man, what are your plans?" Leyu paused for a moment before discreetly glancing at Orochimaru and replied, "I plan to pay a visit to Moria's territory." "No, I meant your future plans." Whitebeard's intense gaze remained fixed on Leyu, leaving him uncertain of Whitebeard's intentions. After pondering for a moment, Leyu approached the bow, gazing out at the vast ocean, and declared, "I intend to overthrow the world government." Does that count? At this proclamation, Ace, Marco, and even Whitebeard stood frozen in disbelief, staring at Leyu as if he were a madman. After all, he had just nearly toppled the Marine headquarters and was now audaciously declaring his intention to dismantle the world government. And what is the world government? It is the highest authority in this world. To overthrow it, was that not the mark of insanity? Ace, recovering from a shock, pointed at Leyu and stammered, "Leyu, are you serious? You can't possibly be affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, can you?" Marco chimed in as well. "Leyu, unfazed, chuckled. Oh, I was just joking. Look at how scared you all are." Ace and Marco, relieved, embraced Leyu, teasing, "You shouldn't joke about such things." Indeed, the world government is no trivial matter, they cautioned. Leyu simply smiled without replying, while Whitebeard's gaze bore into him, realizing the gravity of Leyu's earlier statement. He recalled Shank's words about the emergence of someone who could change the world. Could that person be Leyu? A spark of brilliance flickered in Whitebeard's eyes as he fell into contemplation. After engaging in light conversation with Ace and Marco, Leyu noted that it was getting late and decided to take his leave. Approaching Whitebeard, he said, "Thank you, old brother. I must be on my way." "Old brother?" Whitebeard paused at the term, staring intently at Leyu. This startled Leyu, who worried he had misspoken, nervously asking, "Do you not like that term?" At that moment, Leyu gazed desperately at Whitebeard's predatory glare, fearing he might be taken as a son. Suddenly, Whitebeard erupted into laughter, joyfully declaring, "Old brother sounds great. From now on, you are my brother." With that, he pulled Leyu into a hearty embrace, his laughter echoing for miles. From their first encounter, Whitebeard had inexplicably admired Leyu, inviting him to be his son, which he had declined. Now, having become his little brother, this seemed like a splendid choice. Meanwhile, Leyu, caught in the embrace, felt a bit exasperated. His intention in calling him old brother was not understood as Whitebeard had interpreted. Yet, he sensed the sincerity in Whitebeard's words and the warmth of familial affection, causing him to smile quietly. Perhaps this was not so bad. At that moment, Orochimaru could no longer contain himself, turning his head away with a cold expression. Ace and Marco, delighted to see Whitebeard acknowledge Leyu as his brother, welcomed a powerful new member into their family, blissfully unaware of the implications of their new hierarchy, while Leyu himself was oblivious to the fact that he had gained a host of nephews. Shortly after, Whitebeard released Leyu, cheerfully proclaiming, "Brother, you must stay for the festivities tonight. We shall hold a banquet in your honor." Seeing Whitebeard's enthusiasm, Leyu could not dampen his brother's spirit and thus agreed. He then boarded the colossal Moby Dick with Orochimaru, Itachi, Yasuo, and others. Time flew swiftly, and before long, night fell, and the banquet commenced as planned. Whitebeard, in front of his numerous sons, announced that Leyu had officially joined their family as his brother. The atmosphere was filled with unparalleled joy, with no one voicing dissent, as it could be said that Leyu had rescued AIC. In no time, everyone indulged in wine and feasted on meat, merging with Leyu's group in a lively celebration. The banquet continued deep into the night, with nearly everyone becoming somewhat inebriated. Orochimaru, completely intoxicated, was hanging on Itachi, repeatedly calling out for Leiyu. Meanwhile, Yasuo resembled a deity of wine, toppling one person after another from the Whitebeard's ship. Leiyu, having also drunk a bit too much, found solitude at the ship's bow, quietly savoring the sea breeze. Observing this, Whitebeard approached with 2 bowls filled with liquor, one large and one small, offering the smaller bowl to Leiyu. "Old brother?" Leiyu softly called, accepting the smaller bowl from Whitebeard. After clinking their bowls together, they downed the strong liquor in unison, subsequently enjoying the tranquility of the sea breeze together. After a brief moment, Whitebeard spoke. "The world government cannot be provoked just yet. Their true intentions remain obscured." Leiyu, in response, remained silent, though a glint of intelligence flickered in his eyes. Noticing this, Whitebeard sighed, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his gaze as he gravely continued. "However, those celestial dragons truly deserve death. Countless innocent lives have been lost, either directly or indirectly, due to their actions, leaving many children orphaned. Should you ever decide to challenge them, do let me know." Leiyu understood Whitebeard's meaning, slightly tilting his head in acknowledgement. Whitebeard, seeing this, sighed deeply once more, patting Leiyu on the back before retreating to rest. Now, only Leiyu remained, gazing up at the pitch-black sky above. 3 days later, newspapers began to roll out from Morgan's press, dispatched by the newspaper birds to every corner of the world, igniting a fervor among the populace. The execution of AIC had failed, and the divine pirates had challenged the marine headquarters. Was the 5th Emperor of the Seas about to emerge? This grand headline dominated the front page, with the entire newspaper dedicated to the exploits and bounties of Leiyu and his crew. Captain Leiyu of the Divine Pirates. 3 billion berries. Achievements. Rescued AIC from the hands of Sengoku and Carp during the Marineford War. Destroyed the entire marine headquarters. Defeated and killed the world commander Steelbone Kong. Vice Captain Itachi of the Divine Pirates. 6 billion berries. Achievements. Single-handedly confronted Admirals Akiji and Akainu at Lowtown. Defeated Akainu during the Marineford War. Yasuo, Swordsman of the Divine Pirates. 2 billion berries. Achievements. Defeated the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, during the Marineford War. Fought against Admiral Akiji to a standstill. Orochimaru, Ship Doctor, Navigator, and Cook of the Divine Pirates. 5 billion berries. Achievements. Fought evenly with Admiral Kazuru during the Marineford War. Has a penchant for stealing battleship engines. Upon seeing this newspaper, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. No one could have anticipated their success. The combined bounty of the Divine Pirates had reached a staggering 1 billion berries, a figure that undeniably signified the emergence of a new emperor. This was tantamount to stepping on the Marines' faces to establish one's own imperial status. A weighty accomplishment indeed. In a lavish palace of the Dark World, a man with 2 swords for legs sat upon a throne encrusted with jewels. Gold Lion Shiki held a newspaper in his hands, his eyes shimmering with intensity. That kid has grown so powerful already? What a fearsome little brat. Is he truly on the verge of claiming the title of emperor? I suppose I must hasten my own plans, he mused, subsequently issuing orders to the newspaper office, his eyes half closed in contemplation. Meanwhile, in Marineford, over the course of these 3 days, the Navy had constructed rudimentary shelters amidst the ruins for habitation. Inside one such shelter, Sengoku and Carp sat with grim expressions, a newspaper spread before them. Sengoku, gritting his teeth, slammed the table and exclaimed, "That damn Morgans is deliberately creating momentum for Leiyu to claim the throne, isn't he?" The reason for Sengoku's ire stemmed from the absence of any negative information regarding Leiyu in the newspaper. Even the appearances of Whitebeard and Shanks went unmentioned. To outsiders, it appeared as though the Divine Pirates had triumphed over the entire Marine headquarters and departed in arrogance. The Navy's reputation plummeted to an all-time low, and their strength was questioned by countless individuals, some even labeling the 3 admirals as mere jokes, 3 paper tigers. In these 3 days, due to the influence of the Divine, the number of pirates at sea surged dramatically. Even former mountain bandits abandoned their territories to become pirates, while those once shamed by their piracy now took pride in their identities. A new wave of enthusiasm for piracy swept across the seas, all as a result of Lei Yu's actions. Observing Sengoku's ashen face, Carp was not faring much better, as the Navy had become a subject of ridicule. At that moment, a Navy soldier entered, announcing, "Admiral, someone from the world government has arrived." Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile before following the soldier outside, where they were met by a striking blonde woman, Stussy, a formidable member of CP0. Upon seeing them, Stussy approached and stated, "The upper echelons invite you both to Mariejois to discuss the handling of this incident." Carp, upon hearing this, tugged at his lips, though it was turned to discussion. Both he and Sengoku understood that the government intended to take action against the Navy. Sengoku, realizing that his tenure as admiral might be nearing its end, sighed deeply and acquiesced to Stussy's invitation. Stussy then turned to Carp, who averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Amused by Carp's antics, Stussy chuckled lightly before adopting a serious demeanor, saying, "This is the command of the 5 elders." Carp, upon hearing this, knew without a doubt that the 5 elders were indeed the celestial dragons. Even though he dreaded meeting them, he was now bound by duty as a Navy officer. "Well, I suppose I shall accompany you," he replied, and the two followed Stussy onto the immense warship of the world government, setting course for Mariejois. Meanwhile, Akiji and the others observed the scene, but upon recognizing the world government's presence, they refrained from questioning further. The 3 of them decided to remain behind to stabilize the morale of the troops. The Navy could not afford any disturbances at this juncture. On Cake Island in the New World, a colossal woman clad in pink sat on a sofa, surrounded by an array of delectable desserts. Charlotte Linlin, while continuously indulging in the treats, perused a newspaper. Charlotte Karakuri stood nearby, observing his mother. Suddenly, Big Mom paused her eating, wiped her mouth, and murmured, "The 5th Emperor. Huh, a splendid choice for a son-in-law." Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she turned to Karakuri, saying, "Karakuri, let us host a tea party soon. Arrange it." Upon hearing this, Katakuri nodded and prepared to exit, ready to execute Big Mom's orders. "Oh, and remember to invite the Thunder Feather of the Gods," Big Mom added. Katakuri nodded steadily and withdrew, while Big Mom resumed her frenzied feasting. In the New World and the land of Wano, within a grand and imposing palace, sat a towering and formidable man with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, adorned with dragon-like horns and a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. His left arm bore a tattoo of dragon scales. With a huff, he released 2 streams of white vapor from his nostrils, having crumpled a newspaper in his hand, his gaze fixed intensely ahead. "Damn that red-haired Shanks." Kaido clenched his fists tightly, while his subordinates knelt in fear, unable to meet the gaze of this godlike figure. Initially, Kaido had planned to target the Whitebeard crew during the Marineford War, but unexpectedly, red-haired Shanks intervened and thwarted his plans. Another huff escaped him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The Thunder Feather? The 5th Emperor? Ha! Do they truly believe ascending to the throne is so simple? They had best not venture into the New World, or else. As he spoke, the once furious Kaido suddenly froze, and to everyone's astonishment, he began to weep, lamenting, "Why must you stand in my way, red-haired Shanks?" His subordinates, the 3 disasters, exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how to respond. After a period of sobbing, Kaido regained his composure and addressed the 3 disasters, saying, "If the Thunder Feather and his crew appear in the New World, inform me immediately and do not act rashly. After all, anyone capable of defeating Steelbone and escaping alive is no simple foe." Hurricane Jack, one of the 3 disasters, lowered his head, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. Lost in thought, at that moment, in the holy land of Mariejois, within a grand and solemn edifice, the 5 elders were present, their expressions grave. "I told you I should have gone," spoke the elder wielding the original Kitetsu sword. "I underestimated the strength of the Thunder Feather and those so-called gods." The elder with the cane sighed. "Steelbone Kong has perished, leaving the position of commander-in-chief vacant. What shall we do? Shall we promote Sengoku? No. His leadership skills are lacking, and he occasionally clashes with us. We require a compliant commander, and perhaps it is time to replace the admiral as well." As for Sengoku, we should assign him to another position. Agreed. As for the Admiral, let Akainu take over. His hawkish style aligns well with our principles. Regarding the Commander-in-Chief, let us appoint that individual. That individual, while he is capable, his experience may not command respect. Strength and obedience are sufficient. Very well. Let us proceed with that appointment. What are your thoughts on the Thunderfeather? Strong. Extremely strong. They all exclaimed, astonished by his prowess. And even his companions exuded terrifying strength. None could ascertain the extent of his hidden abilities, especially since even Steelbone, a seasoned veteran, had fallen to him. The Navy has suffered significant losses this time. It is time to inject some fresh blood into the Navy. We must initiate a worldwide conscription drive, reaching all corners of the seas and the Grand Line. After all, there are still many skilled individuals among the populace. If they're powerful, promotions can be granted regardless of rank. Furthermore, with Marineford in ruins, we may as well establish the Navy's headquarters in the New World. Agreed. Let us proceed with that plan. As for the Thunderfeather, we shall see what Lord Emu decides. At the mention of Emu, cold sweat broke out among those present, fully aware of the fury that would ensue from his failure. A gentle knocking echoed through the room. After receiving the 5 elders' consent, Stussy entered, bowing as she announced, "The Admiral Sengoku and General Garp are waiting outside." Understood, the elder with the cane nodded, handing Stussy a handwritten document, instructing her to deliver it to them, assuring her they would know what to do. Stussy respectfully accepted the document and exited. The contents of this document pertained precisely to the Navy reforms discussed by the 5 elders. 10 minutes later, Garp and Sengoku emerged from the solemn building, visibly displeased, surprised that they had been denied entry. Those bastards! Garp clenched his fists, itching to confront the 5 old men for an explanation, while Sengoku remained silent, his face dark as he held the document, which he then handed to Garp. Upon reading it, Garp's anger shifted to resignation. The Navy had become such that they had no choice but to comply with their directives. Sengoku shook his head in helplessness, and together they boarded their ship to execute the orders from the 5 elders. Meanwhile, in the Devil's Triangle, a colossal dragon-shaped pirate ship appeared, carrying the Thunderfeather and his crew. At that moment, Thunderfeather stood on the gangplank, holding a document detailing the transfer agreement for Fishman Island. The night prior to Thunderfeather's departure from Whitebeard, the latter had visited Thunderfeather's quarters, expressing his gratitude for saving Ace by gifting him Fishman Island. This gesture served as a token of appreciation and a pre-celebration for Thunderfeather's ascension as the 5th Emperor of the Seas. Unable to refuse Whitebeard's generosity, Thunderfeather accepted, planning to explore Fishman Island before venturing into the New World. At present, Thunderfeather's aim was to locate the massive ship of Moonlight Moria, which resembled a small island. After leaving the Marine headquarters, the system had designated a new checkpoint at the Erie ship, the Thriller Bark. However, this time, Thunderfeather's crew did not get lost at sea, not due to anyone's navigational skills, but because after Thunderfeather's destruction of the Marine headquarters, the system's mission progress for overthrowing the world government had increased by 10%. Consequently, Thunderfeather received a universal compass, which could point toward his desired destination. Furthermore, his control over the Dragon Balls had also improved by 10%. Yet, Thunderfeather felt somewhat cheated by the compass. When he first acquired it, his thoughts were set on reaching Raftel, but the compass spun aimlessly in place. Resigned, Thunderfeather put aside his private musings and followed the compass to the area of the Devil's Triangle where Moonlight Moria was imprisoned. "Hey, Thunderfeather, look, there are so many ships ahead." Orochimaru's voice suddenly interrupted Thunderfeather's thoughts. Looking up, Thunderfeather noticed the surroundings had darkened ominously, filled with eerie ghost ships. Taking a deep breath, excitement flickered in his eyes as he pondered who his next companion might be. In this dimly lit maritime expanse, after sailing for a while, Leyu finally caught sight of Moria's vessel, the Thriller Bark, a ship so immense it resembled a small island. Slowly, Leyu and his companions navigated their way inside, surrounded by an exceedingly dark atmosphere and the protruding mounds of graves, which instinctively sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gazed at the graves with eyes that sparkled like light bulbs. Upon reaching their destination, they were instructed to choose a grave and perform a dance atop it to complete their check-in. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lei Yu's expression darkened in disbelief. How could this irreverent system ask him, a dignified Yonko, to dance atop a grave? What kind of heartless task was this? 5 minutes later, after anchoring the ship, Lei Yu approached a grave mound, squatting down with his chin in hand, deep in thought. At that moment, no one noticed that Orochimaru had mysteriously vanished. Staring at the grave mound for a while, Lei Yu gritted his teeth and leaped onto it, performing a dance reminiscent of 4 little swans. The system chimed in, announcing that he was checking in, leaving Itachi and Yasuo utterly astonished. Was their captain harboring some peculiar penchant? Yasuo, with wide eyes, turned to Itachi, bewildered, and even Itachi, taken aback, could only stammer, I have no idea. As they stood there, dumbfounded by Lei Yu's bizarre dance atop the grave, Orochimaru was busy digging with a shovel he had procured from somewhere, furtively searching the cemetery. After wandering for a while, he suddenly halted before an inconspicuous grave, bent down, and scooped a small handful of dirt, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. With a slight frown, he licked his tongue across it, his eyes illuminating with excitement as he murmured, "This is a fine specimen, quite pure." Without further ado, he began to excavate, oblivious to the shadowy figure hidden a short distance behind him, observing with incredulous eyes. Moments later, the figure vanished without a trace. Deep within this graveyard lay a foreboding palace, where Moria resided, fuming with rage. Before him knelt a long-haired man clad in ornate attire, his visage frightful, the transparent fruit-bearer. Absalom. Moria was incensed upon learning from Absalom that a group had dared to intrude upon his territory, even dancing atop his graves. To make matters worse, one audacious individual had begun to excavate a grave. How could he endure such insolence? These wretched intruders, I shall turn them all into zombies, he declared, rallying his 3 bizarre subordinates to hasten toward Lei Yu and his companions. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continued diligently excavating the grave beneath him, convinced that it concealed the remains of a formidable warrior. After an indeterminate amount of time, he struck something solid, a muffled thud echoing in the air, and his face lit up with glee. "I've found it." He promptly leaped into the shallow pit, brushing away the top layer of dirt to reveal a dark, somewhat corroded coffin. Without wasting time, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground, using earth release. The earth trembled slightly, and both he and the coffin were thrust upward, crashing heavily onto the ground. With a resounding crack, the coffin splintered open upon impact. Orochimaru stepped back 5 meters, craning his neck to peer inside, only to find it completely empty. His disbelief mounted as he buried his head into the coffin, scanning its interior. But it remained devoid of contents. This is peculiar. The aura within is potent. It must belong to a powerful being. Orochimaru pondered, perplexed by the emptiness before him. Just then, a low voice resonated behind him. "What do you mean by disturbing my resting place?" At that moment, Orochimaru's hair stood on end, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he quickly retracted his head and turned to face the source of the voice. To his astonishment, there stood a corpse clad in a kimono emblazoned with dragons, traditional Japanese wooden sandals adorning its feet, and white bandages wrapped around its head, gazing intently at him. Orochimaru stood frozen, both of them locked in a mutual stare. After a while, Orochimaru sensed something amiss. The being before him radiated a heavy aura of death, yet moved with autonomy and possessed its own consciousness. It bore a striking resemblance to his own Edo Tensei. Although this figure appeared feeble, an unsettling power lurked within, sending shivers down his spine. Who exactly was this being? Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, he was facing Ryuma, the legendary samurai of Wano country from centuries past. Renowned as a formidable swordsman who had never tasted defeat, he held the illustrious title of Dragon Slayer. At this moment, Ryuma was indeed weakened. Following the Straw Hat Crew's previous arrival and their defeat of Moria, the shadow originally inhabiting Ryuma's body had been returned to its rightful owner, Brook. Consequently, Moria hastily replaced it with the shadow of an ordinary person, rendering Ryuma unable to harness even a fraction of his former strength. Who are you? Why have you returned here? Ryuma inquired cautiously, scrutinizing Orochimaru with keen eyes, aware that despite his diminished power, he could discern the formidable presence of the individual before him. Orochimaru, regaining his composure, was unperturbed by the notion of confronting a reanimated corpse. Approaching Ryuma, he stroked his chin, examining the samurai's form while stating, "Who I am is of little consequence. However, your current state is rather intriguing. You must have been quite powerful at one time. What happened to bring you to this condition? If you don't mind, I would like to hear your tale." Ryuma, sensing no hostility from Orochimaru, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having experienced centuries of solitude, he welcomed the opportunity to share his story. Thus, the two sat side by side as Ryuma began to recount his saga. At that moment, Leiyu, still dancing atop an unknown grave, finally received the system's notification in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. You have gained a summoning opportunity. Would you like to summon now? After contemplating for a moment, Leiyu decided to proceed with the summoning, eager to showcase his ability to his companions, Itachi and Yasuo. System, summon immediately, he commanded. As the words left his mouth, a black hole approximately 1 meter in diameter materialized before them. To their astonishment, a gelatinous blue substance resembling slime sprang forth from the void. Upon witnessing this peculiar entity, Leiyu's heart raced in disbelief. Could this be a slime? The system surely would not summon such a monstrous, invincible bug, would it? Ding. Summoning successful. Rimuru Tempest, initial form. Uchiha Itachi and Yasuo gazed in astonishment at this writhing, enigmatic entity, utterly shocked. How could the captain conjure such a bizarre creature? At that moment, Rimuru was equally bewildered, observing Uchiha Itachi from the world of Hokage and the swift swordsman from League of Legends, along with the rather handsome figure of Leiyu before him. Rimuru's mind was in turmoil. Is this a second crossing? Can crossing dimensions be played like this? Originally, Sakamoto Go, Rimuru, was an ordinary office worker. He had crossed into a different world after sacrificing himself to save another, becoming a slime. Just as he took a minute to accept this new reality and began to thrive in this alien realm, he inadvertently discovered that he could devour anything. While happily consuming various herbs and ores in a cave, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself here. At this moment, Leiyu confirmed that this slime was indeed the formidable demon Lord Rimuru, although it appeared that he had not yet devoured the Demon King. Moreover, it seemed that this being was also a fellow traveler. A spark of inspiration flickered in Leiyu's eyes as he approached Rimuru, slowly releasing his aura. Rimuru, feeling the deathly presence emanating from Leiyu, instinctively recoiled. Who is this formidable individual? Am I destined to meet my end immediately upon arrival? Leiyu, noting Rimuru's curled form, allowed a mischievous smile to creep onto his lips. Having finally encountered a kindred spirit, how could he resist teasing him? With an air of authority, Leiyu proclaimed, "Welcome to this world. I am the 5th Emperor of the Ocean, Zhu Long Leiyu. Welcome to the divine pirate crew, Rimuru." Rimuru gazed at the immensely powerful Leiyu, a wave of joy washing over him. Am I under the protection of a great figure? The title of 5th Emperor sounds incredibly impressive. Does this mean I can do as I please from now on? Rimuru, with his remarkable adaptability, quickly recalibrated his sense of self, bouncing over to Leiyu's side and rubbing against his feet to express his gratitude. Seeing this, Leiyu smiled gently and said, "All right. In the future, I will find you a powerful being for you to devour." Rimuru was taken aback. Indeed, this great figure is terrifyingly perceptive, knowing of my extraordinary devouring ability. Lest apart, Leiyu stretched lazily and then surveyed the surroundings, finally realizing that Orochimaru was missing. "Hey, Itachi, have you seen Uncle Snake?" Leiyu scratched his head and asked Uchiha Itachi, who merely shrugged in response, indicating he did not know. "Ah, forget it. Let us wait for him on the ship," said Leiyu, leading Itachi and the others away, with Rimuru bouncing eagerly behind them. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. "You think you can leave my territory just like that? Huh! Let me see what kind of audacious fellow dares to be so presumptuous here." From a distance, The colossal figure of Moria was hopping towards them, with Hogback and Absalom following closely behind. The peculiar girl Perona floated above, accompanied by a legion of zombies, as they surged toward Lei Yu and his companions. Observing this, Lei Yu felt he had done nothing wrong. Thus, he stood his ground, awaiting Moria's approach. After all, it was courteous to greet someone on their own turf. As Moria charged forward, he began to feel that something was amiss. Why does this figure seem so familiar? When Moria was within 10 meters of Lei Yu, he finally recognized who he was facing. He abruptly stopped, staring at Lei Yu in shock. Why you? How could you be here? The three oddballs behind him were equally baffled, wondering why Moria appeared so fearful of this man. Lei Yu smiled at Moria and replied, "Oh, Moria, I'm just here to take care of a few matters, and will be leaving shortly." Upon hearing that Lei Yu was not there to cause trouble, Moria sighed in relief. After all, he had witnessed Lei Yu's godlike presence during the Marineford War, and he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and the four emperors, or rather, the fifth emperor. Observing Moria's visible relief, Lei Yu glanced at the throng of zombies behind him and inquired, "Is this grand display meant to welcome me?" Moria's heart raced. He hurriedly explained, "I am here to welcome you, the future fifth emperor, Lord Lei Yu." He commanded his army of zombies to kneel before Lei Yu, leaving the three oddballs utterly stunned. Could this be the recently rumored fifth emperor of the seas? Lei Yu, observing their astonished expressions, chuckled and said, "No need to send me off. We shall return to the ship now." He then led Rimuru, Itachi, and the others back the way they came, leaving the three oddballs still in a daze. Moria, watching Lei Yu depart, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Who would have thought that the illustrious fifth emperor, captain of the divine pirate crew, would possess a penchant for dancing on graves? After a moment, Moria turned to Absalom and asked, "Did you mention that there's another fellow digging graves?" Absalom, still in shock, nodded slowly. "Oof. Let us go see what kind of audacious individual dares to invade my territory." With that, he led the horde of zombies and the three oddballs back towards Orochimaru's location. At this moment, Ryoma had finished recounting his tale. Orochimaru, eyes gleaming, looked at Ryoma and asked, "Do you desire rebirth?" "Rebirth?" Ryoma questioned, puzzled by Orochimaru's meaning. "Currently, you are but a living dead. I can allow you to truly exist in this world and restore your power to its peak." "What? How is that even possible?" Ryoma's eyes widened as Orochimaru's words exceeded his comprehension. In my hands, nothing is impossible," Orochimaru replied with a mysterious smile. Ryoma pondered for a moment, then cautiously asked Orochimaru, "What is the price?" He could not believe that such a miraculous method would come without a cost. To allow one who has died to continue living like a normal person is akin to challenging death itself. "The price? It is that your life and death will be in my hands." Orochimaru chose not to deceive Longma, but rather candidly revealed the side effects of this divine technique. Upon hearing this, Longma fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, regardless of one's nature, any formidable being would prefer not to have their life and death dictated by another. Longma was no exception. Even though he had already passed away, he found himself under the control of Moria, unable to escape this place, condemned to exist perpetually in shadows. Yet, this individual before him could offer a chance for rebirth. Longma admitted to feeling a stirring in his heart, for he yearned to return and fulfill a task left unfinished centuries ago. After a period of internal struggle, Longma finally resolved to speak earnestly to Orochimaru, declaring, "I choose rebirth." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle, pondering the prospect of his forbidden technique finally seeing the light of day in this world after such a long wait. After all, resurrecting a being of such power was indeed a thrilling endeavor. Excitedly, Orochimaru gazed at Longma, inquiring, "This body is your original one, correct?" "Indeed, it is my body," Longma affirmed with a nod. Acknowledging Longma's confirmation, Orochimaru resolved to employ Longma's original form for the forbidden technique. Conveniently, he had recently improved upon the technique, eliminating the need to seek out a new host. He then produced a scroll, densely inscribed with intricate symbols, and with a flourish, laid it flat upon the ground. Pointing to a spiral circle within the scroll, he instructed, "Sit cross-legged there." Longma complied, positioning himself at the center of the scroll. Orochimaru seated himself behind Longma, also adopting a cross-legged posture. He placed one hand imbued with blue chakra upon Longma's back, sensing a residual power within him. Was this Moria's ability? A faint smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers to his lips and softly uttering the word, "Release." In an instant, a dark orb erupted from Longma's body, dissipating into the void. As the shadow departed, Longma lost consciousness, his body collapsing into a true corpse. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru focused intently, bringing his hands together and exclaiming, "Summoning technique, impure world resurrection." With a resounding bang, a wisp of blue spiritual flame appeared above Longma's lifeless form. After swirling twice, it entered his body, and a white halo manifested beneath him. Accompanied by numerous small white slips of paper, Longma gradually rose, enveloped like a chrysalis. After a brief period, the slips began to peel away one by one, revealing a flesh and blood visage. As the papers fell away, Longma's complete form stood before Orochimaru, who regarded his creation with a contemplative nod. At that moment, Longma's eyes sprang open, radiating brilliance. A powerful sword aura exploded forth from him, tearing through the surrounding void. Observing this, Orochimaru discreetly formed a seal, ready to dispel the resurrection at any sign of aggression, for he understood that this individual's prowess rivaled, if not surpassed, his own. Longma gazed down at his hands, momentarily lost in thought, as a solitary tear fell silently to the ground. He then turned to Orochimaru, kneeling with one knee on the ground and choking back emotion. He expressed, "I am grateful, dear sir, for your benevolence in my rebirth." Orochimaru, observing the kneeling Longma, smiled gently, replying, "It is nothing. Your current state can only be described as alive, though not fully resurrected. No, regaining my former strength and the ability to leave this place is more than enough for me," Longma declared earnestly. Orochimaru, intrigued, inquired, "What do you intend to do once you leave?" A flicker of righteous fury crossed Longma's gaze as he slowly recounted, "Centuries ago, 5 noble families invaded my homeland, and one of them, with a single sword strike, obliterated everything I held dear. That strike was terrifying, etched in my memory forever. Nevertheless, I must find him and exact my vengeance." As he spoke, an aura of chilling menace emanated from Longma, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. "Are you planning to seek revenge immediately?" Orochimaru tilted his head, reluctant to release such a powerful ally just yet, as Longma could significantly bolster his pirate crew's strength. "No, I wish to return to my homeland first. I wonder how it has changed over these hundreds of years," Longma replied, shaking his head. "And where is your homeland?" "My homeland is Wano." At this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He had heard from Lei that Wano was a destination they would visit in the future. Thus, he casually proposed, "Then you should accompany us. We will also make a trip to your homeland." Longma's heart leapt with joy as he looked at Orochimaru in surprise, asking, "Really?" "Indeed." Longma immediately knelt again, clasping his hands in gratitude, stating, "I cannot thank you enough. If you have any commands, I shall obey without hesitation." Seeing Longma on his knees, Orochimaru hurried to assist him up, smiling, "From now on, do not be so formal. You are now a member of our god's pirate crew." "The god's pirate crew?" Longma inquired, puzzled as he rose to his feet. "Yes, we are now comrades. Come, let me introduce you to our captain." With that, he took Longma's hand and dashed toward the docking area, contemplating how such a powerful ally would surely earn him commendation from Lei. Lost in thought, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Just as they were about to depart, a voice echoed from afar. "You think you can just leave after entering my territory? Let me see what kind of fool dares to be so arrogant here." Longma mused, sensing a hint of déjà vu. Moria paused momentarily, feeling a sense of familiarity with the situation. However, he couldn't afford to dwell on that. He was determined to confront whoever dared to intrude upon his domain. Yet, when he came face to face with Orochimaru, he was taken aback. "Isn't this the crewmate of Lei?" The one who fought so fiercely against Admiral Kazuru during the Marineford War? It seems I cannot afford to offend him. Orochimaru smiled as he regarded Moria, asking, "Do you need something?" Moria, quick on his feet, replied, No, nothing at all. Just that Leiyu asked me to inform you that they have returned to the ship." "Oh, thank you. We shall take our leave," Orochimaru said, preparing to depart with Longma. At that moment, Moria noticed the figure behind Orochimaru, feeling a strange familiarity, and recalled sensing that one of his controlled shadows had vanished. At that instant, Hogback trembled, pointing at Longma, exclaiming, "How did you do this? This is impossible." Moria gazed at Hogubaku in confusion and inquired, "What are you doing?" "That person behind you is Longma, the great swordsman Longma." At that moment, Hogubaku let out a piercing scream, for Longma appeared indistinguishable from a living being. Moria was equally astonished. He knew all too well what Longma was like. Yet now, a living Longma stood before him. It was remarkable enough that he could turn the dead into zombies, but now he witnessed a man who could transform the deceased into living beings. Orochimaru, with a stoic expression, surveyed the group and calmly remarked, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." He began to walk away, but Moria and Hogubaku swiftly intercepted him. Sensing this, Longma's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness, and his sword intent gradually emanated, enveloping the surroundings. Moria and Hogubaku felt this overwhelming presence and were engulfed by a storm of emotions. Longma was now exponentially more powerful than before. With excitement, Moria and Hogubaku stared at Orochimaru and simultaneously asked, "How did you achieve this?" Orochimaru scoffed, "I believe I am under no obligation to disclose that information." At this juncture, Absalom stepped forward, arrogantly demanding, "When a master asks you a question, you should answer honestly." Before he could finish, he felt a wave of deathly aura surround him. A blue sword energy erupted from Longma, hurtling toward Absalom. Moria, alarmed, quickly utilized his devil fruit ability, Shadow Clone, to shield Absalom. In an instant, Moria's clone was cleaved in two, but Absalom's life was spared. Upon witnessing Moria's clone, which embodied all his strength, being annihilated by Longma, Absalom stood frozen, unable to utter another word. Moria hastily interjected, "He is merely inexperienced. I hope you can overlook this." "Very well, let us depart," Orochimaru said slowly, preventing Longma from taking further action. Longma merely snorted coldly in response and followed Orochimaru out of the area. After taking a few steps, Orochimaru suddenly produced a scroll from his robe and tossed it to the ground, stating, "This should be of use to you. Longma now belongs to me." With that, the two departed without looking back. Moria and Hogubaku scrambled to retrieve the scroll that Orochimaru had discarded, and as they opened it, their expressions shifted from calm to sheer astonishment. Is it truly possible to accomplish such feats? He is a genius, a prodigy in the medical field. Hogubaku trembled with excitement, for the contents of the scroll appended his understanding of medicine, the human body, and life itself. If that is the case, our zombie army's strength could multiply several times. Hogubaku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Moria. Moria, still in a daze, nodded affirmatively. Orochimaru's gift was indeed monumental. The two hastily secured the precious scroll, eager to return and study its contents. Moria approached the bewildered Absalom, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "All is well now. Absalom, with me around, you will not perish first." Afterward, he led the trio and a throng of zombies away from the scene. On their journey back, Moria wore a broad grin, his eyes sparkling with ambition. With his scroll in hand, his overall strength could be greatly enhanced, granting him the opportunity for revenge. "You better wait for me." Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Meanwhile, on the ship, Leiyu sat at the bow, growing increasingly impatient, not out of concern for Orochimaru, but due to the time he had squandered. Rimuru, perched atop Leiyu's head, resembled a blue hat from distance. At that moment, Yasuo, seated on the deck, seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly stood, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze intently fixed ahead. "What troubles you?" Leiyu asked, perplexed. "Is there an enemy approaching?" Yasuo slowly nodded, replying, "There's an incredibly powerful aura heading our way." "Powerful aura?" Lei Yu furrowed his brow, as he himself felt no such presence. Yasuo, discerning Lei Yu's doubt, explained, "This aura is unique to swordsmen. Only those who practice the sword can perceive it. Is it formidable? Extremely formidable. It is undoubtedly stronger than that of the first swordsman," Yasuo declared, unleashing his own sword intent, his focus unwavering. Rimuru, still perched on Lei Yu's head, was startled by the intensity of Yasuo's sword energy, realizing that this ship was filled with extraordinary beings. "It's coming," Yasuo stated gravely. Lei Yu clenched his fists, bracing himself for any unforeseen developments. Moments later, Orochimaru appeared before the two, teasingly inquiring, "What is with the tense atmosphere? Are you preparing to confront me?" Just as he spoke, Longma materialized behind Orochimaru. Yasuo's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Orochimaru, beware of what lies behind you." He swiftly drew his unsheathed blade, but before Orochimaru could respond, Yasuo unleashed a wave of sword energy aimed at Longma. Taken aback by the approaching energy, Longma realized that this person's swordsmanship was on par with his own. However, having gifted his sword to a green-haired swordsman, Longma had no choice but to seize a withered branch and swing forward. A blue sword energy shot forth from the branch, colliding with Yasuo's strike. The entire graveyard trembled as the two energies clashed. Yet, lacking his sword, Longma could not fully unleash his potential. After a brief resistance, his sword energy shattered and vanished. While Yasuo's strike landed squarely on Longma's form, Orochimaru remained unfazed. After all, this body had been conjured through the technique of Edo Tensei. Longma, upon feeling the impact, was astonished to discover that he experienced no pain and did not bleed. To his astonishment, the wound on his chest began to heal autonomously, returning to its original state in no time. What kind of miraculous technique is this? At that moment, Longma's admiration and respect for Orochimaru deepened significantly. Seeing this spectacle, Lei Yu understood that this was Orochimaru's doing. Conversely, Yasuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Longma's miraculous recovery. Unable to fathom the nature of such an uncanny trick, he once again elevated his sword intent, preparing to unleash his full power against this formidable foe. Noticing this, Lei Yu quickly intervened to restrain Yasuo. At that moment, Orochimaru approached the two and began to elucidate Longma's origins. Yasuo, incredulous, gazed at Orochimaru, utterly surprised that this individual possessed such extraordinary abilities. After hearing the explanation, Lei Yu clapped Orochimaru on the shoulder, exclaiming joyously, "Well done. You've brought me another powerful ally. First, I summoned Rimuru, an overpowered companion, and now we have the formidable swordsman Longma joining us. With these allies, I now possess the confidence to confront any of the four emperors." At this moment, Yasu and Longma were staring intently at each other, both exclaiming in unison, "You are formidable." Following this, they both paused, then burst into laughter, as they could sense the indomitable spirit of a swordsman within one another. "By the way, where is your sword?" Yasu inquired, glancing at Longma's empty hands. A swordsman of such strength ought to possess a sword that has accompanied him throughout his life. Longma chuckled lightly and replied, "I gifted it to an intriguing junior." Yasu sighed softly, choosing not to respond. The loss of a sword for a swordsman is profoundly significant. Meanwhile, Lei Yu, overhearing their conversation, suddenly recalled that Longma's Tsushuei had likely been given to Sauron. In a moment of mischief, Lei Yu glanced at Orochimaru. Sensing the gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you planning?" he stammered. Lei Yu smiled gently and replied, "Fear not, Uncle Snake. What ill intentions could I possibly have? That divine artifact of yours should be on your person, right?" Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lei Yu would take an interest in his prized possession. Divine artifact? What divine artifact? I have no such thing. Seeing Orochimaru's attempts to deflect, Lei Yu feigned a sigh and said, "Oh, Uncle Snake, you hide a treasured sword yet cannot wield it," merely spewing forth its name. As the ancients wisely noted, a fine sword deserves a worthy hero. After all, Longma's strength reflects your own. After some coaxing, Orochimaru reluctantly retrieved the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Leiyu, with disdain, accepted the saliva-covered blade, cleaned it, and then approached Longma, presenting it with, "This sword is called Kusanagi. It is yours to wield." Longma stared at the sword, momentarily stunned. Indeed, it is a sword, so perfectly straight. Feeling awkward, Leiyu remarked, "Well, swords and knives are closely related, so please bear with it." Since their captain had spoken, Longma took the sword with a sense of reluctance. Upon grasping the Kusanagi, Longma sensed its extraordinary power, a rarity in his lifetime. He summoned the sword intent within him, and to everyone's astonishment, the Kusanagi began to emanate a blue light, trembling violently. Gradually, under their astonished gazes, the Kusanagi started to transform, its blade narrowing slightly and taking on a refined appearance, ultimately resembling a renowned blade. Even Longma was taken aback, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. This sword possessed a spirit of its own. Upon recognizing his sword intent, it directly morphed into the form he envisioned. Longma began to appreciate the Kusanagi in his hands, his face radiant with joy. Even Yasu felt elated at Longma's acquisition of a weapon that resonated with him. As a swordsman, he understood profoundly the joy of possessing a weapon that aligns with one's spirit. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood in utter disbelief, realizing that despite wielding the Kusanagi for decades, it had never fully acknowledged him, while Longma, upon merely touching it, had become its master. Devastated, Orochimaru felt as though he had been betrayed. Observing the scene, Leiyu shared in Longma's joy. Longma then turned, kneeling on one knee, and earnestly addressed Leiyu, "I am immensely grateful, Captain, for bestowing upon me this weapon." Leiyu hurriedly helped Longma rise, saying, "We are comrades. There is no need for such formality." "Comrades?" Longma paused at the term, then looked at Leiyu with a pure smile. After years of solitude, he longed for companionship. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, witnessing this exchange, felt as though he might shatter, exclaiming, "No, that sword is..." Before he could finish, Itachi covered Orochimaru's mouth and forcibly led him to the cabin, shutting the door tightly. Longma watched this scene with confusion, asking, "What is going on?" "Ah, he is Orochimaru. He mentioned that this sword is extraordinary and perfectly suited for you." Leiyu quickly fabricated, recognizing the opportunity to win Longma's favor. Longma, considering this, nodded thoughtfully and refrained from further inquiries. "All right, you and Yasu are both great swordsmen. Engage in meaningful discourse." With that, Leiyu departed, steering his pirate ship away from Moria's territory and heading towards Fishman Island. On the deck, Longma continued to admire the Kusanagi when suddenly his brow furrowed, as if sensing something. He leaned down to sniff the sword, but detected nothing unusual. Was it merely his imagination? Time passed swiftly. Over the course of 3 days, Longma became integrated with the crew, even forming a brotherly bond with Yasu. They felt as though they had known each other for ages, spending their days on the deck, drinking heartily while discussing their respective sword arts. After 3 days, Leiyu finally spotted the familiar archipelago of Sabaody. To reach Fishman Island, one must descend to the depths of the sea beneath Sabaody, a depth of 10,000 meters, and then secure a coating for the ship to allow it to navigate underwater. But who was Leiyu? A chosen one endowed with a system. Even his pirate ship had been enhanced by the system. With a simple snap of his fingers, a transparent membrane enveloped the entire ship, allowing it to sink into the ocean. Soon, they found themselves surrounded by enormous sea creatures, and the massive roots of the Sabaody tree were clearly visible, intertwining beneath the waves. After navigating through the depths for a while, they reached the crucial point for descending the ocean current. The relentless waters, due to temperature and other factors, surged fiercely in this area. Just as Leiyu prepared to steer his ship, the evil dragon roared into the descending current. A colossal tentacle wrapped around the vessel from behind, rendering it immobile. The crew turned slowly to see an enormous octopus lurking behind them. Leiyu was momentarily stunned. How could a creature from the North Sea be here? Rimuru, perched atop Leiyu's head, was so intimidated by the creature, which dwarfed him by 1,000,000 times, that he collapsed into a puddle of liquid. Longma brandished the Kusanagi, ready to confront the beast, eager to prove himself as the newcomer. However, at that moment, the once boisterous creature from the North Sea fell silent, seemingly sensing an ominous presence nearby. It released its grip on the evil dragon roar and fled in haste. At that juncture, Orochimaru turned to gaze into the depths, only to find nothing there. Was it an illusion? Lei Yu, watching the retreating figure of the North Sea creature, was equally puzzled, steering the ship into the descending current until it vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, in the very direction where Orochimaru had been staring, a colossal shadow emerged. Even larger than that monstrous being of the North Sea, a colossal shadow arrived at the location where Lei Yu and his companions had recently appeared. After a moment of circling, a flicker of crimson flashed in its hollow gaze, revealing its glistening fangs emanating a chilling glow. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, and after a tumultuous rolling, it finally reached a depth of 7,000 meters beneath the sea. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their eyes, teeming with various gigantic sea creatures. Lei Yu, wishing to avoid trouble, unleashed his conqueror's haki with unrestrained vigor. With a resounding boom, the nearby sea creatures fled in terror, some of the weaker ones succumbing to unconsciousness from the force. Seeing a path clear, Lei Yu surged forward towards the Fishman Island. Upon entering the endless cliff, the immense shadow reappeared in these waters, opening its cavernous maw to devour the stunned sea creatures, sending clouds of crimson mist erupting in the dark abyss, creating a scene of sheer horror. Then, with a swift flick of its tail, it vanished once more. At this moment, Lei Yu and his group had finally reached a depth of 10,000 meters, where the magnificent island above them was none other than the dream Fishman Island. Although it was still deep underwater, the brilliance here was in stark contrast to the darkness of 7,000 meters. It radiated light and beauty. Under Lei Yu's command, the evil dragon roar sailed towards the grand entrance of Fishman Island. The Fishman guards stationed there, upon seeing the flag of the divine pirate crew, exchanged startled glances, for they were well aware that a new emperor had emerged in these waters. It was none other than Lei Yu, the captain of the divine pirate crew, standing before them. One soldier, seemingly the leader, wasted no time and rushed to inform the king of this momentous arrival. Shortly thereafter, the captain approached Lei Yu's group, bowed respectfully, and said, "Lord Lei Yu, please follow me. The king is hosting a banquet in the palace and awaits your presence." Lei Yu was taken aback. They had only just arrived and were all ready to be treated to a feast. Following the captain, they entered Fishman Island. As they did, a group of monstrous creatures suddenly appeared nearby. They were the dark side of Fishman Island, the sea beast horde, accompanied by a cohort of fishmen who gazed intently at Lei Yu and his companions. "This must be the divine pirate crew that the boss spoke of," remarked a fishman clad in a black suit and hat. "Indeed, we must report back to the boss immediately," replied another fishman in armor wielding a spear. With that, they turned and vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to Lei Yu, he had already drawn the attention of adversaries upon his arrival at Fishman Island. As they traversed the streets, Lei Yu and his companions were captivated by the stunning fishmen, their eyes wide in astonishment. Even Uncle Snake was fixated on them, pondering the anatomical differences between these mermen and humans. Under the protection of the National Guard, they made their way toward the palace. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Palace, King Neptune of Fishman Island was not waiting at the banquet for Lei Yu and his entourage. Instead, he was in the company of a renowned figure on Fishman Island, the owner of the Fishman Cafe, Sherry. Beside them stood Jinbei, a fishman who had initially hesitated to return to Fishman Island. However, upon hearing that Whitebeard intended to hand over the island to Lei Yu, he felt compelled to observe the situation. Even though Lei Yu had already been hailed as the fifth emperor, and his strength was indeed formidable, yet they remained uncertain of Lei Yu's character. Was he benevolent like Whitebeard, or would he prove to be a protector of his own? "Your Majesty, you summoned me for a reason?" Sherry inquired after a courteous bow. Neptune, with a furrowed brow and a grave expression, replied, "I wish to request your insight into the future of Fishman Island." Upon hearing this, Jinbei realized that the king was also apprehensive about Lei Yu's ascension to power. Sherry paused momentarily, perplexed. Was something imminent? However, being astute, she refrained from probing further and quietly retrieved a white divination orb, placing on the ground. Then, she sat cross-legged, gently resting her hands upon the orb. Closing her eyes, the orb radiated a series of white lights, revealing a breathtaking cosmic scene within. Neptune and Jinbei recognized that Sherry's divination had commenced and dared not disturb her. After a few minutes of tense silence, Sherry suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at Neptune in shock, exclaiming, This cannot be." Neptune was startled and quickly asked, "What did you see?" Sherry, hand on her chest, was breathing heavily, her expression still filled with disbelief. Noticing her distress, Neptune patiently awaited her to regain her composure. After a deep exhale, Sherry slowly stated, "I saw that soon. The fishmen will return to the land, their faces aglow with happiness, living well." "Is that truly the case?" Neptune's heart soared with joy. This was monumental news. To return to land was a goal every king had strived to achieve. However, within the vision, the palace on land was adorned with a pirate flag, though not that of the Whitebeard pirates. Sherry continued, "It is not the flag of Whitebeard." Neptune inquired, "Then whose flag is it?" Suddenly, he recalled the divine pirate crew and thought, "This cannot be." Sherry solemnly replied, "If I'm not mistaken, that flag belongs to the recently prominent divine pirate crew." Upon hearing this, both Jinbei and Neptune's expressions shifted dramatically. "Sherry, are you certain it is the flag of the divine pirate crew?" "Indeed, I am certain. I would not mistake it," Sherry affirmed gravely. After all, Leiyu had become a renowned figure in these waters, known far and wide, as had the divine pirate crew. Neptune inhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face. It seemed that the arrival of the divine pirate crew to govern Fishman Island was indeed a promising choice, especially as Whitebeard had aged and could no longer care for the island. Perhaps Leiyu could be seen as Whitebeard's successor. After completing her divination regarding the future of Fishman Island, Sherry did not put away the orb, but instead placed her hands back upon it, closing her eyes once more to divine again. Though the two men were unaware of what she was predicting this time, they chose not to interrupt her. Soon, they noticed Sherry's body began to tremble once more, a reaction they had observed during her first divination, and they paid it little mind. However, the light emanating from the orb intensified, the cosmic imagery dissipated, transforming into a scene reminiscent of a blood sea, all tinged in crimson. Sherry's tremors grew more severe, and her complexion began to pale, as if witnessing something astonishing. When the two individuals noticed that Xiaoli's condition was amiss, a sudden puff resounded, and a stream of crimson blood erupted from her mouth, staining the divination ball before her. Yet, Xiaoli persisted with the divination, enduring her plight. Upon witnessing this, Nippuden sought to intervene and halt her efforts. However, at that moment, a mysterious force repelled her hand from the divination ball, causing her to fall backward, collapsing onto the ground. Xiaoli gasped for breath, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling, reflecting an infinite dread as she murmured, "This cannot be. It cannot be. It cannot be." Jinping hurriedly brought her a cup of water, cautiously aiding her in regaining her composure. After a while, as Xiaoli appeared to stabilize, Nippuden gently inquired, "Miss Xiaoli, what did you see?" Taking a deep breath, the terror in Xiaoli's eyes had yet to dissipate. She slowly articulated, The world is destined for destruction." "Destruction of the world? What do you mean?" Nippuden questioned in confusion, a sentiment echoed by Jinping, who was equally baffled. "I saw a future not far off where the Holy Land, Maligieo, lies in ruins." "How can this be possible?" Both Jinping and Nippuden exclaimed in unison. "It is well known that Maligieo is the stronghold of the celestial dragons and the world government, arguably the safest place in the world." However, Xiaoli's subsequent words left them both in stunned silence, their thoughts halted. Ignoring their astonishment, Xiaoli continued, "Amidst the ruins of Maligieo, there are countless corpses, those of celestial dragons, world government officials, and pirates alike. I also saw a group from the god pirates standing atop the wreckage. Beneath them lay 5 elderly men." Upon hearing this, Nippuden immediately thought of the identities of those 5 elders, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Could it be that the group led by Lei Yu had some ulterior motive? If so, this might not bode well, considering the widespread discontent with the atrocities committed by the world nobles. Xiaoli paused for a moment before continuing, but in the end, the scene seemed to skip ahead. I only witnessed a world filled with slaughter and countless corpses, with not a single living soul remaining. The flags of the god pirates and the white-beard pirates were pierced into the ground by a western sword, and thereafter, I could see nothing more. After Xiaoli concluded her divination, Niputin gazed ahead with a profound expression, lost in thought, while Jinping remained engulfed in horror, the terror of Xiaoli's revelations overwhelming. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, prompting Niputin to call enter. A fisherman's soldier stepped inside, saluting respectfully as he conveyed, "Your Majesty. The members of the god pirates have arrived at the palace entrance." Xiaoli gasped in surprise. The god pirates? What brings them here? After glancing at Jinping and Niputin, who wore inscrutable expressions, she understood that the two gentlemen were already aware and did not press further. Niputin, appearing contemplative, nodded and instructed, "Allow them to proceed to the banquet. I shall join shortly." Once the soldier departed, Niputin turned to Xiaoli and proposed, "Miss Xiaoli, would you care to dine with us?" Xiaoli nodded in agreement, not wishing to refuse, as she was equally curious to meet Lei Yu and learn more about the god pirates. Thus, Niputin, Xiaoli, and Jinping made their way to the banquet hall, their eyes widening in astonishment at the scene before them. The once lavishly arranged dishes had vanished, leaving behind only remnants. Lei Yu and Dashawan reclined in their chairs, patting their swollen bellies, while even Limulu appeared to have overindulged, rolling on the floor like a spherical creature. An adjacent table, once adorned with fine wines, now lay empty, and Yasuo and Longma had consumed enough to be half drunk, brandishing their swords at one another. Meanwhile, only Uchiha Itachi seemed to maintain a semblance of normalcy, savoring his dessert with elegance. Niputin, Jinping, and Xiaoli stood in disbelief. Is this truly the legendary god pirates? They appear as though they have never tasted a proper meal. Unbeknownst to Niputin, they had indeed gone an extended period without a decent meal, subsisting on Dashawan's cooking, which was hardly fit for human consumption, while the fare prepared by others, including Lei Yu, was even less palatable. At this moment, Lei Yu noticed Niputin and the others, glancing around at Dashawan and Yasuo, momentarily stunned. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the room, reminiscent of a social faux pas. Niputin, sensing the unusual tension, quickly spoke up, "Truly, the heroes of the god pirates exhibit such grandeur even in dining. A pleasure to finally meet you." Jinping and Xiaoli were taken aback by the king's remark. Could this chaotic scene truly be described as grandeur? It resembled nothing short of a ravenous feast. Lei Yu, wiping his greasy hands on Dashawan, stood and approached Niputin with a smile. "It is simply that the food here is exceptionally delectable. I would deem it the finest in the New World." "Nonsense. Captain Lei Yu has flattered us excessively. In that case, I shall have the kitchen prepare another round of dishes, as it appears no one has had their fill." Niputin replied with a smile. "Indeed, especially those large pig trotters. Bring me 10. Dashawan interjected without hesitation, oblivious to the darkening expression on Lei Yu's face. Niputin, unfazed, declared, "Very well. With esteemed guests arriving, we shall ensure there is ample food." He then instructed his attendants to clean up and prepare a lavish feast anew. The group resumed their dining, albeit with the exception of Dashawan. Meanwhile, Xiaoli observed Lei Yu while eating, astonished by his youth. He appears so remarkably young. Xiaoli's expression shifted to one of surprise. Lei Yu seemed no older than 18 or 19, leaving her incredulous that such a youthful figure had already ascended to the ranks of the four emperors. In her prophecy, this individual was foretold to have brought about the destruction of Maligieo, an unfathomable notion. After a time, once everyone had eaten their fill, Niputin ordered the soldiers to escort Miss Xiaoli back, and then turned to Lei Yu with a serious demeanor, saying, "Sir, I must request your presence for a matter of importance." Upon hearing this, Lei Yu understood that serious business was at hand. He nodded, instructing Uchiha Itachi to keep an eye on the others, especially Dashawan, ensuring they did not stray. He then followed Niputin through the exquisite halls of the palace to a secluded chamber, where Niputin retrieved a contract from a drawer. Lei Yu, not one to delay, promptly produced the transfer contract from Whitebeard. Once both parties affixed their signatures, Fishman Island would rightfully belong to Lei Yu, who would then be responsible for its protection. Just as Niputin was about to sign, he suddenly raised his gaze, fixing a penetrating stare on Lei Yu, gravely inquiring, "Do you intend to take action against the world government?" At this declaration, the atmosphere grew heavy, the temperature plummeting several degrees. Lei Yu returned Niputin's gaze with a chilling intensity, coldly retorting, "Why do you ask such a question? Only the old man with the white beard knows this thought of mine." Upon witnessing Lei Yu's reaction, Niputin sighed deeply and remarked, "Xiali has seen the future." Instantly, Lei Yu experienced a moment of clarity. It was indeed she, the oracle. With a renewed smile, he continued, "Shouldn't those scoundrels from the world government meet their demise?" Although Lei Yu wore a smile, Niputin could discern the intense killing intent and unwavering resolve behind it. "Lei Yu, I recognize your formidable strength, but it is advisable not to confront them," Niputin said earnestly. "If I do not take action, and the four emperors remain passive, who will liberate this world? Relying on that group of Marines?" Niputin understood the sarcasm in Lei Yu's words, yet he pressed on. "Do you know what Xiali saw?" "She saw." "I do not care." Lei Yu interrupted Niputin, exclaiming, "I have no interest in the future you envision. It is merely your perception, not my own. Besides, how can you be so certain that I will not alter the future? I firmly believe that soon, all fishmen will live freely on land. So please trust me, and trust the gods." King Niputin gazed at the resolute and confident Lei Yu, momentarily lost in thought. This 18-year-old youth radiated light. Could this faint glimmer be enough to dispel the darkness of this world? At that moment, Niputin's right hand trembled slightly as he pondered internally. Lei Yu remained patient, waiting for him to inscribe his name on the contract. After a considerable time, Niputin finally gathered his resolve, signed the contract, and handed it to Lei Yu. With a deep sigh, he solemnly declared, "The future of Fishman Island is entrusted to you, Lei Yu." Receiving the contract, Lei Yu smiled confidently and proclaimed, "What the gods say, they shall accomplish." After concluding their business, the two engaged in further conversation. Shortly thereafter, the door to the small room swung open. Although termed a small room, it felt quite spacious to Lei Yu, especially with Niputin's towering height of nearly 10 meters. Both men emerged with radiant smiles and laughter. "You shall stay here tonight. Tomorrow we will hold the transfer ceremony," Niputin announced. After some contemplation, Lei Yu nodded in agreement. Recognizing the importance of informing the fishmen about the island now belonging to him. At that moment, three figures approached Niputin. Lei Yu looked over to see the three princes of Fishman Island, Shark Star, Royal Star, and Flip Star. Observing the trio, Lei Yu found their appearances quite peculiar. The eldest appeared somewhat dignified, while the second and third were less so. "I presume you are the esteemed Lei Yu of the gods," the eldest prince said, extending his right hand. "I am Shark Star, the eldest prince of Fishman Island." Niputin remained silent, pleased to see his son mingling with Lei Yu. Lei Yu shook Shark Star's hand and smiled. "Greetings. You truly embody the essence of a prince, and your brothers exhibit remarkable potential as well. Thank you for the compliment." "I am flattered," Shark Star replied, laughing. After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Yu suddenly inquired, "May I meet Princess White Star?" His curiosity regarding the legendary Sea King was piqued, not merely due to her reputed beauty, but also the grandeur of her lineage. Shark Star hesitated at the request, unsure if he could grant it, and turned to his father. After a moment of contemplation, Niputin ultimately consented, while he had a vague awareness that his daughter was the legendary Sea King Poseidon. Revealing this secret could attract powerful forces seeking to seize White Star, which would spell disaster for Fishman Island. However, Lei Yu, following Xiali's divination and his own judgment, was deemed trustworthy. Otherwise, Niputin would not have acquiesced to the request. Thus, the five made their way to the hardshell tower, where various weapons were embedded within its sturdy structure. It was evident that these weapons were hurled by Vanderdeckin using the target fruit. With a resounding creak, Nippuden pushed open the massive, resilient door, revealing a pitch-black interior. White Star lay curled up within, and upon seeing this, the eldest prince's heart ached as he clenched his fists. If it were not for that scoundrel Vanderdecken, his sister would not have to live in such darkness. Though he had spent years searching for Vanderdecken, the elusive villain had remained hidden from all. Nippuden quietly approached White Star, softly calling her name. "Is that you, father?" White Star's melodious voice resonated in everyone's ears, and Leyu instantly understood what it meant to be enchanted by sound. White Star slowly emerged from her covers, her enchanting eyes fixed on Nippuden. "Today, I have brought you a distinguished guest." Nippuden smiled, prompting the eldest prince to illuminate the room. As the lights flickered on, White Star emerged from her cocoon, revealing a pure, innocent smile directed at her father and brothers. "Wonderful, wonderful." Leyu was taken aback, astonished by the spaciousness and brightness of the room. At 16, White Star had grown to a length of over 10 meters, adorned with a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory. Cascading wavy pink hair, shimmering blue eyes, a striking visage, and a beautifully interspersed pink fishtail, embodying unparalleled beauty. Notichingulayu. White Star felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and affection, despite this being their first encounter. Curiously, she gazed intently at him. Leyu, unaccustomed to such attention, felt his heart race. How could he allow himself to be flustered? Steeling himself, he forced a semblance of composure and said, "Princess White Star, greetings. Iam Leyu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Would you honor me by becoming my wife?" "Let be," thought Leyu, perplexed by the situation, as he had never acted this way in front of Hancock. At that moment, Princess Baixing couldn't help but burst into laughter, the sound of her giggles reminiscent of melodious wind chimes. She looked at Leyu with a sweet smile and said, "Hello, Lord Leyu. I am so happy to meet you." In that instant, gazing at Baixing's love-struck smile, Leyu was momentarily stunned, two streams of blood tears flowing incessantly from his nostrils. Upon noticing this, Princess Baixing was taken aback and quickly extended her fair fingers to help wipe Leyu's face. However, as Leyu felt the warmth of her touch and the faint fragrance enveloping him, the nosebleed gushed forth like an artificial fountain. Neptune, witnessing this spectacle, smiled and shook his head, realizing that the renowned captain of the sea god pirates had such a vulnerable side. After Baixing's persistent efforts, Leyu's bleeding finally ceased, and Baixing let out a sigh of relief. Just then, a massive axe whizzed through the open door, hurtling straight toward Princess Baixing. "Ah!" she exclaimed, her face instantly reflecting fear as she covered her delicate features with her hands. Before the Crown Prince and Neptune could react, Leyu firmly grasped the axe, his gaze icy as he directed it towards the source of the attack, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "Vanderdecken?" "Thank you, Lord Leyu," Baixing said, her large eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him with a pitiful expression. "Is there any way out?" Leyu inquired, gazing at Baixing. "What? Can I?" Baixing's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked eagerly. "No, Princess Baixing cannot go out, Lord Leyu." The Crown Prince Shark Xing interjected hastily, wary of the threat posed by Vanderdecken. "Ah, I'm not referring to now. Once I deal with Vanderdecken, you will be free to explore," Leyu reassured Baixing with a smile. She nodded enthusiastically, feeling an inexplicable trust in the man before her. Following a brief conversation with Baixing and the others, Leyu departed with Neptune and his companions. Princess Baixing watched the slowly closing door, murmuring, "Will I soon see the outside world?" Leyu. Unbeknownst to Leyu and his group, a figure lurked behind a small mound not far from the hard-shell tower, fixated on Leyu. "Damn human! How dare he meet Baixing? That wretched Baixing belongs to me, Vanderdecken. No matter who you are, if you dare to covet my Baixing, I shall make you pay with your life." The figure then vanished quietly. After leaving the hard-shell tower, the group returned to the banquet hall, where Jinbei sat despondently at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Neptune hurried over and asked, "What happened? Where are the valiant members of the sea god pirates?" Jinbei, wearing a mask of pain, lamented, "Your Majesty, you should go in and see for yourselves." A foreboding sense arose within Lei Yu as he thought. What trouble could they have caused? Neptune and the three princes were equally curious about what had transpired inside. With varied emotions, they slowly entered the hall. It soon became evident why Jinbei bore such a grim expression. Neptune gasped, "What in the world?" The three princes echoed his sentiments. What a mess! Lei Yu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury as he gritted his teeth. The hall was now occupied by a single individual. Itachi and Yasuo had vanished. And Orochimaru was inebriated, but that was not the issue. The real problem was that Orochimaru, having indulged excessively, had allowed his multitude of white snakes to roam free, feasting on the banquet spread. The dining table was now a chaotic scene of snakes slithering amidst the food, and even the floor, walls, and ceiling were crawling with them. Suddenly, Orochimaru's body trembled, and with a retching sound, a pile of small white snakes spewed forth from his mouth. At that moment, Lei Yu understood why so many snakes had appeared. It seemed that Orochimaru's stomach had not contained a single morsel of food, just snakes. With a sudden ugh, the three princes could no longer contain themselves and rushed away, retching in a cacophony of sounds that echoed throughout the Dragon King's palace. Even Neptune struggled to maintain his composure, his face slightly pale. "Where did you find such a companion?" "Quite the peculiar one," Lei Yu remarked, feeling a wave of black humor wash over him. Just then, Itachi, Yasuo, Longma, and Limulu returned, stunned by the scene in the hall. They had only been gone a few minutes. Itachi approached Lei Yu with a similarly bewildered expression, but fortunately, Neptune did not dwell on it for long. Soon, he instructed his soldiers to clean up the mess, and the group returned to the hall to chat about various matters. At that moment, Lei Yu recalled what Whitebeard had mentioned. If he ever visited Fishman Island, he must explore the sea forest, where a surprise awaited him. Thus, Lei Yu expressed his desire to visit the sea forest to Neptune. This request posed no inconvenience to Neptune, who readily agreed. Since dinner had concluded, they decided to take a leisurely stroll, and entry to the sea forest was restricted without Lei Yu's permission, given the precious historical texts contained within. As they made their way to the sea forest, they soon found themselves enveloped in bubbles that protected them from drowning in the seawater. Upon arrival, Neptune led Lei Yu and his companions to the site of a massive stone tablet inscribed with historical texts. Lei Yu approached the tablet, stroking his chin as he squinted at it, ultimately concluding that he could not decipher it. Itachi and the now sober Orochimaru also struggled to understand the inscriptions, as they were not from this world. Turning to Neptune, Lei Yu noticed him shaking his head, indicating that he too could not comprehend the ancient script. Sighing in resignation, Lei Yu felt a twinge of curiosity about the historical texts, but ultimately accepted that he could not understand them. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed Longma staring intently at the stone tablet, his face etched with astonishment. Realizing that Longma might be able to read the historical text, Lei Yu approached him, asking curiously, "Can you understand it?" Even Neptune was intrigued, unable to believe that someone could decipher such ancient writing. As he looked at Longma, Neptune felt a strange sense of familiarity. Longma nodded slowly, saying, "This script is from our nation's past, very ancient." Lei Yu, recognizing that Longma hailed from Wano country, inquired with astonishment, "Could it be that you were using this script previously?" "In my era, this text was already known to very few. However, I happen to have conducted research on it," Dragon Ma said slowly. "What does it say?" "Quickly translate it," Lei Yu urged. Even Neptune and his companions were fixated on Dragon Ma, deeply curious about the content. Dragon Ma shook his head, stating that the text appeared chaotic, and much of it was beyond his comprehension. "What I can decipher indicates that 800 years ago, a war of cataclysmic proportions occurred, involving the god of the sea, Poseidon, and the aftermath of crimes and regrets. As for the details of those crimes and regrets, I cannot elucidate." This revelation stirred tumultuous waves within Neptune. Could the regrets be related to Joy Boy? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, for those events were long past. Thus, he decided to accompany Lei Yu onward. Upon hearing Dragon Ma's words, Lei Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. The information merely hinted at a great battle from 8 centuries ago, with Poseidon likely participating. And that was all. Just as the group was lost in thought, A sharp whoosh sounded as a spear hurtled toward Leiyu from afar. With a swift turn, Leiyu caught the spear. Seeing this, Orochimaru and his companions exchanged glances filled with murderous intent. How dare someone attack their captain? Is it Vanderdecken? Leiyu remarked coldly, inspecting the spear in his hand. Upon witnessing this, Neptune's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Vanderdecken would follow them here. Truly, he was a relentless specter. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Snake. With that, Leiyu handed the spear to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took the spear, and a white snake slithered from his hand, sniffing the spear before flicking its tongue wildly in a specific direction. Subsequently, Orochimaru prepared to depart in pursuit of the assailant who had ambushed Leiyu. Uncle Snake, bring Rimuru along. He knows what to do. Saying this, Leiyu grabbed the jelly-like Rimuru and tossed him to Orochimaru, who swiftly followed suit, both darting ahead. It was evident to Itachi Yasuo and the others that they would not pursue. After all, Orochimaru's strength was commendable, and dealing with such an adversary posed no challenge. As Leiyu observed the departing figures of Uncle Snake and Rimuru, he mused that the capabilities of the target fruit were quite impressive, and Rimuru should be able to successfully hunt. Meanwhile, Leiyu and Neptune meandered through the sea forest, enjoying the splendid scenery. However, Leiyu felt a hint of confusion. He sensed that the surprise Whitebeard mentioned was not merely this massive historical text. If it were solely the historical text, Whitebeard would have no need to tease him about it. He could simply divulge the information. Thus, something undiscovered must still lie hidden. Suddenly, an idea struck Leiyu, and he closed his eyes, gradually spreading his kin Bunchiko haki throughout the sea forest. Neptune felt this and was startled, uncertain of Leiyu's intentions. The others halted, waiting for Leiyu. After an indeterminate time, Leiyu sensed an unusual aura deep within the sea forest. He abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within, and he exclaimed, "I found it." He then dashed towards that direction, with the others hastily following suit. After an extended trek, the group arrived at the entrance of a colossal cave. Even Neptune was astonished, having never realized such a vast cavern resided within the depths of the sea forest. As they entered, the interior was surprisingly bright, illuminated by numerous crystals radiating a soft blue glow. The group proceeded along the cave's passage until they reached its terminus, where Leiyu finally grasped the surprise Whitebeard had alluded to. At the end of the cave stood a stone tablet, identical in size to the one inscribed with the historical text, but this one was red. Leiyu instinctively understood that this red stone tablet recorded the location leading to Raftel, albeit incompletely. At this moment, Dragonma approached and murmured, gazing at one of the landmarks, God Valley, the Chaotic Sea. Leiyu, intrigued, inquired, "Do you recognize these two places?" "Apologies, but I do not," Dragonma replied. Shaking his head, Leiyu nodded thoughtfully. While he was unfamiliar with the Chaotic Sea, he had some knowledge of God Valley, as it was the site of the battle that solidified Karp's status as a hero of the Navy. After a while, Neptune observed Leiyu deep in thought and asked, "Is there an issue with this stone tablet? If you wish, you may take it." "No issues. Let us leave." "That will suffice for today," Leiyu replied softly, shaking his head without elaborating on the significance of the tablet. Moreover, he had no intention of taking it, as logically, this red stone tablet should be paired with another. Its presence here indicated that Whitebeard had intentionally concealed it, and Leiyu did not wish to disturb it. Thus, the group exited the cave in grand procession. Coincidentally, Orochimaru returned, and surprisingly, he was accompanied by a fisherman adorned with a small top hat, curly hair, and a beard draped in multiple necklaces and possessing 4 legs. Neptune's face darkened with fury upon seeing the fisherman. "Vanderdecken, I never expected to see you in such a state." Without hesitation, Prince Sharkstar brandished his trident, aiming to strike Vanderdecken standing behind Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru hastily interjected, "Wait. There's been a misunderstanding. He is not Vanderdecken, but Rimuru." "What?" exclaimed Prince Sharkstar and Neptune, stunned. Rimuru was that peculiar jelly-like pet of Leiyu's crew. How had he transformed into this form? Rimuru then burst into laughter. "Captain, is this form acceptable?" Indeed, Orochimaru had successfully located Vanderdecken, and Rimuru had managed to utilize his innate ability as a predator. Now, Rimuru could not only speak, but had also absorbed the powers of the target fruit. Furthermore, Rimuru discovered that he could continue to consume the powers of these so-called devil fruits. His predator ability was truly a game-changing power. At that moment, Leiyu felt discontent upon seeing Rimuru transformed into Vanderdecken. He turned to Rimuru and queried, "Can you transform into other forms?" It seems I cannot," Rimuru replied honestly, stating that he could only change into the form of his prey. Leiyu sighed in disappointment. "My dear Rimuru, how did you end up in this ghastly state? It seems I must seek another to consume in the future. I cannot fathom that this individual is Rimuru. However, it appears that Limulu is quite joyful, for he has finally acquired a physical form, enabling him to engage in normal communication and play with Leiyu and the others." As the day grows late, Leiyu turns to Nipton and suggests that it is time to return, stating that their objectives for the day have been successfully accomplished, and they have also conveniently dealt with the potential threat posed by Vanderdecken. "Thank you very much, Your Excellency," Nipton responds, bowing his head. With Vanderdecken resolved, Bai Xing is finally free. At this moment, the three princes come to their senses and immediately kneel before Leiyu, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Leiyu. Our sister will be overjoyed to hear this news." Leiyu, with a wave of his hand, dismisses their gratitude, saying, "There is no need for such formality. It was merely a small effort." Subsequently, the group returns to the Dragon King's palace, with the three princes eager to rush to the Hardshell Tower to inform their sister of her newfound freedom. Meanwhile, Nipton leads Leiyu and his companions to the sleeping quarters to rest and prepare for the handover ceremony the following day. Before departing, Nipton inquires whether Leiyu and the others would like to have a few beautiful young mermaids attend to them, but Leiyu firmly declines the offer. This response earns Leiyu a newfound respect from Nipton. Such youthful strength and status, unmoved by carnal desires, is indeed remarkable. Little does Nipton realize that as he leaves, Leiyu begins to regret his decision. After all, these are mermaids, exquisite mermaids, far more beautiful than the one he encountered in Sabedi Archipelago. Outside the Dragon Palace, in a concealed dwelling, numerous fearsome-looking fishmen gather. At the center sits a fishman with black hair, adorned with a trident-patterned flat cap and a wolf fur scarf. His left arm heavily tattooed. This is the stronghold of the new fishman pirate crew, and the fishman in the seat is their captain, Hody Jones. He toys with a dagger, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. "I heard Vanderdecken has been killed?" he inquires. "Yes, boss. It seems it was that group of humans who arrived at Fishman Island today, the so-called Gods Pirates," reports Jiao, a cadre of the new Fishman Pirates. "Gods? The fifth emperor that has been making waves lately?" Hody Jones retorts with a smirk. "Merely a facade put on by those foolish humans. If that guy is dead, then so be it. He was a worthless waste. As long as it does not interfere with our plans, it is inconsequential." Hody Jones then straightens his posture, a grave expression crossing his face. Tomorrow, that Nipton fellow dares to hold some sort of handover ceremony. According to reports, he intends to transfer Fishman Island to those Gods Pirates. His subordinates gasp in shock. "How can this be? Isn't this territory part of Whitebeard's domain?" They exclaim in disbelief. Hody Jones claps his hands, silencing the murmurs. He coldly declares, "What is this place? Fishman Island. When did it become permissible for those damned humans to meddle? Whitebeard may have been tolerable, but now we have these so-called gods. Has Nipton truly reduced Fishman Island to a mere bargaining chip? If he no longer wishes to be king, he should abdicate." With his gaze growing colder, Hody Jones stands defiantly. His subordinates freeze at the implication of rebellion. "Tomorrow, we shall write a new chapter in the history of Fishman Island. We will lead our people toward the light. Fishmen do not require the care of humans. Fishman Island shall be defended by us." With that declaration, Hody Jones departs, leaving his crew momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers, their expressions filled with excitement, for they are indeed a ruthless lot. The following morning, a ray of sunlight graces the sea, albeit the ocean floor remains devoid of such illumination. Leiyu emerges from his chamber, stretching comfortably after a restful night. Of course, It would have been even better had there been a stunning mermaid present. Just as Lei Yu revels in his thoughts, he suddenly feels two massive arms encircle his waist from behind. Before he can react, he finds himself enveloped in by Xing's embrace, her gentle fragrance wafting around him. "Thank you so much, Lord Lei Yu." Bai Xing's sweet voice reaches his ears, and in that moment, Lei Yu feels an overwhelming surge of energy within him. He hastily extricates himself from her embrace, taking a deep breath. "Oh, it's you, Bai Xing. You startled me." Hee, she giggles. "With Vanderdecken dealt with, you no longer need to remain in the hard-shell tower." Lei Yu looks at Bai Xing, noticing her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, causing a tinge of bashfulness to wash over him. He scratches his head and asks, "Did you come here early for a specific reason?" "I came to invite you all for breakfast. Father and my brothers are waiting for you," she replies. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lei Yu responds, "All right, you go ahead. I will call my companions." "No worries. I will wait here for you," she says, unexpectedly blushing, her adorable face radiating beauty, making it difficult for Lei Yu to resist. "All right, I will be quick. I just need to gather Uchiha Itachi and the others." With a swift motion, Lei Yu vanishes, while Bai Xing waits outside, her expression brimming with joy as she anticipates their meal together. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lei Yu and his companions emerge, following Bai Xing to the dining hall. Upon entering, they find Nipton and the three princes already awaiting their arrival. The feast laid out before them rivals that of the previous day, and after exchanging greetings, they sit down. The gods' pirates indulge in their meal with vigor, while Nipton and the princes, having witnessed the previous day's chaos, are no longer surprised by the group's dining habits. Bai Xing, however, delights in Lei Yu's voracious appetite, finding him increasingly amusing. With a satisfied sigh, Lei Yu slumps in his chair, patting his now rounded belly, contentedly letting out a burp. Limulu, on the other hand, has merely nibbled at his food before transforming back into his slime form. The transformation into a fishman was exceedingly unbecoming, to the point that I could hardly bear it. Sitting in the center, Niputong observed the scene, smiling at Lei Yu, and remarked that it was getting late. They should commence the transfer ceremony. Noticing that Dashawan and the others had nearly finished their meal, Lei Yu nodded and followed Niputong toward the grand square. At that moment, a vast crowd had already gathered in front of the Dragon King's palace. Just yesterday, all the inhabitants of Fishman Island had received a proclamation from the king that a new guardian would assume the position previously held by Whitebeard, protecting Fishman Island from external threats. Furthermore, this new guardian would lead all fishmen back to the surface for a life of freedom. The announcement from Niputong had shocked many fishmen, with some expressing skepticism. After all, Whitebeard's guardianship had notably reduced disturbances on Fishman Island, and a sudden change in leadership was bound to meet with resistance. Suddenly, Niputong stepped onto the elevated platform in the square, prompting the fishmen to quiet down upon seeing their king. After clearing his throat, Niputong addressed the crowd, stating that he believed everyone was aware of the day's purpose, and then invited the captain of the gods' pirates, Lei Yu, to say a few words. Lei Yu nodded, ascended the platform, and smiled at the fishermen below. "What, Lei Yu? The one who slayed a celestial dragon?" It was indeed Lei Yu, who recently had risen to the status of one of the 4 emperors. The gods' pirates were rumored to be even stronger than the Whitebeard pirates, having toppled the entire marine headquarters. "Wow, Lei Yu is so handsome." The crowd erupted in cheers upon learning that the new guardian was Lei Yu, as merely his audacity in slaying a celestial dragon earned their trust. Moreover, Lei Yu's own formidable strength was undeniable. Seeing the excitement, Lei Yu raised his hands slightly to quell the noise, releasing an aura of authority that instantly silenced the previously raucous crowd, who awaited the words of their new sovereign. Setting aside his usual jovial demeanor, he regarded the audience with seriousness and solemnly declared that, as King Niputong had stated, from this day forth, he, Lei Yu, would protect Fishman Island. Anyone daring to lay a hand on Fishman Island would face the wrath of the gods' pirates. Furthermore, he believed that one day all fishmen would be able to ascend to the land and live happily, for no one in this world should dare to discriminate against fishmen. All beings are equal. Therefore, he urged everyone to trust him and the gods, for they would always be their steadfast support. Though he spoke but 4 brief sentences, The audience could sense the conviction and determination behind his words. Was this the Lei Yu who had annihilated the Marine headquarters and slain a celestial dragon? Countless fishmen gazed at the imposing figure on the platform, feeling an immense sense of reliability and strength. Woohoo, Lei Yu, gods, gods. Following a brief silence, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. In that moment, they believed that Lei Yu could elevate Fishman Island to new heights. Behind him, Haixing stared at his back, her face slightly flushed as she murmured that Lei Yu was indeed very dependable. Seeing Lei Yu so swiftly capture the hearts of the masses, Niputong felt immense joy and returned to the platform, announcing that they should now hoist the flag of the gods' pirates high above the Dragon King's palace. As he spoke, a palace soldier approached, holding a pirate flag emblazoned with a dragon's head. He ascended to the roof of the Dragon King's hall and firmly planted the flag, which represented Lei Yu at the highest point, fluttering in the wind. The fishmen gazed at the pirate flag as if it symbolized their hope of returning to the surface, smiles blossoming on their faces. However, Niputong's joy was short-lived as a voice, brimming with arrogance, interrupted his speech. Transfer? Who agreed to the transfer? Since when has Fishman Island been under the protection of humans? Before Niputong could finish, the crowd turned to see Hody Cheongsi leading the new Fishman pirates, a gang of several hundred ruthless fishmen approaching. Hody Cheongsi sneered at Niputong and declared that anyone who surrendered Fishman Island's future to humans was unworthy of being king. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was he inciting rebellion? Niputong, gazing at the once promising palace warrior, sighed deeply and said, Hody Cheongsi, you do not understand. If you continue to disrupt, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Hody Cheongsi stepped forward, his presence resolute, and addressed the gathering fishmen, exclaiming, Ideals? Have you forgotten how our hero Fisher Tiger met his end? Shinping, have you forgotten that he perished at the hands of humans? His eyes burned with fury as he directed his disdain at Shinping, leaving him momentarily speechless. Hody Cheongsi continued passionately. Not only Fisher Tiger, but also Odoheim met her demise at the hands of humans. How can we trust a human? When Hody Cheongsi invoked the names of Fisher Tiger and Odoheim, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. He spoke the truth. The two most significant figures for the fishmen had both fallen to human hands. The fishmen, gazing back and forth between Lei Yu and Hody Cheongsi, found their convictions wavering, uncertain of whom to support. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Niputong knew he could not allow Hody Cheongsi to continue speaking and promptly ordered, arrest the rebel. Hody Cheongsi. No sooner had he spoken than several fishmen warriors surged from the palace, surrounding the new fishmen pirates. Hody Cheongsi, sensing the tide turning, with a glint of coldness in his eyes, shouted, Did everyone see? Niputong, our king, has turned his blade against his own people for the sake of a human. Fellow compatriots, the future of Fishman Island lies in our hands. Join us in establishing our own nation, free from human interference. As Hody Cheongsi's words resonated, Niputong felt a surge of panic. He realized he had fallen into a trap. In an instant, many in the crowd had been swayed by Hody Cheongsi's rhetoric, especially those who had faced discrimination from humans, their eyes ablaze with fury, fixed upon Lei Yu. Many approached the new Fishman pirates, expressing their desire to join them. In a heartbeat, the once meager gathering of the new Fishman pirates swelled into a formidable force of nearly 1,000 strong. The cadre of the new Fishman pirates produced a box filled with an array of spears, axes, and other weapons, distributing them to the merfolk who stood with them. It was evident that this had all been meticulously orchestrated by Hody Jones, leaving the warriors of the Ryugu kingdom reluctant to engage. As these were the citizens of Fishman Island, any aggression would undoubtedly escalate the situation beyond control. On the platform, Neptune and Jean Bei observed the unfolding scene with increasingly dark expressions. They had not anticipated Hody Jones would resort to such tactics, coercing the inhabitants of Fishman Island against them. This was nothing short of a palace coup. The standoff persisted, and as more fishmen chose to side with Hody Jones, they began to chant fervently, autonomy for Fishman Island, Umans, Baguna. The situation for Neptune and his allies grew dire. They found themselves caught in a dilemma. Action or inaction both posed significant risks. Noticing this, Lei Yu's eyes glinted with cold determination as he vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared before the new Fishman pirates, glaring at Hody Jones, who was encircled by his supporters. Neptune and Jinbei shouted in unison, urging, "Do not act rashly, Lei Yu. Remain calm." They understood that any aggression from Lei Yu would ignite the fuse to internal chaos, thus fulfilling Hody Jones's sinister intentions. Upon noticing Lei Yu's movement, the fishmen who had sided with Hody Jones raised their weapons towards him, attempting to project a facade of unwavering resolve. Lei Yu, however, remained unfazed, advancing steadily. As he approached, the crowd felt an overwhelming pressure, making it difficult to breathe. Hody Jones, meeting Lei Yu's gaze, was enveloped by a chilling sense of impending doom, as if he were prey under the gaze of a ferocious beast. Do you dare to strike us, human? As the guardian of Fishman Island, would I ever harm my own kin? Lei Yu, observing Hody Jones' arrogance, furrowed his brow and replied with a chilling smile. Who said I would harm the fishmen of Fishman Island? But in my eyes, do you consider yourself one of them? No sooner had he spoken than Lei Yu vanished once more, and Hody Jones suddenly felt the threat of death. His pupils contracted as he attempted to plunge into the crowd for safety, but it was too late. Lei Yu swiftly appeared behind him, tightening his fist and launching it towards Hody Jones's face. Realizing the sheer force behind the strike, Hody Jones's expression shifted dramatically. It was too late for him to use his hands as a shield. As Lei Yu's fist drew nearer, Hody Jones frantically summoned the surrounding seawater, swirling it with his hands in a frantic attempt to defend himself. Just as Lei Yu reached him, Hody Jones thrust the water forward, exclaiming, "Fishman Karate, Water Heart, School of Sharks." The water coalesced into a swarm of sharks, lunging at Lei Yu. However, Lei Yu regarded these seemingly ferocious water sharks with derision. With a sudden punch, an immense wave of energy erupted from his fist, obliterating the water sharks in an instant, reducing them to droplets that splashed against the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lei Yu vanished from Hody Jones's view, reappearing behind him. Hody Jones comprehended that those who reached the royal level were far from ordinary. Lei Yu's fist collided with Hody Jones's face, sending him hurtling through the air, blood gushing from his mouth, mingled with sharp fangs that he spat out. The cadre of the new Fishman pirates stood frozen, unable to act as they witnessed their leader being dispatched so effortlessly. Prostrate on the ground, Hody Jones watched in terror as Lei Yu approached him. Panic etched on his face as he scanned the surrounding fishmen, desperate to incite them against Lei Yu. Yet, before he could utter a word, Lei Yu leapt, seizing his neck and forcefully pinning him to the ground. The cadre of the new Fishman pirates finally reacted, rushing to save Hody Jones, but in the next moment, Lei Yu tossed him at Neptune's feet. Jinbei swiftly stepped forward, pinning Hody Jones down, rendering him immobile. Neptune immediately commanded the palace guards to detain Hody Jones, preparing to imprison him in the royal dungeon. The events unfolded with such swiftness that the rebellion of the new Fishman pirates had scarcely begun before it was abruptly quelled. Meanwhile, Lei Yu returned to the platform as if nothing had transpired, addressing the assembled fishmen. What just transpired was but a minor disruption. Please trust that I can lead Fishman Island towards a brighter future. However, the fishmen remained silent, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Hody Jones's earlier words had indeed shaken their convictions, given that both great figures of Fishman Island had perished at the hands of humans. They questioned whether they should continue to place their faith in them. Neptune, witnessing this, sensed the peril of the situation. It appeared that today's events could lead to dire consequences. He prepared to step forward to bolster Lei Yu's position. At that critical moment, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, confidently declaring to the assembly of merfolk, "Lord Lei Yu is worthy of our trust." "Is that not Miss Shirahoshi?" murmured the crowd. "Why is she supporting this human? Has she foreseen something?" The fishmen buzzed with speculation upon seeing the figure of the witch Shirahoshi. "In my divination, we fishmen will one day live freely upon the land," Shirahoshi continued. "And it is Lord Lei Yu, captain of the Zongshan pirates, who will lead us there." The crowd gasped, for they held deep faith in Shirahoshi's prophecies. Neptune beamed with joy, relieved that Shirahoshi had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated beyond control. He then addressed the fishmen, reiterating, "Henceforth, I entrust the future of Fishman Island to Lord Leiyu." At that moment, no fisherman voiced dissent, and they erupted in cheers. The transfer of power, having weathered turbulent moments, concluded successfully. Subsequently, Leiyu and his companions remained on Fishman Island for an entire month, not out of a desire for the beauty of Princess Shirahoshi, for he was a man of principle, but rather to find respite after such a long time in this world. After all, Fishman Island was a veritable paradise, filled with exquisite people, delectable cuisine, and particularly divine desserts, truly a vacation destination. During this month, Rimuru could no longer tolerate his transformation into the guise of Vanderdecken. Thus, Leiyu expended a substantial sum of 1,000 points to transform Limulu into the enchanting form of Jingjiang, characterized by her silvery blue hair and golden eyes. Not only that, but he also forcibly altered Limulu's gender from androgynous to feminine. What ulterior motives could Leiyu possibly harbor? It is all for Limulu's benefit. A month passed in this manner, and aside from the points used for Limulu's transformation, the remaining over 2,000 points were wholly dedicated to the enhancement of his devil fruit abilities. At this juncture, Leiyu had grown significantly stronger compared to a month prior, and his aura had become more subdued. On the final day at Fishman Island, Leiyu and his companions shared breakfast with Neptune and the third prince, Bai Xing. Following a heartfelt embrace with Princess Bai Xing as a farewell, the six of them set sail once more from Fishman Island, preparing to enter the grand stage of the New World. Little did they know that the news of their takeover of Fishman Island had quietly spread in the days that followed. It had been over a month since Leiyu's victory over Steelbone Kong and the destruction of the Marine headquarters, during which numerous significant events transpired. First and foremost, the Marine headquarters announced its relocation from Marineford to re-establish itself at the former G1 branch in a new world. Subsequently, it was declared that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would retire while retaining his title, regardless of the circumstances. After his abdication, Sengoku appointed Akiji as his successor. However, due to the upper echelons of the world government favoring Akainu for the position, and the discord between the Hawk and Crane factions, the decision could not be unified. Thus, Akiji and Akainu were compelled to duel to determine the rightful admiral. The two engaged in a fierce battle lasting 10 days on Punk Hazard Island. The intensity of this duel surpassed all expectations, as their devil fruit abilities dramatically altered the weather of Punk Hazard Island, transforming it into a split realm of extreme heat and flames on one side, and a frozen wasteland of ice and snow on the other, known as Icefire Island. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Akainu's victory, leaving Akiji with severe burns on his right side and the loss of his left leg, which he replaced with a prosthetic made of ice. Upon returning to Marine headquarters, Akiji announced his departure from the Navy, never to be seen again. The second major event occurred during the days of Akiji and Akainu's duel, when Karp and Sengoku were preoccupied with the Navy's relocation, allowing Blackbeard to seize the opportunity to attack Impel Down. He released numerous prisoners and killed Vice Warden Magellan. By the time Kizaru, Sengoku, and others arrived, Blackbeard had vanished. Along with the Warden Shiryu, the world's most secure prison, known for its stringent guards, was effortlessly breached by Luffy and Blackbeard, marking a profound disgrace for the Navy. This incident further diminished the Navy's authority. As a result, Blackbeard's status as a warlord was revoked, with a bounty set at 247,600,000 berries, subtly hinting at his position as the foremost among the four emperors. The fourth significant event involved a monumental upheaval in the underworld, as Shipping King Yumit and Warehouse Boss Giberson both perished simultaneously. The mysterious figure Xie Sun seized control of their enterprises, consolidating power over the economy, transportation, and commodities under his dominion, disrupting the balance and inciting the interests of Doflamingo, Morgans, and Stussy. Doflamingo, acting alone, attempted to confront Xie Sun, but after 3 days, he returned defeated, bearing numerous sword wounds. Morgans and Stussy then sought to uncover the identity of this Xie Sun, Yet Doflamingo remained tight-lipped, only laughing maniacally, declaring that the world was becoming increasingly interesting. The final significant event was Lei Yu's takeover of Fishman Island. This acquisition signified that Lei Yu had secured his own territory, thereby affirming his qualification to rise as one of the four emperors. However, it was widely recognized that Fishman Island had been the domain of Whitebeard, leading many to speculate on the close ties between Lei Yu and Whitebeard. Subsequently, the Marine headquarters issued a kill order against the God's pirates, stating that anyone providing information on Lei Yu or his crew would be rewarded with 10 million berries. If the information proved accurate, the reward would increase to 50 million berries, and for crucial and truthful information, it would reach 100 million berries. This kill order shocked everyone, revealing the Navy's intense hatred for Lei Yu, effectively leaving him and his crew no path for survival. However, this was understandable, as Lei Yu was indeed the architect of the Navy's current predicament. The issuance of this kill order also inadvertently acknowledged Lei Yu's ascension to the status of one of the four emperors. Previously, his title had merely been a fabrication by the newspaper Morgans to generate hype, but now it was a legitimate claim, firmly placing him among the elite. In the sacred land of Mariewa, deep within the solemn palace of supreme power, Im sat in silence upon the void throne. The five elders knelt at the foot of the long staircase, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. They understood that the execution of Ace had been a catastrophic failure, inciting great wrath in Lord Im, with dire consequences looming. Im summoned 3 bounties and a photograph, tossing them before the 5 elders. A bright flash accompanied the sound of a blade striking, startling the 5 elders nearly to a state of panic. They looked up to see a sword embedded in the 3 bounties and the photograph, realizing the gravity of their task. Im's authoritative voice resonated in their ears, and they hastily nodded, acknowledging their understanding. The seated Im remained silent, casting a glance at the 5 elders before vanishing into the dim, oppressive chamber. After a moment of kneeling, the 5 elders rose, leaving the place with trepidation. Among the photographs left behind, the lowest bore the bounty of Monkey D. Luffy, above which was the bounty of Marshal D. Teach. The second photograph featured Princess by Xing of Fishman Island, while the topmost bounty was that of the captain of the God's pirates, the 4th Emperor, Lei Yu. In recent days, nearly everyone in the New World had learned that the youngest emperor in history, Lei Yu, was on the verge of entering the New World, prompting cheers from countless pirates. They relished the opportunity to trample the Navy's authority and take revenge for their past pursuits, though most were notorious and ruthless pirates. The Navy, particularly Akainu, who had just assumed the role of Fleet Admiral, found itself in a state of distress. Although I harbor a profound animosity towards the group led by Lei Yu, I find myself unable to confront them directly, particularly now, with Qing Ji having departed and the search for formidable civilian warriors still ongoing. The Navy's most capable fighters are limited to myself and Huang Yuan. While it is true that Zhanghua and Carp possess commendable strength, especially Carp, whom I have yet to witness at full capacity, it is a reality that neither of them takes orders from me. As for Zhanghua, ever since his resignation, he seems to be living a life of unrestrained joy. Aside from his hair turning completely white, he appears to have no semblance of worry. The 2 old rascals spend their days laughing and joking at the new headquarters. At this moment, I, as a Kainu, feel as though I am merely a false commander, with scarcely anyone competent under my command, like a solitary commander without a team. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the commander's office. "Enter," I said, furrowing my brow slightly. An officer stepped inside, approaching my desk with palpable excitement. "Admiral Akainu, we have recruited a formidable individual at the level of a general." Upon hearing this, I slammed my hand on the table and stood up, staring intently at the officer. Is that truly the case? Has he attained the level of general? Yes, General Huang Yuan has already gone to verify. His strength is exceptionally formidable, but the officer hesitated, stumbling over his words. What is it? Speak quickly. My impatience urged him onward. It is understandable that I am anxious. The current state of the Navy resembles a chaotic mess. Even if handed over to Huang Yuan, he might become frustrated and resign. The addition of a general-level individual would significantly alleviate my burdens and greatly assist the Navy in establishing a foothold in the New World. However, the officer seemed to have an unusual expression, muttering something about a blind man. A blind man? I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Fine, let us see for ourselves. If this person possesses formidable strength, I would welcome even a fool. With that, I followed the officer out of the office, determined to meet this civilian powerhouse. Before long, I arrived in an open area where I spotted a middle-aged man clad in a light purple yukata, adorned with a dark purple belt and a matching cloak, standing barefoot with a long sword in hand. Could he be a swordsman? My curiosity was piqued upon seeing the sword he held. I approached him directly, stating, "Allow me to assess your strength." The old blind man did not seem taken aback. He nodded slightly, then rose to his feet. Gazing at the distant sea, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing pure white pupils. A powerful aura erupted from him, so intense that it startled even me. He slightly raised his sword, and a beam of purple light shot forth into the sky. I looked up at the azure expanse, feeling perplexed. Was he merely jesting? Yet in the next moment, my expression froze as I sensed an immense, invisible pressure enveloping the vicinity. Before long, colossal meteorites began crashing into the ocean, creating a cacophony reminiscent of an earthquake, unleashing towering waves across the waters. At that moment, he approached me and whispered, "We are too close to headquarters. I can only utilize half of my strength." His words stirred a tempest within me. This individual is a monster, a being of extraordinary power. And does the Navy not require such talent at this juncture? Join the Navy immediately. Your position shall be that of a general, I declared, turning to leave to attend to other matters. After taking a few steps, I suddenly recalled something and turned back to inquire, "What is your name?" The powerful blind man lifted his head slightly, his closed eyes directed at me. "I am called Lao Fu Ishao." With a smile, he added, "From this moment on, your code name in the Navy shall be Fujitora." With a lightened heart, I departed from the scene. On Cake Island in the New World, Big Mum, indulging in confections, remarked, "Is Lei making his way to the New World? The tea party will be held in a week." She then turned to Katakuri beside her, saying, "You shall personally invite Lei to attend." Katakuri nodded in agreement and prepared to seek out Lei. "By the way, how do you feel about introducing Lei to Smoothie?" Big Mum suddenly called out to Katakuri. He paused momentarily, then respectfully replied, "I will follow your arrangements, mother. If you believe it is suitable, then it is." Big Mum's face lit up with joy as she laughed heartily, waving her hand. "Go now, but be cautious. That individual is no simpleton." Katakuri nodded and exited Big Mum's chamber, his brow furrowed in thought. At this time, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, sat aboard the Red Force, gazing pensively at 2 bounty notices in his hand. Who could it be? One notice bore Luffy's name, while the other belonged to Leiyu. I hope the balance of the New World is not disrupted by him. With a heavy sigh, Shanks stored the notices away and downed a bowl of strong liquor in one gulp. He then approached his crew, whispering something in their ears. The Red Force, sailing across the ocean, abruptly changed course, heading towards the holy land of Mariehua, atop the Red Line. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's crew, still lingering in the first half of the Grand Line, learned of Leiyu's imminent arrival in the New World. "Ha ha ha," Whitebeard bellowed, sitting on the Moby Dick, raising a cup of drink with his sons. "That lad is finally arriving in the New World. This is the stage where he can truly shine." With that, Whitebeard rose to the bow of the ship, thrusting his weapon down with vigor. "It is time for us to return to the New World. Set sail, my family." The massive Moby Dick turned and sailed towards the New World. In Wano country, Kaido stood at the edge of a towering cliff, inhaling deeply before leaping off. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, boom. He crashed into the ground from a height of over 3,000 meters, kicking up clouds of dust. Amazingly, Kaido sprang up from the impact, brushing off the dust with no injuries whatsoever. The point of his landing had become a deep pit riddled with cracks. He pulled out a small notebook and jotted down, 999th method of dying, falling to death from a height of 3,000 meters. At that moment, a pirate ship flying the flag of the Beast Pirates set sail from Wano. This vessel, known as the Mammoth, belonged to one of Kaido's three main fleets. Jack, one of the Calamities, stood at the bow, casting a fierce gaze towards the distant sea. At the same time, after emerging from Fishman Island, Lei Yu and his crew began their ascent, albeit slowly. As they awaited their rise, after a while, Lei Yu sensed something amiss. Ever since their departure from Fishman Island, several Sea Kings have been following them closely. Initially, Lei Yu believed it to be mere coincidence. However, they had now descended to a depth of approximately 8,000 meters, and a group of Sea Kings continued to trail closely behind them, seemingly undeterred by Lei Yu's overwhelming presence. Additionally, numerous powerful Sea Kings were converging from all directions. Suddenly, 4 Sea Kings near Lei Yu's group erupted, opening their massive jaws to reveal glistening fangs, charging at them. The crew of the evil dragon Roar, upon witnessing this, wasted no time selecting their targets. Long Ma and Yasu drew their respective swords, the Kusanagi and the Unscabbard Blade, unleashing 2 streams of blue sword energy that sliced through the translucent barrier surrounding the ship, cleaving the 2 colossal Sea Kings approaching from the right in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 2 massive creatures were severed in 2, slowly descending into the abyss below. On the left side of the ship, the remaining 2 Sea Kings, instead of recoiling in fear, charged forward with even greater ferocity. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi remained still, coldly observing the 2 enormous Sea Kings. His eyes began to spin rapidly, transforming into the dazzling kaleidoscope Sharingan. A stream of blood trickled from his right eye as he murmured, Amaterasu. In an instant, 2 orbs of black flames engulfed the Sea Kings, igniting in the depths of the ocean. The surrounding seawater began to evaporate violently, producing thick clouds of white smoke. In an instant, the area around Lei Yu's group boiled like water, coming to a rapid boil, bubbling and frothing. When the smoke cleared, the 2 massive Sea Kings were charred, emanating a rich aroma of barbecued meat, before being devoured by other Sea Kings as they sank. The seemingly formidable Sea Kings had been effortlessly dispatched by Uchiha Itachi, Long Ma, and Yasu. Just as Lei Yu thought the crisis had passed and they could safely ascend to the surface, countless Sea Kings began to converge towards them, each exceeding 5,000 meters in length, all of them apex predators. Such apex Sea Kings, rarely seen, now appeared to number over 10. Lei Yu, feeling a headache coming on, wondered if his own allure was so captivating that it attracted other species. As the imposing group of Sea Kings slowly encircled them, Lei Yu and his companions readied themselves for battle. Just then, the Sea Kings halted as if commanded, all gazing in a singular direction, their eyes reflecting fear and reverence. Following their gaze, Lei Yu and his companions peered into the distant murky waters, where a colossal shadow was leisurely approaching. Orochimaru furrowed his brow tightly, recognizing that this presence was eerily similar to his summoned beast, Yamada no Orochi, albeit with a peculiar quality. After a while, the massive shadow fully revealed itself. Roma, upon seeing the immense figure, was momentarily stunned, muttering, "A dragon?" Not quite. The transformed Rimuru, upon encountering this gigantic being, was so frightened that he reverted to his original form, rolling into a ball beneath Lei Yu's feet, trembling in terror at the sight of this monster. This monster resembled a snake, its extraordinarily long body seemingly endless. Its dark scales appeared incredibly hard, akin to armor, and this snake-like creature bore powerful limbs and 5-finger claws. Most astonishingly, its head, resembling that of a serpent, sprouted 2 long dragon horns, with whiskers floating beside its mouth as it glided through the sea. The aura emanating from it was exponentially more potent than that of the other apex Sea Kings. Does this resemble a Jiao? Lei Yu pondered, recognizing the familiar figure. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gazed at the creature in shock. He stepped forward to the ship's bow, looking up at the gigantic being, softly exclaiming, "Yamada? Orochi? Yamata no Orochi?" The enormous, terrifying creature seemed to comprehend, slowly swimming towards Orochimaru. Overjoyed, Orochimaru exclaimed, "It truly is you, Yamada. I wondered why I hadn't sensed your presence lately. So you've come to be the ruler here? By the way, why did our connections sever?" I couldn't sense your existence with my summoning technique. But now that I see you are fine, I am relieved. How have you grown so powerful? During the time, he couldn't sense Yamada. Orochimaru had been genuinely worried about its well-being. Now, seeing it again, he felt immense joy, looking at Yamada as though reuniting with a long-lost friend, chattering incessantly. Yet Yamada remained silent, advancing towards Orochimaru at the ship's bow. At this moment, Leiyu sensed something amiss. Although he recognized the figure as Yamada, there was a strange force emanating from within it, an intensely chaotic and malevolent energy that made Leiyu uncomfortable. Orochimaru, be cautious. Yamada seems off, he warned, unable to suppress his concern as the creature drew nearer. Ah, it's fine, Orochimaru replied dismissively, continuing to observe Yamada with a doting demeanor. Have you eaten? What did you eat? Do you want to come back with me? Why aren't you coming back? By now, Yamada had reached the evil dragon roar. Its single head dwarfed Leiyu's pirate ship. Its eyes, the size of bulldozer wheels, fixated on Leiyu and his crew. Orochimaru, undeterred, leaped boldly from the safety of the barrier. In an instant, the immense pressure of 8,000 meters of water bore down upon Orochimaru, causing him to feel extreme discomfort. Nevertheless, he persevered and swam to Yamada's maw, extending his hand in joyous anticipation to touch his old friend. Just then, a flash of red light flickered in Yamada's eyes. Leiyu immediately sensed the danger and shouted to Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, get back. Yamada is not right. Don't be reckless." Yet Orochimaru seemed oblivious, his hand still inching forward. Just as it was about to make contact with Yamada, a howl erupted. Yamada's eyes turned a fierce crimson, filled with brutality. As it opened its cavernous mouth, revealing two glistening venomous fangs, and lunged toward Orochimaru and Leiyu's ship. Orochimaru, seemingly frozen in shock, could not comprehend why Yamada was acting this way. Seeing this unfold, Leiyu's gaze sharpened. In a flash, he disappeared from his spot, reappearing beside Yamada's gaping maw, and infused his right leg with armed color hockey. With a powerful kick, he forcefully diverted Yamada's jaw. The immense creature's body, propelled by inertia, reared back. Seizing the opportunity, Leiyu scooped up Orochimaru and retreated to the safety of the evil dragon roar. At this moment, Orochimaru regained his senses, staring in disbelief at Yamada, exclaiming, "How could it be like this? Wansha is no longer the Wansha I once knew." Leiyu remarked gravely as he observed Wansha. A mysterious force has transformed it, altering even its very thoughts. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru gazed at Wansha in disbelief, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Indeed, the creature before them was no longer the familiar Wansha. It shook its massive head, and, with its crimson eyes fixed menacingly upon Leiyu and his companions, exuded an aura of mechanical brutality. Raising its head, it let out a deafening roar, prompting the surrounding Sea Kings to charge at Leiyu's group as if commanded. Before Leiyu could utter a word, key fighters Itachi Uchiha, Yasuo, and Longma surged forward to confront the oncoming horde of Sea Kings. Without hesitation, Leiyu transformed into his dragon human form, leaping into the fray to face Wansha directly, locking eyes with the beast. "What has befallen you? You once could speak." Leiyu questioned, perplexed by the imposing serpent before him. Wansha seemed momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, a glimmer of red flashed in its eyes, and it lunged at Leiyu with ferocity. Could it be under some form of control? Leiyu pondered, noting that Wansha appeared as if it wished to communicate. However, there was no time for further contemplation as Wansha's fangs were now aimed directly at him. Reacting swiftly, Leiyu dodged the lethal bite and infused his arm with haki, delivering a powerful punch against Wansha's body. The impact caused Wansha to tremble slightly, yet it merely turned its gaze back and charged at Leiyu once more. Leiyu was taken aback by the creature's formidable defenses. It was astonishing that Wansha could withstand such a blow. In his dragon human form, even a vice admiral would struggle to absorb that punch. Yet it had struck Wansha as if nothing had occurred. Wansha launched another round of attacks, but Leiyu effortlessly evaded them. Even as he landed another punch on Wansha, it seemed utterly ineffective, not even dislodging a single dark scale. Faced with such an extraordinarily resilient opponent, Lei Yu found himself in a conundrum, particularly submerged in the deep sea. While the seawater did not hinder his devil fruit abilities, the immense pressure at a depth of 8,000 meters still weighed heavily upon him, limiting his power to merely 50%. Thus, the struggle between man and serpent ensued, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Itachi, Yasuo, and Longma swiftly dispatched the horde of Sea Kings and recognized Lei Yu's predicament, preparing to assist him. "I will aid Lei Yu. You should return to the ship," Itachi declared, activating his third form of Susanoo and summoning the divine sword, Toketsu, as he approached Lei Yu. Itachi had also discerned that this mutated one-sha possessed extraordinary defenses, making typical attacks futile. Upon noticing Itachi's arrival, Lei Yu glanced at the Toketsu in his hands and nodded in agreement. "I leave this grand stage to you, Itachi. On land, I could manage, but in the depths of the ocean, I am at a loss against this creature." With Toketsu in hand, Itachi confronted one-sha, who, devoid of its wits, instinctively sought to flee upon seeing the crimson sword, sensing the imminent threat to its life. Just as one-sha attempted to escape, its pupils dilated in terror. A flash of red light surged forth, and it realized that its massive form had been pierced by Itachi's Toketsu, which began to siphon its very essence, rendering one-sha weak. In a frenzy, one-sha struggled to free itself from the sword, but Itachi, with swift precision, used Susanoo's left hand to grip the dragon horn atop one-sha's head firmly. Within moments, one-sha was left gasping for breath under the sealing power of Toketsu. Witnessing this, Itachi prepared to completely seal one-sha within a gourd. However, Lei Yu interjected, "Though I do not understand why one-sha has become this way. It once shared a bond with Snake Uncle. Let have a dignified end." Itachi nodded in agreement, conceding to Lei Yu's wish. Together, they brought one-sha's colossal form before the ship, Evil Dragon Roar. Orochimaru, witnessing one-sha's feeble state, opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his words, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. With a deep sigh, he approached one-sha's massive head, gently stroking it. At that moment, one-sha, which had been hanging by a thread, suddenly convulsed violently. Lei Yu, sensing the disturbance, promptly pulled Orochimaru back, his expression tense as he observed one-sha thrashing in apparent agony. After a brief moment, the red glow in one-sha's eyes seemed to fade slightly as it directed its gaze towards Lei Yu and Orochimaru, its mouth parting slightly. Before one-sha could articulate its thoughts, its head suddenly exploded. Orochimaru, witnessing the demise of one-sha before him, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning crimson. The murderous intent emanating from him startled Lei Yu. He had never seen Orochimaru so enraged. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Orochimaru turned and retreated to the ship's cabin. As Lei Yu observed Orochimaru's departing figure, he fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that one-sha had regained some semblance of consciousness and wished to convey vital information. The sudden explosion of one-sha's head indicated that it had indeed been controlled by someone, possibly implanted with a device to dominate its will and dictate its life or death. In this world, aside from certain unknown devil fruits, only one individual could orchestrate such an act. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lei Yu's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Upon returning to the ship, Lei Yu approached Rimuru, lifting the transformed Rimuru into the air. "This one is for you. Do not let it go to waste." He tossed Rimuru onto the remnants of one-sha's body. Rimuru immediately reacted, utilizing its predator ability to begin consumption. Meanwhile, Itachi regarded Lei Yu with a curious expression. Is this what the captain considers a dignified death? 3 days later, Lei Yu's crew had officially entered the New World and navigated its waters for 3 days. Although they were uncertain of their exact location, Lei Yu's objective remained clear: to journey to Wano Kuni. From Orochimaru, he had learned of Longma and the circumstances surrounding Wano, and he was eager to visit the land, to witness Kawaii Duo and search for Momonosuke. If he were to find him, he would certainly eliminate Momonosuke to lift his spirits. Thus, after emerging from Fishman Island and reaching the ocean surface, Lei Yu steered the ship in the direction indicated by the compass. Throughout these 3 days, for reasons unknown, since Rimuru had consumed Wan Sha, Orochimaru had exhibited peculiar behavior, lingering around Rimuru incessantly. Leiyu sat at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance when suddenly he spotted a black speck emerging on the horizon. It appeared to be a pirate ship. At this moment, on the pirate ship that Leiyu was observing, the formidable Drought Jack stood at the bow, arms crossed. "Captain Jack, we have spotted a pirate ship ahead," exclaimed a crew member, approaching him. "What? A pirate ship?" Jack suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes as he shouted, "Quick, hand me the telescope." The crew member, not daring to delay, promptly passed the telescope to Jack, who then focused it on Leiyu's pirate vessel, which resembled a colossal dragon. "Could it be?" Jack murmured. He continued to peer through the telescope, finally spotting the dragon-shaped flag fluttering atop the mast. "At last, I've caught you, Leiyu of the gods," Jack exclaimed, lowering the telescope and clenching his fists tightly. "Full speed ahead. Charge towards that pirate ship. We shall sink the gods' pirates." Instantly, the surrounding pirates gasped in shock. "Captain Jack, that's the gods. The new 5th Emperor. Are we truly going to attack them?" Question 1. "Indeed, Captain Jack. Shouldn't we report this to Kaido?" Another chimed in. They had all heard that the 4 of them had nearly annihilated the Marine headquarters. The crew members around Jack began to express their concerns, well aware of Leiyu's infamous reputation. Enough of this nonsense. Jack shot them a fierce glare, emanating an overwhelming aura that silenced them. "Isn't he just a rookie pirate? What is there to fear? As for the 5th Emperor? That is a mere jest. A youngling who has only been at sea for a few months has no right to claim such a title. Do you really think that the gods alone could destroy the Marine headquarters? Whitebeard and Shanks are also involved. It is highly likely that they are the ones behind it." The crew, intimidated by Jack's wrath, dared not argue further and complied with his orders, steering full speed toward Leiyu's crew. Jack's pursuit of Leiyu was primarily fueled by a drunken remark made by Kaido not long ago, on the day Leiyu declared himself an emperor. Kaido had slurred. "What 5th Emperor? Just a snot-nosed brat. If he dares to venture into the New World, I shall show him what it means to be an emperor." Not just any scoundrel can claim such a title. Although it was merely the ramblings of a drunken man, Jack took it to heart. From that day forward, he kept a close watch on Leiyu's movements, determined to demonstrate to him what it truly meant to be one of the 4 emperors. As they drew closer, Jack could identify Leiyu's crew. Why are there suddenly 2 more people, and one of them is a blue-haired child? With his exceptional Kin Bunshiku haki, Leiyu had already sensed Jack's approach, initially believing it to be a mere coincidence. He was taken aback to see Jack's ship heading directly towards him. From afar, Leiyu could feel the intense, killing intent emanating from Jack, indicating that he was not coming to offer a warm welcome. As the mammoth approached, a chill ran through Leiyu. He had not intended to provoke Kaido so soon. However, fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi and Ryuma had also joined his side, forming a line of 6, coldly observing the advancing mammoth. Jack, standing at the bow of the mammoth, observed this scene with delight. "Look at them, not even fleeing. This is precisely what I desire." His eyes shone with excitement as he bellowed, "Steer the ship closer." The crew around Jack gasped, sensing impending doom. They complied with his command, turning the wheel to steer the mammoth directly towards Leiyu's ship. On board the eruption, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru were momentarily stunned, unable to believe Jack's audacity. How dare he? Does he think we are without influence? Or does he believe Leiyu is a false 5th Emperor? Leiyu, witnessing this unfold, could only shake his head in resignation, thinking Jack was truly reckless. As the mammoth drew nearer, just as Leiyu prepared to act, Ryuma stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Is he the one you spoke of, the minion of the powerful figure who took control of my homeland?" "Indeed, one of Kaido's calamities, Drought Jack." Leiyu replied, momentarily taken aback. "Then, Captain, please allow me to deal with this intruder who has occupied my homeland," Ryuma declared, drawing the Kusanagi sword, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent interwoven with his boundless fury. Centuries ago, his homeland, known as the Golden Country, Wano, was never invaded. Those who dared were cut down by him. Yet in recent years, his homeland had fallen under foreign control. Now, as he returned, he would reclaim his role as its protector. With that, Ryuma leapt into the air. Jack, standing at the bow, sensed the tremendous sword energy radiating from Ryuma, feeling an intense pressure bear down upon him, shocking him. He had not anticipated that one of Lei Yu's crew could possess such formidable strength. As Ryuma ascended, Jack recognized his features, his pupils contracting in shock. "No way. It cannot be you. You should be dead." The legendary dragon slayer. Jack had identified Ryuma decades earlier. After arriving in Wano with Kaido, he had learned of a once powerful warrior in Wano. Centuries ago, when Wano was renowned as the Golden Country, Ryuma had thwarted countless pirates and world nobles, ensuring that the world knew of Wano's warriors. It was said that no opponent had ever bested him. He was a legendary swordsman. Tales spoke of him slaying dragons in the sky, earning the title of Dragon Slayer. Coincidentally, Jack had once stumbled upon a picture of Ryuma in the shrine of the Shimatsuki clan in Wano and was astonished to discover that he was revered as the sword god among the warriors of Wano. Thus, Jack had quietly marked him as a formidable foe. Yet, he never imagined that he would encounter this supposedly deceased figure today. As Ryuma hovered in midair, he raised the Kusanagi sword above his head, his gaze intensifying. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, and to the astonishment of all, the Kusanagi began to darken from its base. In a matter of moments, it transformed into a pitch-black blade radiating a terrifying presence. "This is a black blade," Jack exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Lei Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ryuma to forge the Kusanagi into a black blade in such a short time. With a black blade in hand, Ryuma descended, slicing downwards towards Jack, unleashing a colossal blue-black sword wave that surged towards Jack and his crew. As Jack perceived the menacing sword aura locking onto him, a wave of panic washed over him. That single strike could annihilate him. Even he, Jack, could not fathom why such a thought invaded his mind. After all, it was his extraordinary defensive prowess that had elevated him to one of the three disasters. Yet in this harrowing moment, his once proud defenses seemed utterly feeble against the terrifying sword energy. "Damn be it. Even if you're the Dragon Slayer, what of it? I am Captain Jack of the Drought," Jack bellowed, as if his loud proclamation could somehow diminish the fear burgeoning within him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his form began to swell, seemingly attempting to transform into the ancient beast-like form of a mammoth. Observing this, Longma's eyes glinted with cold derision as he murmured, "Mooncutter." In the next heartbeat, the sword aura that had been unleashed erupted in a dazzling blue light, swiftly severing Drought Jack's neck. Jack, caught off guard, barely comprehended what had transpired before his head began to detach from his body, plummeting downward. The eyes of his severed head, wide as brass bells, brimmed with confusion, horror, and disbelief. His once impenetrable, resilient skin had been shattered in an instant, as fragile as mere parchment. With a dull thud, Jack's head fell onto the deck, its bulging eyes now reflecting a ghastly expression. As his headless body collapsed onto the deck, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck, saturating the floor in crimson. The crew members of Drought Jack stood frozen, their expressions vacant, collapsing onto the deck in disbelief. They could not fathom that one of the top-tier experts, a vice captain and one of the three disasters under the Yonko Kaido, had been so effortlessly dispatched by a single sword strike, utterly defenseless and annihilated. Subsequently, Longma nonchalantly delivered another slash toward the mammoth ship, which was cleaved in two with a resounding crash, slowly sinking into the depths of the sea. The crew aboard frantically leapt into the water, seeking a glimmer of survival. After accomplishing this, Longma sheathed the black blade kosher sword, which he had forged himself, and returned to the ship without a backward glance. He turned to Lei Yu and said earnestly, "Thank you, Captain, for granting me the opportunity to strike." Lei Yu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for such formality. Soon, we shall assist you in vanquishing the invaders from Wano." Longma nodded in agreement, placing unwavering trust in Lei Yu's words. He then departed to seek out Yasuo for a drink. Watching Longma's retreating figure, Lei Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He was aware that Longma was formidable, but he had not anticipated his strength to be so profound that he could slay one of the three disasters, Drought Jack. In an instant, it was clear that Longma's prowess had likely ascended to that of the sovereign level, adding Itachi and himself into the mix. Their ship now boasted 3 sovereign experts, capable of sweeping through any pirate crew in the New World. Even the red-haired pirates, known as the Iron Wall Pirates for their unparalleled battle strength, would find themselves challenged by Leiyu's confidence in victory. At that moment, Leiyu noticed another pirate ship approaching from a distance. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Beast Pirates in Wano, a group of pirates hurriedly transported barrels of liquor, urging one another to be cautious and not spill any, lest they lose their heads. Kaido, having survived multiple suicide attempts, sat upon a lavish fur blanket, tears streaming down his face as he incessantly poured liquor down his throat. Why can't I die? He lamented, chugging from a massive barrel as if it were a pump. Around him, the pirates exchanged glances, daunted into silence, too afraid to disturb Kaido in such a state. For a single misstep could cost them their lives. Meanwhile, one member responsible for monitoring the life papers of key personnel within the Beast Pirates stared in horror at the wall where numerous life papers hung. The one representing Drought Jack was igniting in flames, quickly disintegrating into ashes before his eyes. Oh no. Drought Jack's life paper has burned out. What? How is that possible? Jack just went out for a stroll. Quick, inform Kaido. In an instant, the news of Jack's demise spread like wildfire, leaving countless members of the Beast Pirates in shock, unable to grasp the reality that one of their most formidable subordinates, one of the 3 disasters, had perished so soon after setting out. Jack was renowned as the Beast's little tough guy, known for his incredible toughness and defensive capabilities. How could anyone have slain him? It was simply unfathomable. Meanwhile, Kaido continued to gulp down the liquor, tears mingling with his drink. Just then, a thought of a new suicide method crossed his mind. Just as he lifted the barrel for another round, a member of the Beast Pirates burst in, exclaiming, Kaido, it's bad. A grave situation has arisen. At that moment, Kaido was lost in his frenzy, tears streaming down his face, oblivious to the urgent cries of the member as he continued to guzzle down the liquor. The member, seeing Kaido in such a frenzied state, swallowed hard, cold sweat soaking through his back, panic rising within him. He understood that disturbing Kaido in this condition was perilous. It could lead to being obliterated by Kaido's wrath. Normally, he would never dare to interrupt such a powerful figure, but this was an exceptional circumstance. If he failed to inform Kaido of Jack's death, once Kaido regained his composure and learned that he had withheld this critical information, he would surely face execution. Faced with the choice of a potential death versus certain demise, even a fool would choose the former. Thus, the member took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and resolutely shouted, Kaido, Drought Jack's life paper has burned out. Jack has fallen. Before he could finish, the ground shook violently, interrupted by a thunderous crash. Kaido's barrel had been slammed against the ground, shattering it and causing the surface to crack. Kaido fixed his blazing red eyes on the member, fury and disbelief intertwining in his gaze as he spoke slowly and deliberately. You say Jack's life paper has burned out? He is dead? The soldier, gazing into Kaido's crimson eyes, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from him, trembling as he nodded in fear, terrified that Kaido might lose control and obliterate him. In a frenzied state, Kaido's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The member before him, sensing Kaido's aura of death, could hardly breathe. Who dares to lay a deadly hand on my subordinates? Red-haired or white-beard? Perhaps that accursed navy. Damn it, I care not who you are. If you dare to kill my men, come forth and face me. Observing Kaido's fury and fearing that it might turn towards him, the member hastily spoke. Lord Kaido. According to their accounts, a few days ago, Lord Jack ventured to the edge of the New World in search of Thunderfeather. What? Thunderfeather? That cursed brat. Kaido interrupted him once more. Does he truly believe himself one of the Yonko? Today, I shall bring your so-called Yonko to ruin in the New World. Accompanied by Kaido's roar, his skin gradually transformed to a deep blue, adorned with scales of the same hue. Over Wano, dark clouds gathered ominously, Bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, and thunder rumbled, seemingly echoing Kaido's wrath. Then, a colossal azure figure surged upward, engulfed in a tempestuous blaze, soaring towards the heavens. This immense silhouette charged towards the boundless sea, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Wano felt an immense pressure, lifting their gazes to the heavily clouded sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. In a lavish chamber, a figure adorned in Wano attire suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, a brilliant glow emanating from them as he murmured, "Kaido, what madness has he unleashed now?" He then closed his eyes again, resuming his meditation. At this moment, Kaido, transformed into a colossal dragon, soared through the skies, unabashedly releasing his terrifying aura. Thus, he traversed numerous islands, soaring above the territories of various powers in search of Thunderfeather. At the G1 Marine headquarters in the New World, Sengoku, Garp, and others were startled, turning their gazes towards the distant horizon. Even they could sense Kaido's presence. Despite being thousands of kilometers away, at Cake Island, Big Mom sensed Kaido's aura, frowning slightly as she murmured, "Who has angered that fellow? Why is he so furious?" Kaido continued his relentless search for Thunderfeather and his crew. At this moment, Thunderfeather spotted a pirate ship approaching, flying the flag of the Big Moan pirates. "Big Mom's people? Why are there so many complications today?" Thunderfeather furrowed his brow tightly, observing that the ship was evidently heading straight for him. He never expected to encounter both Kaido and Big Mom's crew on the same day. Who could it be? As the pirate ship drew nearer, Thunderfeather felt a twinge of confusion, though he dismissed the notion that they were here to provoke him, as he sensed no murderous intent from them. At this moment, a tall figure aboard the pirate ship, with short crimson hair, a muscular frame, and scars adorning his cheeks, fixed his gaze intently on Thunderfeather, specifically on the wreckage of Jack the Drought's mammoth ship and the flag of the Beast Pirates floating on the sea. At this moment, Charlotte Katakuri's hands were trembling. As a top-tier combatant under one of the four emperors, Katakuri was well acquainted with the Beast Pirates. It was evident that the wreckage near Thunderfeather's crew belonged to Jack the Drought. Moments ago, his superior Kinbunchikahaki had sensed that a battle had taken place here. Initially perceiving Jack's formidable aura, Katakuri had thought that Jack might be attacking an unknown pirate crew, feeling a sense of pity for the crew encountering Jack. Suddenly, a surge of sword intent severed his perception of this area. When he attempted to use Kinbunchikahaki again, Jack's presence had vanished. Moreover, Katakuri sensed that the chilling sword intent still lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Is this the power of the new Yonko? Furthermore, he knew that Thunderfeather was not a great swordsman, implying that the one responsible for that slash must be someone else. This realization shocked Katakuri. If that strike were to land on him, he would likely meet the same fate as Jack. To be capable of swiftly eliminating both himself and Jack, that individual must possess the strength of an emperor. This meant that there were indeed two emperor-level experts among the gods. If two such formidable figures were to suddenly rise, neither the world government nor Big Mom could withstand them. Contemplating this, Katakuri trembled uncontrollably, fear clouding his eyes. At that moment, he even felt that Big Mom's invitation to Thunderfeather for tea was a grievous error. It was not a matter of courting a son-in-law, but rather planting a time bomb within their own stronghold. However, since Big Mom had already issued the order, he had no choice but to muster the courage to proceed. As Katakuri pondered, the two ships drew ever closer. As the distance closed, Thunderfeather discerned the identity of the approaching figure, furrowing his brow while stroking his chin, contemplating what business Katakuri could have with him. Surely, he was not here to formally welcome him to the new world. At this point, Katakuri, seeing that the distance was sufficient, leaped onto Thunderfeather's ship. The crew, sensing no hostility from him and recognizing that Thunderfeather appeared to know Katakuri, did not impede his advance. "You must be the renowned Thunderfeather," Katakuri said respectfully, aware that he needed to tread carefully in the presence of such a powerful individual. "Indeed, you are the Charlotte Katakuri, one of Big Mom's suite commanders. What brings you here?" Thunderfeather replied amicably, noting Katakuri's polite demeanor. Katakuri was momentarily taken aback. not expecting Thunder Feather to recognize him. This spared him the need for an introduction. He then directly stated, "Thunder Feather, my mother is hosting a tea party soon, and we hope you can attend." "Big Mom's tea party?" Thunder Feather murmured, pondering for a moment before responding, "I think I'll pass. I'd prefer to visit Wano first and not waste any more time." "Very well. I shall not disturb you further," Katakuri conceded, not pressing the issue any longer. With a sigh, he prepared to return to his ship, realizing that individuals like Thunder Feather rarely change their decisions. Such was the nature of a sovereign. He could not compel this formidable crew of pirates. However, returning empty-handed would mean facing Big Mom's wrath. "Wait a moment," Leiyu suddenly called out to Katakuri. Katakuri turned around, puzzled by Leiyu's intentions, as he stammered, slightly embarrassed, "I thought about it, and I've decided to go." This left Katakuri even more confused. How could someone change their mind so rapidly? What happened to the regal demeanor he had promised? "By the way, I happen to want to pay a visit to Big Mom." "Yes, just a visit," Leiyu explained without a hint of embarrassment, fully aware of Katakuri's inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Leiyu was cursing in his heart. "Damn you. Foolish system, do I have to lose face?" Indeed, just moments ago, the system had issued him a task to sign in, with the location being Big Mom's Cake Island. And completing the task would grant him a summoning opportunity. How could Leiyu possibly let this chance slip away? Thus, he mustered the courage to call out to Katakuri, abruptly changing his mind. Seeing Leiyu's sudden change of heart, Katakuri did not dwell on it, saying, "Then let us depart now. You may follow me." With that, Katakuri returned to his ship, preparing to lead Leiyu and his companions to Cake Island. Subsequently, 2 pirate ships sailed in tandem across the sea, and numerous passing vessels were taken aback at the sight of Big Mom's pirate flag and the banner of the gods, hastily steering clear. Among them, a naval warship spotted the 2 pirate vessels from a distance. A commander on deck promptly put down his binoculars and hurriedly retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket, turning it on. In the office of the new Marine headquarters, Admiral Akainu was busy reviewing various documents when the incessant ringing of the transponder snail drew his attention. A hint of helplessness flashed across his eyes. The transponder snail had not ceased its calls for several days, nearly reaching the point of exhaustion. After shaking his head, he finally answered, "Hello? What now?" After a moment, Akainu's expression changed drastically. "What? Big Mom's people are with the gods." "I see." He hung up the call, moved to the office's ship side, and gazed out at the distant ocean, murmuring, could it be that they are attending a tea party? After 3 or 4 hours of sailing, Leiyu, sitting at the bow of the ship, suddenly fixed his gaze on the horizon. He sensed an overwhelming aura of authority descending upon the waters. "Leiyu, leave your life to me." A thunderous voice reverberated, filled with boundless rage. From the horizon, Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon, engulfed in blazing blue flames, radiating and annihilating pressure as he hurtled towards Leiyu from the sky. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. On the adjacent ship, Katakuri's expression changed drastically, his eyes darkening. Although he knew that after Leiyu had slain the drought-causing Jack, Kaido would inevitably seek revenge, he never anticipated Kaido's arrival would be so swift. It typically took regular ships 4 to 5 days to travel from Wano country to this location. Yet Kaido had managed to arrive in less than half a day. One could only imagine the terrifying speed of Kaido, truly deserving of the title the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. Katakuri wasted no time and swiftly steered his pirate ship to the side. He could not withstand the clash of these titans. "Dame Leiyu, daring to slay my subordinate. Today, I shall ensure your demise," Kaido bellowed, his voice deep and thunderous, resonating through the skies. Simultaneously, countless dark clouds gathered above the sea, plunging the entire area into an ominous gloom. The thunderous roars seemed to echo Kaido's fury, and as Kaido's slender dragon whiskers billowed in the wind, his copper bell-like eyes fixated on Leiyu, brimming with rage. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, lined with blue scales and sharp fangs, revealing a red orb forming in his throat as countless energies converged within, causing the orb to swell. Seeing this, Leiyu's expression grew grave. He could sense the contained power capable of obliterating any island. Kaido had come prepared to kill. With a low growl, Kaido shouted, "Dai Leiyu!" Breath of fire. A flash of crimson light surged forth as the fireball erupted from his throat, sending ripples of white mist cascading outward. In an instant, the ferocity of Kaido's fiery breath surged forth, its might unfathomable. The enormous fireball pierced through the haze, hurtling towards Leiyu and his companions. As the fiery breath swept through, it distorted the very fabric of space, and the scorching waves spread in all directions. The once serene, azure sea beneath Leiyu now boiled and churned, emitting plumes of white steam. To think that this was merely the aftermath of the fiery breath. What would happen if they were to be struck directly? Leiyu had no doubt that among all known powerful beings in the world, only a handful could withstand such a blow from Kaido. And this was the might of Kaido, the emperor of the new world, the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. As the terrifying fireball approached, Yasuo stepped forward, enveloped in the power of the tempest, and with a flash of white light, he unsheathed his blade, summoning a torrent of winds that coalesced into a barrier above, shielding them from the might of the dragon roar. Yet, Leiyu remained tense, knowing that even Yasuo's extraordinary abilities might not be enough to withstand this assault. Boom! A colossal sound erupted as the two forces collided, flames scorching the sky as the fireball met the wind barrier, spreading in all directions. Did they manage to hold it off? Yasuo pondered, observing the apocalyptic scene above with a heavy heart. After a while, Yasuo's wind barrier reached its limit and began to shatter. "This is bad," he exclaimed, his pupils contracting. He then saw Kaido's neck tilt back slightly as he inhaled deeply, unleashing another wave of white energy downwards. With a resounding boom, the once white mist transformed into an orange-red inferno as Kaido's breath infused the fireball, causing it to swell dramatically. The temperature above the sea soared, and the marine life beneath the surface floated lifelessly, belly up. With a crack, Yasuo's wind barrier finally succumbed to the flames, dissipating as it surged toward the dragon roar. "I apologize, Captain," Yasuo said, feeling dejected that his once proud wind barrier had been so easily shattered by Kaido. However, Leiyu bore him no ill will. He patted Yasuo's shoulder reassuringly and said, "Leave this fellow to me." Stepping forward, Leiyu stood at the prow of the ship, calmly gazing at the cataclysmic breath of Kaido, exuding an air of confidence that brought reassurance to Yasuo and the others. Leiyu's eyes flickered with a glint of coldness as his body trembled slightly. His skin began to gradually turn a vivid crimson, dragon scales of the same hue slowly covering his entire form. As he continued to rise in height, two dragon horns emerged from his forehead. Ultimately, transformed into a dragon-human state, Leiyu stood at approximately 4 meters tall, exuding unparalleled strength. The terrifying power that had lain dormant within him awakened once more. Emanating en oppressive aura. With a resonating hum, the pitch-black, top-tier armed color hockey spread forth, enveloping his arms in an instant. Leiyu suddenly propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards the fireball that sought to obliterate everything. Upon witnessing his current form, Kaido momentarily froze, recognizing that familiar aura. He could not be mistaken. It was the essence of a dragon, and one far purer than his own, even of a different caliber. Could it be the mythical Zoan dragon fruit? Cursed be this realization, as Kaido's murderous intent intensified upon Sayur transformed into a dragon human. Though he appeared as a colossal serpent, Kaido's fruit was merely the fish fruit, not a true dragon lineage. Subsequently, strands of purple flames encircled Leiyu. As a menacing fireball approached, Leiyu gently raised his hand, the eerie purple flames coalescing along his arm and gathering in his palm. Before long, he formed a fireball of similar size to the one Kaido had unleashed, albeit in a bewitching violet hue. Holding this immense fireball aloft, he gazed at the approaching inferno and murmured, "Ace, I apologize. Candle Flame Emperor." With that, Leiyu hurled the massive purple fireball into the sky. The moment it collided with the contrasting fireball, the atmosphere trembled violently. In the midst of a cataclysmic roar, Waves of fiery energy surged outward, obscuring the sky with a crimson aura extending 10 miles in all directions. The sea itself quaked as if struck by an earthquake, and the nearby waters evaporated under the heat, forming a concave depression nearly 100 meters deep. After a brief standoff, the two fireballs erupted simultaneously, unleashing a howling tempest. Moments later, the terrifying flames vanished, transforming into a colossal mushroom cloud suspended in the sky. Katakuri, witnessing this divine clash, marveled, "Is this what royal-level combat entails?" Though he could withstand Kaido's fiery breath, it was evident that he would not do so with the same ease as the sea breeze swept by. The massive mushroom cloud began to disperse. Kaido, now a dragon, gazed at the scattering cloud, where he floated in midair. His narrowed eyes reflected an escalating intensity of murderous intent. Anyone capable of so effortlessly countering his dragon breath was at least a vice-admiral-level adversary. Liu's true power, however, was undoubtedly beyond that. This was merely the beginning. "Today, you shall surely perish here." With that proclamation, Kaido surged forth with fervor, accelerating towards him in midair. Yet, before he could reach him, Liu's figure vanished from sight. Suddenly, Kaido sensed an unusual sensation in his tail. Upon turning his massive body, he discovered Liu had inexplicably appeared behind him, gripping his tail tightly. Fury ignited in Kaido's eyes as his murderous intent surged, his aura intensifying to a terrifying degree, shaking the very air around him. After all, he was one of 4 emperors. The last individual who dared touch his tail had grass over their grave, reaching heights of over 100 meters. With a determined thought, Kaido twisted his body, launching a ferocious attack at Liu. In response, Liu smirked, gripping Kaido's dragon tail firmly. His veins bulged as he exerted tremendous strength, swinging Kaido's colossal tail with all his might. Just as Kaido lunged towards him, he suddenly experienced a sensation of weightlessness. The world spun around him, and at that moment, Liu spun Kaido's tail faster, then abruptly released his grip. In a swift motion, Kaido's massive form was hurled into the ocean. The instant his kilometers-long body struck the water, it generated towering waves. However, moments later, the ripples from Kaido's plunge settled, and his presence vanished. Could he be dead? That was inconceivable. The crew aboard the Onigashima ship stared at the seemingly tranquil sea, while they remained vigilant, watching intently below. Despite the common belief that those with devil fruit powers would lose their abilities upon sinking into the sea, Liu suspected that the ocean posed no such limitations for Kaido. After all, he was known as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. If he feared the sea, he would not have earned such a title. As the calm surface of the sea heightened Liu's unease, he attempted to sense Kaido's presence beneath the waves. Yet he found nothing. It was as if Kaido had vanished into thin air. Consequently, Liu skimmed the water's surface, persistently searching for Kaido's form, knowing that an unknown foe could prove to be far more formidable. Approximately 5 minutes later, just as Liu contemplated giving up, he felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. He fervently activated his observation haki, but still found no trace. At that moment, Katakuri, seemingly sensing something, exclaimed, "Behind you. Be cautious." Upon hearing Katakuri's urgent warning, Liu did not hesitate. He soared upwards into the sky, placing his unreserved trust in Katakuri's instincts. For he knew the extent of his observation haki's prowess. Suddenly, Kaido's massive form erupted from the ocean's depths, ascending towards Liu. Moments later, he loomed above, his colossal dragon head glaring down menacingly at Liu. Reacting swiftly, Liu dodged to the side, but his movements were a fraction too slow. Kaido's dragon tail emerged from the ocean, crashing towards the retreating Liu. In a moment of sheer terror, Liu collided with Kaido's tail, launching him like a cannonball, skimming across the ocean's surface and devastating several small islands in his path. After flying for approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, he finally crashed into the steep incline of an island's mountain, coming to a halt. After sending Liu flying, Kaido prepared to pursue him relentlessly. However, just then, Ryuma stood defiantly before Kaido. Upon seeing Ryuma, Kaido's expression mirrored that of Jack's, astonished to behold him. You, how can you still be alive? No, you cannot be him. Who are you? To which Ryuma coldly replied, I am I, Shogetsu Ryuma. No, that is impossible. He died centuries ago. Kaido could hardly believe that Schwanyue Lama chose not to further engage him, but instead slowly unsheathed the still blackened Kusanagi sword, swiftly brandishing it forward. The tip of the blade pointed directly at Kaido as an overwhelming sword intent began to emanate from him. Is this truly a black blade? Upon witnessing Longma's black sword and the formidable sword intent surrounding him, Kaido recognized the figure before him as none other than the legendary dragon-slaying warrior from hundreds of years ago, Lama of the Schwanyue clan from Wano country. In this world, he knew of only two individuals capable of wielding a black blade, the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, and the invincible warrior of Wano, Schwanyue Lama. Regardless of my identity, my sole purpose is to eradicate all who dare to invade the land of gold. Schwanyue Lama's eyes glinted with coldness as he scoffed, realizing that Kaido was aware of the land of gold. It must be you, Lama. At this moment, Kaido had confirmed Lama's identity, and though he was uncertain how Lama had returned from the dead, he was eager to witness whether the legendary dragon-slaying warrior was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. With that, Kaido's ferocious aura erupted violently. Kaido himself was a dragon. Observing Kaido unleash his unrestrained aura, Lama's expression grew increasingly grave, for he understood that the man before him was not the same reckless fool he had once defeated with a single strike. This opponent was several times more powerful, entirely on a different level. Meanwhile, on a small island 3 to 4 kilometers away, Leiyu struggled to extract himself from the mountainside, only to tumble down the cliff and land with a thud. Previously, Kaido's seemingly unremarkable move, the Divine Dragon's Tail, concealed an unimaginable force that had severely injured Leiyu in an instant. Trembling, he stood up, bloodied and bruised, with several ribs broken. Had he enveloped himself in haki, he might have avoided this predicament. He had underestimated his opponent, and he had to admit that since defeating Gonku, he had grown somewhat arrogant. Kaido's tail strike had served as a stark reminder not to underestimate the might of the world's heroes, especially one of Kaido's caliber. Just then, Leiyu abruptly looked toward the distance, sensing Kaido's aura surging once more, now even stronger than before, alongside another formidable sword energy clashing against Kaido's destructive presence. Leiyu shook his head and remarked, how foolish of me to hold back against an opponent like Kaido and sustain injuries. With a self-deprecating smile, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. It was time to take this form seriously. Let us see how you fare against it, Kaido. Thus, Leiyu began his deliberate stride from the center of the island towards the shoreline. Along the way, a terrifying aura radiated from his being, continuously ascending in intensity. Soon, the red phosphorescence enveloping Leiyu glowed brilliantly, and his body began to swell once more, fiery flames swirling around him. Before long, these flames engulfed his massive form, expanding further and further until they shaped into a tornado-like pillar of fire that ravaged everything in its path, turning all that Leiyu passed into mere ruins. By the time he reached the shoreline, this fiery tornado had extended for several kilometers, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Then, as a gentle breeze swept through, the stunning fiery tornado began to dissipate. Leiyu's two dragon horns glowed a brilliant crimson, resembling beautiful red coral, while his black hair transformed into flowing crimson locks. A scarlet sun moon mark adorned his forehead, and coupled with the slight upward curve of his lips, he exuded an alluring charm that captivated countless onlookers. The first sight of Leiyu revealed an imposing upper body, towering between 400 to 500 meters, with his arms and back adorned in scarlet dragon scales. His hands transformed into razor-sharp claws. His sculpted chest and robust abdominal muscles radiated immense strength, evoking an undeniable sense of reliability. Even Hoshi could not help but drool at the sight. Subsequently, Leiyu's fully transformed lower half emerged, revealing a serpentine body and tail extending several kilometers. shimmering with red phosphorescence, while a row of purple flames danced along his spine. From a distance, Leiyu's size rivaled that of Kaido in his dragon form, marking the manifestation of his ultimate transformation, the mythical Zoan type, Zhulong. At that moment, both Kaido and Longma were escalating their auras, preparing to channel their powers for a decisive blow against one another. Just as Kaido's aura reached its zenith, ready to strike, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful presence hurtling towards him, and Longma felt this formidable aura too, accompanied by a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. As the aura approached, both turned their gazes toward the right side of the sea, and in an instant, they beheld a figure resembling a deity racing towards them. This being, towering several kilometers and cloaked in crimson, was wreathed in purple flames akin to a celestial tapestry. Before long, this figure hovered above Longma, locking eyes with Kaido. "Is that your captain?" Longma gazed up at the massive entity in disbelief, as Leiyu looked down upon him as though he were a mere ant. "Leave Kaido to me," Leiyu's resonant voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Longma said nothing more, merely nodding before sheathing his black sword and returning to the ship. Now, amidst the vast expanse of ocean, Leiyu and Kaido, two titanic figures, scrutinized one another. Kaido exhaled 2 puffs of white steam from his nostrils, his voice low with suspicion. "Is that the dragon fruit? Mythical Zoan?" At this moment, Kaido recognized the half-dragon, half-human figure before him as the same Leiyu he had previously sent flying. "This is my ability, the dragon fruit, Zhulong form." Leiyu confidently introduced himself, revealing no intent to conceal anything. Kaido, observing Leiyu's hybrid form, scoffed in derision. "Humph, Zhulong? Huh, you dare to call yourself a dragon in that form?" Yet, Leiyu's eyes betrayed no anger. Instead, he smiled at Kaido, saying, "If a little blue fish like you can be called a dragon, why can't I?" The moment Leiyu uttered these words, their impact was minimal, yet the insult was profound. It was as though he had struck a nerve within Kaido, whose fury visibly surged in his dragon eyes, roaring in rage. "You, Shadi!" With that, Kaido opened his massive maw, lunging at Leiyu. Unfazed, Leiyu charged forward, deftly sidestepping to Kaido's right side, and with a swift motion, he trapped Kaido's colossal head under his arm, instantly making Kaido aware of what it meant to experience the fragrance of the armpit. The unique and delightful scent stimulated every pore of Kaido's being. Subsequently, Kaido roared furiously while struggling under the armpit of Leiyu. However, Leiyu's arm clamped around his neck like a vice, making it impossible for him to break free. It is worth noting that after fully transforming into a dragon, Leiyu's strength and defense ascended to an entirely new echelon. No matter how Kaido flailed and thrashed about, he could not escape, and instead he found himself panting heavily, inhaling the fragrant essence of Eli Xiong, which filled his mouth. In an instant, Kaido's massive dragon head turned a vivid shade of green, and his cheeks swelled. Observing the scene, Leiyu seemed to realize something, his expression changing drastically as he swiftly released Kaido and retreated. The next moment, 2 guttural retches echoed, and Kaido's abdomen contracted violently, expelling the contents of his stomach. Astonishingly, it was filled entirely with alcohol, devoid of any food. Soon after, Kaido felt a burning sensation in his throat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. And after a while, he finally felt a bit of relief. "Leiyu, you shall die today." Kaido, now completely consumed by rage, had his dragon membranes turn a deep crimson, as if possessed. With a thunderous roar, Kaido unleashed a violent sound wave, transforming it into a tangible shockwave that churned the surrounding sea as it hurtled toward Leiyu. Unfazed, Leiyu leaned back, inhaled deeply, and released his own roar, creating a red shockwave to counteract Kaido's assault. The 2 shockwaves collided with immense force, producing a cataclysmic display that summoned a terrifying hurricane, sweeping across thousands of meters, obliterating numerous small islands and plunging them into the abyss of the sea. Despite the fierce winds, Leiyu's evil dragon roar managed to withstand this catastrophic calamity, while Katakuri was far less fortunate, as his vessel was utterly shattered into debris by the onslaught of the hurricane. Not far away, Orochimaru noticed Katakuri in peril and swiftly extended his tongue toward him. Just as Katakuri was about to plunge into the water, he was suddenly ensnared by a red, soft, elongated object, which pulled him onto Leiyu's ship. Upon reaching Leiyu's vessel, Katakuri glanced at Orochimaru and understood who had rescued him. Observing his drenched waist, he felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Yet he still managed to express gratitude to Uncle Snake, recognizing the potential trouble of falling into the water. At this moment, Kaido realized that Leiyu had acquired abilities akin to his own, igniting a further fury within him. With a thunderous crash, Kaido's colossal form surged forward, breaking the sound barrier and generating terrifying tsunamis that devoured everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, he reached Leiyu, extending his glistening claws, imbued with a cutting force, aimed directly at Leiyu's neck. With a sharp clang, a pair of crimson claws intercepted Kaido's strike. Before Kaido could react, Leiyu's other dragon claw, now enveloped in supreme haki, lunged toward Kaido's torso. Kaido, noticing Leiyu's motion, exclaimed, "You have mastered Liuing, Leiyu's mirkt." His speed unwavering as he appeared poised to cleave through Kaido's dragon form. Yet, Kaido remained unfazed, showing no intention of retreat. In a flash, Leiyu's claw, imbued with Liuing, slashed through Kaido's dragon body, and his pupils narrowed in disbelief. After a shower of sparks, he realized that his razor-sharp claws could not penetrate Kaido's defenses, leaving only white scratches on his blue dragon scales. Although the attack did not inflict harm, it still elicited waves of pain within Kaido. "Are you merely tickling me?" Kaido roared in fury, his massive form twisting as he raised his own claws, now also infused with haki, and bellowed, "Let me show you the true power of Liuing." As his words fell, he swung his claws, clashing with Leiyu's in a fierce exchange of blows. The two titanic figures engaged in a brutal struggle, their top-tier haki colliding with explosive force, releasing streaks of red and black lightning that threatened to rend the very fabric of space. The resounding impact of their clash reverberated across the entire icy expanse, altering the heavens themselves. One side was engulfed in pitch-black clouds, while the other blazed like a raging fire. The sky was a chaotic tapestry of lightning, illuminating the battlefield with dazzling brilliance. The crew aboard the evil dragon Roar was left in awe by the sheer magnitude of the clash between these two colossal beings. Yasuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the breathtaking spectacle, exclaiming, "This scene resembles the descent of a demon lord from the heavens, truly a god of our world. This Leiyu is incredible." Beside him, Orochimaru pondered thoughtfully, responding, "Uncle Snake is quite cultured." Meanwhile, deep within the Cake Island Palace at the heart of the New World, Big Mom gazed solemnly at the distant sea, her expression grave. With whom is he battling? What unfamiliar presence is this? In her recollection, the only individuals capable of engaging Kaido in such a manner were the other three emperors and that old man from the Navy. As she sensed the overwhelming aura from both combatants, Big Mom's expression grew increasingly serious. In the palace of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo, dressed in a flamboyant pink feather coat and cropped pants, sat upon a lavish chair, holding a den mushi. After hearing something, his head lowered, and his entire body trembled violently. "Leiyu and Kaido? How intriguing." He chuckled ominously. "I wonder how far you can go in the New World. What can you truly perceive?" The underworld was in turmoil, and the seas of the New World were stirred. "But that throne has only one seat." As he spoke, Doflamingo slowly raised his head, a glimmer flashing across his sunglasses, before erupting into a near-manic laughter. Simultaneously, figures such as Akainu and Kazu, stationed at the new Navy headquarters, gazed toward the distant sky, their expressions dark and brooding. The reckless battle between Leiyu and Kaido had already captured the attention of many across the New World. At this moment, in the waters where Leiyu's group resided, numerous islands, large and small, had been reduced to fragments and sunk into the depths of the sea. The voices of the blue and red dragons clashed like gods and demons, creating a tempest that echoed through the skies, with thunder and lightning illuminating the apocalyptic scene before the eyes of all. As their battle intensified, Lei Yu found himself increasingly exhilarated and invigorated by the fray. The transformation brought about by the Zhu-Long form has resulted in an all-encompassing enhancement, a sensation of power coursing through Lei Yu, allowing him to revel in it. Especially in a fierce clash against a formidable opponent like Kaido, he could unleash the full extent of his inner strength without restraint, experiencing unparalleled exhilaration. However, Kaido, in contrast, began to regain his composure, and as time progressed, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated this emerging sovereign. To his surprise, this newcomer, who had only set sail a few months prior, had reached a level of power nearly on par with his own. The two warriors stood at an impasse, their strength and defenses evenly matched, neither able to best the other. With a resounding thud, as their clash reverberated once more, Kaido was propelled back several hundred meters, his gaze now heavy with gravity as he fixed his eyes upon Lei Yu. He then opened his dragon-like maw, a glimmer of light flickering within his throat. Even from thousands of meters away, Uchiha Itachi and his companions could sense the searing heat emanating from him. Orochimaru, observing the scene, regarded Kaido's fiery breath with a bemused expression, muttering, "Isn't that a bit too hot to handle?" In response, Itachi shot a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, retorting, "And you, with a sword lodged in your throat, have the audacity to comment?" Meanwhile, Longma, overhearing Itachi's words, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively loosening his grip on the sword hilt, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. At this moment, Kaido was not merely gathering heat in his mouth. A fierce intensity flickered in his lantern-like eyes. And with a sudden tremor, an overwhelming aura of destruction was quietly released. Threads of lightning began to coil around his lengthy form, and in an instant, the dark clouds above him began to churn violently, countless bolts of lightning converging within the tumultuous sky. Beneath him, the once turbulent sea abruptly fell still. The next moment, the tranquil waters erupted into ripples, which quickly spiraled, gaining speed. Before long, multiple waterspouts began to form beside Kaido, gradually expanding until they reached nearly 1,000 meters in height. Under Kaido's command, 4 or 5 of these tornadoes wreaked havoc across the sea, creating massive whirlpools that would shred any vessel that dared to approach. Witnessing this spectacle, Lei Yu was taken aback, sensing the might of the 3 elemental forces at play. Clearly, Kaido possessed the ability to manipulate multiple elements, and Lei Yu recognized the gravity of Kaido's impending strike. With newfound seriousness, he summoned flames that entwined around him like the mythical Hui Tian Ling, causing countless violet flames to coalesce in his palms, the intensity of which warped the very fabric of the surrounding space. As Kaido's momentum surged, the combined might of wind, fire, and lightning grew exponentially. "Your strength is formidable," Kaido declared as he gathered his energy, "but no one on this ocean can withstand my assault. You shall be no exception. Prepare to face the wrath of a sovereign." With that, Kaido wasted no time, unleashing a thunderous roar as 2 beams of red and white light erupted from his maw, intertwining into twin serpents of flame and lightning, hurtling towards Lei Yu with cataclysmic force. Even the 4 waterspouts on the surface transformed into colossal azure dragons, roaring as they converged upon Lei Yu from below. In an instant, 6 giant dragons, exuding an aura of terrifying power, charged towards him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and his companions, distanced from the battle, felt a profound sense of dread as they beheld the chaos unleashed upon the ocean. Katakuri, in that moment, comprehended the vast chasm separating him from a sovereign's might, an insurmountable divide. If Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was this formidable, what about Big Mom, another of their ranks? At this time, Uchiha Itachi gazed anxiously at Lei Yu's figure above, his expression darkening. To withstand Kaido's onslaught, he would need to employ the divine artifact, the Yada Mirror. Relying solely on Susanoo, even in its complete form, would be akin to using tissue paper against such a terrifying attack. Even as he yearned to assist Lei Yu, it was already too late. Alas, he sighed heavily, clenching his fists, his gaze filled with concern for Lei Yu. Lei Yu, fixated on the impending assault from Kaido, felt the 6 elemental attacks coiling together, their power seemingly amplified as they bore down upon him. Within those attacks resided brutality, frenzy, and overwhelming strength, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of oppression and tension. As he felt the fear and pressure escalate, he could not help but swallow hard. His blood began to boil with excitement. This was the first time he had experienced such profound fear in this world, akin to standing on the precipice of death. Even during his duel with Gangbone, he had not felt such terror. Was this the power of a Four-Emperor? In that moment, determination ignited within Lei Yu's eyes. Suddenly, a wave of equally potent authority radiated from him, centered upon his being. Lei Yu appeared as a demonic figure engulfed in flames, entirely cloaked in violet fire, with the surrounding space collapsing into black voids, only to regenerate again. Devour it, Zhuhua! As his aura and flames reached their zenith, Lei Yu bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a forceful thrust of his hands, the violet flames erupted forth, intertwining to form a colossal crimson dragon that surged toward Kaido's attack, collapsing everything in its path under the weight of its invisible pressure. In an instant, the violet dragon collided with Kaido's 6 elemental dragons, producing a thunderous roar that rendered the world momentarily silent. The sky above bore witness to the fierce clash of Lei Yu's crimson energy against Kaido's elemental might, their collision devouring the surrounding air and creating a vacuum within a kilometer radius, amplifying the eerie silence. As the two formidable forces remained at a stalemate, a minuscule black that emerged at the epicenter of the collision. Uchiha Itachi, observing from the ship's bow, felt his heart drop as he recognized the ominous energy emanating from it. Retreat, quickly. The farther away, the better, he shouted urgently. Orochimaru, sensing the impending doom, wasted no time burying his head beneath the waves, propelling himself away. The next moment, with a series of explosive sonic booms, the two forces erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, blinding white light consuming everything. Both Lei Yu and Kaido were taken aback, attempting to withdraw, but finding it too late. They were engulfed by the overwhelming force of destruction. The energy from the explosion stirred the sea into a frothy tempest, igniting flames that engulfed the entire ocean. Even the water level has quietly decreased by a minuscule amount. And one must remember that this is an entire ocean. In the depths, thousands of sea creatures began to tremble violently under the impact of this force, as numerous underwater volcanoes erupted and countless aquatic beings fled in terror from this horrific maritime domain. Orochimaru and his companions only halted their retreat after withdrawing nearly 10 miles. Turning back to behold the terrifying scene, rendered almost speechless, Limulu, too, was frightened into revealing his true form, the dread of the situation causing cold sweat to cascade down their backs. Not good, Itachi suddenly exclaimed, as he observed the milky white shockwave interspersed with flickers of flame rapidly expanding towards their direction. Their vessel, the evil dragon roar, was unlikely to withstand the terrifying aftershock. Itachi's Sharingan spun frantically as he activated the third form of Susanoo, leaping down to cover his feet with chakra, standing atop the sea, summoning the divine artifact, the Yata mirror, to shield their ship. Yasuo similarly drew his blade without a sheath, swiftly conjuring a barrier of wind encircling the vessel. The dreadful aftershock, imbued with formidable power, surged past Itachi and his companions, racing towards the distance, while the two successfully protected their pirate ship. At that moment, at the epicenter of the battlefield, the terrifying energy gradually dissipated amidst clouds of dust, revealing the colossal forms of Reiku and Kaido. Once blue, Kaido now appeared a deep blackish blue, even the hair atop his dragon head resembling an explosive mane, two long whiskers curling and exuding a burnt odor. As he continuously spewed forth crimson blood, his entire form appearing utterly worn and diminished, evidently severely injured by the shockwave, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Reiku, too, was not faring any better, his body smeared with blood, the gaps between his scales oozing continuously with crimson. Gasping for breath, Reiku suddenly tasted blood in his throat and violently expelled a mouthful of old blood, clearly suffering substantial harm. At this moment, Reiku's countenance darkened further. Though both he and Kaido were in similar states, Reiko understood that if this continued, he would soon succumb. He could barely maintain the Zhulong form, as his fruit had yet to be fully developed. Currently, Reiku could sustain it for only about an hour. This was only after he had spent a month on Fishman Island, barely developing the fruit to this point. Without that month, he might have already met his end. Such fleeting endurance was perilous. After enduring such prolonged and intense combat, Reiku now had only 5 minutes left to maintain his form. To defeat Kaido, he would need to breach that incredibly resilient dragon body. Yet even the recent cataclysmic explosion had not damaged it in the slightest. How could he possibly penetrate his scales? For decades, only one individual had ever breached Kaido's flesh, and that was merely in his human form. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Reiku's mind as he focused intently on Kaido's dragon form, searching for something. Kaido, regaining his senses, twisted his dragon body, gradually turning his gaze towards Reiku. Observing Reiku's significantly diminished aura and highly unstable energy, it seemed he could plummet from the sky at any moment. Seeing this, Kaido burst into laughter, as if struck by a sudden realization. "Ah, so your fruit has not been fully developed yet. Reiku, you cannot hold on any longer? Then let this ocean be your grave." The distant Orochimaru and his companions faintly heard Kaido's thunderous voice, instantly realizing the precariousness of the situation, and they swiftly rushed back towards the direction they had just fled. "Rest here for eternity, Reiku." With that, Kaido's energy surged back to its peak, the earlier shock having mostly subsided. He then began to sway his long body, leisurely flying towards Reiku. Despite the murderous intent radiating from Kaido as he approached, Reiku's expression remained stoic, his brow furrowed in concentration, as he continually searched for something. Suddenly, Reiku's gaze fell upon a specific area on Kaido's elongated form, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Found it." Following Reiku's line of sight, one could see an inconspicuous X-shaped scar on the upper right side of Kaido's midsection. The individual who had inflicted this scar upon Kaido's impervious body was none other than Kazuki Oden, the son of the former Wano country general, Kazuki Sukiyaki. Over a decade prior, Oden had attempted to confront Kaido. Though he had failed, he had succeeded in wounding Kaido with his famed swords, Enma and Aim no Habakiri. He was the only man in all these years to leave a scar upon Kaido, though that scar had healed in comparison to the rest of Kaido's body. It was likely the sole weak point. After all, a shattered mirror, no matter how carefully mended, would never return to its original state. A heart that has been wounded can no longer love as before. The logic is the same. The defense at that scar must be relatively thin. Looking at the X-shaped wound, Reiku's face lit up with hope. Although he was unsure if he could significantly injure Kaido, he had no choice but to take the risk. If his deductions were correct, combined with his last remaining trump card, Reiku felt he could pierce through Kaido's body with a single strike. At that moment, Kaido's figure drew ever closer. Reiku's expression grew grave as he murmured, and when the distance between them reached 100 meters, the flickering remnants of his aura suddenly erupted forth, as if experiencing a resurgence of life. Simultaneously, with a resounding hum, he concentrated the pinnacle of his armed haki upon one claw. His massive form surged forward at breakneck speed towards Kaido. In that instant, Reiku seemed to transform into a beam of light, breaking the sound barrier, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beneath Kaido's right side, extending his haki-imbued claw towards the scar. At that moment, Kaido appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated Reiku's attack. "Struggling in vain. It is futile," he taunted. Yet, in the next instant, as Kaido beheld Reiku's claw glinting with lethal energy aimed at the scar he had once received, his expression shifted dramatically. In horror, he shouted, "No! You bastard, what are you doing?" As Reiku sensed his plan nearing fruition, the thrill surged within him, and he roared triumphantly, "Kaido! Kaido!" Watching Reiku's claw poised to strike, met his gaze with a hint of mockery. "You think you can defeat me, a mere child?" With that, Kaido abruptly swung his massive tail, which too broke the sound barrier, unleashing a sonic boom as it hurtled towards Reiku, aiming to swat him away before he could land his strike. Just then, a glimmer of mirth flashed in Reiku's eyes as he felt a pulsating energy within his core, where a glowing red orb materialized, emanating an overwhelming and enigmatic aura. As Kaido's tail was but a meter away from Reiku, a flash of crimson light erupted, causing Kaido's pupils to constrict in fear as if he had encountered a specter. Zhang, with his mouth agape, found himself frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, a deep crimson halo enveloped an area within 1,000 meters, centering around Leiyu. In that instant, everything within that range appeared to be suspended in time. Even Kaido's dragon tail, which had been hurled towards Leiyu, halted just a mere centimeter away. The sea beneath them ceased its flow, as if time itself had been brought to a standstill, creating an eerily silent space. Yet, Leiyu's movements did not falter. He charged directly towards Kaido's wound. With a flash of brilliance, a resounding clang echoed as sparks erupted, unable to break through. Leiyu looked up, determination shining in his eyes as he forcefully elevated his aura to its zenith. He then extended his arms backward, harnessing the strength from his waist, and once more lunged towards Kaido's scar. With a resounding poof, blood mingled with shards of blue dragon scales scattered in the air, as Leiyu's sharp claws emerged from the opposite side of Kaido's massive frame. This time, Leiyu's claws, imbued with top-tier haki, pierced through Kaido's dragon body. Simultaneously, the crimson halo surrounding Leiyu began to shatter, and the water, air, and time within the vicinity appeared to flow once more. How could this be Leiyu? Kaido, now returned to normal, gazed at Leiyu with a look of disbelief, as if witnessing something unfathomable. How have you mastered the power of the laws? This is impossible. Leiyu, in turn, regarded Kaido with confusion. What are these laws? Is this not the power of my dragon pearl? It permits control over time within a certain range. Yet Leiyu could only achieve a brief moment of stasis, lasting merely a second. At this moment, Kaido seemed utterly astonished by the force Leiyu commanded, so much so that he disregarded the fact that his body had been pierced by Leiyu. He twisted his colossal dragon form, attempting to flee. Noticing this, Leiyu's gaze sharpened, and the arm that had penetrated Kaido's body gripped him tightly, unwilling to allow Kaido to escape. "You damned little brat!" Kaido roared, swinging his tail towards Leiyu. With a thunderous bang, the massive tail struck Leiyu's body, sending him hurtling away. Thoof! Blood spewed from Leiyu's mouth as his enormous form shrank during his flight, eventually reverting to human shape, his aura waning to a mere whisper. Upon witnessing Leiyu finally flung away, Kaido chose not to pursue, for he had spotted Leiyu's companions approaching not far off. Given his current state, facing the dragon horse would not bode well. Without hesitation, he twisted his dragon body upward, seeking to escape. Leiyu, meanwhile, was propelled through the air for about 5 seconds before feeling a bang, realizing he had not plunged into the ocean but had been caught by a colossal scarlet Gundam. Looking down, he saw Uchiha Itachi and others had returned unbeknownst to him. Uchiha Itachi gently set Leiyu down on the deck, while Orochimaru promptly approached, his palm enveloped in a layer of green chakra, stabilizing Leiyu's internal injuries. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the retreating Kaido in the distant sky, leaped into action, and summoned a rapidly spinning crimson Magatama in his Susanoo, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Yasaka, no Magatama!" He then hurled the spinning Magatama fiercely, while the dragon horse stepped forward, wielding the black blade and channeling his supreme sword intent towards Kaido. At that moment, Kaido, soaring over 3,000 meters high, suddenly sensed a wave of danger wash over him. Turning back, he saw 2 terrifying attacks hurtling toward him, prompting him to frantically twist his body to evade. Yet, one Magatama and one sword energy seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly targeting the wound Leiyu had inflicted upon him. With 2 explosive impacts, Kaido's form shuddered and torrents of blood rained down upon the sea. His previously formidable presence plummeted to an all-time low, and he began to freefall, the damage from Leiyu's earlier strike already severe. Though he had managed to endure, the additional attacks on his wound proved insurmountable. In the instant before crashing into the ocean, his eyes burned crimson as he summoned all his strength, furiously shouting, Lei Yu. You old thief. You lack honor. Just wait for me. With a splash, he vanished beneath the waves, disappearing into the vast ocean. Curse it, has he escaped? Itachi scanned the surroundings with his Mangekyo Sharingan, but Kaido's figure and presence had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Katakuri stood in shock, rendered speechless by the power Uchiha Itachi had just displayed, which seemingly approached the level of an emperor. Coupled with Lei Yu and Dragon Horse aboard this vessel, 3 emperor-level warriors were present. What manner of beings are these? Could they be gods? At this moment, Lei Yu's injuries began to stabilize under Orochimaru's careful treatment. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet and approached Itachi, gazing at the sea where Kaido had fallen. Itachi turned slightly, and upon seeing the battered Lei Yu, coldly remarked, "I apologize for not keeping him here." His tone still carried a hint of murderous intent, clearly harboring resentment towards Kaido for injuring Lei Yu. "No need for that. I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I would have struggled to drive him away today," Lei Yu replied with a smile, moving to pat Katakuri's shoulder. "The rest is up to you regarding Big Mom." Katakuri nodded in agreement, neither refusing nor daring to decline. Subsequently, Lei Yu returned to the ship's cabin to recuperate. He too had sustained significant injuries during the battle with Kaido. This encounter had also provided him with a clearer understanding of his own strength. Given that his Zhu-Long form could not be sustained for long, facing an opponent like Kaido was indeed strenuous. If he could not resolve matters swiftly, he would eventually be overwhelmed. Thus, his next objective was to fully develop his fruit abilities. After all, numerous lurking enemies remained in this world. With that, Lei Yu and his companions, under Katakuri's leadership, set sail towards Big Mom's kingdom. As time flew by, 5 hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. At this moment, along the shores of Wano, the tranquil sea suddenly rippled as a figure slowly emerged from the depths, crawling onto the beach. Damn it! How could he have mastered such power? Kaido's eyes still reflected fear, clutching his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. His aura was weak and diminished. With a sudden flash, he vanished into the vast night, retreating to his lair. In the esteemed halls of the Shima no Kuni, a figure adorned with a crown upon the left side of his head and a bun on the right, his hair a striking shade of violet, donned a yellow kimono embellished with numerous black crescent-shaped pentagrams. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, revealing a countenance filled with terror as he incredulously exclaimed, "Kaido has been injured? Who, pray tell, possesses the might to inflict harm upon this beast? Just yesterday, I sensed Kaido's wrath as he departed the Shima no Kuni, and now, less than a day has passed, and he returns in such a disheveled state. Could he have encountered one of the other emperors? Or perhaps faced an assault from the Marines?" In a state of panic, the figure hastily rose, leaving the chamber. Meanwhile, Kaido had returned to his domain, Onigashima. In an instant, countless members of the Beast Pirates emerged, believing Kaido had successfully avenged the death of Jack the Drought, thus preserving the honor of their crew. However, upon witnessing the ghastly wound on Kaido's right side, they were left in stunned silence, astonished that anyone could inflict such damage upon him. What manner of enemy could this be? In that moment, a chill swept through the assembly, cold sweat soaking their backs. The entirety of Onigashima fell into an eerie stillness as all eyes were fixed upon Kaido's silhouette, none daring to utter a word. No member was bold enough to approach and inquire about the events that had transpired. Moreover, given Kaido's ominously sullen expression, it was evident that he had not triumphed over the one who had slain Jack. At that juncture, a figure of imposing stature emerged, clad in a mask and goggles, with a pair of black feathered wings sprouting from his back, a blade hanging at his waist, and flames dancing around him. This formidable warrior approached Kaido from behind. The remaining members, upon recognizing that one of the 3 disasters, Lord Jin of the Flame Calamity, had made his appearance, collectively breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Kaido's wrath might lead to their annihilation. As Jin followed Kaido into a cave, his expression turned grave as he inquired, "What has transpired, Captain?" Kaido, however, paid him no heed, instead sitting cross-legged and ignoring his grievous wound, reaching for a barrel of strong liquor and pouring it down his throat. "Should we mobilize the entire crew to eliminate that individual?" Jin's expression grew increasingly serious. He had never witnessed Kaido in such a state. Normally, Kaido wore his emotions openly, expressing anger or sorrow without restraint, yet now he appeared hauntingly quiet, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Still, Kaido remained unresponsive to Jin, engrossed in his drinking. Jin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chose to remain by Kaido's side in silence. As time passed, Kaido consumed barrel after barrel of liquor, and after over half an hour, he had emptied every last drop in the cave. Having ingested a staggering number of barrels, Kaido began to feel lightheaded. After burping twice, his lips twitched, and suddenly, his entire frame began to tremble. Seeing this, Jin resignedly smacked his forehead. Kaido was about to descend into despair. In the next moment, tears streamed down Kaido's face like a rushing stream as he lamented, Jack is gone. I failed to avenge you. That scoundrel, Lei, that wretched fiend. And those two who ambushed me. I swear I will scatter your ashes to the winds. He pounded the ground in anguish, the terrifying force causing the very island of Onigashima to tremble, leaving countless members gazing anxiously towards the cave, uncertain of what transpired within. Meanwhile, upon hearing Kaido's words, Jin's pupils constricted as he instantly grasped the situation. The ambush must have been orchestrated by that group of gods, those scoundrels conspiring against Kaido. Otherwise, how could the captain have been injured? Clenching his fists, Jin reflected on the shocking realization that a mere group of gods, the new 5 emperors, had managed to wound his captain, a thought he had never entertained. After a while, Kaido's sobs subsided, and as he regained his composure, Jin's eyes glimmered with a murderous intent as he declared, Captain, let us mobilize the entire Beast Pirates to annihilate that so-called group of gods and the 5 emperors. Without waiting for Kaido's response, he turned and departed to rally the crew for battle. Wait, Kaido suddenly called out, halting Jin at the threshold. What is your command, Captain? Jin turned back to Kaido's side. Go inform all members to refrain from provoking the group of gods for the time being. Kaido sighed deeply, his tone grave. Why? Jin questioned, bewildered. This was not the Kaido he knew. In these waters, no one had ever dared to provoke them and lived to tell the tale. Let it be for now, Kaido replied dismissively. You may go. With that, he shifted onto his side, closing his eyes, understanding that his captain did not wish to elaborate. Jin refrained from further inquiries and departed, relaying Kaido's orders to the crew. Kaido's words stirred a tempest within the Beast Pirates, igniting curiosity about the true nature of this group of gods. Once Jin had left, Kaido reopened his eyes, fatigue evident within them. It was not that he did not wish to confront Lei Yu and his crew, but rather that he felt utterly powerless against them. From the assaults unleashed by Itachi and Longma, Kaido discerned that they had both ascended to the ranks of the emperors. This was compounded by the presence of Lei Yu, who commanded a formidable and mysterious power. With 3 emperors aboard one vessel, what manner of divine ensemble was this? A star-studded lineup? Whoever wished to provoke such a formidable assembly was welcome to do so. Kaido acknowledged his defeat this time. He could not contend with them. As long as Lei Yu did not wreak havoc in the Shima no Kuni, all would be well. Contemplating this, Kaido succumbed to slumber, his weary body in need of respite. Meanwhile, the horrific wound on his left side began to heal gradually. A day later, news of Kaido's defeat at the hands of Lei Yu inexplicably spread, even exaggerated by the newspapers, which boldly proclaimed, shocking, the legendary 4 Emperor Kaido of the Beast Pirates has been grievously injured by the new 5 Emperor Lei Yu. Accompanying this sensational headline was a photograph capturing the moment Lei Yu's arm pierced through Kaido's body. This newspaper, replete with visual evidence, convinced countless individuals of its contents, prompting numerous pirates to claim allegiance to Lei Yu, parading through the first half of the Grand Line. At the same time, a massive pirate ship, the Moby Dick, belonging to Whitebeard, appeared on the fringes of the New World, having returned from its ventures. Whitebeard sat at the center of the ship, adorned with various IVs. A newspaper in hand, his brow slightly furrowed. It seems Lei Yu's strength has significantly increased, he mused. Yet Kaido is not so easily vanquished. The New World is on the brink of chaos. With that, he set the newspaper aside, closing his eyes to calmly embrace the sea breeze of the new world. On the eerie ship of the Great Route, which had transformed into a mere heap of ruins, it bore no resemblance to the vessel that Lei Yu and his companions had encountered. After Lei Yu's departure, the world government learned of his presence in the area. Moria, one of the 7 warlords, refrained from taking action against Lei Yu, leading the world government to suspect collusion between them, resulting in the revocation of his title. Consequently, they dispatched Doflamingo and his forces to eliminate Moria. However, against all odds, Moria was successfully rescued by the transparent Absalom, escaping a dire fate. The peculiar Perona, one of the 3 oddities, was unknowingly sent flying by Kuma to an unknown location. Following the destruction of Moria's lair, Doflamingo and his men searched for any remaining survivors, but found none and subsequently retreated. Having narrowly escaped, Absalom expressed a desire to venture outside, to which Moria readily agreed. Together with Hogback, they delved into the research and enhancement of Moria's zombie army using Orochimaru scrolls. After a period of cautious development, Moria sacrificed nearly 70% of his zombies to create 2 immensely powerful zombie guardians, while the remaining hundreds were also significantly strengthened. Remarkably, these 2 zombies could not be defeated. Any damage inflicted upon them would be instantly healed, akin to the characters resurrected by Orochimaru's forbidden techniques. At this moment, Moria, glancing at the newspaper in his hands, trembled slightly, his eyes revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Could it be that Kaido had been severely injured by Lei Yu? This was an opportunity. Decades ago, it was Kaido who had slain all of Moria's comrades. From that moment, Moria had vowed to consider Kaido his lifelong enemy. Now, it seemed he had glimpsed a chance for vengeance. "Master, are we setting sail?" Hogback inquired. "Indeed, we shall head directly to the New World. I have heard that Absalom has also made his way there. We must find him first." With that, Moria and his legion of zombies boarded a vessel of ordinary size, abandoning the bizarre ship that resembled an island, and set their course for the New World. Meanwhile, within the office of the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Akainu sat solemnly alongside Admirals Kizaru and Fujitora, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "What are your thoughts on the contents of the newspaper?" Akainu broke the silence. "Lei Yu is truly terrifying. He has grown to such an extent," Kizaru replied nonchalantly, reclining with an air of indifference. "My concern is the credibility of the information presented in the newspaper," Akainu retorted, irked by Kizaru's demeanor. "Oh, who is to say?" Kizaru replied, casually grooming his nails. Sensing Akainu's rising anger, Fujitora quickly interjected, "I believe the information is relatively reliable." Akainu turned to Fujitora, curious about the insights of the new admiral. "There are images and evidence. The swordsman who defeated Jack the Drought is not to be underestimated." He pointed to the second image in the newspaper, which depicted the moment of Jack's defeat. Initially, everyone's attention had been captivated by the image of Lei Yu vanquishing Kaido, overlooking this particular photograph. Akainu finally noticed the title accompanying the image. "A new strongman joins the Pantheon. One sword slays Jack the Drought." As he read the title, Akainu's expression darkened. The overall strength of Lei Yu's group had surpassed his expectations. Jack, with his tough exterior, was a formidable opponent, while Akainu could defeat him. Killing him was another matter entirely, let alone executing him in an instant. Could this swordsman possess the combat prowess of an emperor? Akainu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. What exactly does Lei Yu intend to accomplish? The thought of a crew of 3 emperors stirred memories of the terror he felt during the Marineford War. Could such a fearsome team be aiming to dominate the entire New World? Both Kizaru and Fujitora shared this concern, and once again, the atmosphere in the Fleet Admiral's office grew tense, as they realized they might be unable to contend with the forces of the Divine Pirates. "Damn it, Lei Yu!" Akainu roared in fury, his anger escalating as he grappled with his inability to take action. At that moment, the sound of crunching food reached their ears. "Being an admiral isn't easy, is it?" A white-haired Sengoku appeared at the entrance, a teasing expression on his face. "Sengoku?" Kizaru remarked, surprised by the old man's unexpected presence. "Shut up, you retired fool." Akainu barked angrily from his position as Fleet Admiral. Sengoku merely chuckled, covering his mouth, and soon departed, having just passed through. With the Navy's affairs no longer his concern, Akainu closed his eyes, gradually calming himself. Suddenly, Fujitora's cataracts glimmered as he spoke. Do you think Big Mom has invited Leiyu to her tea party for a specific purpose? Purpose? Akainu frowned, a realization dawning upon him. His pupils narrowing as he exclaimed, could it be that they planned to form an alliance? At his words, cold sweat drenched the backs of his companions. If the divine pirates were already so formidable, and with Whitebeard's shadow looming behind Leiyu, the consequences of an alliance with Big Mom were unimaginable. That's impossible. Kizaru interjected. In an instant, Akainu and Fujitora turned to him, surprised by his unexpected assertiveness. If Leiyu has truly injured Kaido, Big Mom would never ally with him. She might even take action against him. Akainu was taken aback by Kizaru's reasoning, realizing it was the first time he had heard something so insightful from him. Kizaru's eyes sparkled as he took a deep breath and continued. Do not forget, Big Mom and Kaido were once members of the same pirate crew. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Akainu trembled, a hint of fear flickering in his gaze as he murmured, Rocks? Fujitora, too, seemed momentarily stunned, clearly aware of the implications. As Akainu uttered the name Rocks, the temperature in the office dropped significantly, evoking memories of the fear the Navy had faced against the Rocks pirates. After a moment, Akainu regained his composure, his eyes shining with renewed determination as a cold smile crept upon his lips. So, it seems the divine pirates might indeed ignite a spark with Big Mom. What are you planning? Kizaru sensed a significant shift in Akainu's demeanor and questioned him. Akainu continued, if they could engage in a mutually destructive conflict, perhaps we would find an opportunity. The heart of Huang Yuan grew, increasingly restless as he fixed his gaze upon Chi Inu, questioning, are you truly considering the demon-slaying order? Both uttered the words in unison. Upon hearing the phrase demon-slaying order, Fujitora's expression darkened profoundly. For such an indiscriminate directive aimed at obliterating a designated area was not in alignment with his sense of justice. The advent of the demon-slaying order signified that a considerable number of innocent lives would be caught in the ensuing calamity. No, this cannot proceed. It is far too reckless. Wang Yuan vehemently dismissed qui no esse francid notion. I concur with Admiral Huang Yuan. We must deliberate further, Fujitora chimed in. Witnessing the opposition from both individuals, Chi Inu trembled with rage, his fiery eyes fixed intently upon them as he gritted his teeth, asserting, this is our sole opportunity. Are you both oblivious to the Navy's predicament? Everyone is mocking us. If we can capture both Big Mom and Leiyu in one fell swoop, the Navy's prestige will be restored to its zenith. We can stabilize this chaotic situation. You are well aware of the surge in pirate numbers due to Leiyu's presence. After absorbing Chi Inu's fervent words, the two fell into a sudden silence, their thoughts unvoiced. Observing their quietude, Chi Inu huffed in frustration and stormed out of the Admiral's office, slamming the door with a resounding thud to convey his fury. Huang Yuan and Fujitora exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Do you think he'll persist? Fujitora broke the silence. Huang Yuan nonchalantly picked his nose and wiped it on Chi Inu's desk. Inhaling deeply before shaking his head, the demon-slaying order cannot annihilate the gods. Fujitora, taken aback by his words, soon grasped their implication. It must be noted that the demon order is a merciless assault that incinerates everything in its path. It requires the deployment of 10 warships, 5 vice-admirals, and elite naval forces. The configuration for the demon-slaying order entails 5 vice-admirals, 10 rear-admirals, nearly 10,000 naval elites, and 10 top-tier warships. But would such a formidable array suffice against the gods' pirates? Their adversaries are those who nearly obliterated the Navy headquarters. Additionally, there looms an unstable element, Big Mom. Alas, he is the admiral. The government supports him as well. We must navigate the situation carefully, Huang Yuan concluded before vanishing from the scene, leaving Fujitora in solitude. Fujitora clutched the hilt of his sword tightly, pondering whether, should the demon-slaying order prove insufficient, even more brutal measures might be employed. Had Sengoku or Akiji been admiral, perhaps such drastic actions would be avoided. But the current admiral is Chi Inu. Through recent interactions, Fujitora had come to understand Chi Inu's profound hatred for pirates, particularly Lei Yu and his crew. He believed that, should the opportunity arise, Chi Inu would pursue it with reckless abandon. Was Lei Yu's journey to Big Mom's territory not the very chance Chi Inu awaited? With a resigned sigh, Fujitora departed as well. In an instant, the admiral's office lay desolate. Meanwhile, Chi Inu had retreated to a shadowy corner, retrieving a din mushy from his pocket. After a brief moment, the connection was established. You are aware that Kaido has been defeated by Lei Yu, correct? A voice filled with gravitas and age reprimanded from the other end. Chi Inu clenched his fists tightly, retorting without hesitation, "If your government possesses strength, why not confront him yourselves?" Humph. The voice on the other side was clearly taken aback by Chi Inu's words. After a moment of silence, Chi Inu resumed. "It is said that Lei Yu intends to attend a tea party at Big Mom's Cake Island. What do you have to say about that?" At this juncture, another aged voice interjected. "If Lei Yu has indeed gravely injured Kaido, given the relationship between Kaido and Big Mom, a conflict may very well ensue. This presents us with an opportunity." Chi Inu's expression grew increasingly grave. If successful, it could entirely resolve the Navy's current plight. "Understood. We are aware," came the response, followed by the abrupt termination of the call, offering no semblance of respect to Chi Inu. With a resounding thud, Chi Inu's fist struck the wall in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, what a bunch of fools." After venting his anger, he disappeared from the location. In the holy land of Mariehua, the five elders reconvened, their expressions somber. How could that scoundrel Kaido be defeated? "This Lei Yu has grown far too swiftly," remarked an elder clad in a black suit, his white curls framing his face, a scar adorning his left cheek. "We must act swiftly, otherwise we will face difficulties in reporting to the higher authorities. Moreover, it appears Chi Inu seeks our approval to initiate the demon-slaying order," commented the elder with a cane, furrowing his brow. "The demon-slaying order? Umph. Will it even be effective against Lei Yu? Should we issue it and fail, we would only suffer embarrassment," scoffed another elder wearing a robe. A palpable silence enveloped the five elders as they contemplated using the demon-slaying order against such a formidable foe. None had anticipated that Lei Yu would become such a source of consternation. They were unaware of his sudden rise, considering that only a few months ago, his bounty was a mere 1 billion berries. Yet, as per Chi Inu's reports, Lei Yu's venture to Big Mom's Cake Island indeed presents an exceptional opportunity. If we seize this chance, we could elevate the 4 emperors to the 3 emperors. An elder with a birthmark suddenly declared, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "Why not deploy all our forces? We could send CP0 to eradicate Big Mom and her crew." "Absolutely not. Such a move would leave us vulnerable. If other pirates learn of our diminished strength, the consequences would be dire," the cane-wielding elder promptly refuted. The elder in the robe and the one with the birthmark exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting agreement with the proposal. The atmosphere grew tense as the 5 deliberated internally about potential covert actions to disguise their movements. After a brief pause, the scarred elder spoke up, expressing his support for this plan. "However, this is exceedingly perilous," the cane-wielding elder reiterated. "Should we miss this opportunity, how shall we explain ourselves to the higher authorities?" The birthmarked elder coldly snorted, declaring, "So be it. All admirals and vice-admirals shall mobilize. We will deploy CP0 and disguise ourselves as pirates surrounding the Cake Island. We shall act according to the situation." The elder with long white hair and a lengthy beard, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly chimed in, and 4 of the 5 supported this scheme. Seeing this, the birthmarked elder refrained from further objections. "I shall also partake in this endeavor, just in case," the robed elder remarked, polishing a malevolent blade in his hand. "You? Very well. Let us proceed cautiously. Had we intervened during the Ace incident, perhaps none of this would have transpired." The scarred elder sighed, and the remaining members nodded in agreement. "I refuse to believe that with such a formidable assembly, Lei Yu's crew can possibly escape." The old man with the birthmark suddenly slammed his hand on the table. All right, let us temporarily designate our operation code as Mia Shunling. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Thus, from this day forth, an additional command, Mia Shunling, was inscribed upon the two Mo Ling. Just as the five were preparing to disperse the meeting, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Kumin, the door swung open, revealing an unexpected visitor before the five elders. What brings you here? Is there something you need? It is rather impolite to barge in without a word. Hong Fa. The elder with the birthmark gazed intently at the entrance, where Shanks stood. After closing the door behind him, Shanks proceeded to the sofa in front of the five and sat down. He placed his remaining hand under his chin, took a deep breath, and said, I apologize, but there are matters I must address. He then fixed his unwavering gaze upon the five elders, displaying no sign of fear. Speak, the bald elder in a robe prompted. What brings you so far? Shanks' expression turned serious as he replied, I suggest you reconsider this operation. The moment his words fell, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. What? You heard everything? You scoundrel. Have you been here all along? Why was no one informed? It seems we have grown complacent regarding your vigilance over the years. Shanks' statement caused the five elders to narrow their eyes, coldly regarding him, as if ready to strike at any moment. After all, they had just been discussing an exceedingly confidential and crucial military operation. If any of this were to be leaked by Shanks, their plans would be irrevocably thwarted, and who knows when such an opportunity would arise again. Noticing the elders' reaction, Shanks remained remarkably composed. If Big Mom and Lei Yu were to fall simultaneously, the balance of a new world would be shattered, and in fact, it has already been disrupted. Before he could finish, the bald elder interrupted, That fellow Lei Yu has already disturbed the balance. Do you understand? He even killed Gang Bone and is now targeting Kaido. What else do you think he is capable of? Seeing the elder's intense reaction, Shanks chuckled coldly. That merely disrupted the superficial balance. However, if you eliminate both emperors, that would truly upset the equilibrium, tipping the scales entirely in your favor. Do not presume I am unaware of your hidden motives. Enough. You have overstepped your bounds, Shanks. The elder with the birthmark interjected, cutting off Shanks once more. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly grave, as if the temperature itself had dropped. From a positional standpoint, you should not even be here. Our matters do not require your interference. Observing the anger radiating from the elder, Shanks merely smiled faintly. Lei Yu is no ordinary individual. I suggest you tread carefully in your endeavor. Should it come to dire circumstances, I will not hesitate to intervene. As he uttered his final words, Shanks unleashed a hint of his formidable conqueror's haki. What do you mean? Do you intend to strike against us? The bald elder, sensing Shanks' aura, rose and partially drew his blade, confronting Shanks as their powerful energies clashed, causing the atmosphere to plummet to an icy stillness. After a moment, Shanks surveyed the five elders and remarked, It seems my arrival has not been met with much enthusiasm. He then retracted his haki, disregarding the displeased expressions of the five elders, and stood to leave. Shanks, do not forget who you are. One of them suddenly stood and shouted. Upon hearing this, Shanks halted, his body trembling slightly before he snorted and departed from the room. Once Shanks had left, the atmosphere within the room began to ease. What do you think of him? The elder with the birthmark inquired of the others. I dare not meddle. If I were to, the bald elder replied coldly, his meaning clear. That fellow has grown increasingly audacious over the years. After all, he has now become one of the four emperors, and we must remain vigilant. Very well. Relay the matters discussed today. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. Dismissed, the elder with a long beard commanded. The others nodded slightly, and thus the meeting concluded. Meanwhile, having exited the holy land of Mary Joa, Shanks found himself upon the land, gazing at the boundless sea below, feeling as though he had forgotten something. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead, chuckling to himself. I forgot to discuss the main issue. Never mind, I shall return another time. Lei Yu, oh Lei Yu, what manner of anomaly are you? And what are those incredibly powerful companions? Where did they emerge from? I have never heard of them before. Shaking his head, Shanks departed from the scene. After 3 days of sailing, Lei Yu and his crew finally arrived at Big Mom's territory, Cake Island. Cake Island, constructed from colossal cakes and cream, resembled a towering layer cake, enticing one to take a bite and exclaim, "Ollie guh." Surrounding it were 34 islands, home to all the races of the world, excluding the giants. Thus, Big Mom's realm is often referred to as Wangua. At the heart of Cake Island, Big Mom, with her massive 10-meter frame, eagerly grasped a piece of cream cake and stuffed it in her mouth. In her other hand, she held a piece of secret intelligence. Has Lei Yu truly managed to injure that brute Kaido? Quite impressive indeed. At that moment, Napoleon, the soul-infused hat atop Big Mom's head, spoke up, "Mama, did Lei Yu really repel Kaido all by himself? Who knows? Katakuri has been unreachable these past few days. I have no idea what he is up to," Big Mom said, shoving another piece of cake in her mouth. "And when Lei Yu arrives, what do you plan to do, Mama?" Napoleon inquired, his skeletal jaw opening and closing. Hee. Lei Yu's bloodline seems quite intriguing. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed at the newspaper depicting Lei Yu's dragon form. "But Mama, did you not previously state that you would arrange for Lei Yu to marry Smoothie?" Zeus, also endowed with a soul, chimed in from the side. "Only a powerful bloodline can merge with another of equal strength to produce exceptional offspring. Smoothie is not worthy of Lei Yu." Big Mom's eyes glimmered with determination. "So, Mama, does that mean you intend to?" Prometheus, the small son, emerged from behind Big Mom, looking incredulously at her. Big Mom simply nodded without elaborating. "But what if that Lei Yu fellow is ungrateful and refuses?" Prometheus cautiously asked from behind. In an instant, a fierce wave of killing intent emanated from Big Mom, causing Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon to tremble in fear. With a cold laugh, Big Mom replied, "Refuse? Then let him remain in Wangua forever." With that, she resumed indulging in the delicious cream cake beside her. At this moment, Lei Yu and his companions were drawing closer to Dan Gao Dao, following Katakuri across the sea. As the unique aroma of cake wafted towards them, Lei Yu sat at the bow of the ship, inhaling the tantalizing scent that stirred his appetite, his stomach rumbling audibly. By the way, I recall that the purpose of Big Mom's tea parties is generally for socializing and arranging marriages. Which party is she planning to ally with this time? Lei Yu suddenly turned to Katakuri, who stood behind him. Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Katakuri was momentarily taken aback, then cast a peculiar glance at him without replying. Lei Yu felt uneasy under Katakuri's intense gaze, and the unspoken implications in his eyes made him suddenly grasp something. In an instant, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head and, looking at Katakuri in a daze, stammered, No, it can't be me, can it?" The mere thought of being linked with Big Mom made Lei Yu gag. If it were decades ago, when Big Mom had a more acceptable shape, he might have considered it. But the current Big Mom resembled an armored tank. How could he possibly entertain such a notion? Katakuri, observing Lei Yu's reaction with confusion, wondered why he was so agitated. After all, his sister, Smoothie, seemed quite agreeable. "Well, Katakuri, I think I'll pass on the tea party. I'll just take a stroll around Dan Gao Dao and leave," Lei Yu stated earnestly. Hearing this, Katakuri's heart raced. How could that be permissible? Their mother likely already knew of Lei Yu's arrival, and if he were to flee, wouldn't he face Big Mom's wrath? With that thought, Katakuri hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Lei Yu's arm. "Wait, don't be hasty. My sister is really quite good. What does your sister have to do with me?" Lei Yu responded, bewildered. "Isn't it Big Mom who intends to arrange a marriage with me? Why are we discussing your sister?" The familial connections seemed exceedingly tangled. "Of course my sister is connected to you," Katakuri exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. It was as if he had forgotten Lei Yu's identity and strength, and his overreaction only served to deepen Lei Yu's confusion about the situation. After momentarily calming his tumultuous emotions, Katakuri fixed his gaze on Lei Yu and enunciated slowly. "Big Mom wishes to betroth Smoothie, my sister, to you. That is the reason for the tea party. Do you understand?" So, it is Smoothie who is to be wed to me?" Lei Yu finally comprehended, realizing it was not Big Mom herself who sought a marriage alliance, which relieved him greatly. Who else could it be? Katakuri replied with an exasperated eye roll. Lei Yu chuckled awkwardly. not daring to reveal that he had initially thought Big Mom desired to wed him. "So what will it be? Will you attend?" Katakuri inquired. If Leiyu firmly decided against it, there was little Katakuri could do. He could neither fight him nor compel him. After pondering for a while at the ship's bow, Leiyu finally resolved to go, declaring with righteous fervor, "I will attend. There will be numerous heroes and legends at the tea party. It is a splendid opportunity to make acquaintances." Of course, Leiyu's true intention was not to pursue the long-legged Smooji, as he had no interest in women, even those with long legs. As for the mermaid princess, Bai Xing, well, she was an unexpected exception. After all, her proportions were overwhelmingly impressive. Even the readers before their screens would find it difficult to withstand. Leiyu merely wished to witness firsthand what Big Mom's tea party entailed, and perhaps seize the chance to sign in for a free summoning opportunity. Katakuri, relieved at Leiyu's agreement, exhaled deeply. At that moment, they arrived at the harbor of Dangao Dao. After securing their ship, the group made their way into the island's depths. However, unbeknownst to Leiyu and Katakuri, Big Mom had already reconsidered her intentions regarding Smooji after witnessing Leiyu's formidable form in his Zhu-Long state. Meanwhile, in a distant sea area far from Dangao Dao, Blackbeard sat on the deck of his pirate ship, accompanied by his helmsman, the fighting champion, Shizabich. They were joined by formidable allies, including the former head warden of Impelled Down, Shiryu of the Rain. It was clear that, although Blackbeard did not gain much from the battle at Marineford, the attention drawn to Leiyu had allowed him to expand his influence significantly in just 2 months, capitalizing on the naval chaos between Akiji and Akainu. At that moment, Blackbeard stared intently at a figure clad in black robes before him. The captains of his various divisions regarded this individual with grave expressions, clearly feeling an immense pressure, despite the fact that he stood alone. Yet, Blackbeard remained unperturbed, smirking as he asked, "What brings you here? Are you seeking revenge? That scar must still be throbbing. I presume. Let us not dwell on that for now. I'm not here to fight you. How about I share an interesting piece of news?" The figure in black robes replied with a cold smirk. "What news?" Blackbeard inquired, not dismissing the offer. Although the man's face was obscured, Blackbeard recognized him. The figure approached him and whispered, "The government tea party, the deicide order." Upon hearing this, Blackbeard froze momentarily, and then his eyes gleamed with greed as he licked his lips, asking, "You're not deceiving me, are you? Whether you believe it or not, you can check for yourself. However, this information is for your ears only. Otherwise, the secret of your ability to consume multiple devil fruits." At this point, Blackbeard's pupils constricted, and his expression turned icy as a murderous intent surged from within him. Despite knowing that this individual might be beyond his capability to confront, he was prepared to eliminate anyone privy to his secret. All right, as long as you don't disclose it, I won't tea either." The mysterious figure stated before abruptly leaping backward into the sea, vanishing from sight. On the deck, Blackbeard watched him disappear, fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage. "Captain, what should we do now?" Shizabich inquired, stepping forward. "Turn the ship around. Head for Dangao Dao," Blackbeard commanded tersely, then retreated to his quarters. Following his orders, Shizabich steered the ship onward. Once in his quarters, Blackbeard was soon interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Frowning slightly, he called out, "Who is it?" "Gumin." Rain Shiryu entered and asked, "What do you want?" Blackbeard regarded him with curiosity as Shiryu casually took a seat, his expression grave. "That person just now was Shanks, wasn't he it?" "Indeed, you are correct," Blackbeard confirmed, acknowledging that the figure in black robes was none other than Shanks, who had arrived from Mary Geos. "While I am unaware of what you two discussed, could there be ulterior motives?" Shiryu questioned, puzzled as to why Shanks would prompt Blackbeard to change his course from Wano to Big Mom's Dangao Dao. He wouldn't deceive me. After all, his identity is quite complex. Moreover, this is my transaction with him. Perhaps he cannot involve himself in this matter," Blackbeard replied with a cold smirk, acknowledging the intricacies of their relationship. "His identity? Very well. I shall take my leave for now." Yujishu Liu murmured a few words before refraining from further inquiries, subsequently departing from Tiki's chamber, leaving the solitary figure of Haihozi in the room, lost in contemplation. although he remained oblivious to Xianca's intentions. He was acutely aware that Xianca merely sought to utilize him as a pawn to disrupt the current situation. Furthermore, the proposition presented by Xianca was indeed one he could not refuse. After all, this might well be an exhilarating confrontation, even more thrilling than the summit war. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to devour a certain admiral's devil fruit. The magma fruit of Akainu was indeed quite remarkable. If he could also acquire either Big Mom's or Raiku's powers, that would be even better. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Haihuzi pressed his lips together, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity reminiscent of a famished wolf, evoking a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Tiki lay on the bed after Yuji Shilio's departure, his gaze fixated on a singular point, not closing his eyes to rest. In stark contrast, Xianca had arrived on an island several dozen miles away, shaking off the seawater from his hair as he ventured into the island's lush forest. Deep within the jungle, the sounds of laughter and merriment resonated, indicating that many were joyfully waiting in line. "Captain, you're back?" exclaimed La Ji Lu, brandishing a chicken leg upon spotting Xianca. "Well, enjoy yourselves. Let's indulge today." Xianca greeted the group before perching himself on a tree and raising a cup of beer to his lips. By the campfire, Yesubu noticed Xianca's return and furrowed his brow, approaching Benbei Kaman to inquire, "What do you think has been troubling the captain lately? He keeps disappearing without taking us along." Benbei Kaman, observing Yesubu's overwhelming curiosity, playfully gave him a light tap on the head while chuckling. "Why do you care so much? Just have fun." "Oh," Yesubu replied nonchalantly, having merely asked out of curiosity before joining the other crew members in their revelry. Benbei Kaman, however, continued to watch Xianca's figure, his eyes shimmering with concern, letting out a long sigh. Despite Xianca's usual carefree demeanor, Benbei Kaman understood that something weighed heavily on the captain's heart, something he was reluctant to voice. Especially in recent times, Xianca appeared increasingly haggard, even gloomy. Subsequently, Benbei Kaman took a cup of alcohol and approached Xianca, sitting beside him and taking a hearty swig before saying, "If something is bothering you, feel free to share. We are partners, after all, the kind you can rely on with your life." Xianca, who had been drinking in silence, paused momentarily upon hearing these words. He turned slightly to meet Benbei Kaman's gaze, as if a mental barrier had been breached, and a genuine smile returned to his face as he laughed heartily. "Here's to our friendship." At that moment, Katakuri led Leiyu and others to the palace of Big Mom, stating, "Mother is inside. You may proceed." Leiyu nodded and walked deeper into the palace. Once Leiyu entered, Katakuri turned to Ashawan and the others, asking, "Would you like something to eat? We have delightful desserts from Fishman Island." It is worth noting that the desserts from Fishman Island are renowned as the best in these seas, beloved by all. However, during their month on Fishman Island, Ashawan and his companions had overindulged in sweets. Consequently, Ashawan turned his head disdainfully, saying, "Humph, those desserts are just average." Katakuri, visibly exasperated, thought to himself that this fellow lacked even the slightest courtesy. Would he not engage in conversation? Fortunately, Yao noticed the awkward atmosphere and intervened, saying, "All right, let us go eat something. We're all hungry after this journey. Let us see if there are any fine wines here." Asu also chimed in, and the remaining Limu Lu and Longma nodded in agreement, following Katakuri to another grand hall. Meanwhile, Leiyu had reached the innermost part of the palace, standing before a massive pink door. He knocked gently, knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared on the door, staring intently at Leiyu. "Are you Leiyu of the pirate crew of the gods?" The door then formed a mouth and spoke, which Leiyu concluded was a manifestation of Big Mom's devil fruit abilities. Nodding, he replied, "Yes, I am Leiyu." "All right, Mother is waiting for you inside," the door said as it swung open. A flash of white light revealed the interior, which was entirely adorned in shades of pink, perfectly aligning with Big Mom's charming persona. There sat Big Mom, indulging in a lavish cream cake. Upon noticing Leiyu, she exclaimed, "Ah, the fifth Emperor Leiyu has arrived." After swallowing a mouthful of cake and wiping the cream from her lips, she continued, "You know why I called you here, don't you?" Taking a deep breath, Leiyu steeled himself for the moment of truth. I heard from Kata-Kuli that you wish to betroth Smuggy to me. He remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Big Mom. Yet, Big Mom remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Leyu. This matter is out of the question. You need not dwell on it further. I am here to attend your tea party, which is a gesture of goodwill, Leyu declared. However, Big Mom continued her silence, and the atmosphere grew tense and quiet. After a moment, Leyu, observing Big Mom's continued muteness, suddenly stated, "If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." He turned it apart, but Big Mom called out, "Wait." Leyu halted, casting a cold glance at Big Mom. "Initially, I intended to betroth Smuggy to you," she confessed, grabbing another piece of cake and tossing it in her mouth, continuing, "However, after witnessing your battle with Kaido, my perspective has shifted." Leyu furrowed his brow slightly. "How do you know about my battle with Kaido?" "See for yourself." Big Mom tossed a newspaper to Leyu. Picking it up, he was taken aback by the glaring headline. He had not anticipated that his fierce battle with Kaido had been captured on film. The aftermath of that confrontation was not something the average person could withstand. Clearly, Morgans of the Dark World was no ordinary character. After folding the newspaper and placing it aside, Leyu turned to Big Mom and asked, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Big Mom swallowed the cake in her mouth, wiped her lips, and stated, "Only those of exceptional lineage can survive amidst the turbulent currents of this sea and better realize the ideals of the United Nations. Join the United Nations, Leyu. Let us create an equal realm, a place where all can coexist." Then, she paused before revealing her ultimate intention. Originally calm, Leyu, upon hearing Big Mom's final words, gazed up at her towering form in astonishment. "Is this an ultimatum?" Seeing Leyu's momentary daze, Big Mom's face lit up with delight. "What do you say, Leyu? Join me." "Ha! You are mistaken, Big Mom. I have no interest in this proposal. Seek someone else," Leyu scoffed, turning once more to leave. At that moment, Zeus swiftly obstructed Leyu's path, glaring at him and exclaiming, "How dare you refuse Mother? Such an ungrateful wretch. Without Mother here today, you shall not leave this place." As he spoke, his entire form shifted from white to black, crackling with countless small flashes of lightning. Observing this, Big Mom remained still, not making any move. Leyu, facing Zeus, felt a tremor within him as his formidable aura and conqueror's haki surged towards Zeus like a tempest. Instantly, Zeus sensed the oppressive force emanating from Leyu, akin to that of the god of thunder, and began to tremble in fear. "Do you think this will deter me?" Leyu coldly remarked. Whether directed at Zeus or Big Mom remained ambiguous. Indeed, the conqueror's haki revealed Leyu as a born sovereign. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she contemplated something profound, aware that Zeus was nearing his breaking point under Leyu's pressure. Suddenly, Big Mom rose, unleashing her own formidable conqueror's haki to counter Leyu's. Zeus instantly felt a release of pressure and hurriedly retreated behind Big Mom, glaring at Leyu. "So, you wish to fight? If so, I shall not back down." Unfazed by Big Mom's explosive aura, Leyu stepped forward, fixing his cold gaze upon her. The two immense forces clashed violently, causing the atmosphere to drop to a frigid tension. Meanwhile, in another palace, Kakuri, dining with Orochimaru and others, abruptly lifted his head, his gaze shifting towards Big Mom's direction, his expression growing grave. He stood abruptly and addressed Orochimaru's group. "Continue eating. I have matters to attend to." "My apologies." He then departed. Itachi, observing Katakuri's retreating figure, also sensed something amiss and set down his dessert, stating, "You all continue. I shall step out for a moment." With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Longma and Yasuo, noticing the commotion, likewise set aside their meals and followed suit. Soon, only Orochimaru and Rimuru remained at the table. With a thud, Rimuru hopped down from his chair and tugged at Orochimaru's sleeve, asking, "Aunt Snake, should we not go?" "They are sufficient. We shall enjoy the delicacies here." Orochimaru replied without lifting his gaze. Suddenly realizing something, he turned to Rimuru, glaring, "Address me as Lord Snake, not Aunt. Understand?" Rimuru, somewhat perplexed, returned to his seat and resumed eating. At this juncture, the auras of Big Mom and Leyu escalated, hinting at an imminent confrontation. Unexpectedly, Big Mom retracted her conqueror's haki, laughing heartily before saying, "Very well. If you refuse, so be it. However, you must accompany Smooji at tomorrow's tea party. Otherwise, I shall lose face." With Big Mom's concession, Leiyu also withdrew his haki, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face. Moreover, given his injuries from the battle with Kaido, he had yet to recover fully. Nonetheless, he bore no fear of Big Mom and her entourage, knowing that Itachi and others were formidable allies. "You have put it that way. I shall attend the tea party tomorrow. But regarding the marriage with Smooji or anyone else, do not harbor such hopes." With that, Leiyu turned and exited Big Mom's palace. However, as he turned away, his complexion visibly paled. Big Mom observed Leiyu's retreating figure with a penetrating gaze. Once he had entirely departed, a cold smile crept upon her lips as she murmured, "Indeed, he has yet to recover. After all, Kaido is a formidable opponent." In truth, Zeus's obstruction of Leiyu was a subtle indication from Big Mom, intended to probe Leiyu's condition following his confrontation with Kaido. It is well known that Kaido, the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky, possesses such overwhelming strength that even Big Mom feels somewhat inferior. Surviving a fierce battle with the enraged Kaido would surely leave one wounded. From the earlier clash of their auras and Conqueror's haki, Big Mom had successfully detected the chaotic energy within Leiyu. At that moment, Leiyu arrived at the palace entrance, where he encountered Katakuri, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Smooji, who were facing off against Itachi and his companions. All had sensed the powerful energies clashing deep within the palace. Assuming a confrontation had ensued between Leiyu and Big Mom, Leiyu approached, casting a cold gaze at the sweet three generals, and asked, "What are your intentions?" Before Katakuri could respond, Smooji, eyeing Leiyu disdainfully, remarked, "Is this the one mother wishes to betroth to me? So diminutive. I wonder what mother's thinking." Upon hearing this, Leiyu felt an immediate surge of frustration, his forehead adorned with dark lines. Yet he could not retort, standing before Smooji, who towered over 4 meters. His own height of just over 2 meters indeed made him appear rather small. Itachi, displeased by Smooji's words, slightly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, they had transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan, emanating a chilling aura. Lama and Yasuo, standing beside him, similarly placed their hands on their sword hilts, gazing coldly at the trio. Feeling the tension rise, Katakuri quickly intervened, explaining to Leiyu and his companions, "My sister is not fond of socializing. Please do not take offense." After all, he had witnessed their strength. It was not cowardice, but rather an acknowledgement of their prowess. Smooji, feeling slighted, prepared to retort, but was swiftly silenced by Katakuri, who pulled her aside to prevent further outbursts. Subsequently, Smooji approached Leiyu and offered a begrudging apology. Although her demeanor lacked sincerity, Leiyu chose not to dwell on it, considering it a trivial dispute. Katakuri then suggested that Leiyu and Smooji take a leisurely stroll around the town. Without hesitation, Leiyu firmly declined, citing an ailment that prevented him from prolonged contact with women. Katakuri understood Leiyu's implication, shaking his head in resignation before leading the group outside. Suggesting they explore, Leiyu did not refuse. Having engaged with Katakuri over these few days, he found him to be a commendable individual worthy of friendship. As they walked and conversed, the atmosphere shifted to one of levity, starkly contrasting the earlier tension. Even Katakuri failed to notice how relaxed and joyful he felt in Leiyu's company. Meanwhile, Smooji observed the camaraderie among the group, particularly captivated by Leiyu's every gesture, as if he possessed an unspoken charm that set him apart from other men. It was as though he radiated a certain light. As she watched them gradually depart, Smooji found herself momentarily entranced. At that moment, Shiryu sensed Smooji's unusual demeanor and, with a knowing smile, patted her shoulder, teasing, "Are you perhaps feeling a flutter of affection?" Feeling the movement of Shalikia, Smooji curled her lip and coldly huffed, "Humph, it's just a little shorty." Observing this, Shalikia shook his head with a resigned smile and said, "If you're moved, just follow along. After all, isn't Mama planning to arrange something for you tomorrow?" Clearly, they were unaware that Big Mom had changed her mind and were oblivious to her conversation with Lei Yu, still believing that Mama intended to betroth Smooji to Lei Yu. After speaking, Shalikia vanished from sight, leaving no trace, while Smooji stood still for a moment, seemingly resolved, and followed the direction in which Lei Yu's group had departed. Not long after Lei Yu and his companions left, Orochimaru and Rimuru, both sporting sizable bellies, approached unsteadily, one tall and one short. We're Snake Ant and Lele. They wouldn't have forgotten about us, would they? Rimuru exclaimed, bewildered by the empty surroundings. Noticing Rimuru's confusion, Orochimaru calmly reassured her, it's all right. Lei Yu and the others might be caught up in something. Let us hurry and find them. Rimuru, feeling a bit anxious despite having consumed the wand snake and bat fruits, which had significantly enhanced her power, still felt an inexplicable sense of insecurity following Orochimaru. Just as Rimuru finished speaking, Orochimaru playfully gave her a light tap on the head, saying, "What are you afraid of? Following your snake uncle, you'll be fine. With me around, you can relax." With that, he strolled ahead casually. Although Rimuru felt an ominous premonition, she had no choice but to follow. Having walked a distance, Lei Yu suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something. However, after pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to cast it aside. Meanwhile, Katakuri seemed to sense some movement behind him. Turning around, he spotted Smooji running towards them, prompting him to halt. Lei Yu and the others also paused, awaiting her arrival. "Why are you back again?" Katakuri asked, watching Smooji pant as she approached. "I am full and just wanted to take a stroll too," Smooji replied, rolling her eyes. She covertly glanced at Lei Yu standing beside Katakuri. Noticing this, Katakuri turned to Lei Yu, who gave a slight nod of approval. "All right then, let us all go for a walk together," he said to Smooji. Thus, the group wandered through the streets of Cake Island, made entirely of sweets. Smooji occasionally glanced at Lei Yu beside Katakuri, who also seemed to sense her gaze. When their eyes met, a jolt of electricity seemed to pass between them, causing Smooji's heart to race, her face flushing a rosy hue. She quickly turned her head away, unable to maintain eye contact with Lei Yu. "What is happening to me today?" Smooji pondered, experiencing a sensation unlike any she had felt before, something wondrous and indescribable. Meanwhile, Lei Yu noticed Smooji's peculiar behavior and immediately understood the situation. After all, his reaction upon locking eyes with the goddess he had secretly admired in his past life mirrored Smooji's current response. This realization left Lei Yu feeling a headache. How could the woman who had just mocked him for being short suddenly harbor feelings for him? Was it truly because he, the author, was simply too handsome? Nevertheless, Lei Yu chose to remain silent, pretending not to notice, while surveying his surroundings. The residents here seem quite harmonious. "It appears Bigmum's nation isn't too bad after all," Lei Yu remarked, having observed the peaceful atmosphere that enveloped them, devoid of the chaos found elsewhere. Each race appeared to be enjoying themselves. Hearing Lei Yu's words, Katakuri fell silent, and after a moment, he sighed deeply. "Perhaps this is merely a facade. What is wrong?" Lei Yu questioned, puzzled, as the people around seemed quite content. In truth, the residents here must periodically offer their lifespan to Mama to continue living peacefully, Smooji suddenly interjected, her tone somewhat somber. It was evident that both Katakuri and Smooji harbored some resistance to this seemingly peaceful and equal nation, yet they were under the shadow of Bigmum. Upon hearing Smooji's comment, Lei Yu surveyed the inhabitants around them and felt a chill creep over him. The notion of relinquishing one's lifespan, concealed beneath the cheerful atmosphere of daily life, was indeed chilling. Uchiha Itachi and the others furrowed their brows, clearly disapproving of such practices. After wandering for a while, as the brilliant moonlight cascaded down, Katakuri led Lei Yu's group back to their previously arranged quarters for rest. As they parted ways, Smooji's reluctant gaze sent chills down Lei Yu's spine, prompting him to quickly bid farewell, close the door, and lock it tight before collapsing onto his bed to rest. Unbeknownst to them, during their stroll, a figure had been closely observing them from the narrow alleys of the town. Once Lei Yu's group disappeared from view, the individual retrieved a din mushi and whispered, "Lei Yu's group has arrived at Cake Island. The tea party will commence tomorrow." With that, she promptly hung up and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from Cake Island, 5 enormous pirate ships suddenly appeared on the sea. On one of the vessels, the current Marine Admiral, Akainu, stood at the bow in civilian attire, his eyes exuding a chilling glare. At that moment, a man wearing a black top hat with a dove perched on his shoulder approached Akainu, coldly stating, "We have received word. It's confirmed that Lei Yu's group is currently on Cake Island, and the tea party will begin tomorrow. This time, let us see where they can run." Akainu growled furiously, while Lucci merely cast a fleeting glance at the enraged Akainu without uttering a word. Subsequently, these ships, disguised as pirate vessels by the Marines and some government members, stealthily sailed toward Cake Island. At this moment, Lei Yu, resting in his room, suddenly recalled that he had successfully checked in today. Earlier, when conversing with Big Mom, the system's notification had sounded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to leave. Reflecting on this, Lei Yu sat cross-legged on the ship, closed his eyes, and intoned, "System, please activate my summoning opportunity." Ding. Consuming one summoning opportunity. Summoning in progress. The system's voice declared. Just as the voice faded, streaks of blue lightning appeared before Lei Yu, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Soon, these bolts of lightning converged, gradually taking the shape of a humanoid figure. After a while, as the lightning dissipated, a girl with shoulder-length brown hair and a charming face emerged. Is this really happening? Am I about to welcome the first genuine girl into my group? Lei Yu exclaimed in shock, unsure whether to feel elated or dismayed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Misaka Makoto from the Toro Mijitsu no Index. What? My sister is here? Lei Yu was taken aback, realizing that Misaka Makoto's electromagnetic cannon was immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing the capabilities of the Raijin fruit. After all, the Raijin fruit merely allowed control over lightning, while Misaka Makoto could wield electromagnetic force. Where's this place? Misaka Makoto looked around, curious about her unfamiliar surroundings. Hello there. Lei Yu gazed at the 14-year-old Misaka Makoto, presenting what he believed to be a benevolent smile. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Misaka Makoto leapt backward, distancing herself from Lure. She then swiftly produced a coin, balancing it on her fingertip, with sparks of lightning swirling around. Her demeanor radiating vigilance as she stared intently at Lure. Don't get so worked up. I'm not a bad person. Sensing the chilling power of the lightning at her fingertip, Lure quickly clarified. Who are you? What is your purpose in bringing me here? Misaka Makoto, with a stern expression, continued to let the lightning dance upon her fingertip as she scrutinized her, asking, Aren't you aware? Lei Yu, perplexed, wondered why the system had not prepared for this situation as it usually did. What I know, Misaka Makoto replied, equally bewildered. Observing her adorably dazed expression, Lei Yu sighed and suggested, Please, retract your powers and let us discuss this calmly. Misaka Makoto tilted her head, realizing he didn't seem malicious, and reluctantly withdrew the coin. Noticing this, Lei Yu retrieved a slice of cake from Fishman Island and said, Here, let us eat while we talk. Although not particularly hungry, Misaka Makoto's stomach betrayed her, growling at the enticing aroma of the cake. She approached his bed without hesitation, snatching the cake from his hand and sitting down to eat. Unbeknownst to her, despite meeting him for the first time, she felt an inexplicable trust and sense of security in his presence. As he gently patted her head, he initiated his grand tale. You see, this world is inhabited by many nefarious humans, known as the world government, and the true demons are a group called the Celestial Dragons. Our mission is to overthrow their tyrannical reign and restore peace to the world. For the next hour, elaborated on the fundamental truths and ideologies of this pirate world, aiming to instill a proper worldview in her. The moonlight deepened, and the disguised Navy personnel of the government drew closer to Cake Island, the atmosphere aboard their ship growing increasingly tense. The success of their impending battle hinged entirely on whether any friction would arise between Big Mom and the following day. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates had also arrived near Cake Island. Captain, reports indicate 5 unfamiliar pirate ships are spotted 100 miles away. One member informed Titch. Understood. Inform everyone to rest well tonight. Tomorrow will be exhilarating, Titch nodded. Once the crew departed, a glimmer of fearsome intent flickered in Titch's eyes. The Navy, is it? The murkier the waters, the better. As dawn's first light bathed Cake Island, Uchiha Itachi, Ryoma, Yasuo, and Katakuri gathered at his store, casting curious glances at him and the girl still slumbering in his bed. You misinterpret this. She is merely hurriedly interjected, blocking the doorway with an anxious explanation. No need to elaborate. We understand, they replied in unison, observing S' frantic gestures. Really, Shithier stammered, flustered, Itachi, she's just like you. At this point, Liu's face flushed with embarrassment, while Itachi and Yasuo comprehended the situation, recognizing it as one of Liu's antics. However, they merely wished to tease him, saying, Captain, she's just a child. How could you? Captain, we misjudged you. You appeared so virtuous on Fishman Island. Yet here, you. Katakuri glanced between and the still sleeping Misaka Mikoto, seemingly realizing the significance of the situation. Indeed, every strong individual possesses unique proclivities. He then remarked thoughtfully, I should have anticipated Liu's interests. I would have arranged accordingly. It's not like that, Katakuri. Let me explain. Liu insisted. I understand, she is truly my sister. Sister? Liu, how cultured. Frustrated that he could not clarify his stance with Katakuri, who shook his head helplessly and sought assistance from Uchiha Itachi. Unwilling to see his illustrious reputation tarnished, Itachi chuckled, deciding to cease teasing, and interjected, She is in fact one of our crew members, having just joined us yesterday. Oh, is that so? I wondered why I had never seen her before. I thought she was a special companion of the... Katakuri remarked, now convinced by Itachi's explanation. Indeed, she arrived on her own last night. He sheepishly laughed, while Katakuri furrowed his brow. However, there are monitors such as the Tart and Sea Slug around Cake Island, and any outsiders would be alerted immediately. Yet, he dismissed his concerns, knowing that his crew possessed exceptional abilities, and regardless of his opinions, their strength allowed them to traverse the seas freely. Just then, a shrill scream erupted, nearly reaching a high C pitch, startling everyone. Recognizing the familiar voice, Liu swiftly turned around, only to have a coin struck forcefully against his forehead. Wincing, he looked questioningly at Misaka Mikoto, who had just awakened. Liu, who are these people outside? Close the door, quickly. Upon seeing the unfamiliar men, Misaka Mikoto froze, her face flushing at the thought of them witnessing her just waking up. Hearing her urgent demand, Liu quickly reacted and closed the door, realizing that it was indeed inappropriate for a young girl to be exposed in such a manner. After a short while, Misaka Mikoto emerged from her room, freshly washed, and now aware of the identities of those before her. She greeted them with a smile, addressing Itachi. Good morning, Itachi and Ai. And you too, Ryoma and Ai, Yasuo and Ai. Itachi and Ryoma returned her greeting with smiles, while Yasuo forced a stiff smile, casting a cold glare at Liu. Sensing the impending trouble, Liu patted Misaka Mikoto's head and reminded her, call him Yasuo, not just anything else. Misaka Mikoto looked up at Liu, her eyes filled with innocent confusion. But you called him that last night. Before she could finish, Liu swiftly covered her mouth, awkwardly chuckling at Yasuo. Don't pay attention to her. She is just a child. Yasuo merely smiled, choosing not to respond. At that moment, Katakuri interjected. All right, the tea party is about to commence. We should be on our way. Yes, let us proceed, Liu nodded, and the group made their way toward the tea party venue. Meanwhile, Katakuri, watching the young girl beside him, felt a sense of unease. He could sense an extraordinary power emanating from the seemingly innocent girl, who appeared to be no older than 13 or 14. Is this truly the pirate crew of the gods, where each member possesses such formidable strength? I sincerely hope that this tea party proceeds without any unforeseen incidents. I do not ask for much, merely that my mother does not provoke the likes of Liu. Katakuri let out a deep sigh. At this moment, in a certain sea area of the New World, a colossal pirate ship, as grand as a white whale, was cleaving through the waves, making its slow advance. Countless pirates and bounty hunters, upon catching sight of this vessel from afar, were filled with dread, retreating in panic. Old man, It seems there have been some disturbances from Big Mom lately. I hear that at the tea party, Charlotte Smoogie is to be wed to our brother Leyu. Ace approached Whitebeard, who was seated in a place of honor, handing over a piece of intelligence. The other division captains on deck could not help but glance over. For after all, Leyu was part of the family, and they were quite concerned about his affairs. Whitebeard took the intelligence from Ace and, after a cursory glance, tossed it to the ground with a dismissive laugh. Wahaha! This madwoman actually dares to propose a union with my brother? With his temperament, he would never agree to such a thing. This will certainly be entertaining. What shall we do then, old man? Marco, sporting a pineapple hairstyle, inquired as he approached. Let us head to Cake Island. With that, Whitebeard raised a jug of liquor and drank deeply. Old man, you should drink less. Your health. Marco expressed his concern with a slight frown. Nonsense, let us go, Whitebeard declared, and the Whitebeard pirates adjusted their course towards Cake Island. Today, the entirety of the land of Tado was engulfed in a frenzied celebration. Every island within the territory ceased their labors, flocking to the streets of the towns to fervently celebrate the union of Big Mom's pirate crew at the tea party. News had reached them that Big Mom intended to betroth Charlotte Smoogie to the recently illustrious 5th Emperor, Leyu. This is splendid. Smoogie is finally getting married. With the addition of the 5th Emperor Leyu, our nation shall grow even more powerful. Rumors circulated that this esteemed Leyu had recently vanquished Kaido. Indeed, he was a formidable figure. It was said that he was still under 20 years of age and possessed striking looks. The myriad of individuals under Big Mom's command were enveloped in this jubilant atmosphere, engaging in animated discussions about Leyu's destruction of the Navy headquarters and his triumph over the Beast Kaido. Simultaneously, numerous factions and organizations from around the world, having received invitations to Big Mom's tea party, dispatched their representatives and fleets to partake in this event. No one dared to decline an invitation from the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Yet, amidst these invitations, one individual did refuse, inciting the ire of Big Mom. For the entirety of the New World regarded receiving an invitation to Big Mom's tea party as a tremendous honor. This signified that one could gain the friendship of the Big Mom pirates. However, if one were invited yet chose not to attend, regardless of the reason, they would inevitably receive a gift from Big Mom's crew, a demonstration of the overwhelming power of the Big Mom pirates. At this moment, the harbor of Cake Island was bustling with ships of all sizes arriving and anchoring in the port. Flags representing various factions fluttered across the sea, creating a spectacular sight. However, the attendance of these factions at the tea party was not only due to the might of Big Mom, but also their astonishment at the union with the 5th Emperor, Leyu. Countless speculated whether these 2 titans of the sea would join forces to dominate the oceans. Should they unite, no one in the New World could stand in their way. After all, the Navy had become a mere joke to the pirates, and they could seize the opportunity to ride the coattails of Leyu and Big Mom, unrestrained upon the seas. Yet, a small faction sensed the potential peril of this union, feeling that it might not be as smooth as anticipated. Leyu had never publicly acknowledged any connection to the Big Mom pirates. This marriage might merely be Big Mom's unilateral desire. If that were the case, the situation would become far more intriguing. On the streets of Cake Island, throngs of citizens gathered to extend their welcome. The bustling thoroughfares were alive with an array of races and faces, each adorned with jubilant expressions. Countless confections decorated the streets, and brilliant fireworks illuminated the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As representatives from various factions gradually disembarked, all were awestruck by the grandeur of the scene. At that moment, several opulent carriages came to a slow halt before the castle of Cake Island. A pair of delicate, fair hands adorned with vibrant nail polish gently parted the curtain of one carriage, and a head emerged, with short, wavy golden hair framing enchanting eyes. She embodied elegance in her flowing gown. She was none other than Stussy, the Queen of Sweet City, and a member of the CP0 of the government. Previously, she had trailed Leyu and relayed his movements to the Navy. Stussy, I did not expect you to receive an invitation from Big Mom as well. A commanding voice interjected. A figure with a bird-like head emerged from the carriage, clad in a sleek black suit, exuding charisma. He was Morgan's, the president of the World Economic Journal and a media mogul. Oh, it seems we might score some significant news this time, Morgan chuckled. After all, the recent major stories had all been orchestrated by Liu, and this event might yield promising outcomes. It has been a while since we gathered, hasn't it? Morgans remarked, observing Stussy with a smile. Indeed, but this time many familiar faces are notably absent, and we may never see them again, Stussy replied coldly, causing Morgans to pause for a moment before realizing she referred to the three old friends who controlled various industries, eliminated by CS Sun. Although he possessed no evidence implicating CS Sun as the murderer, he surmised there was a connection. By the way, have you discovered the true identity of CS Sun yet? Morgans inquired. Stussy sighed deeply, shaking her head. No, one must be cautious. He is too enigmatic, as if he appeared out of nowhere, and his strength seems exceedingly formidable. However, I heard he was invited to this tea party, yet it seems he did not accept. What? He actually declined? Morgans was taken aback, astonished that someone had the audacity to reject an invitation from Big Mom. TSK. Once the tea party concludes, we can have Big Mom investigate his background, Morgans mused, shaking his head while lighting a cigar. Ah, you all have arrived. It truly is lively here. A figure brandishing a scythe and wearing a mask boomed, laughing heartily. The renowned undertaker, Don Quixote da Flamingo, had also made his entrance. The arrival of these three individuals stirred considerable excitement in the streets. These were the Dark Emperors of the New World, prominent figures of considerable influence. Hey, have you noticed? 3 people seem to be missing. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, expressing a sense of familiarity. Not long ago, the underworld underwent a catastrophic upheaval, with the Sea Trade King, the Currency King, and the Commodity Storage King all perishing unexpectedly. Their enterprises were subsequently seized by an individual named CS Sun. Why hasn't that CS Sun appeared here? Someone queried, to which the response was uncertain, perhaps indicating that Big Mom had not extended an invitation. At that moment, several figures emerged before the 3 Dark Emperors, with the foremost being a peculiar-looking individual, slender in stature, adorned with a top hat brimming with lollipops. It is Lord Perispero, here to greet the esteemed guests, a member of the crowd exclaimed. This person was none other than the eldest son of the Charlotte family, the candy minister among the 34 ministers. With a slight smile, Perispero addressed the 3 Dark Emperors and the representatives of various factions behind them, expressing gratitude for their presence. On behalf of Mama, I extend the warmest welcome to you all. The tea party wedding is about to commence, so please follow me. After licking a lollipop, he waved his candy cane, conjuring a magnificent crystalline staircase made of candy that led directly to the rooftop of Cake Island. The tea party was set to unfold on the castle's rooftop, and he beckoned everyone to enjoy this joyous occasion. A grand procession then made its way to the rooftop. Meanwhile, in the waters 30 miles away from Cake Island, the Navy cautiously approached, concealing their presence. Suddenly, the radios of the officers crackled to life. Hello, calling all units. The tea party is about to begin. All prominent figures have entered the venue. Please be alert. This operation must not fail. The code name is Annihilation. On the rooftop of Cake Island, every corner was adorned with exquisite and lavish decorations, dazzling in their brilliance. The tables overflowed with an array of desserts, emitting an enticing aroma that heightened appetites. The invited dignitaries, guided by members of the Charlotte family, gradually took their seats. Among them, sitting in the VIP section, Liu observed the jubilant gathering on the rooftop, his brow slightly furrowed. Itachi, have you seen Orochimaru and Rimuru? He inquired. Itachi shook his head, responding, I haven't seen them since last night. Well, that's unfortunate. Liu mused, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gnawing at him. At that moment, Katakuri stood at the entrance of the rooftop, flanked by numerous guards from the Big Mom pirates patrolling the area. Is everything ready? No mistakes allowed. Katakuri instructed a man dressed in pink, wearing egg-shaped trousers and leaning on a cane, who was none other than Baron Egg, a formidable member of the Big Mom pirates. The Baron respectfully assured Katakuri, rest assured. Lord Katakuri, I will do my utmost to ensure everything goes smoothly. Katakuri nodded expressionlessly before continuing his patrol. For reasons unknown, He felt an unsettling premonition amidst the joyous atmosphere, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. His keen eyes flashed a crimson hue, signifying the activation of his advanced observation haki. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he questioned, "Is it merely my imagination?" However, reassured by the formidable guards and the soldiers dispatched from Whole Cake Island patrolling nearby, along with the full complement of the Big Mom Pirates' main forces, he believed that even the other emperors would find it challenging to attack this stronghold. Suddenly, a realization struck him, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned his gaze towards Lei Yu, the sole individual capable of instilling such disquiet in him and the entire Big Mom family. "I hope nothing goes awry," he thought. On the opposite side of the rooftop tea party, Smuggy sipped her drink, casting a furtive glance at Lei Yu, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Am I truly to marry him today? Will he consent?" Although it was said to be a tea party wedding for her, after their interaction the previous day, it seemed Lei Yu was not particularly interested, and, as Katakuri had mentioned, given Lei Yu's immense strength, there was little she could do if he was unwilling. With a deep sigh, Smuggy pondered her situation. "What's the matter? Are you nervous?" asked Shiro, noticing her sigh. "It's nothing." Smuggy feigned indifference, taking another sip of her juice. "All right, get ready. Mama is coming." Just as Shiro finished speaking, the grand door at the center of the rooftop creaked open, revealing a pink figure emerging from the shadows. "Welcome to the tea party on Cake Island. Indulge in all the desserts." Then Big Mom, with her slightly robust physique, leapt down from the high platform with a thunderous thud, extending her stout arms and laughing heartily. "Let the tea party wedding commence." With a resounding bang, an array of colorful fireworks erupted, dazzling the night sky like blooming flowers. The rooftop was illuminated by a multitude of vibrant lights, resembling a dance hall, as balloons of various colors ascended into the air. Seeing this, Lei Yu's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Big Mom. Did he not make it clear yesterday that he had no intention of participating in any matrimonial arrangements, viewing this merely as a gathering? What was she up to today? Was she attempting to exert pressure on everyone present? He scoffed inwardly, refusing to be intimidated. At the center of the stage, Big Mom seemed oblivious to Lei Yu's discontent, reveling in her own mirth. Originally, today's wedding was to celebrate Smuggy's union with the fifth emperor, Lei Yu. However, due to various reasons, it may not meet Smuggy's expectations today, my dear daughter. Upon uttering these words, a wave of shock rippled through the audience below. What was Big Mom planning? Such a scenario had never occurred at past tea parties. The sweet three generals exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend Big Mom's sudden change of heart. Smuggy, too, felt a surge of inexplicable emotions, disappointment, relief, or perhaps something else entirely. Meanwhile, Lei Yu's expression grew increasingly frosty as he grasped the implications of her words. It appeared that this madwoman had not yet given up. With a maniacal laugh, Big Mom continued, her eyes gleaming with madness as she proclaimed, "Today, I shall invite Lei Yu and the gods to join Whole Cake Island, to jointly govern and construct a perfect kingdom. Furthermore, the fifth emperor, Lei Yu, shall become my 44th husband. I firmly believe that our union will undoubtedly give birth to the most exquisite and powerful new life in the world, causing this realm to tremble in awe. Join me, Lei Yu. Together, we shall govern the myriad nations." Subsequently, Big Mom turned her gaze towards Lei Yu, and even the surrounding lights converged upon him. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Everyone was stunned by Big Mom's proclamation, frozen in place as all eyes fixated on Lei Yu and Big Mom, their expressions a complex mixture of emotions. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into excited screams, exclaiming that the Big Mom Pirates were about to soar. With Lei Yu's addition, would they not leap to become the mightiest pirate crew? This was indeed a sensational scoop. Was the world on the verge of a monumental transformation? In that instant, all the guests attending the tea party wedding cheered, while the members of the Big Mom Pirates celebrated alongside them, and the residents of Cake Island joined in the jubilation. However, Katakuri and Smoothie wore troubled expressions. Smoothie had not anticipated that her mother would propose marrying Lei Yu, feeling as though she had been betrayed. Meanwhile, Katakuri feared that a conflict between Big Mom and Lei Yu could spell doom for Charlotte Pudding and their other siblings, as well as the residents of Cake Island. Although their family boasted many members, only a few were truly formidable. If a confrontation were to arise, perhaps only the two quasi-emperors in their midst could stave off disaster for their group. Lei Yu, together we can forge a brighter future. Join me. Big Mom once again extended her invitation to the silent Lei Yu. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu stood up without hesitation, coldly regarding Big Mom. The atmosphere fell silent once more, as all eyes turned to Lei Yu, awaiting his response. After a few seconds, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lei Yu's eyes, and he slowly spoke. Was my statement yesterday not clear enough? You are playing with fire, Big Mom. Instantly, the crowd gasped in shock, incredulous at Lei Yu's audacity. How could he dare to speak so defiantly on Big Mom's territory? This could be disastrous. Had Lei Yu, upon entering the New World, already made enemies of two veteran emperors? Would they come to blows, and would the rest of them suffer the consequences? Everyone in attendance struggled to believe their ears, astonished that Lei Yu had rejected Big Mom's alluring offer. After all, she had proposed they govern the myriad nations together, placing them on equal footing. With their partnership, wouldn't they dominate the New World? Yet, Lei Yu had outright declined. At that moment, Katakuri's expression darkened considerably as he sensed the subtle murderous intent emanating from Lei Yu. It was clear that Big Mom's actions had provoked him. Big Mom, seemingly unfazed, burst into laughter, declaring, I shall give you one final opportunity, Lei Yu. Join me, and together we shall conceive an immensely powerful life. How marvelous that would be! Her gaze turned icy as she continued. You should know that you have already thoroughly offended that rascal Kaido. Even if you are what they call the new fifth emperor, you must navigate the new world wisely. The threat in Big Mom's words was palpable. Should Lei Yu dare to refuse her, she would ally with Kaido to target him. The atmosphere on the rooftop had plummeted to an icy tension as members of the Big Mom pirates gathered, encircling the entire area. All the guests dared not utter a sound, the oppressive atmosphere reaching its zenith. Amidst the crowd, Stussy observed the unfolding scene with a shadow of concern in her eyes, her hand discreetly gripping a small button. Should a battle ensue, she would promptly use this button to alert the Navy lurking in the waters outside, ready to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Morgans stealthily produced a small camera, frantically snapping pictures, his eyes alight with excitement. This was yet another major scoop. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu slowly approached Big Mom, looking up at her massive and imposing figure, and coldly stated, I am pleased that you invited me to the tea party, but I find your tone most displeasing. It is only the gods who threaten others. No one threatens the gods. As his words fell, a resounding bang echoed as Lei Yu unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the entire rooftop and wreaking havoc upon everything around him. Oh no, this is Conqueror's haki. I can hardly breathe. How powerful it is. In an instant, most of the weaker guests felt as though an invisible hand was choking their throats, making it difficult to breathe. A few particularly weak individuals even fainted, rolling their eyes and frothing at the mouth. Even formidable figures like Katakuri, Snakeman, and Smoothie experienced a significant oppressive force. This cannot be. Is Mother truly planning to strike at Lei Yu here? If so, whole Cake Island will be destroyed. Katakuri trembled, unwilling to witness a clash between the two. Upon realizing that Lei Yu had audaciously released his aura without regard for her, Big Mom's expression gradually darkened. It seems you have made your choice, Lei Yu. As her words echoed, a similarly potent and oppressive aura began to emanate from Big Mom. The two powerful forces of Conqueror's haki clashed in the air, causing the tension on the rooftop to surge. In that moment, the gathered crowd felt an overwhelming pressure. Even members of the Big Mom pirates, sweating profusely as they struggled to withstand the might of the two conflicting auras. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi, along with Ryoma and others who had been seated among the guests, swiftly moved to Lei Yu's side, each unleashing their own formidable aura. In an instant, three immensely powerful auras soared into the heavens. Meanwhile, Big Mom's massive form appeared to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It was evident that the four of them had managed to suppress Big Mom's Conqueror's haki, And at that moment, all present truly felt the pressure emanating from the gods' pirates. Without exception, they stood frozen in disbelief, gazing incredulously at the three companions beside Lei Yu. They sensed that the auras radiating from the trio were on par with that of an admiral. Previously, they had known the gods to be formidable, but they had not anticipated their strength to reach such heights. No wonder they could challenge the Navy headquarters. Katakuri and his companions noticed Big Mom's unusual demeanor as well. With a swift motion, the Sweet Commanders and several other capable ministers rushed to Big Mom's side, unleashing their own auras to counter Lei Yu's group, thus creating a stalemate. You gods do possess some strength, but this is my whole cake island. As she spoke, Big Mom stepped forward, and with a tremendous crash, the ground began to crack beneath her. Immediately, a glimmer of crimson flickered in Big Mom's pupils, and wisps of pink energy emanated from her body, encircling her. Then, with a powerful swing of her arms, her gaze grew increasingly frenzied as she bellowed, "Thundercloud Zeus! Come fort, mama!" Before long, Zeus materialized behind Big Mom. Enveloped by her pink energy, he transformed into a pitch-black cloud, crackling with formidable lightning that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. Zeus glared fiercely at Lei Yu's group, unleashing a colossal surge of electricity. "Manga, let this ungrateful fool face the wrath of thunder." With a deafening roar, the massive lightning bolt struck down upon Lei Yu's crew like divine retribution. Caught off guard by Zeus's resolve, Lei Yu was astonished that Big Mom would dare to act, seemingly indifferent to the fate of her own people. As the powerful lightning approached, Lei Yu's expression hardened, preparing to confront it when suddenly he heard an exhilarating BGM beside him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Misaka Mikoto had appeared before him, her chestnut hair floating wildly, her icy eyes fixed on the colossal Big Mom not far away. Simultaneously, a coin began to roll down from above, glimmering with a faint electric spark that danced at her fingertips. The onlookers soon recognized the small girl standing in front of Lei Yu, engaged in incredulous speculation. Who was that little girl? Could she possibly be a member of the gods' pirates? Is it conceivable that she is Lei Yu's illegitimate daughter? That seems unlikely. Lei Yu appears to be barely 20. How could he have a daughter of that age? But could she truly withstand Thundercloud Zeus? Is she courting death? None believe that a girl of around 14 could withstand Zeus's attack. Meanwhile, Katakuri, positioned behind Big Mom, sensed the electric spark dancing at Mikoto's fingertips and felt a twinge of foreboding. Just as he intended to warn Big Mom, it was too late. Mikoto smiled as she gazed at the approaching lightning, her surroundings crackling with electricity. At the moment the coin touched her fingertip, countless arcs of electricity surged into her right arm. With a thunderous roar, the coin vanished, leaving only a series of shimmering electric arcs in the air. The railgun fired with such terrifying speed that it left an afterimage in the air, the orange beam slicing through Zeus's lightning and hurtling toward him. In the next instant, Big Mom had not yet registered the event when a sharp cry rang out. Zeus, who had been floating beside Big Mom, was pierced by the electromagnetic cannon and fell to the ground, convulsing and emitting plumes of black smoke, with intermittent flashes of blue lightning flickering across his form. Observing the fallen Zeus writhing on the ground, Mikoto brushed her chestnut hair aside, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "You thought you could play with electricity? Dream on." Even Lei Yu was taken aback by the sheer might of Mikoto's electromagnetic cannon, which had nearly incapacitated Zeus in one strike. He instinctively touched his forehead, recalling the impact of the game coin from earlier, and felt a cold sweat break out. The scene left the gathered guests astounded. Zeus, endowed with a soul by Big Mom, was immensely powerful. Mere mortals could not even breach his lightning. Yet this young girl had severely wounded him with a single blow. Did the gods' pirates truly lack any weaklings? Each time they thought they had witnessed the full extent of the gods' pirates' power, they realized they had only scratched the surface. Even a 14-year-old girl possessed such extraordinary strength. Katakuri shook his head, deeply sighing as he observed Zeus convulsing on the ground. He had sensed the girl's remarkable power upon their first encounter the day before, and now it seemed that matters were escalating beyond control. Upon seeing Zeus defeated, Big Mom's expression turned increasingly grim, her aura intensifying as she fixed a steely gaze on Lei Yu. Are you prepared to wage war against the Big Mom pirates, Lei Yu? Huh. If you wish to fight, then let it be. There's no need for further words, Lei Yu replied, unflinching in the face of Big Mom's burgeoning rage, meeting her fierce gaze with cold determination. On the rooftop, Stussy observed the tense standoff between the two and discreetly tucked the button in her pocket, realizing that the time was not yet ripe. They needed to wait until both combatants were heavily wounded before the Navy had a chance at victory. Yet, witnessing their current confrontation, it was clear that Big Mom held some trepidation regarding Lei Yu's strength. Otherwise, she would have attacked the moment he rejected her. It appeared that the friction between these two would need a gust of wind to ignite into flames. As Stussy's eyes gleamed with insight, she broke the silence, saying, Lei Yu, you're merely a new Yonko. What grounds do you possess to challenge an established emperor like Big Mom? Big Mom values you, which is a stroke of fortune. To refuse is one thing, but to challenge the Big Mom pirates? Do not think I am unaware that your so-called destruction of the Navy headquarters involved the Whitebeard and Red-Hair pirates. Morgan should know this, and with your crew, you likely lack the strength to confront the Navy headquarters. Yet here you are, provoking the Big Mom pirates? Stussy's words escalated the tension to its peak, as she effectively compelled Big Mom to act. Otherwise, it would imply that the seasoned emperor feared Lei Yu, which would tarnish her reputation significantly. In the stillness of the atmosphere, everyone heard Stussy's remarks. What? Those two actually participated in the Navy headquarters conflict? No wonder. If those two pirate crews were involved, the Navy's defeat became more understandable. There was no doubt regarding Stussy's words, for as the Dark Emperor, she had no reason to lie, and individuals of her stature were privy to many concealed truths. Morgan, the president of the news agency, felt compelled to speak up when Stussy mentioned him. Indeed, Whitebeard and Red-Haired were present in that war. However, the specific events that transpired remain unknown to me. Morgan's clarification sparked a wave of shock among the guests, with many nodding in agreement. Now believing their words and realizing there was an underlying truth to the situation, Katakuri watched Big Mom's reaction to Stussy's words, noting the flicker of light in her eyes. He then felt a sense of dread, glancing at Stussy, recognizing her intent to incite conflict that could devastate whole Cake Island. Simultaneously, Lei Yu's gaze fell upon Stussy amidst the crowd, his eyes growing chillingly cold. He was acutely aware that beyond her identity as the Dark Emperor of the Underworld, Stussy was also a member of the world government's CP0. From her words, Lei Yu detected a hint of danger. However, it was improbable for Stussy alone to instill such a sensation within him. Thus, a singular possibility emerged. With that thought, he turned his attention towards the waters near Cake Island, surveying the surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. Nevertheless, the sense of crisis within him intensified, especially since he had not fully recovered from his injuries sustained during the battle with Kaido. A confrontation with Big Mom here could prove disastrous, particularly if that group of naval scoundrels chose to intervene. Resolute, Lei Yu addressed Big Mom with an icy demeanor, stating, "Let this be the end for today, Big Mom. Should you desire a confrontation, the gods' pirates shall be at your service in the future." His words were a means of providing an exit for her, hoping that this madwoman would recognize his goodwill. After speaking, he turned and exchanged a glance with Uchiha Itachi and others before leading the way to the edge of the rooftop, leaping down. Itachi and Misaka Mikoto, though puzzled by Lei Yu's sudden retreat, followed suit and jumped from the rooftop, preparing to depart from Cake Island. Shouldn't we be concerned about Orochimaru and Rimuru? Yasuo, already leaping down, tilted his head and inquired. Walking ahead, Lei Yu seemed to falter momentarily before coldly responding, "We must leave. I have an ominous premonition that staying here will invite misfortune. They might already be aboard the ship. Besides, it would take considerable time to defeat those two." The residents of Cake Island watched as Lei Yu and his companions retreated, none daring to obstruct their departure, as if they were merely allowing them to leave unchallenged. Big Mom, observing Lei Yu's gradual exit from the rooftop, felt her murderous intent swell. With a thunderous clap of her hands, she bellowed, "Prometheus!" "At your command, Mama!" A voice echoed, and suddenly, A small sun materialized beside Big Mom. Boom! The once adorable Prometheus began to swell violently, transforming into a grotesque fire monster. The heat radiating from it caused the temperature around the rooftop to soar dramatically, leaving the attending guests feeling unbearably hot. As Big Mom summoned Prometheus, Stussy's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Was the spectacle finally about to commence? Yet, just as Big Mom prepared to command Prometheus to strike at Leyu, Katakuri abruptly appeared in front of her, arms outstretched to block Prometheus's assault. Big Mom's gaze turned icy upon seeing Katakuri, and she coldly questioned, "Are you attempting to betray me, Katakuri?" Undeterred by Big Mom's terrifying presence, Katakuri fixed his gaze upon her and declared, "Mama, this will ruin whole Cake Island." It was essential to note that Leyu and his companions were still within the residential district. If Prometheus were to unleash his attack, countless innocent residents would perish. Katakuri could not bear the thought of these innocents meeting their demise at the hands of Big Mom, who was meant to protect them. Such an irony would be unfathomable, especially with so many guests present for the tea party. Bigum appeared unfazed, her cold eyes fixed on Katakuri as she slowly remarked, "You truly disappoint me, Katakuri." As she spoke, Prometheus enveloped her in a torrent of blazing flames, her pink hair transforming into a menacing blaze. The aura emanating from her was terrifying. Many guests trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground. Big Mom extended a hand towards Katakuri, coldly stating, "A son who continually contradicts his mother deserves to be dealt with. You shall be no exception." With that, a fierce fire ignited in her palm, the terrifying heat distorting the space around her as she prepared to unleash it upon Katakuri. Faced with such overwhelming flames, Katakuri showed no signs of retreat, steadfastly remaining in front of Big Mom. Just as she was about to strike, two voices rang out, pleading for her to relent. "Please, Mama, stop. This will truly destroy the kingdom you have built." Smoothie and Snack appeared beside Katakuri, kneeling before Big Mom. "Even you two wish to betray me?" she exclaimed with growing fury. "Then perish together." The coldness emanating from Big Mom intensified, her powers surging as her attack continued to brew. At that moment, Leyu, having not ventured far, sensed Big Mom's escalating power and abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the flaming figure of Big Mom and the three sweet commanders blocking her path. With a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, he murmured, "Forget it, we must leave." He quickened his pace. The atmosphere on the rooftop grew increasingly tense, with the attending guests astonished by the unexpected turn of events. What began as a confrontation between Big Mom and Leyu's group had devolved into an internal conflict within the Charlotte family. Morgan from a newspaper frantically captured photographs, trembling with excitement, realizing this was far more thrilling than the events occurring next door. Big Mom, seemingly intent on pressing forward, left Smoothie feeling a chill of dread. To her astonishment, it appeared that her mother truly intended to strike at them. Meanwhile, Katakuri remained expressionless, having long recognized her nature, and thus was not surprised by her actions. Bang! Big Mom's attack seemed ready as she slowly raised her fiery arm. Just as she was about to bring it down, Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, suddenly appeared before her. Behind him, all of Big Mom's children had arrived. Perispero approached Big Mom and respectfully stated, "Mama, let us continue the tea party. The wedding cake is ready. We can pursue Leyu's group after we have enjoyed the cake. They cannot escape far in such a short time. Besides, engaging in battle here would tarnish whole Cake Island's reputation. After all, these residents are our subjects." The family members behind Charlotte Perispero echoed their agreement, and upon hearing their words, Big Mom's robust arm hovering in the air did not descend. With a cold and indifferent glance at the crowd on the rooftop and the trembling residents within the Cake Island, she slowly lowered her hands. The Prometheus hovering above her head also detached itself, reverting to its form as a small sun. At this moment, Big Mom seemed to regain a semblance of calm. If a significant number of residents were to perish in this battle, from where would she procure more life? Very well, let us first indulge in the delicious wedding cake. Subsequently, Big Mom took her seat resting her chin in anticipation of the delectable cake's arrival. Observing the acquiescent Big Mom, Katakuri and the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Cold sweat had long since soaked their backs, and the looming sense of death was far from pleasant. Katakuri cast a grateful glance toward Charlotte Perispero, realizing that without him, the consequences could have been dire. Noting the situation, Charlotte Perispero hastily instructed his subordinates to fetch the wedding cake from the factory. He noticed that Big Mom, seated and visibly salivating, exhibited the signs of her hunger pangs. Understanding her well, he recognized that this was a clear indication of her craving disorder. If Big Mom succumbed to her cravings, it would be the true end. At that point, everyone present might very well meet their doom at her hands, either through her irrational fury or as her next meal. The only way to prevent Big Mom from succumbing to her disorder was to swiftly deliver the cake. Thus, Perispero fervently prayed for the cake to arrive without incident. The esteemed guests on the rooftop dared not leave, fearing that a momentary lapse could provoke Big Mom's wrath once more. Among the crowd, Stussy watched the sudden shift in Big Mom's demeanor, her eyes flashing with a hint of dissatisfaction. Could it be that the Navy and the government were truly intent on seizing this opportunity? Meanwhile, Charlotte Brûlé and several members of the Big Mom Pirates, having arrived at the cake factory, felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding upon seeing the factory door ajar. The guards who should have been stationed outside had vanished, and the interior was shrouded in darkness. Brûlé's pupils dilated, and without hesitating, she rushed inside. Upon activating the lights in the factory, they were met with the sight of guards strewn about, unconscious, their fates uncertain. Even the bakers had succumbed, lying unconscious on the floor. Brûlé quickly turned her gaze to a round plate where the wedding cake should have been. It was now merely a barren dish, with white serpents crawling over it, licking up the remnants of cream. Where was the wedding cake? Brûlé's face contorted with horror, as the disappearance of the cake signified an impending disaster. The thought of Big Mom unleashing her cravings filled her with dread. At that moment, the other pirates also laid eyes on the empty plate, standing frozen in fear, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Brûlé then noticed the head chef, Longbread, collapse beneath the plate. Longbread was their executive chef, responsible for all culinary matters in the Big Mom Pirates, boasting over 60 years of experience, and was a member of the Rocks Pirates, just like Big Mom. He had been tasked with the wedding cake, claiming to be the only one capable of crafting it. Rushing to his side, Brûlé vigorously shook him, demanding to know where the wedding cake was. As she rattled him, he groggily began to regain consciousness, inquiring about the wedding cake. Brûlé, in a panic, cried out, "What? The wedding cake is gone? How is that possible?" Upon hearing her words, Longbread snapped to attention, horrified to discover the colossal cake was no longer there. "Can you make another wedding cake? Mother is having her cravings," Brûlé asked urgently. Longbread shook his head in dismay, stating that it would take at least a week to create a cake that would satisfy Big Mom. Hearing this, the gravity of the situation struck everyone like a thunderbolt. It felt as if the sky had fallen. Cursed be those two wretches for devouring the cake. Longbread clenched his fists, rage filling his eyes. "What? Which two wretches?" Brûlé inquired. "I do not know their identities. They claimed to be guests for the tea party and knocked us out upon entering. I never imagined they would consume the entire cake." He beckoned Brûlé to follow him to the monitoring room. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Perispero observed Big Mom's increasingly erratic state, her breathing growing more turbulent. With mounting anxiety, he retrieved a transponder snail. In the monitoring room, Brûlé answered the transponder snail, hearing Perispero's urgent voice. "Brûlé, has the wedding cake not yet arrived? Can you hurry? Mother is on the brink." It was well understood that when Big Mom succumbed to her cravings, she transformed into a terrifying demon, explaining Perispero's frantic demeanor. "Brother, the wedding cake has been eaten." Brûlé's fearful voice reached Perispero's ears. Stunned, he turned to glance at Big Mom, only to find her standing ominously behind him. Countless gastric juices and saliva dripped from her mouth, pooling on the ground, while her pupils glowed an ominous blood red, radiating a terrifying aura. "What? You say the wedding cake has been consumed? My beloved wedding cake is just gone?" With each utterance, Big Mom's fury escalated, her eyes losing their former rationality. "No, Mother. Please remain calm. Perispero stammered in trepidation. How dare anyone touch my cake? I want my wedding cake. Bring me the wedding cake. Big Mom had completely lost her sanity, erupting into a frenzied roar. In the next moment, a tremendous wave of her conqueror's haki surged forth, wreaking havoc throughout the tea party venue. Many powerless guests were hurled away by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground below, their fates unknown. The remaining attendees were not faring any better. Under the weight of her formidable haki, those lacking in strength crumpled to the ground, clutching their heads in agony. Some even succumbed, blood oozing from their orifices. Curse be it! Who dares to meddle with the cake? Big Mom was now entirely devoid of reason, her fury uncontainable. Perispero, pale and trembling, collapsed to the ground. Although he was one of the 34 ministers, the candy minister found himself utterly powerless against the overwhelming conqueror's haki unleashed by Big Mom, who was afflicted by a voracious appetite. Wedding jake. I demand my wedding cake. Big Mom continued to roar in a frenzied state, her terrifying aura intensifying with each step she took towards Perispero, her crimson eyes fixed upon him. Where's my cake? Bring me my wedding cake. As she spoke, she raised her fist, preparing to strike Perispero with ferocity. Feeling the sheer force contained within Big Mom's punch, despair washed over Perispero's face under her oppressive haki. He found himself utterly immobilized. This blow would surely leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Just as Big Mom's fist was about to descend, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Katakuri, wielding a trident, intervened to block the impending strike. Katakuri, Perispero exclaimed in relief, his face reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped death. However, the next moment, Katakuri coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth and staining the ground beneath him. Despite Katakuri's formidable physical prowess, he suffered significant injury from Big Mom's casual assault. You must inform everyone to evacuate immediately. Retreat now, Katakuri urged, turning slightly to address Perispero. But how will you manage? Perispero replied, noticing the blood-soaked scarf around Katakuri's neck. Worry etched upon his face. Do not concern yourself with me. I will hold her off for a while. Quickly, notify everyone to retreat. Katakuri shouted, his hands trembling as he gripped the trident. All right, take care. Perispero no longer hesitated, offering a quick admonition before hastily departing with the surviving members of the family, organizing the nearby residents to evacuate the area. Meanwhile, Katakuri braced himself against the pressure exerted by Big Mom, striving to buy as much time as possible for the fleeing crowd. Wedding jake. I want cake. Big Mom's madness intensified, saliva dripping from her mouth as her aura surged even further. She raised her other arm and aimed a devastating blow at Katakuri. In the face of Big Mom's destructive power, a glimmer of resolve ignited in Katakuri's eyes as he summoned his exceptional Kinbunchika haki. It is important to note that Katakuri's position as the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates was not solely due to his formidable Busashoka haki or the Machi Machi no Mi fruit, but rather his extraordinary ability to foresee the future through his advanced observation haki, enabling him to anticipate his enemy's attacks and intentions. Utilizing his Kinbunchika haki, Katakuri successfully evaded Big Mom's punch. However, the force of her strike began to shatter the rooftop beneath them. Witnessing this, the others leaped from the edge of the platform in haste, while Big Mom remained oblivious, standing in place like a wild beast, crying out in rage. The next moment, the rooftop, elevated nearly 60 meters above the ground, collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. Mother! Several family members anxiously searched for Big Mom's figure amidst the dust, while Katakuri's expression grew increasingly grave. He could sense an even more terrifying aura emanating from within the haze. Katakuri, what should we do? Asked Shiryu and Smoothie, both members of the three Sweet Commanders, as they approached Katakuri, their expressions serious. If this continues, Whole Cake Island will be obliterated by Big Mom. We must buy as much time as possible. Every second counts, Katakuri declared, stepping forward. With a fierce swing of his trident, he advanced, and after exchanging determined glances, Shiryu and Smoothie followed suit, armed and ready. How infuriating. Bring me my wedding cake. I want cake. Big Mom's voice thundered through the dust, her terrifying presence wreaking havoc on everything around her, extending her influence over a wider area. The evacuating citizens of Tado Land were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground like lifeless corpses. Perispero, witnessing the scene while organizing the retreat, realized the dire consequences of the situation. If it continued, whole Cake Island would suffer catastrophic damage. Suddenly inspired, he abandoned the evacuation efforts and sprinted towards Katakuri and the others. At that moment, a massive shadow emerged from the swirling dust, its eyes glowing crimson. Bring me my wedding cake." Big Mom's saliva fell like torrential raindrops. Upon spotting the structures of Whole Cake Island nearby, she swung her massive hand, recklessly demolishing everything in her vicinity. Then, noticing the unconscious residents ahead, her eyes flared with red light as she drooled and advanced toward them. Katakuri, realizing the impending danger. "Shouty, no. Mother intends to harm those residents. We must stop her." With that, he charged toward Big Mom, his trident empowered with Busashoka Haki. As he approached, he leaped into the air, raising his trident to deliver a powerful strike, but Big Mom seemed oblivious to his actions, continuing her advance. With a resounding crash, Katakuri's attack struck Big Mom, but he was flung backward, causing no damage. However, this strike successfully diverted Big Mom's attention, as she slowly turned her gaze toward the now-flung Katakuri. "Bring me my wedding cake," she roared, approaching him with menacing intent. As Big Mom closed in, Shiryu and Smoothie joined Katakuri's side. "Brother, we cannot withstand her," Smoothie exclaimed, her face etched with concern. "You must flee," Katakuri insisted heavily. Yet again he moved to confront the unhinged Big Mom. "Katakuri," Smoothie called out anxiously, her resolve hardening as she drew her sword and charged forward alongside him. Seeing this, Shiryu followed suit without hesitation, matching their pace. Katakuri noticed their movements, furrowing his brow as he admonished, "Did I not instruct you to retreat? We are also members of the Three Sweet Commanders. You cannot simply abandon us." Shiryu replied with a grin. Katakuri, upon hearing this, allowed a hint of a smile to cross his face, though he retorted coldly, "Be cautious. You are well aware of Mother's terrifying power." With that, he surged ahead, charging toward Big Mom. At this moment, Perispero arrived at the scene, observing the imminent clash between the three individuals and Big Mom. He called out loudly, "Mama, I know where the wedding cake is." Upon hearing this, Big Mom froze, turning her gaze toward Perispero. "The wedding cake? Where's the wedding cake? I want to eat the wedding cake." At that moment, only the mention of the wedding cake could capture her attention. The instant the words left Perispero's lips, an intense longing ignited in Big Mom's crimson eyes. Seeing Big Mom halt, Katakuri and the others were equally stunned, perplexed by Perispero's intentions. Did not the wedding cake get destroyed? Observing Big Mom, who was losing her sanity due to her hunger pangs, Perispero quickly added, "It was Lei Yu and his crew who took your wedding cake. Mama, they are currently at the port." In truth, Perispero was unaware of who had ruined the cake, but given the current situation, he felt compelled to find a scapegoat. And the best candidate was none other than Lei Yu and his companions. "Lei Yu? Damn it! How dare that Lei Yu not only refuse me, but also steal my wedding cake? I will kill you." Big Mom, now devoid of reason, was unable to contemplate the truth of the matter. Coupled with her previous humiliation at the hands of Lei Yu, her resentment toward him was palpable. Upon hearing that it was Lei Yu who had taken the wedding cake, Big Mom summoned Zeus once more and rode him toward the port of Cake Island, obliterating everything in her path with her formidable conqueror's haki. Fortunately, this diversion prevented her from wreaking excessive havoc at the current location. Meanwhile, Stussy, not far away, observed this scene with keen eyes, a glimmer of excitement in her gaze and a slight smile gracing her lips. With Big Mom now seeking trouble with Lei Yu, it aligned perfectly with her own intentions. As she pondered, she discreetly slipped into a corner, ensuring no one was watching before retrieving a din mushy to relay this crucial information to the waiting navy in the distance. In another corner, Morgans was brimming with excitement, watching Big Mom depart with anticipation in his eyes. He sensed that another grand battle was about to unfold. After all, Lei Yu had only arrived in the New World less than a week ago, Yet he was about to confront a formidable adversary again. Would he emerge victorious this time? Thus, Morgans, filled with curiosity and excitement, followed closely behind Big Mom, hastening toward the port. Katakuri, watching Big Mom's retreating figure, exhaled a sigh of relief. It was only then that he noticed his back was drenched in sweat. "Are you all right?" Perispero approached the trio, concern etched on his face. "We are fine. But what is happening with Lei Yu and the wedding cake?" Katakuri questioned, puzzled by Perispero's words. Even Snakeman and Smoothie were curious, wondering how Lei Yu had managed to take the wedding cake after leaving. With a wry smile, Perispero replied, "I do not even know which scoundrel ruined the wedding cake. However, in order to maintain our current situation, we must divert Mama's attention with Lei Yu. Only Lei Yu and his crew can stand against Mama in her current state." Upon hearing Perispero's explanation, the three finally understood. It was undoubtedly the best solution to their predicament. "Sigh," Katakuri lamented, gazing toward the port. "I am sorry, Lei Yu." Unbeknownst to them, it was indeed Lei Yu's companions who had devoured Big Mom's wedding cake. At that moment, Lei Yu, having reached the port, sensed Big Mom's volatile aura and curiously glanced back toward the castle, wondering why she was in such a rage. Nevertheless, it was none of his concern. He proceeded to his pirate ship and leaped aboard, only to be startled by the sight of two enormous spheres on deck. Suddenly, one of the balls began to move, prompting Lei Yu to kick it in alarm. "Lei Yu, it's me. Stop." A familiar voice reached his ears as a head emerged from a sphere. Upon recognizing the face, Lei Yu halted mid-kick, stunned. "Orochimaru, what on earth happened to you?" Indeed, the sphere was none other than Orochimaru, who had vanished for a day and a night. "Is that slime beside you, Rimuru?" Lei Yu inquired skeptically. "You figured it out, Lei Yu." Rimuru chimed in, transforming from a sphere into a flowing blue shape, resembling an oversized version of a slime. Seeing the two in their altered forms, Lei Yu felt a headache coming on. Even Itachi and the others who had just arrived were taken aback, with Misaka Mikoto almost unleashing a bolt of electricity in surprise. "How did you two end up like this?" Lei Yu asked, rubbing his temples in confusion. Orochimaru rolled his rotund form, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes as he licked his lips. "This morning, we caught a whiff of an exceptionally delicious aroma. That enormous cake was truly delectable. It's a shame you didn't get to taste it." "Wait, you two consumed the entire cake?" Lei Yu exclaimed incredulously, his gaze turning icy as he began to connect the dots regarding Big Mom's furious demeanor. "If that's the case, we're in big trouble if she finds out." It was so good that I couldn't resist finishing it all and forgot to save some for you," Orochimaru remarked, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing Lei Yu was merely upset about not having a piece of the cake left for him. "Do you even realize what kind of cake it was?" Lei Yu shot a cold glare at Orochimaru. At this point, Orochimaru sensed the change in Lei Yu's expression and shrank back slightly, muttering, "It was just a slightly larger. Tastier cake. I can always pay them back." Rimuru had already picked up on the tension and quietly rolled away, choosing not to speak. Sighing deeply at Orochimaru's demeanor, Lei Yu decided to let it go. "Fine, we need to leave here quickly." Lei Yu urged. He was not inclined to pursue the matter further. Engaging in a confrontation with an enraged Big Mom would be disastrous. Although Lei Yu was uncertain whether the Navy was nearby, he trusted his instincts. To survive in these turbulent seas, one must learn to remain composed and not stir the waters. "Yasuo, you take the helm first. We must leave this place quickly," Lei Yu said gravely. Though Yasuo was uncertain why Lei Yu was so anxious, he did not inquire further and hurried to the control room to navigate the ship out of the harbor. Meanwhile, Lei Yu made his way to the bow, his expression tense as he gazed towards the direction of Cake Island. He could already sense the terrifying aura of Big Mom rapidly approaching, moving at an alarming speed. "Have we been discovered? I hope it's not too late," Lei Yu murmured as he felt the ship begin to move. It seemed that Itachi and Longma also sensed the formidable presence, quietly positioning themselves beside Lei Yu, their eyes fixated ahead. But in the next moment, Lei Yu's pupils dilated in shock as a colossal bolt of lightning appeared on the horizon, imbued with overwhelming power, hurtling toward them with incredible speed. Simultaneously, a searing fireball surged from the same direction, its velocity matching that of the lightning. Observing the two formidable attacks approaching, A glint of coldness flashed in Lei Yu's eyes as he muttered, "Damn it, is it too late?" As the attacks drew nearer, Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened. He leapt into the air, swiftly forming hand seals as if orchestrating a symphony. He then cupped his hands before his mouth, his cheeks puffing up as he intoned, "Gaton, Gaki no Jutsu." Instantly, a torrent of flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, gradually coalescing into a massive fireball, confronting the attack unleashed by Prometheus. With a resounding boom, the two fiery orbs collided violently, sending waves of heat rippling through the air. Ultimately, it appeared that Itachi's Gokakyu no Jutsu triumphed, consuming Prometheus's fireball entirely. Meanwhile, the lightning unleashed by Zeus was effortlessly neutralized by Misaka Mikoto's electromagnetic cannon. Seeing this, Leiyu immediately turned to Orochimaru, shouting, "Uncle Snake, hurry! Accelerate the retreat." Orochimaru, standing on the deck, instantly grasped Leiyu's intent and swiftly rolled over, but it seemed they were already running out of time. "Give me the wedding cake. I want the wedding cake." The terrifying roar of Big Mom echoed in their ears. Turning to look, they saw Big Mom descending from the clouds, her presence overwhelming as she landed behind them. "Damn it, Leiyu, return my wedding cake. I want to eat the wedding cake." Big Mom, resembling a demon, fixed her crimson gaze on Leiyu and his companions, howling frantically. Her terrifying roar sent shivers down the spines of those at the harbor. How did Big Mom come here? Run. Wait, it seems she has set her sights on Leiyu's group. Could it be that Big Mom is truly preparing to battle the Straw Hat Pirates? The crowd at the harbor buzzed with speculation, retreating hastily, knowing they could not withstand the clash of these two titans. At that moment, Morgans arrived near the harbor, securing a prime location to capture the impending battle on film. "Give me the wedding cake." Big Mom's saliva dripped incessantly, her red eyes sending chills down one spine. With a furious shout, she launched her armed fist towards Leiyu's vessel. Just as Leiyu was about to rush forward to block the devastating blow that could shatter his ship, Itachi unexpectedly moved faster, positioning himself in front of Leiyu. With his eyes partially closed, he opened them to reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan, staring intently at the incoming fist. Itachi's gaze sharpened as crimson blood flowed from his eyes. A terrifying sight. The next instant, a surge of black flames erupted around Big Mom's hand, igniting and spreading up her massive arm. "Ah!" Big Mom screamed in agony, recoiling her fist in shock as the strange flames ignited fear within her. In pain, she stared in horror at the black flames, which began to spread uncontrollably across her body. She frantically slapped at her skin, attempting to extinguish the bizarre fire, but with each strike, the flames only intensified. The overwhelming pain and fear instigated by the black fire seemed to restore a glimmer of rationality to the gluttonous Big Mom. The onlookers, stunned, watched as Big Mom flailed helplessly in the sky. What kind of flames are these? Can they truly cause Big Mom to scream in such agony? "I heard he is the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Uchiha Itachi." A discerning guest recognized Itachi's identity, exclaiming in shock, "Amaterasu?" Leiyu whispered, observing the burning Big Mom above. He then stepped lightly to Itachi's side. Upon noticing Leiyu's arrival, Itachi turned his head, speaking in a solemn tone, "Leave her to me. You should be vigilant of your surroundings." I sense an ominous premonition. Leiyu was taken aback, his eyes flickering with a strange light. Itachi had also sensed the vague danger, confirming his suspicions. Nodding in response, Leiyu placed unwavering trust in Itachi's strength. Back on the deck, Leiyu furrowed his brow tightly, searching for an opportunity to escape while remaining alert to the unknown threats. Meanwhile, Itachi observed the agonizing Big Mom engulfed in his black flames and noticed something amiss. Although Big Mom appeared to be in distress, Itachi realized that his Amaterasu had not inflicted any real harm. The flames had not even scorched her pink dress. Indeed, none of the four emperors are to be trifled with. Itachi's expression grew grave as he faced such a formidable adversary. Even now, restored to health, he dared not let his guard down. Big Mom, standing upon the clouds, felt her aura intensifying rather than waning. The unquenchable black flames continued to sear her, inflicting excruciating pain. In a fit of rage, she bellowed, "Zeus, charge forward." Realizing she could not extinguish the black flames, Big Mom resolved to confront Itachi directly, surging toward him with Zeus in tow. To protect their ship from destruction, Itachi swiftly leapt down, standing on the ocean surface as he fled swiftly along the shore. He dared not venture into the depths of the sea. What if he ran out of chakra halfway? Would he have to swim like Rayleigh while Big Mom flew above? Having regained a sliver of clarity, Big Mom understood that Itachi was responsible for the flames tormenting her. To extinguish them, she must first eliminate this threat. With a furious roar, she pursued him. As they watched Big Mom and Itachi gradually recede from sight, Yasuo and the others recognized that this was the opportune moment to escape. Yet each of them remained silent, awaiting Lei Yu's command. At this moment, Lei Yu found himself in a profound inner turmoil. As time progressed, an ominous feeling intensified within him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending death. All signs indicated that a significant event was about to unfold here. At this moment, since Itachi had successfully lured Big Mom, no one could hinder the departure of Lei Yu and his companions. It was the opportune moment for their group to leave this maritime domain. But could he truly abandon Itachi? Would he become the one who forsakes his comrades? If he were alone, it would not matter. He could act without reservation. However, as the captain of his ship, he had to consider the safety of his crew. Did Yusaka Mikoto come to this world only to be embroiled in this crisis because of him? Contemplating this, the complexity in Lei Yu's gaze deepened. On one hand lay the safety of his companions, while on the other was his conscience, making it exceedingly difficult to make a decision. Just as Lei Yu was in a state of profound conflict, Orochimaru approached and exclaimed, "What are you thinking? What the hell are you doing?" Lei Yu was momentarily taken aback, turning to find Yasuo, Orochimaru, Rimuru, and others had gathered behind him, their eyes devoid of fear. Meanwhile, Itachi was still darting around the coast of Cake Island, while Big Mom, riding the storm clouds, was closing in at an incredible speed. Just as she was about to catch up, Itachi suddenly halted, turning to fixate on Big Mom. In that fleeting second, Big Mom had already arrived before Itachi, raising her armored fist to deliver a crushing blow. Strangely, Itachi showed no intention of evasion, exclaiming, "Here, perish." Big Mom, enduring the searing pain from Amaterasu, swung her fist at Uchiha Itachi. However, at the moment of impact, Itachi's figure vanished, transforming into a swarm of black crows that cawed and scattered. Were they? Big Mom looked around, and in the next instant, a flock of identical crows coalesced before her. When the crows dispersed, Itachi reappeared, having retracted Amaterasu, as it consumed a considerable amount of his chakra without inflicting any substantial damage on Big Mom, prompting him to cease its use. However, this did not signify his readiness to withdraw from the battle. It had only just begun. At that moment, Big Mom sensed the black flames on her body gradually dissipating, the pain subsiding significantly. Yet, before she could react, she suddenly beheld Itachi's peculiar crimson eyes, the dart-like patterns within them swirling rapidly. In the next moment, still enraged by her hunger, Big Mom inexplicably calmed as she realized the scenery around her had undergone a dramatic transformation. Cake Island and the surrounding sea vanished, replaced by a blood-red sky, reminiscent of Itachi's ominous red eyes, cold and malevolent. When Big Mom attempted to escape, she discovered her massive frame was bound to a colossal cross, iron chains ensnaring her limbs, rendering her immobile. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, were astonished to see Big Mom and Itachi seemingly frozen on the surface of the sea, motionless. What is going on? Why haven't they clashed? I don't know. It was quite intense just moments ago. Could it be Itachi's fruit ability? No. He was utilizing flames earlier. It should be a Logia-type fruit. The crowd speculated. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the two figures in stasis. Within the realm of Tsukuyami, a flock of malevolent crows flew towards Big Mom, and Itachi's figure materialized before her. Upon meeting Itachi's crimson gaze, Big Mom shivered involuntarily. What kind of eyes are those? They bore no trace of emotion, calm as still water. The bizarre phenomena and unparalleled terror gradually restored Big Mom's sanity. What is this place? She demanded, her voice laced with fury. "You insufferable brat, release me at once." As Itachi advanced, a kunai, radiating a chilling gleam, appeared in his hand. Big Mom, unfazed, mocked, pathetic. "That little dagger cannot harm me." Yet, in the next instant, Itachi ruthlessly plunged the kunai into Big Mom's body, and her pupils constricted in shock. Pain, excruciating pain. It feels as though my very soul is being ripped apart. This unprecedented agony surged through her mind, and Big Mom felt as though her body was being torn asunder. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Just as Itachi prepared to strike again, he was momentarily stunned as Big Mom trembled violently, her eyes glowing a fierce red. "It hurts. It hurts so much. You wretched fool. I will kill you." In an instant, Big Mom unleashed her terrifying conqueror's haki, more potent and frenzied than before. Though the intense pain restored her reason, it also ignited her fury. Before Itachi's astonished gaze, Big Mom's eyes turned increasingly crimson. Her drooling mouth revealed a row of fangs that began to protrude. Her already colossal form began to shrink, yet her aura grew ever more terrifying, akin to a demon descending upon the world. Meanwhile, Itachi's Tsukumi realm began to shatter under the pressure of Big Mom's conqueror's haki. Observers in the real world noted Big Mom's shrinking figure, sensing a dreadful power awakening within her. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted by several degrees, and a layer of transparent frost formed upon the surrounding seawater. "What is that on Big Mom?" one bystander pointed out. The crowd followed his gesture to see crimson patterns emerging on Big Mom's exposed arms and neck, emanating an alarming and sinister power, appearing utterly bizarre. At that moment, Katakuri and his companions arrived, stunned by Big Mom's eerie state. "This is terrible. What is happening?" Perispero exclaimed in horror. "What has happened to Mama?" Katakuri asked, intrigued by Perispero's concern, having never seen her in such a state. Yet the terrifying aura emanating from Big Mom now surpassed even her state when afflicted by her hunger. Perispero's eyes glimmered with a hint of memory as he inquired of Katakuri and the others. "Do you know what race Mama belongs to?" "Mama? No idea. Could she be of the giant race?" Katakuri pondered, for ordinary humans hardly reached 10 meters in height, while Big Mom's stature of 10 meters seemed somewhat diminutive for a giant. Pailo merely nodded, then shook his head. With immense curiosity, Samuji gazed at him, urgently inquiring, "Brother, what do you mean? What has happened to Mother? She looks terrifying." With a deep sigh, Pailo fixed his serious gaze upon the figure of Big Mom, suspended in midair, and gravely stated, "Do you know of the giant race's offshoot? The demon race? Mother should possess the bloodline of the demon race." "What? Mother might have the blood of the demon race?" Katakuri, Samuji, and Shaligia exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with astonishment, unable to believe that Big Mom belonged to the demon lineage. "Indeed, I had only speculated before, but now it is almost certain." Pailo Sapilio continued to observe Big Mom with a serious demeanor, swallowing hard as he added, "The demon race harbors an exceedingly malevolent and immensely powerful force within." "Are you referring to the dark red markings on Mother's body?" Katakuri furrowed his brow tightly, gazing at Big Mom, whose chilling aura resembled a demon from the abyss. "Yes," Pelosipio nodded, preparing to speak further, when suddenly his expression changed dramatically. The dark red markings on Big Mom erupted with blinding crimson light, only to vanish moments later, as if they had never existed. With a resounding crack, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukumi space shattered completely, and as he returned to the real world, he quickly retreated, distancing himself from Big Mom, sensing a thread of evil energy that instilled a sense of impending doom. "Ah, I will kill you," Big Mom cried out in agony, clutching her head. Although she had regained her sanity, the soul-wrenching pain lingered. Observing the enraged Big Mom, Itachi's expression grew increasingly grave as he felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from her. Without hesitation, recalling the trait of devil fruit users being vulnerable to seawater, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the sea surface, shouting, "Suetun, water dragon bullet technique." Instantly, 3 gigantic water dragons materialized, roaring as they charged toward Big Mom. However, Big Mom, with a glint of mockery in her eyes, declared, "The seawater is also under my control." As she spoke, she unleashed several waves of souls into the calm sea below. Boom! A colossal wave surged forth, transforming into a massive tsunami in less than a second. Hurtling toward the water dragons conjured by Itachi, and, astonishingly, 3 evil faces appeared atop the powerful tsunami, a manifestation of Big Mom's devil fruit ability. Go! Crush him! Big Mom commanded loudly. At that moment, it felt as though the entire sea surface trembled. The once tranquil waters near Cake Island began to convulse as a 1,000-meter-high tsunami roared toward Itachi. Bang! The water dragons conjured by Itachi stood no chance against the cataclysmic tsunami, disintegrating upon contact and merging into the overwhelming wave. Devour him! Big Mom cackled maniacally, the tsunami speed increasing once more. Oh no! Is Mother going to destroy Cake Island? Piluo Supiliuo exclaimed in horror as Itachi's position faced away from Cake Island. The tsunami is coming. Run! Fall back! Katakuri and the others reacted, shouting at the spectators. Yet, in the face of this calamity, it was too late for them to escape. The towering tsunami cast a shadow that engulfed the majority of the coastline, and the onlookers had resigned themselves to their fate. Realizing escape was impossible. At this moment, Itachi was less than 50 meters from the terrifying tsunami, with mere seconds remaining before he would be buried in the depths of the sea. However, he faced the impending disaster without a trace of fear. Simultaneously, his Sharingan spun wildly. Thunderous roars echoed as Big Mom, observing Itachi's inability to escape, erupted in laughter. Ah ha ha ha! Perish! Yet, her laughter abruptly ceased, as she sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura erupting from within the tsunami. Those who had been fleeing paused, turning back in shock, their faces reflecting horror as they beheld an even more terrifying sight. As the tsunami approached the coast of Cake Island, the 3 evil faces atop it displayed expressions of terror. A flash of red light surged forth, and a nearly 1,000-meter-high tsunami was cleaved in two. Countless streams of red light erupted from the tsunami, and with a resounding explosion, the massive wave transformed into billowing white mist, enveloping the entire sea surface, with countless droplets scattering across the waters. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the mist, and Big Mom's pupils constricted sharply as a colossal red skeleton emerged before her. Clutching a massive crimson sword with a gourd-shaped hilt, radiating boundless power, Uchiha Itachi stood protected within the ribcage of the skeleton. Is this your ability? Big Mom sneered at Itachi. If this is all you have, then you shall remain here today. In that moment, with her sanity restored, Big Mom no longer held back. The terrifying power of her Soso no Mi erupted forth. Big Mom's gaze sharpened as she coldly commanded Napoleon. Coming Mother. The dual-horned hat atop Big Mom's head revealed an equally malevolent face, its eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light. In the next instant, the hat transformed into a gigantic sword, which Big Mom grasped firmly. Zeus. Thunderous rumblings erupted as Zeus trembled beneath Big Mom's feet, unleashing a torrent of wild lightning in response to her call. But this was not the end. Prometheus. Subsequently, the already attached Prometheus erupted into flames, burning more fiercely than ever, scorching the surrounding sea to a boil. The oppressive heat radiated for hundreds of miles, causing all nearby to sweat profusely. Are you prepared to face death, little member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Big Mom coldly addressed the encased Itachi. Subsequently, the formidable aura emanating from Big Mom began to rise steadily. At this moment, it appeared that Big Mom was prepared to vanquish Uchiha Itachi once more. It is noteworthy that Zeus, Prometheus, and the Horned Hat Napoleon are warriors she created using the powers of homies. And among all her homies, these 3 are the most powerful. At this instant, Big Mom stood atop the storm clouds of Zeus. Flames conjured by Prometheus danced upon her head, and she wielded a colossal sword forged from Napoleon. This represented her ultimate form, the pinnacle of her might. The overwhelming pressure she exuded rendered those within a radius of several kilometers breathless, as if an invisible hand were constricting their throats. This indeed was the manifestation of Big Mom's supreme state, a testament to the veracity of her title as one of the 4 emperors. Such overwhelming strength left no room for rebellion in the hearts of the onlookers. On the shore, countless individuals were left pale with fear at the sight of Big Mom, her intense murderous intent instilling dread in many. "Face your demise, child of the gods." Big Mom revealed a terrifying smile. Even her three homies warriors mirrored her sinister grin. At that moment, wielding the giant sword Napoleon and standing on the thunderclouds of Zeus, with the fiery sunlight of Prometheus cascading through her hair, she charged towards Itachi. With a thunderous explosion, Itachi Susanu's 10-fist sword clashed with Big Mom's colossal sword, creating a collision so powerful that it seemed to resonate through the very fabric of space. In that moment, the sky appeared to darken, as the clouds gathered and churned, forming a rift that evoked the sensation of the heavens being torn asunder. The residents of Cake Island, witnessing the spectacle, were struck with fear, some even collapsing in terror. To ordinary people, the battle between these two seemed as if deities were clashing, and under such terrifying forces, they could only curl up in trembling fear. The intensity of the confrontation was palpable, and Katakuri felt a chill run down his spine. Despite having anticipated Itachi's formidable strength, he was astonished to see him capable of contending with Big Mom. "Wagwa!" Big Mom bellowed, raising the giant sword Napoleon high, as the speed of the thunderclouds of Zeus surged, propelling her once again towards Itachi. She swung her colossal sword, unleashing an immensely powerful slash toward him. In that moment, it felt as though space itself warped. Accompanied by a tremendous gale, Itachi, commanding his Susanoo, thrust his 10-fist sword forward, meeting the oncoming crimson slash. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves across the sea, causing waves of various sizes to rise, while the aftermath of the clash surged towards Cake Island, toppling countless structures in its wake. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, another resounding crash echoed, marking yet another fierce encounter between Big Mom and Itachi. Even though they had just been at the epicenter of the explosion, the two remained largely unfazed. Big Mom's extraordinary defensive capabilities were well known, and Itachi Susanoo was no slouch in that regard either. Itachi raised the massive fist of his Susanoo and struck down towards Big Mom. Yet she faced this fearsome blow without a hint of trepidation, instead wearing a mocking expression as she declared, "If this is all you can muster, you shall remain here today. Airuwafu nojari, guiwo." Big Mom's robust arm gripped the Napoleon sword tightly, and with a powerful swing, she unleashed an immensely potent pink shockwave towards Itachi. Along its path, it stirred up fierce winds, as if seeking to shred the very air around it. In the next moment, it collided with the massive fist of Susanoo. Instantly, Itachi felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him, akin to a jack beneath his fist. "This is bad." At that moment, Itachi's pupils constricted, and he heard the ominous sound of cracking. To his horror, the right arm of his third form Susanoo began to shatter. Boom! Before he could react further, the terrifying shockwave sent him hurtling toward the shores of Cake Island. The crowd on the coast quickly distanced themselves, fearing the crimson skeleton would crash upon them. A thunderous roar accompanied Itachi's impact with the shore, kicking up clouds of sand that obscured the sky. Cough, cough! Itachi collapsed to the ground, spitting out crimson blood, struggling to rise and wiping the blood from his lips. Big Mom's strike had inflicted significant damage to his internal organs. He had indeed underestimated the formidable might of Big Mom, one of the four emperors. It seemed that even the third form of Susanoo was insufficient to sustain his fight against her. With this realization, Itachi's Sharingan retracted, returning to its normal form as he closed his eyes, contemplating his next move. Big Mom regarded Uchiha Itachi, sensing the sudden dissipating of his aura and assuming he had given up. She laughed. "Do you have any idea how many years it has been since anyone has made me feel such pain? I will not only make you experience the same suffering, but I will also introduce you to the agony of death." It should be noted that Itachi's Tsukuyomi had been the first to make Big Mom aware of what it meant to endure soul-rending pain. With that, she stepped upon Zeus, leisurely making her way toward the shore. As Big Mom drew nearer to the coast, a group of spectators hastily retreated. In that moment, the vast shore was left with only Uchiha Itachi, his eyes gently closed. Meanwhile, Katakuri, at a distance, also closed his eyes, emanating an extraordinary and powerful aura. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of fear crossing his features, and shouted to those around him, "Quick! Leave this place immediately! Retreat! Do not linger here!" Perispero, puzzled by Katakuri's intense reaction, inquired, "What is happening?" Katakuri, still shaken, murmured, "I just glimpsed a fragment of the future. A giant clad in red armor is engaged in an intense battle with Mother right here. Such a confrontation will unleash waves of power that most will not withstand, and many could perish here." Perispero, startled, whispered, "A giant in red armor?" He cast a deep glance at the distant Itachi before leading his family members in a hurried retreat. "Should we also depart?" Sumuji gazed at Katakuri and remarked, "In battles of this magnitude, we are no longer able to intervene." As he spoke, the sweet commanders retreated. The stage of carnage was cleared for Big Mom and Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Big Mom drew closer, her terrifying aura crashing down upon Uchiha Itachi, who, at that instant, abruptly opened his eyes, calmly fixing his gaze upon Big Mom, and declared, "The true battle has only just begun." Though his tone remained unchanged, the chill in Itachi's eyes grew even more piercing. Suddenly, Itachi trembled, his formidable presence steadily rising. Subsequently, the kaleidoscope pattern of his Sharingan rotated slightly, and two streams of crimson blood began to flow gently from his eyes, forming two conspicuous streaks. With Itachi's command, the Susanoo, which had been nearly shattered by Big Mom, emitted a thunderous roar. Accompanied by this fierce cry, Itachi's body erupted in crimson light, and massive joints began to assemble autonomously, swiftly restoring the area that Big Mom had just obliterated. Big Mom, observing the rejuvenated Itachi, sneered, "Oh, you have recovered? However, if that is all you can do, I shall utterly shatter you this time." Upon hearing her words, Itachi coldly regarded the rapidly approaching Big Mom and stepped forward. Suddenly, the skeletal form of Susanoo underwent yet another transformation. Within its formerly hollow eyes, two flames ignited, flickering within the eye sockets. The Susanoo, which had previously only manifested its upper body, now had its lower half outlined by scarlet bones in the void. With a resounding crash, the skeletal giant of Susanoo slowly rose, its height reaching a terrifying several dozen meters, more than twice the height of Big Mom. However, the transformation of Susanoo was not yet complete. The towering red giant suddenly trembled, and a stunningly cool armor enveloped its skeletal frame. In an instant, this dazzling red armor completely encased the skeleton. At this point, Susanoo had transformed into a tangible figure, emanating an overwhelming and suffocating aura. The onlookers in the distance, witnessing the spectacle, were struck with a fear akin to confronting death, much like that which Big Mom exuded. What is this thing? What kind of monster is he? What fruit user possesses such immense power? As they beheld Itachi's fourth form of Susanoo, the crowd trembled once more. Moreover, the deep cold and sinister aura emanating from Itachi atop Susanoo instilled in them a primal fear. "He seems to have grown even stronger," murmured Perispero from afar. Katakuri nodded in agreement. Yet his expression remained grave, for he knew that even though Itachi appeared to have become significantly more powerful, he still could not match Big Mom in her prime. With a resounding boom, Susanoo extended its right hand and stepped forward, causing the very ground to quake. At the same time, a similarly crimson sake gourd materialized in Susanoo's grasp. With a flourish, a surge of red energy erupted from the gourd, transforming into a colossal sword held by Susanoo. Observing the fourth form of Susanoo, Big Mom suddenly paused, sensing that Itachi had indeed grown several-fold more formidable. What kind of devil fruit power is this? Quite intriguing. Could it be a newly discovered type of paramecia? Big Mom examined Itachi with curiosity, recalling that no devil fruit in her memory corresponded with the red armor before her, although it bore resemblance to the golden Buddha form of Sengoku. Hearing Big Mom's words, Itachi remained expressionless, unwilling to offer any explanation. Faced with Itachi's indifference, Big Mom's demeanor shifted, and she raised her massive sword, coldly regarding him. "Nevertheless, you shall still be unable to defeat me, Kingdom of Nations." With that, She launched a ferocious strike towards Itachi's manifested Susanoo. This shockwave seemed faster and more powerful than before. The wave tore through the surrounding air with a thunderous sound, hurtling towards Itachi at breakneck speed, catching him off guard and preventing him from summoning the Yata mirror in time. With no avenue for evasion, Itachi commanded Susanoo to extend its right arm to block the oncoming shockwave. A resounding impact ensued and enveloped within Susanoo. Itachi coughed up another mouthful of thick blood as the red flames enveloping Susanoo flickered ominously, nearly extinguishing. The right arm that had deflected the shockwave shattered halfway. Even the fourth form of Susanoo could not withstand the full might of Big Mom. Was he to resort to that form? Although that form of Susanoo could amplify his power several times over, he had never utilized it before, partly because he had not awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, making it impossible to use the Mangekyo without repercussions. Furthermore, his previous physical condition had not been sufficient to support the full manifestation of Susanoo. The fact that he could employ the fourth form of the Utenko armor was already at the limit of his capabilities. Yet now, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to subtly rotate once more. Perhaps this will suffice, kid, Big Mom jeered from above. If this is all you can muster, I shall obliterate you with my next strike. After all, your companions, Raikyu and the others, seem to be drawing near. With that, Big Mom tilted her head slightly to the right, sensing Raikyu's presence rapidly approaching. She needed to eliminate Itachi before Raikyu arrived. Otherwise, it would become troublesome. Then, Big Mom once again raised her Napoleon sword, a formidable aura soaring into the heavens. Her gaze fixed coldly upon Itachi, a palpable killing intent radiating from her. However, this time, she did not hastily strike down, but rather continued to amplify her aura, consolidating all her power into this single blow, demonstrating her resolve to slay Itachi. Sensing the escalating pressure emanating from Big Mom, the entire world seemed to dim under her overwhelming presence. It appears this is the only way, Itachi murmured, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to distort slightly. Shortly thereafter, crimson blood began to flow gently from his eyes, and a similarly potent aura erupted from him. With a roar, Susanoo let out a cry to the heavens, once again undergoing a transformation. The Susanoo clad in the armor of the Wutian dog has transformed from a towering armored form resembling a Gundam into a figure reminiscent of a warrior adorned in samurai attire. Its stature has remarkably increased, surpassing the previous fourth form by several dozen meters, reaching an astonishing height of 100 meters, dwarfing even the giants. Suddenly, two massive wings emerged from the back of the Wutian dog form of Susanoo, radiating a crimson energy. Furthermore, the right arm that had just been shattered by Big Mom had regenerated anew. Itachi slowly raised his head and, as if liberated from the force of gravity, began to ascend into the sky. He approached a hexagonal object situated above the head of Susanoo, and in an instant his form vanished into the void. The next moment, he reappeared within the hexagonal gem, akin to entering the control room of a Gundam. The Susanoo, resembling a human figure, shone with a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes. With a swift motion of its arms, two streams of chakra converged in its palms. Subsequently, the 10-ketsu sword and the 8-span mirror, two divine artifacts, materialized in Susanoo's hands, exuding boundless power. From a distance, it appeared as a red war god wielding two divine weapons. The overwhelming chakra radiating from it instilled a sense of dread in countless onlookers, reminiscent of the suffocating aura they had felt in the presence of Big Mom. If I were to name it, I would call it Shirshu Alongshao. This is Itachi's ultimate trump card, the complete form of Susanoo. However, this also marks the first time Itachi has employed this form of Susanoo, and he could sense that his power had increased exponentially, far surpassing his previous strength by dozens of times. The astonishing amplification left Itachi himself in awe, illustrating the monumental disparity between the incomplete and complete forms of Susanoo. Yet, maintaining this state requires an immense amount of energy. After merely a minute, Itachi felt that a tenth of his chakra had been depleted. Moreover, the strain on his Sharingan was considerable. Were it not for the miraculous heart of the celestial dragon, he would have been unable to sustain or even initiate this state. What an extraordinary entity it is. Such formidable power. Are all of Leiyu's companions monstrous beings? What kind of fruit allows one to grow to such an astonishing degree? In the distance, those who had retreated to the outskirts of Cake Island could behold the towering 100-meter red giant. Even from such a distance, they could sense the vast and terrifying power of Susanoo, prompting exclamations of the god's might. Katakuri gazed at the red giant, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and suddenly sighed deeply. Perispero, standing beside him, tilted his head and asked, "What is wrong? Is something the matter?" Katakuri observed the scene with caution, and after a prolonged silence, he said, "Mother is about to be defeated." "What?" Perispero was taken aback, looking at Katakuri in confusion. "It hasn't even begun. How can it already be over? If they intend to slay Mother, what shall we do?" Perispero quickly contemplated this issue, his expression turning grave as he regarded Katakuri. They understood that with their strength, if the gods were determined to eliminate Big Mom, they would be powerless to stop them. Upon hearing Perispero's words, Katakuri's gaze dimmed. Despite being Big Mom's children, it seemed she had never treated them as such. They were merely tools for her rule over nations, devoid of any familial affection. A single misstep could lead to their demise at her hands, a far cry from the bond of a family. Now, if Big Mom were truly to be slain, Katakuri found himself at a loss for what to choose. Observing the silent Katakuri, Perispero chose to remain silent as well, opting to watch the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Big Mom, standing atop Zeus amidst the thunderclouds, trembled upon witnessing the colossal 100-meter figure. The overwhelming and profoundly evil power was unlike anything she had ever encountered in her life. Even as one of the four emperors, and in her peak form, she felt a flicker of fear arise deep within her heart. Previously, Itachi's combat prowess may have merely grazed the level of an emperor, but now it undoubtedly qualified as such, perhaps even exceeding that tier. This illustrates just how formidable Itachi's complete Susanoo truly is. At this moment, thousands of meters away from the confrontation between Big Mom and Itachi, Leiyu and his companions also beheld the towering red giant. Leiyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The complete Susanoo!" It was Leiyu's first encounter with Itachi's full form, and he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Is this Lord Itachi's ability? How powerful! Dragon Horse remarked, feeling the immense energy emanating from Susanoo, despite the distance separating them. Although he had previously witnessed Uchiha Itachi's prowess, it had not reached the T0 level. At most, it was at the pinnacle of T1. However, in this state, Itachi had undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of T0, leaving Dragon Horse uncertain if he could contend with him in this form. Upon seeing the complete form of Susanoo and the two weapons it wielded, Orochimaru's legs weakened instinctively, overwhelmed by primal fear. "Quickly, let us hasten our pace," Leiyu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with urgency. "Huh? Is there really a need to rush? Shouldn't Itachi not fear Big Mom at this point?" Yasuo inquired, perplexed. "There is no time for explanations. Hurry to the vehicle." With that, Leiyu vanished in a flash, leaving only a lingering shadow behind, prompting the others to quicken their pace and follow suit. At that moment, Itachi, within Susanoo, looked down upon the minuscule Big Mom, who originally stood at 10 meters tall. In the eyes of complete Susanoo, she appeared as diminutive as a mere insect. Gazing at the victorious Itachi, Big Mom's expression grew increasingly grave. "Is this truly your full power? You have indeed reached the level of an emperor." With that, Big Mom licked her lips, acknowledging Itachi's strength, but she proclaimed, "I am still one of the four emperors." As her roar echoed, her aura surged to its zenith, and the immense power contained within her raised sword, Napoleon, reached a terrifying peak. A mere wisp of energy emanating from within had already shaken the surrounding space. With a resounding boom, the flames of Puluamishus had entwined themselves around the blade, radiating waves of intense heat. Not only that, but with a crackling sound, terrifying bolts of lightning began to emerge from the flame-wreathed blade. The amalgamation of the powers of Zeus, and Poloamicius intensified the aura emanating from Napoleon's colossal sword, instilling a growing sense of dread. The searing heat from the sword evaporated the seawater beneath it, creating wisps of white steam that floated upwards. Meanwhile, the lightning attached to the blade seemed to alter the weather itself, casting a shadow over the world as ominous dark clouds gathered above Big Mom. Suddenly, a formidable bolt of lightning struck down, converging upon the Napoleon sword held firmly in Big Mom's grasp. In that instant, the giant sword was infused with a potent blend of crimson and white energies, seemingly imbued with boundless might. The strike from Big Mom had, astonishingly, invoked the forces of nature itself. "Die, you brat!" she bellowed as she swung the Napoleon sword, charged with the heavenly lightning and scorching flames, towards Itachi, ensconced within Susanoo. Observing this fearsome attack imbued with the essence of nature, a flicker of mockery crossed Itachi's eyes. He raised his hand, wielding the Yata mirror, ready to deflect Big Mom's assault. With a thunderous crash, Big Mom's massive sword, flanked by lightning and fire, struck the Yata mirror. In that moment, the entire world seemed to tremble. A resounding explosion followed, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that fractured the seabed for miles around, causing numerous underwater volcanoes to erupt violently. The sea surface became scalding hot, and the residual waves from the clash surged outward. The audience in the distance had no time to brace themselves before being struck by the overwhelming aftershocks, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. Even formidable warriors like Katakuri gritted their teeth, straining to withstand the force. Yet, despite such overwhelming power, it appeared utterly insufficient against Itachi's Yata mirror, which remained steadfast, showing not even the slightest tremor as it absorbed Big Mom's ferocious strike. "Damn it, break through!" Big Mom's face reddened as she gazed at the unyielding Yata mirror, her aura erupting once more, intensifying her grip on the sword. However, even with this added ferocity, she could not breach the Yata mirror, let alone vanquish Uchiha Itachi. What a terrifying blow. Had I been in a different state, I might have perished at your hands, Itachi remarked coldly, observing Big Mom's futile attempts. "Damn it!" Big Mom roared once more, perceiving Itachi's chilling tone as a mockery. She shouted, "Fire from the heavens!" In an instant, Big Mom's gaze sharpened, and a colossal fireball, akin to a meteor, descended toward Itachi. The unbearable heat scorched the earth to a charred black, incinerating everything in its wake. Just as the fireball was about to crash down, Big Mom withdrew, and a massive fireball collided with Itachi's Yata mirror. The moment Susanoo felt the overwhelming pressure, its legs sank into the ground. The explosive impact shook Cake Island, igniting all plant life within dozens of miles and melting down some of the cake structures of the town into liquid form. Big Mom's strike had nearly obliterated half of Cake Island. Before the dust from the explosion could settle, Big Mom, her eyes blazing red, directed her fury at the figure obscured in the debris, exclaiming, "Thunderous might!" With a thunderous roar, a terrifying surge of lightning erupted around her, crackling violently. This lightning quickly coalesced into a massive bolt that surged toward Itachi's form within the dust. Yet, Big Mom was not finished. She raised the Napoleon sword once more, panting heavily, and declared, "Devastating country." Following this, a powerful shockwave surged toward the figure hidden amidst the dust, as Big Mom unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. She gasped for breath, her eyes fixed intently on the shadow within the swirling dust, murmuring, "Surely, this will break through that defense." But in the next moment, Big Mom's pupils dilated. Within the cloud of dust, a flash of red light appeared as an immensely powerful crimson slash emerged, cleaving through the air with cataclysmic force, splitting the sea surface asunder. Before Big Mom could react, she was struck by this formidable slash, propelled from Zeus's stormy clouds, and plummeting into the sea with a splash, disappearing from sight. A gentle breeze swept through, whisking the dust away into the distance, revealing Itachi's Susanoo, which had endured Big Mom's relentless onslaught without a scratch. This demonstrated the terrifying defensive capabilities of a complete Susanoo. From within Susanoo's head, Itachi observed Big Mom sinking into the ocean, his brow furrowed as he muttered, "Is it over?" It was apparent that he understood the vulnerability of devil fruit users to seawater. However, witnessing Big Mom so easily dispatched into the depths left him feeling that perhaps it had been too effortless. He dismissed the thought, sighing in relief, and gently closed his eyes, blood streaming from them. Clearly, even with the heart of a celestial dragon infusing him with vitality, the toll of utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan was insurmountable. The cost of manifesting a complete Susanoo without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was a burden few could fathom. Mother, did she lose? Perispero gasped, his eyes wide as he witnessed Big Mom's descent into the ocean. Despite Katakuri's earlier assertion that their mother would fall to Itachi, he had not anticipated her defeat to be so swift. What should we do? Should we dive into the sea to rescue her? Perispero asked Katakuri. After a moment of silence, suddenly glimmered with resolve as he gravely replied, "Not yet. It's not over." As his words fell, the once calm sea began to churn once more. Mama, mama, mama. The crowd was startled by Big Mom's sinister laughter. How could this be? Wasn't it said that devil fruit users lose their powers and become utterly weak when submerged? How then could her voice still resonate? As they pondered, the tumultuous surface of the sea revealed Big Mom's presence. Itachi, too, opened his eyes, fixated on a specific point within the waters. In the next moment, a massive whirlpool formed, leading straight to the ocean depths. Subsequently, the silhouette of Big Mom gradually emerged from the swirling vortex, her feet planted firmly upon a colossal water column. It turned out that she had once again infused her soul into the sea, allowing the newly formed Hamiez to control the water, thereby saving her life. However, at this moment, Big Mom's physique underwent a tremendous transformation. She was no longer the corpulent figure of before, but had reverted to the S-shaped silhouette she possessed decades ago. Her curves were perfectly accentuated, resembling an extraordinarily beautiful woman, and her height had diminished from several dozen meters to that of an average person, approximately 190 centimeters. If Lei were present at that moment, he might very well regret his earlier decision. Upon surfacing from the depths, Big Mom leaped onto Zeus once more. Her captivating eyes fixated on Itachi, devoid of any emotion, resembling a stagnant pool of water, as if nothing had transpired. The calm was eerily unsettling. In the next heartbeat, a sinister smile crept across Big Mom's lips, her gaze growing increasingly cold and indifferent. It was astonishing that he had managed to push her to this extent. The outside world was indeed marvelous. At this moment, Itachi merely frowned, his expression fluctuating as he observed the dramatically altered Big Mom, who seemed as though she had become an entirely different person. He sensed that this version of Big Mom was perhaps her true self. Was this also a manifestation of her fruit's abilities? Despite her reduced stature, the power she harbored within made even Itachi, in his complete Susanoo form, feel a sense of trepidation. "Who are you?" "You are not Big Mom." Itachi fixed his gaze upon her, asking in a low voice. "Big Mom? I am who I am. Charlotte Linlin," she declared. After stretching languidly, Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed, emanating an alluring yet sinister aura. With a wicked smile, she proclaimed, "Now, let me show you the true essence of fear." As she spoke, Charlotte Linlin closed her eyes, an enigmatic energy radiating from her being. Far away, Katakuri instantly perceived Big Mom's transformation with his formidable Kinbunchika haki, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying, his expression shifting dramatically. "Quick, close your eyes and do not harbor a trace of emotion for Mother. Otherwise," before Katakuri could finish his warning, the seductive voice of Big Mom echoed within the hearts of those connected to her bloodline and her subjects. "Quickly, offer your souls to me. My beloved children, surrender your souls. My dear citizens, present your souls to me." In that instant, Big Mom's voice resonated within the minds of all those related to her, a devilish whisper that urged them to comply. "Come forth and surrender your souls." Big Mom, standing upon the stormy clouds of Zeus, suddenly contorted her face in rage, bellowing fiercely. At the same time, her terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, unleashing a pink-hued energy that radiated outward from her. This peculiar pink energy surged towards the entirety of Cake Island, intermingled with her formidable conqueror's haki. The first to encounter this force was Itachi, who discerned that while it lacked direct offensive power, it seemed intent on ensnaring his soul. For reasons unknown, it did not succeed. However, the onlookers behind Itachi, already filled with dread towards Charlotte Linlin, felt their fear magnified upon encountering the pink energy and conqueror's haki. In the next moment, those overwhelmed by fear began to collapse one after another, their eyes rolling back. Soon, the bodies of the fallen were illuminated by a white glow, which appeared to be drawn from them, soaring towards Charlotte Linlin and merging with her essence. What is this? Can she absorb souls to augment her power? Itachi pondered, observing the streams of white light, like shooting stars, entering Charlotte Linlin's being, perplexed. At this moment, Katakuri also recognized the unfolding scene, shouting in alarm, "Hurry! Suppress your emotions." Perispero, in a state of panic, inquired, "What is happening?" "Mother is trying to seize our souls. Do not allow fear to take root. The more you fear her, the easier it is for her to claim your soul," Katakuri hurriedly explained, closing his eyes in an attempt to eradicate the lingering fear he held for his mother. Before Perispero could react, the pink energy had already enveloped them. Simultaneously, Charlotte Linlin's voice resonated in Perispero's mind. "My dear child, surrender your soul to me." Perispero questioned internally, "Mother, we are your children. Why must you do this? Surrender your soul to me. Do you not truly see us as your children?" Regardless of Perispero's inquiries, Charlotte Linlin seemed only capable of repeating that one phrase. Gradually, the flicker of fear buried deep within Perispero's heart was drawn forth by that voice, causing him to feel lightheaded, as though he might succumb to unconsciousness at any moment. To protect his soul from being extracted, Perispero bit his tongue sharply, forcing himself to awaken, striving to suppress his fear of his mother. However, in the next instant, Charlotte Linlin's terrifying conqueror's haki surged forth, and Perispero convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Hearing Perispero fall, Katakuri opened his eyes, only to witness his brother down. Eyes rolled back, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How infuriating! Before Katakuri could regain his composure, his family members began to collapse one by one, their souls being drawn away by Charlotte Linlin. At that moment, a pink glow enveloped Smoothie, who cried out in fear, "Brother, I am scared." As the pink aura encased Smoothie, her terror erupted. "Quick, suppress it. Do not fear mother," Katakuri shouted anxiously. Yet, his words seemed futile. Smoothie's pupils dulled, her intense fear spilling forth as she trembled. "Why, mother? Why must you?" Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back, and she fell before Katakuri. Simultaneously, even the likes of Snakeman could not withstand Charlotte Linlin's intimidation, collapsing to the ground as well. "Why, mother? Why? Please do not do this." As the pink aura expanded, one by one, members of the Big Mom Pirates, including the Charlotte family, succumbed, their souls departing in a wave of confusion and despair. As he watched his family members fall around him, Katakuri clenched his fists and struck the ground with a fierce blow. At that moment, he felt no fear, only an overwhelming, boundless anger. Although among these family members were those he despised, they were still connected by blood. He could hardly believe that his mother could be so heartless, willing to absorb her own child's soul at any cost. Such a person could not be deemed human. She was a demon indeed. More. These souls are still far from enough. Surrender your souls to me, Charlotte Linlin bellowed greedily, as the radius of the pink aura expanded ever wider. Soon, the entirety of Cake Island was enveloped by this pink energy, and those trapped within could hear Charlotte Linlin's terrifying voice, like an incantation consuming their souls. Within the cake factory, Charlotte Pudding and the others, ensnared by the pink circle, were momentarily stunned. The next moment, they heard Linlin's devilish whisper, and their eyelids drooped, rendering them unconscious. The same scene unfolded throughout Cake Island. More and more people found their souls snatched away by Charlotte Linlin. Even the guests attending the tea party, some of whom were weak-willed, had their souls absorbed by her. Meanwhile, Morgan, who was capturing the event for a major scoop, lowered his camera, tightly shutting his eyes as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He struggled to suppress his fear of Charlotte Linlin. Otherwise, even he, the Emperor of the Dark World, might perish here. Stussy was not faring much better. Hiding in a corner, gasping for breath, his face etched with anxiety as he cursed inwardly. How could they still be in such a state with Big Mom? This was dire. In the blink of an eye, nearly the entire Cake Island was shrouded in this pink energy, with a vast majority of the populace unwillingly collapsing to the ground, having lost their souls. How delicious! Truly delectable food. Charlotte Linlin gazed at the sky, thousands of souls continuously flowing into her body, her expression one of sheer ecstasy. Itachi, observing Linlin as she continued to absorb souls, wore a grave expression. Gripping his Tatsuka sword tightly, he understood that he could not allow her to continue unchecked. If she were to absorb the majority of the souls here, it would spell trouble for him. Itachi also noticed that with each soul absorbed, Linlin's aura grew stronger, and even her 3 weapons became more formidable. It seemed that through some medium, the soul she absorbed could empower Zeus, Prometheus, and others. Could he then? With that thought, a glint of determination flashed in Itachi's eyes as he made a swift decision. Gripping his Tatsuka sword tightly, he appeared before Charlotte Linlin in a flash, delivering a powerful strike aimed at her, still in the act of soul absorption. Upon seeing this, Linlin's eyes gleamed with mockery as she casually extended a hand. With a resounding bang, Itachi's attack was effortlessly caught by her with a single hand, without even the need for Napoleon, her colossal sword. Itachi, witnessing this from a vantage point of a Susanoo, was taken aback. It was astonishing that someone could catch his Tatsuka sword barehanded. Linlin, observing Itachi's shocked expression, seemed immensely pleased and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "In this state, I am invincible. Even Kaido has never seen me like this. Today, you shall perish here." With that, Linlin's intense murderous intent erupted, and the power emanating from Napoleon trembled the surrounding space as she swung it horizontally towards Susanoo's head. In an instant, Itachi's Susanoo stood frozen in midair, its aura diminishing drastically, and the fire-like chakra enveloping it extinguished completely. Then, with a resounding bang, the towering 100-meter Susanoo began to split in half. This seemingly indomitable defense was cleaved effortlessly by Big Mom. In the control room, Itachi stared wide-eyed, a bloodline appearing on his forehead, trickling downwards, thick crimson blood oozing forth. The vice captain of Raikyu is nothing extraordinary. Linlin chuckled triumphantly at the sight of the shattered Susanoo. Meanwhile, an unending stream of souls poured into her, further augmenting her power. At a distance, Karakuri stood frozen, witnessing Itachi being cleaved in two, muttering in disbelief, "It's over. Everything is over. The whole Cake Island will be destroyed." In that moment, the pink aura enveloped him as well, and he could no longer suppress the fear within. Morgan, witnessing this, was filled with excitement, trembling as he raised his camera and pressed the shutter button. This was indeed a monumental scoop. The Yonko Big Mom had slain the divine Vice Captain Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps this would lead the divine beings to wage full-scale war against Big Mom. The thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Morgan's body. Stussy, seeing this, wore a pleased expression. Itachi's fall meant that a formidable opponent was eliminated from their plan. This was a tremendous stroke of luck, and their main force should be arriving shortly. As she pondered, a cold glint emanated from her eyes. Meanwhile, Raikyu and his companions, who were rushing to the scene, halted in their tracks, gazing up at the falling red giant, the atmosphere laden with tension. Orochimaru stared vacantly at the sky, fists clenched, trembling violently. "No, it's impossible. Itachi cannot die at the hands of such a person. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." He then collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth with his fists, believing that it was his consumption of Big Mom's cake that had led to this dire outcome. Rimuru, observing the sorrowful Orochimaru, was at a loss for how to comfort him, merely using his small hands to wipe away Orochimaru's tears and snot. Ryoma and Yasuo, their bodies suffused with a potent aura of sword energy, glared with furious red eyes, filled with unparalleled rage. Did we arrive too late? Misaka Makoto looked at Raikyu in confusion, noticing that he did not appear overly distressed. There seemed to be a hint of a smile in his eyes. This was unexpected. Should he not be grieving for his fallen comrade? Could it be that she had misjudged him? Had Raikyu been concealing his true, beastly nature all along? After all, to Misaka Makoto, someone who did not cherish their companions was akin to a beast or a demon. With that thought, a flicker of lightning appeared at her fingertips. Leiyu observed the expressions of those around him, chuckling softly before shaking his head and slowly declaring, "This is not yet over. Itachi should be on the verge of victory." The crowd gasped in astonishment, abruptly lifting their heads to gaze at Leiyu, perplexed by his words. However, he offered no further explanations, instead raising his gaze to the sky, where a faint silhouette of a blood moon appeared behind the sun. Itachi's illusions have grown even more formidable. I nearly fell for them myself. Charlotte Lingling, witnessing the Susanoo that had been cleaved in two by her blade, gradually retracted her smile and turned to the group accompanying Leiyu, remarking, "What do you think, Leiyu? Watching your comrades perish before your eyes must be quite entertaining." With that, she licked her lips. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes filled with bloodshot rage as he prepared to form seals and transform into the Yamata no Orochi, intending to make this wicked old woman rue her existence. Yet, Leiyu seized Orochimaru's wrist, casting a cold glare towards Charlotte Lingling and sneering, "Are you certain you've won?" "What?" Charlotte Lingling furrowed her brows tightly upon perceiving the mocking glint in Leiyu's eyes. In the next instant, with a resounding boom, the Susanoo she had severed in half suddenly dissipated into a massive cloud of white smoke. Soon after, a chilling sensation swept over her, raising the hairs on her body as an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped her heart. Frantically, she scanned her surroundings for abnormalities, pondering whether Leiyu was merely attempting to frighten her. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted as the sea beneath her surged violently, and a crimson figure suddenly emerged from the depths, wielding a familiar scarlet sword and charging towards her. Instantly, Charlotte Lingling felt a tightening in her chest, a wave of coldness washing over her. Her complexion paled as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? I cleave you in two." Itachi smirked slightly, retorting, "Have you ever heard of illusions?" "What?" Charlotte Lingling gasped, momentarily stunned. "Illusions? The ability to create phantoms?" She cursed inwardly. When did this happen? Before she could ponder any further, Itachi controlled the Susanoo, brandishing the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, ready to strike. Realizing the imminent danger, Charlotte Lingling hurriedly attempted to maneuver Zeus to evade the blow. However, Itachi would not allow her to escape so easily. He swung the Susanoo, channeling a torrent of crimson chakra into the blade, which he then slashed upward with great force. Bang! The Tatsuka no Tsurugi pierced through Zeus's form, aiming directly for Charlotte Lingling's lower body. Upon witnessing this, her face went pale as she abandoned Zeus and leaped into the sea. Simultaneously, she infused her spirit back into the ocean, where a wave rose to safely catch her. Breathing a sigh of relief, Charlotte Lingling glanced at Itachi and scoffed. "Is this all you have?" Yet, Itachi's expression remained as composed as ever, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Looking at Charlotte Lingling, he coldly declared, "This ends here." With that, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi and the sake jar was connected to emanated a dazzling crimson light. In the next moment, white souls were drawn from Zeus's body by the sword, being absorbed into the sake jar held by the Susanoo. As the souls were extracted, Zeus's energy rapidly diminished, and even the lightning surrounding him flickered weakly, appearing as fragile as thread. "Mom, save me, please," Zeus cried out weakly, on the verge of collapse. "What? How is this possible? What is this ability?" Charlotte Lingling exclaimed, horrified as she observed her soul energy being siphoned away by Itachi. Little did she know that the true power of the Tatsuka no Tsurugi lay not in its destructive capability, but in its ability to seal all. However, the shock did not end there. As the soul energy within Zeus began to wane, Charlotte Lingling suddenly felt her own soul energy attempting to escape her body, as if being drawn away by a powerful force. "No, this cannot be happening," she shouted, desperately controlling the waves to propel herself towards the shore, striving to break free from this relentless pull. Seeing Charlotte Lingling flee towards the shore, Itachi's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a single word: release. Instantly, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi erupted with crimson light, intensifying its absorption power. "Ah, Mom!" Zeus shrieked in agony, his form rapidly losing its darkness and transforming into an ordinary white cloud, which was swept away by the wind, vanishing from existence. Simultaneously, a chakra tendril composed of red energy shot forth from the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, swiftly pursuing the fleeing Charlotte Lingling and ensnaring her. As the chakra wrapped around her, Charlotte Lingling felt her soul being voraciously drawn from her, her power plummeting at an alarming rate. In a matter of moments, her soul energy had nearly vanished, rendering Zeus ineffective. If this continued, Prometheus and Napoleon, her other homies, would also meet the same fate as Zeus, dissipated into the ether. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. She had never encountered such a peculiar opponent as Itachi, who could absorb her very soul. Resolute that she could not allow this to continue, a glint of madness flickered in Charlotte Lingling's eyes as she coldly shouted, "Soul fusion." Subsequently, she summoned Prometheus from above her head, placing him into her palm. Seizing the moment while her soul energy still lingered, she channeled all her remaining strength into Napoleon and Prometheus. In an instant, the flame surrounding Prometheus blazed higher, scorching the adjacent seawater into a boil. The intense heat causing even Lei Yu and his companions, several thousand meters away, to feel a searing pain on their skin. Naturally, Lei Yu remained unaffected, his thick skin impervious to such sensations, as did Orochimaru, who lacked any sense of shame. After absorbing a massive influx of soul energy, Napoleon transformed into an enormous sword, radiating an overwhelming and tyrannical aura. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Charlotte Lingling's eyes gleamed with a frenzied light as she coldly proclaimed, "Soul fusion." With that, she forcefully slammed Prometheus, who was emanating intense heat, against the blade of Napoleon. With a resounding boom, the colossal sword of Napoleon ignited with an unquenchable blaze, revealing two malevolent faces upon its blade. The terrifying flames and aura radiating from the sword shattered the surrounding space into fragments. In the distance, the Shiwan, observing the scene, turned to Lei Yu with concern and inquired, "Are we not going to assist Itachi?" Lei Yu merely smiled and shook his head, responding, "Do you not see how exhilarated Itachi appears?" The Shiwan, upon hearing this, glanced towards the enormous wings of Susu soaring in the air, noticing Itachi at its helm, his face seemingly adorned with an expression of delight. Strong individuals relish the thrill of battle and slaughter. We need not interfere. As long as he is not in mortal peril. Lei Yu's words echoed softly into Shiwan's ears. Regrettably, the cunning Shiwan likely no longer comprehended such sentiments. His pleasures derived solely from tormenting others and pilfering engines. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the Shiwan felt an unexpected itch in his hand, realizing it had been quite some time since he last visited the Navy's warships. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Charlotte Lingling had completely fused her two most formidable homies, fixating on Itachi above the ocean, a chilling smile creeping across her face. "I never imagined you could force me to this point. Now, prepare to witness my most powerful strike." With that, the flames upon Napoleon's sword transformed into a ghostly pale hue, its aura turning chillingly malevolent and even more potent than before, evoking the sensation of being seared in the depths of hell. Subsequently, Charlotte Lingling strained to lift the enormous sword, spinning in place like a top. 9 other soul fire slash. Accompanied by Charlotte Lingling's roar, Napoleon's sword was hurled from her grasp, spinning like a fiery wheel towards Itachi. In that fleeting moment of release, Charlotte Lingling felt as if her very essence had been drained. Collapsing to the ground, her aura diminished. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth. This was a strike born from the depletion of her body's life, force, and soul. She understood that should she fail to eliminate Itachi, her fate would be no better. With Lei Yu and his companions lurking nearby, the ultimate victors would undoubtedly be them. Only by vanquishing Itachi could she reclaim the nearly 60% of her soul power that he had absorbed. Once that immense soul power returned to her, the final victory would belong to her, and she would regain complete control of her body, free from unforeseen calamities. Had it not been for the upheaval that transpired 30 years ago aboard the rock ship, she would not have taken so long to reclaim her form. As for creating a new kingdom, that was trivial. As long as she had a place of her own, it could be any kingdom. With a slight upward curve of her lips, Charlotte Lingling donned a sinister smile. Just then, she was struck by an intense pain emanating from her mind, akin to the agony of a soul being torn asunder. How infuriating, especially at such a critical juncture. Immediately, she closed her eyes, clutching her head as if grappling with an unseen foe. Yet, Itachi remained oblivious to her turmoil, wielding the Tensigen to continue siphoning the souls from within Charlotte Lingling, sealing them within a sake gourd. With his other hand, he firmly grasped the Yada mirror, preparing to withstand her all-out assault. The formidable power of Napoleon's sword surged towards him, and Itachi's gaze grew serious. He was uncertain if he could endure this strike. This was the most significant threat he had faced since arriving in this world. With his Sharingan fully activated, the whites of his eyes filled with countless veins, his crimson pupils glistening ominously. Instantaneously, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Itachi, emanating from him like a tempest, causing Katakuri and others to tremble as clarity returned to their eyes. Itachi had abruptly severed Charlotte Lingling's soul absorption. The awakened Kakuri, Stussy, and Morgan gazed in astonishment at Itachi, for this aura was unlike any haki they had encountered. It was imbued with unparalleled brutality, malevolence, and an overwhelming sense of torment. To them, Itachi appeared as a blood moon, adorned with eerie patterns reminiscent of Tomo. Come forth. Witness the power of these eyes, Itachi proclaimed as the Yada mirror glimmered with a crimson light, an immense chakra flooding into it, exuding an ancient and stabilizing aura that instilled unmatched security in those who beheld it. As he called upon the artifact's name, Susanoo let out a resounding roar. In an instant, the sea within thousands of miles erupted into tumultuous waves. The creatures on Cake Island that had yet to have their souls absorbed trembled in fear, while those awaiting absorption regained their clarity upon sensing this aura. Itachi's malevolent and potent presence instilled them with profound terror, shattering their dread of Charlotte Lingling. At that moment, Charlotte Lingling seemed to regain some composure, gazing at the raging Susanoo, suddenly realizing that her demise might be imminent. In a flash, the swirling Napoleon's sword, entwined in flames and wielding the power to cleave mountains and part seas, descended with catastrophic force. As it struck, the very fabric of space shattered, the fearsome rifts emanating an aura of annihilation that spread towards the Susanoo hovering above, tearing apart the ocean and the space around it, generating monstrous waves for hundreds of miles. With unwavering resolve, Itachi, positioned atop Susanoo, gripped the Yada mirror and bravely advanced to meet the oncoming onslaught. At that moment, the sky above Cake Island resembled two suns. One radiated a pinkish glow, instilling terror in the soul, while the other was a dark crimson, exuding a sinister aura akin to a black hole, as if it could consume everything in existence. In the previous instant, the two orbs of light seemed evenly matched. Yet in the next moment, a flash of red light streaked across the sky, swiftly engulfing the pink orb. In that heartbeat, the world fell silent, and the conscious onlookers focused their gaze upon the remaining orb. Who has triumphed? Could it be Charlotte Lingling, unable to surpass the deputy of the god pirates? As the crowd speculated, the sound of cracking shells resonated in their ears. Following the widening fractures, a scarlet hand abruptly broke through the luminous barrier. Moments later, as the entirety of Susanoo emerged, the outcome became crystal clear. Charlotte Lingling had been defeated. What a terrifying power indeed. It was evident that Itachi twisted his neck slightly. Had it not been for the complete form of Susanoo, he might have perished under this strike. Even if he had survived, it would have cost him one of his eyes to endure such an attack. This clearly illustrated the formidable strength of Charlotte Lingling, yet alas, She was pitted against the divine Itachi. Itachi commanded the colossal Susanoo to soar toward the shore and subsequently released the complete form, approaching the slumped Charlotte Linlin with a cold voice, declaring, "You have lost." "No, it is impossible. How could I lose? I cannot lose." Charlotte Linlin's eyes were vacant. Her gaze fixated ahead, seemingly unable to comprehend her defeat. In the next moment, her face contorted in anguish, her hands clutching her head, crimson veins lacing her eyes as she screamed, "You have lost. Get out." "No, I have not lost." "You have indeed lost. Now leave." "No, I have not lost." Itachi furrowed his brow, noticing that two distinct voices emanated from Charlotte Linlin, while her form fluctuated between being corpulent and slender in an eerie manner. "Help me. Drive her out." The now obese Charlotte Linlin widened her eyes, glaring furiously at Itachi, unleashing a roar of rage. In the following moment, she reverted to her slender form, panic-stricken as she pleaded, "Don't come near me. Stay away." Itachi observed the bizarre behavior of Charlotte Linlin, who appeared to be talking to herself like a madwoman. He sensed that within her, there seemed to exist two disparate personalities, an exceedingly strange phenomenon. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Itachi's mind, and he focused intently. Summoning Susanoo once more, albeit only the upper half of the fourth form, the Tengu armor, he stepped forward, summoning the Ten-Fist sword, which caused Charlotte Linlin to recoil in terror, her pupils constricting as she stammered, "What do you intend to do?" Itachi remained silent, but through his Sharingan, he discerned that within Charlotte Linlin resided two souls. Not absorbed souls, but distinctly her own. One was a peculiar pink hue, while the other resembled the typical white of a human soul. Itachi then directed Susanoo to wield the Ten-Fist sword, plunging it into Charlotte Linlin's body. She immediately attempted to flee, but in her current state, she was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person, for that last strike had depleted all her strength. Itachi coldly regarded the woman before him, gently shaking the Ten-Fist sword, stating, "Let me help you end your suffering." With that, he thrust the sword into Charlotte Linlin's form. Instantly, she rolled her eyes back, her body arching like a bow, convulsing uncontrollably. Nearby, Katakuri witnessed this scene and mistakenly believed that Itachi intended to slay Charlotte Linlin. However, he chose not to intervene, letting out a deep sigh. He had already come to terms with everything when Charlotte Linlin recklessly absorbed the souls of her family members. After a moment, Katakuri shook his head, acknowledging that he was indeed her son, yet now he stood alone, the last of his family. A chill passed through his gaze as he resolved to accompany her on her final journey, brandishing his trident and advancing forward. At this moment, Itachi observed the twitching Charlotte Linlin intently, his gaze sharpening. He forcefully yanked the Ten-Fist sword outward, eliciting a terrible scream from her. A pink soul emerged, ensnared by the chakra of the sword, and before it could react, it was sealed within a sake gourd. Following the extraction of this soul, Charlotte Linlin lost consciousness completely. Just then, Katakuri and Reiju's group arrived, albeit belatedly. "What did you just seal?" Reiju inquired, frowning as he had been too far away to see clearly. Katakuri, equally perplexed, gazed at Itachi, sensing that she had two souls within her. It seemed she absorbed many souls. Having multiple souls within her is not surprising, Katakuri remarked, growing increasingly confused. Itachi shook his head, replying, "No, these are not the souls she absorbed. These two souls appear to belong solely to her, akin to a split personality." Upon hearing Itachi's explanation, the others pondered thoughtfully. Then why has she become this way? Katakuri mused, stroking his chin as he looked at Itachi. Itachi shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty before continuing, "You must inquire about this with her. However, it seems related to her devil fruit ability. I have sealed one of her souls. They're the entity that previously consumed your souls." "What?" Katakuri gasped in astonishment. Is it possible that absorbing the souls of her family was not her intention? Lowering his head, Katakuri gazed at the unconscious Big Amon, lost in thought. Just then, the faintly unconscious Big Amon stirred, struggling to sit up while tightly closing her eyes, as if trying to recall something. Seeing this, Reiju and the others stepped forward, eyes fixed on her, ready to strike if she made any threatening movements. Noticing their stance, Itachi chuckled softly, assuring them there's no need for concern. She should not attack us, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Before they could respond, Big Mom appeared to regain her senses, opening her eyes. The previously savage and frenzied look in her eyes vanished, replaced by an innocent clarity. As Reiju and the others beheld the transformation in her gaze, they relaxed their vigilance. The awakened Big Mom surveyed her surroundings, her eyes landing on Katakuri, revealing a glimmer of sorrow and even remorse. She had come to realize that her kingdom was in ruins, and by absorbing the souls of her children, she had effectively condemned them to death. Taking a deep breath, Big Mom looked at the lone Katakuri, her lips trembling as she mouthed the words, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing those 3 words, Katakuri could no longer contain his emotions, trembling as he struck the ground with his fist, shouting at Big Mom in anguish, Why did you do this? They are all gone. My brother is dead, Snack is dead, and Brule is gone. Why would Tiju spare their souls? Especially for Burei. He had long regarded her as his true family. Speaking thus, Katakuri abruptly pulled away the scarf around his neck, revealing his imperfect and fearsome mouth. Fixedly gazing at Big Mom as he continued, "To protect my younger siblings, I have worn this scarf to hide my mouth for over 30 years, eating in secret, playing the role of the perfect older brother, and in doing so, I have become increasingly unrecognizable to myself. Everything I have done has been for the honor of our family and team. Yet you, as our mother, have personally destroyed all of this." Upon hearing Katakuri's accusation, Big Mom lowered her head in silence, remaining mute for a long time. Meanwhile, Itachi, standing nearby, suddenly became lost in thought after hearing these words. Observing Katakuri's robust and towering figure, one could sense an endless fatigue emanating from him. For the sake of this family, to protect his siblings, he seemed to have sacrificed everything, even if it meant injuring himself grievously without a care. In Katakuri, Itachi seemed to catch a glimpse of his own shadow before arriving in this world. Watching Big Mom's prolonged silence, a flicker of disappointment crossed Katakuri's eyes as he tightly grasped his trident and stepped forward, inching closer to Big Mom. Then, with the tip of his trident, he pointed it at her, its icy aura sending shivers down her spine. Uncertain of his intentions, Big Mom wondered if he intended to kill her to avenge his siblings. Perhaps, she thought, all of this was her fault. Taking a deep breath, Katakuri declared, "If I were just a bit stronger, I could defeat you and save them. This is all my weakness." The current situation was irretrievable. Thus he resolved to descend and continue guarding his sisters. With that, he drove the sharp end of his trident towards his own heart, but in an instant, Leiyu dashed forward, attempting to stop him. Having grown fond of Katakuri through their interactions over the past few days, he could not bear to witness his demise in such a manner. However, in the next moment, Leiyu halted as a pair of plump hands seized Katakuri's arm, thwarting his suicide. "What are you doing?" Katakuri exclaimed. "You need not stop me. Without us, you can still create your own world." He glared at Big Mom, bewildered by her interference. As she gazed into the pain within Katakuri's eyes, Big Mom's own eyes began to well with tears, and she murmured, I have returned, my son." Upon hearing Big Mom call him son, the trident slipped from Katakuri's grasp and thudded heavily to the ground. Tears streamed down his resolute face, falling to the earth. "Is it truly you, Mama?" "It is I," Big Mom affirmed, nodding before enveloping Katakuri in her embrace. He offered no resistance, and they embraced one another. Leiyu and the others watched this scene in confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Moments ago, Katakuri had been on the brink of death, and now it was as if they were in a melodrama. After a while, Katakuri released her, steadied his emotions, and explained to Leiyu and the others, "I had long suspected that within my mother resides 2 souls. One is her original soul, while the other is the cruel and tyrannical Charlotte Limlin. Generally, both souls share control of this body, which is why my mother can be both violent and gentle at times. It is influenced by the other soul. When my mother succumbs to her hunger pangs, that evil soul completely seizes control of her body, which which is why she becomes so terrifying. My recent actions were merely a test to determine whether my mother is truly my mother. Although it was a test, it was imbued with Katakuri's genuine feelings. Upon hearing this, Leiyu and the others realized that it indeed resembled the plot of a soap opera. Suddenly, Leiyu recalled something and turned to Big Mom, asking, "What about the other soul? What is its origin?" Big Mom, taken aback, shook her head in confusion. "I do not know. It has existed for a long time, possibly since I consumed the soul fruit. As for when it appeared, I cannot say. However, 30 years ago, during my time as a pirate on another ship, it was that other soul that dominated. Eventually, my original soul grew stronger through the soul fruit, allowing me to regain control over this body. Yet, I do not understand why that soul has also grown stronger over time, leading to today's outcome." Hearing Big Mom's response, Leiyu shook his head in resignation, realizing he had not gleaned any useful information. He then mused, "That period must have coincided with your time in the Rocks Pirates, right?" Big Mom, startled, cast a deep glance at Leiyu, thinking to herself, "This young one knows quite a bit. He is not simple at all." Particularly, the fact that his comrades managed to defeat her under the influence of that soul was indicative of a formidable pirate crew. With this in mind, Big Mom nodded slightly at Itachi, expressing her gratitude for the earlier events. Itachi, in turn, merely acknowledged her with a nod. Moments later, Katakuri suddenly looked up, gazing earnestly at Big Mom as he asked, "Mama, is there a way for those who have lost their souls to recover?" Big Mom pondered for a moment, scratching her head awkwardly as she replied, "As long as the original soul is intact, recovery is possible. However, those souls are no longer within me." Both of them then turned their gazes to Itachi, as did Leiyu and the others. Smiling gently, Itachi said, "Leave it to me." Without waiting for further discussion, he commanded Susanoo to extract the 10 Fists sword from the wine gourd. Subsequently, white souls began to flow out of the gourd like a gentle stream, gathering above everyone's heads. After accomplishing this, Itachi took a deep breath, preparing to rest, but suddenly felt darkness engulf him. The Susanoo surrounding him dissipated into the void, and he stumbled, falling backward towards the ground. Just as Itachi was about to make contact with the earth, Leiyu, quick on his feet, caught the weak and exhausted Itachi. When Itachi opened his eyes once more, his Sharingan had faded, and thick, viscous blood leaked from his eyes. "Have you overexerted yourself?" Leiyu asked with concern, while Orochimaru and the others gathered around, equally worried. Itachi did not conceal the truth, nodding in acknowledgement. After all, utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan to activate the complete form of Susanoo was a strenuous endeavor, and to have sustained it for such an extended period had already pushed the limits of his eyes. "Are you experiencing any physical issues?" Leiyu's concern for Itachi lingered, as he was somewhat acquainted with the side effects of the Sharingan. Itachi smiled gently, placing his hand over his heart and shaking his head. Leiyu immediately comprehended Itachi's meaning and sighed in relief. He then instructed Orochimaru to assist Itachi in finding a place to rest. Itachi, recognizing his own need to recuperate, allowed Orochimaru to support him as they moved to a quieter area. Once it was confirmed that Itachi was not gravely harmed, Leiyu turned to Big Mom and stated, "The next step is up to you." Big Mom nodded in response. "Yes, leave it to me. Thank you." With that, she stood up with some difficulty, aided by Katakuri, raising her hands slightly. A purplish-red energy flickered in her palms, a manifestation of the true power of the soul fruit. She then harnessed this ability to command the multitude of souls in the sky, sending thousands of them soaring across the horizon, returning to their rightful bodies. Katakuri gazed up at the heavens, witnessing these souls shimmering with white light, streaking past like meteors, a slight smile gracing his lips. Leiyu and the others were captivated by this grand spectacle, as if a vast shroud of gloom had enveloped the skies above Cake Island. After a while, the meteors began to vanish, with nearly all the souls having been returned to their bodies by Big Mom's powers. The previously unconscious Perispero stirred as his soul rejoined his body, moving his hands slightly before suddenly rising to sit on the ground, panting heavily as if awakened from a nightmare. He lowered his gaze, astonished at his own hands, his own body, Wasn't he consumed by Big Mom? How had he miraculously returned to life? Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded across various corners of Cake Island. Each individual wore a bewildered expression, their faces reflecting confusion rather than the joy of resurrection, as they remained unaware of what had transpired, merely feeling as though they had awakened from a slumber. They were oblivious to the fact that their souls had departed their bodies, which was the terrifying aspect of the soul fruit. Only certain members of the Charlotte family grasped the reality of the situation. At that moment, Smuggy and Shaligia also groggily regained consciousness, gazing at each other in disbelief. "What has happened?" Shaligia inquired, looking perplexed. "I don't know," Smuggy replied, shaking his head in confusion. "Wait, where are mother and brother?" Smuggy suddenly asked, searching for their figures. "Over there. Leiyu and his group are also present," Shaligia exclaimed, pointing towards Leiyu's party before running in that direction, with Perispero hastily following suit. Katakuri had already noticed the three approaching and smiled before rewrapping the scarf around his neck. When Smuggy, Shaligia, and the others arrived, they observed that the atmosphere between both parties was not as hostile as before. Rather, it seemed somewhat amicable. "What is going on here?" Smuggy asked, puzzled, as Shaligia and Perispero exchanged curious glances with Katakuri, unsure of what had transpired. Katakuri stepped forward, elucidating the sequence of events. "So the previous version of Mother wasn't the real one?" Smuggy asked in shock, looking at Big Mom and Katakuri, momentarily at a loss for words. Perispero, seemingly privy to some insider information, appeared less surprised. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Now that Mother has returned, we should tidy up whole Cake Island. After your commotion, it has become quite chaotic." Upon hearing this, Katakuri nodded in agreement with Perispero's proposition. Big Mom then turned her attention to Leiyu's group, saying, "I apologize for today's events. Why don't you stay here for a few days? Let this old queen extend a gesture of hospitality." Leiyu looked at Big Mom thoughtfully, pondering, "Does this old woman still have an interest in me? Am I truly that charming?" Seemingly reading Leiyu's thoughts, the cunning Big Mom laughed heartily. "Oh, I have no interest in your slight frame. However, if you fancy any of my daughters, I could put in a good word for you." She leaned forward, her imposing face close to Leiyu's, her peculiar gaze making him uneasy. "Forget it. I'm not suited for that," he muttered, hastily waving his hands in refusal. After taking a long look at Leiyu, Big Mom chuckled. "So what are your plans moving forward?" Hearing her words, Leiyu fell into contemplation. Initially, he had intended to set sail directly to Wano country, but now his thoughts had shifted. It was not that he coveted Smuggy or Brulee's forms. Nevertheless, it must be said that Brulee was rather attractive. Clearing his throat, he questioned, "But am I that kind of person?" Clearly not. As for the readers, he was uncertain. In truth, after witnessing Big Mom's formidable strength following her absorption of vast souls, Leiyu realized that none of the four emperors were to be underestimated. He had previously underestimated her capabilities. He sensed that if Big Mom were to acquire sufficient souls, Itachi would be doomed. It would require a joint effort with Longma to triumph over her. If Big Mom possessed such depth, what of Kaido, known to be the strongest creature across land, sea, and air? Had he truly exerted all his might during their previous encounter? Did he harbor further hidden depths? All of this was beyond his knowledge, and the battle with Kaido had placed him in a precarious position. Had Itachi and Longma not intervened, his circumstances would have been dire. After reflecting on everything, Leiyu decided to remain at Cake Island for a while, waiting for his party's strength to be sufficiently bolstered before embarking on their next journey. Moreover, with Big Mom no longer harboring animosity towards his group and no disturbances on Cake Island, it was an ideal location for seclusion and training. With this thought in mind, Leiyu addressed Big Mom. "We plan to rest here for a while, if you don't mind." Big Mom, pleased with his request, readily agreed. "Of course, that is no problem." Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling interrupted Big Mom's words, the deafening roar causing the once calm sea to churn once more. The group turned towards the source of the sound, spotting countless small black dots in the sky descending upon them. This scene captured not only their attention, but also that of many others along the coastline, all questioning, "Were those things?" I find myself at a loss. As the swift passage of time, seems to have ushered forth a multitude of ominous little black dots before their very eyes. The realization of their true nature dawns upon them, and their expressions abruptly harden. Bombs. Quick, flee, for they're all bombs. Who dares to unleash such artillery? Chaos ensues as the feeble scramble desperately to escape. Yet, by the moment they comprehend the peril that lies in those devices, it is already too late. A relentless barrage of cannon fire descends upon this shore, and indeed, the entire cake shop is bombarded. The thunderous roar of explosions fills the air, engulfing the coastline in smoke and dust, obscuring vision. Countless residents, unable to flee, meet their demise amidst the blasts, their blood staining the sands, a gruesome sight to behold. Katakuri, witnessing the tragic fate of countless souls from afar, roars in fury. Who is responsible? He seizes his trident, leaping forth with all his might to shatter the nearby artillery in midair. Though his strength is formidable, capable of obliterating swathes of munitions with ease, the relentless onslaught of cannon fire continues unabated, claiming more lives in its wake. Perispero and Daifuku observe Katakuri's silhouette against the sky, exchanging a glance before drawing their weapons to intercept the rain of bombs. Meanwhile, the family members present, inspired by Katakuri's defiance, rally to lend their strength in defense of the citizens of Whole Cake Island. Upon witnessing her 3 sons engage in battle, Big Mom's gaze sharpens, and she trembles as she rises, intent on aiding them. However, just as she attempts to harness her devil fruit powers, a gasp escapes her lips, and blood spills forth, causing her vision to darken. Smoker, who had ventured out, rushes back to support Big Mom as she collapses. Perispero, noticing this scene, furrows his brow, realizing his mother's condition appears dire. Could this be a consequence of extracting another soul? With a resounding boom, another wave of artillery interrupts Perispero's contemplation. He shouts to Smoker, "Take care, Mom. We shall handle this." Without a backward glance, he leaps skyward to confront the incoming bombardment. Watching Perispero's retreating form, Smoker nods resolutely and turns to Big Mom, stating, "Mother, let me escort you to safety." Yet, Big Mom firmly shakes her head, her resolve unwavering as she insists, "I merely need a moment to recuperate. You must assist them." "No, in your current state, it is perilous to remain here." Smoker counters vehemently, "I am the 4 emperors. Big Mom, I shall be fine. You need not worry about me. Nay, my elder brother has entrusted me to watch over you." Thus, a spirited argument ensues, infused with familial warmth. In times past, Smoker would never have dared to speak so to Big Mom. Neither of them notices the subtle shift in their mother-son dynamic. Nearby, Leiyu observes the quarrel, his brow furrowed in concern as he notices a specific area on Big Mom's robust thigh. It is not as one might presume. Rather, it is a minor abrasion, with a droplet of blood seeping forth, likely from a recent fall. While such an injury might go unnoticed on another, it is alarmingly unusual for Big Mom, whose physical resilience is unparalleled. Even a mere poke from an average individual would not penetrate her skin. Could this be a side effect of the lost soul? Leiyu scratches his head, unable to comprehend the situation. With a deep sigh, he deduces the identity of the instigator behind the next offensive. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Big Mom, he offers a wry smile, bracing for another fierce struggle. Yet, he is a god, a deity destined to reign over these waters. How could a god fear any adversary? If a battle is to ensue, then so be it. With this thought igniting a fierce determination within him, he resolves that should the Navy seek their demise, they cannot blame him. Turning back to the still quarreling duo, Leiyu steps forward to interrupt their dispute. "You both remain here. We shall take charge of the situation." He gestures to Yasuo, Rimuru, and others nearby, who promptly join him in the ranks of the Guardians. Particularly, Misaka Mikoto, seemingly unable to contain her sense of justice, swiftly enters the fray, unleashing an electromagnetic cannon that obliterates numerous aerial projectiles in an instant. Observing this, Big Mom ceases her argument and expresses her gratitude to Leiyu. He too joins the battle, contributing his efforts. After approximately 5 minutes of relentless bombardment, the onslaught finally abates, leaving the skies above the coastline shrouded in the smoke of explosions. Fortunately, with the intervention of a Charlotte family and Leiyu, the loss of civilian lives was minimized amidst the merciless artillery. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipate, Katakuri's eyes blaze with unquenchable rage as he strides to the shore, fixating on the distant waters, the trajectory for which the bombs had come. Who dares to assault our Big Mom pirates? Perispero stands beside Katakuri, teeth clenched. They understand that Big Mom's tumultuous state coincides with a critical moment for Whole Cake Island. Who would not be incensed by such an invasion? Katakuri, wielding his trident with fierce determination, slices through the air, his gaze radiating cold fury as he declares, "Whoever dares invade Whole Cake Island today shall learn the meaning of cruelty." My brother is right. Our Big Mom pirates are not to be trifled with. At this moment, Snickers joins Katakuri, growling menacingly. Instantly, a host of combatants from the Charlotte family and the Big Mom pirates gather behind Katakuri, forming a protective line along the shore, safeguarding the citizens of Whole Cake Island. Under Katakuri's fervent influence, the eyes of each individual gleam with a murderous intent. In this moment, the ferocity of pirates manifests, the palpable aura of violence instilling profound fear in their adversaries. From a distance, Big Mom witnesses this scene with pride, nodding approvingly at Katakuri, who appears to be evolving into a capable leader. Given time to mature, even in the event of her own misfortune, Whole Cake Island will undoubtedly stand resilient under his leadership amidst the vast ocean. At that moment, a gentle sea breeze swept through, dispersing the dust and smoke in the sky. Suddenly, 5 magnificent and colossal pirate ships appeared on the nearby sea. Pirates? Katakuri gazed at the unfamiliar pirate flags fluttering above the vessels with a puzzled expression. He had never seen such flags before and initially wondered if they belonged to one of the other emperors, taking the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the cake shop. But it seemed that was not the case. Just as Katakuri was lost in thought, Leiyu arrived beside him, his gaze fixated on the rapidly approaching pirate ships. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Are they here? Truly a bothersome group of Marines." In the distance, Stussy, still concealed in the shadows, finally revealed a chilling smile upon seeing the fleet on the sea, murmuring softly, "They have finally arrived." However, it seems Big Mom is not in a good state. With that, a sinister smile crept across her face as she retrieved a familiar transponder snail. In another corner, Morgans was so excited he could hardly speak. He had thought it was just an ordinary tea party, but it turned out to be a series of major news events. A significant incident. What thrilled him even more was that with his extraordinary vision, he had already seen the Marines aboard those 5 pirate ships. This could potentially be a Marine encirclement of the 2 emperors, and the ferocity of this battle might surpass that of the previous Marine-Ford War. With that thought, Morgans trembled, clutching his camera, and swiftly retreated. His sole aim was to capture the big news. He did not wish to be embroiled in this battle. At the shoreline, Katakuri and those around him were momentarily stunned by Leiyu's words. How is this possible? How could the Marines take such action at this time? Yes, the Marines had recently suffered heavy losses. Were they not afraid that others might take the opportunity to attack their new and old stronghold? Instantly, a discussion erupted among the group, as they found it hard to believe what Leiyu had said. After all, they thought the recently battered Marines would not make such a reckless move, especially since one of their 3 admirals, Akiji, had departed. Why would Marine Force, having lost a top admiral, dare to attack Cake Island? Were they merely sending in some fodder to meet their demise? Indeed, they were Marines. At this moment, Katakuri suddenly spoke coldly. "I sense many powerful presences, 2 of which I recognize. They must be the admirals, Akainu, the fleet admiral, and Kazu, one of the admirals." Upon hearing Katakuri's words, the group fell silent, the atmosphere turning eerily still. "Hey, brother, you can't be joking, right? Did all the high-ranking Marines mobilize?" Likja asked incredulously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "I am certain, and Leiyu should also have sensed their presence," Katakuri replied gravely, turning his gaze towards Leiyu. With a deep sigh, Leiyu shook his head. This expression left the others perplexed, wondering what Leiyu meant. Was it possible that Katakuri had misperceived? Then, Leiyu's serious voice reached their ears, It is not just the high-ranking Marines. Even those from the world government have arrived. The world government? How do you know this? Katakuri exclaimed in shock, questioning Leiyu. Could those two unfamiliar yet powerful presences he sensed belong to the world government? Do you remember Stussy, who attended the tea party? Leiyu suddenly inquired. Stussy? The Dark Emperor? Perispero looked at Leiyu with confusion, unsure how this related to the Dark World. Leiyu's eyes narrowed as he responded. She is actually a member of the world government, a high-ranking member of CP0. Upon hearing Leiyu's words, Perispero, Lickja, and even Katakuri gasped in disbelief. If that were the case, everything made sense. First, Stussy attended Big Mom's tea party, then instigated a conflict between Big Mom and Leiyu, allowing the Marines to profit from the situation. Realizing this intricate connection sent a chill down Katakuri's spine. Fortunately, the battle between Big Mom and Leiyu had not caused excessive damage. Otherwise, they might have faced a complete annihilation by the Marines today. The group did not doubt Leiyu's words, for he had no reason to deceive them. After all, if Leiyu had intentions towards Cake Island, he could easily defeat them and seize control. Following Leiyu's confirmation and elaboration, the pressure weighing down on those behind Katakuri intensified, their backs drenched in cold sweat. The combined might of the Marine High Command and the world government. What did that signify? No one could fathom. In the annals of history, no force had ever compelled both the Marines and the world government to deploy such formidable strength against a common enemy. Even the fearsome Demon Hunter Order consisted of only a handful of vice-admirals. This assembly of power was incomparable. It was like comparing a tractor to a Lamborghini. Both belonged to the same family, yet the disparity was monumental. Weren't they afraid of being toppled in their new world headquarters? Perispero suddenly asked, casting a furtive glance at Leiyu. Upon hearing this, Leiyu chuckled lightly, saying, "Did you not see that they disguised themselves as pirates? Few would notice that those aboard the pirate ships are actually Marines and world government personnel. Moreover, the two old geezers at the New World Marine headquarters probably prefer to stay uninvolved and are likely enjoying themselves there. Keeping an eye on Akanu's den, ordinary pirates would not dare to stir trouble." Upon hearing Leiyu's perspective, both Perispero and Katakuri nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. However, such a formidable assembly truly gives one a headache, Katakuri sighed, pressing his temples slightly. Observing this, Leiyu patted Katakuri's shoulder and smiled. "But we are here as well. Let this be a lesson for the world government." With that, a fierce aura erupted from him, his cold eyes brimming with martial intent. The group then turned their serious gazes towards the approaching Marine ships, their expressions betraying not a hint of fear. However, Katakuri was momentarily taken aback. Leiyu's statement about teaching the world government a lesson rather than the Marines, was that a slip of the tongue or something else? Yet, as he observed the massive Marine formation drawing closer, Katakuri put aside his thoughts. His current focus was on how to repel the incoming Marines and defend Cake Island. What should we do now? Katakuri turned to Leiyu, eager to hear his thoughts. He was acutely aware that to fend off the encroaching Marines, they would need to rely on Leiyu's strength. Currently, the state of Big Mom is rather dire, evidently having lost her combat prowess. With the strength of her crew, it is clear that they are unable to withstand the encroaching forces of the Navy. Leiyu gazed upon the naval formation ahead, a glimmer of icy resolve flickering in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Let us take the initiative. We shall send them to their graves in this ocean." As he spoke, tendrils of searing flames materialized in his hands, poised to launch an attack on the nearby Navy. Suddenly, from one of the warships, a blindingly brilliant purple sword aura sliced through the sky, soaring upwards before vanishing from sight. "What is that?" someone questioned. "I don't know, but be cautious. It feels ominous." Many were startled by the sudden eruption of the sword light, initially mistaking it for an offensive by the Navy. However, Leiyu, upon witnessing the purple glow, furrowed his brow, pondering where he had seen such a phenomenon before. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he turned to shout, "Beware of the sky." At his warning, the others gasped and hurriedly looked upwards, their eyes scanning the heavens in a panic. Yet, nothing seemed amiss. "The sky remained as pure as my love for you," devoid of any impurities. As doubts began to creep into their minds regarding Lei Yu's judgment, Katakuri's expression sharpened, and he suddenly exclaimed, "It's coming. Be careful." Instantly, everyone felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them, suffocating their breath and compressing their organs uncomfortably. Among them, a member of the Charlotte family turned pale, gazing skyward in horror, exclaiming, "Ah, look at the sky. What is that?" All eyes turned upwards, where 3 or 4 dark specks were gradually descending. What could that be? Could it be Navy cannonballs? Someone speculated. No way. Cannonballs can't reach such heights, unless it's Lieutenant Colonel's artillery. As they debated the nature of the dark spots above, Lei Yu's expression turned grave, and he stated solemnly, "Everyone stay alert. The newcomers are formidable." He had surmised that the recent purple wave emanated from Fujitora, a wielder of gravity fruit powers. According to the timeline, Fujitora should not have joined the Navy yet. It appeared that his involvement had been hastened due to Lei Yu's own circumstances. Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Katakuri and Perispero exchanged glances, astonished by his seemingly omniscient demeanor. As the dark specks continued their descent, they grew exponentially larger, their velocity increasing. The meteors, propelled by their tremendous speed and friction with the air, ignited into a conflagration, enhancing their already formidable presence. "It's a meteor! A meteor is falling!" Someone shouted in disbelief. "What on earth? How can there be meteors falling? Is this also the work of a Navy power user?" Gazing at the terrifying spectacle akin to a natural disaster, many timid souls quaked in fear, their legs turning to jelly. "Brothers, do not fear. It's just a little cannon fire. Let's shatter it together," one individual shouted, attempting to rally the spirits of the group. However, as the meteors continued their descent, they soon realized that the situation was far more dire than anticipated. It seemed that the meteors emitted a strange gravitational force, intensifying with each passing moment. Many found it increasingly difficult to endure the pressure, collapsing under the weight. In no time, several members of the Charlotte family and the Big Mom pirates were sprawled on the ground, unconscious. At that moment, Perispero also succumbed to the overwhelming gravity, kneeling with his arms braced against the ground, struggling to withstand the immense force brought about by the meteors. Not only him, but even the formidable Katakuri, one of the suite commanders, was drenched in sweat, hunched over, unable to stand upright against the immense pressure. Who is this? Such a powerful presence. Katakuri marveled at the reactions of those around him, utterly astonished. He never expected the Navy would possess such a formidable figure. Sensing Katakuri's bewilderment, Lei Yu scratched the back of his head and remarked, "Ah, this is truly troublesome. If my assumptions are correct, this must be Fujitora, the newly appointed admiral during the Navy's recent recruitment drive. Did you not just mention sensing 4 powerful forces? One of them must be him," Katakuri exclaimed, his astonishment deepening. "Admiral," his shock was palpable, realizing the Navy had swiftly recruited someone of such caliber. "But how do you know all this?" Katakuri scrutinized Lei Yu, suspicious of his extensive knowledge of hidden matters. "Ah, well," Lei Yu hesitated, realizing he couldn't reveal that he was the legendary time traveler, the invincible protagonist endowed with a golden finger. Instead, he playfully said, "You know the recently infamous Golden Lion King, Sieson, right? I know of him. His strength is reputedly formidable. Why do you mention him? Are you somehow connected to him?" Katakuri, catching on, gazed at Lei Yu in astonishment, realizing he had ties to the dark world. With a mysterious smile, Lei Yu whispered into Katakuri's ear, "I am he." Katakuri's pupils constricted slightly, a tremor coursing through him. "I didn't realize your reach extended so far. It seems I underestimated you. Enough of that for now. We must deal with these meteors," Lei Yu instructed, gazing skyward. The 4 meteors had descended to approximately 2,000 meters above the coast of Cake Island, now fully visible to all, each one resembling a small island in size. If they were to crash down unimpeded, half of Cake Island would be obliterated. With a resounding bang, Lei Yu vanished from sight, rushing towards the descending meteors, leaving behind a deep crater. As he utilized his swift moonwalk to ascend, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, followed by a brilliant crimson light illuminating the sky. Moments later, a colossal meteor erupted in a thunderous explosion, scattering dust and debris everywhere. On the coast, Katakuri watched in awe as Leiyu's astonishing power was once again displayed. While he felt restricted by the overwhelming gravity, Leiyu appeared utterly unfazed, having obliterated the terrifying meteor in mere seconds. As he turned his attention to the remaining 3 meteors, Katakuri focused intently, preparing to strike them down when, suddenly, 2 streaks of blue sword energy surged forth, slicing through the atmosphere. Moments later, 2 deafening explosions echoed as the remaining meteors were shattered, billowing clouds of dust and debris as they fell. Katakuri quietly let out a sigh of relief. The 2 sword energies, though identical in color, were clearly distinct in their essence, emanating from the duo of Longma and Yasu, allies of Leiyu. Casting a glance at Leiyu's companions and then at some members of his own crew lying on the ground, feigning death, he shook his head in resignation. Comparisons among men can be infuriating. The final meteorite was also pierced directly by Leiyu. In an instant, all 4 meteorites were effortlessly dealt with by Leiyu and his comrades. However, the dust from the meteorite explosions once again enveloped the entire coastline, obscuring the vision of those present. Upon witnessing this scene, Leiyu felt a sense of foreboding. The intention behind Fujitori's strike was not to attack them, but rather to deliberately guide them into destroying the summoned meteorites, using the dust from the explosions to obscure their vision, thereby providing cover for their ascent onto Cake Island. Realizing this, Leiyu sought to locate Katakuri and others amidst the thick smoke, aiming to warn them to retreat slightly. Just then, he sensed an abnormal warmth in the surrounding air, and his eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he began to search for the source of this unsettling aura, for he had not engaged in a good fight for quite some time. At that moment, Katakuri closed his eyes, furrowing his brow. Using his observation haki, he sensed numerous powerful auras drawing near. The Navy had successfully landed. Suddenly, a dazzling yellow light appeared not far from him. Upon noticing this faint yellow glow, Katakuri's heart trembled, and his expression grew gravely serious. He had not anticipated that the Admiral Kizuru would act so swiftly. The yellow light flickered briefly before rapidly advancing towards him. Yet, Katakuri remained unfazed, skillfully evading the glowing orbs with his observation haki. He then fixed his gaze on the dust ahead and coldly challenged, "Is the esteemed Admiral Kizuru afraid to reveal himself and face me in battle?" With that, he summoned his trident and fiercely swung it downward, glaring intently at the front. After a brief wait, Kizuru's nonchalant voice reached him. "Oh dear, did I miss you?" "Not bad. Your observation haki is impressive. Truly formidable for the second-in-command of the Big Mom Pirates, indeed." As the dust before Katakuri began to dissipate, Kizuru's figure materialized before him. While he spoke of how fearsome his opponent was, his eyes betrayed a sense of lewdness. At that moment, he was casually trimming his nails with a small clipper. Observing Kizuru's demeanor, Katakuri dared not underestimate him. Although he had never fought him before, every admiral was a formidable adversary. "What do you Navy intend to do?" Katakuri questioned coldly. "What do we intend to do?" Kizaru raised an eyebrow, smiling at Katakuri. "Oh, nothing much. I merely came to take a look. However, that fellow Akainu seems to want to invite you to Impel Down for a little sit-down." "Impel Down? You underestimate the Big Mom Pirates far too much." With that, he wielded his trident and viciously lunged at Kizuru. Yet, Kizuru appeared oblivious to the attack, continuing to nonchalantly groom his precious nails. Katakuri felt insulted, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. With a resounding whoosh, the tip of his trident transformed into a deep purple hue, emanating waves of terrifying power. Faced with a Logia-type fruit user, Katakuri naturally had to employ his Busashoku haki to counteract. "Ah, quite impressive Busashoku haki you have there. How terrifying." Observing Katakuri's use of Busashoku, Kizaru remained indifferent, his flippant remarks landing as a profound insult to Katakuri's ears. Subsequently, a fierce rage ignited within Katakuri's eyes as he bellowed at Kizuru, "Take me seriously. Do you even know who you're facing?" Machi thrust. Simultaneously, Katakuri utilized his Machi fruit ability, transforming his arm into a mass of machi that enveloped his trident, spinning it forward with tremendous force. As he was about to strike Kizaru, swish, Kizaru's figure suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only a falling nail clipper. What a temperamental fellow. It seems you haven't been kicked by light yet? Kizaru's flippant tone reached Katakuri's ears, causing his fury to intensify. Upon seeing Kizaru's vanished form, he quickly closed his eyes. In an instant, his observation haki erupted forth, and through his top-tier observation haki, he glimpsed a brief future vision of Kizaru's attack trajectory. A flicker of a smile crossed Katakuri's face as he thought, "I see. You intend to strike my back?" With that, he swiftly turned, aiming his trident at the spot where Kizaru was about to appear. Meanwhile, numerous yellow light points converged behind him. Kizaru's figure indeed materialized there. But in the blink of an eye, Katakuri's smile froze, his pupils constricted in alarm. "This is bad. How could this be?" Before he could utter another word, a flash of yellow light appeared, and Kizaru's foot struck hard against Katakuri's back, sending him flying. Blood sprayed from his throat in a parabolic arc as he crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Inside the crater, Katakuri slowly rose to his feet, not yet having the chance to retrieve his trident when he suddenly felt a jolt of awareness. He sensed Kizaru's next attack approaching once more. Immediately, Katakuri activated his Machi fruit ability, transforming his hands into machi paste in an attempt to form a shield to protect himself. Yet, even with his swift reaction, it was no match for the embodiment of light, Kizaru. Just as the machi shield was beginning to form, a dazzling yellow light flashed, and Kizaru was already before him, delivering another powerful kick to his abdomen. Boom! Once again, Katakuri was sent flying, crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach as he gasped for air. After wiping the blood from his mouth, he glared at Kizaru, his face a mask of distress. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He needed to act quickly. This man before him was far too swift. Even with his foresight and preemptive measures, Kizaru was always one step ahead, and by a significant margin. In such a rapid exchange, his observation haki felt utterly ineffective. Even though he understood Kizaru's attack trajectory, it bore no significance. Damn it, is this the power of an admiral? Such formidable strength. As he watched Kizaru approach steadily, Katakuri's eyes did not reflect fear. Rather, they ignited with fervent determination. Even if his greatest observation haki proved futile against Kizaru, he remained resolute in the face of the challenge. However, one must not underestimate one's other abilities. It is important to recognize that I am the strongest among the Big Mom pirates, second only to Big Mom herself. Subsequently, Katakuri grasped his trident, casting a fierce gaze at the approaching Kizaru, his eyes briefly flickering with a crimson hue before he charged forward once more. Simultaneously, it was not only Katakuri who encountered formidable foes. The multitude along the coastline faced the landing navy, and not far away. Many powerful individuals from various nations rushed to this location for support. After all, the number of Navy soldiers was substantial, and the common soldiers would be dealt with by their counterparts. At this moment, the swirling dust began to dissipate, gradually restoring visibility and expanding the view. Meanwhile, Perispero and Cracker noticed Katakuri, who had been knocked to the ground by Kizaru, and their expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed, "Little brother!" Without hesitation, they dashed towards him, only to be suddenly obstructed by a powerful sword aura that sliced through the nearby dust, blocking their path. Damn it! Which Navy scoundrel is this? They surveyed their surroundings, but the lingering smoke and ash obscured their vision, revealing only shadowy figures hidden within the haze, making it impossible to discern friend from foe. Just then, a chilling female voice pierced their ears. "Prepare to meet your demise, pirates of the Big Mom crew." Upon hearing this, they followed the direction of the voice and beheld a woman clad in a Navy justice coat, wearing a pink V-neck shirt and ultra-short pants, striding towards them with her long, fair legs. Observing this enchanting figure, Cracker's lips curled into a sinister smile. Is the Navy truly out of competent fighters, sending a girl like this to confront us? Oomph. I am the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, candidate for Admiral Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit declared coldly. drawing her long sword without further ado and charging at Cracker. As Perispero caught sight of the blade in her hand, his pupils constricted, and he gravely warned Cracker, "Be cautious, that appears to be a renowned sword. This girl is not simple." "A renowned sword, you say? How intriguing. And a candidate for admiral as well." Cracker twisted his neck, a glint of cold light and battle intent radiating from his eyes as he focused on the advancing Peach Rabbit. "Brother, go assist little brother. I will handle this," he declared, controlling his biscuit warrior to confront Peach Rabbit, who wielded the famed sword. Perispero, understanding his brother's preference for solitary combat, said nothing further and turned towards the direction of Katakuri and Kizuru. As Peach Rabbit approached the armored and oddly long-necked Cracker, she gripped her renowned sword tightly and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful slash. With a clang, to her astonishment, her strike inflicted no damage on Cracker, as his biscuit-shaped shield deflected her blow. The recoil sent Peach Rabbit spinning in the air before she landed gracefully on the ground, regarding Cracker with a serious expression. "No wonder he is one of the 3 sweet commanders of the Big Mom crew. His strength is commendable." "You know me?" Cracker replied, intrigued, assuming she had researched him. However, he was unaware that prior to this battle, every member of the Navy had memorized the appearances and characteristics of significant figures. Peach Rabbit ignored his inquiry, merely covering her renowned sword, Kinpyra, as a formidable aura erupted from her, intensifying the coldness emanating from her blade. Observing the powerful sword intent radiating from her, Cracker's earlier levity vanished, and he murmured, "A swordsman, is it?" As soon as the words left his lips, Peach Rabbit leaped into the air once more, executing another forceful horizontal slash. Cracker, in response, raised his biscuit shield to block it, then swung his imitation famed sword, the salted pretzel, back at her. Peach Rabbit nimbly dodged his counterattack, and as she landed, she noticed that Cracker's right side had sprouted 2 additional sword-wielding arms. Before she could contemplate this, Cracker simultaneously swung both arms down toward her. Unwavering, Peach Rabbit met his assault with her renowned sword, resulting in a fierce clash. To her astonishment, another sword-wielding arm emerged from Cracker's right side. "Spiral, salted pretzel," he declared, and suddenly, 3 arms brandishing the massive sword thrust forward, unleashing a spiraling sword aura filled with tremendous force towards her. Despite her efforts to block it with her sword, the overwhelming impact sent Peach Rabbit flying, raising a cloud of dust before she crashed to the ground. As the dust settled, Peach Rabbit shook her head, using her sword for support as she stood up. In the distance, she beheld Cracker, whose arms had now multiplied to 6, each wielding a colossal sword. Gazing at this monstrous sight, she recalled the description of Cracker as the 1,000-armed cannon in the intel. A chilling determination filled her eyes as she faced the 6-armed Cracker. "It's merely a few extra arms. I wonder if you can withstand the next strike." With that, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her beautiful crimson eyes, and her swordsman aura erupted fully. Raising her renowned sword before her, she pointed it at Cracker, commanding, "Prepare to perish, Charlotte Cracker." In the next instant, her figure vanished from view, reappearing before Cracker, her sword aimed directly at him. "Sickle of the Dragon," she whispered, before Cracker could react. A purple flash streaked forth with blinding speed, accompanied by a fierce gale, piercing through his body. Crack! His immense form split apart, revealing numerous fissures. However, Peach Rabbit did not let her guard down, instinctively retreating several meters while keeping a vigilant eye on the cracked Cracker. She was acutely aware that as one of the sweet commanders, with a bounty of 860 million berry, he would not fall so easily. Before her eyes, Cracker's enormous body shattered into massive fragments, scattering across the ground. Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow, understanding that this was a battlefield, not a training ground at Navy headquarters. She was up against ruthless pirates who would show no mercy. Just then, from the pile of Cracker's shattered remnants, a figure emerged, revealing 3 tufts of purple hair on his head, with sparks dancing on the left and right. His right eye bore a scar, and he was donned in a single piece of armor over his right shoulder, complemented by a pink cape. He wore loose trousers and brown boots, with a sword hanging at his waist. "Who are you?" Gazing at the figure before her, Tao Tu coldly inquired. Noting the sinister smile that lingered at the corner of his mouth, he twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and remarked, "I never expected you could shatter my armor. How surprising. Yet, it merely damaged my armor." Armor? Upon hearing the man's words and glancing at the fragments beneath his feet, Tao Tu immediately comprehended the situation, her expression shifting dramatically as she exclaimed, You are Kuli Jia?" Upon witnessing Kuli Jia's true visage, Tao Tu was struck with immense astonishment, for this face was entirely different from the one she had just seen, and even the photograph on the bounty notice bore no resemblance to his actual features. Kuli Jia erupted into laughter, then, with a sudden seriousness, "Tika Tao Tu Kun Li, your swordsmanship is quite formidable. Without armor, a strike from you would surely inflict considerable pain upon me." It appeared that Kuli Jia, whose defensive capabilities were exceptionally high, harbored a deep aversion to pain. He even disliked needles and thus had always enveloped himself in cookie soldiers. A coward hiding behind armor. "Since I can slice through your armor, you shall become my next target." With that declaration, Tao Tu's sword intent erupted once more as she coldly stared at Kuli Jia, her aura steadily rising. At that moment, a series of sharp clapping sounds reached her ears. Confused, she observed Kuli Jia amidst the ruins, suddenly applauding. What could this mean? Was he mocking her? However, she had no time to ponder such things. She needed to swiftly defeat Kuli Jia to assist others and secure victory against the Bigman pirates and Lei Yu's crew. Resolutely, she grasped the hilt of her sword, raising it high above her head before bringing it down forcefully towards Kuli Jia, murmuring, "Kong Jiaozhan." In an instant, a powerful, purplish-red sword energy tore through the surrounding air, propelling countless currents forward. In midair, the sword energy transformed into a form reminiscent of a dragon's head. Lunging Tordskeliya. Yet, he appeared utterly oblivious, continuing to applaud. As he clapped, a multitude of cookies materialized in the air. Just as Tao Tu's terrifying sword energy was about to strike him, one of the cookies transformed into a cookie soldier, positioning itself in front of him. Boom! The moment the purple sword energy collided with the cookie soldier, a wave of milky white shockwaves surged through the surroundings, raising clouds of dust. Even Tao Tu was forced to retreat several steps from the impact. Once the dust settled, Tao Tu was horrified to discover that her strike had inflicted not the slightest damage upon the cookie soldier. To her further dismay, she realized that Kuli Jia was surrounded by more than a dozen such cookie soldiers. This was the true ace up the sleeve of a man with an 800 million bounty. Geliya and Sirtslet cookie soldiers left maniacally. I can summon as many cookie soldiers as I desire, and their strength surpasses that of the armor you just shattered. Faced with dozens of cookie soldiers, Tao Tu felt an overwhelming pressure envelop her. Before she could contemplate further, the cookie soldiers, under Kuli Jia's command, charged towards her. Witnessing this, Tao Tu's expression turned grave. Suddenly, she unleashed a tremendous force, leaping high into the air, opting to confront the cookie soldiers head-on. Boom! 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 With her formidable swordsmanship and strength, she severed and shattered cookie soldiers one after another. Yet, before she could catch her breath, she noticed Kuli Jia applauding from a distance. Clap, clap! In the midst of his applause, dozens more cookie soldiers appeared out of thin air, rushing toward her. Following another flurry of sword strikes, Tao Tu managed to destroy about half of Kuli Jia's cookie soldiers. However, her countenance grew increasingly grave, for she realized that if this stalemate continued, she would inevitably be defeated. Against these resilient cookie soldiers, even shattering one required considerable effort, let alone the many that remained. To dismantle these soldiers, she first needed to defeat Kuli Jia, yet he maintained a considerable distance, flanked by 3 or 4 cookie soldiers. Moreover, she could no longer rely on anyone else for assistance. The entire battlefield was not solely her struggle against the enemy. Just as Tao Tu became momentarily distracted, a cookie soldier materialized behind her, swinging a large blade downwards. Caught off guard, she was struck and sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. However, rather than springing back to her feet immediately, she opted to remain on the ground, hoping to regain some strength. At that moment, another group of Cookie soldiers appeared beside her. Just as she prepared to rise and counterattack, a commander wearing a spotted dog mask suddenly emerged, solemnly stating, "Tao Tu, I am here to help you deal with these nuisances." Tao Tu looked up and saw that it was Rear Admiral Dalmesia. She nodded slightly, and together they advanced to shatter the bothersome Cookie soldiers. However, after a while, Tao Tu realized that Dalmesia's arrival did not significantly aid her. The two of them were still entangled with Li Jialong. With all her strength, she could destroy a Cookie soldier in 3 or 4 strikes, while he could only manage 2 or 3, and often exchange blows in the process. It was no wonder he had nearly perished in the first episode. Nonetheless, 2 were better than 1. Seizing the opportunity while Dalmesia shared the burden of firepower, Tao Tu surveyed the battlefield, originally believing the Navy would hold the advantage. She now found her heart sinking as she grasped the reality of the situation. The ambush was proving far more challenging than she had anticipated. The coastline of Cake Island was ablaze with conflict, where countless Navy soldiers clashed with members of the Bigman Pirates and the Guards of the Nations. Peichis, who had intended to support Katakuri, lay on the ground, gasping for breath, covered in blood, and exhibiting a look of utter despair. Meanwhile, not far from Perispero, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral Guizhu coldly observed him. Clearly, he had been ambushed en route to aid Katakuri. However, due to the disparity in numbers, Perispero was being thoroughly overpowered by Guizhu and the others. As Guizhu approached the nearly defeated Perispero, drawing a pistol from his waist, intent on delivering a fatal blow, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Turning around, he was met by the imposing figure of a lamp demon, who delivered a heavy blow to his back. In an unsuspecting moment, bang, the unsuspecting Katuan was struck by a powerful punch, sending him flying. Upon witnessing this, Guizhi Zhu and Dao Guomon observed the arrival of the third son of the Sha Luota family, the bean-sized minister from the Totland Kingdom among the 34 ministers, the superhuman user of the steam fruit, Sha Lua Tadafu. Behind him stood 2 formidable allies, Sha Lua Ta Awan, the 4th son of the Sha Luota family and one of the 34 ministers, who possessed the abilities of the Rura fruit, and Sha Lua Ta Apela, the 5th son and the cream fruit user, also a minister. Sha Luan approached Perispero, extending a hand and saying, "I apologize, dear brother. I hope we are not too late." Perispero, looking at his 4th brother, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Grasping Sha Lua Ta Awan's hand for support, he wiped the blood from his lips and coldly addressed Guizhi Zhu and the others, stating, "We are not too late. Now let us demonstrate the might of the Sha Luota family." Without regard for his injuries, he led the charge into battle. Sha Luota Awan and the others exchanged glances before joining the fray. The struck Katuan, filled with an overwhelming fury, surged forward, unleashing a powerful aura, thus igniting a chaotic melee. Not only did Perispero and his allies confront the admirals of the Navy, but other family members and members of the Bigman Pirates also engaged in fierce combat against the Navy and various forces of the world government. The most formidable figures of the Navy sought out powerful adversaries. Admiral Kazuru faced off against Katakuri, while Admiral Fujitora, with a smile, confronted Lama and his group. However, due to Fujitora's extraordinary fruit abilities, Lama found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to utilize his powers effectively. Witnessing this, Rimuru chose to assist Lama in alleviating some pressure, though it did not yield significant results. Under the immense gravity, Rimuru was flattened into a puddle of blue solidified liquid. Meanwhile, Lama fought against Fujitora, exchanging sword techniques. At this moment, Yasuo was also engaged, facing off against Rob Lucci of CP0. After transforming, Lucci's terrifying speed and explosive power momentarily put Yasuo at a disadvantage. Yet he remained undeterred, waiting for the right moment to reverse their fortunes. Misaka Mikoto navigated the battlefield, lending her support wherever necessary to relieve the pressure on the residents of Cake Island. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood guard beside the exhausted Uchiha Itachi, unleashing various ninjutsu on anyone daring to approach without any hesitation. In the midst of the battlefield, Leiyu surveyed his surroundings, searching for a specific target. The current state of the battlefield seemed evenly matched, with both sides appearing to have an equal footing. After all, in such a war, troops below the rank of Rear Admiral were merely fodder, and the outcome hinged solely on the clash of high-level powers. The presence of his comrades bolstered their side's high-end strength. However, Leiyu felt a strange unease regarding the seemingly unconventional approach of the Navy, which had launched an all-out assault from the outset, indicating that the war had escalated to a fever pitch almost immediately. Adding to his perplexity was the absence of Akainu, whose fiery presence he had only just sensed. Had it not been for that, he might have thought that this individual had not arrived at all. Nevertheless, with Akainu not revealing himself, Leiyu resolved to set aside his concerns for the time being, keeping a watchful eye. He then decided to assist Katakuri, intending to eliminate Kizaru first. After all, he had witnessed Katakuri struggling significantly against Kizaru, activating his awakened abilities to transform the surrounding matter into Machi, thus turning the vicinity into his domain. Yet, even with such a tactic, he was still being overwhelmed by the light-speed assaults of Kizaru. Although Katakuri was not entirely without recourse, the situation was dire, and even Leiyu was taken aback by Kizaru's formidable strength. Realizing that Katakuri's prowess, while not on par with the four emperors, was not as far removed from them as he had initially thought. The sight of Kizaru dispatching him with such ease indicated that the admiral's capabilities were likely far beyond what he had anticipated. Without further delay, he rushed to support Katakuri. Unbeknownst to Leiyu, as he sprinted toward the front lines to aid Katakuri, a shadow emerged from the distance, emanating a cold gaze as it watched him depart. Once Leiyu had moved far enough away, the figure concealed its presence once more and stealthily made its way toward the rear of the battlefield, where Big Mom and Smoothie were located. At this moment, Stussy noticed that her brothers seemed to be at a stalemate with several Navy rear admirals. Turning to Big Mom, she inquired, "Mother, I shall assist my brothers. Are you all right?" Hearing Stussy's words, Big Mom laughed heartily. "Go ahead. Although I am currently unable to utilize my fruit abilities, I am not afraid of mere minions. I am one of the four emperors." Stussy nodded in agreement before plunging into the fray, well aware that even without her mother's formidable homies, Big Mom's overwhelming haki would suffice to manage any unforeseen circumstances. After watching Stussy's departing figure, Big Mom sat back down, consuming a slice of cream cake sent by Brûlée to regain some strength before preparing to join the battle to protect Cake Island. After all, as a four emperor, she could not simply watch her children, including Katakuri and Stussy, fight valiantly while she remained in the rear. Having finished her cake, Big Mom wiped the cream from her lips. Her eyes filled with an intense killing intent as she readied herself to head to the front lines. Just then, Stussy rushed back, panting heavily. "Why have you returned?" Big Mom asked with a furrowed brow, perplexed. Stussy, with a look of urgency, exclaimed, "Mother, quickly, we must return to Cake Island. I just saw my second brother." He mentioned that a battalion of Navy rear admirals has secretly circumvented the coast, intending to infiltrate the heart of Cake Island and massacre the residents, aiming to undermine us from within. Big Mom's expression shifted to one of suspicion as she probed. "And where is Katakuri?" Stussy hesitated for a moment before hurriedly replying, "I don't know, I couldn't find him. We cannot afford to linger. We must return to provide support. Currently, there are hardly any combatants within the nation. If those despicable Navy forces succeed in breaching the interior, it would lead to catastrophic losses for us. If you're concerned about this location, allow me to go ahead." With that, Stussy turned and sprinted toward the distant forest, which served as a shortcut to the interior of the nation. Big Mom gazed intently at the swiftly departing figure of Samuji, a subtle and enigmatic smile gracing her lips, her eyes emanating a chilling aura. Could be a trap set by the Navy. She then rose swiftly, pursuing the direction in which Samuji had vanished. Ahead, Samuji glanced back furtively, a fleeting smile crossing her face before a look of panic overtook her, prompting her to quicken her pace. At that moment, Samuji, accompanied by Big Mom, stealthily entered a forest far from the coastline, making her way toward the town of Cake Island. Suddenly, Samuji halted and turned to Big Mom, her eyes betraying concern as she inquired, "Mother, how are you feeling? Should we take a moment to rest?" Big Mom furrowed her brow tightly, surveying the dense woods around them, noting the absence of others, and fixed her gaze on Samuji, sneering coldly. "Who are you really? What is your purpose in luring me here?" Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Samuji's heart skipped a beat. A flicker of panic momentarily flashed in her eyes before she concealed it, feigning calmness as she replied, "Mother, I am your daughter, Charlotte Samuji." Observing the defending Samuji, Big Mom's eyes narrowed as she unleashed her haki, striking towards Samuji with a forceful blow. The powerful haki unleashed a gust of wind that rattled the surrounding branches. Samuji, witnessing Big Mom's sudden aggression, hastily retreated. With a resounding crash, Big Mom's haki-laden fist struck the ground, creating a large crater filled with cracking fissures. Having evaded the attack, Samuji laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. It seems your battle with Uchiha Itachi has indeed inflicted considerable damage upon you. Not only can you not utilize your devil fruit powers, but your physical strength has diminished significantly. Remember, in her prime, even a casual strike from Big Mom held devastating power. Yet now, her full-force punch, enhanced with haki, merely created a pit in the ground. This clearly indicates a significant decline in Big Mom's strength." Big Mom, upon hearing this, revealed a mocking glint in her eyes, declaring, "Even if I am not at my peak, dealing with someone like you, who hides in the shadows, is more than sufficient." Recognizing her exposure, Samuji ceased her pretense. With a puff of white smoke, she transformed back into her true form. Big Mom's pupils constricted in shock as she exclaimed, "How can it be you?" The individual masquerading as Samuji was none other than Stussy, one of the Dark Emperors who had attended the tea party. Stussy produced a lipstick, leisurely applying it to her lips, her large, captivating eyes regarding Big Mom with curiosity. "How did you discern that I am not Samuji?" Big Mom responded, "It is simple. The second you just mentioned refers to Kata Kuri, a name he was called long ago." Stussy, realizing her slip, nodded thoughtfully. She had not anticipated that her own answer would reveal her true identity. It was evident that Big Mom had been testing her from the very beginning. Such meticulousness is indeed befitting of one of the four emperors. "You lure me here for what purpose?" Big Mom inquired, somewhat puzzled, as she was quite familiar with Stussy. For decades, she had been invited to every wedding tea party held on Cake Island, and Stussy had always honored her presence without fail. Now, at this critical moment, transforming into her daughter's likeness to draw her here must have some ulterior motive. "Purpose?" Stussy raised her head slowly, her lips painted a vivid red, her eyes glimmering with a hint of cold, murderous intent. "I intend to invite you to witness the advancements in Impel Down." Before Big Mom could react, Stussy suddenly sprang into action, her voice ringing out with a delicate command, "Shave." In an instant, she appeared behind Big Mom with astonishing speed, so swift that even Big Mom's observation haki failed to perceive her movement. Stussy whispered, "Raging foot, chaos," before executing a 180-degree backflip in mid-air, unleashing a barrage of vacuum slashes generated by her rapid kicks toward Big Mom's back. Feeling a chill, Big Mom swiftly turned, raising her arms adorned with haki to block. The countless vacuum slashes collided against her arms, causing no significant damage, yet the sheer volume of strikes sent waves of sharp pain and numbness coursing through her limbs. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of her previous assault, Stussy landed gracefully and extended her arms forward, palms open, her gaze sharpening as she shouted, "Finger gun, Gatling." Instantly, her palms began to rotate slowly, the nails of her 10 fingers gathering tremendous energy, resembling bullets aimed at Big Mom. As Stussy's hand spun faster, the number of bullets fired increased exponentially until they resembled a Gatling gun's onslaught, relentlessly bombarding Big Mom, engulfing her entirely. The terrifying force of the finger guns devastated the nearby trees, tearing them apart and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Big Mom's towering figure remained steadfast, albeit drenched in blood and exuding weak breaths, indicating her dire condition. With great effort, she lifted her head and glared at Samuji, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "Who are you really?" In truth, Big Mom had not anticipated that Stussy would truly strike at her with lethal intent. After all, their decades-long acquaintance, while not deeply rooted, was not one of strangers. They could be regarded as friends. Yet now, Stussy had initiated a deadly confrontation, employing techniques associated with the Navy, such as shave and finger gun, which were anything but ordinary. Even in her current weakened state, Big Mom was not easily harmed by standard Navy techniques. However, the 6 styles Stussy had employed were not only distinct from the ordinary, but also possessed strength magnitudes greater than expected, indicating she had honed these skills over many years. "Who am I? I am the Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy," she said with a playful smile directed at Big Mom, tauntingly. To master the Navy's 6 styles to such a degree, you cannot be an ordinary individual. What is your true identity? Big Mom glared at Stussy's smiling face, her anger gradually igniting. She had all but confirmed that Stussy was indeed affiliated with the Navy. Upon hearing Big Mom's inquiry, Stussy shook her head helplessly. "Considering our decades-long friendship and the fact that you are about to be captured and sent to Impel Down, I shall divulge this information." Stussy then wiped the smile from her face, her demeanor turning cold as she stated, "I am a member of the world government. Code name CP0. Prepare to face your imminent capture. Captain Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates." At that moment, on the front lines of the battlefield, Smoker, having turned countless Navy soldiers into pulp, glanced around and realized that Big Mom had vanished. He quickly scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of her, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. "Hey, sister, what are you doing here?" A melodious voice reached Smoker's ears. Turning around, he discovered that Charlotte Bruley had also arrived on the battlefield. Judging by the soot on her face and the bloodstains on her clothes, she had clearly just endured a fierce battle. "I thought I saw you with Mother," Charlotte Bruley inquired as she approached Smoker. "Just now?" Smoker furrowed his brow in confusion. "I arrived here half an hour ago. You must be mistaken." "No, that is impossible. I distinctly saw you and Mother running towards the woods," Charlotte Bruley asserted firmly. Observing her expression, Smoker sensed she was not deceiving him. "What did you see?" Suddenly, an idea struck Smoker, and his complexion darkened. He looked gravely at Bruley. Could it be the Navy's abilities that lured Mother away? Upon hearing this, Bruley's face turned ashen. She understood that their mother's current condition was dire, and the Navy's intention to divert Big Mom was all too clear. Which direction did Mother head towards? Smoker pressed urgently. Bruley pointed towards the forest where Big Mom had just dashed off. She went that way. Without a moment's hesitation, Smoker sprinted towards the indicated direction. Watching him run off, Bruley pondered for a moment before deciding to relay this information to her brothers. Meanwhile, the battle between Big Mom and Stussy escalated, devastating the surrounding woods for miles. The terrain lay in ruins, utterly unrecognizable. Big Mom's expression grew increasingly grave. Her power had waned significantly, and Stussy, already formidable, presented a relentless challenge. Stussy was inwardly astonished at Big Mom's strength, even without her devil fruit abilities. Yet, Stussy remained unperturbed, a hint of malice gleaming in her eyes as she remarked by now, "You should be arriving." Big Mom, startled by Stussy's words, inquired urgently what? "Who is he?" Before she could finish, an intense heat emanated from behind her. Concurrently, Stussy's voice floated to her ears. "He has finally arrived." Turning around, Big Mom beheld a massive ball of magma, glowing with searing heat, advancing towards her. There was no time to evade. She had no choice but to brace herself with her haki. Bang! 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 The magma engulfed Big Mom, propelling her backward and shattering trees in her wake. After soaring hundreds of meters, a resounding explosion ensued. The intense lava incinerated the surrounding flora, leaving a desolate wasteland in its wake. At the epicenter of the blast, Big Mom coughed up a mouthful of thick blood, her skin charred and marred, a stark crimson hue visible amidst the soot. "Are you finished, Big Mom?" A commanding voice resonated from above. Big Mom looked up to see a figure descending from the sky, her expression darkening. With a low growl, she exclaimed, "So, it is you, Akainu. Today, you shall meet your demise here." Akainu, observing the wounded Big Mom, felt a smile creeping onto his face. It was evident that not only was Big Mom unable to utilize her devil fruit powers, but her physical resilience had also diminished considerably. Under normal circumstances, she would have effortlessly withstood his attack. With that, Akainu transformed his arms into deep crimson magma, exuding plumes of black smoke, and surged forward with overwhelming force, denying Big Mom any chance to recuperate. "Do not get too cocky, Akainu," Big Mom roared in defiance. As she spoke, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Gradually, the haki enveloping her arms faded, returning them to their normal state. Akainu, bewildered by this unexpected action, thought to himself, could she be surrendering? However, he knew Big Mom was not one to yield easily. Even in her final moments, she would fight tooth and nail. With this in mind, Akainu intensified his assault, the murderous intent in his eyes growing ever sharper, the heat emanating from his magma arms intensifying to an unbearable degree. As he charged closer, Big Mom's gaze suddenly sharpened. Her overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping through the debris-ridden surroundings, shattering the ground beneath her feet with deep fissures. Seeing Big Mom unleash her conqueror's haki, Akainu taunted, "You don't really think that mere haki will suffice against me, do you? I am not one of those weaklings who can be stunned by your haki." While her conqueror's haki was indeed unique, it hardly seemed sufficient to facilitate her escape. "In that case, prepare to die," he declared, charging forward. As Akainu closed the distance, Big Mom coldly responded, "Who told you that the purpose of Conqueror's haki is solely to intimidate enemies?" Hearing her words, Akainu was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Looking into Big Mom's eyes, he noticed a flicker of red light. The powerful Conqueror's haki converged around her right fist, emanating a destructive force. Countless red and black energy forms flickered like lightning within her fist. A smile graced Big Mom's lips as she gazed at the approaching Akainu. Realizing that Conqueror's haki could indeed be wielded in a manner akin to armament haki. Before Akainu could react, he felt an overwhelming threat enveloping him, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. How is this possible? Conqueror's haki can be entwined? You can never know. Such an attack method can only be employed by select few formidable beings, she replied. As she spoke, Big Mom's right fist enveloped in her conqueror's haki surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards Akainu. Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Akainu did not retreat. Instead, his eyes burned with fury as he bellowed, "What do you mean? Am I not worthy to be deemed a strong warrior in your eyes?" In an instant, magma erupted violently from his right arm, coalescing into an enormous molten fist that clashed with Big Mom's haki. The collision produced a resounding boom, transforming the area around them into two massive rings of light. One, a fiery crimson halo radiating extreme heat, and the other, a dark red-black circle crackling with arcs of lightning. These two circles, brimming with terrifying power, collided, causing the very fabric of space to shatter at their center, creating vast fissures that permeated the vicinity. The surrounding forest, spanning dozens of miles, was utterly obliterated by the shock waves generated by this cataclysmic energy. Even Stussy struggled against the onslaught, blood trickling from her lips, her eyes wide with horror. The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated throughout whole Cake Island. And in that blinding flash, every gaze was drawn toward the coast and the island itself. Those engaged in battle at the heart of the conflict, whether Marines or pirates, instinctively halted, their eyes fixed in shock upon the two brilliant orbs of light, reminiscent of the sun. What a terrifying force! What transpired over there? How can something so distant exude such overwhelming pressure? I can hardly breathe. Who is battling whom? Is this the might that a human can wield? Almost everyone quivered involuntarily, their eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, Bruley, searching for her older brother, was momentarily frozen in place. Could it be too late? Has Mother encountered an enemy? A resolute glint flashed in her eyes as she turned and dashed towards the forest. There was no time to find her brother now. He would surely understand the situation upon witnessing the scene and would come running. For now, she must rush to aid her mother, even if it could buy just a second. Katakuri, Perispero, and the rest of Big Mom's family, upon witnessing the dark red-black aura, were struck with alarm. This is Mother's presence. Her conqueror's haki. How could she be over there? Wasn't she with Smoothie? They exclaimed in disbelief. We must rush to support her. Mother cannot face any misfortune. Katakuri glanced at the seemingly dazed Kizaru and, with a sudden burst of energy, dashed into the forest towards the source of the energy explosion. After covering some distance, he turned back in surprise to find Kizaru still standing motionless. Though perplexed by Kizaru's lack of action, he considered it fortunate and quickened his pace. Kizaru cast a fleeting glance at the rushing Katakuri, making no additional movements, before turning his gaze back to the crimson energy ring. He sensed the unmistakable aura of Akainu. His eyes filled with confusion as he muttered, "How could that guy be over there, concealing our movements?" In truth, Kizaru was not alone in his bewilderment. Several admirals, including Fujitora, wore expressions of puzzlement as they regarded the source of the disturbance, unsure of why their commander, Akainu, was present. Meanwhile, those loyal to Big Mom seized the opportunity to flee, retreating hastily into the opposite direction of the forest. Among them, only Lucci of CP0 displayed no surprise. His brow furrowed and a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "I hope that guy holds up, lest anything go awry." He cast a fearful glance toward a ship anchored at the shore. At that moment, Leiyu also directed his attention to the scene, astonishment etched across his face. He recognized that the red-black power bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of Conqueror S. Haki. Yet, according to his understanding, such potency should not arise from Conqueror S. Haki alone. Could it be that there were applications of Conqueror S. Haki that he was unaware of? Contemplating this, Leiyu resolved to seek out his ally, Whitebeard. If Big Mom wielded such an extraordinary form of Conqueror S. Haki, then Whitebeard was surely formidable as well. The reason for not approaching Big Mom was simply his lack of trust in her. With a slight crack of his neck, a displeased expression crossed Leiyu's face as he realized that she had ventured away. He hoped that Big Mom could endure. Facing Akainu would be no small feat given her current state. Although their clash appeared grand, Leiyu understood that this might be the last of Big Mom's strength. Should this strike fail to inflict significant damage on Akainu, she would find herself in dire straits. Taking a deep breath, he set off towards the forest. Having promised Katakuri and the others to protect Whole Cake Island, he resolved to see it through, hoping to assist Big Mom if possible. Despite previous conflicts, he had a favorable impression of Katakuri and the others, and it seemed that Big Mom was faring reasonably well. Most importantly, if he could secure Big Mom's allegiance, it would greatly aid his future endeavors. Unbeknownst to him, the Marines' full-scale assault on Whole Cake Island was, in fact, a direct consequence of his arrival. Big Mom, what bad luck. Meanwhile, Dragon and his companions, upon grasping the situation, chose not to flee immediately, but instead decided to linger, buying time for those supporting Big Mom. At that moment, Fujitora, sensing Big Mom's unleashed power, rushed forward to assist Akainu in capturing her completely. In his mind, Big Mom was no benevolent figure. Countless lives had been claimed by her hands. Thus he fully supported the operation. However, Dragon clung stubbornly to his position, as if he were a stubborn adhesive. His swordsmanship, coupled with his formidable black blade, rendered both sides unable to gain the upper hand for the time being. Within the forest, the clash between Big Mom and Akainu reached its climax, and the two resplendent rings of light dissipated into nothingness. The once lush forest was utterly obliterated, reduced to a desolate wasteland. At the center, a gaping chasm, hundreds of meters deep and thousands of meters wide, resembled the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, suffused with a palpable aura of death that sent chills down the spine. In the depths of this pit, Big Mom and Akainu lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies drenched in crimson blood, the scene a harrowing testament to their ferocious confrontation. Particularly concerning Big Mom, there was not a single part of her body, be it external or internal organs and bones, that remained intact. Given that her physical condition was already precarious and she had lost a portion of her soul, the endeavor to wield the advanced technique of Haushika Haki, which demands immense vitality, was exceedingly arduous. Moreover, being at the epicenter of the explosion, the force she endured was the most intense. At this moment, Big Mom lay on the ground, her aura diminished to its nadir, akin to a flickering candle flame swaying in the wind. She had truly reached her limit, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. Naturally, Akainu's condition was equally dire. Drenched in blood, his right arm had vanished, leaving only a mass of molten magma in its place. Yet, unlike Big Mom, his aura did not exhibit such profound weakness. Akainu's eyes widened in shock as he gasped for breath, his face etched with terror. In the instant of their collision, the explosive energy had devoured his right arm, obliterating it into the void. Even though he had anticipated the impending danger and elementalized his right arm, this unrelenting force seemed to disregard his transformation, striking him directly. He never imagined the power generated by the entanglement of Haushika Haki could be so monstrous. Not only had he failed to withstand Big Mom's desperate strike, but he had also lost an arm in the process, representing the Navy and occupying the position of Fleet Admiral. Losing an arm while facing a weakened Big Mom was a bitter pill to swallow. The more he pondered, the more furious he became, his initial shock gradually overshadowed by rage. Supporting his body with his remaining left arm, he shakily stood up and limped towards Big Mom, drops of blood falling to the ground as he advanced. Yet his focus remained solely on her. Although Big Mom was incapacitated and unable to move, her mind was alert. Upon hearing Akainu's footsteps and the rhythmic dripping of blood drawing nearer, a flicker of helplessness crossed her eyes. She slightly closed them, contemplating whether she would truly succumb here. Despite her unwillingness, she possessed no strength left to resist. After a while, Akainu finally struggled to reach Big Mom, and with all his might, he leaped onto her abdomen, surveying her massive form from above. A glint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. With a cold smirk, he asked, "Are you prepared to face the judgment of justice?" Captain Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates? Upon hearing his words, Big Mom slowly opened her eyes, glancing at Akainu's empty right arm, and mockingly inquired, "How does it feel to lose an arm, little brat?" Big Mom's words struck a nerve with Akainu, who, in a fit of rage, let out a primal roar, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Clenching his left fist, he struck hard against Big Mom's abdomen. The already weakened Big Mom coughed up a mouthful of blood, her breathing becoming shallow, as if she could only expel air without taking any in. Witnessing Big Mom in such a pitiful state brought Akainu a sense of grim satisfaction, and he erupted into maniacal laughter. If anyone had been present, they would not have recognized him as the Fleet Admiral representing justice, given the madness reflected in his gaze and the grotesque smile on his face. After a fit of laughter, Akainu looked down at Big Mom with a self-satisfied expression, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he continued, "Today, this place will not only serve as your tomb. Everything belonging to you and your children, your whole Cake Island, will be obliterated. You are all embodiments of evil, ruthless pirates. I shall cleanse this world, this entire sea, and eradicate all wickedness." As he spoke, Akainu's expression twisted into something monstrous. Upon hearing his cruel words, Big Mom narrowed her eyes, regarding him with her habitual disdain. Taking a deep breath, mixed with blood, she replied, "Huh, just a dog of the celestial dragons, barking here. You wish to change this world? Do you possess the strength? Do you even deserve it? And remember, even if I perish, Raijin still roams this island, and I shall await you in hell." Big Mom's words pierced Akainu's heart like daggers. But instead of roaring in anger as before, he began to chuckle coldly. However, within his laughter lay an unmistakable aura of murder and fury. Amidst his laughter, his left hand transformed into boiling magma, spewing forth clouds of black smoke. Deserving it or not, you will not witness it. As for that Raijin fellow, Akainu suddenly paused. Stepping closer to Big Mom's face, he whispered, "Raijin will also die here. The one wielding the first generation of Enma has arrived." Upon hearing this, Big Mom's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at Akainu, fully aware of who possessed the legendary sword. The world knew little of his power, for those who had witnessed him draw his blade had become his fallen souls. Aside from two formidable warriors from her era, no one could withstand his second strike. Savoring the shock and unwillingness in Big Mom's expression, Akainu laughed heartily. Yet, the next moment, his laughter ceased abruptly, his face contorting into a menacing snarl as he shouted, "Now, you shall descend into hell awaiting your children. With that, his molten fist lunged towards Big Mom's heart. Stussy, having just arrived, witnessed this and urgently called out, "Don't kill her yet. Have you forgotten the orders from the higher-ups? We need to capture Raijin and Big Mom alive." Yet, Akainu appeared deaf to her pleas. With a resounding crash, his magma arm penetrated Big Mom's heart, blood splattering across his face, which he paid no heed to, even extending his tongue to taste it. When he had fully immersed his arm within her, he seemed unsatisfied and transformed half of his body into magma, relentlessly pouring molten rock into Big Mom's being, incinerating her internal organs. His gaze remained cold as he locked eyes with Big Mom, a cruel smile still gracing his lips. Big Mom's face contorted in agony, as if her insides were being pierced repeatedly by countless scalding needles. All her organs were swiftly reduced to ashes under the consumption of magma, and even her coughs expelled not blood, but torrents of molten rock. Big Mom opened her mouth, as if attempting to utter something. However, her throat had long been scorched by the molten lava, rendering her incapable of uttering any sound. Thus, in the depths of excruciating pain, Big Mom gradually closed her eyes, her breath and vitality swiftly dissipating. As her eyelids fell shut, visions of her children, Perispero, Karakuri, Smoothie, Brûlé, and others flooded her mind, followed by thoughts of the one who possessed the legendary sword, Shodai Kitetsu, whom Akainu had mentioned. In that moment, darkness enveloped her consciousness, and her pupils slowly widened as she realized her life force had entirely vanished from this realm, departing from this adventurous and fervent world. "What are you doing, Akainu?" Stussy approached Big Mom's lifeless body and coldly questioned the man standing over her. Akainu slowly turned his head to meet Stussy's gaze. Upon locking eyes, a chilling sensation coursed through him as he beheld the bloodshot, crimson orbs devoid of any emotion, only boundless cruelty and malevolence, as terrifying as a demon emerging from the abyss. Wiping the blood from his face with his left hand, he cast a cold smirk at Stussy, declaring, "These damned pirates? Killing them is merely a task. If they have objections, let them come find me." With that, he leaped off Big Mom's body, intending to drag her massive form toward the coast. He sought to display his conquest before the multitude, aiming to restore the shattered dignity of the Navy, to announce to the world that one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, had been slain by him, asserting that the Navy's authority was not to be challenged. Observing Akainu's actions, Stussy felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but refrained from intervening. After all, Akainu spoke the truth. She was merely a pirate. Even as one of the 4 emperors, her demise was inconsequential. However, even if she had wished to stop him, she was unable. The recent shockwave had already left her insides in disarray, and she had yet to recover. As Akainu dragged Big Mom's corpse forward, he soon spotted a familiar figure rushing toward him, a smirk creeping onto his face as he remarked, "Excellent. Another fool has come to their doom." From a distance, Smoothie had spotted Akainu and the lifeless Big Mom behind him. Her heart clenched instantly, and she sprinted forward, shouting at Akainu, "What have you done to Mama? What have I done?" Akainu twisted his neck with a crack. Then with a forceful throw, he flung Big Mom's corpse before Smoothie, coldly stating, "I executed her." What else could it be? Smoothie gazed in horror at the charred, gaping hole where Big Mom's heart once resided, the organs within reduced to nothingness. Overwhelmed by despair, her vision blurred, and she felt as though her throat were constricted, rendering her breathless. "No, it can't be. Mama cannot fall here. How could you possibly defeat her?" As she uttered that last sentence, Smoothie's anguished cry echoed with boundless sorrow and fury. Yet, refusing to accept the reality, she rushed to Big Mom's side, shaking her body incessantly, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling to the ground. "You promised to lead the nations toward a brighter future. Wake up, Mama. How could you be defeated by someone like him?" Smoothie cast a cold glance at Akainu, who, upon hearing her words, felt his smile fade, replaced by a sinister expression. He began to approach her step by step, tauntingly saying, "Seeing you in such distress, I suppose I shall send you along to join your dear mother. Oh, and not just you. I shall personally escort all your brothers and sisters as well." As he spoke, his remaining left arm transformed into molten lava, radiating intense heat as it surged towards Smoothie. Upon witnessing the colossal, searing fist of lava distorting the very air around it, Smoothie sprang to her feet. Her gaze filled with hatred as she charged at Akainu with her sword drawn. With a resounding crash, she was sent flying, smoke billowing from her mouth. Despite her status as one of the Sweet Commanders, she was no match for a foe of Akainu's caliber. Perhaps only her brother, Katakuri, possessed the ability to contend with him. After all, each of Akainu's strikes was laced with lethal intent, showing no mercy. Smoothie lay on the ground, engulfed in black smoke. As Akainu approached, the scorching magma swirling ominously before her. As the relentless heat bore down upon her, she closed her eyes in despair. "I'm sorry, brother. I failed to protect Mama. I will join her now." With a thunderous roar, Smoothie suddenly felt the heat of impending doom vanish. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a massive, muscular arm blocking her view, firmly catching Akainu's molten appendage. "Is it you, brother?" In her confusion, she looked up to see a handsome visage, a charming smirk gracing his lips, the captivating presence of Lei Yu. Even Akainu was taken aback by the sight of Lei Yu before him, retreating a few steps while eyeing him warily. He had already witnessed Lei Yu's prowess in battle. Despite his relentless training over the past few months, he still felt immense pressure facing this formidable opponent, who had previously vanquished Steelbone Kong and fought evenly with Kaido. "Forgive me, Smoothie, I have arrived late." Upon seeing Big Mom's lifeless form, Lei Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had not anticipated Akainu's decisiveness in slaying Big Mom here. Did he kill Mama? Smoothie thought, perceiving Lei Yu as a lifeline, knowing that only he possessed the strength to confront Akainu. Noticing Smoothie's heart-wrenching sorrow, Lei Yu nodded slowly, fixing a cold stare on Akainu. "You wretched dog, how dare you come here to bite? Oh dear, have you lost an arm? Did you break Akiji's leg and, in a moment of conscience, self-mutilate to ease your guilt?" Observing Akainu's missing left arm, Lei Yu understood it was a result of Big Mom's attack. But he aimed to use Akiji's misfortune to further provoke him. "Curse you, brat. Speak no more. My matters with Akiji are not for you to discuss. Your arrogance will not last long. All of you will remain here today." In the distance, Akainu glared fiercely at Lei Yu, his voice booming, yet he dared not make the first move. Upon hearing Akainu's retort, Lei Yu smirked derisively, questioning where he found the audacity to speak thus. Subsequently, Lei Yu had no intention of continuing the quarrel with the dog. With a sudden push from his feet, he created a large crater in the ground and charged towards Chi Quan. Observing Lei Yu's approaching figure, Chi Quan's expression hardened. His lower body transformed into scalding magma, releasing a powerful current and generating a series of sonic booms as he swiftly met Lei Yu's advance. In an instant, just as their fists were about to collide, Lei Yu's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Chi Quan, startled, quickly scanned his surroundings in search of Lei Yu's silhouette. The next moment, Lei Yu's voice echoed eerily in his ear. "Are your dog eyes or ears failing you? You didn't even notice when I arrived behind you." The speed at which Lei Yu moved was slightly inferior to that of the yellow monkey. Chi Quan turned towards the direction of the sound, and as his pupils constricted, he saw a crimson and black fist imbued with Lu Ying, radiating a terrifying aura, striking him squarely in the face. With a thunderous crash, Lei Yu's formidable punch drove Chi Quan's head into the ground, creating a massive crater. At that moment, Chi Quan felt a sharp pain in his face. Upon touching it, he found blood streaming from his nose. This punch not only shattered his nasal bone, but also sent 2 of his front teeth flying, lost to the unknown. Before he could utilize life return to heal his injuries, Lei Yu's terrifying fist, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind, descended upon his face once more. Under the oppressive force radiating from Lei Yu, Chi Quan felt utterly immobilized, especially after being grievously wounded by Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki. He found it impossible to withstand Lei Yu's punches, which fell upon him like hail. Each strike landed with impeccable precision on Chi Quan's face. The force controlled just enough to prevent him from being killed outright. At that moment, Chi Quan's face was no longer recognizable, swelling grotesquely like a pig's head, blood pouring from his 6 orifices. His breath grew faint, as if he might perish at any moment, and his energy plummeted to its lowest point. leaving behind no trace of his previous arrogance. In the distance, Stussy observed this scene with trepidation, hesitating to approach, her gaze searching for something. At this juncture, Smudgy had also arrived, her long sword in hand, approaching the nearly lifeless Chi Quan. Lei Yu, witnessing her intentions, said nothing and simply made room for her. Smudgy stood beside Chi Quan, her long leg pressing down forcefully on him. With her crimson eyes fixed intently on the downed Chi Quan, she uttered not a word. With a resounding thud, she coated her weapon with armament haki and swung her sword. The sound of slicing air was followed by a spray of bright red blood, bursting forth like a blossoming flower. My hand! Chi Quan's anguished screams pierced through the forest, barely reaching the ears of the Navy personnel on the battlefield. Realizing the gravity of the situation, numerous naval commanders disregarded the obstruction posed by the divine beings and charged towards the forest. Even the yellow monkey distinctly heard that anguished cry, pausing for a moment before a faint smile crept onto his lips as he followed the others towards the sound. However, his speed did little justice to his title. At that moment, Chi Quan's visage had contorted grotesquely. His left arm had been annihilated, shattered by an overwhelming force, which spared him from intense pain. Yet this time, the excruciating agony in his right arm stimulated every cell in his body. Gazing at his empty sleeves and the foot of Smudgy pressing down on him, Chi Quan was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. With a pair of murderous eyes, he glared at Smudgy and Lei Yu, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "You wait, I will certainly kill you. Even in such a state, you still cling to bravado." Lei Yu scoffed mockingly, glancing back at Smudgy. "Finish off this wretched dog. The Navy should be arriving shortly." Lei Yu sensed the presence of Fujitora and others rapidly approaching. Although he was also aware that Katakuri and company were not far away, he opted for immediate action to prevent any unforeseen complications. Smudgy nodded in agreement, her gaze icy as she looked down at Chi Quan, raising her long sword high, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. At that moment, Chi Quan finally panicked. Gazing at the gleaming blade and the unwavering resolve in Smudgy's eyes, he realized he had irreversibly crossed into a path of no return. In a state of frantic desperation, he struggled beneath Smudgy's foot, attempting to escape this dire fate. Watching Chi Quan's futile efforts, Smudgy closed her eyes momentarily, silently vowing, "Mother, I shall avenge you." Suddenly opening her eyes, an explosive aura emanated from her, tears shimmering within her gaze, as she brought her sword down with ferocity upon Chi Quan's head. She sought to cleave in twain the one who had killed Big M.O.M., to alleviate the anguish within her heart. In the distance, Stussy's pupils dilated in shock, not expecting Lei Yu and his companions to be so resolute. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes as she rushed forward, intent on buying time for Chi Quan. Though she held no particular fondness for him, he was, after all, an admiral. If he were to perish here, the Navy would be utterly disgraced, potentially dragging the world government into the fray as well. However, the mere distance of a few hundred meters felt insurmountably long, as she beheld the swiftly descending blade. Stussy could only shake her head, realizing it was too late. Lying on the ground, Chi Quan surrendered to despair, feeling the icy chill akin to needles piercing his forehead, a shroud of death enveloping him. His eyes became vacant, lost in thought. Just as Smudgy's sword was a mere inch from Chi Quan's head, a flash of purple-black light streaked before him. With a resounding clang, it shattered Smudgy's sword in an instant, the sharp blade embedding itself into the ground. Perilously close, merely a millimeter from Chi Quan's forehead, Lei Yu, witnessing this, recognized the familiar aura of the fleeting purple light, reminiscent of the purple sword energy they had encountered months prior at the Jiangbo Islands. Realizing this, Lei Yu turned to Smudgy, still standing over Chi Quan, his expression resolute. His left arm transformed, morphing into a claw-like appendage as he lunged towards Chi Quan's heart, intent on delivering the fatal blow. Yet at that moment, a massive purple-black slash, reminiscent of the one from Jiangbo Islands, swept through the surroundings, unleashing a wave of terror accompanied by a powerful howling wind aimed mercilessly at Lei Yu. In an instant, Lei Yu felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. However, as he gazed down at Chi Quan, determination flickered in his eyes. The speed of his claw increased further, and in that fleeting moment, he was but a mere centimeter away from Chi Quan's heart, poised to end his life. However, the ominous sense of impending death within Lei Yu compelled him to evade the imminent strike. Otherwise, he would meet his demise. With a look of reluctance, he swiftly retracted his dragon claws and seized Smudgy, hurling himself to the side. In that fleeting moment, a purplish-black slash grazed their backs and soared into the distant void, vanishing into a pitch-black rift in space. At that instant, a chilling awareness enveloped Lei Yu as he felt the sword energy that had narrowly missed him, imbued with an overwhelming aura of death and malevolence. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. What manner of power is this? What kind of individual can wield such strength? For the first time since arriving in this world, Lei Yu experienced a fear that was beyond his control, an inexplicable dread that cloaked his heart. Simultaneously, it was also the first time he sensed an undeniable crisis of mortality, especially considering that he had been utterly unprepared just moments ago. Had he transformed into his dragon form, he might have barely withstood that strike, avoiding instant annihilation. After evading the slash, Lei Yu unceremoniously dropped Smudgy, who felt as heavy as a mountain, onto the ground. Turning to face the direction from which the strike had come, he heard a resounding crack as a colossal rift began to spread towards him, tracing the very path of the earlier slash. Moreover, torrents of seawater gushed forth from the rift, revealing that the purplish-black strike had pierced through the entire island. In that moment, Lei Yu felt an overwhelming sense of relief, knowing he had made a prudent choice. My legs! My legs! At this point, the anguished cries of Akainu echoed once more. Could it be a tad too gruesome? Lei Yu glanced back to see that Akainu's lower legs had been severed, the blood gushing forth like a fountain, rapidly forming a small pool of crimson. His complexion, drained of color from the excessive loss of blood, resembled that of an elderly man nearing death. Was it the earlier sword energy that had caused this? Lei Yu was internally alarmed. TSK, 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 he muttered, observing Akainu's dismembered state with a mix of disbelief and pity. Perhaps this was retribution. However, one must note that, from the Navy's perspective, Akainu's actions were not entirely unjustifiable, though some of his methods were indeed distasteful. Akainu would never have anticipated that his expedition to Cake Island would render him a mere cripple, a former Marine admiral, now reduced to this pitiful state. How laughable! Lei Yu chose not to dwell on the woeful Akainu, instead directing his gaze into the void ahead. After a brief interlude, he spotted a bald figure clad in a white robe, a long sword hanging at his waist, emerging into view. Upon seeing this individual, Smudgy hastened towards him, kneeling on one knee in reverence, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to Lord Charles Zed." The man known as Charles Zed raised his head slightly, remaining silent while scrutinizing Lei Yu from distance. At that moment, Lei Yu recognized that this bald figure was one of the 5 elders of the world government. However, what astonished him was the name Charles Zed. As far as he knew, such a format of a name was exclusive to the celestial dragons, with male suffixes bearing the Zed and female counterparts designated with Gong. It was evident that this man was indeed a celestial dragon. What perplexed Lei Yu was that, unlike other celestial dragons who typically exhibited a repugnant demeanor, this individual, along with the 5 elders, appeared markedly different. They seemed devoid of the foolishness characteristic of their kind, even eschewing the air deemed impure. Contemplating this, Lei Yu found the celestial dragons to be quite intriguing. They could be described as the most intelligent yet simultaneously the most foolish individuals in this world, with the 5 elders representing the pinnacle of cunning strategists. No one knew whether they possessed any combat prowess, while the average celestial dragon was the epitome of ignorance, lacking even basic combat awareness and physical fitness. This stark dichotomy, was it a deliberate design or merely a coincidence? Furthermore, based on the tales shared by Lama, Lei Yu could deduce that the 5 elders had visited Wano country 500 years ago. Yet, how had they survived for so long? Was it due to the surgery fruit? However, the surgery fruit could only revive one person at a time, unless another who had consumed it was killed shortly after. allowing for the search for yet another fruit. Or was 5 elders merely a title? All of this remained a mystery. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lei increasingly sensed that this world was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Since arriving, his journey had been one of conflict and violence. Never opting to explore the hidden secrets of this world or actively seek out the historical texts, One Piece, or the ancient divine weapons. Perhaps throughout history, he had naively believed that simply overthrowing the celestial dragons and dismantling their rule would suffice. Yet now, upon encountering Charles Zed, he felt that the celestial dragons harbored significant secrets within their ranks. Resolutely, Lei forced himself to refocus, redirecting his attention to Charles Zed, his expression growing increasingly grave. Although he sensed no trace of powerful energy emanating from him, were it not for the robe and long sword, he might have mistaken him for an ordinary individual. Yet, this very lack of outward power weighed heavily on Lei's heart. Wasn't it often the case in tales that the most extraordinary beings appeared humble? Figures like the wandering monk or the destitute beggar, or even an unassuming old man. Additionally, the unsettling aura of the earlier strike, which had instilled fear and a sense of mortality, resonated eerily with the energy emanating from the sword at his waist. Could it be the legendary first-generation demon sword? Gross? Lei furrowed his brow, uncertain whether that blade truly belonged to the realm of legend, his speculations rooted in information gleaned from a source called Penguin Insights. At that moment, the figure of Charles Zed suddenly stirred. With a deliberate expression, he began to approach Lei. Despite the absence of any discernible aura, his presence exuded a formidable pressure, one that even Whitebeard had never imposed upon him. Meanwhile, Smooji, recovering from the shock, glanced between the bald figure and the bloodied Akainu, noting the latter's tenacity. Although he had not sustained damage to any vital organs, the significant blood loss still left him alive. Just then, Smooji's gaze flickered with intent to finish off Akainu, but Lei halted him with a glance. He understood that Charles Zed would not permit Akainu to perish at the hands of pirates today, particularly given the latter's position as Marine Admiral. Allowing him to die at the hands of pirates would only embolden their spirits, a detrimental outcome for the Navy. Yet, in Akainu's current state, perhaps death would be a form of liberation, better for him to endure his suffering. As Charles Zed drew ever closer, the intangible pressure intensified. By the time he reached Akainu's side, beads of sweat had formed on Lei's brow. Charles Zed Shung fixed his gaze upon Lei, neither making a move nor uttering a word, while Lei, too cautious to strike first, understood that rushing into an attack against an opponent of such caliber would only reveal his vulnerabilities. The two maintained a distance of approximately 10 meters, locked in a stare, confronting the immense pressure emanating from one another like an imposing mountain. Lei unleashed his conqueror's haki and the aura surrounding him without reservation, striving to counteract this formidable presence. The ground beneath their feet gradually cracked under the weight of their overwhelming pressure and the shockwaves of the conqueror's haki, spreading outward in a fractured pattern. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, ominous clouds gathering as menacing lightning cleaved through the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Even Smooji felt an intense sense of suffocation, instinctively retreating from the overwhelming aura surrounding the two. After a brief yet intense confrontation lasting mere seconds, a mysterious smile crept upon Charles Zed Shung's lips as he retracted his formidable aura, diminishing it to that of an ordinary person. Witnessing this, Lei also withdrew his conqueror's haki, refraining from any excessive actions. In an instant, the sky cleared, the clouds dissipating. Just as Charles Zed Shung was about to speak, the figure of Akainu, beside him, suddenly erupted with fury, lunging at the hem of his robe, shrieking, "Why? Why do you not kill me? You have destroyed me. You have destroyed me. Quickly kill me. Please, for the love of all that is sacred, in my life." Charles Zed Shung narrowed his eyes, observing Akainu, who resembled a defeated dog, his expression betraying a hint of disdain and impatience. He bent down, grasping Akainu by the collar and lifting him effortlessly, blood dripping onto the ground, creating ripples in the pool of crimson. after glancing at Akainu's vacant arms and lower body. He shook his head in a gesture of mock pity, as if discarding a piece of refuse, and with a swift motion, hurled him towards Stussy's feet. Stussy, understanding her master's intent, regarded Akainu with an impassive expression and applied pressure to his wounds to stem the bleeding. She recognized that Charles Zide Shung wished to spare Akainu from dying here, as it would tarnish his reputation, though Akainu's dignity was of little concern compared to the government's. Once Akainu was tended to, Stussy shifted her gaze forward, where the figures of Charlotte Bryn, Katakuri, Perispero, and others gradually came into view. Following closely behind, various naval commanders trailed them. Stussy's lips curled into a cold smile. Their arrival was perfectly timed, allowing her to eliminate the Charlotte family members in one fell swoop, thus eliminating two threats at once. As Katakuri and the others approached, they were taken aback upon witnessing Lei Yu and Charles Zide Shung facing each other. Their astonishment deepened upon spotting Big Mom's massive form, her vitality seemingly extinguished, her skin pale and ghastly. An intense fury ignited within them, and a tidal wave of murderous intent surged toward the light confronting Lei Yu. Observing this, Charles Zide Shung's gaze sharpened, and the terrifying pressure emanating from him bypassed Lei Yu, crashing into Katakuri and his group. In an instant, their collective murderous intent was shattered beneath the weight of his aura, causing many to cough up blood and turn pale, except for Katakuri, who withstood the overwhelming force. After imparting a brief lesson to the Charlotte family, Charles Zideshung withdrew his oppressive aura, for these individuals were hardly worth his time. To him, Lei Yu might as well have been a slightly larger insect. He then turned his impassive gaze toward Lei Yu and spoke. So, it is you, the one causing such turmoil upon these seas. I presume you are one of the 5 elders. Lei Yu scoffed in response, while a flicker of surprise crossed Charles Zideshung's eyes as he regarded Lei Yu with his penetrating gaze, acknowledging his knowledge. However, your journey ends here today. With that, he drew a portion of the long blade hanging at his waist. Instantly, dark purple-black smoke began to emanate from the blade, and as Lei Yu sensed the malevolent, bloodthirsty, and frenzied power of the weapon, his expression grew grave. This must be the legendary demon blade, Shodai Kitetsu. As the blade was drawn, the surrounding space trembled, fractured by its terrifying might. It is time to end this, Lei Yu. Fear this blade, known as the demon blade Kitetsu, Shodai. With a low rumble, Charles Zide Shung unleashed the blade, a surge of purple energy materializing before him, coalescing with destructive force, shattering the void with pure malevolence, frenzy, and murderous intent. All directed at Lei Yu. A wave of profound terror washed over everyone present. Even Lei Yu felt a flicker of fear in his eyes. Yet, he refused to retreat in the face of such overwhelming dread. Instead, he felt his blood boil with fervor, his gaze fixed on the impending purple-black energy, suffused with an indomitable fighting spirit. Kulme, show me the power of Shodai Kitetsu, he roared, his voice echoing with madness. With a dragon's roar, Lei Yu's form surged upward, his body elevating several meters, vibrant crimson scales erupting across his skin, radiating an aura reminiscent of a primal beast. Charles Zide Shung did not appear surprised by Lei Yu's transformation. If he lacked such strength, he would have found it astonishing. After all, the first target on the Master's Purge list could hardly be an ordinary foe. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Charles Zideshung's veins bulged upon his forehead as he bellowed, Demon Phantom Slash. In an instant, the purple-black energy that had been gathering before him vanished, reappearing before Lei Yu as if it had transcended space itself, delivering a strike imbued with boundless power and laced with an otherworldly force. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yu's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated such a sudden and bizarre attack, and the enigmatic energy felt as though it belonged to a realm beyond this world, a power that transcended their current existence. Without a moment to ponder, Lei Yu's claws, infused with the formidable aura of Lu Ying, met the terrifying sword energy head-on. However, in the next instant, something unexpected occurred. Just as his claws were about to collide with the purple-black sword energy, it vanished into the void once more. Before Lei Yu could react, he sensed a distortion in the space before him. A flash of purple light appeared, followed by a surge of crimson blood that erupted like an arrow, blooming in the air. Stunned, Lei Yu slowly looked down to find a grotesque fissure in his chest, for which blood gushed forth like a fountain. When had this happened? To this day, he could not comprehend how that slash had struck him. Was this the meaning of Huan? Reflecting on the recent attack, a bitter smile escaped him. He had indeed encountered a truly formidable opponent. This was the first time he had felt a tangible sense of helplessness. Even though he possessed the strength to confront him, what would remain after the struggle? Would he be able to withstand such an adversary? Suddenly, Lei Yu was seized by excruciating pain in his chest, an unfamiliar force relentlessly ravaging his cellular structure. His vision blurred, and he staggered a few steps before regaining his balance with the aid of Simu Ji. Yet, the peculiar force continued to invade his wound, preventing even his remarkable healing ability from stabilizing his condition. As blood continued to flow, his face turned a ghastly white, and his crimson eyes fixed on Charles Zideshang. Releasing Simu Ji's support, he clutched his chest and struggled to utter, "What is this power? Ha! A force you have never encountered, nor will you ever have the opportunity to." With that, Charles Zideshang began to advance towards Lei Yu, his demonic blade having mysteriously returned to its sheath. Observing the slowly approaching figure, Katakuri's gaze sharpened as he stepped in front of Lei Yu, slightly tilting his head to say, "You go first. We'll buy you time. You have already done enough for us." Simu Ji, Kuli Jia, and others also positioned themselves in front of Lei Yu. Although they understood that the individual who had wounded Lei Yu with a single strike was beyond their capacity to confront, they still sought to buy him time to escape. From that one sword strike, they realized that this person was on an entirely different level from them. Lei Yu, however, had no need to sacrifice himself for their sake. Upon witnessing this scene, Charles Zideshang sneered, "Do not rush. No one is leaving today." He then halted, gripping the hilt of his sword once more. With a focused gaze, the terrifying purple sword energy began to coalesce before him once again. Noticing this, Lei Yu pulled Katakuri back, coldly declaring, "Leave him to me. You will only meet your demise if you engage. I'm not so weak. Hee, this battle is precisely what I have been anticipating." Katakuri, about to respond, suddenly froze, his expression changing dramatically as he pointed towards Stussy, exclaiming, "Why is that person here?" Following Katakuri's direction, Lei Yu also felt a jolt of surprise as his brow furrowed in confusion. Why was that individual present? At the same time, Stussy's scream echoed, "Ah! Lord Charles Zideshang, save me." Momentarily taken aback, Charles Zideshang glanced back, his eyes widening in astonishment upon spotting several figures approaching. A wave of murderous intent and fury erupted from him, casting a shadow over the entire realm, which dimmed significantly, rippling with spatial fractures. He then fixed his gaze on the newcomer, articulating each word with deliberate precision. "Have you come to seek death as well? Marshal D. Teach?" Unbeknownst to him, Blackbeard had also arrived at that moment. In the distance, the figure of Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, appeared beside Stussy. Beneath his feet lay the lifeless body of Akainu, a gaping hole where his heart had been. Sinister black smoke emanated from the wound, and he had already succumbed to death at some point, a victim of Blackbeard's lethal assault. Stussy knelt on the ground, while Rainy Shiryu stood beside her, brandishing a sword that glimmered with a chilling light, poised against her neck. Blackbeard, with his arms crossed, wore a sly grin, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier display of sword energy. With a gaze filled with ambition and greed, he addressed Lei Yu, saying, "I have no ulterior motives for being here, beyond requesting the corpse of Big Moom. If you comply, I shall not interfere with your affairs." Witnessing Blackbeard's audacity, Charles Zideshang felt a surge of rage rising within him. However, before he could act, Katakuri's voice broke through, "We will never hand over our mother's corpse. You can forget it." It was essential to note that Big Moom had been the pillar of their Cake Island and whole Cake Island. Though she had now passed, her dignity forbade anyone from trampling upon her memory. Simuyi, Kelia, ant perospero glaret engrili ate teach. Astonished that he would covet the corpse of their mother, Lei Yu, too, regarded Teach with a discerning eye. fully aware that Teach's interest in Big Mom's remains was likely for some nefarious purpose, perhaps to extract her devil fruit ability. As for Akainu's power, Leiyu suspected it had already been appropriated by Blackbeard, though he was uncertain if it had been utilized against him. Responding to Katakuri's furious outburst, Teach chuckled mockingly. Do you still not grasp your predicament? His attention then shifted back to Charles Zide-shung, grinning wickedly. How about this? If you agree to leave me Big Mom's corpse, I can assist you in dealing with them. Upon hearing Teach's words, Katakuri clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he shot back. He is one of the Navy. Are you, as a pirate, truly considering aiding them? Ha! Blackbeard erupted in laughter, his gaze filled with greed and madness as he replied. This is merely a transaction for what I desire. Besides, a pirate? Have you forgotten my status as a warlord of the sea? He then turned to Charles Zide-shung, continuing, I am, after all, on the same side as you. What do you say? How about you entrust me with Big Mom's corpse for a time? If possible, perhaps I could also collect the corpses of Leiyu and his companions. The incredulous expressions of all present reflected their disbelief, as they regarded Teach as nothing short of a lunatic. Yet, Leiyu remained unfazed. He had long considered Blackbeard a significant threat since his arrival in this world. Look, Leiyu and Big Mom are over there. We must catch up. At this moment, a multitude of naval forces and various officers gathered from different locations. Suddenly, one of the commanders noticed the immense figure of Big Mom ahead, simultaneously sensing the absence of vitality within her, indicating that she had perished. Excitement illuminated their eyes as they exclaimed, Big Mom has been defeated. This is splendid. Now, we need only to muster our strength and capture the entire Big Mom pirate crew. Look, it seems that Leiyu has also sustained injuries. Another voice cried out upon noticing the pool of blood beneath Leiyu and the grotesque scar across his chest. How wonderful! With Leiyu gravely wounded, we can apprehend him too. Is this the might of Fleet Admiral Akainu? How formidable! He not only vanquished Big Mom, but also inflicted grave injuries upon Leiyu. Are we, the Navy, finally on the verge of rising to prominence? Some hawkish individuals attributed all of this to Akainu, evidently unaware of his current state of demise. At that moment, another naval rear admiral seemed to notice Charles Z. Dessaint standing before Leiyu and the others, and inquired with curiosity, Who is he? I don't believe I've seen him before. Be cautious. He might be affiliated with Leiyu, considering how close he is to him. But then again, it seems that Leiyu and his companions are wary of him. As curiosity spread among the crowd, several members of the world government recognized Charles Z. Dessaint, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had not anticipated the arrival of such a dignitary. After all, the information regarding Charles Z. Dessaint's involvement was known only to Lucci, Stussy, and Akainu. Even Kizaru and Fujitora had been left uninformed. Immediately, the world government representatives admonished the nearby naval personnel, be mindful of your words. We cannot afford to provoke this esteemed individual. Just know that he is affiliated with the government. They gestured upwards towards the sky. Instantly, the gathered Navy gazed in astonishment at the bald swordsman before them, realizing that this operation had attracted such a significant figure. Surround this group of pirates. Do not let them escape. The rest shall be handled by that esteemed individual, the government members continued. Although some admirals harbored grievances about the demeanor of the world government officials, they felt constrained by the circumstances and refrained from voicing their opinions. Instead, they discreetly formed a perimeter, encircling Leiyu and Katakuri from distance. At that moment, a startled cry erupted from Blackbeard's direction. Ah, Fleet Admiral Akainu. Upon hearing Akainu's name, the Navy's eyes sparkled with hope as they turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, eager to welcome this war hero with their fervent admiration. Yet, what they beheld was merely a dismembered body lying in a pool of blood. Is that really Fleet Admiral Akainu? No, it cannot be. How could he end up in such a state? As Blackbeard observed the surrounding Navy's reactions, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. With a sinister grin, he hoisted the lifeless form of Akainu with one hand. Ah, my apologies. I have failed in my duty to the seven warlords by not rescuing Fleet Admiral Akainu from Leiyu. With that, he callously hurled Akainu's mutilated body toward Navy. Upon hearing Blackbeard's words, Lei Yu's expression turned frigid. He was astonished that even in such dire circumstances, Blackbeard would still taunt him. However, Lei Yu deemed it unnecessary to respond. After all, Blackbeard still held the title of a warlord, and any explanation now would be futile. As the horrifying corpse flew through the air, no one dared to catch it, instinctively stepping aside. Akainu's remains landed unceremoniously on the ground, rolling several times before settling into dust. After some time, they cautiously approached, and upon realizing that this truly was their commander, a wave of despair washed over them, rendering them speechless. They had anticipated welcoming their hero, the conqueror of Bigmum, yet this hero had indeed become a hero in the most tragic sense. Though countless pirates harbored deep resentment for Akainu's ruthless methods, to the Navy, he was undeniably a hero who had embodied justice to the utmost. For ordinary citizens, his protection likely instilled a sense of safety, yet his interpretation of justice had become excessively extreme, straying from its true essence. In that moment, all the Navy stood in stunned silence, gazing at the deceased Akainu, filled with a profound sense of confusion. Some stared blankly at the sky, lost in thought, while others knelt in despair, violently pounding the ground with their fists, their eyes filled with hatred for Lei Yu and his allies. Meanwhile, some shook their heads helplessly, offering prayers with hands clasped in reverence for their fallen commander. In this moment, they collectively sensed that the Navy was doomed. At this time, Kizaru had also arrived, while Fujitora was held at bay by Ryuma in the distance, unable to join. Upon seeing the grotesque remains of Akainu, Kizaru's pupils reflected a moment of shock. He too had not anticipated Akainu's demise here. However, he showed no signs of sorrow or any emotion, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor, though the glimmer in his eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. "Hey, old man of the world government, what are you contemplating? I could use Bigmum's corpse for a while," Blackbeard Teach reiterated. This time, Charles Z. the Saint finally spoke, his cold, unfeeling gaze fixed on Blackbeard. "Marshal D. Teach, you have arrived just in time. Now, 2 names can be removed from the list of individuals to eliminate." At this pronouncement, Lei Yu felt a jolt of surprise. He thought to himself, esteemed individual? The elimination list must pertain to Emu. Lei Yu was certain he had drawn Emu's attention, and one of the targets on that list must be himself. From the images in his mind, it seemed that the only individuals deemed as lethal threats by Emu were Marshal D. Teach, Monkey D., Luffy, and Princess Shirahoshi. Lei Yu had never anticipated that he would find himself on Emu's blacklist. In truth, based on Charles Z. the Saint's earlier words, Lei Yu understood that the ultimate goal of this operation was not merely Bigmum, but rather himself. The actions against the Bigmum pirate crew were merely a convenient pretext. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, still processing Charles Z. the Saint's words, had yet to grasp the situation when he saw Charles Z. the Saint's eyes sharpen. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, unleashing an immensely powerful purple sword energy that surged towards Blackbeard Teach with overwhelming force. Yet, Teach remained unfazed by this formidable sword energy. His expression unchanged, he slowly extended his right hand, dark energy swirling from his palm, coalescing into a spiraling black vortex before him. As the purple sword energy struck the black vortex, it abruptly halted, as if ensnared in a quagmire, slowly devoured by the encroaching darkness until it vanished completely. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yu felt a jolt of disbelief, his brows furrowed tightly. Was it not the case that Teach's Yami Yami no Mi could only consume the powers of devil fruits? How then could it swallow such a formidable sword energy? Had his fruit awakened, growing even more potent, or were there facets of a Yami Yami no Mi that remained shrouded in mystery? Not only Lei Yu, but even Charles Z. the Saint was astonished that Blackbeard could so effortlessly neutralize his attack. Casting a deep glance at Teach, he coldly remarked, "I will deal with you shortly," before redirecting his gaze back to Lei Yu. After all, Lei Yu had just been struck by his sword, and the malevolent aura from his cursed blade was continuously wreaking havoc on Lei Yu's body. It was only logical that he prioritized dealing with Lei Yu first. However, Blackbeard seemed unwilling to relent, insisting, I advise you to comply quickly, or you will regret it when he arrives." Before he could finish, Charles Z. Dessaint abruptly turned, glaring at Blackbeard Teach with a frosty demeanor, demanding, "Are you threatening me?" "Ah, no, no. How could I dare to threaten you, esteemed Gorosei?" Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily. Upon recognizing Blackbeard's acknowledgement of his identity, Charles Z. Dessaint's pupils constricted slightly. He had never disclosed his identity in front of Teach, nor had Lei Yu. Yet, both had recognized each other upon their first meeting. Truly, none of Imu's targets were mere trifles. Once I deal with Lei Yu, you shall not escape." Saying this, Charles Z. Dessaint lightly placed his hand on the cursed blade, and the purple sword energy began to coalesce fiercely before him. He had no desire to prolong his entanglement with Blackbeard any further. All would be addressed after he resolved the situation with Lei Yu. In the next moment, Charles Z. Dessaint's expression sharpened, and he intoned, "Yao Huanzhan." He then drew the blade from his waist and fiercely swung it forward, unleashing the formidable purple-black sword energy toward Lei Yu. Immediately thereafter, he sheathed the enigmatic cursed blade, exhaling deeply as a subtle glimmer of purple light flickered in his eyes. Just as Lei Yu prepared to unleash his full strength to confront the impending assault, he suddenly sensed a familiar and immensely powerful aura approaching from behind him. Before the purple strike reached him, a crack resounded, and the sword energy erupted with web-like fissures. Then, with a resounding bang, the powerful sword energy shattered, transforming into a cloud of purple dust that dissipated into the void. In the distance, Blackbeard observed this spectacle, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he murmured, "Is he here?" Simultaneously, a cacophony of screams from a contingent of Marines echoed from behind Lei Yu. Help! How is this possible? When did you arrive?" Amidst the horrified cries, countless Marine officers were sent flying, forcibly clearing a path toward Lei Yu. Upon seeing the imposing figure emerge ahead, Charles Z. Dessaint's complexion darkened significantly, and with an icy tone, he remarked, "I never expected you to join the fray, Whitebeard." Edward Newgate. The Marines behind Lei Yu were being overwhelmed by Ace, Marco, and other division commanders who left them writhing in pain. A nearby group of Marines rushed over to provide support, but the Whitebeard pirates were simply too powerful. Whether they were vice-admirals or mere officers, they fell to the ground before Ace and his comrades could even make a move. Yet they did not strike to kill. They merely incapacitated the Marines, leaving them unable to fight back. Meanwhile, Kizaru stood afar, astonished. He had not anticipated the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, nor the unexpected consequences of the Marines' operation. He shook his head in resignation and, with a flash, appeared above Ace and the others, calling down to the Marines below, "Fall back! You cannot withstand them." Upon hearing this, the Marines hastily retreated behind Kizaru. Concurrently, Kizaru's gaze sharpened, and a radiant light emanated from his entire being, forming a star-like shape, shimmering in the sky like a sun. He then crossed his arms, intertwining his fingers. A dazzling beam of light flickered at his fingertips as he intoned, "Hasoken." In an instant, countless small light orbs shot downward like a machine gun, kicking up clouds of dust, providing the Marines an opportunity to retreat. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, seemingly unperturbed, steadily advanced toward Lei Yu, all the while dodging Kizaru's light orbs with ease, casually commenting, "Oh dear, how blinding." At this, Marco understood, and, with a resounding cry of a phoenix, blue flames enveloped his body, forming a pair of magnificent wings as he soared skyward towards the light orbs shot by Kizaru. With a thunderous roar, a blue light and a yellow light flickered and vanished, as Marco gracefully returned to Whitebeard's side, wings flapping. In the sky, Kizaru mused, as expected of the captain. Such power. He then descended back to the ground, choosing not to prolong the engagement. The surrounding Marines, witnessing Kizaru's return, surrounded him, inquiring, "Kizaru, should we confront that fellow from the world government? Indeed, perhaps we could capture Lei Yu and even Whitebeard's crew. Even if Admiral Akina falls, the Marines' prestige may still be preserved." Kizaru surveyed the Marines around him, then sighed deeply, declaring, "You can no longer partake in the forthcoming battle. Retreat to the shoreline. I will remain here to assist." The Marines nodded in agreement. It was evident that, given the situation's escalation, they had become superfluous. Even several vice admirals had lost their effectiveness in this conflict. After deliberating, the vice admirals solemnly regarded Kizaru, pledging, "We entrust this to you. Ensure Admiral Akainu's legacy endures." After Kizaru nodded in acknowledgement, the vice admirals led the remaining Marines away toward the coast, as the Marines could not sustain any further losses. Once the Marines had retreated, Kizaru refocused his attention on Whitebeard. By then, Whitebeard had approached Leiyu, glancing at the bleeding wound across Leiyu's chest with concern, inquiring, "How are you holding up? Can you endure?" Leiyu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "I am not so fragile. It is merely a slight inconvenience, just a bit painful. By the way, brother, how did you come to be here?" Whitebeard chuckled and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Upon hearing that you were to attend Big Mom's tea party, I sensed that wherever you were, trouble was bound to arise. Look at this. The Marines have mobilized such formidable force, a sight I have never witnessed before." After hearing the words of Baihuzi, Leiyu awkwardly chuckled while scratching the back of his head, observing the foolish grin on Leiyu's face. Baihuzi shook his head with resignation and said, "All right, you young rascal, focus on your recovery. I shall bear the burden here." As he spoke, his smile abruptly faded, and an aura of terror and immense authority radiated from his being. This aura stirred the surrounding space, conjuring fierce gusts of wind that wreaked havoc in all directions. Baihuzi's cold gaze fixated on Charles Zideshang, and he proclaimed, "You government lapdog, I offer you a chance. Take your leave while you can." Leiyu was taken aback by Baihuzi's boldness, realizing that this seemingly easygoing elder was indeed formidable. The explosive and destructive aura emanating from Baihuzi made Leiyu truly comprehend the essence of a legendary figure. Charles Zideshang, however, appeared unfazed by the threat. With a smirk, he replied, "Why are you here disturbing the peace of your twilight years? If you've lived long enough, I wouldn't mind sending you off right now." Upon hearing Charles Zideshang's impudent words, Baihuzi remained silent, but his sons were immediately incensed. They unleashed their formidable auras and glared at Charles Zideshang, exclaiming, "How dare you speak to our father like that?" The temperature in the vicinity plummeted as their brief exchange escalated the tension to its peak. "Huh, you little brats have no say here," Charles Zideshang retorted, unleashing a malevolent aura that pressed down on Ace and the other commanders. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming fear surged within them, constricting their throats and making it hard to breathe. With widened eyes, they were horrified to find the bald man before them exuding such terrifying power. Oomph. With a cold snort from Baihuzi, the oppressive malevolence was swiftly countered, allowing the commanders behind him to breathe freely once more. "You all should step back. You have no place in this conflict." Marco nodded in agreement, advising Baihuzi a few words before leading the other commanders to retreat slightly. However, Ace stood frozen in place for reasons unknown. "Move, Ace. Why are you dawdling?" Marco shouted at the dazed Ace. Baihuzi also noticed Ace's unusual behavior and glanced back, observing Ace's intense focus on the spot where Blackbeard had just been. Although the figure had vanished, the distinct aura of the dark fruit still lingered, which Ace was able to detect. Baihuzi immediately understood and cautioned Ace. "Do not act rashly. He is currently very dangerous. If you do not wish to put me or Marco at risk, train for a few years before confronting that traitor." Upon hearing Baihuzi's words, Ace's eyes regained their spark as he clenched his fists, nodding before following Marco and the others in retreat. After Ace's departure, Leiyu turned to Katakuri and the others, stating, "You should also leave and protect Big Mom's body. It's fine to regroup with Ace. Just tell them you're my friend." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Katakuri recognized that an unprecedented battle might erupt. Even individuals of their caliber might not be able to intervene. He rallied Cracker and the others to lift Big Mom's massive corpse and withdraw. However, they chose not to heed Leiyu's advice to join Ace. As both sides belonged to the Four Emperors and past conflicts had occurred during their struggles in the New World. Though they might hold back due to Leiyu's influence, Katakuri held his pride and dignity as well. As Katakuri and his group retreated with Big Mom's body, Charles sighed. Sheng subtly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Yet, upon glancing at Bai Huzi not far away, he withdrew his hand. Clearly, even the formidable Charles Sheng was cautious in the presence of Bai Huzi. Once both parties had vacated the area, Bai Huzi turned to Lei Yu, saying, "You can stay here if you wish, but do not interfere with your elder brother." Reluctantly nodding, Lei Yu understood that Bai Huzi's words meant he did not want him to get involved, especially since he was still considered an injured party. Observing the desolate surroundings, Charles Sheng mockingly remarked, "Bai Huzi, do you truly believe this will suffice to prevent the downfall of Cake Island and the demise of the gods? Perhaps even your crew will be swept into this chaos. For mere Lei Yu, I feel pity for you." In response to Charles Sheng's words, Bai Huzi regarded him with disdain, scoffing, "Humph, is it you who can achieve that, Charles Sheng? Moreover, Lei Yu is my brother. Are you not aware?" Upon hearing Bai Huzi utter Charles Sheng's name, Lei Yu was taken aback, bewildered by how Bai Huzi knew it. Had they previously crossed paths? This revelation only added to Lei Yu's confusion regarding the complexities of the sea, which seemed far more intricate than depicted in the anime. However, the warmth in his heart grew at Bai Huzi's subsequent words, realizing that this elder, with whom he shared little connection, genuinely cared for him. Was this the allure of Bai Huzi? Suddenly, Charles Sheng erupted into a sinister laugh, filled with malice. "Why? Just because you, Bai Huzi, have grown old. Ha!" He twisted his neck and tilted his head, grinning wickedly. "If it were your prime, you might have piqued my interest. But how many sword strikes can you withstand now? Your body can hardly endure such a battle." Bai Huzi also burst into laughter, slamming his weapon, the Tsong Yin Yue, into the ground, and declared, "How come you dare to boast before me decades ago? As for how many strikes I can withstand, let us not forget, how many can you even deliver now? Over the years, that cursed blade must have tormented you terribly. A few years ago, you still had some hair left on your head. Was it worth it, seeking power in such a manner?" Upon hearing Bai Huzi's words, Lei Yu was struck by a realization. Indeed, Bai Huzi must have had interactions with this person long ago. His gaze then turned to the cursed blade in Charles Sheng's hand, furrowing his brow. Did Charles Sheng not fully master or tame the legendary blade, the initial Guiche? Or had the cursed blade never been subdued by anyone? No wonder every time Charles Sheng attacked, he would instantly sheath the blade back into its scabbard. Perhaps the scabbard possessed a power that could suppress the strange and formidable aura of the initial Guiche. After a moment of silence following Bai Huzi's remarks, Charles Sheng raised his head, a flicker of purple light flashing in his eyes, and solemnly stated, "As for how many strikes I can still deliver, I do not know. However, I am aware that with this formidable power, you shall all become my relentless foes today. Moreover, I can still wield this power, while what you possess." As he spoke, Charles Saint suddenly unleashed a surge of immense energy, enveloped in swirling strands of purple-black demonic aura around his body, exuding an aura of malevolence that instilled profound fear. The formidable Whitebeard was not one to falter, his entire being quaking as explosive muscles bulged with veins, causing the ground beneath him to fracture and sink into a small pit. Simultaneously, a terrifying, regal aura emanated from him, slowly filling the air. Witnessing the current state of both combatants, Lei Yu realized that the final battle was imminent. At this moment, the sky darkened under the overwhelming might of the two, and nearly all of Cake Island's inhabitants turned their gaze toward this confrontation, fully aware that the man proclaimed to be the strongest was about to strike. Indeed, Charles Saint remarked, astonished by Whitebeard's formidable presence, "You never cease to amaze, Whitebeard. I never anticipated that despite your age, you could unleash such power. I now somewhat regret not having battled you in your prime." Whitebeard's gaze sharpened at Charles Saint, declaring, "Even now, I can still rend you asunder. Peak power is unnecessary." With that, he unsheathed his sword, Tsong Yun Xie, from the ground. The aura surrounding Whitebeard continued to ascend, causing the very ground of Cake Island to tremble. "Come forth, Charles Saint. Let me witness the true might of your demonic blade." As soon as the words left his lips, Whitebeard, gripping Tsong Yun Xie, charged at Charles Saint. "I'm against you. I need not hold back. 3 strands of purple sword energy materialized before Charles Z. Saint, effortlessly executing a series of motions with his blade, cleaving horizontally and retracting. As the 3 purple energies surged forward with a fierce strike. With a powerful step, Whitebeard advanced, unleashing a tremendous wave of blinding white light from Tsongyun Xie, a strike imbued with the strength of his devil fruit abilities. Boom! The Tsongyun Xie, with a cataclysmic force, clashed with the sword energies, creating rifts in the very fabric of reality, which extended ominously ahead, colliding violently with the 3 sword strikes. After a brief but intense clash, Charles Z. Saint's sword energies shattered against the overwhelming might of Whitebeard's abilities, vanishing into the void. Not only that, but the terrifying white shockwave continued to rip through space, relentlessly barreling towards Charles Z. Saint. Realizing the danger, Charles Z. Saint hastily drew his initial blade, Kicho, from its sheath, positioning it defensively before him. With a resounding crash, he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing into the distance and creating a massive crater. Lord Charles Z. Saint, Stussy exclaimed in alarm, rushing to his side. Observing Stussy's concern, Whitebeard remained silent, knowing well that with Charles Z. Saint's strength, he could not be so easily defeated. Applause echoed in the ears of Lei Yu and Whitebeard. Truly, Whitebeard was a formidable warrior of his era, and it was astonishing that he still possessed such power. The sly voice of Kizaru drifted into their ears, revealing his unexpected presence nearby. What are your intentions? Lei Yu demanded, casting a cold gaze at Kizaru. What do you mean? I'm a Navy officer. What else could I possibly be doing? Kizaru replied nonchalantly, halting his steps as he regarded Lei Yu and Whitebeard. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Lei Yu furrowed his brow, sensing no intent to battle or malice in Kizaru's demeanor, and noted that he had no intention of attacking at that moment. Just then, the voice of Charles Z. Saint broke through the tension. Borsellino, deal with Lei Yu. Leave Whitebeard to me. Gradually, Charles Z. Saint rose to his feet, a trace of blood staining his lips, a clear testament to the damage inflicted by Whitebeard's previous attack. Lei Yu, you are indeed formidable. However, I shall take care of this, Kizaru responded to Charles Z. Saint, though his tone suggested a lack of sincerity. Charles Z. Saint then fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard, smirking as he remarked, I did not expect you to unleash your full strength right from the start. If this continues, your body may soon collapse under the strain. Whitebeard, unfazed, retorted, Humph, this body can still endure this battle. And before that happens, I shall crush you. Crush me? Ha ha ha. Charles Z. Saint burst into laughter at Whitebeard's words, but soon his expression turned serious, and with an evil glint in his eyes, he added, in that case, I shall not hold back. Prepare to witness my true power. It is time for me to get serious. With that, Charles Z. Saint abruptly raised his head. His pupils gradually cloaked in a hue of purple-black, the malevolent aura around him surging once more, forming an ominous apparition behind him. He positioned the glimmering, demonic blade before him, extending his left hand to place his thumb upon the blade's tip, allowing crimson droplets of blood to trickle down the edge and fall to the ground, enhancing the sinister allure of the already ominous sword. Charles Z. Saint licked his lips and murmured, It begins now. Prepare for slaughter, Whitebeard. As soon as his words echoed, the aura surrounding him intensified, becoming ever more sinister. Black markings began to emerge on his palms and arms, spreading across his body like a cursed sigil. Before long, these markings adorned him entirely, even enveloping his bald head in a tattoo-like pattern. With a sudden motion, Charles Z. Saint tore open his shirt, revealing a lean yet powerful physique. His six-pack abs and pectorals similarly etched with black markings, forming a strange and eerie design over his heart that sent chills down the spine. In that moment, Whitebeard's expression grew solemn, sensing the incredible power concealed within Charles Z. Saint's form. Under this formidable energy, his Tsongyun Xie seemed to quiver slightly, as if fearing the man before him, or more accurately, the infamous blade Kicho he wielded. Whitebeard gripped the hilt tightly, murmuring softly, Old friend, there is no need for fear. In the face of such an enemy, We should feel exhilaration. Indeed. As he spoke, the white-bearded man's massive frame quivered. His eyes fixed intently on Charles Zide-shung, emanating an overwhelming battle intent. Meanwhile, Song Yun-chia, whether moved by the white-bearded man's words or influenced by his indomitable will, ceased his slight trembling. The tip of his blade shimmered with a chilling light, as if issuing a subtle provocation to the demonic sword. Indeed, it is you. To maintain such fierce combat spirit amidst this tremendous force is truly commendable. I hope you can endure a while longer in my presence. Do not let the enthusiasm I have mustered be extinguished so easily. With that, he swung his demonic sword a few times, his gaze sharpening as he charged towards the white-bearded man. Come, I shall risk my life to shatter you here. Subsequently, the white-bearded man's Song Yun-chia sliced through the air, advancing towards Charles Zide-shung. The latter refrained from unleashing his sword aura, opting instead to engage the white-bearded man with the sword itself. He understood that before this man, all his strikes would be futile, only through the most primal method. A true contest of strength, could he mount an effective offense. In an instant, the two warriors collided. Boom! The clash of these two formidable titans, wielding the world's rarest blades, unleashed powerful waves of white energy that ravaged the surroundings. Above the heavens, thunder and lightning erupted, as if drumming for their fierce battle, the sounds echoing across the sky. Boom! 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 Their combat persisted relentlessly, each strike causing the solid ground beneath them to fracture and crumble. With every slash, the white-bearded man poured all his strength into the blow, each swing infused with the formidable power of the Dun-Jun Gushri. Meanwhile, Charles Zide-shung had long abandoned the sword techniques he had honed over countless years, resorting instead to the most rudimentary slashes, imbued with pure, unadulterated sword intent. Battling fiercely with the white-bearded man, their overwhelming auras enveloped the entirety of Cake Island. In that moment, everyone present felt the weight of this extraordinary power, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Is this truly the genuine strength of the strongest man upon these seas? Merely by sensing his aura, I find myself unable to resist the urge to kneel. How I wish to witness the battle between these two. Even if I were to be crushed by their residual attacks, I would die without regret. Under the overwhelming force, countless naval officers felt an unspoken respect for the white-bearded man bloom within their hearts. This was irrespective of camp or morality. It was a reverence for strong. In a world where the pirate king reigns supreme, a realm where power is paramount. At that moment, the members of the white-bearded crew, hundreds of miles away, watched with deep concern. I cannot stand idly by. I must help Dad. Ace, crouching on the ground, suddenly rose, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. He had initially thought it would be a simple voyage, yet here he was, confronted by the monstrous foe that was Charles Zide-shung. That eerie aura and overwhelming power were no less than that of his father, in peak condition. Just as he was about to leave, Marco suddenly seized Ace's arm, halting his advance. Feeling Marco's restraint, Ace's eyes flared with anger as he shrugged off Marco's grip and shouted, "Are you just going to watch Dad die in this battle? You know his health. Though their strength might not suffice, they had to do something." As he spoke, Ace's tone shifted from anger to urgency, laced with a hint of sorrow, for he had long regarded the white-bearded man as the closest family he had in this world, his true father. The white-bearded man stood like a lighthouse amidst a vast ocean, guiding him through his darkest and most uncertain times. Instantly, upon seeing the urgency in Ace's eyes, everyone present lowered their proud heads, fists clenched tightly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They too were sons of the white-bearded man, their love for him no less than Ace's. They too wished to fight alongside him. However, they understood the reason behind their father's command to retreat. Ace was young and impulsive, but they could not afford to be reckless. Yet, a number of them, unable to suppress their emotions, exchanged glances, preparing to join Ace in aiding their father. Just then, Marco stepped before Ace, his eyes now reddened, fixing a determined gaze upon him. "Do you know what Dad told me before we came here?" "What?" Ace replied, confusion creeping into his mind, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Marco took a deep breath and softly stated, "He asked me if you would support him well if you were to become the captain of this ship, the leader of this family." Upon hearing these words, Ace was rendered speechless. Why? Why say such a thing suddenly? Marco shook his head helplessly. I too questioned him about this. I asked why, as that day seemed far off. But he insisted it was not. Perhaps it would come swiftly. He mentioned that you, being young, would need to be looked after by your older brother. No. Without Dad, the white-bearded crew would cease to exist. Ace exclaimed, "We can certainly help him. Isn't Lei Yu here as well? Brother Lei Yu will surely manage." In that instant, Ace felt a glimmer of hope. But Marco shook his head, realizing Ace still did not grasp their father's intent. He continued to explain, while Lei Yu might join forces with Dad, it's likely that Dad would not allow Lei Yu to intervene. Why? Ace was perplexed. Wasn't it better for them to unite against their foe? This was war, a struggle, not merely a duel. I do not know, Marco replied slowly, shaking his head once more. Taking a deep breath, he added, in Dad's words, I am a remnant of the old era. In this new age, there is no ship capable of carrying me. With the final words, everyone present comprehended the true purpose of the white-bearded man's impending battle. He had resolved to view this confrontation as his farewell to the world. As the strongest man upon these seas, he had reached the twilight of his life, unwilling to succumb quietly on a rigid sickbed or within the cold embrace of needles. Now, with such a powerful adversary before him, he intended to exchange his life to take down a formidable opponent like Charles Zideshang, to inscribe a magnificent conclusion to his life's journey. With a sudden thud, Ace fell to his knees, pounding the ground with his fists, tears streaming down his face like rain, soaking the earth beneath him. Surrounded by the captains of the various divisions, their eyes were all tinged with red, tears swirling within their orbs. After a brief moment, Marco managed to compose himself and approached Ace. With his warm hands gently patting Ace's back, he spoke softly, Rise, for I am certain that our father would not wish to see you in such a state. Let's send him off with our most fervent gazes. Ace nodded, wiped away his tears, and rose, directing his gaze towards the battlefield. However, the tremors of his still convulsing body revealed that his heart remained shrouded in sorrow. The sons of the Whitebeard pirates turned their attention to the fierce clash occurring in the distance. Though they were aware of their father's wishes, they fervently prayed within their hearts for him to triumph over his adversary and return safely. This was no mere fantasy. Their faith in their father was unwavering, for Whitebeard was indeed the strongest man in this realm. Meanwhile, Katakuri and his companions had transported Big Mom's lifeless body to a secluded grove, far from the chaos of battle. Katakuri, Smoothie, and the others formed a protective circle around her, guarding against any intentions from the Navy or those who might covet Big Mom's remains. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath the immense form of Big Mom, a dark tide quietly emerged, and a fur-covered arm stealthily reached out, making contact with her body. At that moment, Lei Yu watched the clash between Whitebeard and Charles D. Saint, feeling a profound sense of trepidation. He sensed that he was still a step away from their level of power. It should be noted that his previous encounter with Kaido could hardly be deemed a victory. It was merely that Itachi and others had assisted him in driving Kaido away. Furthermore, he remained uncertain whether Kaido had truly revealed his full strength that day. As for Itachi's defeat of Big Mom, it was due to his Susanu's unique ability to counter her extraordinary soul powers. Were Big Mom to absorb souls at will, who knew how formidable she might become? Thus, it seemed that his position among the four emperors was not as secure as he had imagined. Asli, you pondered it. The two combatants had collided countless times, each impact resonating with the force of a cataclysm. Within a 10-mile radius, no land remained intact, reduced to ruins by their relentless exchanges. Each clash even caused the waters surrounding the island to tremble slightly. Following yet another fierce confrontation, Charles S.D. Saint abruptly retreated a short distance, gasping for breath, his wicked eyes fixed intently on Whitebeard. I never expected you to possess such strength, Whitebeard, he cackled. Whitebeard's robust chest heaved, having expended considerable energy in their previous clashes. Suddenly, he erupted into hearty laughter, looking at Charles S.D. Saint, and declaring, "Surely, your strength cannot be limited to this. I have yet to experience true exhilaration." Hearing Whitebeard's battle-charged words, Charles S.D. Saint joined in the laughter before cracking his neck and responding, "Are you eager for death? If so, it seems the warm-up must come to an end, Whitebeard." No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth from Charles S.D. Saint, dispersing the smoke of war across the battlefield. It became apparent that he had not yet unleashed his full power. Observing this, Lei Yu's pupils dilated in alarm. If matters continued in this manner, it was likely Whitebeard would not withstand the onslaught. Glancing at the nearby Kizaru, his expression darkened. If he were to act recklessly, Kizaru would undoubtedly intervene. And Lei Yu had an unsettling intuition that Kizaru had been concealing his true strength all along. Whitebeard, witnessing the surging malevolence from Charles S.D. Saint, couldn't help but exclaim, "Now, this is more like it. This is the true power of that cursed blade." At that moment, dark patterns on Charles S.D. Saint's body flickered with a dim purple light, transforming him into an embodiment of the most wicked of demons. In an instant, the terrifying aura radiated outward, creating rifts in space, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Then, a blinding flash of purple light surged forth, and Whitebeard's eyes widened in shock as Charles S.D. Saint appeared before him, wielding the cursed blade that emanated a dreadful aura, striking down upon Whitebeard with devastating force. Realizing he could not evade this attack, Whitebeard grasped his weapon, Murakamajiri, tightly and raised it to block. The impact of Charles S.D. Saint's strike was more powerful than any previous blow. In that moment, the world seemed to freeze, time itself suspended. The mere presence of Charles S.D. Saint, who wielded the cursed blade, exuded such an oppressive force that it left all within hundreds of miles gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. The entire island distinctly felt the ground shift beneath them, as torrents of seawater erupted from fissures in the earth. Whitebeard's massive form sank as his legs became entrenched in the soil, the contrasting powers of white and purple clashing fiercely. At this moment, under Whitebeard's formidable Gura Nomi abilities, blood began to seep from Charles S.D. Saint's mouth, nose, and eyes, yet Whitebeard appeared largely unscathed, seemingly gaining the upper hand. However, in the next instant, a faint crack echoed, startling Lei Yu as he witnessed Murakamajiri shatter in Whitebeard's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Charles S.D. Saint unleashed a vicious strike toward Whitebeard. Blood splattered forth, painting the sky in crimson hues. "This is bad," Lei Yu thought, his eyes flashing with determination as he surged forward. At that very moment, a streak of yellow light darted towards him, and Kizaru's nonchalant voice drifted into his ears. "Oh, I cannot simply let you pass like this." Before he could react, Kizaru materialized before Lei Yu, blocking his path, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he beheld Kizaru, a frown creased his brow. Whether it was due to his own injuries or other factors, he sensed an intangible threat emanating from Kizaru. After all, the previous Kizaru had been thoroughly outmatched by Itachi's Tsukuyami and had fought evenly with Orochimaru. Logically, he should not evoke such a sense of danger now. Had Charles S.D. Saint perhaps rewarded him? It seemed unlikely. As Kizaru and Lei Yu faced each other, Whitebeard, despite being struck by Charles S.D. Saint, displayed no signs of panic in his eyes. Upon observing the situation, a sudden intensity gripped Charles Zideshung's gaze, causing his muscles to quiver involuntarily. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he exerted all his strength to withdraw the enchanted blade lodged in the chest of Baihuzi. However, despite his relentless efforts, the blade remained firmly ensnared by the formidable muscles of Baihuzi. How could this be possible? Charles Zideshung gazed in horror at Baihuzi, incredulous that a mere mortal could cultivate their body to such an extraordinary level. With a resounding laugh, Baihuzi seemed utterly unfazed by his injuries. He regarded Charles Zideshung with a mocking expression and declared, "How could someone like you, who relies on external forces for strength, possibly comprehend this? The enchanted blade is indeed powerful, but does not dictate my control. As he spoke, Baihuzi grasped the fractured blade, and a series of luminous white rings appeared around his hand. Without affording Charles Zide-sheng any time to react, he unleashed a devastating punch infused with the formidable might of the Zhenzhen fruit. The sheer force of that blow tore through the air, generating a fierce gust that struck Charles Zide-sheng squarely in the face. The impact sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away, shattering his teeth and fracturing several ribs. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Silence enveloped the arena, akin to a graveyard. As even Lei was taken aback by the sheer physical prowess of Baihuzi. Charles Zide-sheng's assault, which he had previously attempted, was utterly insurmountable. Baihuzi not only withstood the enchanted blade's onslaught, but also found the strength to retaliate. After observing the distance to which Charles Zide-sheng was flung, Baihuzi gritted his teeth and extracted the enchanted blade, tossing it forward. With a clang, the blade landed abruptly before Charles Zide-sheng, who was drenched in blood and slowly rising to his feet, his eyes igniting with fury as he glared at Baihuzi. "Are you looking down on me, Baihuzi?" Baihuzi, unfazed by the furious Charles Zide-sheng, boisterously responded, "Come now, unleash the power of that enchanted blade and entertain me to your fullest. Do not leave me with any regrets, Charles Zide-sheng." He then bent slightly and gently placed the broken blade upon the ground, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes as he softly spoke. "Old friend, you have toiled for decades. It is time for you to rest. Allow me to take over this battle." After tenderly caressing the blade one last time, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he turned and advanced step by step towards Charles Zide-sheng. As Baihuzi approached, a flicker of panic crossed Charles Zide-sheng's eyes. Clutching his chest, his gaze wavered between clarity and despair. "Damn it! This cursed blade, behave for once." With that, he vigorously shook his head and turned to face Baihuzi, tightly gripping his own blade. "Onichiya," and bellowed, "Do not underestimate me, Baihuzi." Suddenly, he surged forward, his right hand enveloped in a multitude of demonic energies, roaring, "Yao Kun Mo." In an instant, his blade transformed into a portal from the depths of hell, unleashing a horde of ghastly apparitions that morphed into formidable sword energies, densely converging upon Baihuzi. Witnessing this, Baihuzi narrowed his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki that erupted forth. In the next moment, he condensed this potent haki into his hands and strode forward, unyielding. The air trembled with a cacophony of explosions as the torrential sword energies were obliterated by the sheer force of Baihuzi's fists, achieved solely through the might of his flesh and blood. How many in this world could accomplish such a feat? The clash of their assaults raised clouds of dust, amidst which Baihuzi suddenly sensed a shadow hurtling towards him. Reacting instinctively, he threw a punch, only to meet the enchanted blade head-on. Astonishingly, this blade, capable of severing all things, failed to cleave through Baihuzi's fist, which was fortified by his Conqueror's haki. The razor-sharp edge merely penetrated the muscle tissue of his hand without severing it entirely. Subsequently, Baihuzi, seemingly unconcerned for his own safety, exerted tremendous force, driving the enchanted blade into Charles Zide-sheng's chest with a powerful punch. The impact sent him sprawling once more, trembling uncontrollably as the overwhelming penetrating force of the Conqueror's haki shattered his internal organs, nearly reducing his heart to fragments. Baihuzi, standing resolute, panted heavily, a hint of fatigue crossing his features, yet he forcibly elevated his presence, advancing toward the defeated Charles Zide-sheng, who resembled a lifeless creature. At that moment, Stussy darted forward to shield Charles Zide-sheng from Baihuzi's relentless advance, but she was met only with the unforgiving force of Baihuzi's fist. In an instant, Stussy vanished from sight, having been effortlessly dealt with, allowing Baihuzi to continue his relentless pursuit. Suddenly, the enchanted blade in Charles Zide-sheng's hand surged with demonic energy, flooding into his body. Instantly, he ceased to convulse, and his injuries began to heal at an alarming rate. Witnessing this, Baihuzi's expression hardened, and a white aura materialized around his clenched fist as he launched a ferocious strike toward Charles Zide-sheng. In that fleeting moment, the space before Bai Huzi began to shatter, surging toward Charles Zidesheng. Just as this force was about to engulf him, the enchanted blade trembled violently, seemingly possessing a will of its own, and interposed itself between Charles Zidesheng and Bai Huzi's devastating blow, absorbing the lethal impact. Before Bai Huzi could mount another offensive, Charles Zidesheng's body rose abruptly in a bizarre, contorted manner, akin to a zombie, his eyes ablaze with purple light and the patterns across his body flickering incessantly. Then, violet, demonic energy erupted from his right arm, coiling around the hilt of the enchanted blade, creating an eerie illusion as though the blade had fused with his hand. Observing this transformation, Bai Huzi sighed. It seems you have ultimately succumbed to the blade's influence. Charles Zidesheng twisted his neck unnaturally, his eyes glowing with a faint purple hue as he regarded Bai Huzi and spoke in a voice laced with an eerie cadence. How can you say that? We are one and the same. Prepare to face your demise, Bai Huzi. As the words fell, Charles Zidesheng suddenly floated into the air amidst that chilling laughter, merging with the essence of a sword, transforming into a purple beam that surged towards Bai Huzi. Just as Bai Huzi prepared to counter with a punch, Charles Zidesheng's figure abruptly vanished from sight, not in a fleeting manner due to speed, but in an absolute disappearance from this realm. Even his presence could not be perceived in the slightest. While Bai Huzi scanned his surroundings in search of him, a subtle distortion in space manifested behind him. Before he could react, a flash of purple light pierced through Pucci. A blade emanating an eerie aura penetrated Bai Huzi's robust form. Droplets of crimson blood cascading down the blade, falling to the ground and blossoming into crimson flowers. "Jiahaha, how do you like that, Bai Huzi?" The sinister voice of Charles Zidesheng echoed from behind. As he registered the presence of Charles Zidesheng, Bai Huzi's brow furrowed, and he turned to deliver another punch. Yet, Charles Zidesheng's figure melded into the void once more. In the next moment, he reappeared at Bai Huzi's side, thrusting viciously into his ribs. Pua! Blood gushed from Bai Huzi's mouth, but alas, it did not strike true to his heart. As the words left his mouth, Charles Zidesheng vanished again, and despite Bai Huzi unleashing his observation haki, he could not capture even a trace of his essence. Jia, Jibab, Bai Huzi. This is the power of the laws, space laws. With that, Charles Zidesheng reappeared, but this time, Bai Huzi did not wait for him to fully materialize before launching an assault. Clenching his fists tightly, he forcefully trembled them outward, and with a cracking sound, the space surrounding him shattered into fragments, collapsing in large swathes. As Charles Zidesheng's figure emerged, this horrifying force shattered his right shoulder and left arm. Damn, what a nuisance! Despite his broken arm, Charles Zidesheng did not retreat. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he gripped the demonic blade tightly, aiming for Bai Huzi's left chest. Seeing the blade thrusting towards his heart, Bai Huzi attempted to block it, but the bizarre power of space caused the blade to vanish in an instant. In the next moment, a purple light surged, and Bai Huzi felt his pupils contract sharply, his momentum plummeting, his body trembling uncontrollably as the demonic blade pierced through his left chest. Jiaha! Your era should have ended long ago, Bai Huzi. Charles Zidesheng materialized before Bai Huzi, observing the towering elder with a cold smirk. Bai Huzi, amidst a fit of laughter, expelled copious amounts of blood. He glanced at the blade lodged in his chest, wiped the blood from his lips, and looked at Charles Zidesheng with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yes, my era should end. So, accompany me for a journey. As he spoke, Bai Huzi's massive form trembled, bending slightly as he tightly clenched his fists. An incredibly powerful, unique, and advanced force radiated from him, akin to a primordial beast awakening. At that moment, Lei Yu perceived an overwhelming presence emanating from Bai Huzi, feeling as if this man, despite his age, could withstand the very heavens themselves. Charles Zidesheng, witnessing this, felt his pupils contract sharply, trembling uncontrollably as he stammered. How is this possible? Your body, your vitality, how can it sustain such power? No, it cannot be. With that, Charles sighed. Shung relinquished the demonic blade embedded in by Huzi's chest and scrambled away in a disheveled state, overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. The reason for his panic was the formidable aura radiating from Bai Huzi, which alone instilled in him an intense sense of impending doom. Bai Huzi, watching Charles Zide Shung flee, had no intention of pursuing him. That power of yours must have been bestowed by another. Allow me to demonstrate what true law power is. With a focused gaze, Bai Huzi's veins bulged as he raised his palm forward, solemnly declaring, "Feel the force of annihilation." He then pressed his palms together towards the fleeing Charles Zide Shung, unleashing an immense aura that bore down with overwhelming pressure, wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity. Even the heavens seemed to shatter at that moment, revealing terrifying fissures. The entire world, including the seabed, shook violently, and even the demonic blade embedded in Bai Huzi's chest trembled in fear of this force. As Charles Zide Shung fled, he suddenly halted, feeling an immense pressure closing in on him, making it difficult to breathe. Before he could contemplate further, a force capable of obliterating all erupted around him. Hong Long Long. A deafening roar echoed as a massive white light enveloped the entire forest and coastline, followed by a blinding flash of white, plunging the world into an eerie silence. The explosive sounds were consumed, and all who participated in this battle turned their gaze toward this moment, knowing the outcome was imminent. After a brief interval, Lei Yu was the first to open his eyes, feeling the dense aura of destruction and rampant power in the vicinity, sending chills down his spine. The forest and a vast expanse of land along the coastline had been utterly obliterated, leaving massive fragments floating upon the sea. This cataclysmic strike had annihilated land within a 100-mile radius. "Old brother, Bai Huzi?" Lei Yu scanned his surroundings, searching for Bai Huzi's presence. Suddenly, he heard a thud, and his heart raced as he dashed toward the sound. After 2 or 3 minutes, he finally spotted Bai Huzi's immense figure atop one of the floating fragments in the sea. "Old brother." Lei Yu's eyes sparkled with joy as he rushed over to Bai Huzi's side. The demonic blade that had pierced his chest was now absent, and blood flowed incessantly from a wound. "Old brother, are you all right?" Gazing at Bai Huzi's blood-soaked body and sensing his faint breath, Lei Yu asked with concern. Bai Huzi grunted a couple of times before groggily awakening. Upon seeing Lei Yu, he let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "What about that fellow?" Lei Yu shook his head helplessly and replied, "I don't know." Bai Huzi snorted coldly, struggling to sit up, gazing at the fragments floating on the sea, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "Damn, didn't I shatter him into pieces?" As he spoke, he braced himself against the ground to rise. Seeing this, Lei Yu quickly supported Bai Huzi's massive form and asked anxiously, "How's your body? Shouldn't we rest here for a bit?" He could distinctly sense that the state of Bai Huzi was exceedingly dire. The chaotic aura emanating from him, coupled with his faint life force, spoke volumes. This venerable elder might indeed have reached the limits of his endurance. It seemed Bai Huzi had grasped the thoughts swirling within Lei Yu's heart, for he playfully delivered a slap to Lei Yu's forehead, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "Lalala, there is no need for you to feel worried or sorrowful for me. Engaging in such a spirited battle at this moment leaves me with no regrets in this lifetime." Just as Lei Yu was about to utter a word, Bai Huzi interrupted, saying, "Do not say anything. That fellow is in no better condition than I am. He may not be dead, but he is severely weakened. With you here, the Marines should think twice before acting rashly. Now, let us accompany each other back to find those young ones and share a drink." With that, Bai Huzi disregarded Lei Yu and strode away with laughter towards the direction where Ace and the others had departed. Watching Bai Huzi's robust and dependable figure, Lei Yu sighed deeply and reluctantly followed in his imposing shadow. At that moment, on the opposite end of where Lei Yu and the others were, on a floating piece of land upon the sea, Charles Z. the saint lay there like a corpse, his breath exceedingly faint, inhaling but not exhaling. Just as his last breath was about to fade, with a sudden whoosh, a cursed blade descended from the sky, releasing pure, deep violet demonic energy that surged into his body. Instantly, Charles Z. the saint's aura stabilized and began to recover. After a brief moment, The cursed blade seemed to sense something, trembled slightly, and then fell silently into Charles Z. De Saint-Sombras. In the next moment, a flash of yellow light appeared as Admiral Kizaru arrived, cradling the nearly unconscious Stussy. Upon seeing the lifeless form of Charles Z. De Saint on the ground, he furrowed his brow tightly and murmured in a tone only he could hear, "Sigh, as much as I wish to resolve this. Allowing you to die would incite those 4 old men into a frenzy, which would be troublesome. Unfortunately, it seems this operation has struck a formidable obstacle." With a resigned shake of his head, he hoisted Charles Z. De Saint onto his shoulder and cast a lingering glance at the powerful cursed blade before sheathing it back into the scabbard at Charles Z. De Saint's waist. With a swift motion, he vanished from that place, heading towards the location where the Navy ships were stationed. At this time, as the island was violently shaken apart, all the Marines had retreated to the 5 warships they had arrived on. Nearly everyone, including Fujitora and a crowd of commanders, had returned to their ships, standing solemnly on the decks, gazing intently ahead. Each ship's engine compartments were guarded by dozens of elites on high alert. Suddenly, one person shouted, "Look, Admiral Kizaru is back." What? In an instant, all eyes turned towards the front, where a streak of yellow light flickered across the sky. Before long, Kizaru landed on the deck. The crowd initially rejoiced, relieved that Kizaru had emerged unscathed, but their expressions soured upon noticing Stussy and the barely conscious Charles Z. De Saint in his grasp. Several vice-admirals' faces shifted dramatically as they stared at Kizaru and asked in alarm, "What is happening? Where's Lei Yu and his crew?" Kizaru offered no elaborate explanation, but merely shook his head and sighed. "Let us not dwell on that. We must return to headquarters." "But what about Lei Yu's group?" "Enough. This operation has failed due to the intervention of Whitebeard." Kizaru continued with a sorrowful expression, "We cannot afford any more losses. Let us head back. Besides, the elimination of Big MOM can't be considered a total failure." The vice-admirals, witnessing the situation, nodded in agreement, preparing to return to headquarters. At that moment, Lucci approached with several personnel from the world government. Upon seeing the state of Stussy and Charles Z. De Saint, he paused, suddenly realizing that the operation had likely ended in failure. Gathering his thoughts, he glared at Kizaru, who bore no injuries, and shouted angrily, "What have you done? Why didn't you capture Lei Yu's group? Were you not present at the scene? How is it that you are unharmed?" Kizaru replied with a hint of mockery in his gaze. "If you're dissatisfied, why not take it up with Whitebeard? Oh, and do remember, Lei Yu's by his side. I did what I could to delay Lei Yu." With that, he tossed the bodies of Stussy and Charles Z. De Saint aside and turned to leave. Lucci fixed his gaze on Kizaru's retreating figure, fists clenched, but said nothing further. He summoned 2 stretchers to carry the injured back to their ship, refraining from pursuing Lei Yu's group at this juncture, as it was clear the Navy was not keen to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Fujitora frowned deeply, sensing no trace of sorrow or reluctance from Kizaru. Logically, with the kind of dead and the objectives of this battle unmet, why did Kizaru seem so indifferent? Subsequently, Fujitora cast a keen glance at Kizaru and shook his head, stating, "Let us heed Admiral Kizaru's words. We shall return to headquarters and avoid any unnecessary losses." The soldiers nearby nodded in agreement, relaying the orders of the 2 admirals. Moments later, several ships turned about, heading back towards the Navy headquarters. Ultimately, this battle had ended in defeat for the Navy. Although they had successfully slain one of the 4 emperors, Big MOM, their new fleet admiral, Akainu, had perished here, and his body had been so brutally mangled that it would be difficult to present him at a funeral. A dignified fleet admiral had been reduced to a state of utter humiliation, leaving the Navy with no face to show. At this time, Lei Yu followed closely behind by Huzi, observing the ghastly wounds adorning by Huzi's body, and felt a twinge of confusion. He mused, "Is my brother's body truly so resilient that even a pierced heart can't fell him?" Lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into Huzi's sturdy back. Huzi turned slightly, noticing Lei Yu's gaze fixated on his scars, and chuckled, "Lalala, do not worry about me. That fellow Charles Z. De Saint didn't even touch my heart." "What?" Lei Yu gazed at Huzi in astonishment, wondering if it was possible. Bai Huzi then tapped his right chest with his left hand, explaining, "My constitution is rather unique. My heart resides on the right." Upon hearing this, Lei Yu nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see now." Suddenly, Bai Huzi added, "This secret is known only to you." Upon hearing this, Lei Yu nodded earnestly. "Brother, I understand." "Haha, what do you truly understand, young one?" Bai Huzi playfully patted Lei Yu on the head and continued, "It matters not if others learn of it now. I shall not live much longer. I need to settle some matters with those youngsters before I depart." As he spoke, Bai Huzi glanced at the setting sun hanging in the sky, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he continued to stride forward. Lei Yu gazed at the figure of Bai Huzi, who, at this moment, appeared somewhat hunched over. "Has it really only been a few days, old brother?" Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lei Yu's eyes as if a thought had struck him. He murmured, "I cannot allow you to leave just like this, old brother. Our journey is only just beginning." With that, he quickened his pace and rushed forward to catch up. Not long after their departure, Bai Huzi Teach and Shilio suddenly appeared, their gazes fixed intently on the retreating figures of Bai Huzi and Lei Yu. "Are we not going to make a move?" Shilio inquired, glancing at Teach, who was staring ahead with a greedy glint in his eyes. However, after a long pause, Teach seemed to suppress his inner avarice, slowly shaking his head as he said, "Forget it. Our gains this time are already sufficient. Let's return." With that, he swaggered away, and Shilio followed suit without much protest. In truth, Teach was immensely tempted by the powers of Bai Huzi's Zhun fruit. He would even be willing to forsake the powers of Big Mum and Akainu in exchange for Bai Huzi's ability. Yet, after decades of following Bai Huzi, he understood just how formidable this man was. Even in his current feeble state, Teach dared not act recklessly. Of course, had he not acquired the abilities of Big Mum and Akainu, Teach's nature would have compelled him to take the risk. However, having already obtained what he desired, there was no need to court danger. After a while, the two reached a secluded corner and boarded a small boat, quietly departing from Cake Island. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and Bai Huzi had arrived at the location where Ace and the others were gathered. "Old Dad," Ace exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy at the sight of Bai Huzi's towering figure. The surrounding captains of various divisions also erupted in jubilant shouts. They rushed forward, bombarding Bai Huzi with questions. "Old Dad, are you all right? Old Dad, that's wonderful. You won. Quickly, call for medical personnel." Upon noticing the ghastly scars adorning Bai Huzi's body, Marco immediately shouted. His voice broke through the euphoria, awakening everyone to the reality that the old man's condition appeared dire. "Where are the medical personnel? Hurry, come save old Dad." Seeing their alarm, Bai Huzi frowned. "What do you need medical personnel for? Come, let us share a drink." "But old Dad, your injuries," Ace replied, worry etching his features as he looked at Bai Huzi. Yet, Bai Huzi waved his arm dismissively, declaring, "These are mere, trifling wounds. Come, let us drink." Marco, understanding Bai Huzi's temperament, shook his head in resignation. "Fine. Since old Dad wants to drink, let us return to the ship for a toast to celebrate your victory." Upon hearing Marco's words, Ace and the other captains nodded in agreement, rallying around Bai Huzi as they made their way to the ship. However, after only a few steps, Bai Huzi suddenly staggered and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Marco, Ace, and the others gasped and hurriedly knelt beside him, shaking his body as they cried out, Old Dad, wake up. Please don't scare us." No matter how they shook him, Bai Huzi remained unresponsive. From his wounds, sinister purple mist began to seep out, and his complexion turned ashen, his faint life force visibly dwindling. "Old Dad, we promised to drink together. Old Dad," Ace shouted desperately, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing Bai Huzi's rapidly deteriorating condition, Lei Yu rushed over, his brow furrowed in concern. Judging by the life force escaping him, it was clear that Bai Huzi would not last half an hour. Upon seeing Lei Yu, Ace felt a glimmer of hope. "Lei Yu, old Dad," before Ace could finish, Lei Yu interrupted, saying urgently, "Quick, everyone, lift the old brother and follow me." Without hesitation, they obeyed, hoisting Bai Huzi's massive frame and trailing behind Lei Yu in a different direction. Running ahead, Lei Yu's expression was grave. The only person who could say Baihuzi now was Orochimaru. Although he was uncertain if Orochimaru's medical skills could indeed restore Baihuzi, he was the sole hope left. He could only hope that the peculiar experiments Orochimaru had been conducting in his dark chamber would yield some beneficial results. At that moment, Orochimaru and Itachi were with Katakuri, making their way towards the palace of Cake Island, each visibly relieved. The Charlotte family had confirmed through their surveillance that the Navy had departed, leaving them with a sense of survival from disaster. Katakuri felt a weight lift from his shoulders, knowing Cake Island had been preserved. However, Katakuri found it curious that Orochimaru seemed fixated on Big Mom's corpse. Did this peculiar individual possess some strange obsession? Should we wait a moment for Leiyu? Katakuri asked Itachi after a while. Before Itachi could respond, Orochimaru chimed in. No need to worry. That fellow will catch up with us. Itachi felt a sense of déjà vu upon hearing those words. After some hesitation, Katakuri nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly sensed several powerful presences rapidly approaching from behind. Orochimaru also detected these auras and turned with a smile. See? Here they come. As soon as Leiyu appeared alongside Ace and the others, Katakuri initially felt joy, but his expression shifted to one of shock upon seeing the lifeless body they carried. Could it be that even Baihuzi, that formidable man, had fallen? Before he could ponder further, Leiyu rushed over, shouting, Orochimaru, quickly check on old dad. Without time for pleasantries, Leiyu called out to Orochimaru, while Ace, Marco, and the others quickly laid Baihuzi's enormous form gently on the ground, their faces grave. The other captains stood on guard against Katakuri and his crew, who were also wary of the situation surrounding Big Mom's body. Leiyu wasted no time with the delicate dynamics between the two pirate crews and stepped forward, pulling Orochimaru over. You must examine the old brother's condition. Seeing Leiyu's serious demeanor, Orochimaru understood the gravity of the situation. Without delay, he approached Baihuzi, summoning a sphere of blue chakra energy to probe the old man's internal condition. Ace and the others watched anxiously, their hearts fervently praying for Baihuzi's recovery. However, as Orochimaru conducted his examination, his expression grew increasingly somber. Finally, he withdrew his chakra and sighed deeply, eliciting a gasp from Ace and the others. With wide eyes, they implored, "What is the situation? Old father, what exactly is going on?" Subsequently, Deshiwan took a deep breath and exclaimed, "This world is too perfect. How can such a flawless and powerful body exist? What does this mean?" Deshiwan's words left everyone perplexed. Leiyu, witnessing this, touched his forehead, wondering if this fellow would repeat his old mistakes. He approached and gave Deshiwan a light slap on the head, frowning as he urged, "What is going on? Speak plainly." Deshiwan rubbed his forehead, glanced at Leiyu, and slowly replied, "Alas, his ability to endure until now, to still have a breath left, relies entirely on this formidable body. Moreover, the vitality within him is nearly depleted. Without this battle, he would not have lasted for many more years." Upon hearing Deshiwan's words, the others nodded in agreement. They were aware that old father's body could no longer withstand the strain, relying daily on intravenous fluids to sustain life. However, the most pressing issue was not this. "What is it?" Marco inguayerde gently. Deshiwan closed his legs and spoke solemnly. "The most troublesome matter is that within him resides a violently destructive and malevolent force, continuously ravaging his internal organs and meridians. He can no longer eradicate this force himself, which is why he is now in such peril." Hearing this, Leiyu murmured, "Is it the demon blade?" He instinctively touched the wound on his chest, which had formed into a blood scab after being struck by Charles Z's demon blade. Leiyu felt a powerful aura, akin to poison, invading his body, rendering him unable to heal the wound independently for half a day. It is known that his body is extremely robust. Typically, minor injuries could heal in the blink of an eye. Yet, having merely been struck by that sword energy, it took him several hours to heal, thanks to his exceptional vitality, which gradually consumed the lingering demonic energy within him. A normal person might have bled to death long ago. Even now, the scars still throbbed faintly. "Does your excellency have a solution?" Before Leiyu could interject, Marco anxiously asked De Shiwan. De Shiwan sighed deeply and shook his head. Alas, such injuries. Marco, Ace, and the others exchanged glances, a hint of reluctance flashing in their eyes, interrupting De Shiwan to say, "If that is the case, thank you, Your Excellency." They intended to take Whitebeard away, to show him the beautiful, free sea once more. Lei Yu, however, remained silent, casting a cold glance at De Shiwan. Hey, I have not finished speaking." De Shiwan, sensing Lei Yu's ominous gaze, quickly halted Marco and the others, explaining, "I can heal such injuries. I can. I am incredibly capable." The departing captains turned around, casting icy glances at De Shiwan. At such a critical moment, he was still joking? Had it not been for his ability to save old father and his status as Lei Yu's ally, Ace would have already unleashed a powerful flame to roast him. Given the urgency to rescue Whitebeard and De Shiwan's need for a quiet space to treat him, everyone hurriedly found a small house nearby. Then, through the mirror in the room, using his fruit powers, Burei promptly transported everyone back to the central palace of Cake Island. Katakuri arranged a quiet, spacious room for Whitebeard and then remained in the room to observe how De Shiwan would reclaim Whitebeard from the clutches of death. Even he could sense the overwhelming aura of death surrounding Whitebeard, whose vitality had dwindled to a mere thread. In such a state, Katakuri lamented that no doctor in the world could save him. At that moment, De Shiwan looked at the unconscious Whitebeard, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Prepare a small basin for me," he commanded, then fell silent, intensely focused on Whitebeard, needing to extract the evil demonic energy from within him. This required an exceptional mastery of chakra, which for De Shiwan, a genius, posed no challenge. He then concentrated, his hands swiftly forming seals, and declared, "Subtile illusion extraction technique." In the next moment, a bubble-like, pale yellow orb appeared in his hands. De Shiwan gently placed the bubble on Whitebeard's chest, and with a flicker of green light, the orb sank into Whitebeard, gradually absorbing the strands of malevolent, violent purple demonic energy within him. As time passed, the demonic energy within Whitebeard began to diminish, and his previously ashen face slowly regained its color, his breathing becoming more regular. After several anxious minutes, De Shiwan carefully extracted the bubble from Whitebeard, revealing it filled with swirling strands of purple demonic energy. He then encased this energy within the bubble and placed it into the basin prepared earlier. It is important to note that while this sequence of actions appeared simple, it required immense effort. A single misstep could provoke the demonic energy, exacerbating his condition. After completing the procedure, De Shiwan sighed deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "How is this? Is it all right?" Ace asked anxiously. "No, this is merely the beginning," De Shiwan replied, slowly shaking his head. "Now, we have only stabilized his internal vitality. The real challenge lies in revitalizing his organs. Otherwise, he will only survive for 2 or 3 more months." Marco's brows furrowed tightly. He understood that his own fruit powers were somewhat related to vitality, and he knew how troublesome and complex vitality could be. Does old father still have hope? Marco looked at De Shiwan with hopeful eyes. Yes. Upon hearing De Shiwan's resolute affirmation, Marco and the others' eyes brightened with joy as they urged De Shiwan. "Then please hurry." However, De Shiwan shook his head slowly, saying, "There are 2 distinct methods to save him." "What? 2? The crowd gasped in astonishment at De Shiwan's revelation. They had not expected him to have 2 ways to treat Whitebeard. Typically, one would feel utterly helpless in such a situation. Yet Lei Yu was not surprised. De Shiwan, being a genius, possessed extensive knowledge of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Noticing their astonished reactions, De Shiwan smiled calmly and continued. "The first method is to infuse his body with vitality, which could sustain him for a few more years." Upon hearing this, the others nodded slightly. They would be content if old father could live a few more years. However, upon learning that there was a second method, they continued pressing for more details. "What is the other method?" De Shiwan chuckled softly, saying, "Have you heard of the Edo Tensei?" Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's eyes shone with recognition. Meanwhile, Ace and the others gazed at De Shiwan in confusion, awaiting his explanation. The Shiwan no longer withholding, elaborated. Edo Tensei involves extracting a certain amount of a deceased person's flesh and using a living body as the vessel for the deceased soul. Then, to summon the soul of the deceased from the realm of the netherworld to the present world, allowing the spirit to attach itself to a vessel and covering the living body with dust, thus transforming into the likeness of the deceased in their former life. Upon hearing this, Karakuri was momentarily taken aback, followed by a glimmer of inexplicable light in his eyes, lowering his head in contemplation. Meanwhile, Ace and the others displayed expressions of alarm, fixating their gazes on Orochimaru. What? Such miraculous techniques exist in this world? This ability is truly perverse. However, upon hearing this, Marco furrowed his brows and inquired, the deceased? Does it mean we must wait for father to pass away before we can perform this? Orochimaru calmly nodded without uttering a word. Subsequently, Marco shook his head and continued to question, must we use a living person as a sacrifice? A living person is preferable, but it is not a necessity. There is merely a slight flaw, Orochimaru remarked, casting a furtive glance around. Noticing that Ryuma was absent, he sighed in relief. He had not revealed to Ryuma that his improved Edo Tensei could function without a living body, but the existing flaw was somewhat indescribable. Marco hesitative, for in his view, such a method was a meaningless dark art, a life-for-a-life exchange. Although it was possible to do without a living body, could the resurrected father truly be the same? Observing Marco's uncertainty, Orochimaru continued, those summoned by Edo Tensei cannot be killed by anyone other than myself. They are, in essence, immortal. However, I can control this body. Yet, considering Raijin's relationship, I would not act against him. Upon hearing Orochimaru's first statement, Marco's heart stirred. Immortal? What a terrifying existence. Yet, upon the second statement, he found himself conflicted. If father were to be revived, would he accept being controlled by another, even if that person belonged to Raijin's faction? Would such a formidable figure as Whitebeard accept a fate of mere survival, living in this world? With this thought, a flicker of resolution crossed Marco's eyes as he firmly declared, let us choose the first option. Surely father would not accept the second. After speaking, he glanced at Ace and the other captains, who all nodded in agreement with his decision. They understood well that if Whitebeard were to know they had chosen the Edo Tensei dark art to resurrect him, he would surely be enraged. This was a matter of Whitebeard's dignity and the ethos of the entire Whitebeard pirates. After observing their decision, Orochimaru said no more, turning to Whitebeard and solemnly stated, step outside. I am about to commence the spell. Treatment. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped back. Fortunately, Katakuri's prepared room was spacious enough to accommodate several dozen people comfortably. Once the area was clear, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Itachi and said, fill a small bowl with your blood. It will be of great use. The others exchanged puzzled glances at Itachi, not comprehending why Orochimaru required his blood. However, Itachi quickly realized the reason behind this request. His blood, nurtured by the heart of a celestial dragon for so long, possessed immense vitality. And it was this very vitality that allowed him to utilize the complete form of Susanoo. Without further ado, Itachi discreetly used a kunai to slice open his palm, allowing his blood to flow into a small bowl. Orochimaru took the bowl and dipped his finger into Itachi's blood, rich with vitality, proceeding to inscribe mysterious patterns upon the ground centered around Whitebeard. After a considerable duration, once the enormous seal was completed, the patterns emitted a radiant crimson glow, and a gentle power filled the room. Yet this was not the end. Orochimaru performed hand seals and struck the floor, causing countless white snakes to emerge from the ground, spreading across the inscribed seal. As these snakes writhed upon the floor, Orochimaru continued to perform rapid hand seals, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly indicating the significant chakra and mental toll this forbidden technique demanded. With the final seal completed, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened as he swiftly approached Whitebeard, slamming his hands onto Whitebeard's chest and exclaiming, life technique. Raijin bore witness, internally acknowledging, indeed it is this technique. Alas, I cannot disclose this to you. In the next instant, as the seal's crimson glow flickered, the multitude of white snakes visibly shrank and withered away. Gradually, wisps of green energy emerged from the desiccated bodies of the white snakes, slowly flowing into Whitebeard. This energy, radiating with potent vitality, formed a verdant bridge of life that spanned across Whitebeard. In an instant, the deathly aura surrounding Whitebeard dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming surge of life force. The scars from the cursed blade that had pierced his body began to heal, and even the ailments lingering from years past gradually mended under this immense vitality. Under the anxious and expectant gazes of the onlookers, the figure of Whitebeard, lying in bed, suddenly twitched a finger, followed by a slight furrow of his brow. Gradually, he opened his eyes. "Father!" Ace exclaimed, rushing forward, his heart swelling with joy as he beheld the awakened Whitebeard. "It's wonderful, Father. You finally awakened." Marco and the others exhaled in relief, the burdens upon their hearts finally lifted. Meanwhile, Katakuri quietly slipped away. After all, he felt it was no longer appropriate for him to remain in such a setting. The revived Whitebeard gazed around in bewilderment, questioning what had transpired. He had lost consciousness moments ago and was unaware of everything that had occurred thereafter. Observing his dazed expression, Ace eagerly began to explain the events to his father. After absorbing Ace's explanation, Whitebeard cast a profound glance at Orochimaru and nodded. "Thank you. This life-saving grace is immeasurable." Although he had long since ceased to care for life or death and intended to regard this battle as his finale, being alive was undeniably preferable. "Father, how do you feel now?" Marco inquired excitedly, leaning closer to Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard nodded and closed his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly opened them, radiating a fierce light, and stared incredulously at Orochimaru. "How is this possible? What happened, Father?" Marco, witnessing Whitebeard's intense reaction, asked with concern. Whitebeard took a deep breath, filled with astonishment, and replied, "I feel as if my body has returned to the state of 30 years ago. I am brimming with energy, as if I have returned to my prime." "What?" In that instant, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates stood frozen, gazing blankly at Whitebeard and Orochimaru. They never anticipated that this individual's medical prowess could be so formidable. This was not merely medicine, but rather mysticism. Just how terrifying would Whitebeard at his peak be? Was this magic? Mug stared blankly at Dashawan, for even he, the immortal phoenix, could not achieve such a feat, let alone assist others in restoring their vitality. Dashawan, with a semblance of a smile, shook his head and said, "One must believe in science." He then feigned the demeanor of a sage, and, under the gaze of the crowd, slowly exited the room, leaving everyone in suspense as to his destination. Meanwhile, Lei, observing Dashawan's retreating figure, could not help but internally scoff. How infuriating it is to be fooled by him. Science? What nonsense! It's forbidden techniques, plain and simple. At that moment, even the seasoned Baihuzi took a moment to regain his composure from Dashawan's extraordinary methods, and he soon noticed Lei nearby. With a smile of gratitude, he remarked, "Thank you once again, my young brother." Lei quickly waved his hands in modesty, saying, No, brother, you need not say that. I should be the one thanking you. Otherwise, I might not have withstood that fellow's cursed sword." Suddenly, Baihuzi burst into laughter, turning to Lei and teasingly said, "Ah, my young brother, it seems your physique is not up to par. You must train harder." Lei felt a flush of embarrassment at the remark, finding it oddly inappropriate. Baihuzi, noticing Lei's dazed expression, thought little of it and continued with a hearty laugh. "All right, I must thank you and your companions today. Let us depart before we cause any more trouble for Big Mom and her crew." He then stood up, preparing to leave Cake Island with Ace and the others. Baihuzi understood that with Big Mom's protection gone, their presence would inevitably raise suspicions among Katakuri and his associates. Turning to Lei, he said, "It appears we shall have to postpone that drink." However, Lei immediately interjected, "No need for a delay. Katakuri has already arranged a banquet. He specifically told me to express his gratitude for your help in repelling the Navy. Brother, let us stay here for the night. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated." Upon hearing this, Baihuzi pondered for a moment, glancing out the window to observe the darkening sky, and then nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall remain for the night. He then followed Lei Yu and the others toward the banquet hall. Within the palace of Cake Island, Lei Yu's group was engaged in merry revelry with Baihuzi and his crew, and the atmosphere was one of unity and joy. Each captain of the Whitebeard pirates was thoroughly inebriated, pulling Dashawan, who had healed their father, into their drunken inquiries. Brother Snake, could you take a look at my herniated disc? Hey, Snake, can you help with my Mediterranean-style alopecia? Snake, I have some private matters. I can't seem to lift it, can you help? In that moment, Dashawan became the center of attention, as each member of the Whitebeard pirates revealed their various ailments accumulated over years of battle. Upon hearing their afflictions, Dashawan did not refuse and, utilizing his extensive medical knowledge, healed both common and rare conditions. After Dashawan's treatment, the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to experience a rejuvenation. Their spirits lifted as they exuberantly praised Dashawan, exclaiming, Dr. Snake is truly a miraculous healer. Meanwhile, Lei Yu engaged in continuous toasts with Baihuzi, both men sporting a rosy hue as they entered a state of mild inebriation. After sharing a few casual exchanges, Lei Yu suddenly became serious and asked Baihuzi, Brother, what is this thing called Conqueror's Hockey? He had observed Big Mom utilizing it and found it quite formidable. Baihuzi first raised an eyebrow in surprise, then questioned Lei Yu. You can only release Conqueror's Hockey, can you not? Lei Yu felt a moment of awkwardness. Was this elder not adept at conversation? In truth, Baihuzi had long regarded Lei Yu as an equal, assuming he would possess such techniques. After all, Baihuzi had witnessed Lei Yu's Conqueror's Hockey before, which, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was certainly sufficient. Realizing Lei Yu's youthful visage, Baihuzi chuckled, recognizing that this young prodigy had yet to explore that deeper level of capability. With a hearty gulp, Baihuzi finished his drink, wiped his mouth, and began, in truth, the technique of Conqueror's Hockey is quite simple to use, though it has a high threshold for mastery. Not only must you possess Conqueror's Hockey, but you must also cultivate it to a certain level. Just like armament hockey, Conqueror's Hockey is also divided into levels of strength. If we were to categorize Conqueror's Hockey into 3 tiers, I would be at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, able to touch the 3rd tier. He then looked at Lei Yu, stroked his chin, and continued, You, however, have merely brushed against the 2nd tier and can barely utilize Conqueror's Hockey. Lei Yu nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly inquired, What level is Shanks' Conqueror's Hockey? He recalled how Shanks had first left a profound impression on him with his formidable and unreasonable Conqueror's Hockey. Upon hearing Shanks' name, Baihuzi's eyes narrowed slightly. That fellow achieved the 3rd tier of Conqueror's Hockey many years ago. As for his current capabilities, I cannot say. However, it is clear that his ascent is largely attributable to his terrifying Conqueror's Hockey. He is indeed a dangerous individual. As Lei Yu absorbed Baihuzi's words, a grave expression settled upon his face. Shanks was indeed no ordinary character. What was his ultimate pursuit in these vast seas? Observing Lei Yu's serious demeanor, Baihuzi playfully slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. What are you thinking? That fellow is of no concern for now. Cool me. Let me continue explaining how to use Conqueror's Hockey. Baihuzi then resumed drinking while imparting his knowledge to Lei Yu. Lei Yu listened intently, occasionally furrowing his brow, contemplating deeply, and then his eyes would glimmer with understanding. He could tell that Baihuzi was genuinely sharing everything he knew without reservation. Lei Yu smiled and shook his head. Forming a brotherly bond with Baihuzi might just be the greatest fortune of his journey in this world. The two conversed until dawn, and Lei Yu gained a solid understanding of how to utilize Conqueror's Hockey. All that remained was to practice diligently and elevate his Conqueror's Hockey level. At that moment, the drunken captains began to regain their senses. Baihuzi turned to Lei Yu and said, All right, we should take our leave. Lingering here too long would not be wise. He began to rise, preparing to depart with Ace and the others. However, Lei Yu suddenly remembered something important and called out, Wait a moment, brother, there is one more matter. Baihuzi turned back, puzzled, and asked, What is it? Lei Yu looked at him with curiosity. He had nearly forgotten about this topic. The first time he had heard the term law was from Kaido, leaving him bewildered and almost convinced he had entered a world of cultivation rather than that of pirates. To understand, the concept of laws is predominantly associated with the realm of cultivation. Do not tell me that the world of pirates has a connection with the realm of immortals, one of the minor worlds beneath the 3,000 great worlds? Such a notion is excessively melodramatic. Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. In reality, the so-called laws merely refer to the ultimate mastery of the powers granted by the fruits. You may also comprehend it as the skills acquired from the fruits reaching their utmost awakening. I am uncertain who first dubbed such abilities as laws. Yet those capable of awakening the powers of the fruits to their fullest are exceedingly rare in this world. Even I have only developed my fruit abilities to 99. That remaining one is like a closed door that I cannot open. However, I can sense that once that barrier is surpassed, I shall undoubtedly enter a new realm. Hearing this, Lei Yu was even more perplexed. He recalled that Charles D. Saint never claimed to possess any fruit ability, relying solely on swordsmanship from beginning to end. Could it be that the manipulation of space is his fruit ability? Is Charles D. Saint also a fruit user? I remember he employed some form of spatial law. Lei Yu questioned in confusion. Whitebeard, after scratching his head, replied, I'm not certain about that, but his law gives me a peculiar feeling. It seems not to belong to his power. It could possibly be the strength of a demonic blade. Oh, I see. Lei Yu nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Whitebeard suddenly recalled something and turned to Lei Yu, saying, speaking of fruit development, I know of a man who once brought his fruit development to a level infinitely close to 100, reaching an astounding 99,999. Who? Lei Yu exclaimed, suddenly raising his head, as if he had already guessed who that man was. Whitebeard exhaled sharply and solemnly declared, My former captain, Rox. Indeed, Lei Yu had surmised that this legendary figure was the one in question. Just as Lei Yu was about to inquire further, Whitebeard interjected, All right, let's end our conversation here for today. The weather has turned chilly. I must take these little ones back. With that, he stood up and walked toward the door. Ace and the others followed closely behind Whitebeard, making their way to the Moby Dick docked by the shore. Lei Yu bore witness, but said nothing, quietly trailing behind Whitebeard's group, escorting them to the seaside. After bidding farewell, he watched them board the ship and depart. As a Moby Dick prepared to set sail, Whitebeard suddenly approached the stern, gazing at Lei Yu on the shore, and earnestly warned, In this world, do not presume that possessing the powers of a devil fruit makes you invincible. Be exceedingly wary of those formidable individuals who do not wield devil fruit powers. Each of them has reached this point through their own merit, and none are to be underestimated. Moreover, the reason I, or Kaido and others, have reached this level is not solely due to the abilities of the devil fruits. The potential within a person is boundless. Until we meet again, my brother. Thus, the towering figure of Whitebeard gradually vanished along with the Moby Dick into the vast sea. Lei Yu stood by the shore, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the meaning behind Whitebeard's words. Did he refer to figures like Shanks, Mihawk, or Dragon? Or perhaps that old man Carp? To his knowledge, these individuals had not consumed devil fruits, yet remained extraordinarily powerful. After pondering for a moment, Lei Yu nodded, feeling enlightened. His father must believe he is too frail and needs to bolster his strength. With a smile, he gazed at the path taken by Whitebeard and his crew, silently wishing, Take care, brother. He then turned and left the area. After bidding farewell to Whitebeard's group, Lei Yu returned to the palace, only to find Katakuri waiting at the entrance, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Is there something you need? Lei Yu inquired as he approached Katakuri. Yes, Katakuri responded, looking rather hesitant. Lei Yu raised an eyebrow, wondering if he needed assistance regarding some urgent matter. Come now. If you have something to say, speak plainly. I'm still here on Cake Island, and I will help you as much as I can. After a moment of hesitation, Katakuri seemed to gather his resolve, gazing at Lei Yu with utmost seriousness and articulating, I would like to trouble you, to request your companion's assistance in reviving my mother. I humbly implore you. With that, Katakuri bowed deeply. At that moment, Lei Yu was taken aback by Katakuri's gesture of respect. In his recollection, this man had never asked anyone for such a favor. Yet, indeed, with the absence of Big M.O.M., the foundation of Cake Island had been compromised, making it vulnerable to invasion and division by other pirate crews. He surmised that Katakuri likely conceived this idea after hearing Orochimaru explain the ability of impure world reincarnation. After contemplating for a moment, Leiyu helped Katakuri to his feet, stating, "We are friends now, so there is no need for such formalities. I shall agree to this request. Let's go directly to that Orochimaru fellow." Upon hearing this, Katakuri's eyes lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Leiyu." He himself had not anticipated that Leiyu would so readily consent. After all, in his impression, such a miraculous method surely required a considerable price to be paid. Yet, he was unaware that the most astonishing aspect of Orochimaru's technique was that the cost was minimal. It merely required a living body as a medium. When reviving Dragon, the setting was changed, but now it should remain as in the original work to avoid confusion. Of course, even if there was a cost, that was Orochimaru's concern, not Leiyu's. Soon after, the two sought out Orochimaru. Following Leiyu's explanation, Orochimaru graciously agreed. Katakuri subsequently informed Stussy, Perispero, and others, inciting a wave of excitement among the group. They were thrilled at the prospect of Big Mom's revival. Next, a secret chamber was prepared for Orochimaru's endeavor. Such a divine technique must not be allowed to leak out, lest it incite chaos in this world. Katakuri brought a condemned prisoner from Cake Island to serve as the vessel for Big Mom's revival. After incapacitating the prisoner, he placed him inside the secret chamber and secured the door tightly. The group then anxiously focused their attention on the door of the chamber. For a technique of this caliber, they were uncertain of its success. It was their only hope. Meanwhile, Leiyu remained unperturbed, confident in Orochimaru's mastery of the technique. Time passed slowly, and after a brief 10 minutes, a loud bang resonated as the door of the chamber suddenly swung open, drawing everyone's gaze back. Orochimaru emerged from the chamber with a smile, addressing the assembled crowd. "I have not failed." Just as Katakuri prepared to speak, cracks suddenly appeared around the walls of the chamber door, culminating in a thunderous crash as the entire wall at the entrance collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. Witnessing this scene, Katakuri's heart raced with realization. The door of the chamber was too small for Big Mom's stature, and she could only emerge in this manner. Mother has been revived. As such, a colossal shadow gradually emerged from the dust, each step exuding an unparalleled aura. A gentle breeze swept away the dust, revealing the immense pink figure of Big Mom before the crowd. "Mama, how wonderful! Mother has returned. The Charlotte Pirates are back." In an instant, everyone erupted in cheers, the previously oppressive atmosphere vanishing entirely. After all, Big Mom, akin to Whitebeard, was a pillar of strength in their hearts. Meanwhile, Big Mom looked around in confusion, slightly dazed. Had she not perished? Yet, the smiles of Katakuri and the others felt so real. She shook her head and pinched her cheek tightly, furrowing her brow, for she felt no pain. Was this a dream, or had she ascended to heaven? Concurrently, Big Mom noticed Leiyu and Orochimaru, her brow furrowing as she inquired, "What is happening here?" Observing Big Mom's bewilderment, Katakuri rapidly approached to explain, and soon, Big Mom understood the situation. She turned to Orochimaru and remarked, "I never imagined you possessed such extraordinary abilities. It's simply astounding." Orochimaru merely nodded slightly, appearing rather nonchalant, yet the glint in his eyes betrayed his pride. At that moment, Katakuri suddenly asked, "Mother, quickly assess the power of this body." Big Mom did not hesitate, immediately unleashing her various haki, astonishingly finding she could still wield them. However, when she attempted to utilize her homies, she suddenly realized she could no longer sense the presence of her devil fruit powers. Katakuri, observing Big Mom's dazed expression, asked, "Mother, what is the matter? Is there an issue?" Big Mom, frowning, replied, "I cannot use my devil fruit abilities. I shouldn't have lost them. What? How could this be?" The crowd was filled with confusion. After all, Orochimaru had claimed that this ability would restore the user's full strength. Why, then, had Big Mom's devil fruit powers seemingly vanished? The group cast puzzled looks at Orochimaru, who merely shrugged, indicating he was also at a loss. At that moment, Leiyu spoke up. This could be a characteristic of the devil fruit. After all, upon the demise of the previous owner, Doesn't it regrow? The others nodded thoughtfully, as if the reasoning held merit. Yet, the true reason why the reanimated Big Mom could not utilize her devil fruit abilities remained a mystery, one no one could fathom. Even Orochimaru pondered, stroking his chin. Logically, one would assume that the abilities could be carried over, as characters reanimated in his world had never faced such a dilemma. Could it be due to the difference in worlds? At that instant, Big Mom declared, "Never mind whether or not I have my devil fruit abilities is irrelevant. Simply seeing you all brings me satisfaction." What? The crowd was taken aback by Big Mom's words. Katakuri hurriedly asked, "Mother, what do you mean by that?" Big Mom shook her head slightly, saying, "Living in this manner in this world feels rather strange, especially since this body is not my own. Moreover, as you stated, I will be under the control of this individual. Even if he and Lei Yu are our benefactors, who am I? I am a Yonko." Big Mom. As she spoke, Big Mom burst into laughter. Lei Yu, having anticipated such a conclusion, mused that no Yonko would choose to exist in such a manner, nor would anyone wish to be controlled. Furthermore, the title of Yonko represented their dignity and glory. Katakuri, seeing her resolve, expressed concern, "But, mother, without you." "Enough," Big Mom interrupted, her gentle gaze sweeping over the group of children before her. "Now that I see you safe, I can rest easy." She then focused her attention on Katakuri, speaking earnestly. "From now on, Cake Island shall be entrusted to you. With your leadership, you will guide the nation even better." Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Katakuri's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "But, mother, I am not yet capable of upholding the title of Yonko." Big Mom said nothing further in response to Katakuri's plea, but turned to Lei Yu, stating, "In the future, I may have to rely on you, young man." Lei Yu was taken aback by Big Mom's statement. Did she intend to entrust Cake Island to him? The other members of the Charlotte family looked at Big Mom in disbelief, and she remained silent, awaiting Lei Yu's reply. Although unsure of Big Mom's motives, Lei Yu ultimately nodded in agreement, for this matter seemed to pose no detriment to him. Satisfied with Lei Yu's acquiescence, Big Mom smiled and turned to Orochimaru, asking, "You should be able to lift this jutsu, correct?" "Indeed." Orochimaru nodded, "Then I shall take care of it." With that, he closed his eyes, preparing to embrace his rightful conclusion. Katakuri, seeing Big Mom's decision, refrained from further objections and approached, embracing Big Mom as the group formed a circle around her, bidding her farewell in this manner. Orochimaru, observing this, did not rush to undo the reanimation, allowing them a moment before beginning to weave hand signs to release Big Mom from the jutsu. Suddenly, Big Mom's colossal form radiated a brilliant white light, transforming into delicate pieces of paper that dissipated into the air. At that moment, Orochimaru and Lei Yu quietly departed, leaving the space for Katakuri and the others. Once outside the palace, Lei Yu turned to Orochimaru and said, "Let us see it." Orochimaru chuckled, slyly producing a strand of pink hair from his pocket. Lei Yu sighed, shaking his head at Orochimaru's penchant for keeping secrets. Orochimaru, unfazed, remarked, "How could I miss out on the cells of such a powerful being? They might prove useful in the future." Lei Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the high potential of the reanimation technique. After standing at the entrance for a moment, they saw Katakuri emerge alone. "How'd it go? Is everything settled?" Lei Yu inquired. Katakuri nodded and replied, "Yes, the subsequent arrangements are mostly in place. However, there is one more matter I wish to trouble Lord Lei Yu with." What is it?" Lei Yu gazed at Katakuri and inquired, only to witness Katakuri suddenly kneeling on one knee. He addressed her with utmost respect, stating, on behalf of the entire Big Mom Pirates, "I humbly wish to join your esteemed Zhongshan Pirates. This decision has been made after thorough discussions among our high-ranking officials, so there is no need for your concern." "My lord." With a deep sigh, Lur acknowledged the gravity of the situation, realizing that this was a desperate measure taken by Katakuri and his crew. After all, Katakuri was still far from attaining the imperial rank. Without his protection, there was a genuine fear that other pirate crews might converge to divide them. Contemplating this, Lur gently assisted Katakuri to his feet and stated, "I shall grant your request, but in return, you must agree to one condition." Katakuri, gazing earnestly at Lei Yu, promptly responded, Whatever your condition may be, I shall comply, as long as you can provide protection for the entirety of Cake Island and ensure no incursions occur. Observing Katakuri's resolute demeanor, Liu nodded slightly, appreciating his concern for the nation. Perhaps, under such guardianship, the realm of One Goal could indeed flourish and evolve into a true union. It even crossed his mind that he could impart the 8 core values of governance, along with the esteemed traditions like Huxing Hao Shimin and the 3-year simulation for the 5-year examination. The prospect of this cultural exchange invigorated their thoughts. Noticing that Liu seemed lost in contemplation, Katakuri inquired, "My lord, what are you pondering? You have yet to specify your condition." "Ah, my apologies. I momentarily drifted into other thoughts," Liu replied, regaining his focus. He then stated earnestly, "My condition is that, should you one day ascend to the imperial throne, Cake Island and Wunga shall remain under your Charlotte family sovereignty, not mine." Upon hearing the words, Katakuri was momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, a radiant smile spread across his face, tears of joy welling in his eyes. This is not merely a condition. It is clearly Liu's unconditional protection of Cake Island and even Wan Goal. Once I possess the strength to safeguard all this, you shall be free from concern. Truly, you are a commendable person. Big Mom did not misjudge you. Wiping away his tears, Katakuri smiled and replied, "Very well, I accept your condition. I shall strive to fulfill it." Seeing that Katakuri understood his intent, suggested, "You must act swiftly and not rely solely on my support." He then patted Katakuri on the shoulder, smiling. "Welcome to the Zhongsun." With that, he departed with Orochimaru to seek rest. The following day, outside the Navy headquarters in the New World, 4 pirate ships suddenly appeared, causing the station Navy personnel to gasp in astonishment. Pirates, 4 ships have been spotted ahead. What? Do they dare to cause trouble here? They must not think they are Liu. Where are the cannons? Prepare to fire upon them. In an instant, hundreds of Navy soldiers rushed to the scene, their expressions grave as they aimed at the approaching pirate vessels. "Fire! Blast them to pieces!" Just as the gunners prepared to unleash their barrage, an officer, noticing something, furrowed his brow and shouted, "Wait! Do not fire!" They appeared to be Admiral Kizaru. The officer, peering through a telescope, pointed towards one of the pirate ships. The others were taken aback as the ships drew closer, revealing Admiral Kizaru and Fujitora standing at the bow, accompanied by a contingent of Navy soldiers. Excitement erupted among the Navy personnel as they exclaimed, "Look, Admiral Kizaru is back. Did they manage to breach Cake Island and apprehend Liu and his crew? Is victory ours?" In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere among the Navy transformed into jubilation. They believed that the surprise operation led by Admiral Akainu, alongside the 2 admirals, would undoubtedly succeed. No pirate crew could withstand such a formidable Navy force. Little did they know, the pirates involved at Cake Island were not solely Liu's crew, but also included Blackbeard, Whitebeard, and even Shanks. Therefore, the Navy's defeat was not entirely unexpected. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel aboard the pirate ships noticed the welcoming Navy troops at headquarters, and as they listened to their cheers, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The atmosphere turned awkward, and no one dared to mention that their latest campaign had not only failed to achieve a decisive victory, but it also resulted in the loss of Admiral Akainu. Thus, amidst the cheers of the headquarters Navy, they slowly sailed into the harbor, weary and ready for rest. A few astute individuals sensed something was amiss. How could victory be met with such a somber demeanor? Moreover, Admiral Akainu was conspicuously absent from the ship. Had something unfortunate occurred? As this realization struck them, a heavy weight settled in their hearts. Yet, it appeared that Kizaru and the others were reluctant to elaborate, and the officers refrained from probing further, silently praying that Admiral Akainu had not encountered any misfortune. Otherwise, the current state of the Navy would be untenable. At that moment, several Navy soldiers followed closely behind Kizaru and Fujitora, pushing a rectangular box covered in white cloth forward. What could it be? It bore an uncanny resemblance to a coffin. Could it possibly contain the remains of Big Mom? Bang! A soldier who had voiced this thought was swiftly reprimanded by an older veteran. The veteran, stroking his chin thoughtfully, analyzed. Big Mom's body wouldn't fit in that coffin. It must be the remains of Vir's crew. Oh, that makes sense. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the excited crowd, the soldiers continued forward, quickly disappearing from the view of the Navy personnel left behind at headquarters. The participating Navy officers disembarked and melted into the throngs of people. Saying little, Kizaru and Fujitora, leading the way, remained silent, their expressions as tranquil as still waters. Behind them, several elite Navy soldiers carried the white cloth-covered coffin, their faces solemn, tinged with a hint of sorrow. As they walked, the sound of sheep bleating reached their ears. Kizaru turned slightly, puzzled by the sudden appearance of Sengoku, who rode a small white sheep and held a bag of senbei. Ah, you're back. Where's Akainu? I haven't seen him. Kizaru sighed deeply and replied, let's discuss in the office. Also, summon Garp. This matter seems rather complicated. With that, Kizaru and the elite Navy soldiers proceeded to carry the coffin to the Admiral's office. Sengoku, observing the peculiar atmosphere, recognized that something was amiss. Moreover, he realized that the rectangular box draped in white cloth appeared to be a coffin. A sense of foreboding enveloped Zhanghua. As he felt a shiver run down his spine, his pupils contracting and the hairs on his body standing on end. His hand, clutching the senbei, trembled uncontrollably. Could it be? However, Zhanghua swiftly regained his composure, retrieving Karp's den mushi, dialing while keeping pace with Huang Yuan as they proceeded towards Chi Quan's office. Before long, they arrived at the earlier office of Chi Quan. As the naval officers prepared to depart, Huang Yuan suddenly spoke in a cold tone, instructing them not to disclose this matter and to leave it to them. The elite naval officers nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and subsequently departed. Just as they left, Zhanghua arrived, gazing at Huang Yuan and Fujitora, demanding to know what was happening. What is the current situation? Upon hearing Zhanggua's inquiry, Huang Yuan casually took a seat, sipped some water, and replied, Big Imam has been slain, killed by Chi Quan. What? Zhanghua was initially taken aback. After all, capturing an entity like Big Mom was extraordinarily challenging, let alone killing her. The demise of one of the four emperors was a significant enhancement to the reputation of the Navy. Even if Lei Yu was not apprehended, this mission would not be in vain. However, Zhanghua quickly recollected himself and questioned, what about that guy Chi Quan? Having just been promoted to admiral, should he not be announcing this grand victory? Where is he? Huang Yuan and Fujitora exchanged glances, both shaking their heads and sighing deeply. The ominous feeling in Zhanggua's heart intensified, and he urgently asked, what is going on? Speak quickly. At that moment, an imposing aura emanated from Zhanghua. Despite no longer being an admiral, his unwavering dedication to the Navy was evident. Observing the anxious Zhanghua, Huang Yuan finally spoke. Chi Quan has sacrificed himself. By the time we arrived at the scene, after he killed Big Mom, he had already fallen. In an instant, Zhanghua fell silent, not reacting excessively, but instead closing his eyes, clenching his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Damn it, why did this guy have to die at such a time? The new admiral had barely taken office for a few days, and already he has perished. What an utter disgrace. Had I known, I should have fully supported Qing Ji. Clearly, Zhanghua felt little sorrow over Chi Quan's death. Rather, he was overwhelmingly concerned for the Navy's current predicament. Just as stability seemed to settle in the New World, this incident left Zhanghua with a monumental headache. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Before anyone could respond, the door swung open with a bang, revealing Karp, not wishing to chastise him for his impudent entrance. Zhanghua and the others remained silent. Ah, you're back, Karp exclaimed, laughing heartily as he entered and casually took a seat. Judging by your expressions, it seems you failed to capture that brat, Lei Yu. He chuckled. He must have given you and Chi Quan a hard time, huh? Noticing the silence from the group, Karp furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. After surveying the room and not spotting that troublesome figure, he paused. Where is Chi Quan? Don't tell me that brat Lei Yu has detained him. Just as Karp was about to speak, Zhanghua interjected, I did not summon you here to chatter aimlessly. Upon hearing Zhanggua's serious tone, Karp stowed his carefree demeanor and earnestly inquired, what exactly happened? Taking a deep breath, Zhanghua replied, Chi Quan has sacrificed himself. What? This time, even a usually unperturbed Carp could not remain composed. He sprang up, eyes fixed on the three, gritting his teeth. Chi Quan, he truly fell in battle. Yes, the three replied in unison, leaving Carp utterly dumbfounded. Although he had sensed that this operation might not proceed smoothly, he had held on to some hope, especially after learning of the involvement of individuals from the government. Yet, he could hardly fathom that someone like Chi Quan would lose his life during this endeavor. Simultaneously, Carp shared Zhangguo's sentiments. While losing a life might not be a grave concern, Chi Quan bore the title of Admiral, a prestigious mantle. Damn it, how could this happen? Were you two not keeping an eye on him? Carp rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the sudden news. Hearing Carp's reproach, Huang Yuan shook his head, stating, he did not inform us of his actions. It seems he coordinated with individuals from the world government to jointly attack Big MOM. We were unaware of this. Fujitora nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was his independent operation. Upon hearing their words, both Carp and Zhangguo inhaled sharply, shaking their heads in frustration. This guy, after becoming an admiral, he still does not trust his comrades, instead relying on those individuals. He deserves this outcome. Had Qing Ji been the admiral, things might have turned out differently. Fujitora, observing the complaints from the two seasoned veterans of the Navy, recognized their apparent disdain for Chi Quan. By the way, what about Big MOM and Lei Yu? Carp suddenly inquired. Big MOM was slain by Chi Quan, while Lei Yu was rescued by the timely arrival of Whitebeard. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates, this operation might have succeeded. Huang Yuan relayed the details. What? That guy Whitebeard also participated? Zhangguo's pupils dilated, realizing that this battle involved three of the emperors. Carp stroked his chin, muttering, so Whitebeard was involved. No wonder the operation failed. That guy's an absolute monster. The mention of Lei Yu as a little monster underscored the formidable nature of both. However, Carp felt a semblance of relief that Big Emon was dead. At least that death was not in vain. Our situation is slightly improved, Carp remarked with a cold snort. In his mind, if one side suffered a loss, it was somewhat balanced. Nevertheless, overall, the Navy had incurred significant losses. By the way, who struck Chi Quan down? Was it Lei Yu? Zhangguo suddenly asked, cognizant that the death of an admiral warranted serious attention. Huang Yuan wrinkled his brow, pondering before stating, when we were present, Blackbeard was near Chi Quan. By then, Chi Quan had already lost his life. Although Blackbeard claimed it was Lei Yu who struck him down, I can't shake the feeling that it was not so simple. After hearing Huang Yuan's analysis, the two pondered for a moment, then turned to Huang Yuan, asking, what leads you to believe that? Huang Yuan took another sip of water before solemnly declaring, based on my deductions, the intelligence received, and the abilities he wielded, Blackbeard Teach possesses the powers of that mysterious Logia-type fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi. Carp responded to Huang Yuan's assertion. Are you certain that it was that guy Blackbeard who acted? Suddenly, Huang Yuan rose and approached the rectangular coffin draped in white cloth, swiftly pulling away the fabric. He turned to the two individuals and said, you both should take a look at this fellow's corpse. The two gazed at the coffin before them. Despite having anticipated this moment, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within them upon seeing it. Before they could voice their sentiments, with a sharp sound, Huang Yuan opened the coffin originally prepared by Akainu for Lei Yu. Upon seeing Akainu's lifeless form lying inside, Carp and Sengoku were momentarily at a loss for words, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. A Marine admiral reduced to such a pitiful state, his limbs severed, was truly a disgrace. After a deep sigh, the two stepped closer, observing a gaping wound in Akainu's chest that pierced through his body. It was evident that this was the fatal blow. After a careful examination, Carp nodded and remarked, this was indeed not inflicted by Lei Yu. I have sparred with Lei Yu several times, and this wound is not of his making. There is no trace of his aura here. Furthermore, Carp continued, pointing to the area surrounding the wound, observe these dark spots. They emanate a peculiar aura. Is this what you refer to as Blackbeard's devil fruit ability? Huang Yuan nodded in affirmation. Yes, it should be correct. I have seen Blackbeard employ his devil fruit powers, and this aura is strikingly similar. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was convinced of their deduction and exclaimed in anger, "Damn it! I never imagined this scoundrel would dare to strike at the Marines. Isn't he one of the 7 warlords?" With a cold smirk, Karp replied, "I have always said that the 7 warlords are a liability." Sengoku remained silent, realizing that this was not the time for disputes. "What shall we do now?" Huang Yuan inquired. Sengoku sighed once more and said, "This matter cannot remain concealed for long. At the very least, we should prepare a grand funeral for Akainu. After all, he did slay Big Mom, which is no small feat. As for the admiral position, we will have to see what the government decides." After concluding their discussion, the 3 nodded and departed, bracing themselves for the impending wave of news. Each sensed that the storm brought forth by this battle would be far more intense than the upheaval of the Marineford War. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Mariehua, Lu Qi supported the weakened Charles Z. de Saint as they reached the entrance of a magnificent palace. Charles waved his hand and said, "You may leave now." "Understood." Lu Qi nodded before departing. Upon entering the palace, Charles was greeted by the other 4 elders who awaited his arrival. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, an alarming sight. Immediately, his aura became chaotic, and a purple light flickered in his eyes, indicating a state of delirium. The shortest elder, marked by a birthmark on his face, furrowed his brow and addressed Charles. "I never expected that Whitebeard would drive you to this point. That blade must have severely affected you." Charles did not respond, instead cradling his head in his hands. His face contorted in agony, as if enduring immense suffering. Upon witnessing this, the elder sighed and turned to the scarred elder with white curls beside him, saying, "Kalfstadt, please assist him." The elder known as Kalfstadt nodded without further comment, bending down beside the collapsed Charles Z. de Saint. He placed his palm gently on Charles's forehead, and with a concentrated gaze, emitted a bluish-green energy. A powerful cyclone erupted, and instantly, Charles's condition began to visibly improve. His wounds lessened, and the chaotic aura within him gradually calmed. After a while, the eerie purple light in Charles's eyes receded, and he regained his senses, turning to Kalfstadt and saying, "Thank you." Kalfstadt nodded and stepped back, seemingly preferring silence. Charles then turned to the elder with the birthmark, preparing to speak, but the elder preempted him, stating, "We are all aware of what transpired. This failure cannot be solely blamed on you. Who could have foreseen that Whitebeard would appear there? Moreover, the death of Big Mom is not without merit. Besides, after battling you, Whitebeard should not last much longer, right? Indeed, my cursed blade is no mere trinket." Charles Z. de Saint gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, gritting his teeth. The elder with the birthmark nodded. "Thus, it can be said that we have incapacitated 2 of the 4 emperors in one battle, which is quite commendable. If we spread the news of Whitebeard being gravely injured, it should pique the interest of many." As he spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in the elder's eyes, and after swallowing hard, he continued, "As for Akainu's demise, it is of little concern to us. His death tarnishes the Marines' reputation, which may have some impact on our government, but it is ultimately inconsequential." The others nodded in agreement, endorsing his perspective. However, Charles Z. de Saint, troubled, asked, "What does the higher-ups say?" The elder replied, "They stated that once their matters are resolved, they will handle the variable that has lay you and did not place any blame on you." Upon hearing this, Charles felt a profound sense of relief. After all, the pressure from that individual was formidable. The group fell into silence, each lost in thought, until the elder with the birthmark spoke again. "What of the admiral's situation on the Marine side?" The others exchanged glances, contemplating, should we have Sengoku temporarily take over? "I concur. Having Sengoku resume his position will be preferable. This matter is rather complex." The elder with the birthmark frowned and squinted slightly, saying, "Sengoku likely does not wish to take the helm again. Let Huang Yuan step in. He is usually quite proper and does not belong to any particular faction, and his background is relatively clean. Moreover, he has served in the Marines for many years and has earned a degree of respect. Let him hold the position for a while." After considering the elder's suggestion, they nodded in agreement. It appeared that only Huang Yuan was suitable to assume the role of admiral for the time being, as Fujitora, although a general, had only recently joined the Marines. making it inappropriate for him to ascend to the rank of admiral so soon. Thus, they settled on the next admiral. None anticipated that merely 2 months had passed since another change in leadership. Let's proceed with this plan. Is there anything else? The elder with the birthmark surveyed the room. Just as he was about to conclude the meeting, Charles Z. de Saint interjected, by the way. Blackbeard has also become involved in this matter. He was the one who killed Akainu. Upon hearing this, the elder with the birthmark did not hesitate to respond. Then strip him of his title as a 7 warlord and continue the bounty on him. Charles Z. de Saint seemed unsatisfied and added, I believe the necessity for the 7 warlords has diminished. The 7 warlords still hold some value. We can discuss their relevance later. Let's proceed with this for now. We need not concern ourselves with Leiyu. Our attention should be focused solely on the pirate monkey D. Luffy. Furthermore, once the news of this battle spreads, it will undoubtedly create unprecedented turmoil. We must exercise caution to ensure that the citizens of the kingdoms do not become entangled in this matter. Upon hearing these words, the others nodded in understanding, grasping the implications of his statement, and then dispersed to fulfill their assigned tasks. A day later, a classified document reached the hands of Admiral Sengoku at Marine headquarters. As he slowly opened the document bearing the emblem of the world government, his pupils abruptly contracted. After a moment, his brow relaxed, and he murmured softly, Kizaru, perhaps this is how the Navy will proceed. He then donned a nonchalant expression, riding his charming little sheep and humming a tune as he walked forward. That afternoon, all personnel at Marine headquarters were summoned to the square. Why the sudden assembly? I don't know. Perhaps there is an announcement to be made. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Admiral Akainu in days. Could he be on vacation? Kizaru and Fujitora stood atop a high platform, while Garp and Sengoku stood to the side, continuously snacking. After a while, Kizaru squinted, noticing that most of the attendees had gathered. Observing the noisy Marines below, he shook his head helplessly, stepped forward, and, holding a megaphone, called out, Quiet down for a moment. The assembled Marines, showing respect for Admiral Kizaru, fell silent in an instant. Satisfied with the sudden stillness, Kizaru nodded, contemplating that perhaps his role as an admiral was rather enjoyable. Ahem. He cleared his throat, assuming a serious demeanor, and solemnly announced, Today, I must convey a grave message. Our assault on Cake Island to capture Leiyu and Big Mom has failed. A collective gasp arose from the Marines, some even sniffling, utterly astonished. How could this be? How could we fail against such a formidable adversary? Observing the panic among the Marine officers below, Kizaru suddenly shouted, However, it was not a complete failure. Under the brave leadership of Admiral Akainu, we successfully eliminated the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin. After delivering this news, Kizaru quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having nearly miscommunicated. The Marines below initially froze, but soon erupted in jubilation. What? The Yonko Big Mom has been slain? A powerhouse of her caliber was defeated by Admiral Akainu? Cheers erupted throughout the crowd, with the Marines, their faces flushed with excitement, passionately chanting Akainu's name. For the Marines, Akainu's victory over Big Mom symbolized their strength in these seas. After all, since Leiyu had devastated their headquarters 2 months prior, the Navy had been perceived as a timid presence on the ocean. This triumph over Big Mom allowed nearly every Marine to feel a renewed sense of pride. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, somewhat helplessly observing the scene. They had not anticipated Akainu's considerable popularity. However, they thought it was best to let the enthusiasm flow. Watching the jubilant Marines, Kizaru sighed and raised his hand to quell the noise once more. The crowd fell silent again, and Kizaru, with a serious expression, continued, regrettably. Following the defeat of Big Mom, Admiral Akainu, due to his compromised state, was ambushed and killed by Blackbeard Teach. I feel immense sorrow over this loss. Dead? How could this be? Admiral Akainu is dead? I had wondered why he had not shown himself. It turns out he is gone. In an instant, the once jubilant Marines were drenched in despair, akin to being doused with cold water, struggling to accept the reality of Akainu's demise. Unperturbed, Kizaru continued. The sudden intervention of the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates led to the failure of our operation to capture Leiyu, and under their influence, we lacked sufficient time to rescue Admiral Akainu. For this, I express my deepest apologies. However, we must not allow the death of Admiral Akainu to dampen our spirits. We must embody his fearless resolve and continue to press forward, striving to create a better future. After a brief pause, Kizaru raised his voice, declaring, "Leadership cannot falter in times of crisis. The world government has nominated me to assume the role of admiral. Initially, I declined, but in order to stabilize the Navy's position in these waters, I have reluctantly accepted this heavy responsibility. The unfinished missions of Admiral Akainu and previous admirals will be my charge to fulfill. I ask for your trust." Upon concluding his speech, Kizaru bowed deeply and fell silent, awaiting their response. The Marines below were momentarily taken aback, unsure how to react to the barrage of overwhelming news. Observing the awkwardness of the situation, Sengoku, feeling a sense of obligation, stepped forward beside Kizaru, seizing the megaphone. "Due to my age, I am no longer suited to resume the position of admiral, so I ask for your understanding. Furthermore, Admiral Kizaru's capabilities over the years have been evident. I believe he can lead the Navy toward a brighter and more righteous future." After Sengoku's words, Garp stepped forward, taking the megaphone from Sengoku. Kizaru becoming admiral is a reluctant necessity. However, I, along with Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, will be watching over him. Rest assured, we must first stabilize the current situation. We cannot do without Kizaru. Upon hearing the support from former Admiral Sengoku and the formidable Garp, the Marines reflected for a moment before calling out, "Kizaru! Kizaru!" The various ranks of officers, including rear admirals and captains, remained silent. With Kizaru's departure, Akainu's tragic end, and Fujitora lacking both experience and credentials, Kizaru was indeed the sole viable candidate for the position of admiral, and they unanimously raised their hands in approval. Once the crowd had shown their agreement, Sengoku and Garp handed the megaphone back to Kizaru, stepping back. With the megaphone in hand, Kizaru continued, "Although Admiral Akainu has sacrificed his life, the spirit of the Navy shall endure eternally. To honor Admiral Akainu and commemorate his valiant act of slaying Big Mom, we shall hold a grand funeral 1 month hence. To bid him a final farewell, let us conclude today's discussion here. I hope for your continued support in the future." After speaking, Huang Yuan tossed the megaphone to Zhang Guo and hurriedly departed. Once out of sight, Huang Yuan reverted to his usual lewd demeanor, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and muttering, "I was quite nervous, almost misspoke. How terrifying." He then vanished entirely, leaving the subsequent matters to Zhang Guo and the administrative officials. After receiving the megaphone, Zhang Guo glanced helplessly at Garp, then hurriedly announced the next steps before the assembly came to an end. A group of naval soldiers remained frozen in place, grappling with the staggering news. A day later, a series of reports regarding the Cake Island battle, propelled by Morgans, soared through the skies like birds, distributing newspapers that chronicled the events of the conflict. Upon receiving these papers, individuals across the globe seemed to freeze momentarily, their hands trembling uncontrollably as they beheld the conspicuous headline, "Major Incident. The 4 Emperors Baijinam defeated. Fleet Admiral Akainu perished." How could this be? What has transpired to bring down such formidable figures? Did you not see below? It is said that after Akainu defeated Big Mom, he was ambushed and killed by Teach. What? Akainu managed to slay Big Mom? I refuse to believe it. At this moment, a spectator beside the first exclaimed, "Did you not hear? It is reported that Uchiha Itachi from the Gods faction severely injured Big Mom, allowing Akainu to seize the opportunity." I said, how could that fellow possibly kill Big Mom? Yet, are the others from the Gods faction equally powerful? To have severely wounded Big Mom is utterly terrifying. An elderly man with glasses shook his head as he regarded the newspaper, murmuring, "The world is changing." With that, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the crowd continued their animated discussions about the major news. "Hey, did you see? Admiral Huang Yuan has been appointed as Fleet Admiral." Huang Yuan? That fellow has become Fleet Admiral. How intriguing. Simultaneously, in the Grand Line at the island of Baltaigo, which serves as the Revolutionary Army stronghold, numerous formidable individuals stood vigilant. Within a heavily guarded green tent, Dragon sat at a desk, gripping a newspaper, his brow furrowed, his expression solemn, and his gaze flickering with an enigmatic light. The only sound within the tent was the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the desk. After a while, Dragon retrieved a yellow transponder snail, hesitated momentarily, and then dialed. Hello. The call finally connected, revealing a somewhat lewd voice on the other end. Dragon relaxed his brow and inquired gravely, I never anticipated you would reach this position. Given this, we hold on. Before Dragon could finish, Huang Yuan, seated in the Fleet Admiral's office with his feet propped on the desk, coldly interjected, with my current status. It seems inappropriate for us to converse in such a manner, sir. Do not forget your identity, Huang Yuan. On the other end, Dragon retorted with a similar coldness. Huang Yuan then produced a large cigar from seemingly nowhere, placing it in his mouth and declaring, I am now the Fleet Admiral. Have you forgotten the organization's mission? I am now the Fleet Admiral. Have you forgotten the organization's nurturing? I am now the beep beep beep. Before Huang Yuan could finish his sentence, Dragon hung up, leaving Huang Yuan momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he swiftly redialed. Cough, cough, I was just joking. I, Huang Yuan, live for the organization and die for its spirit. Your abrupt disconnection terrified me. On the other side, Dragon, hearing Huang Yuan's lewd remarks, shook his head in resignation, pondering how he had transformed into this state. All right, I'm primarily here to remind you to remain vigilant in your current position. Exercise caution. It may prove invaluable in the future. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he replied earnestly, understood. Moreover, since you have ascended to this position, I intend to gradually place several members of the Revolutionary Army within the ranks, which may yield remarkable results. Huang Yuan was taken aback by Dragon's words. Does he intend to make the Navy a puppet of the Revolutionary Army? Huang Yuan nodded solemnly in agreement. Very well, let it be so. As Dragon prepared to end the call, Huang Yuan suddenly seemed to recall something and urgently asked, by the way, what news for my nephew? Do you need me to? Before Huang Yuan could finish, Dragon interjected, let that boy develop on his own. We should not interfere excessively. After hearing Dragon's words, Huang Yuan nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed, and hung up, resuming his enjoyment of his undercover. No, his Fleet Admiral lifestyle. Meanwhile, after Dragon ended the call, he propped his chin on his hands, contemplating briefly before calling out, Summon that boy Sabo. A soldier on guard outside the tent responded and hurriedly rushed to a training ground where Sabo was laboriously practicing, reporting to the Chief of Staff. The commander requests your presence. The commander is looking for me? Very well, I understand. Sabo casually wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel before following the soldier toward the tent. After a brief moment, Sabo opened the tent flap and inquired of Dragon, who was seated at the desk, Boss, what do you need me for? Looking at Sabo, Dragon smiled and asked, Have you seen the recent news? Upon hearing this, Sabo's expression grew serious as he replied, I have seen it. It is indeed a shocking event. There will likely be significant upheaval in these seas. Ha ha! Dragon laughed heartily. This presents a tremendous opportunity for our Revolutionary Army. For now, set aside your current tasks. Is there something else? Sabo asked, tilting his head in confusion. Nothing much. The Navy has suffered considerable losses recently and will likely intensify their recruitment efforts. I plan to send you to experience it firsthand. What? You want me to go to the Navy? Sabo exclaimed in disbelief. Rest assured, I have everything arranged for you. Once you arrive, you'll understand. Additionally, I have prepared your identity. If you encounter an old man named Carp, simply explain the information on this document to him. With that, Dragon produced an envelope and handed it to Sabo. Carp? Sabo pondered the name, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with it as he held the document. All right, you must memorize the contents of this document thoroughly. Do not make any mistakes. Once you have it down, you may set off. Sabo, clutching the document, nodded solemnly, I understand. Once it was clear there were no further matters to discuss, he departed, his mind swirling with questions. As he watched Sabo's departing figure, Dorgla's expression revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile. How intriguing. Note, since Ace is not dead, Sabo remains in a state of amnesia. The sky gradually darkened. Today, the entire world was engulfed in an explosion of exhilarating news, each piece igniting a surge of excitement. On the island of women, the Empress gazed at the newspaper in her hands, her eyes reflecting profound longing as she softly murmured, "I am relieved that you are safe." Lei Yu-san. Meanwhile, on an island northwest of Jiushi Island, a figure clad in a straw hat approached the shore, searching for something while complaining. "Why hasn't that old man let me leave this small island? I have no idea where Zoro and the others have gone." This individual was none other than the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Following the conclusion of the Marineford War, for reasons unknown, Rayleigh had taken Luffy directly to this island for hockey training. When Empress Hancock learned of the good relationship between Luffy and Lei Yu, she said nothing and tacitly allowed the two to remain on the island. Huh? Luffy suddenly gazed into the distant sea, as if he had discovered something. However, under the veil of the dark night, he could not discern what lay far off. After a moment, with a splash, Rayleigh emerged from the cold sea. Wiping the residual water from his body and looking at Luffy, he asked, "Why aren't you training properly? What are you doing here?" Luffy scratched the back of his head. Then his expression turned serious as he looked at Rayleigh and said, "I don't want to train anymore. I want to find my friends." Observing Luffy's earnest face, Rayleigh shook his head helplessly and said, "You cannot set sail just yet." "Why not?" With your current strength, appearing in these turbulent waters, a single wave could easily wash you away." Upon hearing Rayleigh's unrelenting words, Luffy's face took on a stubborn expression. "No, I'm already strong enough. I want to find my comrades." Rayleigh chuckled twice, then asked, "Strong? Do you think the Yonko Big Mom and Admiral Akainu are strong?" Although Luffy did not fully grasp Rayleigh's meaning, he pondered for a moment and replied, "Strong. Very strong. But they will be defeated by me sooner or later." Seeing the determination in Luffy's eyes, Rayleigh shook his head and said, "You will never have the chance to defeat them in your lifetime." Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes narrowed. Pointing at Rayleigh, he shouted, "Old man, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Be careful, or I might just knock you away right now." Saying this, he rolled up his sleeves, his gaze brimming with fighting spirit. Alas, Rayleigh sighed deeply and continued, "That's not what I meant. I mean, both of them have already fallen." "Nanny." Luffy's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock, "That guy Akainu is dead? What happened? I was planning to defeat him myself." Observing Luffy's reaction, Rayleigh replied coldly, "The current sea is still too tumultuous for you. So, train here for another 2 years before you venture out." Listening to Rayleigh's words, Luffy fell into deep contemplation, realizing that he lacked the strength to ensure his comrade's safety. To embark on an adventure, one must possess sufficient power. After reflecting on all this, Luffy nodded and asked, "But what about my companions?" You need not worry about your companions. Leave that to me, and focus on your training here." With that, Rayleigh draped his clothes over his shoulder and walked into the depths of the forest. Watching Rayleigh's retreating figure, Luffy clenched his fists and murmured, "I will become stronger. Just wait, Zoro, Sanji, Nami." Subsequently, disregarding the night, Luffy immersed himself in intense training. At this moment, within the palace of Cake Island in the New World, Lei Yu and Katakuri sat around a large round table, their expressions somewhat grave. "It seems that Morgans has spread the news. There will likely be many who have ideas about this territory," Katakuri said solemnly. Now that Big Mom was gone, Katakuri naturally became the leading figure of the Charlotte family. And no one opposed this. Hearing Katakuri's words, Lei Yu tapped the table, smirking, "Rest assured, with me here on Cake Island, no one dares to provoke us. Moreover, I also plan to settle here for a while. After all, some powerful individuals are quite dangerous." Upon hearing Lei Yu's assurance, Katakuri's expression relaxed slightly. Indeed, as long as this formidable individual was present, no one dared to cause trouble here. Even if they did, they would not return. Just then, while enjoying the delicious desserts from Fishman Island, Lei Yu suddenly had a thought and looked up at Katakuri, asking, "Are there any vacant islands near Cake Island? Preferably larger ones?" Katakuri paused in surprise and asked him, "Yes, previously Mom had cleared a nice island nearby, intending to accommodate the members of Hardest crew." "What are you planning to do?" If it's useful, feel free to use it. After all, I am your subordinate now. Haha, subordinate or not. We are all partners, understand? Leiyu laughed heartily. After hearing Leiyu's words, Katakuri felt even more convinced that siding with him was indeed a wise choice. Since announcing his allegiance to Leiyu, he had treated everyone in his crew as equals rather than subordinates, fostering a relaxed camaraderie. Although Katakuri did not inquire further about Leiyu's intentions, after savoring a bite of dessert, Leiyu explained, "Do you know about Fishman Island?" "I do. Our desserts are all transported from Fishman Island," Katakuri replied, unabashedly indulging in the dessert with his ugly large mouth. "You should know that I also protect Fishman Island, right?" I know. Are you suggesting upon hearing this?" Katakuri suddenly understood Leiyu's intentions, looking at him in shock. Leiyu nodded, continuing, "Exactly. I want the merfolk of Fishman Island to move to the surface. After all, I promised them I would let them live on land." Once Leiyu finished speaking, Katakuri rested his chin on his hand, falling into deep thought. After a long while, he said seriously, "This matter is rather significant. We need to make thorough preparations." Leiyu nodded solemnly. "However, this is just a proposal. We must deliberate on the specifics." "All right, everyone has worked hard lately. Let us rest early." With that, Leiyu stood up first and left. The others gradually finished their meals and returned to rest, while only Katakuri remained, furrowing his brow in contemplation of the significant issue of relocating Fishman Island. After Leiyu finished his meal, he returned to his room, preparing to lie down for a moment when suddenly a knock sounded at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" "Kumein." Leiyu reluctantly sat up from the bed. With a creak, Orochimaru peered in with a sneaky expression. Upon seeing this, Leiyu frowned and coldly said, "What are you doing here at this hour?" As the enigmatic laughter of Da Shiwan echoed softly, he entered the room, locking the door behind him. With a playful grin, he addressed Leiyu. "You, I am merely well. If you have something to say, speak up." Noticing Da Shiwan's hesitance, Leiyu expressed his impatience, as he was eager to indulge in his dreams of spring. Seemingly sensing Leiyu's irritation, Da Shiwan quickly added, "I am planning to set sail in a few days." "Set sail? What do you intend to do?" Leiyu inquired, puzzled by Da Shiwan's sudden desire for adventure. Da Shiwan replied with a serious demeanor, "The world is vast, and I wish to see it." "Be earnest, what you truly seek?" Leiyu asked, scrutinizing Da Shiwan. With a sigh, Da Shiwan confessed, "I merely wish to explore this intriguing world. Besides, you have been here recently, and I find myself rather idle. Perhaps my journey may even earn you a reputation." Upon hearing Da Shiwan's words, Leiyu finally understood. Da Shiwan was restless and yearned to stir things up. After contemplating for a moment, Leiyu recognized the validity in Da Shiwan's reasoning. Since he would not be departing from Cake Island anytime soon, he decided to grant Da Shiwan his freedom. "If you wish to go, then go ahead. By the way, are you going alone?" Da Shiwan's heart leaped at the question, and he eagerly replied, "No, I'll also have Rimu and Misaka Mikoto with me. They want to see the world too." With a resigned sigh, Leiyu said, "Very well, if you all wish to go, then do so. With your abilities, you should be fine." He encouraged Shiwan to take them along for some valuable experience. Hearing Leiyu's consent, Da Shiwan nodded and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Leiyu recalled something and called out, "By the way, when do you plan to depart?" In a few days, once we're ready." Da Shiwan scratched his head. "Do you know how to navigate? Don't end up lost at sea," Leiyu cautioned, remembering when they first arrived in this world. Both he and Shiwan were hopelessly adrift. Da Shiwan awkwardly chuckled. "In the coming days, Misaka and Rimu are studying navigation. Once they understand it, we will set off. Besides, we can ask Katakuri for some log poses. Ask Itachi and Ryoma if they wish to join as well. I can manage here alone." With that, Leiyu waved his hand, affirming, "All right, just let me know when you set sail." Da Shiwan left the room, elated. Leiyu sat on his bed, lost in thought, before eventually drifting off to sleep. 3 days later, on a morning bright with promise, Leiyu, Itachi, and others gathered at the shores of Cake Island, silently watching a pirate ship adorned with the god's flag as it sailed away from the harbor. As the ship gradually disappeared from view, Leiyu cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Rimu Mikoto, take good care to Shiwan. If danger arises, run without hesitation. He won't perish." Under Lei Yu's fervent greetings, the figures of Da Shi-wan and his companions gradually faded from sight. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. Da Shi-wan and his companions, reveling in their adventures, arrived near the new Marine headquarters. Gazing at the impressive naval buildings from afar, Da Shi-wan murmured thoughtfully, "It seems the funeral of Akainu is only a few days away." With a glint of cunning in his eyes, he summoned Rimu and Mikoto, whispering conspiratorially. As Da Shi-wan spoke, Rimu's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Mikoto frowned, voicing her concern. "I senti this a bit inappropriate?" Da Shi-wan reassured her, "Just stay on the ship and wait for us." The Marines, ha. Quickly, they stowed away their pirate flag, vanishing into the depths of the sea. 10 days later, shocking news rippled through the ocean, stunning. The corpse of the Marine Admiral has vanished from the funeral. Was this the result of moral decay, ethical deterioration, or a distortion of humanity? Let us now turn our gaze to the Marines present at the scene. Marine A. I was just setting off fireworks when the coffin was opened, and it was completely empty. Marine B. Don't let me find out who did this. If I catch them, they'll regret it. Marine C. Hey, don't shove that microphone in my face. Marine D. What? JK. I don't wear JK. What? Akainu liked little girls in JK? Meanwhile, in a distant sea, hundreds of miles away from the Marine headquarters, Da Shi-wan stood at the bow of his ship, flanked by Rimu, who now appeared significantly stronger, exuding a formidable aura. At that moment, Kizaru observed Sengoku and Garp, casually clipping his nails, and remarked, "I have no idea who did it. Why are you both looking at me like that? Do you think I would hide Akainu's body? Am I that kind of person?" Sengoku sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation, while Garp wore a gloomy expression. How could a perfectly fine corpse just vanish? The Marines were left in a state of disarray, but after enduring numerous crises, they had grown accustomed to turmoil. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Gumin," Kizaru replied nonchalantly. With a creak, an officer burst through the door, his face alight with excitement. "Admiral Kizaru. Great news! Great news!" Instantly, Sengoku and Garp exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what this officer was up to. Kizaru's expression turned serious as he retorted, "What news? Speak clearly." Realizing his earlier excitement was misplaced, the officer quickly corrected himself. "We have recruited 2 powerful civilian warriors." "What?" Before Kizaru could respond, Sengoku stood up, shouting, "Who are they? What are their strengths?" Understanding the significance of powerful new recruits for the Marine, Garp shook his head, bemused by Sengoku's fervor despite his claims of indifference. The officer replied, "One is named Pulos, and according to Admiral Fujitora-'s assessment, he possesses at least Vice-Admiral level strength." "Excellent," Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Has a background check been conducted?" Garp inquired further. "Yes, everything checks out," the officer confirmed, shifting his gaze to Kizaru, who slowly placed his nail clippers on the table and remarked, "Sounds promising." "What about the other one?" Reporting, "Admiral, the other is a powerful young prodigy. Although my current strength may not yet reach the level of Admiral Fujitora, I am close enough." Are there still such prodigies in the world?" Garp tilted his head in confusion. "He should be around 20 years old. I believe his name is Sabo, and there shouldn't be any issues with his identity." "Nanny? Sabo?" Upon hearing this name, Garp's pupils constricted, and he immediately stood up, gazing at the officer with a questioning look. "Are you certain his name is Sabo, a young man in his 20s? "I am certain. You may go and verify." Speaking of which, Garp returned to his seat, stroking his beard, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kizaru cast a deep glance at Garp. He certainly knew who Sabo was. However, he was puzzled as to why Garp reacted so fervently to the mere mention of his name. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention in the future. At that moment, Sengoku suddenly turned to Kizaru and said, "Let's go and meet these 2 individuals. After all, we are in dire need of talent." Hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru said nothing and nodded in agreement. Thus, the group was led by the officer to meet the 2 formidable additions to the Navy. After a few hours, Kizaru and Sengoku returned together, and Sengoku, with a joyful countenance, looked at Kizaru and exclaimed, "Wonderful! With the addition of Puros, We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Kizaru merely nodded in response, not elaborating further. By the way, I believe Puros should be directly promoted to Admiral. What do you think? After hearing Sengoku's suggestion, Kizaru inhaled deeply, contemplating. In their recent encounter, Puros had exuded an enigmatic aura, even giving Kizaru the impression that he was slightly stronger than a Kainu. Subsequently, under Sengoku's fervent gaze, Kizaru calmly remarked, "Indeed, this individual is quite formidable. Let us designate him as an admiral, with the title Green Bull. As for the one named Sabo, I believe he is also worthy of the admiral title. His strength is quite commendable." After speaking, Kizaru subtly glanced at Sengoku, who pondered for a moment before saying, "As for Sabo, might his age be a bit too young?" Upon hearing this, Kizaru slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "I believe age is not a concern. Capability is what truly matters." "Hey, Carp seems to know that kid, doesn't he?" Sengoku suddenly turned to Kizaru and asked otherwise. Why would Carp keep him back to inquire about something? "This is something I am not privy to." Kizaru shook his head and said, "Then let us ask Carp about the kid's rank later." Following Sengoku's remarks, Kizaru did not elaborate further and nodded. "All right, let us hear Carp's opinion shortly." They hurried back to their respective offices. After all, as the fleet admiral, Kizaru had a multitude of documents awaiting his attention, and he could not afford to act hastily regarding Sabo's matters to avoid raising suspicions among others. At this moment, on a bench in the Navy training ground, Sabo feigned confusion while observing the elderly man before him, all the while remaining acutely vigilant. He was fully aware that the man was none other than the Navy hero Carp. His identity as a Revolutionary Army member must not be revealed. Carp fixed Sabo with a penetrating gaze. He had witnessed Sabo display his strength using the Dragon's Claw technique, a powerful physical move that only individuals from his side would possess. After a lengthy silence, Carp finally inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be out at sea as a pirate? Why are you here, joining the Navy now?" In response to Carp's question, Sabo looked at the strangely familiar old man and asked, "Do you know me?" Carp observed Sabo with curiosity, noticing that the latter's expression did not seem fabricated, and continued, "You don't know Ace or Luffy." Upon hearing these two names, Sabo felt as though something had pierced his heart. Fleeting images flitted through his mind, yet he could not grasp their significance. He clutched his head, his expression contorting slightly. "Luffy? Ace? Why do those names sound so familiar? Is this amnesia?" Carp mused inwardly, observing Sabo's demeanor. Carp seemed to have an inkling of understanding and chose not to press further, instead comforting Sabo. Once Sabo's emotions stabilized, Carp gently asked, "I heard you encountered a shipwreck and later woke up on a small island?" Upon hearing Carp's inquiry, Sabo dared not be careless and reminisced. Yes. I recall being rescued by a kind uncle who told me I was found on the beach after a shipwreck. I do not recall the details of what happened." "What kind of uncle was he?" Carp furrowed his brow and asked. After pretending to ponder for a moment, Sabo described, "He was a rather fierce-looking uncle, with a tattoo resembling a sandal print on his face." "Indeed, it must be him." Before Sabo could finish his sentence, Carp blurted out. When he witnessed Sabo using the Dragon's Claw technique, he had guessed that Sabo was likely connected to that man. At this moment, Sabo tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Do you also know that uncle?" Carp shook his head. "It's nothing. Please continue." Sabo, upon hearing this, resumed recounting his story. "After being rescued by that uncle, I felt he was extraordinarily powerful, and I trained with him for several years until he suddenly disappeared. Before he left, he urged me to enlist in the Navy, which is why I am here." After Sabo finished his narrative, Carp fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, Carp looked at Sabo and said, "You may go back now and train diligently. Although your strength is commendable, becoming an admiral is no easy feat." Upon hearing Carp's acknowledgement of his potential as an admiral, Sabo's face lit up with joy. He quickly bowed to Carp and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Carp. I will work hard." Afterward, Sabo turned and departed. Carp, with his profound gaze, continued to watch Sabo's retreating figure, murmuring softly, "What exactly are you planning, Dorag?" Thus, Carp remained there until dusk before slowly rising, shaking his head with a deep sigh as he left. Meanwhile, in the fleet admiral's office, Sengoku looked at Kizaru and said, "Since Karp believes that young lad is capable of the admiral position, then grant him a code name." After pondering for a moment, Kizaru, seated at the desk, said, "In that case, his code name shall be Purple Dragon." And so, the days passed, and half a year later, Orochimaru and his companions encountered the commander of the Neo Navy, the former highest combat power of the world government, Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Although Zephyr was exceptionally powerful, he ultimately fell to Orochimaru and his group, causing quite a stir and leaving many in shock at the strength of Leiyu's crew. Subsequently, the Navy dispatched numerous personnel, even sending several admirals to capture Orochimaru and his companions, but every Navy member sent out met with no return. At this time, on a barren little island, hundreds of Navy soldiers and a vice admiral found themselves trapped. The vice admiral, glaring at the warship anchored nearby, clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "Damn those gods! Orochimaru! If you have the guts, don't run. Even if you do, why steal the engine of my warship?" At this moment, the other naval soldiers were seething with anger, yet dared not voice their disdain towards the formidable Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru and his entourage had already ventured into another maritime expanse. Presently, Orochimaru regarded with utmost seriousness the technologically advanced vessel before him, or more precisely, the individual aboard it. Beside him, Rimuru and Mikoto wore equally grave expressions. For the person who had materialized before them was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea from the previous Marineford War. Yet, Orochimaru's gaze towards Kuma was tinged with a hint of confusion. This individual appeared markedly different from the one he had witnessed during the war. Now, Kuma emanated an odd aura, seemingly devoid of humanity, his eyes lacking any semblance of human emotion. "What do you intend to do?" Orochimaru inquired in a low tone, observing the imposing figure before him. In response, Kuma's eyes flickered with an unusual crimson light as he leapt onto Orochimaru's vessel, advancing step by step towards him. Rimuru and Mikoto, witnessing this, immediately assumed defensive stances, bracing for confrontation. However, upon noticing the red glow in Kuma's eyes, Orochimaru felt a wave of familiarity wash over him, reminiscent of the crimson gleam he had seen in the eyes of the myriad snakes. While Orochimaru pondered this revelation, Kuma had already reached his side, producing a note from his pocket and extending it towards Orochimaru. Confounded by this peculiar gesture, Orochimaru accepted the note and queried, "What does this mean?" Receiving no verbal response from Kuma, Orochimaru reluctantly unfolded the note, only to be met with a sudden and drastic change in his expression, exclaiming, "Is it possible that such a person exists in this world?" Observing Orochimaru's shock, Rimuru and Mikoto hurriedly approached him, concern evident in their inquiries about what had transpired. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Orochimaru concealed his astonishment and addressed Rimuru and Mikoto, "I have matters to attend to and must depart for a while. You two should return to Leiyu and inform him that I am in pursuit of truth." With that, Orochimaru fell silent, nodding towards Kuma as he stated, "Very well. Let's proceed." "Wait, Orochimaru, what are you doing?" Rimuru called out loudly from behind. Kuma, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of red light in his eyes, as if responding to an unspoken command, before turning and returning to his small vessel. Orochimaru, seemingly oblivious to Rimuru's protest, followed closely behind Kuma as they set sail swiftly into the distance. Left behind, Rimuru and Mikoto stood frozen, contemplating the implications of Orochimaru's departure. Could it be that he has switched sides? After a prolonged silence, Mikoto turned to Rimuru and asked, "What should we do now?" Rimuru reclined on the deck, gazing at the sky with indifference. "What else can we do? We must return and inform Leiyu about this situation," allowing him to decide. Despite Rimuru's outwardly nonchalant demeanor, the concern in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Mikoto nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us return to Cake Island." Orochimaru truly is infuriating, leaving without a word. With a resigned shake of her head, Mikoto took the helm of her vessel, and their journey ended abruptly with Orochimaru's unexpected departure. Meanwhile, Kuma's small ship surged forward with exceptional speed, resembling a vessel powered by nuclear energy, swiftly covering several kilometers. Orochimaru stood at the bow, his gaze fixed ahead, a hint of intrigue dancing on his lips as he murmured, "Vegapunk, how fascinating." Days later, Orochimaru found himself brought to a remote island by Kuma. Observing the desolate landscape, Orochimaru turned to Kuma, questioning, "Is he here?" Yet, Kuma remained silent, continuing onward until they arrived at a dark cave entrance. Stopping, Kuma coldly regarded Orochimaru, who inquired, "Are you suggesting I enter?" Noting Kuma's unyielding demeanor, Orochimaru sighed and ventured inside alone. He was unperturbed by the prospect of ambush. After all, those capable of ending his life had yet to be born. As Orochimaru stepped into the cave, Kuma's eyes glimmered red before he vanished from sight. Orochimaru continued deeper into the cavern, discovering that the path descended into the depths of the earth, illuminated only by dim lights that allowed him to navigate. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally discerned a faint white glow ahead. Expecting to arrive at his destination, he was instead confronted by a massive iron door that obstructed his path, the light he had seen emanating from powerful lamps affixed to the door. Hesitating momentarily before the door, Orochimaru was about to knock when a mechanical voice resonated. "Please confirm identity." Staring at the incessantly beeping door, Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words. Confirm identity? Just as he contemplated using force to breach the door, it suddenly trembled and began to open slowly. Why is the door opening by itself? Orochimaru pondered, glancing upward to notice a blinking red dot overhead. Surveillance? Muttering to himself, Orochimaru dismissed the fact that he was being monitored and strode confidently through the door. Once inside, the door closed behind him. After traversing a lengthy corridor, he entered a bright and spacious room. Upon closer inspection, he observed rows of what appeared to be nutrient pods, each containing individuals suspended in green liquid, all connected by various tubes. The subtle rise and fall of their abdomens indicated that these individuals were still alive. Human experimentation? Orochimaru mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as he recognized the familiar scene before him, an aura of dark energy radiating from him, revealing a more authentic version of himself. At that moment, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats surrounded one of the nutrient pods, their expressions grave as they discussed something completely oblivious to Orochimaru's presence. "Are we ready?" "Commencing injection," one of them announced. "Ready." Subject number 1 begins the 350th injection of the devil gene. As they manipulated precise instruments to inject a substance into the pod, the man's face contorted in agony. Should any observers be present, they would recognize the subject, known as Ajin. Before Orochimaru could further analyze the subject's condition, Kuma approached him. "Aren't you supposed to be outside?" Observing the imposing figure of Tyrant Xiong, Deshiwon inquired with confusion. Yet this time, Tyrant Xiong spoke, stating that Mr. Vegapunk was waiting inside and motioned for him to follow. After turning, he proceeded deeper into the chamber. As Deshiwon watched the retreating silhouette of Tyrant Xiong, he seemed to discern something. This Tyrant Xiong possessed more of a human essence than the one he had previously encountered. With his eyes glinting coldly, Deshiwon murmured, "Was that an artificial human?" He then followed closely behind. They arrived at a small room deep within, where Tyrant Xiong halted and gestured for Deshiwon to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Deshiwon stepped into the room, where he found a figure clad in a white robe seated at a desk cluttered with documents. Still turned away from him, the figure then spoke in a deep voice, "You have finally arrived. What is your purpose in summoning me?" Deshiwon furrowed his brow and questioned, "What purpose? Ha ha ha. Do you not understand? We are of the same kind." Vegapunk exclaimed with a voice that bordered on madness. "Your little snake has already informed me. We are both born for the sake of science." Suddenly, with a sharp click, the door to the small room shut, obscuring the scene within. At that moment, in the New World, a colossal battleship proudly patrolled the sea, causing countless pirates to scatter in fear upon seeing the figure standing at the forefront of the ship. That figure was the renowned new admiral, Zilong Sabo, who had made a name for himself over the past 6 months. After the demise of Akainu, many pirates believed that the Navy had become a mere shadow of its former self, an easy target. For a time, they flaunted their arrogance, nearly daring to defecate on the Navy's reputation. However, this situation lasted only a few days, as the arrival of Fujitora and Zilong swiftly captured numerous pirates, reminding them that even a frail camel is larger than a horse. Sabo, having built a formidable reputation in these waters with his dragon's claw technique, was also referred to as the Iron Claw Zilong. Just then, an observer rushed over, panting, and exclaimed, "Admiral Zilong, a pirate crew has been spotted up ahead." Sabo glanced at him and quietly inquired, "Which pirate crew? Why the urgency?" "It's the Whitebeard pirates." The soldier trembled at the mention of Whitebeard's name. The Whitebeard pirates? Sabo's expression hardened, acknowledging the notorious reputation he had long been aware of. "What should we do, Admiral Zilong?" The soldier looked fearfully towards the enormous Moby Dick, panic evident in his eyes. Observing the surrounding Navy personnel in a state of disarray, Sabo revealed a hint of disdain. His comrades in the Revolutionary Army, regardless of the adversary's strength, would embody unwavering fighting spirit rather than succumb to such frantic disarray. With a resigned shake of his head, Sabo declared, "You all stay here. I've heard that Whitebeard is no longer in his prime. I can handle this alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Sabo leaped into the air, employing the moonwalk technique he had learned from the Navy, charging towards the Moby Dick. At that moment, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, enjoying a drink, suddenly turned his gaze skyward, grinning broadly. It seems a reckless fool has come to meet his demise. Marco and other strong allies also noticed the dark figure in the sky, their faces growing serious as they prepared for battle. However, Whitebeard merely chuckled, tightening his right fist as a white aura enveloped it, and with a powerful swing, he unleashed his might towards the sky where Sabo approached. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed as the very fabric of space shattered, unleashing terrifying shards and a menacing aura that surrounded Sabo. The expression on Sabo's face shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by Whitebeard's apparent strength. As the debris surged towards him, Sabo's expression grew grave, yet he felt no fear in the face of Whitebeard. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him as he reveled in the overwhelming power that threatened to tear him apart. "Is this Whitebeard? Truly a formidable opponent," he roared. "Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate technique I have honed to shatter tyrannical authority." With that, Sabo's fingers contorted into a peculiar formation resembling 3 dragon claws, and he reached forward, dragon's claw. In an instant, a loud thud resonated as Whitebeard's terrifying tremor fruit power was forcefully crushed by Sabo's sheer physical might. What? The incredulity was palpable. How could he have possibly withstood the old man's attack? All the captains present were astonished, fully aware of the immense strength Whitebeard currently possessed, believed to be at his peak. While it was conceivable that Whitebeard had not exerted his full power, Sabo's feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Even Whitebeard's pupils contracted slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that this young man could nullify his assault in such a manner. As Sabo continued to advance, having resolved the immediate crisis, Whitebeard rose, gazing at the formidable aura of Sabo with a hearty laugh. "I never imagined the Navy would recruit such a talent. You must be the young Admiral Zilong, the one I've heard so much about." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Sabo grinned. "Indeed, today, I, Sabo Zilong, shall face you, Whitebeard." With that, Sabo propelled himself forward using the moonwalk technique he had recently mastered, launching an attack towards Whitebeard. Witnessing this, Whitebeard chuckled, "Another unseasoned youth. Yet your spirit reminds me of one of my sons." As Sabo closed the distance, maintaining the dragon claw formation, he fiercely lunged at Whitebeard. Marco and the other strong allies did not intervene, knowing that Whitebeard desired to test himself. In the face of Sabo's terrifying dragon's claw, Whitebeard refrained from employing any abilities, instead opting to meet the attack with his bare fists. With a resounding clash, a wave of force erupted, creating ripples across the sea beneath the Moby Dick. The initial collision appeared to end in a stalemate, yet it was essential to note that Whitebeard had solely relied on his physical strength. The astonishment in Sabo's wide eyes was unmistakable as he gazed at Whitebeard's immense power. Gritting his teeth, he questioned, "The intel suggested you had reached your limits. Did it not?" It will not be long before Sabo could utter a word. Baihuzi erupted into laughter, declaring, That is merely your perception. I stand at my pinnacle now. Baihuzi was unperturbed by the potential revelation of this news. After all, under the weight of absolute power, all conspiracies would dissolve into nothingness. What? The pinnacle? In that moment, Sabo was utterly astonished. The notion of Baihuzi at his peak, if disseminated, would instill terror in the hearts of many. Instantly, Sabo found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for those pirates who coveted the throne of One Piece. If Baihuzi were so inclined, this position would be undeniably his. Yet, amidst his astonishment, Sabo's eyes betrayed no hint of ease. Rather, his fighting spirit intensified. He took a step back, and in an instant, the powerful aura of Busashoka Haki emanated from his hands. With a fierce roar, he exclaimed, "Dragon's Claw." With a resounding crash, this technique, even mightier than the Dragon's Claw, was effortlessly neutralized by Baihuzi. However, Baihuzi still refrained from employing his abilities, relying solely on his physical prowess to contend with Sabo. Observing the fervent determination radiating from Sabo, Baihuzi's eyes flickered with a glimmer of admiration. Yet he taunted, "Kid, are you merely tickling me? With such strength, you aspire to be an admiral? It seems the Navy is truly regressing." Upon hearing Baihuzi's mockery, a flicker of anger surfaced in Sabo's gaze. Nevertheless, Baihuzi's words held truth. In comparison to him, Sabo indeed appeared exceedingly feeble. Sabo took another step back, gazing at Baihuzi with a grin. "You are undeniably powerful, but do not underestimate me." As he spoke, Sabo's forearms became entwined with Busashoka Haki, and a spark of brilliance flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing above Baihuzi, shouting "Dragon's Breath." He then thrust his Haki-infused arms downward with incredible speed toward Baihuzi's head. In response to Sabo's formidable assault, Baihuzi's eyes gleamed with resolve. It seemed he was finally prepared to take this seriously. A tremendous aura of Haushiku Haki surged from him, shattering the deck and causing the sea to churn with his overwhelming might. Baihuzi encased his right fist in this Haki and struck upward toward Sabo. In that moment, Sabo comprehended the true meaning of impending doom. With a thunderous crash, his frail body was hurled to the ground like a loose arrow, creating a massive hole in the wooden deck that pierced through to the ship's bottom. Had Baihuzi not feared for his vessel's safety, this blow would have surely sent Sabo plummeting to the depths of the sea. Nearby, the naval soldiers, feeling the terrifying aura of Baihuzi's Haushiku Haki, trembled in fear, too intimidated to approach. After a prolonged silence, Sabo, bloodied and battered, clawed his way up through the gaping hole in the deck. It was evident that this strike had inflicted considerable harm upon him. "Not too shabby, kid, but it's time to end this. I still have some drinking to do." With that, Baihuzi clenched his fist and strode toward the prostrate Sabo, his hand enveloped in the formidable aura of Haushiku Haki, evoking an overwhelming sense of inevitability within Sabo. As Baihuzi's colossal fist descended toward his face, a familiar yet unexpected voice pierced through the air. "Old man, wait. Ace." Upon hearing Ace's call, Baihuzi halted his fist mid-strike and turned to Ace with a smile, inquiring, "What is it, Ace?" Panting heavily, Ace rushed to Baihuzi's side. He did not respond to his father's question immediately. Instead, he gazed incredulously at Sabo, who lay on the deck. Upon recognizing Sabo's familiar face, Ace froze, trembling as he exclaimed, "Sa Sabo? You're Sabo. You're alive." Observing the scene, Baihuzi perceived that Ace seemed to recognize this individual, and their relationship appeared to be quite significant. Baihuzi then stepped back, deciding to leave this matter in Ace's capable hands, grateful for the respite from battle. At that moment, Sabo, lying on the deck, struggled to lift his head, perplexed as he looked at Ace's familiar yet strange visage. "Do you know me?" he queried. Throughout his time in the Navy, he had gone by the moniker Purple Dragon, and few were aware of his true identity. Yet this boy of a similar age recognized him at once. "How could I not know you, Sabo? I am Ace. Ace. AI Ace." Sabo's eyes, wide with confusion, brimmed with a sense of familiarity regarding the name Ace, as if it belonged to someone of utmost importance. Yet he could not grasp why. Seeing Sabo's bewildered expression, Ace grew anxious and shouted, "You haven't forgotten me, have you? You and Luffy. We three grew up together. Luffy? The mention of Luffy's name sent a jolt through Sabo's heart. What was this inexplicable familiarity, this warmth? Tears began to stream down Ace's face as he pleaded. You don't remember Garp, Aunt Kalida, or Village Chief Upsura? They took care of us in Windmill Village. Kalida. Windmill Village, Sabo muttered softly, lost in thought, accompanied by Ace's fervent cries. Memories of a small island far in the east began to resurface in Sabo's mind, a town brimming with memories and a face adorned with a simple smile. Have you forgotten our shared dream of sailing the seas? Have you forgotten how we defeated the beasts in the forest with that stick? As Ace picked up the water pipe beside Sabo and presented it before him, the familiar sight of the pipe and Ace's freckled face brought forth images of their innocent childhood smiles, gradually crystallizing in Sabo's memory. Have you forgotten the sake we drank to seal our brotherhood? We are brothers. Our bond can never be severed. With that, Ace embraced Sabo tightly. In Ace's warm embrace, Sabo felt the intensity of his heartbeat, and slowly, clarity returned to his eyes as the memories of their childhood began to unfurl from the depths of his mind. Suddenly, Sabo smiled, reminiscent of their pure and innocent youth. He raised his arms slowly to embrace Ace in return. Sensing this connection, Ace's pupils dilated, and just as he was about to speak, Sabo's gentle voice reached his ears. It's been too long, Ace. Hearing Sabo's words, Ace trembled all over, unable to contain his emotions, and burst into tears like a child. Sabo looked at the weeping Ace, shaking his head in exasperation, and gently stroked Ace's head, softly saying, Why are you crying? At such an advanced age, one should not weep so openly. Do you not care for your dignity? Yet, the speaker of these words, Sabo, found himself unable to contain his emotions, allowing two streams of warm tears to flow from his eyes. The two brothers embraced, crying for a while, and upon witnessing each other's tear-streaked faces, they suddenly paused, only to burst into laughter, their joy reminiscent of a decade past. After Sabo regained his memories, Ace explained Sabo's situation to Whitebeard, who, upon hearing this, did not mind Sabo's affiliation with the Navy and invited Ace to bring Sabo over for a drink. Thus, Sabo joined Ace and the others in their revelry. They exchanged tales from their childhood, eliciting hearty laughter from the captains and even from Whitebeard himself. The camaraderie between Ace and Sabo moved everyone deeply. As they continued to drink, Ace suddenly turned to Sabo and asked where he had vanished to, expressing his worry that he thought Sabo had perished, which had caused him great sorrow. After Ace posed his question, Sabo glanced around at Whitebeard and the others before responding that he had been saved by an older gentleman and had lived on a small island thereafter. An older gentleman? What was he like? I must thank him someday, Ace inquired with curiosity. Sabo merely gave Ace a knowing look and shook his head gently. In that instant, Ace understood Sabo's intention and refrained from further questioning. The others, having been drinking for some time, were somewhat tipsy and had not noticed the exchange between the two. However, Whitebeard kept a watchful eye on everything without commenting further. After a while, Ace asked again, So, how did you suddenly decide to join the Navy? You never mentioned this when we were children. I never expected you to become Admiral Zelong. Before Sabo could respond, Ace's eyes sparkled with mischief as he proposed. Why don't you abandon that Admiral title and join the Whitebeard Pirates instead? He then whispered in Sabo's ear, Dad seems to have a favorable impression of you. What do you say about joining us? Though he may appear fierce, he is quite kind at heart. Sabo, touched by Ace's concern, chuckled and replied, No. I shouldn't trouble Whitebeard and the others. You alone are enough for them to worry about. This remark sent everyone into a fit of laughter, teasing Ace about his mischievous nature since childhood. Sabo's words rang true. Having Ace alone was sufficient for their concerns. Ace, feeling slightly embarrassed, shot a glare at Sabo before engaging in a playful scuffle with Marco and the others. Whitebeard, observing the scene, chose not to intervene, enjoying the moment as he drank and laughed along. This familial warmth struck a chord deep within Sabo, almost compelling him to join the Whitebeard family. Yet he was also aware of his own mission. Consequently, he took large gulps of his drink, feeling an unexpected pang of solitude. Once Ace and Marco had finished their playful tussle, they returned to their seats. Sabo chuckled at Ace, who bore a bruised visage, exclaiming, "Have you really not fought back against them?" Ace, irritated, took a hearty swig of his drink, grumbling, "Humph, it's just because there were so many of them." Yet, in the next moment, Ace's familiar smile returned as he eagerly looked at Sabo, saying, "So, how about it, Sabo? Join us." Sabo, shaking his head, replied, "I really can't." Ace, undeterred, continued to press, but Sabo, mindful of Whitebeard and the others' presence, could only decline repeatedly. Whitebeard, having observed Sabo's hesitation, spoke to Ace, suggesting, "You two have had enough to drink. Why not show your brother around? Let him witness the might of the Whitebeard pirates. Perhaps he will be persuaded." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Ace, still processing the suggestion, was suddenly grabbed by Sabo, who exclaimed, "Yes, show me the famed Whitebeard pirates. I must see if they truly surpass the Navy." Ace felt that Whitebeard's idea was sound and led Sabo to explore the Grand Moby Dick. Noting that Ace did not grasp Whitebeard's true intention, Sabo turned to give Whitebeard a grateful look and nodded in appreciation. They proceeded forward together. Whitebeard, watching their departing figures, murmured softly, "You three brothers are indeed extraordinary." Moments later, a loud exclamation of shock echoed from the ship's stern. "What? You are actually a revolutionary?" Before Ace could finish, Sabo quickly covered his mouth, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was listening, before exhaling in relief. "Calm down, Ace," Sabo admonished, releasing his grip on Ace's mouth. Ace looked at him with deep concern, saying, "If that's the case, doesn't it put you in a dangerous position?" Sabo was touched to see Ace's immediate worry for him, realizing that he was not alone in this world. He had two brothers by his side. Feigning nonchalance, Sabo replied, "It's not dangerous. I am Admiral Zilong now, after all." However, Ace's expression remained grave, his concern for Sabo intensifying. If the Navy were to discover Sabo's true identity, the consequences would be dire. Understanding Ace's lingering anxiety, Sabo decided to share a secret. "What secret?" Ace inquired, his brows furrowing in curiosity. Sabo leaned closer to Ace, whispering mysteriously, "The Revolutionary Army." "What?" Ace was utterly taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Seeing Ace's shocked expression, Sabo teased, "You mustn't tell anyone about this secret. Or else." "I want to," Ace replied, his seriousness evident. He would never jeopardize his brother's safety. The same could be said for Luffy and Sabo. It was this bond that solidified their brotherhood. Once Ace regained his composure, he looked at Sabo with an expression of complexity, saying earnestly, "This world is truly chaotic." After wandering around for a while, Sabo glanced at the time and remarked, "I must take my leave. After all, I am still Admiral Zilong." Aware of Sabo's identity, Ace did not press him to stay, instead advising, "Just be careful. After all, enough with the nagging. I will be cautious. You take care as well." Sabo replied, turning away and using Jeppo to leap towards a ship. Watching Sabo's retreating figure, Ace called out, "Sabo, live well. You still have not met Luffy." He added, "We must all gather together one day." Sabo rubbed his eyes, raised a hand in farewell, reminiscing about Ace. With a deep sigh, he gazed at the distant warship, murmuring, "When will we meet again? And I truly look forward to seeing Luffy." With a swift motion, he vanished completely from Ace's sight. Yet Ace remained fixated on the silhouette of Sabo as he disappeared. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, expressing concern that he should give this to that lad as a reward for having sparred with him. Ace turned around to see an object tossed from the hands of Whitebeard. With a resounding thud, Ace skillfully caught what Whitebeard referred to as a reward. After a moment of dazed silence, he looked at Whitebeard and remarked, "Old man, enough of the delays. If you take any longer, that little brat will have returned to the naval headquarters." Whitebeard then turned and departed. Observing his retreating figure, Ace bowed deeply and softly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, old man." He then eagerly boarded his flame speedboat and sped off in the direction Sabo had taken. Meanwhile, Sabo returned to the ship to find all the naval soldiers sprawled unconscious on the deck. His pupils dilated in shock as he murmured, "How could Whitebeard's haki be so formidable? I didn't expect it to have such an impact here." It was worth noting that although his subordinates were not particularly strong, They were hardly weaklings either. However, given the current shortage of naval personnel, it was understandable that his crew lacked any powerful fighters, consisting solely of ordinary naval soldiers. Shaking his head in resignation at the sight of the defeated soldiers, Sabo realized he could not pilot such a large warship alone. After a moment of contemplation, he enveloped his hands in armament haki and pressed firmly against the deck, softly commanding, "Dragon's Breath." With a powerful impact, the entire ship jolted violently. Gradually, the soldiers began to stir from their stupor. What just happened? Oh, my head hurts. What occurred? Vice Admiral Purple Dragon. You have returned? Upon seeing Sabo, some were astonished. They had not anticipated that he would come back unscathed from a solitary venture to the Whitebeard pirates. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, Sabo, noticing the soldiers' gazes, spoke gravely. "We must evacuate immediately. The Whitebeard pirates are not to be underestimated. I went to test the waters and ended up like this. We need to leave quickly. Be cautious of them pursuing us." Hearing the mention of the Whitebeard pirates potentially chasing them, the soldiers snapped back to attention, each hastily maneuvering the warship towards their base. At that moment, a soldier suddenly pointed in alarm at the sea behind Sabo, exclaiming, "What is that?" "There's a person." Sabo turned to see Ace's figure on the small speedboat, bewildered by how he had managed to catch up. Was there an unforeseen incident? Confusion furrowed Sabo's brow. He then turned back to the naval soldiers behind him, stating seriously, "That is Fire Fist Ace from the Whitebeard pirates. You all go ahead. I'll handle this fellow." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sabo leaped into the air, using Jeppo, heading towards Ace on the surface of the water. The soldiers, witnessing Sabo's selfless spirit, were deeply moved. "This is our Vice Admiral, the Purple Dragon. I have made my decision. I shall follow Vice Admiral Purple Dragon for life." Ace, observing Sabo approaching from above, grinned and called out, "Catch this, Vice Admiral Purple Dragon. Hey, Fire Fist." Just as he finished speaking, a massive fireball appeared before Sabo, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. The searing heat evaporated the surrounding seawater, creating thick clouds of steam. The naval soldiers aboard the warship immediately sensed Ace's overwhelming power and began to worry for Sabo's safety. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Sabo felt increasingly perplexed. What was Ace intending to do? Did he wish to engage in a performance? Contemplating this, Sabo pressed down his hat and chuckled resignedly. "There's no need for theatrics. Are you seeking a spar, Ace?" After settling into the dragon's claw stance, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Dragon's Claw." With a powerful grip, he seized Ace's blazing punch, exerting force to counter it. In an explosive clash, Ace's fiery blow was thus caught by Sabo. Suddenly, Sabo felt something peculiar in his palm. Looking down, he was taken aback to find a purple devil fruit resting quietly in his grasp. In that moment, Sabo finally understood that Ace had come to deliver warmth to him. The next second, Sabo looked up sharply, realizing that Ace's figure had vanished from the surface of the sea. After grasping the situation, Sabo glanced in the direction Ace had come from and chuckled resignedly. "I shall accept your kindness, Ace." He then concealed the devil fruit within his clothing and returned to the warship using Jeppo. Vice Admiral Purple Dragon. Woohoo! Before Sabo could catch his breath, a throng of naval soldiers surrounded him, exclaiming, "Vice Admiral Purple Dragon is incredible." With a single strike, he drove off Ace. Yes, Fire Fist Ace is already immensely powerful. Who would have thought Vice Admiral Purple Dragon would be even stronger? Purple Dragon is invincible. Purple Dragon is invincible. Observing the soldiers' praises, Sabo shook his head in resignation, choosing not to explain further. Instead, he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Do not underestimate them. We must depart. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if other members of the Whitebeard pirates catch up." Upon hearing Sabo's words, the soldiers promptly returned to their stations, steering the warship back to headquarters. Meanwhile, Sabo stood at the bow, gently feeling the devil fruit concealed beneath his clothing, murmuring, "What kind of fruit is this? I'm quite curious. However, I should wait until we return to headquarters to consume it. It is not convenient here." On the other side, Ace, piloting his swift speedboat, had already returned to the Moby Dick. Observing that Whitebeard was still drinking, He shook his head in resignation and approached him. Recently, after being treated by Orochimaru, Whitebeard had become increasingly careless with his drinking, often indulging for an entire day. However, no one voiced any objections. They understood that although Whitebeard was currently in peak health and strength, his true lifespan was merely 5 to 10 years. If that were the case, then he should enjoy himself for the remaining years. Back already? Whitebeard boomed upon seeing Ace. Ace nodded, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Old man, what kind of fruit was that?" "Oh, that fruit? I found it a while ago. Have you forgotten?" "A while ago?" Ace asked, puzzled, recalling that Whitebeard had recently ventured to the Grand Line but had not mentioned acquiring any fruits. He had merely engaged in battles with a few individuals, one of whom seemed quite formidable. With a hearty swig of liquor, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Ah, just a few months back there was that guy piloting a flying ship. What was it called? The Ark? There was a kid who played with electricity on board, claiming to be a god. I initially just wanted to spar with him, but I didn't expect him to be so fragile. One strike from me, and I ended up killing him. Did he think he was my brother, Raijin?" At long last, Ace's attention was piqued. The fellow in question seemed to be named Ainalu. "But I haven't seen you, old man. Instruct us to search for this fruit." Ace continued to inquire. After a hearty laugh, Whitebeard explained, "Initially, I had no interest in this fruit, but it appears that later, Marco discovered it somewhere and brought it back. It is known as the Rumble fruit, and it possesses quite remarkable abilities." Oh, Ace nodded, suddenly feeling a surge of anticipation for how Sabo would appear after consuming this fruit. "Let's give it our all, Sabo." 3 months later, besides the title of Purple Dragon, Sabo was also bestowed another title, Thunder Dragon. With the powers granted by the Rumble fruit, Sabo's strength rapidly escalated, enabling him to fully qualify for the position of Marine Admiral. His charismatic persona also attracted numerous soldiers who vowed to follow him to the death, effectively establishing his own faction within the Marines. When Sengoku and Carp learned that this fruit was accidentally found by Sabo, they did not pursue the matter further. However, Carp found it peculiar that Sabo seemed to be avoiding him lately, the reasons for which were unclear. During this period, 2 additional issues emerged that caused significant distress for both the Marines and the world government. The first was the troubling news that Whitebeard had not diminished in strength. Rather, it had inexplicably increased. It seemed that after Sabo's departure, the Whitebeard pirates encountered Barrett, who had escaped from prison. The 2 parties clashed, resulting in Barrett being decisively defeated by Whitebeard. Upon receiving this news, various factions that had been contemplating the Whitebeard pirates quickly reconsidered their intentions. Realizing this man was not to be trifled with, even the Marines issued orders to avoid provoking the Whitebeard pirates for the time being. The second issue involved a mysterious wave of disappearances, predominantly among the youth. In response, the Marines initiated an investigation, yet yielded no results. This outcome instilled widespread panic and fear among the populace. Some observant individuals began to notice that the world government seemed to be lurking behind these disappearances. Upon hearing this news in Cake Island, Leiyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Through Limulu and Meichin, he learned that Orochimaru had left with the tyrant Kuma. Leiyu also understood that the individual responsible for modifying Kuma was Vegapunk. Given the recent occurrences and his knowledge of Orochimaru, Leiyu was certain that these events were intertwined with him. Yet, he had more pressing matters to attend to. A year later, Leiyu, who had seemingly faded from public view, once again astonished the entire ocean. In a shocking turn of events, with Leiyu's assistance, Fishman Island began relocating around Cake Island. Leiyu renamed the nation of Wano to the Republic of All Things. Countless individuals were left in disbelief. They never anticipated that Leiyu's return would herald such monumental changes. Moreover, the name Republic of All Things seemed quite promising. Was Leiyu truly endeavoring to establish a realm where all species could coexist harmoniously? Consequently, many factions sent agents to investigate the vicinity of Cake Island, but none returned. Several notorious pirates with bounties exceeding $1 billion met their demise in these waters. The area surrounding Cake Island appeared to have transformed into a forbidden zone, with no one daring to challenge Leiyu's dominion. This situation piqued the interest of the veteran Carp. However, 3 days later, upon returning from Cake Island, Karp's statement reverberated through the Marine headquarters, shocking the world and even alarming the higher echelons of the world government. Karp declared, "All Marines are to steer clear of Cake Island. We are powerless against Lei Yu and his divine might. His current strength has left me in awe." Upon hearing Karp's words, the 5 elders could no longer remain composed. They were somewhat aware of Karp's capabilities. Within the hallowed halls of the Holy Land, the 5 elders gathered around a round table, the atmosphere laden with tension. The scarred elder glared at Charles, demanding, "Did you not say Whitebeard would not live much longer? How is it that reports indicate he is not only alive, but has regained his terrifying peak strength?" Though Charles felt a sense of defiance at the elder's inquiry, he too was baffled by Whitebeard's transformation. It was rumored that Whitebeard had a significant relationship with Lei Yu. Should they join forces, it could prove troublesome, remarked the elder Kalfstor. "Very well, let's leave the matter of Lei Yu to the higher-ups. As for Whitebeard, we must send someone to test whether he has indeed returned to his peak strength. If so, we need to ascertain just how formidable he has become." The others nodded in agreement with the elder's proposal. "And what of the relocation of Fishman Island?" suddenly inquired the elder with a cane. "We shall address that matter in due course. For now, we must prepare for the World Conference, and we can discuss Fishman Island's affairs then when its people return." "Agreed. Let that be the plan. We must also keep a watchful eye on both Whitebeard and Lei Yu, as well as Blackbeard Teach," the scarred elder concluded. After the meeting, the group tidied up the agenda and departed. The world seemed to have once again fallen into a state of quietude. Time swiftly passed. In 2.5 years after Lei Yu took control of Cake Island, many pirates emerged as noteworthy figures in the seas, coinciding with the silence of Lei Yu and several other emperors. The most renowned and shocking among them was Blackbeard's crew under Teach. Not long ago, it was revealed that the former Marine Admiral Akiji had joined Blackbeard's ranks, leading to whispers that Blackbeard had ascended as the new emperor of the sea. Blackbeard himself appeared intent on expanding his territory within the New World. However, no one had witnessed him engage directly in battle. Rather, it was his formidable subordinates who took action, with Akiji stepping in to resolve conflicts as needed. Consequently, the true extent of Blackbeard's power remained a mystery. This situation allowed Blackbeard's crew to become the most formidable pirate faction beneath the 4 emperors, suggesting an ambition to replace Big Mom and establish a 5th emperor. Following closely behind Blackbeard were Luffy and his crew of supernovas. As in the original tale, Luffy set sail 2 years after training and subsequently, alongside Law, defeated Doflamingo, liberating the citizens of Dressrosa. Doflamingo was later captured by the Marines, led by Fujitra, and imprisoned in the 6th level of the underwater prison. With Lei Yu's control over Cake Island, there were no incidents of Sanji being abducted for arranged marriages. The whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew remained unknown. As for Sabo, over these past few years, he thrived within the Marines, earning the admiration of countless soldiers. His prominence even overshadowed Fujitora for a time, while Green Bull remained largely unnoticed by many Marines. Yellow Monkey appeared to be in a perpetual state of idleness, neglecting paperwork and merely wandering about. Even Sengoku could no longer tolerate it, opting to personally handle some of the affairs assigned to Yellow Monkey. This peculiar situation has led to an odd phenomenon. The Marshal Huang Yuan is neglecting his duties, while the retired Zhanghua is laboring diligently each day. Meanwhile, on the Cake Island, Lei Yu has welcomed a distinguished guest. In the palace of Cake Island, Lei Yu gazes intently at the suddenly arrived Xiang Kasi and solemnly inquires, "What brings you here?" Xiang Kasi, instead of answering directly, chuckles and responds, "Why so serious? I have come to celebrate your ascension as the new emperor, albeit a bit belated." As he speaks, he pulls out a flask from his robe and tosses it to Lei Yu, who catches it effortlessly. Xiang Kasi then produces another identical flask and declares, "Feel free to join me in toasting your achievement. I shall indulge first." With that, he drains the contents of his flask in one swift motion. Witnessing this, Lei Yu, unperturbed by any potential harm from Xiang Kasi, mirrors his actions and drinks deeply as well. After both men finish, they simultaneously emit a loud belch, prompting Xiang Kasi to erupt into laughter once more. Lei Yu, observing him, furrows his brow and presses, What is the actual reason for your visit? Xiang Gisi, still chuckling, shakes his head and waves his hand, saying, there is truly nothing of significance. I merely came to see you. Now that we VE shared this drink, I shall take my leave. With that, he turns and departs. Lei Yu, left in a state of confusion, refrains from stopping him. However, just as Xiang Kasi is about to exit the palace doors, he abruptly halts and coldly warns, by the way, it would be wise for you to exercise caution in the near future. Before Lei Yu can inquire further, Xiang Kasi vanishes in an instant. Lei Yu approaches the entrance, perplexed, pondering the meaning behind his last words. Could it be that someone intends to make a move against him? But who could it possibly be? Suddenly, a thought flashes through Lei Yu's mind, and he recalls Xiang Kasi's seemingly unique identity. A slight smirk appears on Lei Yu's lips as a chilling glint ignites in his gaze. He muses, could it be that the world government has grown impatient? He eagerly anticipates the encounter with those ancient foes. As he contemplates this, a terrifying aura begins to emanate slowly from Lei Yu, causing the very fabric of space to momentarily freeze. No one could fathom the extent of Lei Yu's formidable strength at that moment. Meanwhile, Xiang Kesi, now at the shoreline, suddenly feels a chill run down his spine, as if something threatens his very existence. He swiftly turns back to the direction where he met Lei Yu, and after a prolonged pause, he finally regains his composure, sighing. I never imagined this kid-s power would escalate to such heights. I wonder what he has consumed to grow so swiftly in strength. Subsequently, Xiang Kasi boards a small wooden boat and rows away from Cake Island. Shortly thereafter, Lei Yu gathers Itachi, Limulu, and Katakuri, announcing astonishing news. Upon hearing this, Limulu exclaims in disbelief, what? We are setting sail tomorrow? Indeed, Lei Yu nods affirmatively. Oh, splendid, Limulu exclaims, jumping with excitement. The others also wear smiles. Having been cooped up on Cake Island for too long, and the prospect of finally sailing invigorates them all. But what about that ant snake? Aren't we waiting for her return? Mei-Chin questions, looking at Lei Yu in confusion. Lei Yu, momentarily taken aback by the mention of Orochimaru, realizes that he has grown somewhat accustomed to his absence. After all, Orochimaru has been a constant presence throughout his journey. Sieg, Lei Yu exalis deeply. We need not concern ourselves with him for now. We'll be fine. Besides, didn't he recently take Lama with him? Ah, that is true. Limula nods thoughtfully. As for Lama, several months prior, a coffin mysteriously appeared, enveloping him before vanishing without a trace. Lei Yu suspects that Orochimaru encountered some trouble requiring Lama's assistance, which is why he refrains from elaborating further. Lei Yu then turns to Katakuri, stating, during my absence, Cake Island and the Republic shall be under your watch. Katakuri, serious in demeanor, nods in agreement. Rest assured, nothing will go awry while I am here. Lei Yu acknowledges this, recognizing Katakuri's significant growth in strength over the past 2 years, making him capable of facing a general. He then advises everyone to return and rest well in preparation for their voyage on the morrow. As for the sudden departure from Cake Island, it is simply due to the long-awaited system finally issuing a new sign-in task. 3 days later, a colossal dragon-shaped pirate ship materializes in the waters of the New World, causing a stir across the ocean. The reason for this commotion lies in the pirate flag fluttering atop the dragon vessel, which signifies the Zhongshun pirate crew. Countless individuals are taken aback, having believed that Lei Yu had remained hidden on Cake Island for 5 to 10 years before making a move. They never anticipated that the day of his return would arrive so swiftly. Although Lei Yu and his crew have re-emerged upon the high seas, the Navy remains unresponsive. This is not merely due to Karp's prior statement, but also because Huang Yuan is now the marshal. 7 days pass, and Lei Yu, lying languidly on the deck and gazing at the azure sky, feels a sense of tedium. The task assigned by the system has been quite bothersome. The designated sign-in location is not even an island. It is Yuzo Island, inhabited by the Mink tribe, which rests upon the back of a millennia-old elephant that shifts its position as it moves. This makes it nearly impossible to pinpoint its exact location using a record pointer. The massive elephant, referred to as the Elephant Lord, is said to have not only survived for a millennium, but also surpassed a height of 10,000 meters. rendering it impervious to the ocean's depths. Thus, Yuzo Island floats upon the waves, making it impossible for navigation instruments to track this ever-moving landmass. Brother Leiyu, where exactly are we headed? We've been meandering here for several days. Leiyu, having anticipated thrilling adventures upon setting sail, they find themselves aimlessly wandering the ocean in search of something for the past 5 days. In response to Limula's query, Leiyu replies, just a little longer. We will arrive shortly. After hearing Leiyu's words, Limulu rolls his eyes in exasperation, having heard the phrase just a little longer countless times before. They might as well be waiting for flowers to wither. In truth, Leiyu himself is beginning to feel impatient. According to his recollections, the drought-causing Jack encountered the Elephant Lord in this very sea, and based on the timeline, they should be nearing that fateful encounter. Could it be that his luck has run dry? Just as Leiyu gets lost in thought, questioning his own fortune, a sudden rumble reverberates through the deck, startling him. He quickly rises and scans the surroundings, finding nothing amiss, nor is it the result of Itachi or the others' training. Before Leiyu could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding boom reverberated through the air. To his astonishment, he realized that not only was the deck of his vessel trembling, but the entire ocean seemed to vibrate in that instant. This tremor appeared to emanate from the depths of the sea, reminiscent of an earthquake. However, it was peculiar, as earthquakes typically occur in a series rather than sporadically. As Leiyu pondered this, another thunderous sound echoed, causing the waters to quake once more. He soon noticed that the seabed beneath him was teeming with countless marine creatures, including formidable sea kings, all fleeing as if startled by some unseen force. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Leiyu's mind, and a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. The only entity capable of causing such a commotion in these waters could only be the mightiest of the sea kings, the Elephant Lord. With this realization, Leiyu hesitated no longer. After observing the direction in which the fish were fleeing, he commanded Rimu to steer the ship swiftly in the opposite direction. He murmured to himself in exhilaration, "At last, I have found you, Elephant Lord. I wonder what new companion awaits me on Yuzo Island." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a smirk appeared on his lips. He mused about whether that little rascal might also be on Yuzo Island. If so, he would not hold back. This could also fulfill a long-held desire from his previous life. As Leiyu continued his contemplation, he soon spotted a small dark shape on the horizon. As the pirate ship sped forward, he finally beheld a magnificent silhouette standing majestically upon the ocean's surface, as if it had conquered the sea itself. It was none other than the colossal ruler of the ocean, the Elephant Lord. Perched atop the Elephant Lord was a figure dressed as a traditional samurai from the land of Wa. With a shaved head save for a topknot and clad in a pink kimono, standing beside him was the samurai Kin'min. "That pirate ship appears to belong to the gods' pirates, young master," Kin'min exclaimed nervously. He had certainly heard of Leiyu's formidable reputation, recognizing that such a figure was not someone they could provoke lightly. Unfazed, the young samurai, Momonosuke, scoffed, "It's just Leiyu. If he dares to approach, I will have the Elephant Lord crush him." Upon hearing Momonosuke's words, Kin'min's brow furrowed in concern, sensing that trouble was imminent. After a moment, Momonosuke noticed that Leiyu's crew, faced with the colossal beast, had not chosen to retreat. Instead, they were advancing towards them. As the pirate ship drew nearer, a glint of malice flickered in Momonosuke's eyes. He placed his palm against the ground, which was, in fact, the rough skin of the Elephant Lord, and roared, "Crush these pirates, Elephant Lord!" As soon as the words left his lips, the Elephant Lord halted, and a deafening roar pierced the sky. By this time, Leiyu had approached the colossal creature's feet and sensed the change in the Elephant Lord's demeanor, his expression turning slightly serious. Before Leiyu could contemplate further, the Elephant Lord roared once more and swung its enormous trunk towards him. Witnessing this, Leiyu nimbly dodged into the air, confronting the massive beast, feeling like a mere mosquito in comparison. However, there was no trace of fear in Leiyu's eyes. After 2 years of rigorous training, he was uncertain of the extent of his newfound strength. As the Elephant Lord's trunk hurtled towards him, Leiyu's lips curled into a smile. "Let us see how my new technique fares against you." With a resounding boom, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki emanated from Lei Yu. This formidable presence caught Kinemon's attention, causing him to ponder. Could Lei Yu possibly intend to challenge the Elephant Lord with his haki? He must understand the sheer terror of the Elephant Lord. Haki cannot possibly affect it. But in the next instant, an immensely powerful aura erupted, causing the clouds above to swirl in a terrifying vortex. Kinemon's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the small black up below, incredulous. This is impossible. Is that haki wrapped around him? Indeed, Lei Yu's new technique was the Conqueror's haki he had painstakingly developed over the past 2 years. At that moment, a swirling mass of purple-black energy enveloped Lei Yu's fist, tearing through the surrounding air. In an instant, his fist collided with the Elephant Lord's colossal trunk, resulting in a resounding boom that left countless onlookers in disbelief. The Elephant Lord trembled violently, and in a shocking turn of events, the trunk, with its rough yet impenetrable skin, was utterly destroyed upon contact with Lei Yu's fist, torn apart by the terrifying haki. With a heart-wrenching roar, the Elephant Lord bellowed in pain, shaking its severed trunk and howling in agony, with blood pouring forth and staining the sea crimson. At that moment, Momonosuke stood frozen in shock, muttering, How is this possible? This is not the strength of a human." Beside him, Kinemon also snapped out of his stupor, realizing they needed to escape, regardless of their intentions. "We should retreat for now," he exclaimed, grabbing Momonosuke and fleeing deeper into Yuzo Island. Meanwhile, the injured Elephant Lord stumbled a few steps in the water, clearly astonished by the terrifying power of the man before it. Yet, as the ruler of the sea, it did not cower. After regaining its balance, it let out a thunderous roar and stood tall, targeting Lei Yu with its enormous, powerful, and impenetrable forefoot, determined to crush the one who had injured it. As the massive foot descended towards him, Lei Yu smirked disdainfully. "Still not giving up? Allow me to demonstrate the true might of my fist." With that, he clenched his right arm tightly, growling, "Dragon transformation." In an instant, his right arm swelled, tearing through his jacket as crimson dragon scales emerged, emanating an overwhelming primal power. But that was not the end. As the enormous foot plummeted, a glint of cold determination flashed in Lei Yu's eyes. "I wonder if this punch will render you incapable of fighting back, Elephant Lord." With that, he enveloped his formidable Conqueror's haki around his transformed right arm and soared into the air, ready to meet the shadow cast by the descending foot. In the next moment, a formidable white shockwave erupted from the point of impact, stirring the entire surface of the sea. On the deck, the likes of Yao and Yasuo remained unfazed by Lei Yu's reassurances, for even they were unaware of the true extent of his power. However, they were certain that Lei Yu could effortlessly vanquish any of the admirals among the navy. The force emanating from Lei Yu seemed to shatter the very heavens. And with a resounding crash, the two forces collided again, unleashing a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the skies, causing the ocean to tremble violently and stir up colossal waves. Following this, a thunderous bang, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Elephant Lord, heralded a sudden downpour of blood from the sky. To the astonishment of onlookers, the Elephant Lord's leg, which had been in collision with Lei Yu, was obliterated by the sheer might of Lei Yu, who heard the Lord's painful howls as it leaned precariously toward the sea, ultimately tumbling down. In an instant, all the members of the Changmao tribe residing on Yuzo Island felt the island tilt beneath them, plunging them into a state of panic. What on earth was happening? Had the Elephant Lord encountered an enemy? How could anyone possibly shake the Elephant Lord? As the angle of the tilt increased rapidly, the tribe felt powerless to alter the situation. Meanwhile, the Elephant Lord seemed to realize that if it were to fall, the species dwelling on its back would face dire consequences. Thus, it summoned all its remaining strength, kneeling on the ocean's surface, with the water barely submerging most of its body, preventing Yuzo Island from being engulfed. Observing this, Lei Yu refrained from further aggression, for his objective was not to slay the Elephant Lord. He then returned to his pirate ship, and together with his companions, they gradually approached the Elephant Lord. Lei Yu regarded the exhausted Elephant Lord and calmly declared, I harbor no ill will toward you. I merely wish to visit the small island on your back." Without waiting for the Elephant Lord's response, he leaped onto its back with his companions. The Elephant Lord, recognizing the futility of resistance, obediently knelt in the sea, allowing Lei Yu and his crew to safely ascend to its back. Upon reaching the summit of the Elephant Lord, the group marveled at the vast expanse that resembled a small island. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Yuzo Island, where the inhabitants of the Changmao tribe spotted Lei Yu's crew but dared not utter a sound, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Fully aware that this was the individual who had just decimated the formidable Elephant Lord. As Lei Yu entered Yuzo Island, he suddenly paused, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, the system's mission for sign-in had updated. To his surprise, the requirements for this summoning opportunity not only involved reaching Yuzo Island, but also necessitated the demise of Peach Boy. What a peculiar demand. Could it be that the system also recognized that Peach Boy must perish? Shaking his head, Lei Yu called out into the open forest, "Peach Boy, come out. I have a matter to discuss with you." His voice echoed through the woods, yet after a long wait, there was no response. The Changmao tribesmen exchanged glances, seemingly unaware of who Peach Boy was. Meanwhile, within a massive tree hollow, Peach Boy trembled upon hearing the voice. Cognizant that this was the same person who had just ruthlessly defeated the Elephant Lord. Beside him, Kinnaman wore a grave expression, uncertain of Lei Yu's intentions in seeking out his lord, and thus refrained from responding. After a prolonged silence, Lei Yu, observing the empty forest ahead, shook his head in exasperation. Why was Peach Boy so oblivious to the situation? It appeared that a direct call would not suffice. Hence, after pondering briefly, an idea struck him, and he turned to his companion, Mei Qin, and called out, "Peach Boy, are you there? I need to find you." In the following instant, a similarly resonant call reverberated throughout the forest, but this time it was an ethereal, melodious female voice that was utterly captivating. "Peach Boy, come out." Hearing Mei Qin's invocation, Lei Yu nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of anticipation sparkling in his eyes. Now, surely, this time he would not be disappointed. Indeed, when Peach Boy heard the enchanting voice, his eyes lit up with excitement. Kinnaman, noticing this, inwardly exclaimed, "Not good," and urgently warned, "My lord, do not go out. Be cautious. It may be a trap." After a moment of contemplation, Peach Boy replied, "No, I believe she needs my help." Ignoring Kinnaman's pleas, he scrambled out of the tree hollow, eyes gleaming with eagerness, saliva pooling as he thought. With a voice so enchanting, she must be extraordinarily beautiful. "I shall come to the rescue, dear lady." "Wait, my lord." Kinnaman called out in vain as he watched Peach Boy dart away like a rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Resigned, Kinnaman began searching the area for him. Soon, Peach Boy arrived at Lei Yu's location, immediately captivated by the sight of the pure and lovely Mei Qin, surrounded by Lei Yu and his companions. With a leering grin, he approached Mei Qin, asking, "Miss, do you require assistance? Do not let my size deceive you. I am quite capable." As he attempted to lunge toward Mei Qin, Lei Yu swiftly intercepted him, casting a disdainful glare and coldly stating, "Brat, what are you thinking?" In that instant, the terrifying aura emanating from Lei Yu startled Peach Boy, who looked up in alarm and stammered, What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Lei Yu replied with a sinister grin, a smile that struck Peach Boy as devilish. Following this, Lei Yu's chilling words reached Peach Boy's ears. "I wish to borrow your life for a moment." In that instant, Peach Boy felt every hair on his body stand on end. With a resounding crash, he transformed into a small dragon, attempting to flee. Alas, it was too late. The next moment, a scream pierced the skies, abruptly silenced, as countless birds took flight in terror, soaring into the heavens in a surreal display. Meanwhile, Kinnaman, searching the forest for Peach Boy, was jolted by the sound of the scream, his expression turning grave as he gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the source, anxiety flooding his mind. "Please, don't let anything happen. My lord, hang in there. I'm almost there." Yet, no matter how fast Kinnaman ran, it was already too late. "My lord." Upon reaching the location where Lei Yu and his companions had been, he beheld the sight of a small dragon lying in a pool of blood. Disbelief etched across his face. There lay Peach Boy, lifeless, drenched in crimson, with even his internal dragon tendons brutally ripped from his body. Why? Why did this happen? Jin Weimin found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why Lei Yu and his entourage would resort to such actions. He knelt before the lifeless body of Tao Jiji, gazing skyward as he let out a mournful wail. Exhausted, he closed his weary eyes and slowly drew forth his katana from his waist. "Forgive me. It is my failure to protect the young master." He lamented, "I can no longer bear to live in this world." With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into himself, blood gushing forth as he collapsed into a pool of crimson, his life extinguished. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and his companions had departed, setting their sights on the next destination. At that moment, aboard the ship, Uchiha Itachi, Yasuo, and others gazed curiously at a figure that defied description. A colossal being draped in a black cloak, resembling a skeleton rather than a human. They were taken aback by Lei Yu's peculiar creation, which was far from human. At the same time, the enigmatic Bone Outyin, also known as Ain's Ulgaon, found himself bewildered, having inexplicably arrived in an unfamiliar world. After a series of explanations from Lei Yu and his companions, Bone Outyin reluctantly accepted the fact of his second reincarnation. He smiled, scratching the back of his head. "In that case, I look forward to your guidance." Observing the arrival of a new ally, Rimuru approached Bone Outyin, hands on her hips, declaring, "No need for formality. With us around, you can navigate this world with ease." Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Bone Outyin's heart raced. Could it be that the combat prowess in this world is formidable? Lei Yu, witnessing the exchange, nearly erupted in laughter, realizing that Rimuru was unaware of the true caliber of Bone Outyin, who could easily dominate this realm single-handedly. In truth, even Lei Yu had not anticipated that the system would grant him such a formidable companion. With this in mind, the plan to overthrow the world government could now be set in motion. According to Lei Yu's calculations, the strength of their group was more than sufficient to challenge the world government. Over the past 2 years, not only had he grown stronger, but Itachi Yasuo and others had also significantly enhanced their abilities. As Lei Yu contemplated these developments, the surface of the sea suddenly rippled. In the next moment, a colossal sea beast leapt from the depths, as if struck by madness, charging directly towards their vessel, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. Just as Yasuo prepared to draw his sword and confront the monstrous creature, Bone Outyin stepped forward calmly, stating, "Allow me to handle this." Yasuo furrowed his brow, uncertain whether this newcomer could vanquish the beast. After all, sea monsters were formidable adversaries for ordinary individuals. Observing the situation, Lei Yu nodded at the two, tacitly approving Bone Outyin's initiative, aware that he intended to showcase his capabilities. As the sea beast drew nearer, only hundreds of meters away, Bone Outyin remained still. Rimuru furrowed her brow, pondering whether he might be frozen in fear. At that moment, Bone Outyin regarded the imposing sea creature with a serious expression. Having just arrived in this world, he could not afford to be careless. With renewed determination, he turned to Lei Yu and the others, smiling. "One moment. Let me enhance my abilities." "Enhance? What does that entail?" Bone Outyin proceeded to demonstrate what it meant to augment oneself. With vacant eyes fixed on the approaching beast, he boldly proclaimed, "I am Ain's Ulgaon. By this name, I shall behead you today." Thus began his extraordinary buffing process. Flight, blessing of the spellcaster, infinite barrier, divine magic shield, essence of life, advanced all attribute enhancement freedom. With each incantation, vibrant magical light radiated from Bone Outyin, his aura rapidly escalating to an overwhelming level. Rimuru, Yasuo, and the others silently gasped, realizing that this newcomer was far from ordinary. Yet, did he truly need to be so serious for a mere sea monster? Unperturbed by their astonished gazes, Bone Outyin continued to amplify his powers, muttering incantations such as false information life, clarity, supreme intuition, advanced hardening, celestial aura, absorption, and penetration enhancement. Lei Yu, witnessing Bone Outyin's relentless buffing, shook his head in exasperation and interjected, "Hey, Bone Outyin, that's enough. It's just a sea monster. Not the end of the world." However, Bon Out-Yin seemed to be lost in the thrill of enhancement, ignoring Lei Yu's pleas as he continued. Essence of magic. Triple enhanced magic critical strike landmine. At this juncture, Rimuru and Mikoto stared at Bon Out-Yin, their expressions utterly blank. Was this really what he deemed a buff? Surely that must amount to 1,000,000. Furthermore, the accumulation of these buffs resulted in an aura so terrifying that even Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. He reckoned that with Bon Out-Yin's arrival, the second strongest on Lei Yu's ship was likely in jeopardy. As the magical enhancements enveloped Bon Out-Yin, the sea beast, sensing an ominous shift, abruptly retreated, realizing it had provoked something beyond its capabilities. Triple enhanced high-level magic seal, triple strongest level ascending magic arrow. After uttering these words, Bon Out-Yin finally ceased his extraordinary display. Glancing around at his surroundings and the blue magical circle above him, he mused, this should suffice. With newfound confidence, he directed his gaze toward the fleeing sea monster, declaring, "All right, here I come." The others breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the moment had finally arrived. Observing the multitude of buffs adorning Bon Out-Yin, they thought to themselves that he should be able to resolve this with a single punch. Just as they anticipated Bon Out-Yin would engage in close combat, he suddenly raised his hands high. Realizing what Bon Out-Yin intended, Lei Yu shouted urgently to Rimuru and the others, "Get down. Hold onto the railing." The group quickly secured themselves, sensing the overwhelming, destructive aura emanating from Bon Out-Yin. In the next instant, Rimuru and the others, including Itachi, bore witness to a scene they would never forget. With his hands raised, Bon Out-Yin coldly observed the retreating sea beast, slowly uttering the words, "Supreme Magic." In the following moment, the magical circle beside him erupted into a brilliant display of blue light. Shortly thereafter, not far ahead, the surface of the sea surrounding the Sea King was engulfed by a vortex emanating a potent aura of death. A formidable magic gradually coalesced, clashing incessantly. The Sea King, positioned at the eye of the vortex, remained utterly still, not out of fear, but rather it had succumbed to the overwhelming presence of this transcendent magic. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, a towering blue beam of light erupted from the center of the vortex, shooting skyward. In an instant, it unleashed monstrous waves that swept away the vessels of Lei Yu and his companions. The power radiating from this beam instilled a sense of dread across the entire world. When the blue light finally culminated in its full glory, it obscured the sun, casting the world in hues of blue and white. The Sea King, terrified to death, was obliterated into dust, never having fathomed that there existed individuals capable of unleashing such devastating attacks from the outset. However, perishing beneath such transcendent magic was, in its own way, a form of honor. At that moment, the ground within a radius of several thousand miles trembled violently, and the sky above appeared shattered, resembling an apocalyptic scene. This terrifying tremor lasted for several seconds before gradually subsiding. Limulu, who had fallen onto the deck, staggered to his feet and was about to speak, only to be struck silent as a look of sheer horror overtook his face, his mouth agape in shock. Beside him, Meichin had also been thrown to the deck by the colossal tremor. Had it not been for Lei Yu's prior warning to grasp the ship's railings tightly, they might have plummeted into the depths of the sea. As Meichin observed Limulu's frozen expression, she too was overtaken by a similar transformation of shock. Not just the two of them, but even Yasuo and Itachi stood frozen in place, while Lei Yu, though prepared, was nonetheless awestruck by the scene unfolding before him. Before them, a gaping chasm nearly 2,000 meters in diameter had appeared on the ocean's surface, with torrents of seawater cascading into its depths. Peering down, one could see naught but an unfathomable darkness. The depth of this abyss remained a mystery. It was known, however, that decades later, this chasm persisted, untouched by the encroaching sea, and was subsequently dubbed Gu Wang, Shun Kung by later generations, becoming a site frequented by countless tourists and adventurers. At this juncture, Lei Yu and his companions gazed in awe at Gu Out-Yin, rendered speechless by the magnitude of the event. This strike was intended merely to slay a sea king. Yet it had nearly pierced the very fabric of the world. This was not merely using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was akin to wielding a cleaver to swat a fly. Simultaneously, the disturbances had been sensed by countless individuals. First among them was Kaido, who resided closest to Lei Yu and his companions in Wano Kuni. Clutching a shattered barrel of sake, an unintentional casualty of shock as Gu Wang unleashed his transcendent magic, Kaido's eyes reflected a lingering fear. After a moment of respite, he resumed drinking from another barrel of strong liquor, seemingly attempting to drown his trepidation. For he could feel that the aura they had just witnessed could have easily annihilated him in an instant. Indeed, annihilation. After consuming several barrels, he finally paused, letting out a satisfied burp, murmuring in a slightly inebriated state, "I must have been drunk. How could such an attack possibly be wielded by a mere mortal? I must be dreaming." As he drifted into slumber, his occasionally trembling body revealed that he had indeed been deeply frightened, enough to dream of nightmares. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Kizaru ascended to a vantage point, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance, having sensed the terrifying aura that signified death and destruction. In the training yard, Garp, who was assisting in training new recruits, abruptly halted as Sengoku approached, his demeanor serious. Without hesitation, Garp addressed Sengoku. "You felt it too, didn't you?" "Indeed." Sengoku nodded, a shadow of unease clouding his eyes, for this unfamiliar yet potent energy stirred profound apprehension within him. Observing Sengoku's anxiety, Garp chuckled lightly. "Perhaps we need not dwell on this too much. I suspect it was merely the commotion caused by that Lei Yu fellow." "Lei Yu? How could it be?" Sengoku exclaimed, for he could think of no other culprit. Seeing Garp's nonchalant expression, Sengoku could only shake his head in resignation. Suddenly, Garp noticed Sengoku searching for something and curiously inquired, "By the way, where's that sheep? You didn't roast it, did you?" Sengoku, covering his face in exasperation, replied it was frightened into unconsciousness by that recent aura. "Oh no! Ha ha ha!" At that moment, Dragon, situated at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, stood on a high point of the island, his expression equally grave as he surveyed the horizon, specifically the location where Gu Aoyan had unleashed his transcendent magic. After a prolonged silence, Dragon turned to his subordinate, commanding, "Prepare a small boat for me. I must set out at once." His subordinate, without question, nodded and hurried off to prepare the vessel. Watching his subordinate depart, Dragon murmured, filled with worry, "Who could it be? I hope it isn't from the government." In truth, not only those in the New World sensed the aura of Gu Wang's transcendent magic, but even the world government, located far across the Grand Line, felt its impact. In the holy land of Mariehua, within the imposing and solemn palace, the 5 elders once again knelt before Lord M. It was unclear what was said, but the expressions of the 5 elders were filled with shock, their heads nodding in agreement with the figure seated upon the ethereal throne, referred to as God. After some time, the 5 emerged, drenched in sweat, their astonishment still evident. They walked as if floating, suggesting that Lord M had made a momentous decision. Once they departed, M retreated to a small garden, extracting a western sword embedded in the grass. He then turned and entered a dim chamber, within which lay an enormous straw hat, identical to that worn by Luffy, but several times larger. M gazed at the hat for an extended period before suddenly drawing the sword, caressing its sharp blade, murmuring, "Lei Yu, do you aspire to be the one who changes the world? How naive, even if the world is to be changed. It is not for an outsider like you, Lei Yu." Following this, M's figure vanished into the void. Days later, Lei Yu and his companions finally arrived at the shores of Wano Kuni. Without delay, Lei Yu set course for Onigashima, where Kaido resided, intent on persuading Kaido to submit to his cause. With Kaido's allegiance, Lei Yu planned to unite with the Revolutionary Army to launch a full-scale assault on the world government. Though he had not acquired one of the 3 ancient weapons, Lei Yu remained confident that, with their combined strength, they could shake the very foundations of the world government's lofty position. At that moment, a member of the Beast Pirates spotted Lei Yu's ship from afar. After their comrade Jack had been swiftly defeated by Ryuma, Nearly all members of the Beast Pirates had memorized the symbol of the gods to avoid provoking them. Unexpectedly, the Zongshan pirates have come looking for us. Upon seeing the flag of the Zongshan, a pirate hurriedly rushed towards the headquarters. Lord Kaido, it's bad. The Zongshan pirates are coming our way. This is a serious matter. As he cried out, many others were startled by his alarm. What? Is it the Zongshan Leiyu's crew? Why would they come to Onigashima at this time? They can't be planning an invasion, can they? Surely not. We still have Lord Kaido. At that moment, Kaido, who was drinking from a barrel, furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion outside. He set down his strong drink and stepped out. What is going on? Why all the panic? Observing the chaotic scene outside, Kaido's voice was cold and commanding. As Kaido emerged, the crowd gradually quieted down. The pirate who had spotted the Leiyu crew knelt before Kaido and reported, Lord Kaido, Leiyu has come to Onigashima. What? Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the pirate. Is he alone? No, it seems they are all here. The words from his subordinate left Kaido in confusion. Why would Leiyu come here instead of staying in his own territory? After pondering for a moment, Kaido declared, Fine, I will assess the situation. You go inform Huazai, Jin, and Izai Kuein, and have them come here as well. With that, Kaido's figure vanished, heading towards the shores of Onigashima. At that moment, Leiyu and his crew had just anchored their ship and set foot on the shore. Leiyu suddenly looked up at the sky with a hint of a smile. Are they coming? Just then, a thunderous sound erupted as Kaido's massive form descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. The entire Onigashima trembled slightly. Kaido, wielding his kanabo, snorted with white vapor escaping his nostrils, and with a grave expression, he demanded, What do you want by coming here? In the past, if anyone dared to step onto his territory, Kaido would have smashed them with a single strike. However, facing Leiyu, he refrained from acting rashly, for his instincts told him that Leiyu had grown remarkably powerful, much stronger than when he encountered him over 2 years ago. Such a rapid increase in strength left even Kaido feeling a sense of trepidation. Not only him, but even the presence of Itachi behind Leiyu instilled a profound sense of danger, and even Yasuo, the swordsman, appeared exceedingly perilous. As for the skeleton figure, Kaido dismissed it entirely, sensing no formidable aura from him. Gazing at the group before him, Kaido felt an overwhelming sense of gravity. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he recognized that if they all attacked, he would not be able to withstand them. Not just himself, even the full might of the Beast Pirates could not hold them back. Observing Kaido's confusion, Leiyu wasted no time, smiling before directly stating, Your strength is impressive. Join me, Kaido. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Leiyu's proposition, Kaido erupted in laughter, as if he had heard a joke. After a moment, he abruptly ceased his laughter, glaring at Leiyu with fury, and bellowed, Leiyu, are you jesting with me? You want me to submit to you? Are you dreaming? With that, Kaido tightened his grip on his colossal kanabo, emanating a terrifying aura. Noting Kaido's demeanor, Leiyu shook his head helplessly and continued, I'm not asking you to submit to me. I am inviting you to join me. Joining you is the same as submitting beneath the Zongshan. What do you mean, Leiyu? Leiyu slowly approached Kaido, earnestly gazing into his eyes as he said, I am preparing to challenge the world government. Without needing further explanation from Leiyu, Kaido comprehended the implications of his words. He regarded Leiyu with a bewildered expression, refraining from mocking his seemingly fantastical idea. Instead, he shook his head and replied, You are truly insane, Leiyu. Do not think that just because you possess some strength, you can overturn the entire world. I acknowledge that you are strong now, but the world government is a deep quagmire. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Leiyu let out a cold laugh and asserted, The world government must be removed. No one can stop what I declare. Gazing into Leiyu's unwavering eyes, Kaido realized that this man was not joking. He shook his head, withdrew his aura, and turned to leave, saying, You can go your own way. I have no interest in this. Let this matter of you intruding upon my territory be. Just do not create chaos for me. As Kaido gradually departed, Leiyu's gaze sharpened, and he coldly declared, That is not your decision, Kaido. With that, a terrifying power erupted from him, surging towards Kaido. After all, A formidable opponent like Kaido was not someone Lei Yu wished to relinquish. The presence of another strong ally would increase his chances of toppling the world government. Feeling the overwhelming aura encroaching upon him, Kaido abruptly halted, tightened his grip on the kanabo, and turned to face the advancing Lei Yu. Hey, are we going to fight? I am not afraid of you, a mere junior. With that, Kaido brandished his kanabo, his eyes filled with battle intent as he faced Lei Yu. The second clash between the two emperors, Kaido and Lei Yu, was about to commence. Kaido swung his kanabo, his eyes turning a furious crimson as he roared, "Thunder Bagua!" Instantly, arcs of purple lightning erupted from his body, exuding the might of a thunder god. These purple bolts surged into his kanabo, which he then swung towards Lei Yu with immense force. With a resounding impact, Lei Yu met the strike with his own fist, and in an instant, the ground around them began to shatter, powerful gusts of air wreaking havoc on the surrounding atmosphere. But suddenly, a faint sound of cracking reached Kaido's ears, and his expression froze in shock. To his horror, he witnessed his once impenetrable kanabo being shattered in a single blow by Lei Yu. This was a weapon that had driven countless formidable women to desire him. Yet now it lay broken. How could he endure this? In a fit of rage, Kaido discarded the half-broken kanabo to the ground, fury boiling in his eyes. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as Kaido unleashed his devil fruit powers, transforming into an astonishing azure dragon, coiling above Onigashima with a presence akin to an ancient beast. At that moment, the members of the Beast Pirates looked up in awe at Kaido, exclaiming, "Damn it, did Lord Kaido engage in battle with Lei Yu? We must assist Lord Kaido." Huazai Jin and Izai Kuei-in also noticed the giant dragon that was Kaido in the sky, realizing the situation was dire, and hurried to aid him. As Lei Yu gazed at Kaido, who had transformed into a colossal dragon in the sky, he did not undergo a similar metamorphosis, for such an act was entirely unnecessary. The Azure Dragon, Kaido, without a moment's hesitation, opened his massive jaws wide, and soon an array of fiery lights began to coalesce within. "Prepare yourself, Lei Yu." With Kaido's furious roar, a series of resounding sonic booms erupted, manifesting as an intensely scorching breath aimed directly at Lei Yu. The clouds above were cleaved in two by this onslaught, and the shockwaves surged outward in all directions. Observing this fiery breath hurtling toward him, Gu Outyin, standing behind, seized the opportunity while no one was paying attention and softly murmured, "Advanced body enhancement, advanced defense enhancement, advanced strength enhancement." As each incantation was uttered, several glimmers flickered around Lei Yu's form. Seemingly sensing something, Lei Yu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Outyin and nodded, while Kaido remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In the next instant, Kaido's dragon breath collided forcefully with Lei Yu's figure. "Weakness sino Lei Yu es un guarded stance. Kaido erupted into lauter." Are you underestimating me? If that is the case, prepare to be reduced to ashes. With that, Kaido intensified his breath. Yet, astonishingly, Lei Yu effortlessly absorbed the fierce torrent. What? How can this be possible? Kaido was utterly astonished as he beheld Lei Yu, unscathed. It was known that Lei Yu had not made any defense whatsoever. How could he withstand such a powerful breath with nothing but his flesh? This level of physical resilience was a rarity even for Kaido himself. Unbeknownst to him, the reason Lei Yu could so easily withstand his attack was due to the subtle enhancements Gu Outyin had provided. In truth, even without Gu Outyin's assistance, Lei Yu could have endured Kaido's assault without a scratch. After all, the sheer intensity of his physical prowess was so formidable that perhaps even Lei Yu himself was unaware of its full extent. Upon witnessing Lei Yu's extraordinary physique, Kaido finally recognized that this was not the Lei Yu of 2 years past. He had undeniably ascended to the realm of royalty, perhaps even surpassing it. Reflecting on this realization and observing the slightly matured countenance of Lei Yu, Kaido shook his head in resignation, exclaiming, "Truly, the youth is formidable." Subsequently, Kaido reverted to his human form. Lei Yu, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean? Why have you suddenly ceased the battle?" Kaido responded with a hearty laugh. "Is it not permissible for me to choose not to fight? As for your proposition to attack the world government, That's impossible. However, I could refrain from aiding them during your offensive, if that suffices." Upon hearing this, Lei Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. He understood that Kaido, or rather Wano, likely had certain trade relations with the world government. Perhaps Kaido feared that should he ally with Lei Yu and the latter's endeavors fail, his own position would become precarious. With this in mind, Lei Yu nodded in understanding. Kaido, relieved, was then taken aback when Lei Yu suddenly declared, "In that case, you may perish." Kaido was momentarily stunned, gazing into Lei Yu's small eyes filled with profound confusion. Can it be played this way? This fellow disregards the rules. I have shown restraint, yet he has grown audacious. Seizing the moment of Kaido's bewilderment, Lei Yu abandoned any notions of martial ethics and swiftly lunged forward, delivering a powerful knee strike directly to Kaido's face. It should be noted that the enhancements bestowed by Gu Outyin were not limited to mere physical strength. They encompassed Lei Yu's entire power. With his already formidable strength augmented by these enhancements, the impact was tremendous. Kaido's flesh was brutally compressed under the force of Lei Yu's strike, sending him sprawling hundreds of meters away, crashing through numerous small hills and stirring clouds of dust. At that moment, the likes of Huazai Jin and Izai Kuei-in arrived at the scene just in time to witness their master Kaido being launched by Lei Yu's assault. Instantly, the atmosphere within the beast pirates became thick with tension. How is this possible? Lord Kaido has been struck down. Rushing to Kaido's side, Jin anxiously inquired, "Kaido, are you all right?" Kaido staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood and wiping the corner of his lips. "Leave this adversary to me. Do not interfere." With that, he charged once more at Lei Yu, his anger boiling over as he bellowed, "Lei Yu, you shall pay for this." With a resounding thud, Kaido unleashed his powerful Conqueror's Haki, enveloping his arm in a fierce aura. Observing this display, Lei Yu taunted, "Is this your Conqueror's Haki? What do you mean by that?" Kaido, momentarily stunned, replied with confusion, "What do you mean? Such a display of Conqueror's Haki should not be paraded about." As soon as the words left Lei Yu's lips, a far more potent aura began to emanate from him. In an instant, the members of the beast pirates surrounding Kaido felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, rendering even the formidable Huazai Jin and Izai Kuei-in breathless. The small hills within several miles of Lei Yu crumbled under the weight of his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, collapsing in a cacophony, while even the clouds above were stirred into swirling vortices. Witnessing this, Kaido was left in utter shock. He halted, eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Lei Yu, exclaiming, "How can this be possible? Your Conqueror's Haki has reached such a level. This cannot be." In Kaido's perception, the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Lei Yu far surpassed his own. "Please do not let me finish you off with a single punch, little blue dragon. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly dull." With a grin, Lei Yu compressed his Conqueror's Haki into his right fist, launching it toward Kaido. Of course, he would not disclose that over the past 2 years, his Conqueror's Haki had been elevated to a truly terrifying level by the system. Lei Yu believed that even Shanks, renowned for his Conqueror's Haki, might not compare to him. Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Kaido forcibly suppressed the fear rising within him, his eyes igniting with a fierce murderous intent as he glared at Lei Yu and roared, "Then come, Lei Yu. Today, I shall show you the might of the strongest creature in this world." With that, Kaido's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His muscles began to ripple, and patches of azure dragon scales emerged on his skin. Soon, the sides of his forehead bulged, forming 2 imposing horns. The transformation completed, Kaido crossed his arms and declared, "This is my ultimate form, the half-beast form. Now, let you witness the power of the ruler of these seas." Immediately, Kaido entwined his Conqueror's Haki around his dragon arm and charged straight towards Lei Yu. Observing Kaido's current form, Lei Yu felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't his strongest form complete dragonization? Why did Kaido's most formidable manifestation differ from his own? Perhaps it was due to the disparities in their respective devil fruits. After all, Lei Yu possessed the long fruit, while Kaido wielded the fish fruit. With this thought, Lei Yu regained his focus, gazing at the rapidly approaching Kaido, his eyes betraying no sign of trepidation. He realized that Kaido's strongest form seemed to be merely that. At this moment, Kaido had sprinted right before Lei, bellowing, "King of the Conqueror's Haki, BH, Dragon, Fist." Following this, Kaido's fist, adorned with dragon scales and enveloped in his unique Conqueror's Haki, struck fiercely towards Lei. The sheer force generated a violent gale, shattering the mountains behind Lei. As the fist descended upon him, Lei couldn't help but sarcastically remark, "Isn't this just a basic attack? Does adding a name really change its essence?" With a sudden spark of inspiration, Lei clenched his fist, enveloping it with his invincible Conqueror's Haki, and fiercely met Kaido's dragon fist, roaring, "Tornado, destroy the parking lot." Bang! In an instant, a swirl of purple-black energy enveloped the two, wreaking havoc around them, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. Yet, Kaido's expression became somewhat unnatural. He realized at the moment their fists collided that he had been bested. Neither his Conqueror's Haki nor his physical strength could withstand the overwhelming power of Lei. With a sickening sound, blood spurted as Kaido's right arm could not endure the immense force, causing his muscles to rupture. Following this, a torrent of blood erupted from Kaido's mouth, and his aura plummeted. Lei's punch, infused with Conqueror's Haki, had obliterated Kaido's internal organs. Witnessing Kaido in such a pitiful state, Lei's lips curled into a slight smirk as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, coldly declaring, "Flamingo Dance, Sky Hammer, Earthfall, Bear Paw Strike, Flying Crane, Catching Shrimp." Bang! 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 The unceasing series of assaults left Kaido no time to retaliate, each blow laced with Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, Lei reveled in the exhilaration, realizing that even a basic attack felt significantly different when adorned with a name. Blood continuously flowed from Kaido's mouth, and his aura began to wane. Nearby, the members of the Beast Pirates, including Fire Disaster and Play Quinn, witnessed the scene, abandoning all pretense as they rushed over. Lei, catching sight of them, called out Rabbit Fist, Mule Kick, Dragon Claw Shrimp, Cobra. With two thuds, the two fell to the ground, having barely touched Lei's clothing before being struck down, unconscious. After dispatching them, Lei turned his attention back to Kaido, who lay on the ground, battered and bloodied. Kaido's pupils constricted in panic as he beheld Lei approaching, his gaze seemingly pleading, "Please, don't come any closer. I'm afraid." Cracking his neck, Lei cast a cold glance at Kaido and declared, "It's time to end this, little blue dragon." With that, Lei gathered his momentum and soared into the sky, then plummeted down towards Kaido, shouting, "Ultimate move, Crow takes flight." In the face of Kaido's astonished expression, Lei descended like a nuclear bomb, crashing heavily onto Kaido. Wow! Kaido opened his mouth wide, releasing a torrent of yellow liquid, not blood, but alcohol. At this moment, Kaido's body was devoid of blood, filled instead with alcohol. Mixed within the expelled liquid was a small amount of blood, leaving everyone stunned. They could hardly believe that their Kaido, the invincible captain, appeared so vulnerable before Lei. The two formidable fighters outside, struck by Lei, also lay incapacitated on the ground. Even the robust Kaido had lost consciousness, entirely stripped of his ability to resist. Regarding the fallen Kaido, Lei withdrew the Conqueror's Haki from his hand and turned to Rimuru, saying, "Little one, go ahead and devour him. You should grow significantly stronger." Rimuru, without saying much, complied, transforming into a blue mass that gradually enveloped Kaido's entire body. Meanwhile, the members of the Beast Pirates stood frozen in shock at Lei's terrifying prowess, unsure of how to react. Observing them, Lei contemplated before approaching. As he stepped forward, the members instinctively recoiled in fear. Seeing this, Lei paused, exclaiming, "I have no intention of killing you. Kaido has already been defeated. You now have two choices. The first is to leave this place immediately and abandon your pirate ways to live as ordinary citizens in another country. The second is to submit to me and join the Divine Pirates, adhering to our rules. Those who violate them will face dire consequences." Upon hearing Lei's words, the Beast Pirates initially froze in surprise, then exchanged furtive glances among themselves, whispering discussions. Lei Yu patiently awaited their decision. After a moment, the pirates suddenly picked up their weapons from the ground. Seeing this, Itachi's expression sharpened, suspecting they were about to make a futile struggle. However, the pirates merely lifted their weapons high above their heads and shouted, Lei Yu, divine, divine, we are the divine. Clearly, they had made their choice. Subsequently, Lei Yu ordered that fire disaster and Plague Quinn be imprisoned in the prison of Onigashima under strict guard. After ensuring all was in order, Lei Yu did not take time to rest, but instead commanded, in 2 hours, we march toward Wano. Upon hearing this, the crew gasped in astonishment, speculating whether their captain intended to seize complete control of Wano so swiftly. Just look at Lei Yu's power. Taking control of Wano is merely a matter of lifting a finger. Thus, a throng of pirates followed Lei Yu and Itachi, marching towards Wano with great fervor. Meanwhile, in Wano, the general, Korizumi Orochi, trembled in his military estate upon hearing the news. If he couldn't even defeat Kaido, how could he withstand the might of Lei Yu, who was even more formidable? This overwhelming force left him utterly powerless to resist. It was akin to a bulldozer crushing a toy car, leaving nothing but debris in its wake. In just a single day, Lei Yu, through sheer might, had brought the entire Wano under his dominion, simultaneously acquiring the Sea Prism Stone, a lucrative asset. The following day, Lei Yu sat within the general's estate in Wano, his eyes alight with excitement as he murmured, It seems that dragon still owes me a favor, and the golden lion should be ready by now. He chuckled, it's time to reel in the net. Indeed, even Lei Yu himself had not anticipated that within the span of merely 3 years in this world, he would achieve such remarkable progress. The overthrow of the world government is imminent. It can be said that everything is in place, awaiting just the right moment. Subsequently, Lei Yu entrusted all matters concerning Wano Kuni to Bone Ao Tian, as this individual presumably possesses greater experience in management. Meanwhile, Lei Yu himself set sail on a small boat, departing from Wano Kuni. 3 days later, the news of Lei Yu's triumph over Kaido and his acquisition of control over Wano Kuni reverberated across the seas, once again stirring up tumultuous waves. However, the protagonist of this world, Lei Yu, had already arrived at a remote island, which happened to be the very island where Orochimaru had previously visited. Upon stepping onto the island, Lei Yu sensed an unusual atmosphere. Utilizing his formidable Kinbunchika haki, he enveloped the entire island and discovered that there was not a single trace of life to be found. The island had become a desolate wasteland. However, he soon noticed a cave entrance on the island. With a swift movement, he found himself outside the cave, gazing into the inky darkness within. He pondered for a moment before venturing inside. Before long, he traversed unimpeded to the innermost depths of Vegapunk's laboratory, only to find it eerily empty, devoid of any presence, including the previously utilized nutrient chambers for human experimentation. Confronted with such a bizarre scene, Lei Yu furrowed his brow in confusion. Where had that rascal Orochimaru gone? Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed from behind him. Turning around, Lei Yu discovered that Tyrant Bear had inexplicably appeared at his back. Recognizing Tyrant Bear as merely a creation of Vegapunk, an artificial human, and not the genuine Tyrant Bear, Lei Yu observed that the creature did not seem inclined to engage him in combat. Instead, a glimmer of red light flickered in its eyes, which then projected 2 beams of blue light. To Lei Yu's astonishment, these 2 beams gradually coalesced into the likeness of Orochimaru. Is this not the essence of holographic projection technology? How could this be? This was the first time Lei Yu exhibited such a look of astonishment, as he understood that Orochimaru could not possibly master such technology. The only individual capable of creating such a high-tech marvel could only be the unparalleled genius and scientist Vegapunk, who was ahead of this world by 500 years. Contemplating this, Lei Yu could not restrain a series of deep breaths. Holographic projection, so sophisticated. What manner of creature is Vegapunk? As Lei Yu mused, the projected image of Orochimaru suddenly animated. Gazing at Lei Yu, Orochimaru's eyes reflected a tinge of reluctance before he slowly spoke. Lei, by the time you witness this scene, I may no longer exist in this world. Of course, It is not to say that I have been eradicated, but rather, akin to my arrival in this world, I have now departed. As for the method of my departure, I cannot elucidate. It was this fellow, Vegapunk, who devised something called a wormhole, and in a flash, we left this world. Perhaps you are aware of my desire to pursue the eternal. He has unveiled a different world to me, and I believe he might be the wind I have been awaiting. And moreover, Lei, do you know, Vegapunk is indeed a genius. Listening to Orochimaru's incessant discourse, Leiyu had no doubt regarding his words. He understood that Orochimaru had truly departed. As he gazed at the holographic projection of Orochimaru, Leiyu's thoughts drifted back 3 years to when he first summoned him, the moment he encountered the majestic figure of the great serpent. Much of his own strength was intricately linked to Orochimaru. His physical prowess had been enhanced by the elixirs concocted by him, and his devil fruit was also a gift from Orochimaru. Reflecting on this, Leiyu felt a pang in his heart, his eyes growing misty. It seemed he too harbored a sense of reluctance toward this individual. Abruptly, Orochimaru paused, languidly stretching his neck before continuing, Lei, although I wish to accompany you indefinitely, life is fraught with regrets. Perfection is unattainable. Fissures will inevitably emerge. You have grown, surrounded by companions, and I can now depart with peace of mind. I hope we may meet again in the future. With that, a crackling sound echoed as the blue light in Tyrant Bear's eyes abruptly extinguished, and Orochimaru's holographic projection vanished from Leiyu's sight. At that moment, a red light flickered in Tyrant Bear's chest, slowly emanating a dangerous aura. Sensing the impending threat, Leiyu swiftly vanished from the scene. Moments later, Tyrant Bear detonated like a bomb, unleashing a terrifying explosion that caused the entire mountain to crumble, engulfing everything within the cave. By this time, Leiyu had already emerged from the cave, and as he gazed back at the ruins, he felt an emptiness within. With a deep sigh, he made his way toward the shore, departing from the island. Shortly after Leiyu's departure, several vessels from the world government arrived at the island. Numerous government officials hastily convened at the site of Vegapunk's laboratory, and upon witnessing the devastation, the leader clenched his fists and exclaimed furiously, "Quickly return. Inform the 5 elders. Vegapunk has vanished." 3 days later, Leiyu returned to Wano Kuni. To simplify matters, he transformed the former general's mansion into the Hall of the Gods. Within the main hall of the Hall of the Gods, Leiyu welcomed a familiar old friend, Dr. Kurohige. Observing the Revolutionary Army's leader before him, Leiyu inquired, "What brings such a busy person as yourself here?" Dr. Kurohige scrutinized Leiyu, seated upon the dragon throne, for a lengthy moment before slowly speaking. "I never expected that in just a few short years you would grow to this extent." Upon hearing this, Leiyu smiled and exchanged pleasantries before finally addressing the matter at hand. Dr. Kurohige leaned closer and whispered, "What are your thoughts on the world government?" After a moment of contemplation, Leiyu's gaze sharpened as he declared, "We must strike. We must fight." "Excellent. Let us engage in battle," exclaimed Dr. Kurohige, his entire being vibrating with excitement. He poured Leiyu a cup of tea and continued, "How shall we proceed, my friend?" Leiyu pointed towards a kettle simmering over a fire, remaining silent. Dr. Kurohige gazed at the kettle, listening to the bubbling water, and, after a moment of reflection, speculated, "Are you suggesting that the world government is merely boiling water?" Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed excitedly, "Precisely. With your strength and influence, combined with my revolutionary army, we could easily overthrow the world government." Observing Dr. Kurohige's enthusiasm, Leiyu gently shook his head. Noticing this, Dr. Kurohige looked at Leiyu in confusion and asked, "Is that not the case?" "What do you mean?" After savoring a sip of tea, Leiyu replied, "It has begun." "It has begun? What do you mean, my friend? Are you merely suggesting that the water is boiling?" I refuse to believe it. Clearly, Dr. Kurohige thought that Leiyu's words could not be so simplistic. "Huh, it is certainly not that." Leiyu gently chuckled twice before his gaze sharpened, and he earnestly declared, "What I mean is, I have activated it." "You activated it? What does that even mean?" Observing Leiyu's teasing demeanor, Duolagura felt a sudden headache. Then Leiyu slammed the table and exclaimed, "I have activated the Waiga." "What does activating Waiga mean?" Upon hearing the term, SnakeDevours became even more perplexed, resorting to watching her with eager eyes, hoping for an explanation. Lu sighed deeply, took another sip of tea, and explained why Gar refers to an external aid, and activating it means I have activated this external aid. As for the external aid, you may understand it as, a very powerful entity. A very powerful entity? Could it be a weapon? Upon hearing this, SnakeDevours furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, yes, exactly. A very powerful entity? You could also interpret it as an ancient weapon like Qinglong or Thanwang. In any case, it is incredibly formidable. What? At this moment, SnakeDevours was utterly astonished. His hands trembling uncontrollably as he held his teacup, he asked in disbelief, could this so-called external aid really be something akin to ancient weapons? No, Lei replied resolutely. It is far more powerful than ancient weapons, stronger by several folds. With a crack, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, and his eyes were filled not only with shock, but also with excitement. It could be said that his greatest concern now was whether the world government had indeed gained control over one of the ancient weapons, Tong. If they did, his chances of victory would drastically diminish. However, upon learning that Liu possessed weapons even more powerful than ancient weapons, that lingering worry vanished. After a moment, SnakeDevours forcibly calmed his excited heart, gazed deeply at Liu, and continued discussing subsequent matters with him. The two engaged in conversation from noon until the sun set, at which point SnakeDevours took his leave. Observing SnakeDevours' slightly buoyant steps, it was evident that he was quite pleased. After SnakeDevours departed, Lei returned to his room, lay down to rest for just a few minutes, when suddenly he sprang up from the bed, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity as he scanned his surroundings with a serious expression. Subsequently, as if sensing something, he swiftly vanished from the room. Meanwhile, the already slumbering Yo was abruptly awakened, moving to the window to gaze into the distance with confusion. Finding nothing amiss, Yo reluctantly closed his eyes again, and upon reopening them, transformed into the Wenton Chung, scanning the surroundings before also swiftly exiting his room. As for Liu, Marichin, and even Yatha, they seemed oblivious to any disturbances, sleeping soundly. However, in Guoten's room, his presence was notably absent. At that moment, within a forest along the coast of Vertigoa, Guoten looked up with a grave expression at a silhouette resembling a dubious figure. Who are you? The presence before Guoten exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, one he had never experienced before. The figure in the sky did not respond, brandishing a sword and gazing into the distance as if awaiting something. Seeing this, Guoten refrained from taking any rash actions. After a considerable time, two figures appeared, Liu and Yo. Upon seeing Guoten, they were not surprised, as they had sensed his aura earlier. Liu directed his gaze towards the figure in the sky, his pupils subtly narrowing, and with a cold smirk, he remarked, I thought someone noteworthy had arrived. So it's you, Yimu. Upon hearing this, the figure in the sky, emitted a chilling glint from his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Liu for a prolonged moment before saying, I advise you to abandon your aspirations. This world is beyond your influence. As a trade, I can ensure that the world government, even the Navy, will no longer target you. Liu was momentarily taken aback by Yu's words. He had not anticipated such terms being offered. Liu chuckled lightly, then looked up at Yu with indifference, stating, as long as I can defeat you and overthrow the world government, perhaps this world will no longer have anyone targeting me. Right? Targeting me? Do they even qualify? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu's body trembled. An aura of sovereignty emanated from him, the most supreme form of Bawangser Ba-Cheat. Upon sensing this aura, Liu seemed momentarily stunned, exclaiming, how is it possible for you to possess such a degree of Bawangser Ba-Cheat? Could it be that you also possess the bloodline of the Jir Baong? The reason Yu was so astounded was that Bawangser Ba-Cheat awakened based on personal talent, although it could be strengthened through personal effort after awakening. One's innate talent or bloodline determined the upper limits of Bawangser Ba-Cheat. The reason Bawangser was so formidable was that he bore the ancient bloodline of the Jirbaong. Upon hearing this inquiry, Liu shook his head and replied, Jirbaong? Unfortunately, I seem to know nothing of it. After a brief moment of distraction, quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing her with utmost seriousness before asking again. Your strength is indeed remarkable. It could even be said to surpass everyone in this world. Unfortunately, in my eyes, your strength is still insufficient. I offer you an opportunity. How about we jointly control this world? Hearing U's near-negotiating tone, Liu shook his head once more, stating, the Tongrun are the cancer of this world. My goal is to excise these tumors. Witnessing the repeated rejections, Liu began to lose his composure. A sense of destruction emanated from him as he coldly regarded her. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Liu confidently waved his hand and declared, a month from now, I shall trample upon the holy land Maijia and break through the red soil continent. Upon hearing V's resolute tone, Yu let out a sinister laugh. If that's the case, I accept your challenge. Soon, you shall witness what true divine power entails. With that, the space around Yu twisted, and his figure vanished from the sight of the three. As they watched the space where Yu had disappeared, his expression gradually turned serious, and he asked Yu in Gualtian, hurry, what do you think of his strength? Strong, very strong, stronger than anyone we have encountered before. They both replied in unison. Lei Yu nodded, recognizing that the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yu was indeed formidable. But we are the gods. With that, a resolute light ignited in his eyes. Overthrowing the world government and restoring light to this world is our unassailable duty. 3 days later, Liu officially proclaimed that a month from now, he would challenge the world government atop the Holy Land Ma Li Chao Ya. They sought to overturn this world. Upon the announcement of this news, the world erupted into a frenzy, with the majority expressing astonishment at Lei Yu's actions. In truth, many were skeptical about the success of Lei Yu and his companions' endeavors. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that upon hearing this news, Whitebeard wasted no time and set sail towards Wano country aboard the Moby Dick, ready to rendezvous with Lei Yu. Meanwhile, the Dark Emperor, Jin Shizi, dwelling in the underworld, learned of this development, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured to himself, is this day finally upon us? He then summoned his subordinates and issued a series of commands. Shortly after Lei Yu declared war, Long followed suit by revealing the formidable strength of the Revolutionary Army to the public and announcing a joint offensive against the world government alongside Lei Yu. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the globe. What? The Revolutionary Army is indeed this powerful. The world government may truly be on the brink of collapse. In an instant, the prevailing belief that Lei Yu's declaration of war was destined for failure transformed dramatically. With the combined forces of the gods and the Revolutionary Army, there is uncertainty as to whether the world government could withstand such an assault. Upon realizing that both Lei Yu and the Revolutionary Army were prepared to challenge the world government, Admiral Kazuru promptly convened a meeting. Addressing the gathered naval soldiers and various generals, he gravely inquired, I believe everyone is aware of the situation regarding Lei Yu, the Revolutionary Army, and the world government. By our stance, we should side with the world government and crush Lei Yu and his ilk. However, you are also aware of certain actions taken by the world government and the Celestial Dragons. What are your thoughts on this potentially world-altering battle? After Kazuru's remarks, the naval personnel erupted into fervent discussions. To be honest, the Celestial Dragons are quite despicable. Sigh. It feels like both pirates and the Celestial Dragons are not to be trusted. However, I hope we can avoid war. As the discussion continued, a hush fell over the crowd as they looked towards Kazuru, knowing that such decisions were beyond their control and that the higher-ups had likely already deliberated on the matter. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Kazuru, with a serious demeanor, stated, I even support the former Admiral Sengoku and Captain Karp's suggestion. We must fight. Much of the darkness in this world stems from the corrupt and inept rule of the world government. The source of chaos in this world is not the pirates. My friends, at that moment, Karp stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, in truth, we, the Navy, are merely puppets controlled by the world government to maintain their dominion. To escape this predicament, we must dismantle the world government. Only then can the Navy be reborn. Sengoku also approached, raising his voice, regardless of the outcome. This battle will give rise to a new navy. Let's strive forward. Upon hearing the words of the three highest authorities, the naval soldiers raised their hands high and cheered enthusiastically. Among the three admirals, Sabo had no objections, as the goal of his revolutionary army was to overthrow the world government. Fujitora, too, had long harbored discontent towards certain actions of the world government and remained silent. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man with long green hair, possessing both a delicate and masculine appearance, stepped forth beside Fujitora and asked Kizaru, "Admiral, if we succeed in this battle, how should we deal with the pirates?" The room fell silent once more at this inquiry. Indeed, if they emerged victorious, how would they confront the pirates on the seas, particularly Leiyu of the gods' pirates? Even Sengoku and Carp were momentarily taken aback, realizing this critical point had been overlooked. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed from afar. If we achieve victory in this battle, I will ensure that this sea is free from the presence of pirates." Upon hearing this proclamation, the entire assembly frowned, puzzled. Who could possibly make such a bold claim? The next moment, as they beheld the approaching figure, they understood the source of such confidence. Leiyu descended gracefully from the sky, landing directly on the platform where Kizaru and the others stood. The arrival of Leiyu sent waves of tension through the naval ranks. After all, pirates remain pirates, and the Navy remained the Navy. Carp, with a serious expression, questioned Leiyu, "What do you mean by that statement?" Leiyu chuckled lightly and addressed the naval officers below. "As long as you all march with us, the gods and the revolutionary army, towards the holy land Mary Geos, I, Leiyu, assure you that after our victory, there will no longer be pirates in this world. At that point, the gods' pirates will be the first to disband as a gesture of goodwill. As for the details, you are welcome to visit me in Wano country." After delivering his message, Leiyu departed from the Navy headquarters, casting a fleeting glance at the previously unseen Admiral Greenbull, recognizing him as a person of considerable intrigue. Subsequently, he vanished from sight, leaving Kizaru, Sengoku, and the others to exchange glances. Kizaru then spoke to conclude the meeting, stating that specific plans would be discussed later. The high-ranking officials, including Kizaru, then began to depart to prepare for the impending events. Time passed swiftly, and approximately half a month later, the Navy dispatched a vessel towards Wano country, where Leiyu resided. On board the ship, Kizaru and Sabo stood at the bow, gazing ahead. Meanwhile, Sengoku, Fujitora, and others remained at Navy HQ, on guard against certain pirates or the world government. They were acutely aware of the discussions that had transpired during the assembly. Although all naval personnel had vowed not to disclose the matters discussed, they knew there could be informants from the world government within their ranks. And if their desertion were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. In truth, their concerns were somewhat unfounded. Since the world government became aware of Leiyu's alliance with the Revolutionary Army, intending to confront them, chaos ensued among their ranks for a time, with many believing the world government was on the brink of collapse and the celestial dragons were doomed. However, this turmoil subsided after just one day, as they seemed to have undergone some transformation. Of course, it was not only the Navy heading to Wano country to meet with Leiyu. The Whitebeard pirates and dragon were also on their way. As Kizaru and Sabo enjoyed the sea breeze, a soldier rushed over in a panic, addressing them urgently. "We have spotted a pirate crew ahead. It appears to be the Straw Hat crew. What should we do?" The soldier understood that the Navy was now effectively aligned with the notorious pirate, Leiyu, at least for the time being, and was uncertain how to confront other pirates, prompting him to seek Kizaru and Sabo as counsel. Upon hearing the mention of the Straw Hat crew, Sabo's eyes brightened, and he murmured, "Could it be Luffy and the others?" A glimmer of joy appeared in his gaze as he turned to Kizaru and suggested, "Shall I go check it out?" Kizaru, after a moment of contemplation, smiled thoughtfully and nodded, "Go ahead." No sooner had he spoken than Sabo's figure vanished from sight, utilizing the moonwalk to approach Luffy and his crew. Meanwhile, aboard the Wanli Yongwang, Chopper, lying on the deck, suddenly noticed a figure looming above. Startled, he leaped up, landing on Luffy's face, shaking his head and exclaiming, "Luffy! Luffy! Look, something is flying towards us." Luffy, roused from his slumber by Chopper's antics, sat up and groggily inquired, "What? Is it mealtime?" Observing Luffy's confused demeanor, Chopper exclaimed in exasperation, "Baka, something is indeed approaching us." At that moment, Sanji, Zoro, and the others also detected the anomaly in the sky. They immediately set aside their tasks, bracing themselves as they scrutinized the dark spot above. Usopp, armed with his weapon, aimed at the shadow and suddenly declared, "That looks like the Navy." "What? The Navy is chasing us?" As the shadow drew closer, they could discern the unmistakable naval uniforms. Gritting his teeth, Usopp shouted, "Leave it to me, ultimate floating meteor." With that, he launched an upward explosive from his slingshot towards the figure. Just as Usopp believed his attack had found its mark, a terrifying bolt of lightning flashed overhead, effortlessly neutralizing his assault. Witnessing this, Nami and Robin exchanged glances, seemingly recalling something, and simultaneously exclaimed, "That's Admiral Zilong." "What? Admiral Zilong?" At this revelation, Zoro and Sanji's expressions turned grave. Over the past 2 years, Zilong's reputation had grown immensely. Zoro unsheathed his sword, Chioshui, and cracked his neck, stating, "I didn't expect to encounter such an adversary here. Let's see what kind of person Admiral Zilong truly is." Sanji stepped forward, lighting a cigarette, his eyes filled with combat fervor as he gazed at the shadow above. Meanwhile, Luffy remained frozen, scratching his head while fixating on Zilong, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As Zoro and Sanji prepared for confrontation, the figure of Zilong suddenly burst into laughter. "Are you trying to test me, Luffy?" Hearing that familiar voice sent a shiver through Luffy, his eyes widening as he shouted to Zoro and Sanji, "Wait." Upon hearing this, the two halted their attacks, looking at Luffy in confusion. In that instant, Sabo landed gracefully on the deck. Zoro and the others stared at the Admiral with serious expressions, ready for action. Sabo smiled gently, adjusting the brim of his hat, and said, "Long time no see, Luffy." Luffy felt a strange familiarity in Sabo's voice, but was certain he had never met this Admiral before. Sanji, glancing at Luffy, queried, "Do you know this guy?" Nami and the others were equally puzzled, as none of them had interacted with Admiral Zilong. Luffy, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Who are you?" "I don't know any Navy personnel. Leave here, or I'll have to knock you out." With that, he assumed a fighting stance, and Zoro and the others prepared for battle. Sabo, with a resigned smile, approached, saying, "Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, you should have one more brother, right?" Luffy paused, memories of his childhood brothers flooding back, and a hint of sadness crossed his face as he replied, "He is already." Before Luffy could finish, Sabo removed his hat and looked at Luffy with a warm smile. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Luffy?" In that moment, upon seeing the familiar face, Luffy was utterly stunned, as if the world around him had come to a standstill. His eyes began to glisten with tears as he whispered, "You are Sabo." Sabo continued to smile. "Can't recognize me anymore, Luffy?" The familiar, gentle voice resonated in Luffy's ears, and he could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it really you, Sabo?" In an instant, he dashed to Sabo, leaping onto his shoulders and crying unabashedly, "Sabo, I thought you were dead." Sabo replied, "Thank you, Luffy, for being here. It's so good to see you." As the two embraced, Zoro and the others observed, realizing that this Admiral seemed to share a brotherly bond with Luffy. Though curious, they refrained from asking further questions, each returning to their respective tasks. After a moment, Luffy and Sabo sat together on the deck, reminiscing about old times. Suddenly, Luffy glanced at Sabo's naval uniform and inquired, "Why did you join the Navy?" Sabo decided to be open with Luffy, recognizing that there was no need for secrecy now, as the Navy and the Revolutionary Army were somewhat aligned. Upon hearing Sabo's multiple identities, Luffy's jaw dropped in astonishment, realizing that Sabo was connected to both his grandfather and his father. After a while, Sabo checked the time and stood up, saying, "Luffy, it's getting late. I must be on my way." Luffy, understanding the situation, asked, "Where are you headed?" "Oh, to Wano, where some matters need discussing," Sabo replied without hesitation. Nami, overhearing, pondered aloud, "Wano, the land of the god's thunder?" At this, Luffy bounced with excitement, exclaiming, "You're going to Wano too?" Huh, are you all going there as well? Sabo looked at Luffy in confusion as Luffy nodded enthusiastically, saying, "ISNT Wano, the territory of my brother, Raijin. We heard he plans to overthrow the world government, and I can't miss such an exciting event." Hearing Luffy's words, Sabo frowned and asked, "Aren't you planning to search for the One Piece and become the Pirate King?" "Yeah, that treasure can wait. If I miss this event, it could be a lifetime regret." Luffy laughed heartily. Observing Luffy's exuberance, Sabo shook his head and cautioned, "You better not get involved in this battle. You might not handle it." Luffy turned his head defiantly, pouting, "No way. Really, listen to me. You shouldn't get mixed up in this," Sabo urged. "No way." With Luffy's determination evident, Sabo realized he could not dissuade him and sighed, saying, "All right, you've grown up. Just be careful. Even I, an Ace, might not be able to protect you." "Ace." Before Sabo could finish, Luffy abruptly turned to him, asking, "Will Ace be going too?" Realizing he had let something slip, Sabo knew that the Whitebeard pirates would likely join the conflict. Seeing the intensity in Luffy's eyes, he reluctantly replied, "He should be. Perhaps the three of us will meet in Wano." Sabo believed that the upcoming meeting in Wano would attract not only the Navy, but also many significant figures. "Really? That would be amazing," Luffy exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. With a sigh, Sabo said, "Well, I must take my leave. See you in Wano." "Okay." Sabo turned and departed. As Luffy watched Sabo's retreating figure, he clenched his fists in excitement and joyfully declared, "Are we finally going to meet again, the three of us?" At this moment, not far from the land of Wa, the majestic Moby Dick, helmed by Whitebeard, suddenly appeared, swiftly making its way towards the shores of Wa. Standing at the bow, Ace gazed at the colossal island before him and turned to Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Father, we are almost there?" Whitebeard nodded, a glimmer of joy in his eyes, and bellowed, "Indeed. Let us hurry. I am eager to share a few drinks with my brother Leyu." In truth, it was not only the Marines who were headed towards the land of Wa, but also Whitebeard's faction. Even formidable figures like Shiki the Golden Lion and Katakuri were making their way here, fully aware that a grand battle was imminent. Although the world government had not yet released any information, this was merely the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, red-haired Shanks, another of the four emperors, was noticeably absent from the waters surrounding Wa, instead advancing toward an unfamiliar sea with great determination. With a look of concern etched on his face, Shanks sighed softly, murmuring, "You are too hasty, Leyu." At the same time, the infamous pirate Blackbeard stood on an unnamed island, surveying his crew of Blackbeard pirates, and laughed maniacally. "The whirlpool of a new era is upon us. Yet they will soon realize that this next age will not belong to you, Leyu, but to me, Blackbeard. You shall witness the dawn of my era." As his words echoed, his crew erupted in fervent cheers, their powerful presence surging like tidal waves around them. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be struck dumb with fear, for the hundreds of pirates below exuded an unmistakable aura, a testament to their devil fruit abilities. Over the past 2 years, Blackbeard had successfully assembled his army of powers. With a raised arm, Blackbeard commanded, "Everyone, take this time to rest. When the battle begins, we shall march forth and demonstrate our strength to the world." The gathering of ability users, flushed with excitement, roared, "Kill!" Their overwhelming bloodlust revealed their true natures as ruthless pirates. Meanwhile, in a prison cell, Don Quixote da Flamingo, gazing at a newspaper, was consumed by a frenzied madness. Trembling with exhilaration as he cackled, "It has begun. Finally, it is starting. But who will be the last one laughing?" Outside the prison, Admiral Toru observed da Flamingo's unhinged demeanor with concern, uncertain whether the Marines' alignment was right or wrong. If this operation were to fail and the world government emerged victorious, it would undoubtedly bring about a tremendous transformation within the Marines, potentially rendering them mere puppets of the world government. With a resigned sigh, Toru turned and left. As the battle that would reshape the world was about to commence, and no one knew who would emerge as the architects of history. 3 days later, within the sacred hall of Wa, Leyu sat at the head of the table, gazing solemnly at Whitebeard, Kizaru, Shiki, Dragon, and others. Without a doubt, these 4 individuals represented the apex of power within the world, capable of shaking the very foundations of existence with a mere stomp. Today marked their first and final council before the impending battle, and no one dared to take it lightly. However, the unexpected connection between Lei Yu and Shiki caught everyone off guard, as they realized that Shiki was none other than the recent ruler of the Dark World, Xie Sun. This revelation sent a shiver down their spines. Once all the key players had assembled, Lei Yu directly addressed the group, stating, "There is little to discuss regarding the specifics of this battle. We are unaware of the world government's hidden cards, so we shall proceed with a direct assault. With absolute power on our side, their defeat is inevitable." The others nodded in agreement, endorsing Lei Yu's perspective. At that moment, Dragon turned to Lei Yu and posed a crucial question. After the battle, who will govern the new world government? All eyes gravitated towards Lei Yu, as this was a matter of great concern for them. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Yu responded, "My vision is for the Revolutionary Army to fully take over the world government." Upon hearing this, Dragon nodded thoughtfully before glancing at Kizaru and continuing. "And what of the Marines? The Marines will remain, but they will no longer be a direct subordinate of the government." Kizaru, scratching his head in confusion, inquired, "What does that mean?" "My intention is for the government to retain the highest authority in the world, while the Marines operate as an independent military force. Both sides will be responsible for mutual oversight, and in cases of significant events or the necessity to deploy military force, the agreement of both leaders will be required. Moreover, both parties will possess a veto power. In summary, that is how I envision it." Lei Yu then elaborated on his governmental management strategies from his previous life, ensuring the others understood his framework. After a lengthy discussion, Dragon, Kizaru, and even Whitebeard were left astonished, gazing at Lei Yu as though he were an extraordinary being. Dragon exclaimed, "Lei Yu, I never anticipated you could conceive such a plan. What is it that your mind harbors?" Kizaru added, "Indeed, I didn't realize you had such profound knowledge of governance." Even Whitebeard was taken aback by Lei Yu's advanced approach to governance. Kizaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as a sound plan. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." After further contemplation, Dragon consented to Lei Yu's proposal. However, as if struck by a thought, he cast a deep glance at Lei Yu and asked, "And what are the pirates?" Everyone held their breath at Dragon's question, well aware that both Lei Yu and Whitebeard were part of the pirate faction. Bringing up such a sensitive topic could lead to unpredictable outcomes. "Fear not," Lei Yu reassured them. "On the day the new government is established, I will disband my god's pirate crew." He then turned to Whitebeard, stating, "As for your crew, Whitebeard, it can be rebranded as an exploration team. Essentially, they will be adventurers traversing the vast ocean." Adventurers? The crew was taken aback by this novel term, while Whitebeard appeared intrigued, exclaiming, "Excellent! I like the idea of an exploration team. The journey of pirates in search of One Piece is indeed an adventure and an exploration." Dragon, Kizaru, and the others comprehended Lei Yu's intention and nodded in agreement. After discussing the various details of the impending war, Lei Yu noted the time and declared, "Let us conclude our meeting for today. We shall march against the world government in 3 days' time and celebrate our victory afterward. For now, let us feast and revel." With that, he led Whitebeard, Dragon, and the others towards the banquet hall. Within the banquet, numerous individuals were thoroughly inebriated, and it was here that Sabo, Luffy, and Ace finally reunited, all three brothers utterly intoxicated. Regarding Luffy's desire to partake in the impending battle, Lei Yu did not express any disapproval. Although Luffy's current strength was not formidable, he was, after all, the child of destiny and could potentially play an unforeseen role. Thus, Lei Yu naturally did not object. Gazing into the flickering flames of the bonfire, Lei Yu felt somewhat tipsy himself. In truth, he could not guarantee whether they would triumph over him in the battle 3 days hence or alter the world's fate. Lost in these thoughts, Lei Yu gradually slipped into slumber. 3 days swiftly passed, and over 30 massive vessels set sail from Wano Kuni. Leading the fleet was Lei Yu's ship, the Dragon Roar, followed closely by Whitebeard's Moby Dick, Dragon's revolutionary ship, and Kizaru's warship. Nearly 10,000 elite personnel participated in this grand endeavor. If the entirety of the Revolutionary Army and Navy had been mobilized, the scale would have been exponentially greater. However, They all understood that the key to victory lay solely with Lei Yu, Whitebeard, Dragon, and their cohort. Those beneath their caliber would merely serve as cannon fodder. At this moment, at Navy headquarters, Carp stood alone by the shore, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. What's wrong? Aren't you eager to take down those rascals? The opportunity to strike has arrived, so why not seize it? Sengoku, riding a small goat, ambled over to Carp. Carp merely shook his head, replying, I'm an old relic now. I shall refrain from meddling. Besides, didn't T. Fujitora and Green Bull head out as well? Sengoku stroked the goat's beard, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Do you think they will succeed? How could I possibly know? Carp shook his head once more. After 2 days of sailing, Lei Yu and his formidable army approached the towering Red Line, with the holy land of Mary Geos, which held the highest authority in the world, standing majestically above. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lei Yu gazed at the imposing Red Line and softly murmured, Is this day finally upon us? At that moment, to claim that his heart was devoid of turbulence would have been a lie. Lei Yu felt a surge of excitement, for he might become the harbinger of change in the world. Just then, Whitebeard quietly approached Lei Yu, furrowing his brow as he asked in a low voice, Lei, do you think our journey has been a bit too calm? It puzzled Whitebeard that they had not encountered any forces from the world government along their way. In response, Lei Yu took a deep breath and assured him, Rest assured, they are likely biding their time for today as arrival. Everyone is preparing for this decisive battle. You speak the truth, Whitebeard nodded thoughtfully. On July 3rd, 1523 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Grand Army led by Lei Yu, Whitebeard, Dragon, and Kizaru breached the gates of Mary Geos, revealing the hidden might of the world government. The 5 elders possessed powers akin to that of admirals, even of royal caliber. Yet, this was merely a desperate resistance. In the face of the peak strength of Whitebeard and the formidable power within Dragon, they shattered easily, falling heavily wounded and unconscious. Upon witnessing the 5 elders collapse, countless Navy and revolutionary soldiers erupted in jubilation, believing victory was theirs. However, as Lei Yu observed the celebrating soldiers, his brow furrowed tightly, for he was acutely aware that the true essence of the world government had yet to reveal itself. Be cautious, this battle is far from over. Lei Yu urged those around him. Both Whitebeard and Dragon nodded in agreement, knowing there existed a powerful entity concealed within the world government. Where could it be? Is he preparing something? Lei Yu pondered aloud. Just as confusion spread among the group, Rimuru suddenly looked up and exclaimed, Why do I feel suddenly hot? He transformed from his humanoid form into a puddle of liquid, seemingly to alleviate the heat. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu and Whitebeard were jolted. In unison, they exclaimed, The Celestial! They all looked skyward, yet nothing appeared amiss in the heavens, only an oppressive heat that even Lei Yu could feel. Look at the sun! Meichin shrieked in alarm. As they gazed upward, their pupils dilated in shock, the celebratory atmosphere shifting to one of tension. What is that? Is the sun falling? Is this the end of the world? They beheld the sun plummeting rapidly, its trajectory aimed directly at Mary Geos. Even Whitebeard and Dragon stood frozen in disbelief, exclaiming, Is the so-called celestial truly the sun in the sky? As the sun descended ever closer to the ground, the overwhelming power emanating from it became palpable, instilling a profound sense of dread. Lei Yu fixed his gaze upon the sun, and, after a moment, declared, No, that is not the sun. Look, there are shadows around it. The real sun must be behind that object. After a careful examination, Whitebeard and the others also discerned the anomaly and, upon realizing this was not the actual sun, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The notion of a celestial being the sun was simply too difficult to accept. Nonetheless, the pressure upon them remained immense. As Lei Yu beheld this entity, an ominous feeling enveloped him, and his gaze sharpened. No, I cannot allow this thing to descend. No sooner had he spoken than a dragon's roar echoed, and Lei Yu transformed into a crimson creature, part human, part dragon, standing before them. Gazing at the enormous figure above, Whitebeard gasped, This aura, it surpasses even my own. Dragon nodded in agreement. Transformed into a candle dragon, Lei Yu charged toward the sun. The closer he drew, the more his expression darkened, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. He could sense a presence that exuded an aura of death. This force was capable of annihilating the world. Just as he neared the sun, a voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Accept divine judgment, Leiyu. At the sound of this voice, Leiyu paused and quickly surveyed his surroundings, shouting, "Im, what do you intend to do? Will you destroy this world?" Im's figure gradually materialized before him, a cold smirk upon his lips. "It is too late now. Prepare to experience the might of the Celestial." As soon as the words left his mouth, Leiyu felt every hair on his body stand on end, his eyes bloodshot. He turned to the people behind him in merry Geos and screamed, "Run, quickly." Im coldly observed the chaos, shaking his head as he softly declared, "It is too late. You all must remain here." With a snap of his fingers, the floating sun vanished, only to reappear directly above Whitebeard and the others. Immediately, a force potent enough to annihilate everything emanated from within, resembling a colossal fireball akin to molten lava, rapidly expanding in size. Baihuzi and Long, along with their companions, felt a surge of fear and swiftly turned to shout, "Hurry, retreat from here." No sooner had the words left their lips than a deafening explosion echoed, as a tremendous force erupted forth. Upon witnessing this, Bone King stepped forward and proclaimed, "Supreme magic, absolute defense." Instantly, a transparent shield materialized, blocking the onslaught of immense power. Just as the onlookers believed they had successfully thwarted this cataclysmic strike, an intensely brilliant white light suddenly pierced through the shield. The moment the soldiers encountered the white radiance, they were utterly disintegrated, evaporating into the ether. Even formidable beings like Baihuzi and Long could not withstand the onslaught of this white light, and in an instant, they were reduced to mere ashes. As Leiyu was enveloped by the blinding luminescence, he realized how fragile his strength was in the face of ancient weaponry. Was this truly how his journey would conclude? Simultaneously, this searing white light continued to proliferate throughout the world, indiscriminately disassembling all objects that came into contact with it, causing them to vanish into the void. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was consumed by the white light, descending into an unparalleled silence. After a few moments, as the light dissipated, fluctuations rippled through the space above Mariewa. In the next instant, Im's figure appeared, surveying the devastation surrounding him. With a deep sigh, he murmured, "Have I dealt with him? It is over now. Time to reset this world." With those words, Im swiftly flew in a specific direction, the endpoint of which was none other than One Piece. However, unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a blue crystal suddenly manifested before vanishing from existence. "Hey kid, move out of the way. What's going on?" On a pirate ship, a young boy, still half asleep, emerged onto the deck, rubbing his eyes. "What the heck? Wasn't I battling just moments ago?" Leiyu gazed at the boundless sea, sensing that this beginning seemed eerily familiar. Could it be that everything was starting anew? Just as Leiyu pondered this, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, landing before him and extending a hand, laughing heartily. "Kid, are you a pirate too? How about joining me?" Upon hearing this voice, Leiyu abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed on the figure before him, momentarily stunned. "What's wrong, kid? Do you look down on me?" The figure bellowed with laughter. After a brief pause, Leiyu swallowed hard and inquired, Who are you?" I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Roger. Gold di Roger." Introduction: Red-haired Shanks. They say we are the Iron Wall pirate crew. Yet any member aboard can breach our iron wall before them. Beast Kaido. Any one of his subordinates can withstand my 3 calamities. His own power instills fear in me. Celestial Dragons. Never provoke that group. They are a band of incredibly powerful lunatics.